This guy was actually a legendary swordsman who had cultivated to the peak of the sword-venerable realm. But just as he was about to ascend to a divine king, he was ambushed and backstabbed by countless powerful experts at Yonghui Peak. In the end, exhausted and filled with resentment, he died. Fortunately, fate didn't completely abandon him. The proof? Wu Fu has come back to life. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in his dorm room at Fenhai University. He had truly been reborn. The only problem was that the spiritual energy in his body was completely gone. All those years of hard training had vanished into thin air. But since heaven had given him a second chance, well, those bastards who wronged him were in for a nightmare. Wu Fu swore that in this life, when he set foot on Yonghui Peak again, those people would pay dearly for what they did. Just as he was thinking about this, the dorm door swung open. A beautiful, fashionable, and incredibly arrogant-looking girl walked in. "Oh, you're awake, Wu Fu?" she asked, looking at him with absolute indifference. That face, that voice. Wu Fu immediately recognized her as his girlfriend, Li Menyao. He also realized he had traveled back to the exact time he was recovering from his injuries in the dorm. But why was she here? Actually, he could already guess why. Sure enough, Li Menjiao rudely tossed a bunch of things onto his bed. Designer bags, a phone, all the gifts he had bought her when they were together. Then, she coldly declared, "We're over. I'm returning all this garbage to you." Back then, the only reason Wu Fu got hurt in the first place was because he had wanted to ask her why she was leaving him. She dumped him. Wu Fu remembered it clearly back then. He had been humiliated in front of everyone just because he dared to cross Xia Tianhao. After that, his father was fired from the company by Xia Tianhao's dad. The more he recalled, the angrier he got. Since Li Mengyao hadn't left yet, looking at her smug face made him feel absolutely disgusted. "Do you want something else?" he asked coldly. Li Mengyao frowned, then started chewing him out without holding back. "Wu Fu, who do you think you are? With your pathetic background, how dare you offend Tian Har? Now that you're awake, why don't you take a good look in the mirror and see what a loser you are?" She also delivered a message from her new boyfriend, saying that if Wu Fu and his dad knelt down and begged for forgiveness, his dad could have his job back. "Don't forget, your entire family survives on your father's meager salary as a janitor," Li Menyao said, her voice dripping with venom. Wu Fu felt absolutely nothing. In his past life, he had truly loved this woman, and he could still remember how desperate he used to be. But having lived an entire lifetime, Li Menjiao was nothing to him now. Besides, a man's dignity is worth more than gold. Go back and tell Xia Tianhao he can bring whatever he's got. I'll be waiting, Wu Fu replied bluntly. His attitude made Li Mengyao turn red with anger. "I only came here to warn you because of our history. But if you have a death wish, then fine. Go ahead and die." She spat out those words, slammed the door, and stormed off. Wu Fu didn't feel a shred of regret over a gold digger like Li Menjiao. The most important thing right now was to build up his strength before his enemies came looking for him. Luckily, he still remembered all the secret cultivation techniques from his past life. Now was the perfect time to start training. Reaching the Qi refining realm would just be a matter of time. But before that, he had to heal his injuries. But as soon as he sat down and focused his mind, a sharp sword Qi began to form right above his head. Wu Fu's eyes widened in sheer shock. His star-shattering sword. He had thought it was stolen by his enemies, but to his surprise, it was still with him. Even though he hadn't even entered the Qi refining realm in this life, a divine weapon's form had already materialized. It was incredibly dazzling. If other cultivators sensed this, it would bring him nothing but trouble. Just as Wu Fu was trying to hide the sword Qi, he touched it, and the blade instantly shattered. It seemed things weren't going to be that easy. The sword Qi must have suffered severe damage, leaving only the hilt behind. But as Wu Fu absorbed the pure energy flowing from the shattered blade, his wounds healed completely in no time. Next, he needed to test his current strength. Wu Fu stood up, walked over to the wall, and delivered a light palm strike. Instantly, a massive crack ripped through the solid concrete wall. Kids, don't try this property-damaging stunt at home. Just a basic physical strike could cause this much damage. It looks like his journey ahead is going to be very exciting. Shortly after, Wu Fu left the dorm and headed to the park right next to campus to start his cultivation. He climbed up and sat on a high tree branch to keep a low profile and avoid drawing unwanted attention. But there was a major catch. Earth's spiritual energy was incredibly thin. Reaching the Qi refining realm wouldn't be too hard, but if he wanted to break through to higher levels, this level of spiritual energy simply wouldn't cut it. While he was racking his brain for a solution, his high vantage point allowed him to see exactly what was happening below. His roommate was leading a few rough-looking thugs around, searching for him. That's weird. He usually hangs out here, but of all days, he's not around today. How about you guys come back tomorrow? I'll find him for you, his roommate said nervously. Sounds to me like you're trying to play us, kid, one of the thugs growled back, sounding extremely irritated. From up in the tree, Wu Fu instantly recognized his friend. His name was Wang Mengmeng, his college roommate and only true friend on Earth. It looked like Xia Tianhao's goons had come to beat Wu Fu up, but because Mengmeng didn't want to lead them to their dorm, he had intentionally dragged them all the way out here. Please, bosses. Wu Fu just got out of bed. I'll go beg Brother Hao myself, just please let him go, Mengmeng pleaded, but the thugs had absolutely no intention of letting him off the hook. They sneered and said that last time, Brother Hao spared Wu Fu's legs only because Mengmeng had paid them off. But this time, Wu Fu had acted all smug in front of Li Menjiao and even sent a trash-talking message. Now, Xia Tianhao had made up his mind no amount of begging would save him. Then, they turned on Wang Mengmeng, beating him up because they thought he was intentionally stalling and covering for Wu Fu. Unable to fight back, Mengmeng was quickly knocked to the ground. The thugs even targeted a little husky puppy the roommates were raising, forcing Mengmeng to shield the poor pup with his own body. Don't hurt him, he's just a little pup. There's no need to do this. Besides, Wu Fu has been unconscious for days. If you beat him up now, you'll kill him. Poor Mengmeng had turned himself into a punching bag just by trying to buy time, but just as the thugs were about to land another heavy blow, Wu Fu stepped in. Using his still bandaged right hand, he caught the thug's fist dead in its tracks. Before the guy could even react, Wu Fu twisted his wrist backward, making the bastard scream in agonizing pain. To finish him off, Wu Fu delivered a brutal kick that sent the thug coughing up blood. His massive body flew several meters through the air, crashing hard onto the ground while everyone watched in sheer disbelief. Get lost before I really lose my temper, Wu Fu threatened, his face cold and expressionless. Seeing him out of bed and acting so aggressively, Mengmeng panicked. He screamed for Wu Fu to run, still convinced his friend stood no chance against these guys. But those dumb thugs failed to realize that the Wu Fu standing in front of them today was a completely different person. All they cared about was that he had dared to show his face and hurt one of their boys, and they were going to make him pay with his life. Hurry and run, Wu Fu, Mengmeng yelled, but Wu Fu remained completely calm, replying that the ones who needed to run today were these thugs, not him. Furious, the goons went all out, pulling out knives instead of just sticks. A silver-haired punk lunged forward, thrusting a dagger straight at Wu Fu. But quick as lightning, Wu Fu leaned back, effortlessly dodging the deadly strike. Having missed his target, the punk stumbled forward off balance, leaving himself wide open. Wu Fu seized the opportunity, landing a brutal punch square in his face. The blow was so powerful that the punk went down instantly, knocked out cold. Witnessing this, Mengmeng cheered. Whoa, Brother Fu, that was amazing. Since when did you get this good? But Wu Fu didn't have time to explain his sudden power-up. The remaining two thugs were already charging straight at him. They wanted to make it a 2-on-1 fight, aiming to leave him crippled or worse, to avenge their buddy. Too bad for them, Wu Fu wasn't feeling generous enough to give them that chance. He swung his arm and planted a punch right on the guy to his right, sending him flying instantly. The remaining red-haired punk froze at the sight, his nerves shot. He didn't dare rush in anymore and just stood there, swallowing hard. No way, he muttered. Just a few days ago, you were nothing but a worthless loser. Oh? So you realized that was a few days ago? Wu Fu shot back. But what can I say? Times have changed. His tone and expression were so chilling they sent shivers down the punk's spine. With that, Wu Fu channeled his spiritual energy to unleash a strike. But he intentionally missed the guy, using the blast instead to clean shear his fluffy, lion-like mane. This move, both terrifying and deeply humiliating, was so funny that Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but burst out laughing the moment he saw it. I told you idiots to get lost earlier, and you're still hanging around? Wu Fu had no desire to waste any more time on them. This time, the red-haired punk didn't stubbornly stay to fight, knowing he was completely outmatched. So they scrambled to get away, but they had only taken a few steps before Wang Mengmeng's little dog started barking frantically towards some nearby large trees. Wu Fu caught onto this immediately. The very second he turned his head, a single leaf shot toward him like a deadly projectile. Wu Fu slipped to the side to dodge it, and the leaf embedded itself deep into the tree trunk right behind him. Unleashing a technique like flying leaf with such pinpoint accuracy proved the attacker was no ordinary fighter. Soon after, the person behind the attack revealed himself. It was a middle-aged man who started cracking his knuckles the moment he laid eyes on Wu Fu. He scoffed, criticizing Wu Fu for being a bully who picked on the weak, saying there was nothing impressive about that. Claiming he was standing up for those three thugs, he declared he was going to teach the kid a lesson. "What are you still standing there for? Get lost," he barked at the young punks who had just lost to Wu Fu, even though he didn't know them at all. The three of them didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled away on their own. Seeing how aggressive this newcomer was, Wang Mengmeng began to panic. He whispered to Wu Fu, saying they might have just provoked a real master. Sensing that the upcoming fight wouldn't be as easy as the last one, Wu Fu told Wang Mengmeng to take his dog and run. "If you can't win, you run, isn't that just common sense?" Wang Mengmeng was incredibly worried, but when he caught his friend's confident smile, he decided not to stick around and drag him down. Clutching his little dog, he took off running, silently cheering for Wu Fu to win. With all the bystanders gone, it was just Wu Fu and the middle-aged man facing off. "Since you are a cultivator, my young friend, isn't it a bit disgraceful to lay hands on ordinary people?" The man recognized Wu Fu's extraordinary identity with just a single glance. In return, Wu Fu politely explained that those thugs were the ones who came looking for trouble first, which was the only reason he fought back. Even though Wu Fu was telling the absolute truth, the man dismissed it as a weak excuse. To him, a cultivator at the Qi refining stage getting picked on by ordinary people sounded completely absurd. As he spoke, he clenched his right fist, which immediately surged with spiritual energy. He then sprang into the air and lunged straight at Wu Fu. As expected of a fellow cultivator, the punch was executed with pinpoint accuracy, but Wu Fu blocked it effortlessly. What was more, Wu Fu looked incredibly relaxed. He then swiftly launched a counterattack. The moment he was repelled by Wu Fu, the man felt a surge of panic. This was absolutely not the strength of a mere Qi refining stage cultivator. He had severely underestimated his opponent. After being knocked back, the man suddenly felt an excruciating internal pain. Seeing him collapse when it clearly wasn't from the impact of his own blow, Wu Fu stepped back and halted his attack. Witnessing this, the man thought to himself, "To think he didn't take advantage of my vulnerability. Could he actually be telling the truth?" Meanwhile, Wu Fu observed him closely, sensing that this senior's cultivation was easily 2 stages higher than his own. Yet, his spiritual energy was incredibly weak, suggesting a pre-existing internal injury. Wu Fu's sharp gaze seemed to have seen right through him. Suddenly, Wu Fu closed the distance and appeared behind the man like a flash of lightning, delivering a palm strike not to harm him, but to probe his condition. Just as he suspected, the man's meridians had been damaged beforehand, which was preventing him from channeling his full power. At first, the man panicked, thinking Wu Fu was launching a sneak attack. But a moment later, he was stunned to realize that his damaged meridians were already more than half healed. It turned out the boy had actually just healed him. Someone at the Qi refining stage could never possess such an extraordinary ability. There had to be more to Wu Fu's true identity than met the eye. "Boss!" Just then, several men in suits and sunglasses rushed over, shouting out. They seemed to be the bodyguards of the senior who had just fought Wu Fu. Seeing a trace of blood on their boss's lips, they panicked even more, instantly pointing the finger at Wu Fu. Without waiting for their boss's orders, the entire group surrounded him. When they saw his right hand gathering energy, they weren't surprised at all, immediately recognizing that Wu Fu was a cultivator. But even against a cultivator, they had their ways, and the bodyguards quickly pulled out their firearms. The first bullet was fired, but Wu Fu managed to dodge it effortlessly. His speed actually exceeded that of the bullet, leaving his opponents utterly speechless. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu used that incredible speed to close in on the shooter. But before he could strike back, the senior suddenly roared, "Get the hell away from him, all of you!" The bodyguards looked back, utterly bewildered. The one who had just fired was even hit with a brutal, merciless slap from his boss. The man then turned to face Wu Fu, respectfully clasping his hands together. "Thank you, young brother, for your generous healing. Please forgive the offense from earlier." Behind him, the bodyguards were utterly confused as to why their boss was suddenly showing such deep respect to a mere youngster. Wu Fu didn't hold a grudge over what happened. He had only helped because he realized the man bore no ill intent and was simply stepping in out of a misplaced sense of justice. Had the man actually been in league with those thugs, things would have turned out very differently. Seeing how young Wu Fu was, yet how powerful, calm, and composed he carried himself, the senior felt this was someone he could truly rely on. Gathering his courage, he ventured to make a request. He explained that his daughter at home suffered from the same blocked meridians as he did, and he begged Wu Fu to help her just as he had helped him. The moment the words left his mouth, the bodyguards nearby chimed in. "But boss, The young lady's meridians have been blocked for so long. Even Taoist Xuan Yuan couldn't find a cure. How could a kid like him do it? I bet he is just a traveling con artist. You should think this through, boss. Wu Fu cleared his throat with a couple of dry coughs. These idiots didn't even know how to lower their voices when talking trash right in front of him. Unsurprisingly, the bodyguard who had fired the shot earlier had the most heated reaction. He pointed his finger right at Wu Fu's face, sneering rudely that even a half-step grandmaster was completely helpless against the young lady's condition. So who did a mere chi refining stage cultivator think he was fooling? And just like that, he got slapped again by the senior. You absolute brat. Am I the boss here, or are you? He is a grandmaster. Does he need the likes of you to understand him? Having zero interest in watching their little domestic dispute, Wu Fu cleared his throat again to signal the senior to stop. Feeling embarrassed, the senior scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize for the disgraceful behavior, young brother. Please don't take it to heart. Excuse me, but I don't recall ever agreeing to help you, Wu Fu replied coldly. His dismissive attitude was so blunt that the bodyguard was tempted to lash out again. But before he could even utter a syllable, his boss slapped him so hard across the face he nearly dislocated his jaw, forcing him to shut up instantly. The senior then tried to persuade Wu Fu, saying he could tell the young man was exceptionally gifted, but the spiritual energy in this public park was far too sparse for proper cultivation. He mentioned that he owned a villa in Tianfu Haoyuan, a place rich in dense spiritual energy. Hearing this, the bodyguard grew even more furious. That villa was the young lady's absolute favorite place, yet his boss was offering it up to a young, low-level cultivator for free. However, terrified of getting slapped a third time, he kept his mouth tightly shut and didn't dare make a sound. Wu Fu's resolve wavered the moment he heard about the dense spiritual energy. Sensing this, the senior pressed his advantage, pitching even harder. He added that the villa was incredibly peaceful, ensuring absolutely no disturbances. He promised that as long as Wu Fu could cure his daughter, forget about just the villa, he would do anything within his power for him. In the end, Wu Fu agreed. After all, dealing with blocked meridians was no big deal for him. So, he left his phone number with the senior. The old man was absolutely thrilled, while his bodyguard grumbled under his breath, muttering that if Wu Fu failed to fully cure the young lady, he would personally take his life. Meanwhile, as Wu Fu was casually walking back to his dorm, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. As soon as he answered, he asked who it was, only for a shrill, piercing voice to ring out from the other end. Well played, Wu Fu. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you dare not show up, I can't guarantee what will happen to your dog and your friend. Wu Fu recognized the voice instantly. It was Lai Meng Jiao. It looked like she had completely shown her true colors. He could also hear that silly husky whimpering in the background. It seemed like Vuong Mengmeng and the pup had been kidnapped by Ha Tianhao's gang. Fine by him. He was actually worried about how to track them down, and here they were, delivering themselves right to his doorstep. At that moment, Li Mengjiao and Ha Tianhao were cozied up, drinking together in a private karaoke room. Two towering bodyguards stood beside them. To make matters worse, two thugs armed with iron bars were hiding right outside the door, waiting to ambush Wu Fu. They figured even if Wu Fu was made of steel, these bars would easily shatter his bones. Brother Hao, sit a bit further back later. Careful not to get blood on you. The bastard sneered, utterly delighted as he imagined Wu Fu getting beat to a pulp. Meanwhile, Vuong Mengmeng and the little pup had been tied up and tossed carelessly into a corner. A moment later, Wu Fu stepped into the room just as they wanted, but what happened next was nothing like they had envisioned. With a simple swipe of his hand, he effortlessly blocked a solid iron bar swinging right at him. This kind of strength was definitely not human. Before the thugs could even process their shock, Wu Fu swung his fist and punched the guy who had just tried to hit him. He didn't hold back at all, breaking the guy's nose and knocking out at least 3 of his teeth. The sight nearly made Li Mengjiao and Ha Tianhao choke on their drinks. No way! Li Mengjiao shrieked in disbelief. You were still in a hospital bed last night. That was last night, Wu Fu replied coolly. He honestly couldn't stand the sight of this wench for even another second. Ha Tianhao's bodyguard leaned in and whispered to his boss, saying he suspected Wu Fu was wearing body armor or hiding steel plates under his clothes. There was no way he could have blocked the Ping Sun. I knew he was just a useless loser. How could he suddenly become so strong? Turns out he just came prepared. Wu Fu didn't even give them a second glance, walking straight toward his friend. Vuong Mengmeng was still gagged, only able to make muffled, weak sounds. But deep down, he was incredibly moved, seeing Wu Fu risk his life to come save him. However, when Wu Fu knelt down, he only untied the husky, Erha, and gently picked it up, asking, "Are you okay, Erha?" Erha barked in response, while Vuong Mengmeng practically squirmed in frustration. His touched moment hadn't even lasted 5 seconds. This Wu Fu was seriously a terrible friend. Only after freeing the dog did Wu Fu finally turn his attention to his buddy. But as he was leaning down to untie Vuong Mengmeng, Ha Tianhao's bodyguard launched a sneak attack from behind. Before Vuong Mengmeng could even shout a warning, Wu Fu spun around and effortlessly kicked the bastard away. The man slammed hard into the wall, blood splattering and soaking through his suit jacket. Despite seeing this, Ha Tianhao didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Quite simply, he had numbers on his side, and he believed Wu Fu was nowhere near his level. With a snap of Ha Tianhao's fingers, several more bodyguards emerged. But in Wu Fu's eyes, these guys were nothing but mere ants. Even if there were more of them, they were still just a pack of harmless insects that couldn't scratch him. Since they were so eager to meet their maker, he was more than happy to give them a push. Wu Fu unleashed a punch packed with spiritual energy, nearly ripping through the space right in front of him. All three bodyguards went down at once, leaving their boss staring in sheer horror. Wu Fu then knit his brows, glared at Ha Tianhao, and asked, "Anyone else? Come at me all at once." Ha Tianhao finally felt true fear. Realizing that calling more bodyguards wouldn't do any good, he figured he might as well back down. Wu Fu let out a soft "oh" and slowly stepped forward. "In that case, I guess it's time to settle our score." Watching Wu Fu's imposing back, Vuong Mengmeng had mixed emotions. He felt like this was no longer the roommate he used to know. Turning to look at Erha, Vuong Mengmeng saw the dog holding its head high with an incredibly smug look. Well, Wu Fu's change was a good thing. No one could bully him anymore, and even his dog was proud of him. By now, Wu Fu had walked over. While Ha Tianhao was racking his brain for a way to beg for mercy, Li Meng Jiao, suddenly brave enough to poke a sleeping tiger, shrieked, "Wu Fu, you think you're so tough just because you can fight? Let me tell you, a loser will always be a loser." "Shut the hell up," Ha Tianhao roared, leaving Li Meng Jiao utterly stunned. Frankly, ever since she cheated on Wu Fu to be with Ha Tianhao, this was the first time she had been screamed at like this, and over her ex-boyfriend no less. Li Meng Jiao's eyes burned with pure hatred. Right now, only one question filled her mind. Why had Wu Fu changed so much? However, that thought was instantly cut short when she suddenly felt something warm trickling down her leg. Looking down, she saw Erha peeing right on her leg. This dog really knew how to humiliate people. But before Wu Fu could settle the score with this despicable couple, the door to the room was suddenly kicked wide open. A girl dressed in trendy clothes, with her hair tied up in Neja-style buns, stormed in aggressively. "Who dares to make a scene on my turf?" she barked. Wu Fu found it a bit amusing to see that she was just a young girl who hadn't even fully grown up yet, especially with her manifested soul weapon, 2 iron maces floating above her head looking completely ridiculous on her. In turn, she sized him up closely, as Wu Fu was the only other cultivator in the room. Seeing that he had only managed to manifest a basic sword intent and was still incredibly weak, yet had the nerve to cause trouble on her turf, she looked at him with sheer disdain. "Hey you, you're just a little brat, yet you dare stir up trouble on my turf?" she provoked him. "Yes, that's him. He's the one who beat up my bodyguards." Ha Tianhao quickly chimed in, but Wu Fu just kept grinning, not because of the girl, but because Erha was currently clinging to her leg, looking ready to take another leak. Vuong Mengmeng must have given him a ton of water earlier. Incensed at being looked down upon by both him and his dog, the girl wasted no more words and lunged forward to attack. Compared to the useless weaklings under Ha Tianhao, a cultivator like her was obviously much harder to deal with. Not to mention, her speed was incredibly fast. Wu Fu instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, forming a solid guard. Her striking power was intense. As expected, fighting someone a realm above him was no easy task. It was only then that Ha Tianhao and Li Mengjiao realized Wu Fu had become a cultivator, which explained how he had grown so formidable overnight. They secretly hoped she would crush him, because if she didn't, they were absolutely finished. After landing her first strike and seeing Wu Fu not fighting back, the girl pressed her advantage with a flurry of vicious attacks. Her strikes were rapid and her movements agile, but unfortunately, she lacked combat experience. The moment she threw a kick, Wu Fu seized the opening to counter. But the way he countered instantly plunged the entire room into dead silence, because Wu Fu had actually smacked her right on the butt. Gritting her teeth, that girl spat at him, calling him a pervert. Fueled by rage, her attacks grew even more vicious. Her fist flew straight toward Wu Fu's chest, aiming to crush his heart. However, the moment her fist made contact with Wu Fu's body, it lost all its power, while he remained completely unfazed. It was then that she realized her spiritual energy had vanished. At the same time, she realized that Wu Fu's slap on her butt earlier wasn't him being a pervert, but rather his way of neutralizing her spiritual energy. Right after, Wu Fu threw a punch surging with spiritual energy right back at her. This time, it was the girl's turn to defend herself in sheer desperation. She screamed, "You creep! If you've got the guts, give me back my spiritual energy. Do that, and I might just spare your life." But just when she thought she was about to be crushed by Wu Fu's fist, the spiritual energy around his hand vanished, and his deadly punch turned into a gentle pat on the head. Wu Fu smiled and said, "Sure, I'll give it back to you, but not right now." Then, he walked toward that shameless couple. By this point, Xia Tianhao was sweating bullets out of sheer terror, practically screaming, "What do you want?" At that moment, the girl stepped in front of Wu Fu again, blocking his way. She declared that she didn't care what kind of grudge the three of them had, but the rules strictly forbade causing trouble here. Wu Fu simply pointed at the bodyguards he had beaten so badly their clothes were torn, who were now cowering in the corner. He then said, "As for who actually started this mess, you'd better just ask them." The young girl turned her gaze toward them. Feeling an invisible, suffocating pressure, they had no choice but to confess that Xia Tianhao was the one who started it all. He was the one who hired them to come here specifically to teach Wu Fu a lesson. Upon hearing this, the girl glared at Xia Tianhao with pure hatred, snapping, "How dare you lie to me?" Wu Fu then brushed the girl aside and walked right up to Xia Tianhao, demanding a proper apology. But being a spoiled rich kid, Xia Tianhao obviously refused to apologize to someone he had always looked down on. "Apologize? In your dreams?" he shrieked, but the moment the words left his mouth, Wu Fu slapped him so hard his head spun. Xia Tianhao was utterly shocked. Clutching his rapidly numbing cheek, he stammered, You dare hit me!" As an answer, Wu Fu slapped him again on the other cheek to even things out. Xia Tianhao's rage instantly boiled over. He swore that if he didn't take Wu Fu's life, he wasn't human. Of course, he didn't actually have the skills to back up his threat. "If you want revenge, come at me any time, but you're apologizing first," Wu Fu demanded coldly. The girl chimed in as well, saying, "You were the one who started this. I haven't even settled the score for you causing trouble on Shu family turf yet, so what's so hard about saying sorry?" Pressured by both of them, and after a fierce internal struggle, Xia Tianhao finally gritted his teeth and forced out an apology. Having got what he wanted, Wu Fu told him to get lost, and Xia Tianhao didn't want to stay there for another second anyway. As he stomped off in a huff, Li Menjiao hurriedly chased after him. She grabbed his sleeve, anxiously asking if he was okay. But how could he possibly be okay? Xia Tianhao violently shoved Li Menyao's hand away and snapped at her. Getting yelled at yet again, Li Menyao was furious, standing frozen in place. She thought about how hard she had worked to snag this rich, handsome guy, only for Wu Fu to ruin everything. "That bastard Wu Fu!" Li Menjiao hissed through her teeth. Meanwhile, back in the private room, Wu Fu let out a loud sneeze. Shortly after, he and Wang Mengming said goodbye to the fiery young lady, as they still had classes to attend. The girl quickly ran after him, suddenly remembering that Wu Fu hadn't lifted the seal on her spiritual energy yet. But the moment the door of the private room swung shut, she realized she could control her spiritual energy again. Wu Fu's incredible ability made her wonder if he was really just a simple qi condensation cultivator. Still, that mystery paled in comparison to how furious she was about him slapping her butt earlier. After storming out of the karaoke bar, Xia Tianhao headed to a pool hall, which was packed with local thugs. Seeing Xia Tianhao's face swollen up, the thugs couldn't help but stir. "Brother Hao, who did this to you? Let me go break their legs for you." Xia Tianhao didn't even bother looking at these small-time punks. He walked straight up to a tall, heavily tattooed man and gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother Bill, I need you to teach someone a lesson for me." The man called Brother Bill burst out laughing. "Who's this idiot who dared mess with the second young master of the Xia family? Doesn't he know who your older brother, Xia Tianggeng, is?" Xia Tianhao spat. "He's just a nobody with no backing. How could a loser like him know anything?" Xia Tianhao practically begged him to beat Wu Fu up, but insisted that they must leave him with at least a single breath of life, because he wanted to personally show him what happens to anyone who dares cross Xia Tianhao. The next morning, Wu Fu arrived at class as usual, completely ignoring the strange looks his classmates were giving him. Right now, his mind was occupied only by the grudges of his past life. His enemy was a venerable lord who had lived for tens of thousands of years, possessing unfathomable and terrifying power. Right now, Wu Fu was only in the qi condensation stage, so he needed to lay a solid foundation without rushing. Only then could he properly build up his cultivation for the future and successfully exact his revenge. Just as he was thinking about this, the classroom door was suddenly slammed open. "Kid? You actually still have the nerve to show your face at school, Wu Fu," a mocking voice bellowed. Wu Fu realized some strangers had barged in, and their target was clearly him. But he didn't show even a hint of fear, casually replying instead. "We're all students here, so why wouldn't I come to class?" Wu Fu asked calmly. "You've got some nerve, kid," the thugs sneered, flashing him a thumbs down. "Brother Hao is on our basketball team. You crossed him, did you really think you could get away with it?" Although Wu Fu's classmates pretended not to notice, they were actually all ears, eavesdropping on the conversation. A few of them couldn't help but whisper, saying that since he had offended Xia Tianhao like that, they should stay far away from him from now on. But these cheap threats didn't work on Wu Fu at all. To him, Xia Tianhao was just a defeated loser. What kind of consequences could he possibly bring? But those thugs weren't done yet. They sneered that since Wu Fu dared to hit Xia Tianhao, the consequence was that he and everyone else in this classroom were now targets of the basketball team. Everyone knew how brutally violent the guys on the basketball team could get once they lost their tempers. Wu Fu was the one who offended them. "What does that have to do with us?" someone protested. "If you don't want any part of this, fine. Just play a basketball game against us. Beat us, and we'll let you off the hook," the thugs challenged. It was a completely absurd demand. Wu Fu had never played basketball in his life, and his friends quickly urged him not to accept the challenge. But the thugs started mocking him. "What's wrong, chicken?" "You're on," Wu Fu replied. They probably didn't expect him to actually agree. Following their usual rules, they declared that if Wu Fu's side lost, they would have to call them daddy every single time they ran into each other. Wu Fu then asked what would happen if the tables were turned and they lost instead. But they just burst into a fit of mocking laughter. "Us lose to you? That is never going to happen. But if you want to keep dreaming, go ahead. If we lose, we'll do the same and call you daddy." With the bet officially locked in, Wu Fu and the group headed over to the basketball court. A crowd of students, having heard that Wu Fu had crossed Xia Tianhao and was now settling the score with a basketball game, eagerly rushed over to watch the drama unfold. But once they arrived, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just looking at them, the physical difference between Wu Fu's team and the varsity basketball team was painfully obvious. Aside from him and another guy who looked decent, the rest of his team consisted of the chubby Wang Mengmeng and two rather short, scrawny guys. On the other hand, the basketball team members were all tall, heavily muscled, and built like pro athletes. Their captain was a handsome, straight-A student who excelled at sports, a total heartthrob to all the girls. His father was even the school's CEO. He was none other than the guy who had just led the group to Wu Fu's classroom to pick a fight. But to Wu Fu, the guy looked like nothing but a peacock showing off its feathers completely harmless. "You're going to lose so bad. Remember my name, Chu Tham," he declared in front of the crowd. This Chu Tham was close friends with Ha Tianhao and came from a powerful family. The onlookers gossiping around all thought Wu Fu had a death wish. Winning or losing didn't even matter anymore. The real problem was that crossing Chu Tham or Ha Tianhao meant your life at school was basically over. Wu Fu heard all the whispering behind his back, but he couldn't care less. He just kept his eyes on the game. The referee signaled both sides to get in position. It was already announced that the match would last 30 minutes, and the team with the most points would win. The second the starting whistle blew, Chu Tham snatched the ball. He nimbly drove it toward the hoop, gearing up for a three-point shot. As the basketball team captain, there was no way Chu Tham would miss. In just the first 10 seconds, the score was 3-0 in favor of the basketball team. The stands erupted instantly, with all the girls screaming Chu Tham's name. Wang Mengmeng was in absolute despair, feeling like they were totally doomed. Not only were those guys incredibly good at basketball, but even the referee was in their pocket. Wu Fu, on the other hand, didn't seem rattled at all. After all, the game had only just begun. His eyes locked onto Chu Tham. As the team's star player, Chu Tham carried the whole offense. But this time, as Chu Tham drove toward the hoop, things didn't go his way. Wu Fu cleanly stole the ball. He was so fast that Chu Tham didn't even have time to react. He scrambled to signal his teammates to block Wu Fu's path. But this was where the agility of a true cultivator shined. Wu Fu slipped through their defense like lightning, leaped high into the air, and slammed a thunderous dunk. The crowd watching from the sidelines gasped in absolute shock. They never expected Wu Fu to be this good. After a few more plays, he closed the gap between Chu Tham's team and his own amateur squad. Chu Tham, now struggling against the very guy he wanted to humiliate, was rapidly losing his cool. And the more panicked he got, the more mistakes he made. Wu Fu knew exactly how to play mind games, too. He kept intentionally stealing the ball right when Chu Tham was about to score. The crowd fell dead silent, especially Chu Tham's supporters. Nobody expected the school's varsity team to get absolutely wrecked by Wu Fu. Panting heavily, Chu Tham realized Wu Fu was a total wild card. He knew he had to switch up his play style, because except for Wu Fu, the rest of his team was completely useless. So, his entire team started double-teaming Wu Fu, shutting down any chance for him to dribble or pass. With this dirty playstyle, they actually regained the upper hand and began pulling ahead in points again. 2 against 8? Looks like Wu Fu is done for. Seriously, do these guys think everyone is blind to their dirty tricks? On the court, Chu Tham's squad showed zero shame. Instead, they mocked Wu Fu, saying, "Oh, I thought you were supposed to be good. Show us what else you got, loser." Right in the middle of this tense standoff, Erha suddenly let out a couple of loud barks, almost like he was cheering Wu Fu on. Soon, his classmates started cheering too, mostly because they were sick of being pushed around by these bullies. Seeing Vuong Meng Meng sweating bullets, Wu Fu patted his shoulder to calm him down. "Don't sweat it. There are still 10 minutes left in the game, and the real slaughter is only just beginning." The bright sun beat down on the basketball court, where an utterly unfair match was unfolding. One of Chu Tham's lackeys passed him the ball while the others boxed Wu Fu out. Chu Tham quickly dribbled past him, sneering, "You think you can play with me? In your dreams?" With that, he smoothly drove past Wu Fu. Wu Fu's eyes flickered to the side, calmly calculating his next move. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu nimbly spun out of the way. By the time Chu Tham leaped to take his shot, Wu Fu had already slipped right behind him. Like a ghost, Wu Fu appeared right in front of Chu Tham before he even realized it. Chu Tham lined up his shot and jumped to throw it hard, but out of nowhere, Wu Fu's slender hand reached out and snatched the ball right out of the air. Wu Fu landed on the ground, staying low with the ball. Chu Tham fell right into the trap, jumping up to block because he thought Wu Fu was going to shoot immediately. Realizing he'd been tricked, Chu Tham froze. How did he get there so fast? Right at that moment, Wu Fu launched the ball across the entire length of the court. Swish. With unbelievable precision, the ball sank right into the hoop. Chu Tham's team stood frozen like statues. No way. A full court shot? Am I seeing things? The crowd on the sidelines went absolutely wild. Even Chu Tham couldn't believe his eyes. This was impossible. The score was now 35-23. Meng Meng couldn't help but gasp. That was insane. Refusing to lose, Chu Tham barked orders at 3 of his lackeys to box Wu Fu in. You, and you. Shut him down. The lackeys desperately did as they were told, completely surrounding Wu Fu. Wu Fu couldn't care less. You seriously think these losers can stop me? Like a gust of wind, he effortlessly glided past a guy in a green shirt standing right in front of him. Moving like a phantom, Wu Fu spun past 2 more guys in red shirts. On the sidelines, the crowd was screaming for both sides. "Block him! Go, Wu Fu, go!" By this point, Chu Tham was already right under the hoop, quite a distance away from Wu Fu. Sensing what was happening behind him, Chu Tham leaped up to take a shot, thinking, there's no way in hell he can catch up in time. But out of nowhere, a foot planted and launched off the ground. Wu Fu materialized right beside him, swatting the ball away the split second it left Chu Tham's fingertips. Chu Tham froze as if he'd been struck by lightning. What? The crowd kept roaring, "Go, go!" Amidst the deafening cheers, Wu Fu bent his knees, building up momentum. Swoosh! Standing right by his own hoop, he launched the ball all the way to the other end of the court, another impossible long-distance shot, and it went clean through. The score was now 42-37. The crowd went absolutely wild. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. 2 against 8 and they still won? I thought Wu Fu was a total loser. How is he this insane? Chu Tham's face turned completely black as he gritted his teeth, fuming inside. This piece of trash completely humiliated me. I'll make him pay for this later. One of his lackeys nudged him. "Boss, let's get out of here," Meng Meng called out, stopping them in their tracks. "Hey, you lost? And now you're just gonna walk away? Didn't you forget something?" One of the lackeys barked back. "Get lost. You really think you can handle boss calling you daddy?" Wu Fu, holding Erha in his arms, smirked and replied, Well, adopting a rebellious son is a bit of a chore, but I can manage. Erha chimed in perfectly with two loud barks. Enraged, the lackey lunged forward. You're dead meat! He threw a heavy punch right at Wu Fu, but Wu Fu effortlessly dodged it. Spinning on his heel, Wu Fu delivered a brutal back kick. The kick landed square on the lackey's chest, knocking the wind out of him. He was sent flying backward, slamming right into Chu Tham's other lackeys. The onlookers gasped in shock. Are they seriously fighting? But before Chu Tham could take more than a few steps, Wu Fu was already standing right in front of him, still holding Erha. Chu Tham flinched, losing his footing and nearly falling backward, but before he could, a hand clamped down on his wrist. Wu Fu's grip was like iron. No matter how hard Chu Tham struggled, he couldn't break free. Wu Fu stared down at him coldly. Running away after losing? Don't tell me you're backing out on our bet. Chu Tham tried desperately to pry Wu Fu's hand off, crying out in his mind, how is this guy so freaking strong? Wu Fu, losing patience, barked, spit it out. Now, Chu Tham winced, trying to buy time. Ow! Ow! That hurts! The crowd of onlookers, having witnessed the whole thing, egged him on even more. Just call him Dad. You made the bet, now pay up. Chu Tham broke into a cold sweat from the pain, but his mouth remained stubborn. Wu Fu, you're gonna regret this. Completely ignoring the guy's threats, he squeezed even harder. Zhou Tan shrieked in agonizing pain. Wu Fu glared at him, giving him a final warning. Are you going to say it now, or what? Gritting his teeth, Zhou Tan squeezed out a raspy, Father! Hearing this, Wu Fu let go of his hand, turned around and walked away, saying, I don't have such a useless son. Zhou Tan collapsed to his knees, clutching his throbbing wrist in silent, bitter humiliation. Meng Meng followed closely behind, warning him anxiously, Brother Fu, Xia Tianhao and Zhou Tan are bad news. You'd better watch out for their revenge. Cut to Wu Fu's quiet dorm room, where he sat on his bed, silently cultivating. Beside him, Erha watched with curious eyes, wondering what his master was doing. Sparking with surges of spiritual energy and lightning, the air began to flicker with light. Wu Fu threw a punch forward as crackling thunder echoed in his ears. Ending his meditation, he muttered, The 9 underworld's qi refining art is divided into 3 forms, corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages of the qi refining realm. Wu Fu calculated, I need to find a place dense with spiritual energy to break through the early stage of qi refining. Just then, Meng Meng pushed the door open and announced, Brother Fu, there's an outdoor camping trip being organized. Do you want to go? He added that the location was near Tianfu Manor, a beautiful scenic area with mountains and rivers. Meng Meng looked thrilled as he whispered, More importantly, there'll be tons of beautiful girls. However, Wu Fu was only interested in one detail. Tianfu Manor. Meng Meng nodded. That's right. Tianfu Manor is where all the wealthiest people in Yunhai City live. He repeated, and most importantly, it has the most beautiful girls. Wu Fu thoughtfully patted Erha's head, thinking, I'm close to a breakthrough, and that place is perfect. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. Sure. Meng Meng couldn't believe his ears. Seriously? Wu Fu nodded. I happen to have some business to take care of there anyway. Having his roommate tag along made Meng Meng happier than ever. Awesome! The camping site wasn't in the city but near a forested mountainous region. The school bus sped along a winding mountain pass, rushing toward their destination. On the bus, it seemed Wu Fu wasn't exactly welcome. A male student grumbled in annoyance. Why did he have to tag along? What a buzzkill. One of Meng Zhao's friends sneered. Meng Zhao, your ex-boyfriend sure is something. Not only did he offend Xia Tianhao, but he even humiliated Zhou Tan. Meng Zhao snorted coldly. I was only playing with him in the beginning. He doesn't deserve someone like me. His little bragging show won't last long anyway. Hearing those words, Meng Meng felt bad for him and whispered, Brother Fu! But Wu Fu remained completely unfazed. Meng Zhao's face darkened as she thought to herself, This time, Tianhao is going to leave you bedridden for the rest of your life. With green mountains, white clouds, and golden sunshine, it was the perfect location for luxury holiday villas. As the bus passed by the mountain villa complex, gasps of awe echoed throughout the vehicle. Meng Meng gasped in admiration. Now that's the most luxurious villa in Yunhai City. Look at that. Meanwhile, Wu Fu got up from his seat and said to the driver, Excuse me, sir, please pull over. Meng Meng was puzzled. Brother Fu, we aren't there yet. Wu Fu nodded. A friend invited me over to their place. Meng Meng asked in surprise. At Tianfu Manor? Wu Fu told him, Go on ahead. I'll meet up with you later. Seeing him get off the bus midway, everyone scoffed, assuming he was just putting on a show. Meng Jiao let out a haughty snort. It's sickening watching him play pretend. How could a dirt-poor loser like him ever deserve me? A few guys in the class walked over to mock Meng Meng. Hey, fatty, your big boss is really putting on a performance. One of them even shouted jeers after Wu Fu's retreating figure. The bus only stopped for a brief moment before driving off. Meng Meng scowled at the group of bullies, thinking, bunch of snobs. Tianfu Manor nestled quietly in the mountains, cool and peaceful. Wu Fu pulled out his phone and called Su Yingxian. He calmly and bluntly announced, I've arrived. On the other end, Su Yingxian immediately replied, My daughter has been waiting for a long time. I'll be right out. A moment later, inside the luxurious villa, someone respectfully guided him. This way, please. Wu Fu let Erha play outside while he observed his surroundings. The spiritual energy here was decent. As he pushed the door open, he calculated, this seems sufficient to break through the early stage of qi refining. Inside the house, a girl with her hair tied in twin buns called out, Senior, Shu Yingxian introduced her. Mr. Wu, this is my daughter. But when Wu Fu and Qing Qing's eyes met, both were startled to recognize each other. The girl pointed a finger and yelled, You creep! What are you doing here? Wu Fu stared at her, thinking, could she be the one Shu Yingxian was talking about? Qing Qing sized him up as well, wondering, could the hidden master my father mentioned be this guy's master? Thinking this, she peeked behind him, looking to see if anyone else had arrived. Seeing right through her thoughts, Wu Fu spoke up, No need to look, I came alone. Qing Qing jumped back like a startled grasshopper and took a defensive stance. What are you trying to do? She warned. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you know some martial arts. Wu Fu found it amusing and shrugged. I'm here to treat your illness. She scoffed in disbelief. Someone in the qi refining realm wants to cure me? Shu Yingxian scolded his daughter. Qing Qing, don't be rude. What's wrong with the qi refining realm? This young man has extraordinary strength. Qing Qing pouted defiantly. Extraordinary? He's just a shameless flirt. Just then, a bodyguard brought a box to Shu Yingxian, saying, Boss, the medicinal herbs are ready. He took the brocade box and handed it to Wu Fu. Here are the medicinal herbs you requested. Would you mind checking if they are sufficient? He looked down at the box, secretly shocked. This must have cost a fortune. Opening the box, he found high-quality herbs inside. Wu Fu felt relieved. These are top-tier cultivation materials. Convinced he was a con artist, Qing Qing looked deeply annoyed. Wu Fu turned to Shu Yingxian. Your daughter has a severe issue. These herbs won't work. Hearing this, Qing Qing was even more certain of her doubts. Even the grandmaster my father invited couldn't cure me. Yet a mere qi refiner speaks such arrogant nonsense. Shu Yingxian's bodyguard quickly chimed in. He warned, Boss, I think this brat is a fraud. Don't fall for his tricks. Shu Yingxian fell into deep thought, recalling his past experience, wondering, could it really have been just a coincidence? But before he could act, Wu Fu gathered spiritual energy into his hand, assessing the situation. Her meridians have been blocked for years, let alone a primordial soul grandmaster. Even a void refinement powerhouse couldn't clear them. With those words, he struck, pressing his palm, filled with abundant spiritual energy, onto an acupoint on Qing Qing's chest. The spiritual energy rapidly surged into her body. Wu Fu thought, I am a tribulation transcendence venerable, after all. Caught completely off guard by the strike, Qing Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Wu Fu smiled inwardly. How could a measly primordial soul compare? However, Shu Yingxian was far from calm. Seeing his daughter suddenly attacked and her life in question, he roared. Seething with rage, spiritual energy swirled around Shu Yingxian as he demanded, Who on earth are you? But then, his eyes went wide as he realized something, and he immediately ordered his bodyguard, Put down your gun! He quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Wu Fu. Please forgive my rudeness, young brother. May I ask who your master is? Meanwhile, Qing Qing, after spitting out the blood, felt her body become significantly lighter. She circulated the spiritual energy inside her body, finding that the pain was entirely gone. Experiencing this miraculous sensation, Qing Qing gasped in awe. It feels so good. I'm actually cured. Just then, Erha ran over and barked, drawing her attention. Meanwhile, Wu Fu fell silent, thinking, Master? He remembered his past life. If his master hadn't saved him back then, he would have been nothing but a pile of dry bones by now. So, he replied, my master is not on Earth. Shu Yingxian found this strange. Not on Earth? He assumed Wu Fu was just keeping his master's identity a secret. As Qing Qing picked up Erha, she scoffed, You've got a great sense of humor. She didn't hold back her sarcasm. By your logic, your master must be an alien. Meanwhile, Shu Yingxian handed Wu Fu a set of keys. According to our agreement, this villa is now yours, he said. He added, from this day forth, whatever you ask of this old man, I shall never refuse. Ching Ching protested, pleading. But Dad, I really love this villa. Shu Yingxian scolded her sternly. Ching Ching, don't be rude. Fortunately, Wu Fu had no intention of keeping it all to himself. I'm only using this place to cultivate. If you don't want to leave, you can stay. Seeing this, she stuck her tongue out and made a playful cat face. Hua Antian could only sigh at his mischievous daughter. Meanwhile, at the national park where Wu Fu's class was having their field trip, everyone was enjoying their free time, and the girls were chatting and laughing. Not far away, a figure sat on a bench, staring intently at them. Naturally, it was the girl crazy Meng Meng. He was drooling over the girls, man. What eye candy. Tu Hong's friend caught Meng Meng's creepy glare and got goosebumps, saying that chubby guy keeps staring at us. So Tu Hong linked arms with her friend and quickly walked away. Having waited for Wu Fu for too long and now even the girls were gone, Meng Meng sighed. Big bro is taking forever. Did he get lost? Just then, he heard a dog bark, woof, not far away. It was actually licking someone's calf in black leggings. Hearing the bark, Meng Meng immediately thought of Wu Fu's dog, Ha. Sure enough, it was Ha, running for its life from a platinum blonde girl, and then the silly dog just stopped there. It barked as it ran, as if crying for help. Finally, it ran back to its owner. Wu Fu held Ha in his arms and politely apologized. I'm so sorry. I will take full responsibility. Furious, Nana raised her handbag and snapped. Do you even know how much this costs? Can you even afford it? Her friend nearby smirked and said, Nana, his friend lives in a luxury villa, so he probably wouldn't care about this small change. Some classmates nearby mocked. Oh, he's so rich. A rich guy living in a slum. How hilarious. Some even covered their mouths and snickered. He really knows how to put on a show. Wu Fu didn't care much. He turned to grab a food skewer from the table. Meng Meng rushed over, scratching his head to defuse the situation. I'm so sorry. The dog is mine. Meanwhile, Ha was happily devouring the food skewer from the table. Wu Fu, on the other hand, pulled a stack of cash out of his pocket, saying, I said I'd take responsibility. The stack of cash was quite thick, clearly a large amount. He coldly asked Nana, is this enough? The classmates standing around mocked, he actually has money? Is he really rich? Or did he just get a shady loan? Meng Jiao saw this too, sneering with a cold laugh. How ridiculous. I can't wait to see what you do next, you poor boy still trying to play pretend. After settling the dispute with Nana, Wu Fu glared at Meng Jiao with icy eyes. With both hands in his pockets, he coldly walked up to her. Intimidated by his coldness, Meng Jiao stammered, What do you think you're doing? Wu Fu leaned in close and whispered, Stop bothering me if you value your life. He coldly warned. Watch your mouth. Meng Jiao had never been so humiliated. She gnashed her teeth. Enjoy your arrogance while you can. I'll make you regret this. Just then, dark clouds rolled in, and the sky turned gloomy as someone cried out in worry. Oh no, looks like it's going to rain. Rain on a picnic ruins all the fun. Someone cursed, damn weather forecast. While another worried, what if it rains and the bus doesn't get here in time? Right then, everyone overheard Meng Jiao on her phone. Babe, it's about to rain. Can you come pick us up? Once she finished giving directions, she hung up. Meng Jiao turned to everyone and said, A car will be here to pick us up shortly. Unbothered by her ride, Wu Fu suddenly offered, I happen to have a villa nearby. You guys can head there to shelter from the rain. Meng Jiao sneered again. A villa in Yunhai? You'd probably die if you didn't brag. Hearing that, the classmates burst into laughter once more. Meng Meng asked a bit worriedly, Big bro, is this going to be okay? Wu Fu shrugged. It's up to them. I'm not forcing anyone. Meng Jiao desperately wanted to see Wu Fu embarrassed, so she suggested, since it's about to rain, why don't we go check it out? Maybe it's actually true. A while later, everyone gathered at the entrance of Tianfu Manor. With security guards watching the gate, Wu Fu led Meng Meng and the group forward. Meng Jiao sneered. Let's see how he gets in. A few other classmates chimed in. I don't get why he has to play pretend. This is so embarrassing. We should just go back and wait for the car. Meng Meng advised. Big bro, maybe we should just go. Wu Fu gave him a reassuring look. We're already here. Where else would we go? Seeing him, the guard at the gate welcomed him warmly. Ah, Mr. No. Did you bring your friends over? The classmates were stunned. Mr. No? No way. Meng Jiao was horrified. How? How is that possible? The guard politely bowed. Please, come in. The classmates instantly grew excited. Let's go. Meng Meng gave a thumbs up, praising. Big bro, you're awesome. Wu Fu invited everyone. Come on in, it's about to rain. The classmates walked in marveling. Amazing, I thought he was just bragging. Only Meng Jiao clenched her fists in bitter resentment. Back when she was his girlfriend, she thought he was a broke loser. Who would have guessed he had hidden it so well? Her face darkened, her brows knitting tightly together. Wu Fu, you bastard. As they walked in, he didn't forget to instruct the guard. Hey, brother. The guard respectfully replied. Mr. No, is something wrong? Wu Fu pointed at Meng Jiao. They're all my friends, except for her. The guard dutifully stopped Meng Jiao at the gate. Pardon me, miss, but you cannot enter without permission. She screamed in fury. You bastard! Just then, the rain started pouring down. The heavy downpour lashed against Meng Jiao as she gnashed her teeth, cursing. Wu Fu, you'll regret this. Right after, a black car pulled up in front of the Tianfu villa. She told the driver, You must kill him. Tian Hao nodded. Don't worry, I've already arranged it. He dared to lay a hand on me, so he better prepare for the consequences. Stepping inside the villa, the classmates were in absolute awe of its luxury. Some also wondered, how does he own this villa? Did he just want to keep a low profile, or what? These were Tu Hong's thoughts, and she didn't seem excited at all. Just then, someone shouted, Isn't that Hua Qingqing? Hearing this, Tu Hong immediately looked up. Some were surprised. Is it really her? Meng Meng raised his head. Hua Qingqing? Isn't she the boss lady from the hotel? Tu Hong muttered, The Hua family of Yunhai. So this is Hua Qingqing's villa? Of course she's filthy rich. Man Mai patted Wu Fu's shoulder, giving him a knowing look. Big bro, you really kept this a secret. Ignoring his comment, he figured it was late and they should pick rooms to rest. Wu Fu explained, That's right. This villa used to belong to Qingqing's family. Meng Meng asked curiously, Brother Fu, what is actually going on here? He didn't want to waste words on those ignorant, jealous girls. If you don't want to stay, you can get the hell out of here right now. Meng Meng, show them out. Meng Meng immediately pointed toward the door. The door is this way. Please leave. Tu Hong sneered, like you can boss us around. Sister Qingqing hasn't said anything yet, so what do you think you're doing? Another friend chimed in sarcastically, lying without even blinking. Looking down from above, Qingqing asked, Hey, what are you guys doing? She crossed her arms, glaring at everyone below. Tu Hong gasped, looking up with a fake, obedient smile. Senior! Qingqing looked at Tu Hong's group, who thought they had someone backing them up and were laughing and chatting without restraint. But to their surprise, Qingqing kicked them out. Now, get the hell out of here immediately. Tu Hong froze. Sister, it was Wu Fu who invited us in. Her blonde friend chimed in. Yeah, that's right. But Qingqing coldly replied, Didn't he just tell you to leave? She made one thing clear. The villa belongs to Wu Fu. He can kick out whoever he wants. The girl in yellow was stunned. Is it really his? A classmate was so shocked he started stammering, real villa. Qingqing said sternly, Are you leaving, or do I have to personally throw you out? Wu Fu pointed toward the door. After you. Fuming with rage, her face dark, Tu Hong gritted her teeth. Fine, I'm leaving. With that, she opened the door herself, stomped out, and slammed it shut with a loud bang. Hearing this, Xiao Hong sneers. Just watch. He'll probably get kicked out in his sleep. No one even bothers to think how a dirt-poor loser could ever own a luxury villa like this. I bet this place belongs to Su Tingting's family. Standing on the second floor, Tingting crosses her arms, watching her ramble on. But Xiao Hong refuses to let it go. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it true. The actual owner of this villa is standing right up there. Since we're staying the night, shouldn't we at least show some respect and greet the real owner? Her friend finally catches on. So this is the boss's house. Xiao Hong reassures her, saying, Our senior is just letting us shelter from the rain. Quit putting on a show. Wu Fu feels like his kindness is being thrown back in his face. I was nice enough to let you guys in to get out of the rain, not to have you stand here and mock me. As night falls, the rain pours down outside. Faint wisps of spiritual energy begin to swirl around the villa, seeping into the room. Their destination is none other than him. Having finally kicked out the obnoxious Xiao Hong, Wu Fu looks up at Tingting. Not asleep yet? She scoffs. You guys were making so much noise you woke me up. Meng Meng pats him on the shoulder, wearing a tragic expression as if mourning his fate as a kept man. Brother Fu, you absolute beast. Since when did you start riding their coattails to live in luxury like this? Meanwhile, a broken sword hovers above his head, with only a fragment of the hilt remaining. Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes snap open. He exits his cultivation state. The broken sword above his head vibrates violently, letting out a low hum. Sensing his spiritual energy, a satisfied smile plays on his lips. He has reached the mid-stage of qi refining. In his past life, it took him 3 years just to get through the qi refining stage. He never expected to reach the mid-stage just a few days after his rebirth. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoes from outside. Next comes a loud rumble, followed by Erha's low growling. Startled, Wu Fu looks over. He steps out onto the balcony and asks the dog, "What's going on, Erha?" Of course, the dog can't talk, so it just barks incessantly toward the lightning. Seeing its bizarre behavior, Wu Fu urges, "Let's go." The rain pours down heavily. Erha braves the rain and rushes toward the woods. Wu Fu follows close behind, noticing several trees that have been blasted by lightning. The sword hilt above his head continues to vibrate restlessly. Sensing the anomaly, he mutters, "The astral sword's energy is fluctuating wildly." Wu Fu looks down at Erha. "Did you spot something?" The dog responds with 2 quick barks. He looks around. The trees here are completely charred by lightning, stripped of their leaves. What on earth is this? Suddenly, Wu Fu notices Erha acting strangely. The dog stops and starts digging frantically. After a moment, it turns around and lets out 2 excited barks. Beneath Erha's paws lies a pitch-black, broken sword hilt that it has just unearthed. Amid the roaring thunder, Wu Fu stands frozen. He bends down and picks up the broken hilt. What is this? As Erha barks, the layer of black ash covering the hilt begins to flake away. Washed clean by the rain, a gleaming hilt is revealed. Wu Fu gasps in shock. The Starfall sword! This hilt looks remarkably similar to the broken one hovering above his head. In my past life, I traversed 10,000 stars to forge an astral sword. I never imagined I'd lay eyes on one again after being reborn. The hilt above his head hums softly, resonating with the one now in his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy is violently drawn in by the 2 broken hilts. He laughs out loud. "I've found the 10,000-year-old astral sword. I am coming back." He raises the broken hilt high into the air. "Once I gather all the pieces of the astral sword, your days will be numbered. Even if you sit upon the highest throne of the heavenly realm, I will drag you down and kill you." The next morning, a slender, elegant foot steps through the school gates. Inside the sunlit martial arts training room, everyone perks up the moment she walks in. It is none other than Ting Ting. The girls in the martial arts class quickly crowd around her in excitement. "The president is back!" Ting Ting replies calmly, "I've rested long enough. It's time to get back to it. By the way, does anyone here know a guy named Wu Fu?" A pink-haired girl named Xiaoya raises her hand. "President, I know him. I know him." Ting Ting asks, "Where is he right now?" Xiaoya explains, "He's a freshman, but he offended Tianhao the second he got here. Right now, he's cornered at the school gate. I'm afraid things look really bad for him." Xiaoya asks curiously, "President, do you actually know him?" Caught off guard by the question, Ting Ting instantly becomes flustered. Blushing, she turns her head away. I don't know him at all." Internally, she curses, "That absolute jerk." Meanwhile, at the school gate, Wu Fu suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. Just then, a black car speeds up, closely followed by another. Wu Fu narrows his eyes, immediately sensing that something is wrong. It isn't just 1 or 2 cars, but 4 or 5 pulling up to block his escape. A thug barks at the gathering crowd of students. "What are you staring at? You want a beating?" But Erha in Wu Fu's arms refuses to be quiet, letting out several loud barks. As one of the thugs approaches, the dog barks even more aggressively. The thug is a massive guy named Da Biao. He glares at him and asks, "You Wu Fu?" Seeing how scrawny and weak Wu Fu looks, the lackeys holding baseball bats pipe up, "Brother Biao, let me handle this weakling." Another thug scoffs in disbelief. Did Tianhao seriously let himself get humiliated by this piece of trash? Wu Fu sets Erha down on the ground, gearing up for a fight. "I'm gonna teach you guys some manners." De Biao's thugs charge forward. One of them swings a bat viciously at his head, aiming to put him in the hospital, but Wu Fu easily dodges. Another swing grazes his face, but he effortlessly leans back to avoid it. Instantly, Wu Fu pivots, stamping his foot hard on the ground to build momentum. He unleashes a high kick, snapping the thug's baseball bat in half. The thug stares in absolute horror at the shattered weapon in his hands. Wu Fu sneers, "I thought he'd hire people who actually knew how to fight. What a letdown," De Biao smirks. "Oh really? Getting cocky just because you beat some small fry? Little does Wu Fu know. Two hands are reaching out from behind to grab him. Before he can react, two of Da Biao's lackeys pin him down. Brother Biao, take him out. Gripping his baseball bat tightly, Da Biao says arrogantly, at Yunhai University, the person who dares to cross me hasn't even been born yet. The moment the words leave his mouth, Erha rushes in and bites him hard on the leg. Furious, Da Biao kicks the dog away. Stupid mutt. Ha hits the ground, badly hurt and motionless. Still fuming, Da Biao sneers. Now, I'm going to make sure your master is bedridden for the rest of his life. Up on the balcony, Ting Ting watches the scene unfold and turns to Xiaoya. Quick, call an ambulance. Xiaoya nods. On it. No matter how annoying Wu Fu is, he's still a student of Yunhai University. I'll make the call right away. Having said that, Ting Ting turns to walk away. No, the ambulance is for those thugs. Xiaoya is utterly confused. Wait, President, why is the ambulance for the thugs? Ting Ting doesn't answer directly, only offering a faint smile, because he is incredibly strong. Sure enough, down below, the two thugs are already losing their grip on Wu Fu. We can't hold him much longer. One of them thinks in shock. What the hell is going on? His strength is suddenly skyrocketing. Gritting his teeth, Da Biao curses his useless lackeys. Move, let me handle him. But Wu Fu merely narrows his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. Too bad. With a flick of his wrists, he flings the two lackeys backward. It's too late. Da Biao swings his bat and charges at Wu Fu. Go to hell! Wu Fu charges straight toward him, while Da Biao readies his bat, waiting to strike. The moment he gets close, the bat comes crashing down. Wu Fu narrows his eyes, calculating the timing perfectly. Instantly, he unleashes a powerful kick, bending the metal baseball bat in Da Biao's hands completely out of shape. Following through with the momentum of his kick, both his leg and the bent bat slam directly into Da Biao's face. Da Biao collapses to the ground, his weapon slipping from his grasp. His terrified lackeys lose their minds, yelling, Brother Biao, are you okay? Brother Biao. But Da Biao doesn't respond. He is completely knocked out, foaming at the mouth, and desperately in need of that ambulance. But the fight isn't over yet, because his lackeys seem to go absolutely berserk, charging at Wu Fu one after another. Wu Fu mutters coldly, Are you guys begging for death? Before the first thug can even make a move, Wu Fu plants a solid punch right in his face. Seeing their buddy get wrecked, the remaining thugs scream, You bastard! Let's take him down together. Armed with bats, they charge at him like moths to a flame, throwing themselves right into the fire. After a few minutes, the red-haired lackey's face was beaten black and blue. He muttered, Just what kind of monster did Tianhao piss off? The thugs helped each other stand. Wu Fu ordered, Get up! One of them mustered up the courage to speak. Boss, we were wrong today. Please, spare our lives. Before he could even finish, his buddies shut him up. Wu Fu didn't give them a chance to argue, coldly ordering, Move! The thugs quickly complied, stammering, Yes, right away! Meanwhile, on the other side, a girl from the martial arts class ran over to report to Ching Ching. President! Wu Fu is so stupid, he actually went to find Tian Hao. Hearing the report, she smirked. Ching Ching took a moment of silence for Tian Hao. Meanwhile, bright sunlight washed over the school's main academic building. The only thing out of place was the group of badly beaten thugs limping behind Wu Fu. Among the classrooms, Class 3 was located upstairs. Zhou Tan pushed the door open and walked in, shouting, Brother Hao! Tian Hao and a few classmates looked over in surprise. Zhou Tan said excitedly, I just got Da Biao to help. This time, that brat Wu Fu is finished. Meng Yao laughed out loud. That's what he gets for offending us. Tian Hao laced his fingers behind his head and stared up at the ceiling. From now on, in Yunhai University. Zhou Tan gloated, A scum like him deserves nothing but death. Right at that moment, the classroom door swung open again. Both Tian Hao and Zhou Tan looked toward the entrance in surprise. When Meng Yao saw who it was, she gasped in panic. Wu Fu! He was dragging someone by the collar. Glancing at the crowd in the classroom, he asked, Are you looking for me? Wu Fu casually let go, and the person immediately collapsed to the floor. Because I was looking for you, too. It was Da Biao, currently completely unconscious and twitching occasionally. Seeing the man on the floor, Zhou Tan shrieked in horror, Da Biao! Realizing the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, cold sweat broke out on Tian Hao's forehead as he thought, How is this even possible? Wu Fu was definitely not to be trifled with. Alone and completely unarmed, he fought his way through them, and not a single thug could lay a finger on him. Screams and groans of pain echoed around the school gate. Back in the classroom, a few students stood up and walked toward Wu Fu. He barely paid them any attention, just casting a cold sideways glance without saying a word. The troublemaker, wearing a white shirt, spoke up arrogantly. Hey kid, didn't your parents teach you to knock before coming in? He pointed a finger right at Wu Fu's face. Get the hell out of my sight, right now. Seeing that the guy was ignoring him and making no move to leave, he grabbed Wu Fu by the collar and barked, Damn it, are you deaf or what? Right after that, the troublemaker learned the hard way that silence is golden, with a slap that nearly knocked his teeth out. Wu Fu slapped him hard across the face, warning him, This is none of your business. Beat it. Ching Ching had entered the classroom. Standing near the back, she remarked, He's so arrogant. Someone else asked curiously, How did he suddenly get so strong? Hearing Ching Ching's voice, Wu Fu looked in her direction. She was surprised as he started walking right toward her. Wu Fu handed Erha over to her. I'm going to get revenge for Erha. Take care of him for me. The dog was thrilled to see Ching Ching, but her face instantly darkened. Suddenly turned into a dog sitter, she cursed under her breath. Damn it, you bastard. Seeing how Wu Fu ignored everyone, Zhou Tan barked, Wu Fu, this is a school. Do you really have the guts to cause trouble here? He didn't reply, only giving him a razor-sharp glare. Zhou Tan instantly shut his mouth, thinking in terror. How? How is he so terrifying? Wu Fu gave him a cold warning. Before I lose my temper. Panicked, Zhou Tan quickly grabbed a chair, trying to sound polite. Let's sit down and talk. But despite his words, he acted like a cornered beast, lifting the chair and swinging it violently at Wu Fu. Go to hell. Wu Fu just glared at him, channeling his spiritual energy as he spun around. A single punch, and the chair was blasted away, pinning itself directly into the blackboard. Zhou Tan stared at the spiderweb cracks on the board and swallowed hard. Wu Fu delivered his final warning. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Having said that, he turned to leave, completely ignoring the guy as he desperately called after him. Wait up. Wu Fu. Tian Hao, hiding behind a girl, was still talking big. Do you think knowing a little martial arts gives you the right to act cocky in front of me? In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. Before he could even finish his sentence, Wu Fu landed a lightning-fast kick right to his face. What a bunch of nonsense. Meng Yao stood there, dazed. Luckily, the kick completely missed her. Walking past her, Wu Fu warned, Don't play with fire, or it will burn down everything you have. With those words, Wu Fu walked away, while Meng Yao rushed over to check on her new boyfriend. Are you okay, Tian Hao? Out in the hallway, Ching Ching walked alongside Wu Fu. Tian Hao is just a second-generation heir of his family, she analyzed. With your current strength, you stand no chance against the Tian family. You're in deep trouble. He remained indifferent, barely caring. It's hard to say who's actually in trouble. Speechless, Ching Ching let out a huff. Arrogant jerk. The scene shifts to a high-end hospital in the city. This high-end hospital boasted excellent facilities. Inside the VIP room with Tian Hao's name on it, he yelled, Dad, you have to help me kill him. In the room, Tian Hao lay on the bed with his arm in a cast, while a man stood by the window looking outside. It was Mr. Xia. Tian Hao's father said, I've already contacted your brother. He'll be back in Yunhai soon. With a cigarette in his mouth, he reassured his son, Don't worry, no one in Yunhai dares to touch our family. Before that, I'll go have a little talk with him. Right then, the ward door swung open, and a chilling aura filled the entire room. Tian Hao turned his head toward the door in surprise. The newcomer was a red-haired man with a waist-length braid. He spoke up, Don't worry, second uncle. If Wu Fu is only practicing Qigong, the red-haired man flashed a sinister smile. Then within a few days, I will make him disappear. Back at the school dormitory, golden sunlight bathed the hallway. Inside one of the rooms, loud dog barking echoed. Wu Fu watched Erha wreck the place and knock over the trash can, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping the pup. Suddenly, Meng Meng burst through the door, shouting in a panic, Fu! Brother Fu, we've got trouble. Wu Fu lay calmly on the bed with his hands behind his head. What's the big rush? Meng Meng reported. Zhou Tan and the homeroom teacher are heading to your room right now. The teacher is Zhou Tan's uncle. They're almost here. You need to hide. Quick! But it was already too late. Zhou Tan and the homeroom teacher had reached the door. Zhou Tan smirked, crossing his arms arrogantly. Trying to run? It's not that easy. Seeing them barge in, Erha let out a barrage of loud barks. The homeroom teacher glared at the dog with a hostile look that made the pup shrink back. Wu Fu's face darkened as he cast a razor-sharp gaze at the two uninvited guests. Adjusting his glasses, the homeroom teacher wore a devious smile and accused him directly without even asking. How dare you bring thugs into the school to beat up my students and even keep a wild beast in the dorm? Meng Meng spoke up to explain. Sir, Wu Fu didn't collude with any thugs. Those people were all brought here by Tian Hao. Standing nearby, Zhou Tan barked threateningly. Did I give you permission to speak? Shut the hell up. Wu Fu looked at the uncle and nephew at the door, advising Meng Meng. Don't bother. He frowned. Scum always think money and power are everything. In that case, Wu Fu clenched his fist. Knowing his friend's temper, Meng Meng tried to stop him. Brother Fu, don't! Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Fu's fist was already flying toward Zhou Tan's face. However, the punch didn't actually land. Wu Fu's movement was so lightning fast that it kicked up a powerful gust of wind, rushing right into the faces of Zhou Tan and the homeroom teacher. Unluckily for him, the wind was strong enough to blow the wig right off the homeroom teacher's head. Wu Fu pointed toward the door. Get the hell out! Zhou Tan was terrified, but he still tried to put up a brave front. Wu Fu, I'm warning you, don't you dare cause trouble here. Talk about having a death wish. Wu Fu grabbed him by the collar. Need me to throw you out myself? The homeroom teacher had already scrambled outside in fear to pick up his wig and put it back on. He threatened loudly, Wu Fu, I will report this to the school board. You will be severely punished. With those words, he abandoned his nephew and bolted. Only then did Zhou Tan slowly react, screaming, Uncle, save me! Don't leave me alone! The homeroom teacher ran faster than a rabbit, completely ignoring the painful screams echoing from Wu Fu's room. The next day, at Yunzhong University, inside the classroom, Meng Meng turned around. Brother Fu, were we a bit too reckless yesterday? I mean, before he could even finish his sentence, the classroom door burst open. The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, followed by several other teachers. Quiet down, everyone. Standing at the podium, he gripped the teacher's desk and announced, I have an important matter to share with all of you. Blatantly twisting the facts, the homeroom teacher continued. Freshman Wu Fu has severely violated school regulations. He disrespected a teacher and brutally assaulted fellow student Xia Tianhao, sending him to the hospital with serious injuries. Whispers broke out across the classroom. A red-haired boy asked, Am I hearing this right? The girl sitting next to him replied, It's the absolute truth. I saw it yesterday morning. Xia Tianhao blocked Wu Fu at the school gate but ended up getting schooled by him instead. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher read from the disciplinary notice, After discussing with the school administration, we have decided to expel Wu Fu indefinitely. The red-haired boy was utterly confused. Tianhao was the one who went looking for trouble in the first place, so why is Wu Fu being punished? The girl sighed. Well, he only has himself to blame. Outside the classroom, Zhou Tan sneered to himself, This is what you get for crossing me, you bastard. Inside, the homeroom teacher asked, Student Wu Fu, do you have any last words to say for yourself? Wu Fu remained silent, his expression cold and murderous, as if plotting his next move. Just then, the door swung open again. Wait! A voice called out. Startled, the homeroom teacher snapped his head toward the door. Seeing who had entered, he barked coldly, Su Qing Qing, class is in session. Get out of here right now. Unfazed, Qing Qing replied calmly, Sir, the martial arts club was established to protect the rights and safety of our students, and that includes Wu Fu. With that, she turned and shoved Da Biao into the classroom. Get in there. Qing Qing pointed directly at him. This guy was hired by someone to jump Wu Fu. We caught him, and we're getting to the bottom of this. The entire class was stunned, finding it hard to believe there was such a massive twist to the story. Wu Fu let out a faint smile. He stood up and said to Qing Qing, I appreciate the help, but I'll handle this myself. This instantly annoyed her. Arrogant jerk. If I hadn't brought Da Biao here, I'd like to see how you would have gotten out of this. Wu Fu quietly channeled energy into his dantian. Dealing with these scumbags is child's play. Qing Qing's eyes widened in shock. This aura. Since when did he become so strong? Furious, the homeroom teacher pointed toward the door. Wu Fu, you've been expelled. If you dare cause trouble here, I will call the police immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Tan had slipped into the classroom without anyone noticing. He said arrogantly, There's zero proof to prove your innocence. Get the hell out of our school. But deep down, he was anxious. Shu Qingqing is the prized jewel of the Shu family. Is she really going to pressure the school administration just for a nobody like Wu Fu? Wu Fu calmly walked toward the podium. As he passed Zhou Tan smirked and whispered, If anyone's to blame, Blame yourself for having no backing. This hit a nerve. Wu Fu's face instantly darkened, but he turned around with a cold smile. No backing? Is that really what you think? Raising two fingers, Wu Fu let out a cold snort. Your big mouth is going to get you killed. His fingers shot forward like lightning. Zhou Tan could only stare in horror, completely unable to react. Zhou Tan's eyes widened, but he saw nothing. Suddenly, a cold sensation hit his forehead, jerking his head back as if he had just been violently flicked. An excruciating pain suddenly hit him, making Zhou Tan clutch his head and scream in agony. The class immediately erupted into whispers at the sudden turn of events. What's going on? What's wrong with him? Serves that spoiled rich kid right. The homeroom teacher rushed over to support his nephew. You bastard! How dare you attack my nephew? Zhou Tan pointed a shaking finger at Wu Fu. You! What did you do to me? But Wu Fu had only raised his hand, without actually touching him. Wu Fu countered, Do you have any proof? Others might have been clueless, but Qing Qing recognized it instantly that was spiritual force. Suddenly, Zhou Tan dropped to his knees on the podium. Wu Fu, I'm sorry. I was wrong, he replied coldly. My name isn't something you can just throw around. Groveling in humiliation, Zhou Tan instantly changed his tune. Father, I'm dying. Please, have mercy on me. Wu Fu's voice carried a hypnotic weight. Spit out the absolute truth. Clutching his head, Zhou Tan confessed that Xia Tianhao was the one who picked the fight. Wu Fu. Everything was orchestrated by Tianhao. The entire class was dumbfounded. Talk about a major plot twist. The homeroom teacher slammed his hand on the desk and roared, Wu Fu. Wu Fu looked at him calmly. What? Didn't Zhou Tan just make everything crystal clear? Glancing back at his nephew, he saw him gasping for air. The pain had subsided slightly, but not completely. Fuming with rage, the homeroom teacher had no choice but to put the disciplinary action on hold. I'll investigate this thoroughly. Don't celebrate too early. Qing Qing crossed her arms and reminded him with a smile. I hope you'll do the right thing and clear Wu Fu's name, seeing as he's a member of our martial arts club. She tilted her chin threateningly. You catch my drift, right? Gritting his teeth, the homeroom teacher thought. Since when did this brat get mixed up with the Shu family? But he couldn't back down. Rest assured, student Shu, our department handles disciplinary matters strictly by the book. We will never show any favoritism. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door shut. Wu Fu looked at the girl beside him. Since when did I become a member of your martial arts club? Qing Qing rolled her eyes at him. You little pervert, I only did that to stop them from framing you again. She smirked. As a proud member of the Shu family, my status in Yunhai is second to none. But someone behind her whispered, President, Wu Fu already left. Qing Qing's face flushed red with anger. Does he really think he can solve everything on his own? He is so incredibly arrogant. Over at the dorms, just a short walk from the academic building, a hand pushed open a door. As soon as Wu Fu opened it, Erha barked a few times and dashed out to greet him. Looking at the room covered in trash, he scolded the dog, Ha, what did you do to my room? Just as he was about to punish it, his phone vibrated. Wu Fu checked his screen and saw a text from Ming Ming. Brother Fu, I have to go get my shoes repaired. Erha had probably chewed up his shoes. Wu Fu picked up Erha and said, Let's head out too. And so, the boy and his dog left the dormitory. By the massive swimming pool of a luxurious villa, Qing Qing and Xiaoya were leisurely sunbathing when a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Since Wu Fu disliked being disturbed, the villa was peaceful and had very few servants around. That made it easy for an intruder to slip in. The red-haired guy vaulted over the railing, successfully infiltrating the villa. Hearing a noise, someone shouted, Who's there? Erha poked his head out and barked. Seeing the dog, Qing Qing let her guard down. Oh, it's just Erha. She glanced toward one of the rooms, thinking to herself, So Wu Fu is here too. Qing Qing blushed suddenly, but quickly psyched herself up. Just wait until I catch you, you pervert. Meanwhile, at the front door, Wu Fu was walking in. However, he already sensed that something was off. Wu Fu walked further into the villa, searching for his dog. Erha, Erha. As he called out, 3 razor-sharp throwing knives suddenly came flying his way. Wu Fu caught a trace of movement and turned his head. Sure enough, 3 throwing knives were hurtling straight toward him. He gasped in surprise. Oh crap! But who was Wu Fu? He leaped backward, effortlessly dodging the weapons as they slammed deep into the wall. Turning his gaze toward the source of the attack, he demanded, Who's there? The attacker smirked with amusement. Not bad, quite a neat trick. It was the red-haired assassin, sent to eliminate Wu Fu. But too bad you ran into me. Your life ends today. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, sizing up his opponent. The red-haired assassin reeked of blood and dense murderous intent. Before he knew it, the man had slipped several more throwing knives between his fingers. Without another word, the red-haired assassin hurled the knives at Wu Fu. Wu Fu calmly watched them fly toward him, instantly channeling spiritual energy to coat his hands. He swept his arm in a wide arc, swatting the weapons out of the air one by one. But the moment he did, the red-haired assassin lunged forward. Armed with a long crimson blade, he lunged for a surprise attack. Wu Fu quickly wrapped his hands in spiritual energy to defend himself. Blocking a strike, he spun his wrist, using his hand like a blade to send the red-haired guy's weapon flying. Under the twilight sky, their shadows quickly parted. The red-haired guy shouted in sheer excitement, "Sword Chi! This brat actually has sword chi!" Wu Fu channeled the spiritual energy around his body. "Since my rebirth, this is the first time I've run into a decent opponent. I'll play with you for a bit." Gripping his blade tightly, the red-haired guy radiated intense bloodlust and malice. "I'll acknowledge your strength, but it's way too early for a brat like you to stand there and talk big in front of me." With that, his eyes shifted, becoming sharp and cold, his voice dripping with deadly intent. "Die!" The red-haired guy swiftly lunged behind Wu Fu, swinging his arm to launch a sneak attack from behind. But Wu Fu just smirked. A second later, the red-haired guy slashed his blade right at Wu Fu's head. But Wu Fu leaned back just in time to dodge the blow. Infuriated, he screamed, "You think you can keep dodging forever, you coward?" Unfazed, Wu Fu shot back. "I'm just worried you won't even survive a single strike of mine." The red-haired guy lunged forward to gain momentum, unable to drop his arrogant attitude even on the brink of death. He closed the distance in an instant. Wu Fu glanced at him and said coldly, "I'm done playing with you." The red-haired guy froze in confusion for a few seconds. Wu Fu conjured a blade of sword chi and hurled it at his enemy. "Go to hell!" Wu Fu's strike ended up blasting right into the pillar behind the red-haired guy. Horrified, he stole a glance behind him. This can't be the strength of a kid under 20 years old. The red-haired guy stared at him and demanded, "Who? Who the hell are you?" Wu Fu replied coldly, "You don't deserve to know." Nearby, a petite figure had been watching everything unfold. Jingjing thought to herself, he's clearly only at the mid-stage of chi condensation, yet he completely outclasses someone at peak chi condensation. She stared at Wu Fu, lost in thought. Suddenly, the villain lunged. The red-haired guy had spotted Jingjing, and she realized he was targeting her, but her reaction was a split second too slow. The red-haired guy pressed his blade against her neck. Wu Fu looked on, equally surprised. The wretched red-haired guy took Jingjing hostage and threatened him. "Kid, if you don't want your girlfriend to die, you'd better come with me quietly." Wu Fu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't get the wrong idea. This girl is not my girlfriend." Hearing this, Jingjing's face darkened instantly. She snapped in anger. "You bastard, do you even have a shred of humanity? He took me hostage because of you. If you're not going to save me, fine, but why the hell are you bothering to clarify?" Sensing the shift, the red-haired guy thought things were turning south. Jingjing, still in his grip, was absolutely furious, her powerful aura erupting uncontrollably. The red-haired guy shuddered as he looked at her. "Another master?" A split second later, a massive explosion echoed from inside the building. Two girls standing outside looked at each other in shock. The pink-haired girl asked, "What's going on?" "An explosion," the white-haired girl replied anxiously. "I think the president is inside." Back in the room, the red-haired guy was on his knees, begging for mercy. "Lady, please spare my life." Jingjing glared down at him. "Hey, I could kill you with a single finger, yet you dared to take me hostage? You really have a death wish." But the red-haired guy had a hidden trick up his sleeve. He stuck out his tongue, revealing a poisoned needle, and blew it right at her. Seeing it coming, Jingjing ducked to dodge. Wu Fu immediately sensed the danger. As Jingjing leaned aside, he braced himself to spring forward. Wu Fu lashed out with a powerful kick. He paused, staring at the man for a moment. Then, he slowly walked over to the red-haired guy, who was coughing violently, gasping for air. Realizing he was done for, the red-haired guy wheezed. Wait, we can make a deal." Clutching his stomach, he gasped painfully. "No, there's no antidote. That brat is definitely going to die." With that, he looked at Jingjing and burst into a wicked laugh. Tragically, she hadn't been able to dodge it completely. The poison needle was lodged in the back of her neck. Wu Fu stared at him coldly, then summoned a sword. In an instant, Wu Fu finished him off. The red-haired guy's eyes widened in horror as he gasped, "No! No!" Wu Fu ignored him, turning away to walk over, his eyes fixed on Jing Jing. She was sprawled on the ground, struggling to call out to him. Wu Fu. Bruises formed around Jing Jing's eyes, her face turning pale and purple from the poison. I can't die yet." Wu Fu looked at her and said, "With me here, even King Yama wouldn't dare take you." He then bent down and pulled the needle out, still stained with a bit of her blood. Staring at it, he thought, there's still some poison left inside. He let out a soft sigh. A single drop of water fell into a pool, creating ripples. Jing Jing closed her eyes, feeling incredibly relaxed. This spiritual energy was so familiar, so warm, almost like. Jing Jing pursed her lips, her facial expression slowly relaxing. Wu Fu was Jing Jing snapped her eyes open in shock, while Wu Fu glanced toward the source of the noise. Both of them stared at the sudden intruders. The white-haired girl covered her face, embarrassed by the awkward situation Jing Jing was in. President, please carry on." Blushing deeply, the pink-haired girl added, "Sorry, we'll get out of your way." And with that, the two of them quickly turned around and left. Having finished, Wu Fu stood up. "You're fine now. I've completely removed the toxin." Jing Jing pushed herself up with her hands. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she blushed and replied, "Thank you." Looking down at his phone, he casually replied, "No need. Their target was me anyway. If you died, I'd feel a bit guilty." Then, Wu Fu pressed the dial button on his phone. Meanwhile, Jing Jing froze on the spot. Did he really have to be that brutally honest? Scene changed to the hospital, where Tian Hao was propped up in his hospital bed, his arm in a cast. Meng Jiao picked up the phone and said to Mr. Xia, "Uncle, it's a call from Wu Fu." He muttered thoughtfully. "Failed again?" Staring out the window, Miss Xia told Meng Jiao, "Answer it, put it on speaker." Wu Fu's cold voice rang out. "Within 3 days, Xia Tianhao must come to the school, get on his knees, and apologize to me. This is his final warning." He hung up. The room fell deathly silent. Standing nearby, Jing Jing turned and remarked, "Does the Xia family really think they can just run wild in Yunhai?" Wu Fu's expression darkened. "The Xia family? They're nothing to me." Pouting, she muttered under her breath, "What a braggart." Scene change back to the hospital. The door to Tianhao's hospital room was slightly ajar. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Who the hell does he think he is, demanding that I personally apologize?" Mr. Xia lit a cigarette and assured him, "In 2 days, your older brother will be back. I promise you, that kid will suffer a miserable death." Back at Wu Fu's place, Demeng pushed the door open and panted, "Ergu is getting more and more out of hand. The other day he chewed up my shoes, and today he actually peed on my bed." The Ergu he was referring to was actually a dog. Demeng glared at it and snapped, "I don't even know you." Out in the hallway, a gang of punks with colorful hair arrived looking for Wu Fu. "Brother Jin, Wu Fu is in this room. Let's go in." They lined up right in front of his room. Demeng looked at Wu Fu helplessly and asked, "Boss, don't tell me you picked a fight with the karate club again?" He replied coldly, "I don't even know who they are." One of the short-haired punks spoke up, "Brother Jin, do you really have to personally teach a mere freshman a lesson?" The guy named Brother Jin sneered. "This kid has some skill, but he's far too arrogant, actually daring to lay a hand on the president's younger brother." Wu Fu tilted his head and asked, "Are you one of Xia Tiankang's lackeys?" Brother Jin pointed at himself confidently. "That's right. I'm running the karate club on behalf of the president." With that, his entire crowd of lackeys charged forward at once. "You little brat, we're going to avenge Brother Hao." He smirked in disdain as they rushed him. A bunch of annoying flies. Wu Fu quickly stood up, gathered momentum, and delivered a kick so powerful it sent the guy flying all the way to the door. Seeing this, the rest of the gang roared, ready to tear him apart. "Damn it, this guy is way too cocky. Surround him, boys." Wu Fu glared at the punk who had just riled everyone up. The next instant, he planted a solid punch right in the guy's face. Wu Fu went into serious mode, using magic to reinforce his punch, knocking the guy out cold instantly. Leaving the unconscious punk behind, Wu Fu stepped toward the rest of the crowd. Wu Fu looked at them and asked, "You punks want to cripple me?" He coldly added, "Come on, bring it." The lackeys didn't know what fear was. Wu Fu smirked and muttered, "Idiots who don't know what's good for them." He quickly gathered magic power into his fist and sent 2 of them flying. Wu Fu cast a quick glance, lightly pivoting on his foot to build momentum. He then punched one guy right in the face, sending the last lackey flying out of the room. The last lackey finally went down. The only one left was Kim Ka. He glared at Wu Fu and said, "A chi cultivator taking on ordinary people is easy, but against me, you've only got one path, death." Kim K began channeling his magic. Wu Fu gestured with his finger, mocking him. "Bring it on if you think you're tough enough." Kim Ka immediately gathered magic in his hand, then slashed toward Wu Fu. Wu Fu thought, he's actually got some skill, but Kim Ka was determined to pierce him with his enhanced hand. Wu Fu also enhanced his own fist to block the strike. But he was a step faster, catching an opening and landing a heavy punch right in Kim Ka's stomach. Caught completely off guard, Kim Ka's eyes went wide with shock. Reflexively, Kim Ca slid his feet back to keep from falling. A lackey hiding behind the door called out, "Brother Kim, are you okay? Are you all right?" Kim Ka clicked his tongue. Damn it. Wu Fu was also quite surprised by how things turned out. Kim Ka flew into a rage and barked, "Who the hell is this guy?" The lackey clutched his stomach, coughing fitfully and wheezed. "This guy. He's too strong." Meng Meng was a bit worried for Wu Fu, yelling, "Big brother, watch out." He calmly replied, "These guys are nothing to me." Wu Fu cracked his wrists, getting ready to give them a thorough beating. Tintin appeared out of nowhere to see what the commotion was about, demanding, "Since when do you think you can bully my people?" One of the lackeys recognized her and gasped in shock. "What? Is he with the dojo?" Kim Ka raised an eyebrow at Tintin, warning, "This has nothing to do with you, unless you're looking for trouble." "Unafraid," she snapped back loudly. "I'm just waiting to see what kind of trouble your little karate dojo can actually pull off." Seeing things weren't going his way, he turned to retreat, muttering, "This isn't over." Tintin glared at him. "Oh, really?" Kim Ka didn't miss the chance to provoke Wu Fu, sneering, "A real man hiding behind a woman's skirt. How pathetic. Got the balls to step outside and fight me?" Meng Meng quickly warned, "Brother Fu, don't fall for his trap." Wu Fu smirked and said, "Fine." Tintin immediately snapped at him. "Are you out of your mind? You two aren't even in the same league." Wu Fu's dog suddenly started barking, leaving Kim Ka completely speechless as he thought, like master, like dog. He pointed his index finger at the ground in a dismissive gesture toward Wu Fu, sneering, "We'll meet at the stadium this afternoon." Meanwhile, his lackeys egged him on, shouting, "Brother Kim, you have to kill him this afternoon." "Yeah, make sure he doesn't leave alive." Meng Meng asked anxiously, "Brother Fu, why did you agree to fight him?" Wu Fu replied indifferently, "Because it sounds interesting." The blue-haired girl next to Tin Tin leaned in and whispered, "President, isn't this a bit too childish?" She replied casually, "How is it childish?" "At our dojo, we let our strength do the talking." Tin Tin then pointed at the dog Meng Meng was holding. "Including Erha, everyone here is a member of the dojo." Ting Ting turned away and added, "How embarrassing. Even if you don't care about your own reputation, you should at least save face for the dojo." Wu Fu couldn't help but wonder, "Since when did I become a member of your dojo?" Tin Tin said stubbornly, "I don't care. I don't care. Bottom line is, you're still one of us." Meanwhile, Meng Meng cried a little on the inside, thinking, "I'm not even as important as a dog." Cutting to the gym, Dien Hao's face darkened as he roared, "I want to watch him die right before my eyes." Kim K held a few poison needles, saying confidently, "Don't worry, even without these, I'm confident I can take him out." The room fell silent for a moment before Dien Hao insisted, "Take them." He instructed Kim Ka, "Use these poison needles as your trump card." One of the lackeys checked his watch to see the time. He then turned to the others and said, "Brother Hao, he's an hour late. You don't think he chickened out, do you?" Thien Hao gritted his teeth, looking absolutely furious. The lackeys gossiped among themselves. In the end, a freshman is just a freshman. Haha, why did we even bother gathering so many people anyway? I alone would have been enough. Sitting in his wheelchair, Thien Hao quietly gestured to the laughing lackey. "You, come over here." "Brother Hao," the guy said, bending down. "What is it?" Thien Hao was furious, radiating intense, killing intent. The next second, Thien Hao used his one good hand to punch the guy right in the face. He screamed, "If you useless pieces of trash could actually beat him, I wouldn't be in this damn wheelchair. Get lost." Suddenly, Thien Hao spotted someone approaching. Kim Se spoke up. "They're here." From the opposite side, Wu Fu and Tin Tin slowly walked in. Wu Fu stopped and asked, "Thien Hao, aren't you here to apologize to me?" Thien Hao narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Apologize? I'm afraid you won't live long enough to act tough anymore," he coldly replied. "Oh, really?" Thien Hao gritted his teeth and snarled, "You're dead meat today." Wu Fu remained completely unbothered, saying, "You seem very confident." Meng Jiao, standing behind Tian Hao, raised her hand and ordered, "Kill him." Receiving the command, Kim Ka stepped forward, radiating an incredibly powerful magic aura. He glared at Wu Fu and scoffed, "A mere chi refining kid talking big here. Do you want to die?" Seeing this, Tin Tin thought to herself, "He's in the transformation realm." Looking at Wu Fu with worry, she said, "This is bad. Maybe you should just forfeit?" He turned to her and said, "Take care of Erha for me." Kim Ka threatened him. "I don't plan on letting you walk out of here alive," Wu Fu calmly replied. "Neither do I." The moment the words left his mouth, Kim Ka lunged forward to strike first. Wu Fu effortlessly tilted his head to dodge the blow. Kim Ka focused his gaze intensely on him. His palm suddenly flipped open, releasing the poison needles hidden inside. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the needles toward him. Wu Fu casually deflected the hidden weapons with his dagger. Kim Ka immediately launched another wave of projectiles, shouting, "That's not all." Wu Fu stood his ground, watching the swarm of needles fly toward him. Tin Tin quickly yelled out, "Watch out!" Kim K hurled the poison needles right at Wu Fu's face. However, Wu Fu swiftly used his dagger to block every single incoming needle. Watching from the sidelines, Meng Jiao's jaw dropped in shock. Is this magic?" Kim K dashed forward, enhancing his hand to pierce right through him. Wu Fu stomped his foot hard against the ground, using the momentum to leap high into the air, dodging the palm strike. Having missed his target, Kim Ka frantically scanned the area for Wu Fu. Midair, Wu Fu cried out, "Stellar sword art!" The dagger gradually transformed into a long sword. Wu Fu then unleashed a devastating strike directly at Kim Ka. Hit by the strike, Kim Ka's eyes widened in horror. He took a critical hit right in the heart. "No, that's impossible." Tin Tin watched, utterly terrified. Meng Jiao's face was pale with fear. Kim Ka's lackeys panicked and screamed, "He's been killed! Run!" Sensing danger, Tian Hao frantically called out to Meng Jiao, "Push me! Hurry!" But she was so petrified that she just slumped onto the ground, unable to move. Realizing he couldn't count on her, Tian Hao dragged himself out of his wheelchair and tried to crawl away. Damn it, I didn't expect Wu Fu to be this powerful. However, his path was suddenly blocked by Erha. The dog glared at him and barked loudly. Tian Hao suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. Wu Fu was already standing right next to him, sword in hand, asking coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" Tian Hao begged in terror. Wu Fu snarled, "Weren't you so confident earlier?" He desperately pleaded, "Boss, please let me go. I swear I'll never cause you any trouble again." Wu Fu looked down at him and said coldly, "I gave you plenty of chances. It's too late now." Instantly, a poison needle pierced straight into Tian Hao's hand. The poison quickly began to spread across his arm. Panicked, Tian Hao screamed at Meng Jiao, "Give me the antidote! Quick!" He reached his hand out. "Hurry! Give it to me!" But Meng Jiao turned on him, snapping, "Why are you even still alive, you useless cripple?" Helplessly, he gasped out, You, before coughing up a mouthful of blood. With that, he collapsed. Seeing him go down, Meng Jiao spat curses at him, You Hollet Hollis." Wu Fu suddenly glared at her. Trembling in fear, Meng Jiao cried out, "Don't kill me." He calmly replied, "You don't get to die yet. You must live to feel true despair." Wu Fu's face darkened as he thought to himself, "You will pay tenfold for everything you did to me in our past life." The scene shifts to a mountain hidden deep in the green forest. Where a sect is active, a voice rings out, "This is one of the three treasures." Master Bai looked at the magical artifact in his hand and said, "Don't underestimate it. It can kill you in the blink of an eye." Tiangang bowed his head and said, "If I cannot avenge this, I fear I won't be able to cultivate with a calm mind." "Thank you, Master, for helping me this time." The old man replied, "Clear your inner demons first, then return to your training." He gave a brief reply, "My thanks." In the morning, at a high-rise building, Meng Jiao was standing at the railing, about to end her own life. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Meng Jiao muttered to herself, "Instead of living in such humiliation, I'd rather die." She didn't forget to curse him, crying, "Wu Fu, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you off." And with that, Meng Jiao jumped off the railing, but luckily, someone reached out to stop her. This person caught her hand just in time. She looked back and asked her savior, "Who are you?" Tiangang frowned and said, "Tian Hao has only just died. If you die too, who is going to witness Wu Fu's miserable end?" The scene shifts to Wu Fu's bathroom, where he has just finished showering and is drying his hair with a towel. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked down at his hands, trying to cast a spell. Looking at himself in the mirror, he recalled a few things from his past life. I relied on Master to refine spirit pills to help me forge high-level artifacts back then. In this life, even without those pills, my magical weapon is still just as powerful. Suddenly, someone screamed outside. "Don't lick there!" Wu Fu barked. "Who's that?" He stepped out of the bathroom to check, shouting, "Who is it?" The person in his room was Lu Ling, who was currently being licked by Ha. "That tickles. Stop licking." Seeing Wu Fu, Lu Ling invited him over, asking, "Aren't you going to come over and sit with me?" Wu Fu simply pointed his finger at her. Lu Ling put on a hurt face and whined, "Your senior took the initiative to visit your room, and you can't even be a little welcoming?" On guard, Wu Fu asked, "What's your motive for approaching me?" She stood up and replied, "Of course I have one." Lu Ling then took out a small wand and twirled it in her hand. She then shot a spell from her wand to attack him, declaring, "I came to test your strength." Wu Fu stood there calmly. The towel draped over his shoulder was blown to the floor by the force of Lu Ling's attack. She looked at Wu Fu and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" Without her realizing, spectral swords had materialized around her, ready to strike back at any second. Seeing this, she withdrew her hand, thinking, "The soundless sword shadow. I didn't even sense it." Lu Ling narrowed her eyes and asked, "When did you make your move?" Wu Fu coldly replied, "Right from the start." Suddenly, he felt something strange happening to his body. Wu Fu's state caught Lu Ling's attention. "Your power is surging rapidly right now. Damn, it looks like I'm about to enter a breakthrough phase." Noticing this, she spoke up. "The spiritual energy in these dorms is too weak." Wu Fu sat down on the bed. "If you hadn't ruined my original plan, I wouldn't have to break through in the dorm." Lu Ling countered, "I'm the student council president. You caused such a major incident, so it's my duty to question you." He snapped. "Shut up." She winked and asked, "Have you prepared your elixirs?" Wu Fu closed his eyes and replied, "No." Lu Ling facepalmed in frustration. "Tesk, I didn't think you could be this stupid," he murmured, "because I don't need them." Lu Ling was absolutely stunned. Ah, spiritual energy is rushing in from everywhere. The energy completely enveloped Wu Fu. Is this really something a mere qi condensation cultivator can pull off? Wu Fu focused on his meditation, then suddenly opened his eyes as a massive wave of spiritual energy poured into his body. Lu Ling blankly muttered to herself, "So, he broke through just like that?" And then, for some reason, her clothes were suddenly ripped completely to shreds. Lu Ling shrieked in panic. A few guys standing outside his room started whispering to each other, "Hey, let me see! Let me see! Hey, don't push! Let me look first!" Damn. Did Brother Fu actually take down our senior too? Meng Meng curiously peeked through the peephole to see what was inside, and then the whole gang burst the door wide open. Meng Meng's eyes went wide. Right in front of him was Lu Ling, without a single thread on her body. She was mortified under the boy's intense stares. Wu Fu furiously roared, "Get the hell out." Meng Meng turned back and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Fu, you are awesome." With that, he turned around and remembered to shut the door. Blushing furiously, Lu Ling snapped at Wu Fu. "Are you not going to turn around? Hurry up and bring me some clothes." The scene shifts to a grand mansion. The wall clock ticked away, pointing exactly to 9 in the morning. Xia Ge asked anxiously, "Uncle, he's still not here at this hour. Is he playing us?" "He is only in the qi condensation realm, yet he has such a massive attitude." He shrugged and said, "How strong can a mere qi condensation cultivator really be anyway?" Ting Ting crossed her arms and retorted, "At least he's stronger than me." And Xian snapped in irritation, "Shut up." Kang Yao looked out the window and said, "He saved Ting Ting's life. What is wrong with waiting another day?" Everyone obeyed, replying, "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a forest under a beautifully clear sky. Wu Fu and Ha were walking when he suddenly stopped. Sensing something, he said, "Since you are already here, why don't you show yourselves?" Ha suddenly turned around and looked behind them. Standing right behind Wu Fu were Tian Gang's martial brothers. One of them sneered, "With your puny qi condensation level, you aren't planning to run to a crowd to beg for help, are you?" The guy with the middle part smirked. "Intentionally baiting us here? You really have a death wish," Wu Fu replied dismissively. "Actually, I have already reached the transformation stage." They snapped back. "With your measly power, how dare you offend senior brother Tian Gang?" The guy with the top knot muttered, "He only told us to investigate you a bit." The guy with the middle part glared at him. "But if we happen to bring back your head?" The guy with the top knot drew his sword from his back and added, "Who's to say we won't?" He swung his sword to launch a ranged attack at Wu Fu, who locked his gaze on them. The scene shifts to Ting Ting's house, and Xian asked her impatiently, Ting Ting, is Wu Fu here yet? Clutching her phone, she was just as anxious. That's weird. He should have been here by now. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking echoed from outside. Ha ran in, panting heavily, and Xian looked annoyed, and Kang Yao, clearly offended, cursed. Damn it! A mere chi condensation brat like him dares to insult us by sending a dog. Ting Ting knelt down and asked the dog, Ha, where is your master? The dog immediately tugged at her sleeve. Ting Ting quickly caught on and asked, Do you want me to follow you? Kang Yao said solemnly. Looking at this, he must be in some trouble. And Xian declared, Let's go. Back in the forest, the sword from the guy with the top knot flew straight at Wu Fu. He effortlessly tilted his head to dodge it, while the top knot guy used hand gestures to control the flying sword. Quickly anticipating its movement, Wu Fu tilted his head again to dodge the returning blade. The guy with the middle part took this chance to draw his sword and close in, but Wu Fu calmly focused on dealing with him. The guy with the middle part swung his sword at Wu Fu, who immediately materialized a spiritual blade to block the strike. The guy looked in shock, shouting, The transformation stage? You actually broke through, you little brat? Wu Fu stared him down and said, There is still a lot you don't know. Ting Ting and the others arrived just in the nick of time. She gasped, 2 cultivators at the transformation stage. Kang Yao held her back. Confused, Ting Ting called out, Grandpa? Kang Yao replied, Wait, that's not right. Wu Fu has already broken through the chi condensation stage. At this moment, he was effortlessly parrying the slash of the middle part guy. With a powerful counter, he shattered the opponent's sword completely. The guy with the top knot was utterly shocked. Xia Gei's jaw dropped, while Xian was stunned speechless. Ting Ting's eyes widened at the scene before her. Kang Yao thought calmly, a seemingly basic transformation energy, yet it holds such devastating power. Wu Fu's strike was so powerful that it sent the middle part guy crashing to the ground. The old man noticed another sword hovering over Wu Fu's head, a real sword floating right above him. Looking down at the defeated fighter, Wu Fu said coldly, It seems I am being underestimated again. To think they only sent such utter trash. The guy with the top knot quickly scrambles to escape. The intel was dead wrong. This kid isn't in the chi refining stage. He looks back at Wu Fu in sheer terror. Besides, his transformation weapon looks a bit like one from that sect. Wu Fu glares at him. You think you can run? Not a chance. He summons his sword and unleashes a devastating slash. But it's already too late. The guy gets instantly taken out of the game. Refusing to accept his fate, the top knot guy gasps, No, no way, and collapses right in front of Wu Fu. Seeing him safe, Erha happily trots over. Ching Ching turns to Xia and asks, Xia, isn't this what you call 1 against 10? He scratches his head, laughs awkwardly, and says, Wow, the moon is really round tonight. Yingxian stares at him, completely speechless. This idiot is a total embarrassment. Wu Fu looks down at the top knot guy lying dead on the ground. Erha sniffs out a spirit stone from the body and drags it out. Xia gasps in shock. Wait, did that dog just swallow it? The dog even licks its chops, looking completely satisfied. The white-haired guy in the group clicks his tongue in regret. What a waste of a good treasure. Xia complains, totally baffled. A high-quality spirit stone like that, wasted on a dog. Erha happily wags its tail, thoroughly enjoying the treat and looking incredibly smug. Wu Fu looks at it affectionately. That spirit stone was packed with energy. Good for you. You absorbed all of it, not bad. Erha lifts its head and lets out a loud, proud bark, its eyes sparkling as if it just did something heroic. Ching Ching rushes over, asking anxiously, Wu Fu, are you okay? But suddenly they both freeze, looking down at Erha and gasp in unison. What? The dog is grinning widely, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth that glisten like daggers. Everyone stares at Erha, a mix of shock and amusement on their faces. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, 2 luxury cars pull up one after the other, slowly stopping in front of a grand building. Just seconds later, the car doors fly open. A man steps out, furiously stamping his foot on the ground. Tiangong scowls, thinking angrily to himself, I only told them to investigate the situation. He roars, A life for a life! Wu Fu, get the hell out here! Seeing the people stepping out, Tiangong is stunned. Why is the patriarch of the Shu family in the Tianfu Grand Villas? Old man Xia asks curiously. Could it be that the kid, Wu Fu, was actually killed by them? Tiangong replies coldly, That depends on whether they have the guts. If my 2 junior brothers really did kill him, it saves us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Meng Jiao stands behind him, her eyes glaring and her lips curling into a sneer. "You're dead meat." Suddenly, a familiar figure appears, making her panic. "Tiangang, didn't you say Wu Fu was dead?" He responds solemnly. "My two junior brothers are both in the transformation stage. Wu Fu is just a qi refining weakling. There is absolutely no way he could be a match for them. The Shu family must have intervened." He glares, pointing his finger and roaring. "How dare the Shu family? You actually dared to murder disciples of the Songyang sect." Xia quickly protests. Don't. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Fu killed them. It has nothing to do with our Shu family." Hearing this, the faces of those around him instantly darken. Tiangong's eyes turn icy as he growls. "What? You think I'll believe that?" Shu Changyao barks angrily. "Xia Tiangong, you sure are acting high and mighty. Our Shu family has stood firm in Yunhai for so many years, and our word is law. Do you really think you can question us so easily?" With that, he immediately commands, "Hear me, Shu family. Anyone who dares to step foot into our estate, kill them without mercy." The Shu family members shout in unison, "Yes, Patriarch." Wu Fu grips the corpse in his hand, his voice echoing, "Thank you, Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but..." Raising the dead body high, his eyes flash with murderous intent. "Let me handle this myself." The man in his grasp is instantly thrown down, landing with a heavy thud right in front of the crowd. Tiangong's face darkens, his eyes burning with rage as he snarls. "Wu Fu." Wu Fu looks at him with utter provocation. "If you want revenge, you'd better have the skills to back it up." Instantly, he channels his spiritual energy, unleashing streams of sword chi that swirl around him like sharp, flowing ribbons. The Su family members stand frozen in shock, gasping, "Sword! Sword chi!" Tiangong grits his teeth, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. In just half a day, he actually broke through to the transformation stage? His accomplices immediately urge him to back down. "Tiangong, the Shu family's strength is nothing to scoff at, and Shu Changyao is a grandmaster. Let's retreat for today." Fuming with rage, Tiangong turns to leave, throwing a venomous glare at Wu Fu as he spits. "Wu Fu, just you wait. I will make you wish you were dead." Suddenly, Erha senses danger approaching and lets out a sharp bark. The sword in Wu Fu's hand vibrates slightly, his gaze turns ice cold, and his voice rings out with razor-sharp intensity. "I felt it too." On the other side, Meng Jiao scoffs. He's just a parasite clinging to the Shu family. What could he possibly do on his own? Hao Feng chimes in. "Once he steps outside, I'll definitely put him in his place." Inside the Shu family villa, Xia is practically bending over backward to flatter him, saying, "Come, Wu Fu, sit down. Here, have some tea, Wu Fu." He clings to Wu Fu's side, continuing his shameless flattery. "Brother Fu, your transformation weapon is seriously so cool. If you gave that to me, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a girlfriend ever again." Shu Changyao looks at Wu Fu with a wary gaze, speaking cautiously. "Young friend, your strength is truly extraordinary. Even I couldn't tell that you had connections with a Golden Core powerhouse." Wu Fu casually replies, he will be traveling to Yunhai in a while. The old man casts a quick glance at his granddaughter, silently calculating in his mind. "I thought this kid was just a nobody who didn't respect anyone. Who would have thought his backer was this powerful? If our Shu family wants to climb higher, we might actually have to rely on him." Cheng Yao speaks up, his voice dripping with hidden meaning. "Wu Fu is a fine young man. I heard you two go to the same school." She blushes, snapping back in embarrassment. "Grandpa, what are you even thinking?" He scratches his head, laughing to cover it up. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Meng Meng is lounging peacefully on his bed when the door suddenly bursts open, making him jump up in a panic. "Who is it?" One of the intruders speaks up, Tiangong besides Qing Qing. This guy is also very close to Wu Fu at school. Meng Meng freezes, his voice trembling. You're Xia Tiangong." Tiangong immediately points at him and roars, "I'm going to make Wu Fu regret killing my junior brother. Beat him up!" Meng Meng backs away in terror, screaming, "No, stop, please." Back at the Shu family estate, Wu Fu bids everyone farewell. "I'll be leaving now. I need to head back to school." Yingxian, holding a box in his hand, calls after him. "Wait a moment." He gently opens the box, revealing 2 shimmering emerald elixirs inside. Seeing the items inside, Xia gasps, completely taken aback. "The spirit soul pill," Wu Fu asks, confused. "What is this?" Yingxian quickly replies, "A gift from my father to repay you for saving his life twice. These pills are nothing compared to what you did." Xia asks curiously, But isn't the spirit soul pill only effective for cultivators at the Tongshuan realm? Isn't it a bit too early to give it to him now? Chang Yao scowls, his eyes sharp as daggers, his face showing clear annoyance. Qing Qing is my only granddaughter, and Wu Fu has helped her twice. Do I seriously need to consult you all just to gift him a single spirit soul pill? Xia stammers nervously. It's just that the pill is so incredibly valuable. Wu Fu points at the precious treasure and politely declines. Senior, giving me the spirit soul pill would truly be a waste. Qing Qing glares at him in frustration. Are you stupid? Nobody's telling you to use it right now. Wu Fu calmly responds. I have my own ways of raising my cultivation. Meanwhile, Xia thinks to himself with a smirk. At least you know your place, kid. Wu Fu gently pulls out a broken sword fragment, looking at it with deep reverence. I don't need the elixirs, but could you seniors please keep an eye out for fragments like this broken sword? She frowns in frustration, speaking bitterly. The spirit soul pill is way stronger than your broken piece of junk. Are you seriously an idiot? Hearing her words, Wu Fu is taken aback. A piece of junk? In an instant, he swings his arm, launching a burst of sword chi that tears through the air toward the water basin. The sharp flash of light slices through space, erupting with a boom like thunder. Instantly, the ground cracks and splits into two, leaving a massive, deep crater behind. Complete shock sweeps through the old man's mind. A single sword strike is actually comparable to a powerhouse of the Tongshuan realm. No wonder when facing Elder Xia, he pointed at the sword with such a probing look. This divine sword might just be the ultimate treasure of the Golden Lion. Wu Fu stared intently at the sword in his hand, his voice filled with deep implication. It doesn't belong to this world. Kang Yao didn't ask any further, replying firmly, I'll keep that in mind. He cupped his hands and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Wu Fu added, Then I shall take my leave first. Meanwhile, in front of the gate of Yunhai University, a bus slowly came to a halt. The heavy screech of the tires scraping against the asphalt echoed loudly. Jin Lu and his gang stepped down arrogantly. Just a second later, Zhou Tan rushed over to them in a panic. Jin Lu sneered. Is Yunhai University really this pathetic? He grabbed Zhou Tan by the head, bursting into a mocking laugh. If we beat you guys again this time, won't you have to get down on your knees to welcome us? Zhou Tan didn't dare talk back. He could only force a smile, his eyes full of flattery. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Urha sensed the danger and froze instantly. He stared at Wu Fu's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with calculation. There was a way. Hearing this, Zhou Tan immediately changed his attitude. Pointing behind him, he said in a challenging tone, Winning once doesn't mean you'll win this year. Our school has some absolute monsters this year. Furious, he grabbed Zhou Tan by the collar and threatened, Kid, are you looking for a beating? With your skills, try getting past me first. Faking terror, he turned around and yelled at the top of his lungs, Wu Fu, help, save me. Jin Lu lightly punched Zhou Tan in the face and barked, Keep screaming! Who do you think you're scaring? Seeing him stumble and lose his footing, Jin Lu sneered, What a piece of trash. Get lost already. Furious, Zhou Tan tried to provoke him, Wu Fu, aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? Aren't you the hope of Yunhai University? Beat them up. Wu Fu looked at him in surprise, asking skeptically, What did you just say? Seeing that things weren't going as planned, Zhou Tan grew anxious. Why isn't this kid losing his mind? Jin Lu burst into a hearty laugh, mocking him. As expected, Yunhai University is full of trash. You guys are definitely going to lose this cultivator exchange. Wang Gang quickly rushed over to block Wu Fu's path. Hey, who said you could leave? He grabbed Wu Fu's shoulder and growled, Call your seniors over here, you bastard. Wu Fu's face darkened, his lips pursed in silence. Without a word, he instantly raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick straight to Wang Gang. Wang Gang fell to his knees in sheer pain, sliding backward from the impact. He snarled in rage. You brat! Are you asking for death? Wu Fu calmly brushed off his shoulder and said coldly, If you have something to say it nicely. Keep your hands to yourself. Clutching his aching stomach, Wang Gang growled, You little brat, do you want to die? Suddenly, a bright golden light flared around him. His spiritual energy surged violently, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Jin Yun teased, Our senior's family-inherited fierce tiger fist is extremely powerful, but try not to kill him, okay? One of his lackeys quickly chimed in, Don't worry, he's just going to scare him a little. Wang Gang swiftly stamped his foot to build momentum. In the blink of an eye, he lunged at Wu Fu with lightning speed. Wu Fu knitted his brows, his gaze sharp and cold, fully focused on his opponent's every move. A thunderous collision echoed, sending shockwaves through the air. Jin Yun couldn't believe his eyes, gasping in shock. How? How is that possible? Wu Fu's hand had effortlessly caught Wang Gang's punch, leaving his opponent's arm trembling violently. Wu Fu warned coldly, "You're no match for me. Get lost while you still can." Wang Gang gritted his teeth, his face tense with fury. "Stop acting tough in front of me!" Xia Li smirked. "Looks like he's run into a real expert." Jin Yun sneered. "Who would have thought? Yunhai University actually has some capable losers this year." Wu Fu stood there calmly, his eyes filled with boredom. Wang Gang roared as spiritual energy exploded in his readying fist. "I'll show you the price of showing off in front of me." Attracted by the commotion, a girl rushed over and screeched to a halt right behind them. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the intense confrontation. She yelled in a panic to her companions, "Quick, go save him!" At this moment, Wu Fu remained completely calm. He lightly extended his hand, meeting Wang Gang's powerful fist head-on. Suddenly, a blue light flared around Wu Fu's body, his face serene and confident. In a split second, Wu Fu drove his knee straight into Wang Gang's waist. Lu Ling and her companions froze, their faces frozen in absolute shock. Wu Fu smirked mockingly. "I told you, you're no match for me." Xia Li and Jin Yun roared in anger, pointing directly at Wu Fu's face. "Aren't you from the student council? We're talking to you." Wu Fu paused, rubbing his chin as if thinking deeply. "Sorry, let me think. Strictly speaking, I am." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Li's eyes gleamed triumphantly. "I knew it! You really are an officer of the Yunhai University Student Council." Jin Yun chimed in. "How despicable, trying to hide your identity to fool us?" Wu Fu suddenly clapped his hands as if just realizing something, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, right. Actually, I'm part of the martial arts club." Xia Li screamed in anger. "Cut the crap. The student council is the strongest representation of your school. We've never even heard of some stupid martial arts club." She raised her hand, pointing directly at Lu Ling, her voice dripping with provocation. "President Lu, we'll be coming to exchange some pointers with you this time. I hope this kid joins the battle too." Lu Ling replied casually. "No problem." Wu Fu frowned, casting a cold, sharp glare at her. He grumbled, "Did you even bother to ask for my opinion?" Lu Ling retorted angrily, "I'm the student council president. Why should I care about your opinion?" She pointed at him and continued, "Besides, let's not forget, it was the student council that cleaned up your whole mess with Xia Tiangang. Consider this payback. No more complaints from you." Hearing this, Wu Fu furrowed his brows in thought. "So that's why those people at school stopped causing trouble for me." Wu Fu had no choice but to back down. "Fine, just this once." She gave a thumbs up in agreement. "Deal. Go wait for me in the student council conference room." Watching him walk away, Lu Ling thought to herself, "I had no idea Wu Fu was this strong." She continued to ponder. He only made his breakthrough a few days ago, yet he managed to defeat the Lion Academy's fierce tiger Wang Gang, who has already reached the transformation realm. Lu Ling was filled with pride. With him, we might actually win this exchange match. Later, in the student council room, a voice rang out. "Our Yunhai University has never once won an exchange match against the Lion Academy. Their overall strength is simply too overwhelming. They even have powerhouses who have reached the profound realm, so losing to them isn't really a disgrace." Lin Xin pointed at Wu Fu and continued, "But letting a newly enrolled freshman participate? Are you treating this competition like some kind of game?" She slammed her hand onto the table with a loud bang. Lu Ling replied helplessly, "The student council is the strongest representation of Yunhai University. If we lose again this time, I won't let any of you off easy." Suddenly, Wu Fu spoke up, breaking the tense silence. "If there's nothing else, can I leave now?" She reminded him coldly. "Wu Fu, the exchange match is this afternoon. Don't be late," Lu Ling advised in a softer tone. "The opponents are even stronger than fierce tiger Wang Gang. You mustn't let your guard down." Wu Fu remained entirely unfazed. Patting Erha's head, he muttered, "It's only the profound realm. What's there to be afraid of?" He roared in anger. "You brat! Don't get cocky. You only beat Wang Gang, the weakest link in the Lion Academy. Don't go thinking you're some kind of hotshot." Feeling utterly insulted, he immediately lunged at Wu Fu. "Hey, the president is talking to you, damn it!" Wu Fu frowned, his face tight with irritation. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the school. Wu Fu threatened coldly, "I'd advise you to save your energy." Lin Xin's face turned pale as she cast a terrified glance behind her. The entire wall behind him had shattered into pieces. Wu Fu slammed the door shut and walked out without another word. Lu Ling's lips curled into a smug smile. Scene change in the dorm, furniture, and belongings were scattered everywhere. Meng Meng sat on the bed, clutching his injuries and groaning. Ugh, it hurts so bad. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice Wu Fu had returned. Xia Tiangang is so incredibly strong. If Brother Fu finds out about this, he'll definitely hunt him down at his own house. Seeing the place in complete disarray, he froze, his gaze turning serious. Wu Fu asked, "Did Ha Xia Tiankang come here?" Meng Meng quickly raised his hand to hide the wound on his face, stammering to cover it up. "Brother Fu, what? What are you talking about? I just fell on my own." His face darkened, eyes gleaming with determination. "Stop hiding it. I saw everything. Don't worry, I'm going to make him apologize to you." Meanwhile, the arena was buzzing with excitement as whispers filled the air. "The Sioux Academy is here to learn from our student council. Look, there's President Liu. Let's hope we win this time." The student council members anxiously asked, "President, our opponents are from the Sioux Academy. Isn't it too risky to use first-year and second-year cultivators this time?" Lu Ling confidently replied, "It's not risky at all. In this Van Hai University," Lin Dong spoke up skeptically. "Are we really letting a first-year fight on behalf of our student council?" An Lam calmly replied, "The president must have a plan." Someone nearby excitedly added, "If you can beat him, you can take his place." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, and she quickly cried out, "He's here!" He snorted, "It's my responsibility to protect the dignity of our student council." An Lam frantically warned him, "Hey, don't start trouble, or the president will chew you out." Lin Dong completely ignored her and stepped forward immediately. He spoke in a voice full of contempt. "You want to join the exchange competition? Then you'll have to get past me first." Wu Fu silently stared at the person in front of him. Thinking he had the upper hand, Lin Dong snorted in disdain. An Lam tugged at his sleeve to stop him. "If you don't stop, you're going to get punished." Lin Dong pushed her away, snapping irritably, "You're so annoying!" While the two of them were arguing, Wu Fu turned around to leave. "Is that so? Then I'm not participating." Lu Ling pointed angrily at Wu Fu and threatened loudly, "Now that you're here, Wu Fu, don't even think about leaving." Sensing danger, he spun back. Behind him, Lin Dong turned and launched a kick straight at Wu Fu. He quickly raised his fist, channeling his spiritual energy heavily into his hand. He instantly blocked Lin Dong's kick. The attack sent Lin Dong flying backward, terror flashing in his eyes. In a split second, Lin Dong quickly regained his balance, sliding backward on his feet. Beads of sweat broke out on his face as panic set in. Is he really just a first year? Wu Fu raised his fist threateningly. "Want to try that again?" Lin Dong was terrified, a thought racing through his mind. Are all first years this brutal nowadays? Just then, Tin Tin arrived and asked in surprise, "Oh, is the match starting already?" Lin Dong thought in shock. "Hua Tin Tin from the second year?" She continued, "I haven't even gotten there yet. Why start so early?" Sensing Tin Tin's realm, he thought in horror, late-stage transformation realm? Who on earth is she? Suddenly, Lin Dong was shoved hard from behind. He shrieked in a fury, "Who the hell did that?" Xia Tiankang, radiating pure killing intent, growled, "Huh?" Lin Dong instantly changed his tune, whimpering, "Oh no, nothing." He turned pale with fear, thinking, "The profound understanding realm. Ha, Xia Tiankang. Wow, these first and second years really are monsters." Seeing Wu Fu, he sneered in surprise. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here." Wu Fu's eyes turned ice cold, locking onto the figure in front of him. Suddenly, Meng Meng came charging in like a whirlwind, screaming, "Brother Fu!" He screeched to a halt, putting himself right between the two of them. Meng Meng desperately tried to diffuse the tension. "The exchange match is more important. Let's focus on the match." Suddenly, Wu Fu spoke up. "Whether he's in or not, the result is the same." His expression darkened as he confidently added, "It's a win either way." Hearing this, Meng Meng was so touched that tears welled up like a river, and he whimpered, "Brother Fu!" Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as dust and smoke filled the air. Wu Fu, unable to hold back his anger, had already struck. He said sheepishly, "Whoops, sorry. I couldn't help myself. My body just moved on its own." Meng Meng lay flat on the ground, squirming. Sha Tiankang roared in fury, "Then what about my brother's death? You should pay with your life." Wu Fu snapped back angrily. "He deserved to die. If you want revenge, I'll take you on any time. But right now, you need to apologize to him. I'm the one who killed your brother, not him." Xia Tiankang sneered. An ordinary, defenseless weakling like him? Why should I apologize to someone like that? He turned to mockingly apologize. Hey, fatty, I'm sorry. Do you actually dare to accept my apology? Meng Meng sprang up instantly and yelled, Damn right I do. Xia Tiankong frowned in silence, then growled, Then you've chosen death. He quickly channeled his power and pulled out an artifact. Wu Fu stared intensely at the object, his eyes filled with caution and suspicion. The object vibrated violently as Xia Tiankong gloated. I didn't expect the reaction from the three great treasures of the Trung Duong sect to be this intense. It seems even the treasure itself wants you dead. Wu Fu sneered back. Is that so? Well, I've felt that way about you since the moment we met. He stared in confusion at the treasure, panic creeping into his mind. What's happening? Why is the reaction getting more and more violent? It feels like I'm losing control of it. Wu Fu's gaze grew razor sharp. Frowning in deep concentration, he commanded it in his mind. Come. Obediently, the treasure instantly flew right out of Xia Tiankong's hand. Without a second of hesitation, it soared straight toward Wu Fu. Xia Tiankong gasped in horror. Oh no! The treasure immediately began to resonate with the sword in Wu Fu's hand. A blinding spiritual light burst from it, forcing everyone around them to shield their eyes in awe. Such powerful sword energy. Facing such a formidable opponent, Wu Fu didn't back down. He quickly gathered his strength, unleashing a defensive barrier to block that earth-shattering punch. The massive impact pushed Wu Fu sliding backward. At this moment, a dark bruise formed clearly on his arm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is this the true power of the profound understanding realm? Suddenly, Xia Tiankong charged at him with full speed, roaring as he ran. Now, this is what the profound understanding realm is truly capable of. He unleashed another strike, his voice freezing cold. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tense air. Stop! An explosive shockwave erupted between them. Instinctively, Xia Tiankong raised his arm to shield his face, shivering. What insane power! By now, both of them had been pushed far apart from each other. Lu Ling turned away in annoyance, her eyes filled with frustration. Her cold glare startled Wu Fu. He coughed to clear his throat and muttered, Meng Meng, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Meng Meng stared blankly, utterly confused. Who? Meanwhile, Xia Tiankong fell deep into thought. How could a mere toy at the transformation realm attract the three great treasures of the Trung Duong sect? One of his teammates widened his eyes in shock. That's the peak of the profound understanding realm. Another asked curiously, Is she also a student at Van Hai University? She continued, Ha Xia Tiankong, a second year at Van Hai University, reached the Qi refining realm a year ago. The woman quietly gazed ahead and sighed under her breath. Van Hai is going to be really tough to deal with this year. Suddenly, Erha started digging frantically in the dirt, as if searching for something. Meng Meng asked in surprise, Erha, what are you doing? The creature kept digging enthusiastically. Nearby, Lu Ling was lecturing angrily. I'm talking to you. You just reached the transformation realm, yet you want to fight Ha Xia Tiankong, who's in the profound understanding realm? Are you looking for a death wish? Besides, we still have the exchange competition to worry about. Suddenly, Xia Tiankong roared, his face twisted with murderous intent. Wu Fu! He stomped hard, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he snarled, Give me back my treasure! Wu Fu replied nonchalantly, This treasure has simply returned to its rightful master. Xia Tiankong gripped his sword tightly, roaring in fury. 3 years ago, the shard of the divine weapon was sealed inside it. His eyes turned menacingly dark as his killing intent flared. Give it back to me, now! Xia Tiankong charged fiercely toward him, but the very moment he roared, his foot stepped right into the hole Erha had just dug. Xia Tiankong fell flat on his face, sliding across the ground. Instantly, bursts of laughter erupted all around. Meng Meng covered his mouth, desperately trying to hold back his laughter until tears came out. Embarrassed and grim-faced, he roared in anger. Shut up! A blade flashed, slashing toward him at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu's sword blocked it, parrying the strike. Tiankong glared at them, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the fat guy, who had just escaped death by a hair's breadth, looked up with deep gratitude and whispered, Brother Wu. Tiankong threatened him in frustration. You damn fatty! If you want to live, take that filthy dog of yours and get the hell out of here. Wu Fu hurriedly said, Go, get out of here first. Meanwhile, Tiankong thought to himself, That really is a priceless treasure. A thought flashed in his mind. If that sword could gather all of its fragments, it would possess peerless power. Suddenly, Lu Ling snapped. Can you two put your grudge aside for a moment? She pointed angrily at the crowd of onlookers nearby and added, Don't embarrass us in front of Chu Academy. Dong Air, looking highly amused, grinned. Oh, don't worry about it. Beside him, Xia Li immediately chimed in, Your internal drama is far more important than this exchange competition anyway. Another person chimed in sarcastically. Who knew their internal affairs were so messy they'd end up in a fight? She continued, But from what I see, Xia Tiankong isn't much to worry about. Dong Er asked curiously. Xia Li quickly replied, I heard he's a freshman, and apparently on the same level as Xia Tiankong. Watching the drama unfold, Dong Er remarked, But why do I feel like this guy is still holding back? Just then, Tiankong charged forward furiously, determined to settle the score once and for all. Wu Fu remained calm, silently watching his opponent's every move. Right as the attack arrived, Wu Fu swung his sword, perfectly blocking the incoming strike. With a quick twist of his wrist, he spun his blade and immediately launched a counterattack. A lethal strike lunged straight toward his opponent, but Tiankong quickly spun on his heel and stomped the ground to gain momentum. In a split second, he raised his leg and kicked hard at Wu Fu's hand. Wu Fu's sword instantly flew out of his grip, its sword spinning through the air right before everyone's stunned eyes. Tiankong quickly leaped up, snarling, That treasure is mine! The sword landed perfectly in his hand. Without this divine weapon, you're nothing but a piece of trash. Meanwhile, a surge of energy erupted from Wu Fu's hands. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. Wu Fu immediately unleashed a direct strike toward him, leaving no openings. A resounding roar echoed, sending shockwaves through the area as a blinding light burst forth from the collision. Tiankong fell backward, his feet sliding across the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. After stumbling for a moment, he finally regained his balance, but right then, his shirt suddenly tore wide open. Frowning, he felt a wave of tension wash over him as he thought, Sword Chi. Looking at the sword in his hand, Tiankong felt a surge of joy. It doesn't matter, at least the treasure is mine. But in an instant, the sword spun in midair and shot right back toward Wu Fu. In no time, the sword was back in Wu Fu's grasp. He sneered, It has always been a part of my body. You can't steal it. Witnessing this, Dong Er cursed out loud. Holy shit! Is he really just a freshman? Xia Li said in a low voice. 2 months ago, he was beaten so badly over a relationship issue by Xia Tianhao that he ended up in the hospital. Dong Er asked curiously, Isn't Xia Tianhao Tiankong's younger brother? I thought he was just an ordinary guy. She continued, My guess is, either he only started cultivating 2 months ago, or he's been hiding his true strength all along. Meanwhile, Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes filled with intense intent. He immediately lunged at his enemy with overwhelming pressure. Tiankong froze in sheer terror, unable to react, thinking, I'm doomed. In the blink of an eye, a powerful, invisible sword Qi slashed straight into him. Lu Ling instinctively raised her hands and cried out in shock, Such powerful sword Qi! He's only at the deity transformation stage. Staring at the scene before her, she gasped in shock. That is, he was utterly dumbfounded, wondering how this kid could possibly do this. Right now, Wu Fu's entire body was radiating a terrifying power. A violent surge of spiritual energy swirled, turning into a giant beast that emitted a crushing pressure. Tian Kang muttered, So, he's using a secret technique. He spun around to flee, not forgetting to yell a threat. Wu Fu, next time, I will settle all our scores, old and new. Meng Meng cheered excitedly. Holy crap, Brother Wu is so awesome. He looked absolutely badass. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Dong Er chimed in, You rely too much on your divine weapon. Wu Fu asked coldly, Did you come here just to pick a fight at my school? He replied casually, Junior, this cultivation exchange has always been a tradition between our academies. We didn't come here to cause trouble. Pointing at the group from Chu Academy, Wu Fu provoked them. Xia Tiankang was beaten so badly by me that he ran away. So, I'll take his place. Which of you is coming up first? Dong Er scowled in anger. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a divine weapon in your hands. Xia Li warned, Your cultivation is only at the early transformation stage. Even with a divine weapon, if our boss steps in, you won't last long. Wu Fu waved his hand dismissively. I'd prefer if you all came at me at once. It'll save time. Enraged, he growled with killing intent. Arrogant brat, I will make you pay for this. Dong Er immediately pulled out his weapon to threaten him. Kid, it's not too late to regret your words. He glared at him, his killing intent surging wildly. Don't think that just because you have a divine weapon, you can beat me. Wu Fu was about to speak when suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder and a voice hissed through clenched teeth. Hey, Lu Ling whispered threateningly, with Jia Tiankong, we had at least a 60% chance of winning. If you lose this, I will literally eat you alive. Suddenly, Ching Ching, standing behind them, cried out in a panic. Hey! She pushed the two of them apart. Isn't this a combat competition? The opponent is right over there. If you two stick so close to each other, they're going to feel awkward, okay? Dong quickly waved his hands. No, we won't. Ching King snapped back furiously. You low-life scumbags, I'll wipe every single one of you out, he replied mockingly. Oh, scary. This kid's got some pretty good luck with the ladies, huh? Flustered and angry, she snapped. Do you want to die? Instantly, Ching Ching stomped her foot to gain momentum, her body tensing like a coiled spring, ready to explode. She charged fiercely at Donger, screaming, Go to hell! He smirked mockingly. But you're still far too weak. With that, Donger's entire body tensed as his muscles bulged. Instantly, a defensive barrier enveloped his body. Ching Ching's attack didn't leave a single scratch. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought, his defense is incredibly strong. Donger swung his axe to counterattack. You want to die? Then don't blame me. Ching Ching's face went pale with terror as she panicked. I can't dodge in time. The strike was delivered at a terrifying speed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that covered the entire area. He stared at the scene, completely bewildered. She's gone. When Dong looked up, he saw Wu Fu holding her in his arms. Meanwhile, Ching Ching was still trembling, her eyes squeezed shut. He quickly drew his sword, ready for battle. Wu Fu said coldly, Your opponent is me. Hearing his familiar voice, she opened her eyes in surprise and whispered, Wu Fu. He tightened his grip on his axe and sneered, Kid, so you finally decided to step up, Ching Ching whispered anxiously. Be careful. Dong smirked, his voice brimming with confidence. With the divine protection art passed down by my ancestors, that pathetic sword of yours won't do a damn thing to me. He frowned, his eyes turning cold as he replied dismissively, Oh, really? Charging at Wu Fu, Dong roared. One strike from me is enough to take you down. Jin Yun threw his hands up and cheered excitedly. Get him! Get him! The two clashed violently, trading rapid blows in a balanced battle with no clear victor. After a flurry of exchanges, they both backed away, dust swirling around their feet. Suddenly, he sheathed his sword, and the blade slowly vanished from sight. Lu Ling's eyes widened in surprise as she wondered, Is he giving up? She frowned, her lips pressed tight, her eyes showing clear annoyance. Were they really going to lose again this year? Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out, startling all of them. At this moment, Lu Ling and Ching Ching stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Xia Li cried out in a panic, Senior Brother's protective barrier. It was actually shattered. Wu Fu lifted his chin proudly. Nothing could stand in the way of the Star Sword, not now, and not ever. Scared out of their wits, the crowd in the library cowered, collapsing to the ground. Wang Gang stammered out his surrender. We lost. He casually replied, Good, as long as you know you've lost. Now, hand over the spirit stones. Wang Gang stood frozen, sweat dripping down his face as he stammered, Spirit stones? Just then, Ergu ran over, barking loudly. Wang Gang shrieked in terror. What do you want? He replied flatly. My dog seems to really like spirit stones. The dog opened its mouth, showing off its shiny, razor-sharp teeth. Terrified, Wang Gang shrieked, his voice echoing across the stands. Don't come near me! The scene shifts. A gentle breeze rustles through the trees, swaying the leaves as the purple and pink sky blends with the warm glow of the sunset. Deep inside the forest, the wooden door of a small, hidden cabin creaked open, breaking the silence. Inside, Li Chao knelt with his hands clasped in a respectful bow. Master, he said reverently, your disciple has felt the power of the treasure in Tianfu Garden. The master quickly pulled out a fragment of a divine weapon. Staring at the object in front of him, Li Chao's face turned pale. Master, he cried out in shock. What do you mean by this? Coughing weakly, he gasped out. The divine weapon is extraordinary. If it has already found its master, then give this sword to him. Li Chao stood frozen, his heart pounding, unable to believe what he was hearing. Although unwilling, he could only obediently comply. Resentment gleamed in Li Chao's eyes as a dark thought crossed his mind. A treasure, so precious. Only I am worthy of it. The man kept coughing relentlessly. Overcome with worry, Li Chao leapt to his feet, his voice panicky. "Master," Jingsong spoke solemnly, "my life force is running out. If I can't break through to the Dao integration realm, my remaining years will be cut short." Meanwhile, at Tiangang's luxurious villa, Meng Yao shrieked in terror. "Is Wu Fu really that strong now? He said he would make my life a living hell." Suddenly, a sharp slap landed squarely on her face. Tiangang roared in fury. "Shut the hell up," he continued. "That kid is trickier than I thought. I didn't expect him to fight me on equal terms just by relying on a divine weapon. Still, his days are numbered." Elsewhere, a familiar bus rumbled along the road before finally pulling up in front of a grand, luxurious shopping mall. A heavy-set man stood quietly by the corner of a wall. Looking at the device in his hand, he muttered in confusion, "How on earth do I read this thing?" It turned out to be a smart navigation map, built to provide precise directions. Xiang Kui quickly called out to a nearby employee, "Hey, young man." Suddenly, a commotion broke out behind him. "Sir, this is a private area. If you want to enter, please show your invitation." Wu Fu stood there silently, without making a single move. The air around him seemed to freeze with his every breath. He then pulled out a crumpled ticket and asked, "My dog chewed up my invitation. Can you see if this is still good?" The guard replied coldly, "If the invitation is torn, you cannot enter." Suddenly, a man stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, look at this." Wu Fu startled, spinning around to see who this arrogant jerk was. Holding a beautiful woman close, the man mocked, "Using the excuse that your dog tore it? Why didn't you come up with a better lie? Try coming up with a better excuse." The guard formally greeted him. "Young Master Chu." Wu Fu calmly asked, "As long as I have an invitation, I can get in, right?" He instantly replied, "That is correct." He turned around, his eyes locking onto the man behind him as a faint smile appeared. "Then that's easy." Chu Tham turned to leave in a panic, saying, I suddenly have something to take care of. I'll head out first." But before he could take a step, Wu Fu grabbed him firmly by the shoulder. Chu Tham stammered in fear, "B-boss, what do you want? Grabbing me like this out in the open. It's really not a good look." He let out a soft laugh, but there was a chilling coldness in it as he said, "Don't you want to go in?" Vian spoke up dismissively, "Just who do you think you are? Chu Tham doesn't associate with dirt-poor losers like you." Then she whined cutely, "Chu Tham, sweetie, I found a necklace I love. You absolutely have to buy it for me today, okay?" He hurriedly pulled the invitation from his pocket and bowed. "Brother Ngo, here, this is for you." Vian shrieked in anger, "Chu Tham, what on earth are you saying?" Chu Tam replied submissively, I only came over here to bring this invitation to you." Wu Fu quickly took the ticket and turned to leave. "Thanks." He forced a fake smile and replied, "Of course, it's the least I could do." Watching him walk away, Chu Tham muttered to himself, He seems to have gotten much stronger." Wu Fu stepped into the luxurious restaurant. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he heard a cheerful shout, "Wu Fu, over here!" He respectfully clasped his hands in greeting and said politely, "Elder, did you say the fragment of the divine sword is being auctioned here?" The man immediately replied, "Exactly. That's why I reached out to you, my young friend, so you could see for yourself if it's truly a fragment of that sword." Hua Entian continued, "You've done our Hua family a great favor, young brother, so we must do everything in our power to help you." Wu Fu replied respectfully, "Thank you for your help, elder. If it really is a fragment of the sword, I will pass down a cultivation technique to the Hua family." Hearing this, a member of the Hua family sneered in disdain. "Kid, I'm afraid you have no idea how much this item is worth. What kind of cultivation technique could possibly be worth 5 million? He snapped in annoyance. "All of you, shut your mouths." Wu Fu calmly but firmly continued, "I see that Elder Hua has been stuck in the Origin Soul Realm for quite some time. This cultivation technique can help him break through to the Void Refinement Realm." The Elder was stunned, thinking to himself, I can't believe he could tell. Could he actually have a way? A moment later, the auction officially began. With a heavy thud, the gavel fell, signaling the start of the bidding. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the hall. "Honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed patrons, welcome. The auction has officially begun." He glanced at Wu Fu, his voice full of warmth. "Young brother, if anything catches your eye, just let me know." She continued her introduction. "Our first item today is a top-grade spiritual essence." The auctioneer added, "The starting bid is 500,000. First come, first served." Seeing the item in front of them, Erha suddenly started barking excitedly. A bidding sign of 5 million was raised high. The auctioneer shouted in excitement, 5 million. Tintin leaned over and whispered, Dad, we don't lack spirit stones. Although spiritual essence is precious, it won't really do us any good. Hua Antian calmly replied, but Erha likes it. Her face darkened, filled with jealousy. Even a dog gets pampered like that? Besides, what if Wu Fu is just bluffing? Tintin muttered sadly, Dad, you've changed. He chuckled heartily. Young brother, whether it's you or your dog that takes a liking to something, just say the word. One item after another was brought out. The Dragon Rock Lingzi sold for 5 million, the Spirit Attuning Pill went for 3 million, and the Bodhi Stone closed at 2 million. In the crowd below, a man asked, the grand finale is up next. What do you think the final item is? The person next to him immediately replied, who cares what it is? It's not like I can afford it anyway. The auctioneer continued to host. Today's auction is drawing to a close. There is no price limit for our final item. The next item was quickly brought out, completely covered by a thick cloth. Her voice rang out once more. Today's grand finale is, the cloth was instantly whipped off, revealing the object beneath. The light reflecting from the treasure drew everyone's eyes forward. The fragment of the divine weapon instantly radiated a blinding glow. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a dead silence, as if everyone had stopped breathing. Hua Antian immediately asked, young brother, is that it? Wu Fu said, yes. He shamelessly spoke up, I, Le Ku, have only recently arrived. Is there anyone here who can bid on this fragment for me and gift it to me? Someone sneered in disgust. A dirt-poor beggar dares to come to this auction and even expects someone else to pay for him? Are you dreaming? Thian Kuang frowned, thinking to himself, I thought Wu Fu was shameless enough, but I didn't expect someone to be even more shameless than him. The person next to him looked at him with utter disdain. Hey, are you still dreaming? Le Ku's face darkened, his expression turning grim as he remained dead silent. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze cutting through the air like a knife. The man panicked, his voice trembling. This pressure is… Hua Antian froze, his eyes widening in sheer shock. Wu Fu frowned slightly, his body instantly tensing up in high alert. The entire hall shook as people cried out in fear. The pressure is too intense, he continued. My master said there is nothing wrong with a gentleman having ambition. So, is there anyone here willing to buy it for me as a gift? The moment Le Ku finished speaking, Thian Kuang immediately raised his bidding sign behind him. I'll buy it for 10 million. Le Ku added, my master also said that helping someone in need should be repaid twofold. He continued, therefore, I can grant you one wish. Once this is over, you can come to me for help with absolutely anything. He calmly replied, treasures belong to the strong. It's only natural. At this moment, Wu Fu wondered with deep curiosity, with such a powerful cultivation, who on earth is this person? Hua Antian spoke up cautiously. Young brother, our opponent's strength. Wu Fu quickly reassured him, it's fine. This is no longer something your Hua family can handle. As his voice echoed, the elder asked in surprise, does he know you? Wu Fu immediately replied, he doesn't. A cold, sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he added, but I know him. Later, at the Ha family villa, a talisman was slammed onto the table. Thian Kuang said excitedly, this person promised to grant me one wish. When the time comes, it will definitely be extremely useful. A smug look crossed his face. Wu Fu, oh Wu Fu, did you really think you could fight me just because you have a divine weapon? Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Meng Jiao quickly opened the door. A large, bulky man appeared before her, radiating an overwhelming aura. Thian Kuang welcomed him warmly. Senior brother, you're here, Hung Hui boomed. Junior brother, Master told me someone has been bullying you. Quick, tell me who it is so I can go twist his head off. He quickly waved his hand. No need to rush. As long as the divine weapon is in our hands, we can torture him slowly. At this moment, Meng Jiao smirked triumphantly. Wu Fu, you're dead meat this time. Meanwhile, back at the dorm, bright sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the rooms. Erha's barking echoed everywhere as he wagged his tail excitedly, opening his mouth to show off his sharp teeth. Wu Fu cried out in delight, the spiritual essence really is useful. I didn't expect it to help with his evolution. Suddenly, the door swung open and Luke Lin walked in. Oh, look at you, little guy. You've grown. He sat down on the bed and asked calmly, spit it out, what do you want from me? Suddenly, she pressed her body close to Wu Fu's. Luke Lin crawled onto the bed and teased playfully, can I come see you even if there's nothing going on? Just a guy and a girl alone in a room. Wu Fu suddenly grabbed Luke Lin's fair shoulder. A panicked shriek escaped her lips. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she looked away, completely embarrassed. Luke Lin squeaked in confusion. What? What do you think you're doing? He gripped her hand tightly and whispered in a deep, low voice. If you aren't ready, don't play with fire, because if it catches… Wu Fu leaned close to Lu Ling's ear and whispered, That's very dangerous. Blushing with embarrassment, she quickly pushed him away, her face turning bright red. Lu Ling adjusted her clothes, turned away from Wu Fu with a shrug, and sighed in disappointment. She continued, Well, it's fine if you refuse. After all, the opponents are extremely strong, so our Fanhai University won't get a good ranking anyway. Lu Ling winked and said, Oh, by the way, there are as many as 10 opponents who have reached the Tongshuan realm in this exam. She pretended to walk away. Seems like I'll just have to find someone else. He instantly grabbed Lu Ling's shoulder. Wait. She smirked with self-satisfaction. This trick never failed. Wu Fu quickly offered. No problem, let me help. He added, But before that, there's one thing I need to do. Just then, Wu Fu suddenly took off his shirt. Lu Ling's face flushed red. Peeking through her fingers while covering her eyes, she screamed, What are you doing? Wu Fu calmly took off his black pants. Although the Tongshuan stage isn't hard to deal with, I can't stay in the Huaxing stage forever. Lu Ling snapped, Will you pervert? Inside the room, Wu Fu's voice echoed again. First, I need to break through to the mid-level Huaxing stage. Hearing his explanation, Lu Ling closed her eyes, blushing as she covered her mouth. So he just wanted to cultivate. She thought, I'm totally overthinking this. Opening her eyes and putting her hands on her hips, she yelled, Hey bro, raising your power level isn't like buying radishes. You can't just break through whenever you feel like it. With his eyes still tightly shut, Wu Fu replied, Breaking through to the Tongshuan realm isn't that hard for me. He calculated in his mind, the mid-level Huaxing realm should be enough to handle this. Lu Ling looked up at the glowing energy currents floating in the air and murmured, Is that spiritual qi? Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes snapped open, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Sensing something unusual, Lu Ling startled and glanced at him. She immediately drew her sword and channeled her energy, forming a transparent, protective barrier around herself. The waves of spiritual qi that Wu Fu unleashed were blocked by Lu Ling's barrier. After what felt like forever, the onslaught finally stopped. She was completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Wu Fu sat on the other side with his eyes closed, his entire body radiating a blinding light. Lu Ling stared at him in utter disbelief and gasped. He broke through! Wu Fu opened his eyes, looked at her, and asked back, What did you expect? Lu Ling turned away, frustratingly running a hand through her hair. I nearly lost my mind. It took me 5 years just to reach the Qi refining stage, and I wasted 4 years in the waxing stage. Yet you just broke through like it's nothing. At that moment, Meng Meng was outside, pressing his ear against the door to eavesdrop while muttering to himself. Inside the room, Lu Ling grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. As the door swung open and she saw who was standing outside, both of them fell into an awkward silence. Meng Meng waved his hands, pretending nothing was wrong. Senior, you don't have to say a word. I get it. You guys are cultivating. Yes, definitely cultivating. He squatted down to pet Erha's fluffy head. Wu Fu, Erha, and I are leaving. Leaving a single dog like me with a guy and a girl alone in a room is just too cruel. As if understanding him and knowing they were going out, Erha barked excitedly. Woof! Just then, Lu Ling stormed out of the room and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Seeing this, Meng Meng muttered curiously, Did I come at a bad time? Erha barked again as if answering him. Standing up and scooping Erha into his arms, Meng Meng smiled and suggested, Wu Fu, today's my birthday. Let's go grab a drink later. Wu Fu readily agreed. Sure, sounds good. After getting his answer, Meng Meng headed home. Outside, the bustling streets were lined with towering skyscrapers and various shops. Inside a room, a phone sitting on the desk suddenly lit up with a notification chime. Sitting on the sofa with her back to the window, Meng Jiao asked curiously, Who is it? Who's calling at this hour? Tian Kang picked up the phone to answer. It's the guy I planted near Wu Fu. Apparently, the fat guy invited him to a bar today. Meng Jiao repeated the location. A bar? An idea struck her. Oh right, today is Wang Meng Meng's birthday. If we throw him a little bone, maybe. Tian Kang finished her sentence as if reading her mind. So you want to find a way to send someone to the Yunhao bar? Even the Shu family has to show the owner there some respect. Using someone else to do our dirty work is a viable option. Meanwhile, in a simple tile-roofed house nestled deep in a secluded forest, Kneeling down, Lei Ju tried to get the slouched figure before him to respond. Master, master, please take your medicine. Jing Song covered his mouth, coughing hoarsely. Seeing this, Lei Ju worriedly urged, Master, please, take it easy. Jing Song kept his head hung low, but his lips parted as he spoke weakly. I feel my body growing weaker by the day. I can't even sense the aura of the divine artifact anymore. If you ever meet someone destined, bring him here to see me. Upon hearing the request, Lei Ju dropped to one knee and clasped his hands together, replying respectfully, Your disciple obeys. Jing Song added, Perhaps he possesses a secret method that can help me enter the Hadao realm. Lei Ju looked up. On a stone table nearby, a tall, green glass wine bottle rolled around. The last remaining drops of alcohol dripped from the bottle, pooling on the floor. A sharp scolding rang in his ears. You damn fatty, wake up, wake up! With a flushed face, Meng Meng lay slumped on the table, muttering, I'm not drunk, let's drink up. Before the words even left his mouth, a foot in black stockings and high heels kicked him hard in the back. Get up, you damn fatty. Seeing that it wasn't working, Lu Ling targeted a different spot for her kick. Right then, Meng Meng felt as if a chrysanthemum had blossomed right on his butt. Face planted on the sofa, he clutched his backside and groaned. Ow, ow, ow. That hurts. Lu Ling stood nearby with her arms crossed, asking angrily, You damn fatty, why did you call us here anyway? Wu Fu also asked in confusion, Hey fatty, why did you run all the way here? Hearing Wu Fu's voice, Meng Meng finally sat up. Brother Fu, you're here. Just then, a dog's bark came from the side. He turned toward the sound and saw Erha standing there, calling out to him. Next, Erha lowered his head and dropped whatever he was holding in his mouth onto the table. Meng Meng's face fell slightly as he pointed to himself. For me? Erha nodded enthusiastically, barking twice to confirm. Meng Meng looked at the object in his hand with apprehension. Well, I guess I'll count this as a birthday gift. But before he could even put it in his mouth, a blinding golden light suddenly flashed from the side. Startled, Lu Ling quickly looked around to find the source. She screamed to warn the other two. This is bad! Something's wrong! Run! Wu Fu turned his head. In the distance, he saw a hazy wall of sand slowly spreading toward them, stretching all the way from the floor to the ceiling. Before long, the ground beneath Wu Fu's feet completely turned into sand, transforming the scenery into a vast desert. Grains of sand were drawn up by an unknown force, floating suspended in midair. Both Lu Ling and Meng Meng stared in utter shock at the sight before them. Standing right in front of them was a colossal golden serpent. Its eyes glowed with a sinister red light, flicking its long tongue. In the blink of an eye, the serpent opened its jaws wide, attempting to swallow Wu Fu whole. Standing behind, Lu Ling screamed, Look out! The three of them quickly jumped back to dodge, causing the serpent's head to crash heavily into the ground. Raising its massive head once more, it lunged at them, hissing. Once you enter my illusion realm, escaping won't be so easy. Clinging to the arm of the person next to him, Meng Meng cried out in terror, Brother Fu! Erha dug his paws into the sand, baring his teeth as he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Instantly, a gargantuan dog manifested to clash head-on with the enemy. Erha lunged forward, sinking his teeth precisely into the giant serpent's neck. The serpent shrieked in agony before slowly disintegrating. All the spirit stones spilling from its body were eagerly absorbed by Erha. Meng Meng smiled as she walked up to the dog, praising him. Erha, you're so good. Wu Fu scooped Erha up in his arms and said, Not bad. Those spirit stones didn't go to waste after all. Down below, completely out of their sight, Tong Tian had been watching everything through a screen. He gasped, That's a dog? Meng Zhao, standing right next to him, was utterly speechless. Even a mere dog by his side was this powerful. Tong Tian felt a chill of dread, but he lowered his head and tried to reassure himself. But it doesn't matter. This is my illusion realm. As long as he's trapped in here, I can still wipe him out. Lu Ling looked at the dining table sitting completely isolated in the middle of the vast desert and asked, What do we do now? Meng Meng clutched his shirt tightly, asking, Brother Fu, where are we? Wu Fu replied, We're still in the room. Holding Erha in his arms, he slowly walked toward the table while explaining, This is just a type of illusion. Some call it a ghost wall. We just need to find the object that anchors it to reality. And then, we smash it. Wu Fu stopped and glanced down at the table. They put something this obvious right here. What do they really think we're blind? Clenching his fist, he slammed it down onto the table with all his might. Startled by his sudden move, Lu Ling cried out, Wait! Don't! but the stone table had already shattered into countless pieces under his immense power. At that exact moment, glowing cracks began to rip across the ceiling of the room where Meng Jiao and Tong Tian were hiding. Gasping at the sight, he cried, "This is bad!" The ceiling exploded, sending massive chunks of stone raining down onto the floor below. Without hesitation, Wu Fu leaped straight down through the newly blasted opening into the room. Lu Ling coughed a couple of times through the thick, swirling dust, so they were hiding right underneath us all along. Wu Fu locked eyes with the person standing before him. "So, here you are," he asked her point blank. "So, I take it you and Xia Tianggang set all of this up?" Unafraid, Meng Jiao sneered. "What if we did?" "Wu Fu, you are absolutely finished this time." In sheer disdain, Wu Fu cleaned out his ear with his pinky. "Man, I've heard that line way too many times." Tong Tian gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly stepped forward, warning, "Kid, if you want to leave here alive, hand over the divine artifact first." Wu Fu calmly raised his eyes, sizing him up for a moment. From behind, Lu Ling warned him in a loud voice, "Wu Fu, that's Tong Tian. He holds immense power in Yunhai. Be careful." Wu Fu handed Erha over to Meng Meng and instructed, "Stay back and don't run around. Let Erha keep an eye on you for a bit." Erha let out a sharp bark. "Woof!" Cold sweat dripped down Meng Meng's face. On the other side, Tong Tian drew his sword, muttering a dark threat. "Running is useless. Even if you broke my illusion, none of you are getting out of here alive today." Wu Fu drew a sword from his side, scoffing. "Seriously? You dare flex such a pathetic illusion in front of me? Anyone could break into this." Tong Tian's eyes widened behind his dark glasses at the sight before him. He had been dragged into an illusion. All around him now was a barren desert with nothing but withered, lifeless trees. Before he knew it, Wu Fu had already leaped high into the air. Panic started to set in as Tong Tian thought, the power of the transformation stage. To think he can even break an illusion like this. Looking down from above, Wu Fu locked his eyes on him and roared, "Kneel!" Instantly, an overwhelming force slammed down on Tong Tian, bringing him crashing to his knees. He thought in terror, "This aura, it's absolutely terrifying." Furrowing his brow deeply, Tong Tian felt the changes inside his body and panicked. Even a peak profound stage cultivator like me is completely powerless. This is bad. In front of him, Wu Fu channeled more of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the air. "Little brother, isn't it a bit shameless to bully the weak like this?" Hearing this, Wu Fu's eyes widened, and he froze for a second. The surrounding scenery cracked open, forming a rift, and a hand reached out from within. It grabbed Tong Tian by his collar with absolute precision and violently dragged him into the void. On the outside, Li Zhou used his power to pull Tong Tian completely out of the illusion, returning him to the room. Looking into the fading illusion, Li Zhou spoke as if greeting an old friend. "I've been waiting for you." Dispelling his illusion, Wu Fu's mind raced. Li Zhou, that shameless scoundrel who betrayed his own master just to break through. In this life, I'm destined to stand before you and tear away that hypocritical mask of yours. But on the outside, Wu Fu calmly asked, "Do you want something from me?" Li Ju gestured invitingly. "Would you mind coming with me, little brother?" Lu Ling placed a cautious hand on his shoulder. "Hold on, Wu Fu." Turning his head, he patted her hand reassuringly. "It's fine. I'll be back in no time." Saying this, Wu Fu raised his eyes to meet his. Hearing him, Li Ju lowered his head as Wu Fu asked, "A powerhouse of the soul formation stage, do I even have the option to refuse?" Lu Ling's eyes widened in sheer shock as she repeated the words in her mind. The soul formation stage? The scene flashed back to the past, where a blood-stained sword dripped slowly onto the ground. Wu Fu cried out, "Master!" He looked at the white-haired old man slumped against a tree and said, "I have searched for you for over 300 years. Raising the incense burner in his hand, Wu Fu's voice shook. "Yet you passed the cauldron to an outsider?" His brow furrowed, and his eyes turned cold and sharp. Snapping back to reality, Wu Fu vowed in his mind, "Master, I didn't reincarnate to let things end up the same way again." In front of a tiled roof house deep in the mountains, a voice called out, "Master, look, I've brought him here." From inside the house, Jing Song saw the two at the door and said, "Please, come inside." Looking at Wu Fu, he smiled warmly and praised. "The young brother here is indeed a remarkable talent." Cupping his hands, Wu Fu got straight to the point. "May I ask why Senior summoned this junior here?" Jing Song didn't beat around the bush and revealed his purpose. "Rumor has it that you possess a divine artifact. I have sensed a connection to it. meaning our fates are closely tied. I hope to find a way to break through my current bottleneck with its help. Wu Fu offered his deduction. Senior has been stuck at the void reversion stage. I suspect the right time simply hasn't come yet. Jing Song sat up eagerly. Do you have a way? Li Ju cast a wary glance at him, thinking, this guy. Just then, Wu Fu looked back at Jing Song and replied, that's right. Walking over to a table in the corner, Wu Fu said, the moment I stepped in, I noticed a very strong scent of medicine. Li Ju snapped, insolent brat. Watch your arrogant tongue before you get yourself killed. Jing Song barked back at Li Ju, silence, instantly shutting him up. Ignoring them, Wu Fu casually lifted the lid of the incense burner on the table. I believe Senior's body is severely weakened. He raised 2 fingers, diagnosing, I'm afraid you are plagued by a chronic illness. Jing Song's eyes widened in shock as he thought, he can actually see through my condition? Wu Fu turned around, raising a finger. I can cure Senior's illness, but I have one condition. Unable to take it anymore, Li Ju gnashed his teeth, yelling, do you have any idea how powerful my master is? A mere transformation stage brat like you dares to talk so big? Wu Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Ju bit his lip, panic rising inside him. Wait, does this kid know that I've been swapping master's medicine? Wu Fu extended his hand, a surge of energy slowly gathering at the tips of his 2 fingers. With blinding speed, Wu Fu swept his hand right past Jing Song's face. Seeing this, Li Ju immediately lunged forward. How dare you harm my master? Do you want to die? Suddenly, Jing Song roared to stop him. Back off! Closing his eyes, the old man placed his hands on his lap and explained. He was merely transmitting a cultivation technique to me. Don't overthink it. Refusing to accept this, Li Ju protested. But master, seeing that Jing Song wasn't changing his mind, Li Ju gritted his teeth, scheming, this kid is too dangerous to be kept alive. I must find a chance to eliminate him, or he'll become a massive threat in the future. After some time, the sky outside remained peaceful and blue. Inside, a shroud of white energy emanated from Jing Song's entire body. He closed his eyes to feel it. Even though I've only practiced half of it, my meridians are already much clearer. You truly are a hidden master. Wu Fu pointed to the side. I can sense that the divine artifact fragment is on you. Is my effort this time enough to trade for it? Jing Song gestured to his disciple, Li Ju. Didn't I tell you to hand the divine artifact over to the Destined One if you ever met them? Though deeply unwilling, Li Ju had to cup his hands and obey. Yes, master, I will hand it over immediately. Finally, Le Ku respectfully walked outside to bid Wu Fu farewell. In all my years, I have never seen such a magnificent treasure. I understand, master. I will take good care of it. Le Ku supported his arm, saying with concern, please watch your step, master. Before leaving, Wu Fu left him with one last word. This junior will be careful. Back in the city, where skyscrapers towered high into the sky, Le Ku placed a white porcelain vial on the table and demanded, get rid of Wu Fu, and this spirit-gathering pill is yours. Thong Tian nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. I'll gather my men right away. By tomorrow morning, he'll be wiped from the face of the earth. Le Ku cursed inwardly. You little brat, don't think just because you have a master backing you up that I can't touch you. Anyone who dares take what's mine must disappear. That night, at a grand 3-story villa, the clock on the wall pointed to exactly 9 o'clock. Steam and the sound of running water drifted from the bathroom out into the hallway. Inside the glass shower, a woman's silhouette was faintly visible. She tilted her face up, enjoying the feel of the crystal-clear water cascading over her face. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside. Wu Fu, get the hell out here! Tintin gasped in alarm, warily glancing toward the door. She quickly shut off the shower valve. She reached out and grabbed the bath towel hanging on the rack. Just as Tintin wrapped the towel around her body to cover herself, 3 men burst into the room. One of the sleazy lackeys taunted her. Tintin calmly asked them, who are you people? I suggest you get the hell out of here right now. Thong Tin stared at her and demanded, where is Wu Fu? Tintin frowned and replied, he isn't back yet. The 2 lackeys cracked their knuckles and slowly approached her. Since the guy we're looking for isn't here, why don't you play with us instead, little girl? A round-faced lackey, wearing a sleazy grin, lunged at her. Come here, baby. Tintin stood perfectly still, but her eyes grew incredibly sharp. With a swift flick of her hand, she delivered a precise strike that sent the round-faced lackey flying, spitting blood. Thong Thin's eyes widened, finally realizing she was a transformation stage cultivator. The remaining lackey stood frozen in disbelief, glancing to his side. Seeing his partner fly right past him, His jaw dropped. How is a little girl this strong? Before he could even react, he turned his head only to find a knee right next to his cheek. Where are you looking? Tintin's knee slammed with brutal force into the side of his face. The lackey crashed straight into the glass mirror, shattering it into pieces. Thong Thien tilted his head, looking at his unconscious lackey slumped against the broken glass. He turned back to look at her. With Wu Fu's transformation stage strength, I don't need to worry about him at all. But you, on the other hand. Hearing this, Tin raised her hand and asked, "Oh, so you think I'm stronger than that bastard Wu Fu too?" Thong Thien replied, "I'll deal with you first, then we'll talk." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Wu Fu appeared behind him and asked, "Hey, are you talking about me?" Thong Thien reacted instantly and lunged away. Dodging to the side, he asked in a panic, "You, when did you get there?" Sweat poured down Thong Thien's face as he stared at Wu Fu. Wu Fu's face darkened. "I've been standing here watching you guys fight for quite a while now." Realizing he was panicking, Thong Tien let out a couple of fake coughs to try and act cool. "You're just a mid-tier transformation stage cultivator. If I hadn't been careless last time, you." Wu Fu's eyes flashed as he interrupted. "You didn't answer me. Why didn't he come?" Thong Thien bowed his head, a threatening smirk playing on his lips. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You won't escape today." Tintin screamed a warning. "Wu Fu, watch your feet." Wu Fu, holding Erha in his arms, looked down in confusion. He thought to himself, "An illusion?" Chains glowing with golden spiritual energy slowly crawled up Wu Fu's legs. Some wrapped around his arms, while others bound his torso and pulled his arms behind his back. In an instant, remembering Thong Thien's movements, he realized what had happened. The moment he jumped, he fell straight into the illusion. Wu Fu decisively raised his hand to summon his weapon. "Sword, come to me!" He swung his sword, shattering both the chains and the illusion. Seeing him break free, Tin asked anxiously, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" Wu Fu asked, "Where are they?" She pointed to the shattered glass door. They ran. Thong Thien had escaped outside. He cursed in frustration. "Damn it, he has a divine weapon. I couldn't even activate my array." Facing Wu Fu again, Thong Thien smirked. "Without that divine weapon, 10 of you wouldn't be a match for me." He lunged forward and threw a punch. The first strike, aimed at Wu Fu's face, missed completely. The second hook, aimed at his head, also missed. Dodging the punch, his nimble body anticipated Thong Thien's next move. Sure enough, he threw a kick, but it missed too. Frustrated, he barked, "Is running all you can do?" Wu Fu didn't reply. He simply smiled and dodged another uppercut. Stepping back rhythmically, he accidentally fell into an array. Wu Fu glanced down, finding it rather annoying. His legs sank, trapped in a muddy swamp, rendering him unable to move. Thong Tien rushed forward, throwing a heavy punch. "Let's see you run this time." Wu Fu didn't respond, his cold eyes fixed on the oncoming fist. A loud boom echoed, shaking the area so hard that the wall behind them cracked. But when he looked closer, it wasn't Wu Fu at all, just his outer coat. Thong Thien realized something was wrong, a decoy coat. Just then, Wu Fu appeared right behind him. "Are you done punching yet?" Thong Thien spun around. Sensing a powerful sword chi, he stuttered in shock. "Sword chi? Who on earth are you?" Wu Fu's fist was already in front of his face. He replied coldly, "You don't need to know." This punch was incredibly powerful, striking Thong Thien dead on. With a loud crash, the wall collapsed, webbed with deep fractures. The shockwave was so intense that Tin had to shield her eyes. "He's gotten stronger again." All that remained was Thong Tien's shattered glasses. Wu Fu put his coat back on. Tin said with some concern, "Wu Fu, with Thong Thien's influence, trying to hide that he died at your place might." Before she could finish her sentence, her towel slipped. The towel slid down to her feet. Wu Fu froze, and Tin stood paralyzed in shock for a few seconds. She hurriedly crouched down, grabbing the towel to cover herself while screaming, "You pervert! Stop staring!" Erha barked excitedly. Wu Fu denied it. "I'm not looking." Up on the roof, a masked figure stood watching everything that had just unfolded. "Things are getting more and more interesting," the figure smirked. Tin stormed back to her room, shouting, "If I catch you peeping, I'm going to gouge your eyes out." Clutching the towel around her body, she stomped into her room, embarrassed and furious. Wu Fu covered one eye and smiled. "I'm not looking. I'm not looking." Tin entered the bathroom and slammed the door shut. As she went to take off the towel to change, she muttered, "Stupid pervert." But then she realized she wasn't alone. Looking over, she saw Erha excitedly wagging his tail, eagerly waiting for her to change. The dog had a goofy look on his face, just like some pervert staring blankly at a pretty girl. Tin let out a shriek. A moment later, the bathroom door opened and she stepped out, fully changed with her hair neatly done. Right then, spiritual energy began to fluctuate around Erha. Tin looked at him in surprise. Erha? Wu Fu looked at him with satisfaction. Looks like he's about to break through. After eating so many spiritual pills, it would be hard not to evolve. Erha let out a proud bark. Tin was speechless. She had never heard of a dog being able to cultivate. Erha's breakthrough didn't take long, and his claws grew significantly sharper. He ground his teeth a bit, his bite force strong enough to tear right through the wooden floor. Tin's face darkened as she thought, first claws, now teeth, and he's getting more and more efficient at wrecking the house. Like dog, like master. Just then, two patrolling bodyguards brought in Thong Thien's body and asked, "Miss, should we take the body back for the family head to handle?" Wu Fu stopped her, saying there was no need for all that trouble. He already knew who the real mastermind was. When Tin curiously asked who it was, he just looked up, pointing above. Hearing that, she quickly opened the door and ran outside to look. Shortly after, Wu Fu slowly walked out and said, "Don't bother looking. They're already gone." Tin pointed up at the roof. "Were they up there this whole time?" He nodded. "Yeah." After that, Wu Fu ordered them to take Chu Thong Thien away, mentioning that he never had the chance to pay the Ha family a visit before. Seeing this rare opportunity, Tin ordered her bodyguards to bring Chu Thong Thien along to the Ha family. One bodyguard hesitated and advised, "Miss, I think we should get the master's approval before making any decisions." But the girl confidently replied, "In this city of Van Hai, the Ha family wouldn't dare touch a single hair on my head." Seeing that they couldn't stop her, the bodyguard could only comply, "Yes, ma'am." Soon, the black car carrying Tin and Wu Fu headed straight for the Ha family villa. The guard at the gate saw them and immediately ordered, "Quick, report to the young master. The Shu family and Wu Fu are here." The guard rushed to do as told. The car pulled up to the guardhouse, and someone inside politely asked, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Erha poked his head out, staring at them, and barked twice. The bodyguard in the passenger seat turned to Tin and asked, "Miss, what should we do now?" Wu Fu spoke up, "They don't seem to have noticed me yet. Why are there so many guards anyway?" Without overthinking, he opened the car door and stepped out with Erha. Wu Fu calmly said, "Make it quick." The guards who rushed out immediately recognized him, and their expressions grew hostile. "There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it, and no gate to hell, yet you barge right in. Capture him." The Shu family bodyguards couldn't help but ready their guns, asking, "They have so many men. Should we call for backup?" But Tin stopped them, saying, "Just sit tight." She smiled as she looked outside. "Let's watch for a bit." Outside, the crowd of guards lunged at Wu Fu. Seeing this, Erha fiercely leaped forward, barking loudly. The dog even jumped up and bit a guard's arm, making him shriek, "Ah, blast it!" Inside the luxury villa, someone reported loudly, "Young master, Wu Fu is at our doorstep." Tian Hao was startled. "I haven't even gone after him yet, and he dares to come looking for me?" Meng Dao, standing beside him, asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" Tian Hao's eyes flashed with rage as he replied, "I've stationed over a dozen highly skilled bodyguards at the gate. They only need to wear down 30% of Wu Fu's strength." He thought to himself, "Since you've walked right into my trap, don't even think about escaping." But reality didn't go as planned. The bodyguards were defeated one by Erha, and the sound of barking echoed through the villa. Seeing Tian Hao, one guard cried out for help. "Young master, you're finally here." We're being bullied by a dog." Furious, he kicked the guard aside. "A bunch of useless trash. Get out of my sight." Spotting the intruder, Tian Hao braced himself. "Wu Fu, you and I cannot coexist under the same sky. I didn't go looking for you, yet you actually dared to come to me." He didn't waste any words on him and simply ordered the Shu family bodyguards, "Bring it here." With that, Chu Thong Thien's corpse was thrown right in front of Tian Hao. Meng Dao was stunned. Uncle Thong Thien." Tian Hao quickly tried to clear his name. "Don't misunderstand." Wu Fu crossed his arms proudly. "Don't be afraid. I only want you to deliver Chu Thong Thien to someone." Curiously, Tian Hao asked, "Who?" He narrowed his eyes and uttered a single name, "Le Ku." As darkness fell, Meng Dao and Tian Hao stood frozen at the villa's gate. Watching the car carrying Wu Fu fade into the distance, Tian Hao tightly clenched his fists. Tian Hao muttered to himself, "In the upcoming school tournament, I will make sure he dies," Meng Dao said worriedly. "But He even killed Uncle Thong Thien. Right then, someone standing on a tree watched him reassure his girlfriend, boasting about the divine power of Hung Ke. Sensing something, Thien Hao spun around and snapped. Who's there? Laku appeared from the shadows behind the branches, clad in a dark hood. Seeing who it was, Thien Hao gasped, realizing his own rudeness. He and Meng Dao immediately bowed. So it is Senior Ku. I hadn't even used this talisman yet, but you're already here. Laku casually unsheathed his sword. I've been here since Wu Fu arrived. Hearing this, Thien Hao asked anxiously, could it be that you know Wu Fu? Laku smiled. Of course, he's the one who cured my master's poison. Unsure of his intentions, Thien Hao quickly made his stance clear. Senior, Wu Fu and I share an irreconcilable feud. Even if you try to mediate, my Ha family will never agree to a truce. Laku narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing through them. Is that so? He drove his sword into the ground, causing the earth to split open. In the next instant, he swung his blade, unleashing a wave of deadly dark energy. Thien Hao gulped hard. The pitch-black sword energy had just grazed past him, yet the building right behind his back was already cleanly sliced in half. The guards rushed over, shouting, "Quick, protect the young master!" But with just one strike completed, Laku tossed the sword away. He muttered to himself, dark as the night sky, slicing through iron like butter. A truly magnificent blade. The sword spun in the air several times before plunging into the ground right in front of Thien Hao. Laku remarked, I'm afraid even those at the Profound Connection realm would crave a blade like this. Stunned, Thien Hao tentatively asked, Senior, what is the meaning of this? Laku turned away. I only want him dead. I was the one who sent Chu Thong Thien in the first place. Having said his piece, he leaped into the air and vanished, leaving Thien Hao and his men frozen in place. Holding the precious sword, Thien Hao smirked. Wu Fu, if you die, blame yourself for making too many enemies. With the help of a primordial spirit cultivator, you're dead meat. The next morning at Wu Fu's villa, Tin Tin urged, Wu Fu, the tournament is about to start. Let's get moving. He looked up toward a certain direction and replied, Hold on, I have a few things to take care of first. I'll catch up soon, so take Erha and head out first. Wu Fu kept his eyes fixed on the sky, sensing a fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the back of the mountain. With that, Wu Fu made his way toward the back of the mountain. He felt puzzled. Why was the spiritual energy here suddenly so incredibly dense? After walking for a while, he arrived at a lake. Staring at the rich spiritual energy rising from the water, he thought to himself, this is the place. The water rippled gently, but there was no one in sight. However, Wu Fu noticed wet footprints on the shore, indicating someone had been there. Right at that moment, he heard the rustling of leaves behind him. Wu Fu immediately went on high alert, sensing a sharp sword energy rushing right toward him. It was a brilliant, razor-sharp blue sword energy. The sword energy struck the very spot where he had been standing. But luckily, his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge it. Even so, Wu Fu didn't let his guard down. Instead, his brow furrowed deeper as another strike came charging at him. He swiftly twisted his body to evade it once more. However, the sword energy grew increasingly fierce, and the attacks became far more dangerous. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Wu Fu wrapped spiritual energy around his hand. Using his hand as a blade, he blocked the opponent's incoming strike. Right after, both of them were forced back. Wu Fu slammed his foot heavily onto the ground to absorb the impact, crouching low until he finally stabilized his stance. On the other side, she let out a soft breath, her thin lips parting slightly. Luo Shi looked like a celestial fairy descended to earth. Holding her sword, she opened her eyes and coldly demanded, Who are you? Wu Fu calmly explained, Would you believe me if I said this was all a misunderstanding? Luo Shi raised her sword in front of her. Let me gouge your eyes out first, and then we'll talk. Her eyes turned icy, but her heart was in turmoil. The Shura sword manual was a top-tier technique, yet this guy, who was only at the transformation stage, managed to dodge it. Without hesitation, she swung her sword fiercely at Wu Fu. He calmly watched her movements and lightly stepped to the side. Luo Shi furrowed her brows. Wu Fu tilted his head to dodge her blade and said indifferently, You're overthinking things. Her sword was incredibly fast and sharp, but Wu Fu raised his hand, summoning a protective layer of sword energy, and effortlessly caught the tip of her blade. He then casually pushed the sword to the side. It really is just a misunderstanding. Luo Shi was inwardly shocked when she felt his energy. Sword? Sword energy? Using the momentum of pushing her blade away, Wu Fu glided forward a bit before turning around. And one more thing, he explained sincerely. I really didn't see anything at all. Luo Shi didn't look very convinced. The scene shifted to the school, where the afternoon sun was beginning to tilt toward the west. Inside the room, Erha opened his mouth and let out a massive yawn. Teacher Chen Hao was checking the attendance. Is everyone here? Someone spoke up. Sir, Wu Fu hasn't arrived yet. Annoyed, the teacher growled. Not him again! Another student sneered. He even dares to beat up second and third years. A gathering of cultivators like this probably means nothing to him. Right at that moment, Wu Fu walked in, and Erha gave a couple of happy barks. Hearing himself being bad-mouthed, Wu Fu immediately gave the guy a hard kick. Wu Fu glanced at his watch perfectly on time. Chen Hao wanted to scold him but couldn't find any excuse, so he could only turn away and bark. Get back in line! Crossing his arms, he looked at the arena stage as the event officially began. From the first year to the fourth year, only 8 people are allowed to participate, which means you first years can only choose 2. These 8 participants will represent the strongest of each grade. After hearing the rules, Wu Fu narrowed his eyes with a smirk. Interesting. He immediately leaped onto the arena stage to claim the spotlight. Looking down at the crowd, he asked provocatively, Well, who's first? His classmates grumbled in frustration, annoyed by how arrogant he was. Just then, a cold laugh echoed from behind, and a figure shrouded in an eerie purple aura stepped forward. Someone recognized him. It was the first year, Fang Kun, who was already at the peak of the shape-shifting realm. The student continued sharing his knowledge. He's a master of hidden weapons, and rumors say he has never failed a mission. Fang Kun smirked and said, I've heard you like to show off. Since this is our first meeting, please go easy on me. Wu Fu didn't even bother to answer. He just curled his finger, motioning for him to come at him. Fang Kun gave a wicked laugh as his dark aura flared up, enveloping his body. Like a whirlwind, Fang Kun vanished from his spot and rushed forward. However, Wu Fu had already sensed something was off. With a loud bang, Fang Kun's fist connected with Wu Fu's face, forcing his head to the side. The whole class stared in shock at the scene. Teacher Chen Hao was completely dumbstruck. What? It turned out Wu Fu had only let himself get hit to expose Fang Kun's underhanded trick. 2 poison needles were already blocked by his spiritual energy. In fact, the 2 poison needles were being tightly crushed by his spiritual energy. Fang Kun's brow furrowed in sheer panic. No, that's impossible. Right then, Wu Fu moved, snapping the poison needles. My turn. Terrified, Fang Kun tried to scramble back to safety. But before he could even take a single step, Wu Fu stomped down hard, pinning his foot to the ground. Wu Fu seized the chance to strike, mockingly asking, Running away so soon? Caught off guard? Fang Kun gasped, What? As Wu Fu unleashed a powerful palm strike packed with overwhelming spiritual energy. With a loud boom, the strike hit Fang Kun squarely in the stomach. Yellow liquid soaked the stage as he literally experienced what it felt like to wet himself in pure terror. Wu Fu warned him, Since we go to the same school, I'll spare your life. But if you ever dare to use poison again, I won't be so nice. Fang Kun collapsed onto the ground in tattered clothes, spared, but utterly humiliated. Chen Hao gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the outcome. Fang Kun lost just like that? Wu Fu looked down at the crowd, asking, Anyone else? The first-year students remained dead silent, not a single soul daring to step up. He flashed a smile at Chen Hao. Well, teacher, looks like one of the 2 first-year slots is locked in for me. Chen Hao gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Right at that moment, the doors to the hall were violently kicked open. Seeing who it was, Chen Hao barked, What are you third years doing here? Isn't the roster already set? The newcomer confidently replied, That's right. The stylish, long-haired young man was Hua Feng, his hair neatly tied in a ponytail. He announced, The third years have chosen me to compete alongside Senior Lu. He sized up Wu Fu on the stage and sneered, All right, let's see who exactly embarrassed our seniors here. Wu Fu stared back at Hua Feng, completely unfazed. As a natural battle maniac, seeing Wu Fu's calm reaction only fueled Hua Feng's excitement. Several students who knew his reputation quickly stepped back. Senior Hua Feng has been in secluded cultivation for nearly half a year. Now that he's out, his power must have skyrocketed. Back up a bit so we don't get caught in the crossfire. Even though Chen Hao disliked Wu Fu, this was still his class. He wouldn't just stand by and watch a third-year bully a freshman. Hua Feng, what do you think you're doing? He didn't care about an instructor like Chen Hao at all, waving 2 of his lackeys onto the stage. Just teaching this little junior a quick lesson, of course. One of his lackeys stepped forward with a cocky grin, twirling a baseball bat. Before the guy could even finish his smirk, Wu Fu's figure blurred. Frowning, he sized up the situation and decided to sweep the two lackeys out of the way before dealing with the leader. Acting instantly, Wu Fu lunged, punching the bat-wielding thug hard in the stomach before delivering a heavy blow to the other's shoulder. With that done, Wu Fu zipped in another direction, suddenly appearing right behind Hua Feng. Hua Feng scoffed, unleashing his vibrant green spiritual energy. "You dare try to outrun me?" He shot a contemptuous glance over his shoulder. "You're still too green." With that, he burst into motion, instantly vanishing from his spot. To the crowd, he had completely disappeared. Chen Hao gasped in admiration. The Hua family's heirloom movement technique. It truly lives up to its name. As Hua Feng's figure flickered across the arena, his voice echoed from all directions. "And here I thought you were actually something." Wu Fu's lack of movement made him sneer. "Is that the best you can react?" While Hua Feng darted wildly across the stage, Wu Fu simply stood in place. Completely ignoring his opponent's flashy speed show, he remained calm as a mountain. In the blink of an eye, Hua Feng's silhouette flashed right behind Wu Fu. "This speed is enough for me to kill you 10 times over." Wu Fu didn't say a word, only smirking as if he had already anticipated the move. A fist came tearing through the wind, but it hit nothing but thin air. Hua Feng couldn't believe his eyes. "Huh?" He glanced around the stage but couldn't see him anywhere. Fearing a surprise counterattack, Hua Feng immediately leaped back. He frantically searched the area, his heart racing. What just happened? Where did he go? Right then, Wu Fu materialized directly behind him. "Looking for me?" Chen Hao's face froze in sheer shock. His speed was actually faster than Hua Feng's. Hua Feng's eyes widened as he sensed Wu Fu gliding smoothly past his back. What the hell? He desperately pushed off the ground to escape. Reacting quickly and decisively, Hua Feng barely managed to dodge Wu Fu's lethal strike. As the dust settled, Wu Fu's eyes glinted with amusement while Hua Feng spun around and retreated. Though visibly rattled, he had managed to slip away. Giving him zero time to catch his breath, Wu Fu charged forward like a bullet, his voice booming across the arena. "Senior, since you've already come all this way." Hua Feng flinched in sudden horror as Wu Fu's mocking voice caught up to him. "Then don't leave in such a hurry." Hua Feng's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The sheer force of Wu Fu's strike triggered a massive shockwave, blasting Hua Feng back. His arm throbbed with intense pain from blocking the attack. How is his raw strength this terrifying? Not giving Hua Feng a single second to recover, Wu Fu closed the distance with terrifying agility. That insane speed left Hua Feng completely frozen. "This punk!" He gritted his teeth, staring at Wu Fu's approaching face in disbelief. Is he really just in the shape-shifting realm? Wu Fu unleashed another palm strike, blasting him clean off the stage. Hua Feng slammed violently against the wall, collapsing to his knees as fresh blood dripped onto the floor. Despite his injuries, Hua Feng forced himself up, gasping in disbelief. Are you really just in the shape-shifting realm?" In response, Wu Fu walked up to the edge of the stage. To be precise, looking down on him, he said with cold authority, "My cultivation is far beyond anything you can comprehend." Elsewhere, sunlight cast long shadows across a nearby building. Inside a closed room, a girl's voice could be heard. The 8 names selected for this competition. For the 4th years, she slammed the paper down on the desk. For the 3rd years, Lu Ling and Hua Feng. For the 2nd years, Xia Tiangang and Xu Qingqing. The voice belonged to Lu Ling, who read out, and for the 1st years, Wu Fu and Fang Kun. As she spoke, she glanced over at Wu Fu. "You just offended Hua Feng, and now there's Xia Tiangang. You need to watch your back." He replied bluntly without hesitation. "With Xia Tiangang's meager skills, he's not even worthy of being my opponent." Lu Ling warned him anxiously. "I heard Xia Tiangang is on the verge of breaking through to the profound realm." But Wu Fu remained unnaturally calm. "Let them come. I'll deal with whatever they throw at me. What's there to be afraid of?" Even so, Lu Ling reminded him, "It's always better to be safe." The scene then shifts to a quiet temple nestled deep in the forest as a voice drifts from within. "Master, it's time to take your medicine." Jing Song spoke up. After just a few days of cultivation, his body had clearly improved, and even his power had recovered quite a bit. Lei Ku walked over with a bowl of medicine and said, "It is mostly thanks to you, Master. Your body is naturally strong." Jing Song ordered him, "Go call Wu Fu here, quickly." Inside a modern-looking building, in one of the restrooms, a plume of red smoke could be seen leaking out. Inside, a terrifying red figure appeared. Xia Tiankang sat in a tub filled with some strange liquid, looking oddly calm. Hearing a strange noise from the outside, a group of people barged in, shouting aggressively, Xia Tiankong! Murderous intent flashed in Xia Tiankong's eyes, his voice dripping with deep hatred. I am just one step away from the primordial soul realm. When the time comes, Wu Fu, let us see how you will fight me. The morning light illuminated the hallway of the building, leading to the student council meeting room. Lu Ling placed a sheet of paper on the table and spoke up. Almost everyone is here. Let us begin the meeting. She held the paper high, looking at everyone seated in the room. The participants for the competition have been decided. Does anyone have any objections? The list of participants appeared. First year Feng Kun, second year Xia Tiankong, third year Hoa Feng, and first year Wu Fu. Seeing that no one spoke up, Lu Ling was about to wrap it up. If there are no objections, then we will finalize this list. Suddenly, a voice of protest echoed from outside the door. The entire meeting room gasped, and everyone turned their heads toward the sound. From the doorway, Tiong Yo strode in with an imposing presence. Fourth year, Tiong Yo. Lu Ling's expression shifted, her mind racing. Could he be the only fourth year participating this time? The staff member beside her spoke up. Fourth year student Tiong Yo will be in full charge of this competition. Lu Ling walked over and whispered in Wu Fu's ear. To keep you out of the competition, they even brought him here. She handed him some key information, adding, he is the strongest senior in Manhwa and the successor of the Tiu family fist. His cultivation is about to reach the primordial soul realm. Hearing this, Wu Fu's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lu Ling's worry was genuine. There is no telling if you will even be allowed to participate in this competition. The staff member left, leaving only a word for Tiong Yo. I will leave this to you. Tiong Yo leaned against the doorway, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. President Luke, I have only been away on an internship for a short while, and Van Hai has already run out of capable people? Hearing his accusatory tone, Lu Ling could only offer a forced smile. Senior, what do you mean by that? Tiong Yu walked over and snatched the list of participants. First year Feng Kong is a cultivator of the profound realm. Besides, he is not the only one in the profound realm. After reading it, he glared at Wu Fu and sneered, why on earth is this guy on the list? Feng Kong quickly jumped on the bandwagon, agreeing with Tiong Yu. You are absolutely right, Senior. This Wu Fu guy has only been showing off because of his divine artifact. Without it, I doubt he would even have the strength to lift a finger. Hearing this, Tiong Yu became even more opposed to Wu Fu's participation. So that is how it is. Then let me disqualify him from this competition. Sitting nearby, Xia Tiankong overheard everything, his eyes filled with suspicion. What was Tiong Yu's angle? Just how many people had Wu Fu managed to offend? From behind, Lu Ling tapped Wu Fu on his shoulder. She pointed at Tiong Yu and said to him in a worried voice, he is trying to disqualify you. How can you stay so calm? Wanting to tease Lu Ling a bit, Wu Fu replied, President, it is so obvious. Have you not figured it out yet? Having successfully riled her up, Lu Ling snapped in frustration. You jerk! How annoying! A voice broke through the heavy silence. Senior. Xia Tiankong's gaze and words, surprisingly, seemed to support Wu Fu. This Wu Fu is actually quite powerful. In school, even I am no match for him. Hearing this, Tiong Yu's expression grew dark and grim. Lu Ling was shocked, but when she looked back at Wu Fu, he remained incredibly calm. Even Hoa Feng cast a suspicious glance at Xia Tiankong. Both Xia Tiankong and Lu Ling stood up, their eyes scanning everyone in the meeting room. As she raised her voice, preparing to speak, Wu Fu casually glanced around the room. Suddenly, Tiong Yu's voice boomed. Just how capable Wu Fu is cannot be proven with mere words. Wu Fu's eyes locked onto him with sharp intensity. Tiong Yu swung his hand, launching an attack straight at him. A quick test will tell us everything. Sensing the danger, Lu Ling screamed a warning. Watch out! A majestic golden lion charged straight at Wu Fu. Despite his immense strength, Tiong Yu was caught off guard by the boy's calmness, thinking, he is only in the transformation realm, yet he has this kind of composure? Little did he know, several swords were already hovering right above his head, pointing straight at him. Suddenly, breaking the silence, Wu Fu stood straight up. His words drifted softly through the air. I have long ceased to be in the transformation realm. The air in the room froze as Wu Fu uttered his next words. I am now in the profound realm. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the meeting room, a startled whisper echoed clearly. Is he trying to break through right now? Seeing Wu Fu's reckless move, Lu Ling yelled to warn him. Wu Fu, stop being crazy. Cultivation must be done step by step. You are going to cause a qi deviation. Wu Fu's eyes turned terrifyingly cold and dark as he summoned his divine sword. One's cultivation stage does not define their true strength, but since they insist on seeing it, I will show them. Lu Ling opened her mouth to speak but could not make a sound as his voice resonated with deep fury. The entire room suddenly exploded, shattering the glass windows. Smoke billowed through the room as everyone looked on with sheer caution. He actually broke through. Lu Ling looked at Wu Fu with concern, thinking, I knew it would blow up. Thank goodness I dodged in time. He turned his gaze toward Tianyu and spoke, I am now a cultivator of the profound realm. May I ask, Senior, am I qualified to participate in this competition now? Having no choice, Tianyu muttered, You are. Hearing this, Xia Tiankang was completely stunned, stammering, The profound realm? Before anyone could react, Wu Fu turned on his heel and waved his hand as he walked away. Just as he was about to step out the door, a click of a tongue and a voice echoed, to break through to the profound realm so effortlessly. Wu Fu looked back toward the voice. Lei Ku was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking completely carefree. Seeing this, Wu Fu sneered sarcastically, Senior, you must have already reached the late stage of the primordial soul realm. Why would a master like you even care about a measly profound realm? Hearing the sarcasm, Lei Ku's face darkened. Inside another building, a loud noise echoed. From within the room, an anxious question was asked. Well, how did it go? Tianyu let out a deep sigh. He has the strength of the profound realm. I could not stop him. The man could not believe his ears and raised his voice. That is impossible. He only broke through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm not long ago. How could he already be in the profound realm? Seeing his disbelief, Tianyu replied with absolute certainty. He broke through right there in the meeting room. I saw it with my own eyes. Elsewhere, Lei Kuyu was lost in thought. Aside from Master, no one should know my true cultivation level. Deep suspicion filled his eyes. How on earth did he find out? Lei Ku could not help but harbor deep suspicions about Wu Fu's true identity. Meanwhile, Wu Fu remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened, and said, Did you not come all this way just to take me to see the old senior? Instantly, Lei Ku swung his blade, slashing past Wu Fu with lethal precision. Glaring as if he wanted to tear him apart, Lei Ku demanded, Who the hell are you? Wu Fu easily dodged the strike and replied, I am Wu Fu. Wu Fu drew the sword he had used to break through his cultivation earlier. Lei Ku himself felt a strange sensation, noting that the aura of the divine artifact had suddenly changed. A bizarre thought crossed his mind. Could this brat have actually integrated with the divine artifact? While lost in thought, Lei Ku slowly sheathed his sword behind his back, thinking, If I let him live any longer, won't this divine artifact be ruined? Seeing him suddenly stop his attack, Wu Fu taunts, What's the matter? Aren't you going to make a move? Lei Ku slightly turns his head back, his voice calm yet warning. I don't care who you are, but I'd advise you to stay away from the cauldron. Memories of his past life flash before his eyes. In his previous life, his master was targeted by Lei Ku for refining a supreme pill, which ultimately led to his tragic death too. Wu Fu raises his voice to ask Lei Ku so, Master also refines pills? But before he can finish, Lei Ku cuts him off with a threatening tone. Watch your mouth around me, or I'll kill you right now. Watching Lei Ku walk away, a calculating look flashes in Wu Fu's eyes. Well, at least you can't kill me right now. Looking at how things are going, I need to speed up my cultivation. Sunlight bathes the peaceful mountain landscape. A soft hum echoes from inside the temple, where a cauldron glows with brilliant light. Suddenly, the disciple Lei Ku's voice calls out from outside, Master! Wu Fu is here! Startled by this, Qin Teng loses his grip, causing the cauldron's energy to spiral completely out of control. A massive explosion shakes the deep forest, sending thick plumes of smoke into the air. Amidst the dusty ruins left by the blast, Qin Teng's hacking coughs can be heard. Seeing this, Lei Ku asks with concern, Master, are you all right? Wu Fu chimes in, looking at this mess. The cauldron definitely exploded. Hearing them ask, Qin Teng quickly reassures them, I'm fine, I'm fine. He looks at the pill in his hand, a look of doubt on his face. Seeing the pill in Qin Teng's hand, Wu Fu immediately recognizes it, the supreme pill. Qin Teng sighs with deep regret. Another failure. In his head, Wu Fu recalls his past life, thinking, based on the timeline from my past life, it should take another 6 months for the supreme divine pill to be fully refined. Lei Ku's comforting words ring out as he helps Qin Teng up. It's all right, Master. Determination flashes in Wu Fu's eyes. Why not just refine the supreme divine pill early? It would be so boring if destiny just played out exactly like my past life. Wu Fu cups his hands to Qin Teng. Senior! Seeing him speak up, the old man smiles warmly. Ah, young friend, you're here. To think someone so young could be so kind-hearted, Qin Teng says. This old man doesn't know how to repay you, but I do have plenty of pills. He immediately calls out, Leku. He replies, yes, master. With that, Leku walks over holding several pill bottles. These are the pills I've recently refined. Qin Teng points at the bottles and tells Wu Fu, please, young friend, feel free to choose whatever you like. Without hesitation, Wu Fu picks up a pill to examine it closely. This action startles both Qin Teng and Leku. Furious, Leku barks, you're asking for death, but he is ultimately stopped by his master. Qin Teng gently asks Wu Fu, young friend, what is the meaning of this? If these pills don't catch your eye, this old man has other things to offer. Wu Fu holds up a red pill, an amused look in his eyes. If this junior guesses correctly, this is a blood chi pill, isn't it? Wu Fu's words ring clear in Qin Teng's ears. To identify a blood chi pill based solely on its faint spiritual energy, this kid is definitely out of the ordinary. He calmly explains how he knows a blood chi pill is a treasure meant to boost one's vital energy and aid in cultivation breakthroughs. But then, Wu Fu's expression shifts dramatically. However, the actual effect of this one is the exact opposite. Qin Teng's expression shifts, his face turning completely dark. Seeing his attitude, Leku snaps in anger, insolent, but Qin Teng remains calm and speaks up. This old man has been refining pills for over 200 years. Although he maintains his composure, there is a hint of irritation in his voice. Are you saying this blood chi pill cannot aid in a cultivation breakthrough? As for Leku, he has no such patience. He has been itching to tear the boy to shreds for a while now. If you can't back up your words today, I will make sure you die right here. Unfazed, Wu Fu holds the pill out to Leku. Why don't you try it and find out for yourself? Qin Teng tells Leku to test the pill. Try it. As soon as he swallows the pill, a menacing look appears in his eyes. Brat, you are dead meat. Meanwhile, Wu Fu just watches with a faint smile. Qin Teng lets out a cold snort. Leku unhesitatingly draws his blade, his eyes fixed on Wu Fu. But suddenly, before he can even touch Wu Fu, Leku's steps halt. Wu Fu smirks. Leku's face contorts as sweat pours down his forehead, and his blade drops to the ground. Leku looks toward Qin Teng, clutching his stomach as he struggles to speak, master. By now, the old man has completely lost his composure. This is impossible. Leku immediately sprints to the back. Master, please excuse me. Qin Teng watches him run off, letting out a helpless sigh. Wu Fu holds up the pill in his hand and explains, there is indeed a problem with the blood chi pill. It's not because your refining method is wrong, senior, but because the spiritual energy in your body is toxic. Hearing Wu Fu's words, Qin Teng thinks to himself, toxic spiritual energy? Do you also understand pill refining? Wu Fu replies gently with a smile. Just a little. Even from inside the restroom, Leku's voice echoes out, Master, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. This kid is up to no good. He definitely has an agenda. Qin Teng snaps. Shut up. Inside, Leku punches the door in sheer frustration. His face turns dark with rage. Scolding me for an outsider. Why hasn't this old geezer died yet? Wu Fu's voice rings out. Senior, could you let me take a look at the pill you just refined? As soon as he sees the pill, he immediately notices something strange. This pill is incredibly profound, but I still feel like it's missing something. Hearing this, Qin Teng instantly realizes what he's been lacking. Qin Teng chuckles as if having an epiphany. Young friend, your words have truly woken me up. No wonder this old man experimented for so many years without success. From inside the restroom, Leku overhears the two talking outside. It's nothing. You and this old man are truly fated. Consider all of these pills as my token of gratitude. Leku gnashes his teeth in fury. How could he know? It must be a fluke. Early in the morning, sunlight streams through the hallway of a modern building, illuminating the entire corridor. A door opens, and footsteps echo. Stepping into the room, Wu Fu looks around with suspicion. Meng? Scattered across the floor are pieces of broken furniture. Near the bottom of the bed, there are a few torn pieces of paper. Getting closer, Wu Fu realizes someone is indeed in the room. He reaches out and flips on the light. It turns out to be Meng, who is hugging his knees and crying, Brother Fu, you're finally back. Seeing him like this, Wu Fu doesn't know what to say except, as long as you're okay. Before he can even react, Meng Meng lunges forward, grabbing Wu Fu's leg and wailing, "If you had come back any later, I probably wouldn't even have any bones left." In the end, Wu Fu still has to comfort Meng Meng. "Well, aren't I back now?" He holds out a pill bottle to him. "Take this. Consider it compensation." Meng Meng looks at it, completely bewildered. "What is this?" Meng Meng takes the bottle, reading the label, "Gray, great strength pill." His eyes light up as if he just found a legendary treasure. Could this be the ultimate treasure for a real man? Wu Fu simply replies calmly, "Try it and find out." As soon as the bottle is opened, a stream of jade green mist flows out from the opening. Outside, bolts of lightning strike straight down. Elsewhere, Leku seems to sense something. He looks directly toward where a pillar of light rises into the sky. A breakthrough? But then, he notices something strange. No, this isn't the Hutian realm. Excited chatter echoes from inside the building. Old Master Hua has broken through. Wonderful news, wonderful news. The first half-step Grandmaster of Van Hai. Congratulations. Mr. An addresses Din Din, who is standing near the door. "Please, come in, come in." Din Din glares in his direction and snaps, "That arrogant jerk is late every single time. Let's not wait for him anymore." Mr. An's voice is dripping with sarcasm. The others waiting in the room also chime in. "Well, he must be a real big shot." Exactly. The head of the Hua family is now a half-step grandmaster. Who could possibly have enough status to make the Hua family welcome them like this? Though Mr. Xia remained silent, his mind was racing. The Shu family and Wu Fu are so close. What is going on this time? He raised his hand, signaling his men to come over. Mr. Xia ordered his men to ruin the party and keep a close eye on Shu Tingting, receiving a loyal response in return. Suddenly, someone's voice piped up, eagerly waiting for Wu Fu. "Is he here yet?" Seeing him take so long to arrive, Tingting said irritably, "You're so late. Everyone is waiting on you." The guests in the room began whispering about Wu Fu's arrival. A half-step grandmaster waiting for some wet-behind-the-ears brat? I bet the kid got lost. Tingting teased him. "You arrogant jerk. You're late every single time." Wu Fu was starting to doubt the impact of that cultivation technique. He didn't expect that passing down just one technique could cause such a massive stir. Meanwhile, only Mr. Xia sat calmly and quietly at the table, but a deep, cold glint flashed in his eyes. That Wu Fu kid again. To think the Shu family would suck up to someone only at the transformation stage. Suddenly, the henchman ordered by Mr. Xia lunged at Wu Fu from behind. "Wu Fu, hand over your life!" Both Wu Fu and Ting Ting quickly looked back while Mr. Xia sneered. Suddenly, a booming, majestic voice pierced the gloomy air. "How dare you!" Before the attacker could even touch Wu Fu, a sudden strike pierced right through his body. A single strike to the forehead, and blood gushed out. The man collapsed instantly. Everyone in the room stared in utter confusion, unable to process what had just unfolded before them. The scene left Tian Hao's father utterly terrified, stammering under his breath, This. Having witnessed Kang Rao's power firsthand, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is this the true power of a half-step grandmaster? Kang Rao's murderous expression also terrified Tian Hao's father to his core. Kang Rao then turned to his men and ordered, "Throw that piece of trash outside." Those words made Tian Hao's father boil with rage as he barked, "Wei Yu, how dare you?" But of course he dared. Kang Rao then declared in front of everyone, "From this day on, anyone who dares touch Wu Fu makes an enemy of the Shu family." The declaration left Tian Hao's father fuming with rage. He immediately stormed out with his two henchmen, snarling, "We're leaving." However, before leaving, he didn't miss the chance to mock Kang Rao. "Shu Kang Rao, you are a prominent half-step grandmaster, yet you eagerly bow down to a mere kid in the transformation stage." Even Yin Xian looked at Kang Rao in confusion and whispered, "Father." He recalled the moment he realized his father had advanced to a higher realm. Back then, Kang Rao had looked at the cultivation technique Wu Fu gave him with satisfaction, thinking, this technique doesn't belong to this world. He must have another identity. Back in the present, as Tian Hao's father walked out the door, Shu Kang Rao loudly declared, "Hear me, everyone. From this day on, Wu Fu's enemies are the mortal enemies of the Shu family." Wu Fu merely responded to this grand declaration with a contemptuous smirk. Suddenly, Kang Rao lunged at the two Xia family henchmen and growled, "In that case, you two can stay." Just as Tian Hao's father felt the murderous aura rising behind him, Kang Rao channeled his internal energy. A roar echoed as blood splattered across the ground. After ruthlessly taking down the two Xia family guards, Kang Rao openly declared war. From this day forward, the Shu family and the Xia family cannot coexist under the same sky. Everything happened so fast that the onlookers whispered in confusion. Wait, what? Did I miss something? I have no idea what's going on either. As for Tianhao's father, after a moment of sheer terror, he finally regained his composure and muttered, "So, this is what a half-step grandmaster is capable of. Don't forget, I am still a core disciple of the sect." Ignoring his smug attitude, Kang Rao merely glanced at him, flicking his fingers to launch a blast of internal energy his way. Facing Chang Rao's overwhelming power, Tianhao's father could do nothing but brace himself for death. Unexpectedly, another surge of internal energy intercepted the attack. Surprisingly, that counterblast completely deflected Kang Rao's attack. This left Kang Rao, Yin Xian, and Ting Ting utterly shocked. Just then, Wu Fu's calm voice echoed, "I deeply appreciate your kind intentions, Senior, but the Xia family has repeatedly tried to drive me to my death." His words infuriated Tianhao's father, but just as he was about to speak, a dagger plunged straight into his chest. "You dare kill me?" He walked toward him step by step, saying coldly, "The moment your Xia family harbored murderous intent toward me, your fate was sealed." Meanwhile, back at school, taunting shouts echoed. "Come on, fatty! You were talking big just a second ago." A bottle of medicinal pills was knocked over, spilling onto the ground. Meng Meng was being cornered and bullied by a group of guys, completely defenseless. Just then, a passerby noticed the commotion and called the police. "Hello, is this 113? At the same time, despite being beaten black and blue, Meng Meng scrambled to gather the scattered pills back into the bottle, whimpering, "Wu Fu, you're going to be the death of me." One of the pills rolled over to Lu Ling's feet, and she reached down to pick it up. She quickly recognized what the pill was. A great Vajra pill. She immediately questioned Meng Meng. "Hey, fatty, where did you get this pill? A great Vajra pill is worth millions each. How do you have a whole bottle of such rare treasures?" Meng Meng didn't even bother to answer, too busy crying and whining. "I'm in so much pain right now." Meanwhile, Tianhao knelt in agony on the ground, staring at his father's lifeless body. Menjiao, still in a state of panic, urged, "We need to go and apologize to Wu Fu right now." The moment she said this, Tianhao slammed his hand down in a rage, smashing the table. He let out a low, menacing laugh. Mengiao continued to ramble in terror. "We're no match for him. If we keep this up, I'm terrified." But Tianhao had already lost his mind, a murderous aura surging within him. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "First he killed my brother, and now he killed my father." Glaring at Meng Yao, he demanded, "Tell me what I should do." Seeing him advance toward her step by step, she stammered in absolute terror. What are you doing?" Tianhao grabbed Meng Yao by the hair, staring at her with wild eyes as he snarled, "Aren't you his girlfriend? Or are you still clinging to your old feelings for him?" His crazed state terrified her so much she couldn't even form a coherent sentence. You're not going to kill me, are you?" Completely ignoring her terror, he raised his hand, which was already surging with internal energy, and growled coldly, "I don't just want him dead. I will make sure his name is dragged through the mud for eternity," knowing what lay ahead. After consuming the pill Wu Fu had given him, Meng Meng immediately felt internal energy surging wildly through his body. He cried out in pure joy, "I've finally become a cultivator too." Peeking from outside the door, Lu Ling had witnessed everything. She muttered disdainfully, "Such a high-grade pill, yet it only works on a qi refining stage cultivator. You really are useless." With that, she turned to leave and dialed a number. "Hello, have you dug up anything?" The voice on the other end replied, "Young mistress, we haven't found anything unusual so far." Lu Ling paused for a moment before giving her next order. "That itself is the anomaly. Keep investigating." Meanwhile, at the Shu family estate, several guests whispered to one another as they left. "The Shu family is really pushing their luck. He is a grandmaster. Why are you even meddling?" One of them bowed to bid farewell to Kang Rao. "Grandmaster Shu, we won't be visiting anymore. Please, no need to see us out." Kang Rao didn't even care, simply letting out a cold snort. Suddenly, Wu Fu walked up to him and said, "Elder, there's no need to draw such a sharp line." He casually pointed out that Kang Rao was humbling himself. Kang Rao formally bowed to him and replied with deep respect, "Without your guidance, young friend, this old man would never have reached the half-step grandmaster realm." Hearing this, Wu Fu humbly replied, "Not at all. I haven't even broken through to the profound stage yet." However, the elder insisted firmly, "I, Shu, would never misjudge someone." In his eyes, Wu Fu possessed an extraordinary, godlike energy that was not to be underestimated. Right at that moment, someone suddenly began scattering joss paper all over. Wu Fu instantly sensed a wave of pure hatred heading his way. The leader, carrying a funeral portrait of the Xia family, bellowed in fury. Wu Fu! This grudge is irreconcilable. Faced with this burning hatred, Wu Fu showed no fear, merely mocking them. The Xia family sure is efficient. Unlike his relaxed demeanor, Hua Antian and Tintin were terrified to see who had stepped forward on behalf of the Ha family this time. In stark contrast to them, Shang Ni remained incredibly calm. He recognized exactly who had arrived. Ha Xia Tiankong, along with the Trung Duang sect. Then, he spoke in a low, heavy voice. The Trung Duang sect is a reclusive faction, yet the air now reeks of bloodlust. Shang Ni's questioning voice rang out. To show up at the Hua family's doorstep today, are you here to have a cup of tea? In the face of that questioning, the Trung Duang sect disciple showed no fear, even letting out a smirk. Suddenly, a voice drifted out from the black car behind them. Just barely reached Grandmaster. The voice was slow and deliberate, yet packed with an overwhelming pressure. His murderous gaze locked onto Shang Ni as he growled, "Arrogant fool." The moment he finished speaking, his powerful aura flared out instantly, warning anyone foolish enough to oppose him. Hua Antian and Tintin were terrified. Shang Ni quickly pushed back against the crushing pressure with a sharp, murderous glare. After a tense silence, Tintin's voice stammered, A Grandmaster." The figure in the car then calmly revealed the reason for his visit today. "I came to see who exactly ruined my disciple's family, and also to congratulate Yulan Hien on reaching the half-step Grandmaster stage." Wu Fu immediately recognized the person inside the car, the Grandmaster of the Trung Duang sect and Ha Xia Tiankong's master. Suddenly, someone loudly warned him, "Wu Fu, do not do anything rash." Seeing Wu Fu daring to step forward to confront the Ha family, someone hurriedly warned, "Wu Fu, a Grandmaster can kill without leaving a trace. Be careful." However, as he clashed inner force with Ha Xia Tiankong, it was obvious that Wu Fu held the upper hand. "You are nothing but a lapdog of the Trung Duang sect. You have no right to speak to me." His mocking words left Ha Xia Tiankong shaking with rage, ready to strike. But before he could make a move, the man in the car called out sharply, "Disciple!" Hearing his master's voice, he quickly turned back. Soon after, the Ha family and the Trung Duang sect disciples made a swift retreat. Seeing this, Tintin rushed over and asked, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" Though blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, Wu Fu calmly replied, "I'm fine." Still, seeing the blood on his lips, she panicked and cried out, "But you're bleeding!" Wiping the blood away nonchalantly, he muttered with a smirk, "Things are starting to get interesting." This display of courage earned him immense respect from Shang Ni. To withstand the crushing aura of a Grandmaster required incredible fortitude. Then, voices urged Wu Fu to rest. "Go get some rest. You're clearly no match for them, yet you still put on a show, you arrogant jerk." Meanwhile, in a grand courtyard, a hand was tightly gripping another. Catching her breath, Tintin asked, What do you think you're doing?" Wu Fu replied nonchalantly, "If my cultivation has plateaued, then I just need to break through again. That's why I need you to do me a favor." His words, paired with his handsome face, made Tintin let out a soft gasp. But ignoring her starry-eyed look, he immediately poured cold water on her fantasy. "Stop daydreaming. I need your help finding a fragment of the divine artifact." Having her romantic bubble ruthlessly popped made her seethe with rage, but she forced herself to hold it in. "It's fine. I can handle this. Just tolerate him, that arrogant jerk," she thought. At that moment, Wu Fu was deeply focused on his cultivation. Watching from a distance, Hua Antian realized in shock. He's about to break through. From where Wu Fu stood, a massive vortex of inner energy suddenly erupted, swirling larger and larger. Even though Ha Xia Tiankong was already a great distance away, he could still see the towering vortex through the car window. He hurriedly turned and called out, "Master!" The old man coldly replied, "It won't be long now. The divine artifact is already half formed." He thought to himself in awe, "When the divine artifact emerges, heaven and earth will tremble." Right then, the master gave a sharp command to his subordinates, "Pass down my orders. The entire Trung Duang sect is to gather all fragments of the divine artifact." Meanwhile, Shang Ni was also busy assigning urgent tasks to his subordinates. Hearing this, Huaka felt uneasy and muttered, "Wu Fu is just a cultivator of the profound realm. Why is our Hua family treating him with such high regard? But Shang Ni resolutely declared, if he can elevate the Hua family to a much grander stage, what does it matter even if we lose our entire fortune? Hearing this, Hua and Tian immediately understood his father's intentions and asked, are you taking a gamble? Staring intently at the swirling vortex of divine energy, the old man calmly replied, it is a 90% guarantee. Moments later, the massive vortex began to dissipate. In Wu Fu's hand, a sleek sword materialized. Standing completely still amidst the swirling dust and debris, he calmly exhaled a long breath. Sensing the sudden shift in his aura, Tin Tin and Hua Antian gasped in disbelief. He's stepping into the mid-profound realm. Feeling a pang of frustration, Tin Tin thought. At first, he wasn't even at the chi refining stage, and now he's already surpassed me. Seeing her suddenly turn to walk away, Hua Antian asked, it's so late. Where are you going? She called back loudly. To cultivate. Her heart burned with a single desire, to wipe that smug smirk off that arrogant jerk's face. Once Wu Fu finished his meditation, Shang Ni stepped forward to offer his gratitude. Wu Fu humbly replied, regarding the artifact fragments, I won't let you work in vain, senior. He then generously handed over several pills. These 2 bottles of elixir are for you. Even though the Void Return stage has the backing of a half-step grandmaster, you still cannot neglect your training. Taking the gift, Shang Ni's eyes widened in utter shock. Heart-tempering pills, a rare treasure that money can't buy, and he just gave me 2 bottles at once. Seeing his astonishment, Wu Fu explained his reason for the gift. Currently, there is a significant discrepancy in your physical constitution, senior. This warning struck a chord with the old man, making him realize the limits of his body's endurance. Realizing the profound meaning behind Wu Fu's words, Shang Ni bowed respectfully. I shall follow your guidance, senior. Seeing his deep respect, Wu Fu offered a deal. If you can secure the divine artifact fragments, I will have a worthy reward for you. Knowing that Wu Fu's reward would be beyond priceless, the old man quickly replied, the Hua family will spare no effort to assist you. Sensing that Shang Ni knew something about the reward Wu Fu had promised, Hua Antian asked, Father, do you know what it is? Shang Ni replied slowly, it is merely a guess. I cannot say for certain just yet, but his eyes filled with cold determination as he instructed, the Ha family is about to make their move. Our priority right now is to secure our bond with him. Confused by his father's warning, Hua Antian asked, isn't Tin Tin already our first bridge to him? The old man sighed softly. I only fear that the gap between them is far too vast to ever bridge. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a man consumed by hatred stabbed a dagger into 2 photos on the table, growling, first you killed my brother, and then you killed my father. The photos were of Tin Tin and Meng Meng. Fueled by an intense grudge against Wu Fu, he declared coldly, then I will slaughter your dearest friends. His eyes flared with ruthless bloodlust as he barked an order. First thing tomorrow morning, bring me their heads. His subordinates quickly bowed, responding in unison. Understood. With only the 2 of them left in the room, the woman standing beside him asked hesitantly, they are only at the chi refining stage. Can they really get the job done? He replied coldly. Vuong Meng Meng is nothing but a defenseless, useless piece of trash. With a sinister sneer, Xia Tiankong warned her sternly, just make sure you remember your own mission. Shaken by his icy glare, Meng Jia swallowed hard in fear. He simply waved his hand, ordering her to make it quick. Meanwhile, at the student union office, Luke Lin handed over the tournament bracket and warned him, your opponent this time is incredibly strong. Do not let your guard down. Taking the sheet, he replied calmly, if my opponents are too weak, there is no point in me even competing. Wu Fu. Hong Koi. She wasn't done yet, as Luke Lin added, and one more thing. The tournament only lasts for 3 short days. A swordsmanship professor at the academy has personally requested to pass her techniques down to you. Wu Fu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Personally requested me? Luke Lin then slid a photo of Luo Shi over to him and said, that's her. Of course, the moment he saw the person in the photo, he recognized her instantly. Then he asked, are you sure she's going to teach me? Lu Ling kept reminding him that Miss Luo Shi's understanding of swordsmanship was far superior to his. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the student council room swung open. She bowed respectfully to the person who walked in and said, Miss Luo. Wu Fu calmly stared at the newcomer. Luo Shi coldly ordered him, follow me to the back of the mountain. With that, she turned and walked away. Wu Fu didn't bother getting up immediately to follow her. Instead, he asked, so, you're the one who's going to teach me swordsmanship? Hearing this, she replied coldly. No, honing. Her words left Lu Ling a bit curious, muttering to herself that it was probably just a fancier way of saying teaching. In the small forest behind the school, Lu Ling followed Wu Fu and kept whispering praises of Luo Shi in his ear. She's been stuck at the Tongshuan realm for years. Her strength is way beyond what you can imagine. It seemed Luo Shi heard her and couldn't help but stifle a smirk. Meanwhile, Lu Ling was still busy whispering to Wu Fu. Later on, make sure to hold back and go easy on her. Just as she added, after all, she is still a teacher. Luo Shi turned around with a furious look and demanded, do you really think I'll lose? Caught red-handed, Lu Ling nervously stepped back with a sheepish grin and said, please, carry on. A moment later, they arrived at a clearing. Luo Shi confidently declared, below the primordial soul realm, no one dares to show off in front of me. She quickly drew her sword and put on a powerful display of swordplay. Wu Fu didn't care in the slightest, while Luo Shi shouted out loud, you've lost! As she spoke, her energy surged toward Wu Fu. Despite the impending blast, he stood completely still, unfazed. Suddenly, a vortex of internal energy erupted, blowing away Luo Shi's flashy slashes. This sight made Lu Ling's eyes widen as she gasped, so strong! Refusing to back down, Luo Shi wanted to keep fighting. She declared coldly, when my ultimate technique is unleashed, my word is absolute. As she prepared to strike again, she yelled, no one dares to oppose me! But suddenly, she felt something was off. What? She sensed something in the air. It was sword chi. Looking at Wu Fu, Luo Shi realized the truth. No wonder she couldn't scratch him. In the air, two butterflies formed by her energy were still hovering lazily before gently landing on Wu Fu's hand. He casually pointed out the flaw in her swordsmanship to ruin a dual cultivation sword style like this. No wonder you've been stuck at the Tongshuan realm for so many years. His words shocked Luo Shi, making her gasp. You, how do you know that? He replied coldly. This modified style has many flaws. For starters, there are two fatal weak points. Hearing this, Luo Shi quickly asked, which two? Wu Fu smirked and set a condition before revealing her flaws. If I help you fix these flaws, you have to help me tweak the combat roster for the upcoming matches. This condition made Luo Shi wonder, do you want to switch to a weaker opponent? He dismissed her assumption and replied calmly, no, give me the strongest ones to deal with. His confidence prompted her to remind him that he had only just broken through to the Tongshuan realm. However, he believed that cultivation level never dictated true power. Witnessing the power he displayed, Luo Shi agreed to his terms. Fine, I agree. Having reached an agreement, Wu Fu said flatly, follow me. Then, he left with Luo Shi. Meanwhile, a loud crashing noise echoed from a small alley near the dormitories. A guy with a panicked look stammered, how the hell is this different from what they said? His accomplices lay beaten unconscious around him. The one who did this stepped forward and said angrily, if it weren't for Brother Fu's medicine, I probably would have been killed by you guys. Terrified by his strength, the assassin begged for mercy. Next time, I won't dare. But Meng Meng wasn't about to let him off so easily. He grinned mischievously and said, since you're already here, you might as well leave something behind. Erha also fiercely lunged at the assassin. Sometime later, in the forest behind the school, Wu Fu stood before a cave entrance with the two girls. Lu Ling spoke up, I'll wait outside. With only Wu Fu and Luo Shi heading inside, he asked, is this where you do your secluded cultivation? Luo Shi hummed in confirmation. He scanned the area and remarked, a bit better than I expected. The spiritual energy here is decent. Noticing he still hadn't brought up her flaws, Luo Shi urged, you can tell me where the flaws in my swordsmanship are now. Wu Fu suddenly replied, take off your clothes and lie down here. Naturally, his request angered Luo Shi, and she growled, I think you have a death wish. Suddenly he conjured something, leaving her completely stunned. She recognized the item he pulled out. Her mind was filled with suspicion. How could he possibly know her family's secret? Sensing her confusion, Wu Fu didn't explain. He just said coldly, there are no secrets in this world to me. Strip and lie down. Left with no choice, Luo Shi snorted and said, I'll trust you this once. Then she quickly took off her top. Suddenly, she saw Wu Fu stripping too and asked defensively, aren't you transferring energy? Why are you taking off your clothes? He replied helplessly. Stripping is part of the process. Helpless, Luo Shi could only close her eyes. Wu Fu focused on transferring energy into her, while she did her best to feel the power coursing through her body. At the same time, she realized the flaw in her swordsmanship. It turned out she needed to fully restore the dual cultivation style. After contemplating the style for a while, she finally opened her eyes and asked, Wu Fu, who on earth are you? Wu Fu replied casually, a freshman at Fenhai University. Silence fell between them as Luo Shi's hand slowly reached for her white robe on the ground. Suddenly, she stood up. From within the robe, she abruptly drew her sword, pointing the tip directly at Wu Fu. Showing no fear, he smirked and asked, What's this? Planning to bite the hand that feeds you? Luo Shi asked directly. The dual cultivation style is my family's secret. It has never been leaked. How do you know it? Wu Fu replied calmly. I don't just know the dual cultivation style. He slowly pushed her sword tip aside and added casually, I also know your grandfather is close to reaching the void returning realm. Stunned, Luo Shi stammered, You. Suddenly, Wu Fu pinned her against the wall. Leaning in close to her face, he coldly declared, There are no secrets in this world to me, including you. Then, acting as if nothing happened, he turned to leave, adding, I'm counting on you for the roster. Still, Luo Shi couldn't help but worry and warned, Many strong experts will be competing this time. I heard the academy has some incredibly powerful new students. Meanwhile, Tian Kang presented a sword and growled, Senior brother, you must do everything in your power to kill Wu Fu. Xiang Kui, despite stuffing his face, locked his eyes on the sword in Tian Kang's hand. He recognized it immediately. He grabbed another pork leg from his plate and said, This cleansing sword is usually kept close for self-defense. Confidently, he reassured Tian Kang, Junior brother, rest assured. Below the primordial soul stage, no one is my match. Hearing this, Tian Kang smugly thought that with Zhang Kui's innate monstrous strength, even a mid-stage primordial soul expert would be no match for him. Coupled with their master's support, Wu Fu was as good as dead. A few days later, at the arena, the crowd buzzed with excitement as the opening gong was struck. Hanfa stepped up and announced loudly, I declare the third inter-school arena tournament officially begun. His voice echoed through the entire hall. Right at that moment, 3 figures walked in through the door. Jingjing and Yingxian calmly explained why they were there. Yingxian then asked, Speaking of protecting Wu Fu, where is he? Why don't I see him? Jingjing replied, He hasn't arrived yet. Her words left him completely speechless, since Wu Fu still hadn't shown up. Suddenly, Jingjing asked, Father, Wu Fu is actually quite strong. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of this? Yingxian quickly explained, The referee for this tournament is Xia Tiangong's master, the great elder of Zhangyang. He glared at Han Ba, who was standing in the arena, and called out his name in a serious tone. Han Ba! Yingxian went on to explain further to Jingjing. Han Ba has been a half-step grandmaster for many years. This time, Wu Fu has only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Meanwhile, Lu Ling spotted him from afar and thought to herself, Just for Wu Fu's sake, the Shu family has mobilized their entire force. Her eyes suddenly drifted to the side. It turned out she was looking at Shang Yao. His presence alone was enough to shock her. Shu Shang Yao is here too? A moment later, Yingxian finally saw the person he was waiting for. Wu Fu had arrived, preceded by the barking of Ha 7. Just then, a fool with a death wish approached Wu Fu and asked arrogantly, So, you're Wu Fu? As soon as he spoke, Wu Fu glanced over. It turned out to be Xiang Kui, with Xia Tiangong standing right behind him. The moment Ha saw these 2 arrogant pricks, he let out a few barks as a warning. Xiang Kui suddenly stepped right up to Wu Fu. Then, he whispered a threat. In a bit, I'm gonna kick your head off and use it as a ball. With that, he casually walked away, leaving Wu Fu standing there with a murderous look on his face. On it, the matchups were clearly laid out. Wu Fu versus Xiang Kui, Wu Fu versus Huang Tianxi, and Wu Fu versus He Haran. The spectators in the crowd were bewildered to see Wu Fu taking on 3 opponents all by himself, shouting, We're holding 3 matches today, but Wu Fu is the only one fighting. Xia Tiangong sneered in contempt, so arrogant. Go ask the senior to add more fighters. I'm afraid he won't even make it past the first round. Wasting no time, the bell rang to start the match. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the arena. The spectators in the stands were startled by the noise. Someone in the crowd seemed to recognize the fighter who had just stepped onto the stage, noting that he possessed an immense divine power that couldn't be ignored. The spectators below were terrified, stammering in disbelief. They were shocked by the fighter's cultivation level, a primordial soul expert. A man wearing glasses in the stands also easily recognized the level of the first fighter, a primordial soul expert. The The person sitting next to him highly praised the fighter on stage, saying, Zhang Yunhai's strength is nothing to scoff at, just watch. Meanwhile, Jing Jing anxiously warned Wu Fu, that's a primordial soul expert. You have to be extremely careful. If you can't beat him, get off the stage immediately. But he confidently declared, I've never lost before. With that, he calmly stepped onto the stage. Everyone was utterly baffled by his actions, wondering, is there some kind of mistake? Against a primordial soul expert, they're sending out a kid in the profound realm? Isn't he just throwing his life away? Ignoring the jeers and boos from the stands, Wu Fu merely let out a faint smirk. Several people in the stands, eager for a good show, whispered among themselves, a profound realm cultivator fighting a primordial soul cultivator? How is that even a matchup? Well, let's just watch and find out. Suddenly, a loud boom went off, shocking Lu Ling, Luo Oxi, and Jing Jing as they witnessed what was happening on stage. Even Xia Tiangong was stunned. It turned out Wu Fu was the one who had struck first. He landed a solid punch right to his opponent's stomach, forcing him back quite a distance, which sent the crowd into a frenzy of gasps and cheers. While the battle raged on, a voluptuous woman walked into a student dorm room, muttering with pure hatred, Wu Fu, even if you die. It seemed she was plotting against him. I will make sure your reputation is utterly ruined, and you are spat on by the entire world. Back at the school at 7 o'clock, Zhou Tan hurriedly advised the homeroom teacher, Uncle, please don't get involved in this. Just trust me. But the teacher insisted, but this concerns the school's reputation. Someone wants Wu Fu dead. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed down the hallway. Zhou Tan and the teacher quickly rushed into a room. There they found none other than Men Jiao, who was playing the victim and pinning all the blame on Wu Fu. Wu Fu drugged me! Falling for her deceitful, vixen-like act, Zhou Tan took her word as truth and growled his name. The people who followed him in were also fooled, immediately erupting in anger. In broad daylight, how dare he behave like such a scoundrel? Absolutely shameful, and he even drugged her. Seeing everyone take her side, Men Yao turned up the drama, squeezing out a few crocodile tears to look completely pitiful. Even so, the homeroom teacher questioned her in a stern voice. His sharp questioning made Men Yao slightly nervous, and she thought to herself, didn't Tiangong settle everything beforehand? But since she was already in character, she had to play her part to the end. Every word I say is the truth. Last night, Wu Fu. Before she could even finish, a sharp slap resounded through the room. A clear handprint was left on her face. This left Zhou Tan and his cohort utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the teacher, who had just delivered the slap, growled in fury. Nonsense. Shocked by his reaction, Menjiao stammered, Teacher, he's just a student. Without letting her finish, he raised his voice and snapped, it's not your place to tell me what's what. He then revealed why Wu Fu couldn't possibly be the culprit who violated Menjiao. Besides, Wu Fu wasn't even at the dorms last night. He was at the Shu family's estate. This revelation left Menjiao completely stunned. The teacher then casually walked out, saying, let's go. Realizing he had been played, Zhou Tan barked in anger, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Back in the arena, the opponent who had just been punched by Wu Fu quickly regained his balance. Although Xiang Kui felt a sting from the blow, the humiliation enraged him even more. Damn it, to think he actually forced me back. I've lost all face. Losing his mind, he screamed, I'll kill you. Seeing him fly into such a rage, the spectators in the stands whispered to one another, the primordial soul expert is going all out. Yingxian quietly thought to himself, Wu Fu, everyone in the Su family hopes you'll be all right. At that moment, Xiong Kui prepared to unleash a full power strike with his axe toward Wu Fu. Strangely, Wu Fu didn't even flinch, even as the heavy axe was about to come crashing down. Suddenly, he opened his cold, murderous eyes and uttered a single word, burst. Instantly, a shocking explosion erupted, unleashing an extraordinary, overwhelming pressure. The crowd gasped in amazement. Is this guy really just in the profound realm? A hidden disciple of the Buddhist sect after all these years? Could he actually be a direct disciple of the Buddhist sect? On stage, Wu Fu calmly blocked Xiong Kui's strike with his bare hands. Horrified by this sight, Xiong Kui stammered, aren't you a swordsman? Wu Fu merely smirked in disdain. Taking his silence as sheer arrogance, Xiong Kui boasted, arrogant fool, watch me tear you apart. Wu Fu, however, continued to stare back at him with a cold, fearless gaze. Xiong Kui conjured a whirlwind of divine power, roaring, die. Watching from the stands, Tiangong smugly thought, with senior brother going all out, he can even take on a peak primordial soul expert. Xiangque tried to catch Wu Fu off guard with a sneak attack. Seeing this, Lu Ling cried out from the stands, "Watch out!" But Wu Fu didn't seem to care. Seeing Jing Jing casually munching on popcorn, Lu Ling asked in utter confusion, "Wu Fu's opponent is likely a primordial soul expert. How can you not be worried at all?" Jing Jing giggled and replied, "With that arrogant guy's attitude, even a primordial soul cultivator won't last a single blow against him, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about." Just as she predicted, Wu Fu was already entering a state of mind, ready to unleash a total bloodbath on the stage. As Hung Q's blade rushed toward him, he quickly leaped back to build up momentum, then shattered the weapon with a bare-fisted punch. This left Hung Q utterly stunned as he shrieked, "What?" Wu Fu remained cold as he said, "I told you, cultivation level does not define true power." Up in the stands, the spectators were buzzing with excitement over the spectacular fight. Up in the stands, Shang Ni calmly analyzed the match. Sword energy flowing throughout the entire body is a supreme martial art. This is definitely the peak primordial soul realm. I am afraid it will only take one strike. Hearing this, Hua and Tian, who was standing beside him, asked, "Father, you saw this coming all along?" He replied in a stern voice, "I came here specifically to stop the great elder of Trung Duong from making any reckless moves." He was the chief referee. Looking warily toward Han Fach, he thought, "If he actually steps in, I am afraid even I am no match for him." Meanwhile, on the stage, Wu Fu prepared to deliver the finishing blow. "It is over." Realizing he was no match for him, Hung Ku hurriedly called out for help, "Master!" Hearing his disciples cry, Han Fach moved instantly. Wu Fu glared at the old man with eyes as sharp as daggers. Up in the stands, Shang Ni and Hua Antian grew anxious and worried as Han Fach stepped straight onto the stage and blocked Wu Fu's attack. Yet, even when facing the old man, Wu Fu did not show a single hint of weakness. Even the elder had to look at him in a new light. After a brief standoff, Wu Fu finally agreed to let Hung Ku go. In that case, quickly declare the winner. This scene made Luke Lin in the stands quite uncomfortable, and even Din Din cursed under her breath. Damn it! Suddenly, Xia Tiankang stepped onto the stage and called out to Hung Ku, "Senior brother!" He held up his supreme sword and urged, "This is a divine black iron weapon gifted by Senior Leku Tu. Now is the time." His divine power flew toward the supreme sword like slashing blades, ultimately shattering it into pieces. Next, Wu Fu glared angrily at Han Fach and questioned, "Is this the training you spoke of, Senior?" He suddenly said, "Then let me give you a welcoming gift, Senior." Realizing what he was planning, Han Fach cried out in a panic, "Hung Ku, run!" But how could he let Hung Ku escape now? Too late! While Hung Ku was still standing there dazed and confused, Wu Fu's powerful divine energy was already surging toward him. This sight terrified Han Fach, who screamed, "Hung Kue!" Witnessing the scene before him, Xia Tiankang's eyes widened in horror as he gritted his teeth and shrieked, "Senior brother!" With that, he immediately leaped into the air. In an instant, Xia Tiankang appeared behind Wu Fu and demanded, "How dare you murder someone right here on the stage?" Wu Fu calmly turned his head and replied flatly, "If he hadn't tried to kill me, he wouldn't have died." But Xia Tiankang refused to let it go, replying with pure murderous intent, "But he is dead. What about you?" Hearing this, Wu Fu quickly unleashed his power and casually declared, "I do not need to explain myself to you. He is dead, and that is that." Refusing to back down, Xia Tiankang immediately ordered, "A life for a life. Get him!" Just then, a powerful voice rang out from nowhere, "Protect Wu Fu." Immediately, a group of people appeared, leaping into the fray and surrounding Wu Fu to protect him. Seeing them, Xia Tiankang hesitated slightly and frowned. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the crowd below the stands began to murmur and flee in panic. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Han Fach began gathering his energy to launch an attack, when suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder. That hand belonged to Shang Ni, who was surrounded by an equally powerful aura. "Your opponent is me, Old Master Han." Han Fach narrowed his eyes, glancing at the hand on his shoulder as he demanded, "For the sake of that brat, is your Hua family willing to risk absolutely everything?" Replying to his question, Shang Ni gathered power in his other hand and said, "You do not need to worry about that, old friend." With that, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Take this!" Immediately, a massive shockwave erupted in the stands, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Han Fach was still standing firm, sneering with pride. "You only recently broke through. You are no match for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Din Din hurriedly urged the man being protected behind her. "Wu Fu, My grandfather is holding Han Fach back for you. Get down from there, quick. But it would not be that easy. Xia Tiankong had no intention of letting him go, mocking, "You are facing death, yet you are still trying to hide behind a woman. Wu Fu, are you even a man?" Fearing the worst, Din Din quickly warned him, not noticing his mysterious smile. "Wu Fu, Ha Xia Tiankong is trying to provoke you. Do not fall for his trap." Just as she finished speaking, he leaped high into the air. Hovering in midair, Wu Fu released waves of power swirling around him, challenging, "Come at me, all of you." Seeing this, Din Din helplessly put her hand to her forehead and sighed. I knew it would turn out like this. Accepting his challenge, the disciples of the Trung Duong sect immediately charged forward. "Kill him!" Watching them rush toward Wu Fu, Hua Antian realized what was happening and cried out in panic. "This is bad." Ha Xia Tiankong came prepared. Looking up at the sky, Han Fach confidently said to Shang Ni, who was struggling to stand up beside him, "It is about time for things to end over there. We should end things here as well." But just as those words left his mouth, his eyes widened in utter shock. Ah! At that moment, a small glowing circle appeared before Wu Fu, and his lips mumbled something quietly. Below, Din Din stammered, unable to believe her eyes. Instantly, beams of light as fast as lightning flashed out, blowing away all the Trung Duong sect disciples. Wu Fu's powerful strike was incredibly heavy, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and forcing everyone on the ground to brace themselves so they would not be blown away. Once the dust cleared, Xia Tiankong finally saw what was before him. Unable to believe it, he shrieked, "Impossible! He is only in the profound understanding realm." Before Xia Tiankang could finish, Wu Fu quickly cut him off. Nothing is impossible. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to command 10,000 swords. Right then, a familiar figure appeared, shouting loudly to stop him. "How dare you!" At the sound of this voice, Wu Fu's body jolted slightly as he paused. Behind him, Han Fach's face darkened with threat. "Just try to make a single move." But Wu Fu had no reason to fear him. He clenched his fist resolutely and shouted, "Slash!" Terrified, Xia Tiankong hurriedly screamed for help. "Master, quickly save me and kill him!" But it was too late. 10,000 swords immediately flew down, aiming straight for his head. In the next instant, the blades showed no mercy. A moment later, the dust slowly cleared, and a dark shadow began to appear amidst those spike-like swords. Desperate and weak, Xia Tiankong managed to utter his last word, "Master!" This officially pushed Han Fach over the edge. Enraged, he immediately attacked, screaming, "Wu Fu, pay with your life!" But just as his hand was about to strike him, it suddenly stopped in midair. Looking closely, somehow there were glowing threads binding his hand tightly. Seeing these threads, Han Fach was slightly shocked. He slowly looked around. Just then, Liku called out from a high balcony, "Master has ordered, release Wu Fu." After delivering the command, Liku's face darkened with resentment as he gritted his teeth in frustration. The crowd below the stands was startled to hear Liku's message, while Wu Fu remained perfectly calm, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Right then, Han Fach unleashed a sudden burst of power, his roar cutting through everything. His roar sent a shockwave blasting into the surroundings. "Who dares to try and stand in my way?" Having broken free from the restraint, Han Fach quickly summoned shards of ice and hurled them forward. "Wu Fu, you brat, hand over your life." Seeing this, Din Din cried out in panic, "Watch out!" Han Fach directed the ice shards straight toward Wu Fu in midair, screaming, "Die!" The ice shards surged toward him at the speed of light. At that exact moment, Wu Fu's sword also unleashed its own surge of power. The two opposing forces clashed head-on, triggering a massive explosion. Boom! Witnessing the massive explosion, Ting Ting and Erha cry out in panic, "Wu Fu!" Meanwhile, Li Chao smugly gloats, thinking, "A grandmaster going all out with one strike? Wu Fu is definitely a goner." Below the stands, Ting Ting stares blankly, muttering under her breath, That arrogant jerk?" Just as the words leave her mouth, something suddenly emerges from the thick dust cloud, shocking everyone. Standing tall and proud with his toned physique, Wu Fu stands completely unharmed. Wu Fu's eyes flash with a terrifying rage. Ting Ting runs up to him, furiously scolding, "You jerk! I thought you were dead! You scared me half to death!" Behind her, Yin Qian helps his master over and murmurs in disbelief. To think he even blocked a full power strike from Han Ba. Clutching his wound, Kang Yuan laughs heartily in admiration, saying, "This old man certainly didn't misjudge him." But their celebration is cut short by Hanba's familiar voice, shouting, "Don't celebrate too soon!" Wu Fu snaps his head around, warily scanning the area the voice came from. Suddenly, a massive block of ice looms before them. A glowing red slash mark instantly splits the ice, a testament to Wu Fu's lightning-fast counterstrike. Not stopping there, Wu Fu gathers his energy for another strike, challenging him. Even if you're a grandmaster, you're leaving something behind today. Refusing to back down, Hanba hurls waves of ice back at him, shouting, "We'll see if you actually have the guts to take it." Instantly, Wu Fu's eyes snap open as he roars, "Astral Sword Art!" He leaps into the air, using the floating shards of ice as stepping stones to propel himself forward, unleashing a barrage of chaotic sword energy from above. Having gathered enough razor-sharp energy, Wu Fu commands with authority, "Chaotic Astral." Hanba is no pushover either. Straining so hard, his face turns gaunt. He gathers every ounce of his energy and roars, "You arrogant brat!" The next second, they clash, trading a flurry of fierce, close-quarters blows. The crowd gulps in sheer disbelief at the sight, murmuring, "He's a literal monster, fighting a grandmaster on equal terms." At the decisive moment, both Wu Fu and Han Ba pour everything into their ultimate moves. Their attacks collide in a massive clash, triggering an explosion far greater than before, like a volcanic eruption tearing through the arena. As the smoke clears, Han Ba is forced back several yards, his arm bloodied and injured. Han Ba frowns in utter disbelief, muttering, "What kind of sword technique is this, to be so ridiculously powerful?" Right then, Jing Song lands right behind him, growling menacingly. "A mere half-grandmaster dares to harm others right under my nose?" Hearing his voice, Hanba breaks into a cold sweat, realizing, a great grandmaster, looks like there's no way I can kill Wu Fu today. With that, he quickly uses his Lightfoot technique to flee, yelling a warning, "Wu Fu, from this day forth, the Zhongyang sect will fight you to the absolute death." Before completely disappearing, Hanba flings one last threat. "Next time we meet, I'll take your miserable dog life." Hearing this, Urha tilts his head with an awkward, confused grin. After all, he's Wu Fu's actual dog and has no idea what the old man is going on about. Suddenly, Wu Fu feels a wave of dizziness and clutches his forehead. Seeing him wobble, Ting Ting scolds him anxiously, "You reckless idiot!" But as the words leave her mouth, Wu Fu loses his balance and collapses. Fortunately, someone rushes over just in time, catching him in a firm yet soft embrace. That savior is none other than Lu Ling. She gently asks, "Are you all right?" Wu Fu composedly steps back, replying, "A scratch like that from him isn't enough to kill me." He acts tough, but privately, he's calculating his next move, thinking, "In this state, I need to recover my energy, and fast." While the two share this intimate moment, Ting Ting stands to the side, feeling incredibly self-conscious as she looks down at her own petite frame. While they're lost in their own thoughts, someone approaches and praises Wu Fu. "I never expected you to be so skilled in the sword, little brother." On top of being an expert alchemist, Jing Song is absolutely thrilled. Only now does Kang Yuan notice him. Seeing his father's stunned expression, Yin Xian asks, "Father, what is it?" Stammering in disbelief, Kang Yuan gasps, He is a great grandmaster." Meanwhile, Jing Song pulls out a pill and offers it to Wu Fu, saying, "Here, I refined this pill a few days ago. It should help restore your energy." Witnessing this, Kang Yuan marvels. To think our Yunhai city has actually produced a great grandmaster. And he's so close with Wu Fu, too. Wu Fu politely accepts the pill. As soon as he does, the old man clasps his hands, pours his heart out, and says, "This old man has been stuck at a bottleneck in alchemy for many years now. But a few days ago, your advice opened my eyes to so much. If you don't mind, how about taking this old man as your disciple?" Hearing this bizarre request, Wu Fu suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Jing Song panics, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" Wu Fu quickly waves his hands dismissively, replying, I'm fine." Though he says he's fine, internally he's screaming, "You're supposed to be my master!" To break the awkward silence, Jing Song quickly suggests, "If you feel I'm putting you on the spot, take your time to think about it. We can always discuss the apprenticeship details later." Faced with the old man's sheer persistence, Wu Fu can only sigh helplessly. A fresh start always turns a new page, and things are bound to be different. Meanwhile, back at the main hall of the Zhongyang sect, Hanba sits tall on his throne, barking orders, "Spread the word! Wu Fu, the Shu family of Yunhai, and that reclusive cultivator, they all must die." As the disciples bow in obedience, the heavy hall doors suddenly swing open. A mysterious young man steps inside, asking, "Elder, you summoned me?" The scene shifts back to the tournament arena, where the announcer steps up to make an announcement. Only the victors remain on the stage. But just as the announcer is about to crown the champion, a voice cuts in. "Hold on a second." At the main entrance, a trio of strange students appears. Letting a mere freshman walk away with all the glory? Don't you guys feel any shame? These three are students from Wuhua Academy. The stunning girl with the charming smile is Huo Shan. The young man in the middle, pushing up his glasses, is Captain Qin. Standing next to him with an annoyed look is the vice captain. Seeing them approach, Lu Ling quickly moves to Wu Fu's side. Ting whispers an introduction. They're from the South China Martial Arts Academy's Student Council, one of the tournament hosts. The council members stand tall, facing them with smug confidence. As Erha barks incessantly, the vice captain steps up, demanding, "So, you're Wu Fu?" Wu Fu looks him dead in the eye, replying calmly, "Yeah, that's me." Sensing the hostility radiating from the guy, Erha barks even louder. This successfully grates on the vice captain's nerves. Without another word, the vice captain lunges forward, but the moment his fist flies, Wu Fu's hand shoots out to block it. A split second later, the vice captain feels a crushing force, and panic washes over his face. With zero hesitation, Wu Fu slams the vice captain hard onto the ground, warning him, "Don't you dare touch my dog." Standing tall over him, he throws out a bold challenge. "Anyone else?" A confident smirk plays on Wu Fu's lips, leaving Huo Shan and Captain Qin standing there, completely stunned. Captain Qin can't believe his eyes, muttering in disbelief. The vice captain is no weakling, especially in terms of raw power. He's on par with me. Yet, a green freshman just threw him around like a rag doll. The man in question is currently clutching his throbbing head, dazed and confused, wondering, what just happened? Where am I? Who am I? By the time he finally sits up, the crowd is already cheering for Wu Fu, shouting, "This freshman never ceases to amaze." Fearing he might go too far, Lu Ling warned him once again that the South China Martial Arts Academy is the top school in the entire Beihai province. They're VIP guests invited to this tournament, so offending them won't do us any good. As soon as she finished speaking, Captain Qin shouted toward the students on the stage, "He's just a green freshman. Is there really no one left who can beat him?" Hearing his words, they immediately scrambled to find excuses to slip away. "Oh, I just remembered I haven't finished my homework. Yeah, and I just remembered my cat is waiting for me at home. I've got to run." Seeing them make excuses to back out, Huo Shuang snorted in disgust. "What a bunch of useless trash. Not a single one of you can beat a kid?" With that, she stepped forward to volunteer, saying, "Captain Qin, step aside and let me take this kid down in the ring." Seeing her step up, Lu Ling immediately grew alert and warned, "Be careful." The moment she stepped up, Huo Shuang proudly unleashed her power. "Hey kid, I heard you're pretty strong. How about letting Big Sis test your skills?" Wu Fu, not to be outdone, also unleashed his power. Hearing him do so, she sneered with a hint of mockery. "Really? You're just full of yourself, aren't you?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Huo Shuang lunged forward to attack. "Here I come." She gracefully spun backward to build up momentum for a strike. "Take this." Wu Fu stood there unfazed, waiting for Huo Shuang to unleash her move. And then, a colossal hammer, just as she had named her skill, manifested and slammed directly toward him. Giant hammer. After the strike, the arrogant Huo Shuang said confidently, "Aw, did I make you cry?" But as soon as those words left her mouth, her hammer cracked. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave erupted, shattering the giant hammer to pieces. Huo Shuang couldn't believe her eyes, gasping in shock. "What?" Wu Fu stood there, radiating an overwhelming killing intent as he glared at her coldly. Wu Fu flashed past Huo Shuang like a gust of wind. With his eyes still burning with killing intent, he muttered, "It's over." Her red eyes widened in sheer terror. Suddenly, applause echoed from a distance. A mere freshman actually managed to defeat all of his seniors. The captain walked over from afar, lecturing them as he approached. Wu Fu turned to him and suggested, "Why don't you step onto the stage and teach me a few moves yourself, Captain?" Ting sat next to Lu Ling in the VIP guest seats of the arena, covering her face in sheer helplessness. This blockhead. He doesn't even know what the South China Martial Arts Academy is. Captain Qin adjusted his glasses, mockingly sneering, "Your strength is quite impressive, Junior. But isn't acting like you're cornered in front of us a bit too dramatic?" Wu Fu listened, thinking to himself, I haven't been here long, but I've already heard about South China's reputation. I didn't expect it to be just this single school. He then held up 2 fingers and offered, "If it's as you say, Captain, how about I drop by another day to pay my respects and ask for your guidance?" He caught the hidden meaning in Wu Fu's words, realizing this guy was definitely no simple blockhead. Captain Chin turned to leave but looked back to add, "No need. In a few days, we'll be paying a visit to Yunhai University." The scene shifted to another school on a beautiful day, with the announcer's voice booming, "Today's victory goes to Yunhai University." Deep in the forest, someone held out a small white bottle. "I've heard that Yunnan University is quite a mysterious sect. Brother Wu Fu, you must be careful. These pills are meant to help you break through your cultivation to reach the soul realm as soon as possible. They will be highly beneficial for you." Wu Fu stepped forward in front of the other two and said, "Thank you, senior." When he uncorked the small bottle, a cluster of glowing green bubbles floated out, taking everyone by surprise. Jing Song stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. "Don't tell me. You're planning to swallow all of these pills in one single gulp?" Li Ju's face darkened as he watched, thinking to himself, the overwhelming force of a dozen of these pills. Even if he does reach the soul realm, he'll only end up exploding and dying in no time. This kid must have gone mad in his desperate rush for power. Wu Fu then clenched his fist. As he tightened his grip, the green bubbles continued to float in the air. Suddenly, a sword pulsing with immense power manifested behind his back. Standing further away, Jing Song began to cast a spell. "Li Ju, protect your martial uncle." And then, the sword returned to its original position. A single drop of blood dripped from its tip, falling faster and faster. It landed directly on Wu Fu's forehead, catching him completely off guard. Right where Wu Fu stood in the forest, a pillar of red energy shot high into the sky. Jing Song watched in absolute awe. This is the soul realm." Li Ju gritted his teeth in frustration. "This is bad. If this continues and we don't stop him, we'll lose our chance to seize this divine weapon." Shang Yao slowly approached, supported by Ting Ting and Yin Xian. Ignoring Shang Yao's words, Wu Fu continued to cast spells on the sword. The old patriarch placed a hand on his chest and added, "This old man will take his leave now to tend to his wounds." Just as Shang Yao and the others were leaving, Wu Fu finally spoke up, "Senior, please wait." As the old patriarch stopped and turned his head, a dangerous beam of light suddenly shot from afar, heading straight toward his eyes. He frowned slightly, looking too shocked to react. A bodyguard rushed over from afar, shouting, "Wu Fu, the Shu family has treated you well. Why are you hurting the master?" Yin Xian spread her arms to stop him, crying out, "Wait! Wu Fu is healing the master." Shang Yao stood frozen in place. Right before his eyes, faint cracks began to appear. This is... Then, Shang Yao's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking as they reflected the blinding light of the object in front of him. And right there in front of everyone, Shang Yao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yin Xian screamed, "Father!" Ting Ting was equally shocked by the sight, crying out, "Grandpa!" Standing to the side, Li Ju quietly muttered to Jing Song, "Master, Wu Fu's situation is highly unpredictable." Shang Yao remained standing still, showing no other movement. Suddenly, a strange, brilliant golden energy enveloped him. Turning back to Li Ju, Jing Song replied, "Li Ju, your vision is far too narrow." Right before Jing Song and Li Ju's eyes, Shang Yao bowed in gratitude to Wu Fu. "Thank you, little brother." Wu Fu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. This junior was just glad to help. You've paid quite a heavy price today." From afar, Jing Song marveled, just a sliver of spiritual energy, and not only has it healed his injuries, but even his cultivation has increased significantly. Li Ju stood beside him, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth in fury. "I thought it was just a superficial wound, but I didn't expect it to run this deep. It seems we must act quickly to eliminate him and crush his plans." Wu Fu turned and walked away, muttering, "If you want to blame anyone, blame those who shouldn't have been alive in the first place." In the forest, a voice called out, "Li Ju, it is time to leave." To which he replied, "I am coming, master." The scene then shifted to the gates of Haivan University. On the bus, someone waved goodbye to Lu Ling. "President, I've got some things to take care of, so I'll head out first." A young man looked back and waved, "Goodbye, President. Come on, let's go celebrate." Another voice chimed in with praise. "That freshman is seriously incredible. He totally dominated the entire crowd all by himself. But I heard he used to be a total loser not too long ago." The guy next to him replied casually, "Who cares? As long as he brings glory to our school, that's all that matters. Just as Wu Fu was stretching his arms, Lu Ling walked up to him. Finally, I can get some rest. She gently teased him. Don't get happy too soon. There's another trip coming up in a bit. Wu Fu, who had been smiling, suddenly looked at Lu Ling with a serious face. What? Right in front of them stood Zhou Tan, hanging up a massive banner that read, Congratulations to Brother Fu on his victorious return. He even shouted at the top of his lungs, Congratulations on your victorious return, Brother Fu. Everyone present was caught off guard by the embarrassing banner. Zhou Tan walked up to the two of them with a wide grin, clasping his hands in respect. Congratulations, Brother Fu. Lu Ling managed to ask Zhou Tan, what on earth are you, but he completely ignored her, continuing to ramble on eagerly. Brother Fu, while you were sparring, Meng Jiao went over to your room. Wu Fu replied lazily. Is there a problem? Zhou Tan quickly continued. Those girls plotted with Xia Tiangang to badmouth you. Luckily, Zhu Yi and I caught wind of it early. Wu Fu looked at him with a smirk. Xia Tiangang? He's dead. Zhou Tan's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, thank goodness I didn't help frame Wu Fu. He then quickly waved his hands. Brother Fu, I've already helped you lock Meng Jiao inside the dorm. Before walking away, Wu Fu didn't forget to pat Zhou Tan's shoulder, saying approvingly, You really know how things work, don't you? Zhou Tan replied obediently. Just doing my duty, Brother Fu. Once Wu Fu had walked quite a distance, he finally called out loudly, Brother Fu, don't forget to come to the Disciples Association. Cutting to a hotel, he walked up to a room, knocking on the door while threatening, You'd better open this door right now, or you'll have to face the consequences. You hear me? The moment the door cracked open, Meng Dao, who was inside, couldn't even finish her sentence. As you know, the second the door opened, she froze completely. Wu Fu stepped into the room, and a terrified Meng Dao pointed her finger at him, stammering, You, aren't you supposed to be dead? Where is Ha Tian Can? Wu Fu scoffed as if he had just heard something hilarious. He laughed out loud. Ha Tian Can? Wu Fu merely spared her a glance and said, He's dead. The Ha family is no more. Meng Dao stood frozen, unable to believe her ears. How? How is that possible? Before she could even get fully dressed, she frantically lunged forward to grab him, begging for mercy. Wu Fu, I know I was wrong. It was all Ha Tian Kan's doing. Meng Dao started crying crocodile tears. I know I was wrong. Not only that, she even tried to use her feminine charms on Wu Fu, pleading, Please spare my life. I'll do whatever you want. I'll be your slave, okay? He was utterly disgusted by her, muttering, You really are something. But Meng Dao desperately pressed on, crying, Wu Fu. Suddenly, Meng Dao was slapped so hard she was sent flying, crashing helplessly onto the floor. Wu Fu pulled his hand back, and while his residual energy hadn't fully dissipated, the blanket on the bed suddenly flew into the air. Before Meng Dao could even regain her senses, the blanket landed right on top of her. Wu Fu coldly said, Put your clothes on and get out. With her eyes wide with shock and a streak of blood at the corner of her mouth, Meng Dao sat motionless on the floor. Out in the dormitory hallway, two figures were lurking around. There was some noise just a moment ago. Why is it so quiet now? Chu Thom gestured to the guy beside him, whispering, Keep it down. As the two tiptoed forward, the door to Meng Dao's room opened, and she rushed out. He watched her walk away, completely bewildered. What on earth happened in there? She covered herself as she walked away, her aura incredibly dark and menacing. Wu Fu, I swear I will make you wish you were dead. Chu Thom's lackey was starting to get scared, saying, Brother Thom, maybe we should just head back. We really shouldn't mess with Wu Fu. Cutting to the dorm room, Wu Fu was currently hanging up his clothes in the closet. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him glance over. Brother Fu! In front of Wu Fu stood a figure wearing a red cape. Even more hilarious was the red underwear worn on the outside. Sporting a superhero logo on his chest, Meng Meng winked playfully. Brother Fu? Well, notice anything different about me today? He was incredibly thrilled with his outfit, while Wu Fu was so shocked that even Erha, standing on the side, was dry-heaving in disgust. Wu Fu covered his face in utter helplessness, asking, Is something wrong with you? But Meng Meng was still happily flexing his muscles, boasting, Brother Fu, I've gotten stronger. Wu Fu threw on his coat to leave, teasing, With that strength of yours, I doubt you could even beat Erha. Meng Meng pointed at the dog, arguing, No, no way. Meanwhile, Erha let out a bark, as if questioning his claim. Meng Meng pointed his finger at it, which immediately angered the dog. How could you say that? Erha is just a dog after all. While he was still pointing, Erha had already opened its jaws wide. And just like that, the hallway echoed with Meng Meng's painful screams. Damn it! Stop! Stop! I give up! He ended up sprawled on the floor, beaten black and blue, while the dog stood triumphantly on his back. I can't even beat a dog. Wu Fu seemed to notice something. He picked Erha up and asked, You broke through that quickly? Meng Meng slowly got back up, saying, Oh, right, Brother Fu. A fourth-year senior came looking for you earlier. Wu Fu remained completely indifferent, responding, If it's nothing urgent, tell him to wait. He rushed after Wu Fu, exclaiming, But he's a fourth-year senior! Meanwhile, over at Tianfu Academy, Lu Ling asked inquisitively, By the way, Hua Tintin, do you know Wu Fu's real identity? Tintin, who was relaxing in a hot spring, looked up and asked, Are you investigating him? She casually raised her wine glass, replying, Not really, just a routine background check. After all, my father wants to meet him. Tintin suddenly stood up naked, asking, Wait, aren't you the daughter of the Yunhai Lu family? Lu Ling blushed and smiled, teasing. Can you try being a bit more daring with your guess? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ling gestured for her to be quiet. On a beautiful morning behind the mountain, a gentle breeze was blowing. Inside a cave, Erha was undergoing refinement. After a period of refinement, Luo Shi muttered in disbelief. What is this? Beside her, Wu Fu quickly replied, Erha is about to break through. His words caught her by surprise, prompting her to ask, Even a dog can break through? He maintained his cold tone as he explained, Nurtured by such abundant spiritual energy, if Erha possesses a special bloodline, it might very well awaken its abilities. Suddenly, Luo Shi shyly asked, If you have some free time, could you guide me? Hearing her question, Wu Fu casually said while helping Erha refine, The dual cultivation sword art is, by nature, a dual cultivation manual. If you want to unleash the full power of this sword art, there's really no other way than dual cultivation. Knowing this, Luo Shi still pushed past her embarrassment and said resolutely, I can't wait any longer. However, all she got was a rejection from Wu Fu, who said, I'm busy. I still have to look after Erha. This left her feeling a bit disappointed, but then, out of nowhere, Wu Fu suggested, However, I can use my hands. This suggestion instantly flared Luo Shi's temper. But before she could hold a grudge for even a second, he quickly clarified what he meant by using his hands. I can use my hand to suppress the backlash caused by this sword art, allowing you to unleash 9/10 of its power. Hearing this, she finally understood his true intention. Sensing that Luo Shi had completely misunderstood him, Wu Fu asked, What exactly did you think I was going to do? Realizing she had some inappropriate thoughts, Luo Shi could only reply in embarrassment. It's just like what you thought. Soon after, she quickly shifted her focus to upgrading her sword technique, saying, All right, let's begin. She executed each stance smoothly and skillfully, like flowing water and drifting flowers. Second stance, third stance, fourth stance, fifth stance, sixth stance, seventh stance. By the final stance, a powerful vortex of inner energy swirled around Luo Shi. Eighth stance. After performing the sword technique for a while, she finally came to a halt. She then spoke up, explaining that after executing all 8 stances of the dual cultivation sword art, she found herself unable to progress any further. She had reached her limit. Hearing this, Wu Fu calmly replied, No big deal. This time, he was going to guide Luo Shi personally. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and the next second, she found herself inside her own consciousness. Inside, Wu Fu's consciousness quickly urged her, Don't just stand there staring, hurry up and practice the sword art. However, at this very moment, looking at him, only 2 words filled her mind. Completely naked. The wind rustled through the leaves, making soft whispering sounds. Luo Shi remained focused, keeping her mind calm as she concentrated on the lines of the sword art in her consciousness. A moment later, a powerful wave of inner energy erupted. Luo Shi had finally achieved success, realizing, I've successfully mastered the dual cultivation sword art. This made her so ecstatic that she burst into laughter until a sudden cough snapped her out of her joy. Realizing someone was still beside her, she was so embarrassed that she squatted in a corner, muttering to herself, This is so embarrassing. I totally forgot he was still here. Once her embarrassment subsided, Luo Shi stammered nervously, about that. However, Wu Fu coldly cut her off, saying, Don't disturb me. Only then did Luo Shi notice Erha, wondering in confusion, metamorphosing from a cocoon. Does this dog know how to fly? Finally, the cocoon shattered. Erha emerged from the cocoon, shaking its body. Whatever Luo Shi and Wu Fu saw on it made both of their faces instantly fall in sheer disbelief. As it turned out, they never expected Erha to actually grow butterfly wings. It actually grew wings. Once Erha's transformation was complete, Luo Shi smiled warmly and expressed her gratitude. Wu Fu, I owe you a huge favor. Hearing this, Wu Fu calmly replied, It was nothing, just a piece of cake. Suddenly, his eyes dived somewhere as he said, If you really want to thank me. Realizing he was staring at somewhere he shouldn't be, Luo Shi shyly covered herself and blurted out, No way, I'm not selling my body. She then reminded Wu Fu of her position. Remember, I'm your teacher. Right after saying that, she suddenly ran off, shouting, I'm leaving first. Luo Xi's bizarre behavior left Wu Fu completely baffled. He turned to Erha and asked, I only wanted her to help me find some opponents. Is she really that heartless? Erha, having absolutely no clue what was going on, simply barked twice in response. Meanwhile, at the park, Zhou Tan was cornered by the guy who had just beaten him. The bully sneered and mocked him. Aren't you and Wu Fu sworn enemies? Why are you sucking up to him now? Just then, the bully heard a rustling sound from the bushes. He watched in confusion as Erha popped his head out, wondering what a dog was doing there. Meanwhile, despite his swollen, beaten face, Zhou Tan smirked and replied, What's more important, revenge or staying alive? His attitude instantly enraged one of the thugs, who wanted to beat him to a pulp, shouting, I think you're just begging to die. Just when it seemed like Zhou Tan was done for, a powerful surge of inner energy suddenly blasted in from out of nowhere, saving him. The bullies were thrown into a panic by this formidable force and yelled out, Who's there? Zhou Tan let out a startled cry. Ah! He gasped in disbelief as he recognized the dog. Erha? The bullies also began to put two and two together, muttering, A dog? Wait a minute, isn't this dog? Right at that moment, Wu Fu walked up to Erha and asked, Erha, what are you doing here? Erha barked as if giving him an answer. The moment the bullies saw who had arrived, they shrank back in fear, thinking, Wu Fu. Meanwhile, Wu Fu glanced at the crowd before him and wondered, What are these guys up to? One overconfident thug stepped forward and demanded, Are you Wu Fu? Before Wu Fu could even answer, the guy lunged forward and threw a kick at him. Naturally, Wu Fu easily blocked the strike. He then asked with deep annoyance, Who the hell are you? Ignoring the question, the guy instead interrogated Wu Fu. So you're the one who wiped out the Xia family, and now you want to destroy the Zhongyang sect too? Wu Fu remained completely unfazed, effortlessly blocking the rapid-fire attacks. After sliding back a few steps, he suddenly realized something and asked, A disciple of the Zhongyang sect? The attacker raised his leg again and proudly declared, That's right. Hearing this, Wu Fu decided not to hold back anymore and coldly stated, In that case, I'll just kill you. He lunged forward instantly, needing no further explanation or reason. Sensing the immense danger radiating from Wu Fu, the Zhongyang sect disciple recalled the rumors about him. Terrified, he quickly retreated to dodge the blow. He stared at the sheer force of Wu Fu's inner energy and felt a wave of dread wash over him. In a panic, he scrambled backward to a safer distance. Yet, the stubborn Zhongyang disciple refused to back down. Snorting coldly, he unleashed another attack, Bagua Palm. Instantly, a massive Bagua seal materialized behind him, unleashing a tidal wave of powerful energy. The overwhelming pressure of this technique forced both the bully standing nearby and Zhou Tan to wince in agony. But right as the disciple was about to strike, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Before he knew it, Wu Fu was already standing right behind him, holding a blade to his throat. Don't move, Wu Fu commanded. With a contemptuous smirk, Wu Fu sneered, Send a message to your Zhongyang sect. Next time, don't send such pathetic trash. This sudden ambush left the disciple completely dumbfounded, frantically wondering, when the hell did he get behind me? Ignoring his confusion, Wu Fu gave a cold laugh and declared, And one more thing. I, Wu Fu, am ready for you any time. Watching this, Zhou Tan thought to himself, he really isn't the coward he used to be. Just then, Erha, who was standing right next to him, suddenly barked a few times, catching his attention. Erha, grateful for the rescue, Zhou Tan immediately treated the dog to some delicious snacks. Thanks for saving my life, brother Erha. Here, this is for you. Eat slowly, don't choke. There's plenty more where that came from. As Erha happily munched on the food, Wu Fu walked up and said, So that explains why Erha has been gaining so much weight lately. The moment he saw Wu Fu, Zhou Tan offered a flattering smile and confessed, Well, Since we had some bad blood in the past, I thought I'd bribe Urha first. Wu Fu scoffed dismissively. You'd better worry about yourself first. Suddenly, Zhou Tan leaned in and whispered a warning. A few days ago, officials from the Nanjing Martial Arts Academy said they wanted to visit our school. You'd better watch your back, Wu Fu replied coldly. That's none of your concern. Let's go. Erha. At Wu Fu's call, Erha barked in response and quickly followed him. Although Wu Fu acted like he didn't care about Zhou Tan's warning, he was actually quite concerned, wondering to himself, has the real powerhouse still not shown up yet? Meanwhile, in another location, a man was so enraged that he slammed his teacup, shattering it to pieces. He roared, Does a mere Yuan Shen realm expert think they can walk all over our Zhongyang sect? Zhongnan muttered in pure rage, Sect forces are not supposed to meddle in worldly affairs, but that bastard Wu Fu has crossed the line too many times. Even if we have to break the rules, so what? He immediately called out, Han Po. Standing respectfully nearby, Han Po replied, Yes, master. He then coldly ordered, Bring me his head. Over at Qingyan Mountain, inside a small wooden cabin, Jing Song was busy refining pills. Examining his creation, he thought to himself, I traveled all this way just so I could refine this Hunling pill in peace. Suddenly, he thought of Wu Fu and realized, when it comes to the knowledge of alchemy, I'm afraid his understanding far surpasses my own. Standing beside him, the person grinding a blade seemed to sense what the old man was thinking and stopped. Li Ju spoke up, Master, if your alchemy skills are second, who would dare claim to be first? He smirked, adding, Maybe he just got lucky. Just then, the wooden door suddenly swung open. Li Ju quickly turned his head to see who was arriving. Wu Fu walked in and said, With such dense spiritual energy here, you must be refining a Hunling pill, senior. Held in his arms, Erha barked twice as if greeting the host. The moment Wu Fu stepped inside, Jing Song was shocked to discover that the boy's spiritual power had skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. Even Li Ju couldn't help but stare. His glaring eyes terrified Erha, who immediately burrowed into Wu Fu's arms. Sensing the murderous intent in Li Ju's gaze, Wu Fu only offered a mocking smile. Paying no mind to the gloom surrounding Li Ju, Wu Fu smirked and taunted him. Looks like you've completely run out of hope. He then turned to Jing Song and said, Senior, the Hunling pill requires 35,000 threads of worldly essence to refine. Once successful, it can build the ultimate foundation. Jing Song replied, The Hunling pill is indeed no trivial matter. Wu Fu's words sparked a sudden realization in the old man, who asked in sheer shock, Are you, the Nine Heavens Supreme? Wu Fu didn't answer immediately. He only thought to himself, I am the reincarnation of the great Nine Heavens Supreme, after all. He then took out an item and said, My ultimate goal is the Nine Heavens realm. The moment those words left Wu Fu's mouth, a sharp clatter echoed as a sword slipped from Li Ju's hands and hit the floor. He gasped in utter shock. The Nine Heavens Supreme? Now consumed by a toxic mix of rage and jealousy, he thought, It looks like I have to speed up my plan to get rid of him. He quickly excused himself, saying, Master, I need to go down the mountain. I'll be back tonight. Wu Fu, knowing exactly what he was up to, only let out a cold sneer. He then advised Jing Song, Since I've already reached the Yuan Shen realm, you should warn Li Ju, senior. Tell him not to let his insatiable greed consume him. Jing Song could only let out a helpless sigh and murmured, From the moment he poisoned me, I stopped caring about what happens to him. Hearing this, Wu Fu gasped. So you knew all along. Even though the old man claimed not to care, he was still trying to plead for his disciple. Sensing Jing Song's intentions, Wu Fu asked, You want me to spare his life? Knowing full well that Wu Fu would never show mercy to anyone who crossed him, Jing Song sighed deeply again and muttered, Never mind. Perhaps this is the fate he truly deserves. Suddenly, Wu Fu blurted out, Master, you haven't changed a bit. He glanced toward Jing Song and continued, Still as forgiving toward your disciples as always. His cryptic words seemed to make Jing Song realize his identity. Wait, could you be? Without letting him finish, Wu Fu quickly left, leaving behind only the words, We shall meet again. The forest rustled around him. As Wu Fu walked, he suddenly stopped and called out, Li Ju, stop hiding. Show yourself. Li Ju stepped out from behind a tree trunk and replied, It seems you're ready to die. Wu Fu looked at him and scoffed. You haven't changed a bit. You're truly beyond saving. Naturally, Li Ju ignored his words and sneered, Save that talk for the afterlife. Wu Fu suddenly pointed to the sky and asked, "Do you honestly think you can defeat me with just the Origin Soul Realm?" The moment he finished speaking, something manifested in the sky, carrying an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Showing no fear, Wu Fu dismissed it contemptuously, child's play. Instantly, the attacks rained down on him with a massive explosion. From within the rising dust cloud, Wu Fu's voice echoed, "How disappointing. Still too weak." This shook Li Ju to his core. Emerging completely unscathed, Wu Fu spoke calmly. "If I hadn't reached the Origin Soul Realm yet, perhaps I really would have died under that formation. What a shame." He gave a slight smile and said coolly, "But now that I've seen through your moves, it's my turn." Before he even finished speaking, he lunged at Li Ju, instantly appearing right behind him. "My turn," Wu Fu whispered. A sharp metallic clash rang out. Li Ju managed to block the strike, but he was visibly struggling. His sword is too heavy, he thought, not giving him a single second to counter. Wu Fu pressed his advantage. Celestial sword art! The instant Wu Fu executed the technique, Li Ju recognized it. Before he could even process his shock, Wu Fu lunged at him again, forcing him to desperately dodge to the side. He knew exactly where that style came from. "That's my sex-piercing sword style." Wu Fu didn't let up and unleashed another strike. Celestial sword art? The two engaged in a fierce duel. When Wu Fu used the flowing water stance, Li Ju matched him with flowing water. Their opposing internal energies collided, triggering a series of explosions. Sharp metallic clashes rang out as their blades repeatedly collided. Li Ju gritted his teeth and demanded, "Where did you learn this style? Who on earth are you?" Before Li Ju could get an answer, Wu Fu shifted his stance. Fourth form, Nether Slash. Another massive explosion tore through the area, which Jing Song witnessed from afar. Watching his two disciples tear each other apart, the old man sighed helplessly. "I thought you would realize your mistakes and turn back, but instead, you've sunk even deeper," he murmured to himself. Ultimately, he decided to turn away and leave his two disciples to their fate. The spirit-refining formation is steadily taking shape. I must leave this place as well. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, amidst the thick dust and smoke, Li Ju, his hands dripping with blood, slumped down helplessly. Summoning his last bit of strength, he gasped, "Wu Fu, who on earth are you?" He reached out, grabbing Wu Fu's shoulder. "Why? Why do you know the exact same moves as me?" Supporting him, Wu Fu replied, "If I'm exiled in this world, maybe I should call you that." He crushed his sword and muttered three words, "Eldest senior brother." Meanwhile, out in deep space, something was hurtling toward Earth. It streaked across the sky, crashing straight into a cliff and causing an earth-shattering explosion. Wu Fu, who was mid-cultivation, felt the strange disturbance and snapped his eyes open. As the wind howled into his room, Wu Fu quickly realized, had another fragment appeared? Meanwhile, at a certain academy, the school bell rang, and several cars pulled up to the entrance. Someone from the academy rushed out, greeting the convoy with groveling respect, saying, "Welcome, welcome." A girl then stepped out of the car. Dressed in an incredibly revealing outfit, she looked around and muttered disdainfully, "As expected, just a mediocre school. The spiritual energy here is so thin." Huo Shuang then turned and asked, "I heard the young lady of the Lu family is the student council president of Yunhai University?" Lu Ling replied with a sneer, "The person who beat you last time was just a freshman at our school." Tension instantly crackled between them. Just as they were about to start bickering, someone suddenly stepped in to stop them. "We didn't come here to argue." Captain Chin spoke up, revealing the reason for their visit. "Since Yunhai University won the recent match, we're here to deliver the admission slots." Hearing this, Lu Ling asked, "And what is the prize for winning?" Captain Chin didn't hesitate to say, "Naturally, it's a spot at the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy." While they were talking, some nearby students took notice and began whispering in awe. The Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy is the top school in all of Yunhai. As for Lu Ling, she was secretly worried, thinking, entering Nanhua Jing means facing a ton of powerful rivals. Wu Fu won't turn this down. Just then, a familiar bark echoed through the air. She turned around to see him walking over and asked sternly, "What are they doing here?" Instead of answering, Lu Ling shot a question back at him. "Wu Fu, what are you doing here anyway?" He casually replied, "Just running some errands." "Why?" Right then, Captain Chin cleared his throat to get his attention and called out, "Wu Fu." Handing Wu Fu an invitation, he said, "I told you I'd come back for you." Wu Fu took the invitation and asked, "What's this?" Huo Shuang stepped up and whispered softly in his ear, Why, it's an invitation from the Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy, of course. Ignoring his clear disgust, she kept trying to entice him. With this, you'll have access to top-tier training resources. She even flaunted her physical assets to tempt him, adding, besides, Nanhua Jing has so many elite martial artists. Lu Ling noticed her little stunt and fumed under her breath. How annoying. She's actually using her heavy assets to seduce him. So what if she has a big chest? After saying that, she glanced down at her own chest. Seeing how it compared to those massive assets, she felt even more defeated and huffed in frustration. His reaction clearly displeased Huo Shuang. He simply sneered, crumpled the invitation, and tossed it aside, letting it roll right to her feet. Seeing this, one of the guys in her group snapped angrily. "Don't you know how famous Nanhua Jing is?" Huo Shuang's face darkened as she gritted her teeth and hissed, "You ungrateful brat." Meanwhile, Lu Ling gloated silently. Serves them right. One reckless fool actually dared to block Wu Fu's path. "Stop right there. Letting you join our Nanhua Academy was the school's decision. Don't be so stubborn." His actions genuinely angered Wu Fu, whose face darkened as he warned, "I suggest you don't start a fight here." However, the guy arrogantly taunted him. "What? Are you scared?" He even grabbed Wu Fu's shoulder tightly and sneered. "And what if I do?" Having the audacity to poke a sleeping tiger, Wu Fu stomped his foot in anger, cracking the ground beneath them. The sheer pressure of his inner energy froze the guy from Nanhua Jing dead in his tracks. Right then, Wu Fu spoke. Glancing at him, Wu Fu casually cracked his wrist and said, "This is Yunhai University." After giving the arrogant fool a thorough beating, he growled a warning to the rest of them. "Follow the rules here. Submit and live. Resist and die." With that, he walked away. His attitude infuriated Captain Qin, who yelled a threat after him. "Wu Fu, not only did you offend the Zhongyang sect, but now you're provoking Nanhua Jing. Do you have a death wish?" Unafraid, Wu Fu dismissed them coldly. "You lot aren't even worthy of speaking to me." Knowing he was outmatched, Captain Qin could only swallow his anger and bide his time for revenge, muttering, "I will make Yunhai University pay tenfold for today's humiliation." A few days later, inside a cave in the woods behind the academy, Wu Fu suddenly sneezed, prompting Luo Shi to ask worriedly, "Are you okay?" Even though she was completely naked, soaking in the pool with Wu Fu, she still chided him. "When practicing the sword technique, you must not have any impure thoughts." "Unfazed," he replied. "If you're cold, put some clothes on." Just as he was about to say, "Otherwise," Luo Shi suddenly got a major nosebleed. Wu Fu sighed helplessly and said, "Your nose is bleeding." Meanwhile, evening was beginning to fall over the mountain. Outside the cave, Erha's barks echoed along with someone calling out, "Wu Fu!" Lu Ling shouted into the cave, "Teacher Luo Shi, Wu Fu, are you guys in there?" Accompanied by more barking from Erha. Stepping inside, Lu Ling said, "Wu Fu, I know you're in here." As soon as she spoke, Erha barked a few times as if in agreement. Just as she was about to call out again, she spotted something that scared the absolute daylights out of her. She froze in shock. The scandalous scene made Lu Ling's face turn bright red as she stammered, "You! The two of you are!" She then let out a piercing shriek that echoed throughout the entire cave. Flustered, Luo Shi tried to explain, "No, no, you've got it all wrong." But Lu Ling insisted, "It's already done. Do you think I'm blind?" While she was jumping to conclusions, her eyes suddenly caught sight of a cultivation manual and a medicine bottle sitting on a rock. A cultivation manual? Did I get it wrong? Wu Fu calmly got dressed, turned to her, and asked, "Why were you looking for me?" Snapping back to reality, Lu Ling explained, "It's about what happened last time. The Nanhua Jing officials are holding a grudge against Yunhai University." Hearing this, Wu Fu asked, "Nanhua Jing, are there many strong experts there?" Lu Ling quickly replied, "Even the Zhongyang sect can't compare to Nanhua Jing. Even their instructors are." Before she could finish, a massive commotion erupted outside. The violent shaking left Luo Shi and Lu Ling deeply rattled, while Wu Fu simply scowled in annoyance. After a brief moment, the tremors subsided. Wu Fu spoke calmly. "I didn't expect them to arrive so soon." Still confused, Luo Shi asked, "What's going on?" His expression darkened as he replied, "Just some old friends paying a visit. I'm going out to greet them." Outside, the wind howled and the leaves rustled. Jing Song bowed respectfully to the two newcomers, greeting them with deep reverence, "Senior brother." The man receiving such deep respect was none other than Bai Yuan, accompanied by his disciple, Zi Yan. Jing Song eagerly inquired, I have been waiting for you for days, senior brother. I wonder if the herbs I requested. Bai Yuan replied in a deep voice. Of course I have them. He pointed to the box in Ziyan's hands. These are the herbs you asked for, junior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Jing Song took the box and said gratefully, the spiritual energy in this world is incredibly thin, but it's perfect for refining the soul blending pill. Since herbs are so scarce here, I truly appreciate your trouble, senior brother. Hearing this, Bai Yuan replied, the recipe for the soul blending pill has long been lost. Since you are capable of refining it, I must naturally do everything in my power to assist you. Just then, Jing Song recognized the person approaching and quickly stopped Bai Yuan. Wait, senior brother. The person who just arrived might be an acquaintance of mine here on Earth. Hearing this, Ziyan remarked coolly, ah, so it's Marshall Uncle's old friend from this world. However, he sized up the newcomer and scoffed mockingly. Judging by his appearance, it seems the lower life forms on this planet aren't complete trash after all. So the one who caused such a massive commotion was actually Wu Fu. Qin Teng quickly checked on him. Little brother, no. Are you hurt? He calmly replied. I'm fine. Then, he introduced Bai Wen to him, saying, you came at just the right time. This is my senior brother, Bai Wen. Bai Wen, acting all high and mighty, didn't even deign to look at him. Junior brother, you've traveled around refining pills for so many years, so it's only natural that you've been tainted by the mundane world. As for me, I have absolutely no need to introduce myself to some nameless brat. The moment he realized who the old man was, Wu Fu growled his name, Bai Nguyen. He then uttered a highly cryptic sentence. I thought that by refining the Hunling pill early, Master could have escaped this death trap. But I never expected that you would actually show up here today. His words left Bai Nguyen utterly confused. What? Do you know me? At that very moment, Tu Yen instantly sensed that something was off. He rushed to shield Bai Nguyen, screaming, Master, watch out! He managed to block Wu Fu's strike, but Wu Fu's sword effortlessly pierced right through his blade. Furious that his path was blocked, Wu Fu lunged forward and roared, Get out of my way! He delivered a brutal kick that sent him flying, leaving Bai Nguyen in utter shock as he cried out, Tu Yen! Taking advantage of Bai Nguyen's distraction, Wu Fu instantly lunged at the old man, declaring, Where do you think you're looking? You're next! Seeing him go all out, Qin Teng panicked and screamed, Little brother, no! What are you doing? Stop! Quickly! But it was already too late. Wu Fu unleashed his technique, Heavenly Body Sword Art. He executed the chaotic Heavenly Body stance flawlessly. Far from being intimidated, Bai Nguyen sneered in sheer contempt. You're just begging for death. With that, the old man took a few steps back and unleashed his inner energy, blasting Wu Fu away. The clash made Wu Fu realize he had miscalculated. With his current cultivation level, it would be extremely difficult to even escape from Bai Nguyen, let alone protect his master. Just as Bai Nguyen was about to finish him off, roaring, You lowly origin soul realm insect, how dare you run wild in my presence? I'll tear you to shreds. Qin Teng hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Senior brother! This caught Bai Nguyen off guard, and he demanded, What is the meaning of this? He quickly explained, The fact that the Hunling pill could be refined so much earlier than planned is entirely thanks to his contribution. Naturally, this revelation made Bai Nguyen highly skeptical, and he muttered, Him? King Teng went on to clarify, You might find it hard to believe, senior brother, but I had the exact same doubts at first. Hearing this, Bai Nguyen hesitated and murmured, The refinement method for the Hunling pill has been lost for ages. If you hadn't restored 70% of the recipe, junior brother, we wouldn't be here today. Since Wu Fu knew the secrets of alchemy, the old man decided to let the grudge slide for now. Fine, I shall act as if nothing happened today. Right then, Wu Fu challenged him. How about I refine it right in front of your eyes? A short while later, inside Qin Teng's wooden cabin, Wu Fu asked to borrow his equipment. Senior, may I use your cauldron? Of course, the old man didn't object, but he still asked to be sure. You want to refine the pill yourself? Wu Fu firmly replied, Exactly. Tu Yen scoffed in disdain, muttering that someone with such pathetic cultivation had no right to even dream of refining pills. Wu Fu completely ignored him. Without another word, he brought his hands together, focusing his inner energy to begin the refinement process. Moments later, something unfolded that left Bai Nguyen, Tu Yen, and Qin Teng utterly dumbfounded. Watching the way the young man manipulated his inner energy to refine the pill, Bai Nguyen felt an intense wave of familiarity. This hand technique, why does it feel so incredibly familiar? Right at that moment, Wu Fu shouted, "Halt!" Instantly, his inner energy surged and converged inside the cauldron, every single stream being pulled in one after another. The refinement process had finally reached its climax. As the freshly formed pills emerged from the cauldron, the old man quickly urged King Tung, junior brother, "Come check this out." Wu Fu didn't mind their inspection at all, casually gesturing, "Be my guest." Tu Yen quickly snatched one of the pills, muttering in disbelief, he actually did it. But does this junk actually work? Kin Tung also picked one up to examine it. This is. Meanwhile, Tu Yen kept staring at the pill, debating whether he should take a bite. Could this really be the real deal? Maybe I should try it too. He slowly brought the pill to his mouth. But before he could even swallow it, something terrified him out of his wits. Tu Yen screamed at the top of his lungs and threw the pill away. Holy crap! It's poisoned! Staring at his foolish junior brother and idiot disciple, Bai Nguyen sighed in utter disappointment, thinking, what a pair of absolute fools. Wiping his mouth with one hand and pointing accusingly at Wu Fu with the other, Tu Yen barked, "You're clearly trying to poison us. I'm going to kill you today." Exhausted by his stupidity, Wu Fu let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "You really can't tell good from bad, can you? Open your eyes and look." The moment the words left his mouth, Kin Tung's inner energy suddenly erupted. Even Bai Nguyen was dumbfounded to realize Kin Tung's cultivation level had surged right after consuming the pill, the soul-returning rejuvenation pill. Wu Fu then turned to Kin Tung and explained, "Senior, you were poisoned by an enemy years ago, which is why your cultivation has been stagnant for so long. This pill simply purged the stagnant toxins from your body." Bai Nguyen remained silent, but his mind was racing. Not only did he refine the soul-returning rejuvenation pill, but its potency is off the charts. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered 3 words. How very interesting. Despite the old man's words, Wu Fu glared at Bai Nguyen with a gaze dripping with killing intent, warning him, one must always remain on guard. This reaction left Bai Nguyen utterly bewildered. Is there some grudge between us? If I remember correctly, this is definitely our first time meeting. Instead of giving a straight answer, Wu Fu gave a cryptic reply. From the moment your killing intent flared up, you haven't changed one bit. Sensing that the kid was far from ordinary, Bai Nguyen quickly analyzed the situation. This brat is clearly not as simple as I thought. I'd better keep a close eye on him for now. Plastering a fake smile on his face, the old man spoke up. Little brother, I was out of line just now. I hope you won't hold a grudge. This shameless, lightning-fast change in attitude made Wu Fu sneer in disgust. What a sly old fox. Ignoring the old man, he turned back to Kin Tung and warned him, I hope these pills help you break through soon, and you should keep a closer eye on the people around you. Just then, his phone vibrated. Catching his attention, it was a text message. In this day and age, they couldn't just call. The text revealed a grim reality. The Su family estate had been completely ransacked. Han Fach had led his disciples from the Zhongyang sect to the Shu residence, declaring, Today, our Zhongyang sect will wipe the Shu clan off the face of the earth. Elder Thuong was holding them off all on his own to buy time for his family to escape, roaring, Run, get out of here, quickly. Though she was being dragged away, Din Din stubbornly refused to leave. Tears streaming down her face, she stared back at Elder Thuong and cried out, Grandpa! And Thien dragged her with all her might, pleading, Din Din, we have to go. As long as we're alive, there's still hope. But she stubbornly resisted, screaming, No, I'm not leaving. She cried out in desperate hope, He'll come. He'll definitely come for us. Hearing this, Han Fach burst into a smug, mocking laugh. Even if that brat does show up, he'll only be arriving in time to collect your corpses. He then ordered his disciples, Kill him. Facing overwhelming odds, Elder Thuong resolved to fight to the bitter end. Even if I must throw away this worthless old life, I won't let any of you lay a single finger on the Shu family. With a deafening roar, his inner energy erupted. Get lost, all of you. Before the echo of his voice could fade, he lunged at the Zhongyang sect disciples, striking with absolute fury. Han Fach sneered at the sight. You can barely keep your own head on your shoulders, yet you still have the luxury of worrying about others? With absolutely zero mercy, he unleashed a devastating attack. Die! Raging flames surged forward, engulfing the area. Outmatched and exhausted, Elder Thuong stood no chance and took the full force of the blow. The impact blasted him backward. Watching him fall, Din Din and Enthien screamed in terror, Grandpa! Father! Gasping for air, Elder Thuong looked up. Seeing his family still hadn't fled, he panicked. Why? Why are you all still here? Din Din couldn't even answer through her tears. But Han Fach wasn't about to give them any breathing room. He unleashed another deadly strike, sending another wave of blazing fire straight toward Elder Thuong. In this critical life-or-death moment, Xing Xing screamed Wu Fu's name in terror. Instantly, a thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. Seeing his attack shattered, Han Ba roared in anger, declaring that anyone who dared oppose the Zhongyang sect would only find death. Suddenly, he caught sight of something. What was it? What he saw was a pair of massive wings. After blocking Han Ba's attack, the massive wings slowly unfolded, revealing the Shu family, completely safe and sound inside. Seeing this, Han Ba gasped in shock, wondering where on earth such a spiritual beast had come from. Suddenly, someone attacked the Zhongyang sect disciples. Only then did Han Ba notice, quickly darting his eyes over. He saw that the one striking them down was none other than the person he feared most, Wu Fu. Wu Fu's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Han Ba and the Zhongyang sect disciples, roaring, "None of you are getting away today." With a dirt-smudged face, Xing Xing sat on the ground. Seeing the newcomer, she cried out, "Wu Fu, you're here!" Floating in the sky, Wu Fu quickly took charge, saying, "Leave this to me. Erha, protect everyone." Erha barked as if in response. Xing Xing turned her head, looking at him curiously, wondering, "Is this Erha?" Across from them, Han Ba declared with sheer contempt, "So what if you're here? You'll just end up dead by my hand anyway." Standing below, Ying Xian warned anxiously, "Wu Fu Han Ba is a void-returning grandmaster. He's only one step away from Dao integration." But before he could even finish his sentence, Han Ba had already raised his hand to strike, shouting, "Too late!" He roared, "This is the end of your life!" But suddenly, some mysterious force made Han Ba freeze in his tracks. The surroundings seemed to plunge into pitch-black darkness, and his entire body was pinned in place. Suddenly, someone flew in from out of nowhere, landing right behind Han Ba, and said, "And here I thought something serious had happened. You ran way too fast." Han Ba was utterly shocked, wondering in terror, Is this a Dao integration great grandmaster? Ying Xian's eyes widened, his face frozen in fear as he looked at the newcomer. Kang Yao also wore a look of utter astonishment. Just then, two more people showed up. As soon as they arrived, one of them complained, "Senior brother, slow down." Kang Yao looked at them and thought, "Are they Wu Fu's acquaintances?" Ying Xian had the exact same thought, whispering to himself, "So, he has backups." Han Ba glanced back, his mind racing with panic. This is bad. Forget about killing Wu Fu. Even the entire Zhongyang sect might get wiped out. Ban Yuan chuckled and explained, "This old man is just here for the show. I won't interfere in your business." Han Ba looked at him to double-check. "Senior, you're not on Wu Fu's side?" Ban Yuan maintained his smile, assuring him, "Absolutely not." Jing Song, standing nearby, had other ideas and spoke up urgently. "Senior brother, little brother Wu has been so good to me. I must repay this debt. If you won't help him, I will." Ban Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him, saying, "This is an affair between the cultivators of this low-tier planet. We should not get involved." On his side, Wu Fu reached out and produced a small sword, saying, "No need. I'll settle this myself." Seeing how things were playing out, Han Ba laughed triumphantly. "Wu Fu, it seems even heaven wants you dead today." With a reddish-orange flame igniting in his eyes, Wu Fu replied, "Who dies is still up in the air, though dealing with you might take quite a bit of effort." He unleashed the sword in his hand, murmuring a chant, "Celestial Body Sword Art, Second Form." Han Ba frowned, slightly startled by the technique, but he quickly raised his hands to the sky. Instantly, countless gleaming swords materialized in the air, clashing with a metallic ring. Han Ba raised both hands high and roared his command, "Taste my mountain-defending sword array." Following his shout, the swords shot out in all directions. Looking up at the vortex of countless swords in the sky, Kang Yao cried out from the ground, "This is bad! It's the Zhongyang sect's mountain-defending array." Barely able to keep her eyes open, Xing Xing called out in worry, "Wu Fu!" At that moment, right in the center of the sword vortex, his figure emerged. Closing his eyes, he calmly murmured to himself, "A pity I haven't gathered them all yet." Wu Fu brandished his sword and added, "Otherwise, I would have loved to try breaking this array today." A burst of brilliant golden light flashed, its power shattering the swords in the air. Countless broken blade fragments rained down and scattered everywhere. Han Ba shielded his eyes, shouting in sheer disbelief, "No, that's impossible!" As he looked up once more, he froze, uttering in his mind, "That is, Wu Fu had now reverted to the appearance of his past life. He hovered in the air, enveloped in brilliant beams of golden light. Standing below, Xing Xing and Kang Yao stared in absolute shock at the scene, wondering, is that really Wu Fu? Zi Yan looked up anxiously at the person standing in front of her. She stammered, Ma, Master. Ban Yuan glanced at him, frowning in confusion. He's only in the primordial soul realm, isn't he? How is it that even I feel a dangerous aura from him? Wu Fu closed his eyes, the massive power swirling around him in constant motion. After a long moment, Wu Fu let out a soft breath. His eyes slowly opened and then locked onto the space ahead with an intense gaze. The sheer pressure of Wu Fu's gaze bore down directly on him, catching Han Ba off guard. He clenched his teeth tightly, letting out a sharp click of his tongue. Han Ba cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was actually thinking of running away. Raising both hands to cast a spell, he roared, Today, both you and I are going down together. On the other side, Wu Fu deftly twirled the sword in his hand before shouting, Slash! A beam of light shot out, slicing past Han Ba before he could even react. Han Ba froze, sensing something deeply wrong with his body. To his horror, he discovered a deep gash on his shoulder, with blood spraying out continuously. Jing Song, Ban Yuan, Zi Yan, and even Kang Yao were utterly stunned by what had just happened. Zi Yan looked up in confusion and asked, What happened? Where is that kid? Standing beside her, Ban Yuan's face betrayed a hint of killing intent as he muttered, Oh crap. I wasn't even paying attention just now. Han Ba clutched the wound on his shoulder, coughing in pain. What the hell? He's all the way over there. How could he hit me? Suddenly, Wu Fu's voice echoed right next to his ear. Han Ba, for what you did to the Shu family, I will make you pay tenfold. Panicking, Han Ba whipped his head left and right, searching frantically. Where? Where the hell are you? A distant light shone back toward him. Then, a barrage of sudden, precise strikes rained down directly on Han Ba. Taking the full force of the attacks, his entire body convulsed as he screamed in agony. Han Ba's face contorted with rage. You brat, don't get ahead of yourself. Bowing his head, he pressed his hands together, conjuring a massive surge of energy. Looking up at the sky, Han Ba unleashed every ounce of spiritual energy in his body. Roaring, You can't escape me. Loud explosions erupted one after another, forcing Ban Yuan and his two disciples to conjure a protective barrier. Completely out of control, Han Ba screamed, Who said I was running? Your pathetic spiritual energy doesn't mean shit compared to mine. He stretched out his hands, slowly forming a shield. But out of nowhere, Wu Fu charged right up to Han Ba, tearing through his protective barrier. Han Ba's eyes widened in utter shock. What? How did he pierce through my shield so easily? In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu completely shattered the shield. With a massive crash, the two of them slammed heavily into the ground. Cratered deep in the ground, Han Ba chuckled triumphantly as he managed to block the sword tip aimed straight at him. Got you! With a calm expression, Wu Fu raised two fingers and uttered three words. Too late. By now, sheer terror had begun to creep into Han Ba's eyes. A colossal sword, conjured by the array, impaled him straight through. Han Ba plunged downward at an incredibly high speed. Sensing his entire body slowly disintegrating, he cried out in panic, No! A massive explosion shook the ground. As the white dust and smoke slowly cleared, a giant crater appeared right before their eyes. Ziyan stared at the crater, thinking to himself, I knew that kid wasn't useless, but this kind of destructive power, it's easily on par with Master. He looked down, scanning the crater. Where is that kid? But when Ziyan looked up, he realized Wu Fu was actually hovering in midair. The sword in his hand had snapped in half, and the power radiating from his body had completely vanished. Cracks had begun to form on the golden armor over Wu Fu's shoulders. Finally, the golden armor on Wu Fu's body shattered into pieces. Standing below, Jing Song saw this and cried out in worry, Little brother Wu! Wu Fu plummeted headfirst in a freefall. Just then, Xing Xing rushed over. She wrapped her arms around Wu Fu's waist and caught him. They both tumbled down, but thanks to Xing Xing bracing herself on the ground with both feet, they both landed safely. She called out to the boy resting on her shoulder, Hey! Egomaniac, are you okay? Don't scare me like this. Wu Fu coughed a few times and muttered, A void-refining grandmaster is nothing special. As soon as the words left his mouth, he passed out. In a panic, Xing Xing cried, Hey! She kept calling his name, Wu Fu, egomaniac. Jing Song approached them and asked, How is little brother Wu? Xing Xing looked up at him and replied, He passed out. Bai Yuan stepped forward and offered, Let me take a look. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and stopped him, catching him off guard. Jingsong explained, "Senior brother, let me check him." Xing Xing turned around anxiously and asked, "How is the egomaniac?" Jingsong took Wu Fu's wrist, his face filled with shock as he hesitated. He gasped slightly, his eyes widening. Could this be? He wondered. Tears welled up in Xing Xing's eyes as she cried, "Is he badly hurt?" Jingsong hesitated, saying, "After all, Hanba is in the void refining stage." Hearing this, Xing Xing jumped to conclusions and wept even harder. Is there no hope for him? Jingsong sighed deeply. Unlocking such immense potential comes at a heavy price. Bai Yuan turned to leave. Ziyan, let's go back. Ziyan tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Master, are we not waiting for Martial Uncle?" Bai Yuan explained to him, "Give him some time to bid farewell to his young friend." Just then, Jingsong glanced over at the departing figures of Bai Yuan and Ziyan. The two transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky before splitting into different directions. Bai Yuan remarked, "I thought that kid was an otherworldly powerhouse, but he turned out to be nothing more than a reckless boy." Flying alongside him, Ziyan asked, "Why do you say that, Master?" Bai Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he deduced, by burning his lifespan to unleash his potential, he will likely spend the rest of his days bedridden. Meanwhile, Xing Xing pleaded anxiously, "Senior, you must save the egomaniac." Chang Yao, sitting nearby, chimed in, "Senior, is there really no other way?" Jingsong gently placed Wu Fu's arm back by his side and reassured everyone, "Calm down, everyone. Little brother Wu is perfectly fine." He lowered his head, thoughtfully stroking his beard. Judging by his pulse alone, the power in his body hasn't depleted at all. On the contrary, he's showing signs of a breakthrough. Xing Xing was stunned to hear this, and Kang Yao was equally shocked. Jingsong looked at the unconscious Wu Fu before him and said, "I too thought he had burned his lifespan. Who would have guessed he had another trick up his sleeve?" He wondered to himself, "Wu Fu, just how many secrets are you hiding?" Before leaving, Jingsong instructed the others, "My work here is done. Take good care of him. Right now, the Chongyang sect must be deeply anxious." Elsewhere, blinding streaks of lightning tore across the sky. A stone gate stood amidst the lightning, with 3 characters written on its plaque. Inside a grand hall, a man sitting on the central throne ordered his subordinates, "Bring her in." Instantly, 2 guards grabbed a woman by her arms and dragged her into the room. The guards let go, and the woman fell heavily to the ground. The man on the throne gestured, "Raise your head." With disheveled hair and looking completely battered, the woman pushed herself up with both hands. Zhongnan extended his hand, conjuring an object. "If it weren't for you begging for help to seek revenge, I would never have given you hundreds of insidious evil spirits." His brows furrowed deeply as he glared at the woman on the floor. "I hope you won't disappoint me, Li Mengyao." Hearing her name, she weakly looked up to face him. In the pitch-black darkness, several voices echoed, "Lu Ling, look at this. This is the chicken soup I made for Wu Fu." "Xing Xing, Wu Fu saved our Shu family. We can't repay his kindness with hostility." Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Wu Fu stirred slightly as the voices reached his ears. "Your chicken is literally burnt to charcoal." Wu Fu mumbled dazedly, "Erha." Hearing its name, Daha barked twice in excitement. Wu Fu's nose twitched as he caught a scent wafting through the air. He turned his head to look around. Staring at the closed door, Wu Fu thought, "Are they cooking? Just in time, I'm starving." Just then, a mocking voice came from outside the door. "Are you trying to create a chemical weapon or what? I can't even stomach looking at it." Outside the room, Xing Xing snapped back, "If you don't like looking at it, then don't. It's just a little scorched. Besides, how is it that I always run into you whenever I go grocery shopping? You even tag along with me all of a sudden." With a hand on her hip, Lu Ling shot back, "Lucky for you I came along, otherwise Wu Fu would have been poisoned to death by you." Xing Xing stubbornly turned around, picked up the freshly made dish, and declared, "I'll try it myself. I don't believe I could poison him with this." Lu Ling kept nitpicking. "And couldn't you tone it down when you went shopping earlier? Bringing over a dozen bodyguards with you? You scared the street vendors half to death?" Suddenly, the door behind them swung open, and Wu Fu poked his head out. "Are you guys cooking?" Hearing his voice, Lu Ling and Xing Xing both jumped and turned around. Xing Xing offered a smile. Wu Fu suspiciously glanced at what she was hiding behind her back. On a white porcelain plate was a chicken that had been burnt to a crisp. A fly appeared out of nowhere, landed on the chicken, and took a tiny sip. Almost instantly, the fly's face turned completely blue. It rolled over on the table, completely motionless. Watching this entire sequence, Wu Fu's face turned purple from sheer terror. Forcing a stiff smile, he waved his hand and stepped back into the room. Actually, I'm not that hungry yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Lu Ling glanced at the girl standing behind her and asked, You see that and still dare to say it's not poisoned? The freaking fly literally died instantly. Xing Xing could only give her a sheepish grin. Sometime later, Kang Yao stood on the balcony, pointing down as he introduced, Wu Fu, this is the entire army of the Shu family. From now on, they are at your command. Leaning both hands on the railing, Wu Fu looked down and replied, Thank you, senior. Curious, Kang Yao asked. I wonder, why do you need so many men, Wu Fu? He didn't hide a thing, answering bluntly, To destroy the Chongyang sect, of course. Hearing his tone, the old man threw his head back and laughed. Aha! Kang Yao had barely blurted out, A minor sect, before the reality registered, freezing him in his tracks. Kang Yao stared at the boy next to him, wanting to make sure he heard right. You want to destroy the Chongyang sect? Wu Fu glanced at him and said, A puny sect like the Chongyang sect is easily wiped out. He raised his hand and conjured a book. But first, your Shu family must have the strength to fight back. One of the soldiers standing below said anxiously, Old Patriarch, the Chongyang sect is a major sect. With our current cultivation, it's no different from suicide. His comrade next to him nodded in agreement. That's right, exactly. Shang Rao slammed his hand hard against the railing and cursed, Bastards. The people below instantly felt a wave of fear. He turned around, clasped his hands together, and bowed. My deepest apologies, Yu Fu. I failed to manage my subordinates properly. The young man waved off the apology casually. Don't worry about it. Shang Rao continued. Once we master our martial arts techniques, everything else should be fine for now. He slowly opened the book Yu Fu had just handed over, and a brilliant light shone from within. His eyes widened as he cried out, A top-tier martial technique! Shang Rao's attention was instantly caught, and he asked in disbelief, What? He quickly handed the book over to Shang Rao. Sir, look at this! The soldiers standing below gasped in shock. Shang Rao glanced at Yu Fu, who was standing ahead, and wondered to himself, It really is top tier. Just how many secrets is he hiding? Once again, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply, promising Yu Fu, following you might just be the wisest choice I have ever made. Yu Fu looked down at the soldiers and shouted, Train hard! The soldiers bellowed in unison. Yes, sir. He turned back to instruct Shang Rao. You guys go ahead and practice first. I have some business to take care of. The old man replied respectfully, Understood. Before leaving, Yu Fu added one more warning. Also, keep yourselves hidden for now, just in case the Chongyang sect comes looking for you. Shang Rao bowed deeply, seeing him off with the utmost respect. Elsewhere, during the day, the cloudy sky let brilliant rays of sunlight shine down onto a dormitory building. In the hallway, Meng Meng asked in confusion, Brother Fu, you already offended the South Huajing Martial Arts Academy, and now you are going to Wutong City? Yu Fu replied coldly, I am only here to take back what belongs to me. I never asked you to come with me. Meng Meng chuckled playfully. Aw, come on, Brother Fu. What's a good fight without a cheering squad? It'd be way too boring. Yu Fu dismissed him. I am not here to play games. Meng Meng smiled cheerfully anyway. I just want to come along to join in on the fun. Suddenly, Yu Fu stopped in his tracks, making Meng Meng look on in confusion as Yu Fu frowned. In the distance, a figure was approaching them. Yu Fu, slightly startled, shouted, Who's there? He then calmly looked at the woman standing in front of him and asked, Well, are you here for revenge again this time? Behind her, a horde of blurry, shadowy figures was gathering. Meng Meng demanded loudly, Who are you? The woman, her face shrouded in dark shadows, slowly lifted her head. When Meng Meng saw her face, he gasped in recognition, Li Meng Yao. He cracked his knuckles and suggested, Brother Fu, let me teach this chick a lesson. Suddenly, an arm reached out to stop Meng Meng's next move. Yu Fu stepped forward, shielding him. You're no match for her. Meng Meng laughed confidently, pointing at himself. Brother Fu, I'm a powerhouse in the profound understanding realm now. Yu Fu glanced at him and retorted, You can't even beat a level 2 opponent, let alone her. She currently possesses primordial soul power. Take a good look at what is accompanying her. Unconvinced, Meng Meng turned to look. What could it possibly be? Aren't they just some evil spirits? But when he actually saw what was in front of him, his face twisted in sheer terror. Meng Yao's body was enveloped in a dark green mist, accompanied by horrifying ghosts with twisted, grotesque faces. Panicking, Meng Meng clung to Yu Fu and shrieked, "Oh my god, ghosts!" Meng Yao's eyes burned with fierce hatred. She muttered, "Yu Fu, I will haunt you forever and watch you die an agonizing death right before my eyes." Terrified by her aura, Meng Meng could only clutch Yu Fu's arm and weep. The dark green mist transformed into vicious faces and lunged at them. Yu Fu stood calmly on the spot, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the approaching mist. He stood perfectly still, letting the mist surround him. "It seems you used some forbidden technique to force your breakthrough, but this is useless against me." In a room nearby, Zhou Tan angrily pushed open the door, stepped out, and cursed. "Who the hell is making all this noise? It's this late. Can't you let a guy fucking sleep?" The moment he saw what was happening out in the hallway, he froze in shock. The entire hallway was enveloped in a gloomy black mist. Terrified, Zhou Tan collapsed to the ground, and two more guys rushed out of the room, asking in a panic, "Boss! Boss! What's wrong?" As the two lackeys tried to drag Zhou Tan back into the room, they sensed something and turned around. The ghosts had noticed them too, opening their mouths wide to let out eerie, spine-chilling laughter. Chaotic screams and the sounds of running echoed down the dormitory hallway. Ghosts! There are ghosts! Two black shadows flew around Yu Fu's ears, whispering repeatedly, "I will haunt you for the rest of your life. I will haunt you for the rest of your life." He slowly opened his eyes. With lightning speed, Yu Fu swung his hand, slashing the air and instantly dispelling the black mist. The black smoke began to flee, but before leaving, it left behind a threat. "Today is just a warning. Don't expect to ever have peace again." Meng Meng, sitting on the ground, asked tentatively, "Brother Fu, did she run off?" Yu Fu confirmed, "Yes, she's gone." Frowning in annoyance, he muttered, "How troublesome." Who knows how much time passed, but the unconscious Zhou Tan lying on the floor finally opened his eyes. Yu Fu walked over. Startled, Zhou Tan glanced at the crack that had appeared on the wall nearby and quickly explained, "Brother Fu, I actually came here to upgrade your door to a steel one. The absolute best quality steel." Meng Meng chimed in with a flattering smile. "Brother Fu, just accept his goodwill." Yu Fu was speechless and remained silent. He raised his hand, summoning a book. "How about this? I don't like owing anyone anything. Take this martial technique manual and train with it." Zhou Tan was absolutely thrilled. He bowed his head to the ground and cried out, "Master!" Seeing this, Yu Fu's eye twitched slightly, and he stayed silent. Finally, he turned to leave, instructing, "I have to leave Yunhai for a while. Make sure to practice this body-tempering art diligently." Zhou Tan, still with his face pressed to the ground, replied, "Your disciple will obey your command, Master. I will absolutely." Only after Yu Fu had left did he look up, offering a flattering smile. "Brother Meng, your method really worked." Meng Meng smugly raised a finger. "Of course. Brother Fu has no weaknesses, but his heart is just too soft." Zhou Tan said with sheer determination, "You're right. Master is going away, so this disciple must perform exceptionally well." Meng Meng replied in satisfaction, "Good. Make sure you keep your word." In the bustling city, the sound of car horns constantly echoed through the air. A sleek black car sped forward, honking its horn to clear the way. Yu Fu frowned and glanced at the back seat, asking, "Why are you girls following me?" Xing Xing sat close to the right window with her arms crossed, replying primly, "This young lady is just worried that you'll get into danger. That's why I came along to protect you." Luling avoided his gaze and made up an excuse. "The Southwajing Martial Arts Academy is in Wutong City. I came along mainly to gather information." Only Luoxi sat in silence, saying nothing. Seeing her quiet attitude, Xing Xing and Luling both turned to her and asked, "What about you?" Xing Xing and Luling were still staring at her, waiting for an answer. Luoxi glanced out the window, hesitantly explaining. Just as their car passed a sign that read Wutong City, lively chatter erupted from inside the vehicle. "The specialty in Wutong City is soup dumplings. When we get there, it's my treat." "Agreed. Stop eating just soup dumplings. You should nourish yourself with something else." As the car passed by a high-rise hotel, someone yelled, "Stop the car!" Once inside, Meng Meng suggested, "Brother Fu, I'll go check us in first." Yu Fu tilted his head, gesturing to the others behind them. "Once the rooms are booked, let's head up and talk." Right then, from a distance, two men were looking at their group, whispering to each other. Three beauties. Both Xing Xing's and Luling's faces flushed red, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Luoxi looked away and informed Yu Fu, I'm going to head home first. His face remained calm and unbothered as he gave a brief nod. Afterward, Luoxi clutched her sword to her chest and left. Meng Meng then called out to the others. Brother Fu got the room key cards. Let's go. Meanwhile, inside the room, Tintin jumped straight onto the bed and sighed in delight. Wow, this bed is huge. It feels so good. Lu Ling pulled out her phone, checked it, and said to Wu Fu, "The Nanhua Martial Arts Academy sent an invitation. They want us to meet tomorrow." Holding Erha in his arms, he flatly refused. Not interested. Tintin looked up, puzzled, and asked, "Hey, Mr. Egomaniac, then what did you even come to Wutong City for?" Wu Fu gazed out the window and replied, "To find something that belongs to me." Lu Ling looked at her screen and read the info aloud, "The territory of Wutong City. Nanhua is extremely powerful. If we don't," Wu Fu tilted his head, gesturing to her, "then tell them to come here instead." Wu Fu's voice echoed through the hotel room. "Meng Meng, pack up, we're heading out." After some time, Wu Fu and the other two stood in front of a villa's gate. Meng Meng rang the bell a few times and said, "Brother Fu, there's no response at all." Standing next to him, Tintin asked once more, "Are you sure you're here to find an object, not a person?" Wu Fu stared intently at the villa, summoning a small sword as he confirmed, "This is the place." Meng Meng, growing impatient, suggested, "Brother Fu, how about we just break in?" Wu Fu suddenly went silent as a click echoed from the door, and it slowly creaked open. Someone peeked out from inside the house and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Wu Fu clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to him. "This junior is here to discuss a trade with you, senior." Huo Zhang frowned warily, dismissing them on the spot. "You'd better just leave. You can't afford the price I want." Instead of leaving, Wu Fu stood his ground and began sharing some information. Everyone knows the Huo family relies on the Huo family fist to stand alongside the Luo family as the two great tycoons of Nanhua. But what they don't know is Huo Zhang, who was turning to go back inside, froze mid-action as he heard Wu Fu's words. Outside, Tintin anxiously tried to stop him. "Wu Fu, you shouldn't just spout nonsense like that." Wu Fu glanced at her and shot back, "I'm not speaking carelessly. The deal I'm talking about is, the Huo family ancestor has already taken the entire Huo family fist to his grave." Huo Zheng gasped, freezing completely in shock. Tintin was also shocked, thinking to herself, "The Huo family ancestor is dead?" Meng Meng stood dazed, his mind filled with confusion. Huo Zheng turned around, staring deeply at Wu Fu. "Who are you? Very few people know about this. How did you find out?" Huo Zheng calculated silently. This young man seems to know something. It wouldn't hurt to hear him out. Wu Fu asked once more, "Are you interested in this deal, senior?" Huo Zheng walked straight into the house, gesturing to Wu Fu's group. "Follow me." From inside the study, his voice drifted out, "Our conversation here must not be leaked to anyone." Wu Fu assured him, "Don't worry, spreading this won't benefit me anyway." Standing next to him, Meng Meng felt a bit guilty hearing this, because on his phone screen, news alerts were popping up one after another. Breaking! The Huo family ancestor is dead. Has the Huo family fist been lost forever? Is he clinically dead? Meng Meng's face went pale. He kept his mouth shut, not daring to utter a single word. Huo Zheng clenched his fist tightly. "I don't know what you want. Could you be just like the others? Here for this fragment?" The brilliant red glow of a crystal illuminated the entire room. Wu Fu called out, summoning a miniature sword. "Sword!" Huo Zheng's eyes widened as he stared intently at the sword in the young man's hand. "This is..." In an instant, the crystal fragment in the old man's hand was pulled across by a massive force. It flew straight into Wu Fu's hand. "This fragment originally belonged to me." Inside the Huo family training grounds, Wu Fu stood in front of a target and said, "Now, I will demonstrate the entire Huo family fist. Just this once." Wu Fu concentrated, his brow furrowing slightly, eyes locked onto the target ahead. He extended his hand, unleashing a roaring beast of fire straight forward. In a single second, the wooden target was blown to splinters. The sheer destructive force of Wu Fu's power even shattered the stone wall behind it, sending dust swirling into the air. Huo Zheng stood dazed, whispering to himself, "The Huo family fist." Wu Fu let out a couple of soft breaths and sighed. "It's been so long. This fist style is quickly being forgotten." Tintin crossed her arms and scoffed, "Look at him, acting all high and mighty." Standing beside her, Meng Meng gave a thumbs up. "Brother Fu is the best!" Just then, footsteps could be heard approaching outside. Huo Shuang smiled and pushed open the wooden door, calling out, Grandpa, did you successfully master it? But as she stepped inside, she froze, startled by the strangers in the room. Tin Tin and Meng Meng turned around and were equally stunned. Huo Shuang pointed a finger at them and demanded, "What are you guys doing in my house?" Huo Zheng asked. "You know each other?" Huo Shuang replied angrily. "Know them? We still have a score to settle." She defensively clenched her fists, questioning them. "Speak, what did you come to my house for?" Wu Fu calmly gave a simple explanation. "Just making a deal." Huo Shuang maintained her hostile attitude, warning, "Grandpa, don't trust him. I looked into this guy, he has absolutely no backing. Watch out, or you'll get scammed." Tin Tin and Meng Meng stood to the side, covering their mouths as they giggled. This girl has absolutely no idea what just happened. Huo Zheng closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and suggested, "It's not very convenient to talk here. Let's head inside." Once they stepped outside, Huo Shuang pointed at Wu Fu, who was walking behind them, and speculated, could he be the successor to the Huo family fist Grandpa has been looking for? Huo Zheng also looked back. They are. He had barely uttered 3 words when a henchman was sent flying right past them. Outside, a man leading 2 henchmen and a mysterious cloaked figure barged in aggressively. "Where's old man Huo?" "I, Jin Kan, am back." Tilting his head, he noticed Wu Fu and demanded, "Hey kid, who are you?" Huo Shuang, visibly annoyed, tried to speak first Jin. But Huo Zheng reached out to stop her, demanding directly, "What are you here for?" Jin Kan pointed mockingly at Wu Fu. "Isn't your old man's Huo family fist long lost? Why are you teaching it to this newly recruited disciple?" Provoked, Huo Shuang stepped forward. "You." Huo Zheng blocked her again and snapped, "Who said the Huo family fist was lost? Jin Kan, who the hell do you think you are? All of Wutong City knows that if Shuanger marries you, I won't even be able to rest in peace." Jin Kan heard the insults but didn't argue back. Instead, he threw his head back, letting out a sleazy laugh. After a moment, he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and muttered, "All you have to do is let me get engaged to Huo Shuang. Then I would have acted like nothing happened. But who knew you'd throw my respect back in my face?" Jin Kan opened his eyes, smirking as he gestured to his 2 henchmen behind him. Huo Shuang and Huo Zheng immediately took defensive stances. Standing behind Wu Fu, Tin Tin grit her teeth in anger. "What an absolute scumbag." Wu Fu turned around, gesturing to the other 2. "This has nothing to do with us. Let's go." Wu Fu's group had only taken a few steps before the 2 henchmen blocked their path. Jin Kan stood smugly behind them and asked, "What's the matter? Are you looking down on me, Jin Kan? Did I give you permission to leave? How dare you walk away?" Tin Tin screamed. "What do you think you're doing?" Jin Kan pointed at Wu Fu again, demanding of Huo Zheng, "Old man, who is this brat? Is he the one you're looking for?" Before he could even finish his sentence, a powerful fist flew out of nowhere, slamming hard into his cheek. Jin Kan's entire body was sent flying tens of meters away, leaving his henchmen staring in absolute shock. The cloaked figure turned in stunned silence toward where Jin Kan had landed. Huo Shuang and Huo Zheng stood wide-eyed and frozen by the sudden turn of events. Wu Fu rolled his fist and warned coldly, "Do that again, and your life is over." The 2 henchmen rushed over frantically, shouting, "Young master!" The mysterious hooded figure slowly reaches his hand toward the boy's coat, looking like he's about to do something. Over on the side, Kim Zan completely loses his mind and screams, "Don't let him get away! Kill him for me!" The hooded mystery man suddenly lowers his hand, doing nothing at all. Seeing this, Kim Zan goes ballistic and yells, "You old geezer, make a move! What the hell are you doing?" One of his lackeys looks up and stammers, "Why, young master? Look up." Kim Zan rubs his cheek and looks up too. What could be up there? Right above his head, a sword is hovering in midair. The sharp tip of the blade is pointing straight at him. Kim Zan's face is dripping with sweat from sheer terror. Wu Fu walks forward, glancing back at him. "Consider yourself lucky. I don't feel like dealing with you today. Let's go." Seeing his attitude, Hoke Sang silently admires him, unafraid of power. Now that's a real man. Once Wu Fu leaves, Kim Zan gets up, scowling as he demands of Hoak Chin, "Who is he?" Hoke Sang puts her hands on her hips, proudly declaring, "He's my master's newly recruited disciple." Kim Zan gnashes his teeth and spits out, "A new disciple? Like hell I'd believe that." Hoak Sang grabs one of Hoak Chin's arms and asks, "Right, Grandpa?" Startled, the old man quietly plays along with her. Kim Zan snorts, his face twisted in anger from not getting the answer he wanted. He turns around and gestures to his lackeys, "Let's go." Before leaving, Kim Zan tilts his head to deliver a threat. "If I find out that guy isn't the successor of the Hoak family fist, you guys are dead meat." Only now does Hoak Sang start to feel anxious. Grabbing the arm of the man beside her, she asks, Grandpa, what do we do now? Hoak Chin's face darkens. Just then, an idea pops into Hoak Sang's head. Grandpa, I'll go chase after that guy and ask him to help us play along with the lie. Left with no choice, Hoak Chin relents. For now, that's our only option. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is walking down the street when he suddenly lets out a sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he wonders to himself, is someone talking about me? Beside him, Meng Meng teases with a grin. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day Brother Fu catches a cold. Gesturing like a total expert, he adds, the weather's been pretty crazy lately. You've got to take care of yourself. Wu Fu glances back, noticing a figure following them. As they head down an alley, Meng Meng suggests, let's go back to the inn now. Hoak Sang creeps closer to the three of them, carefully pressing her back against a wall. Sensing that it has gone quiet, she peeks her head out to check. But there is no one in sight. Hoak Sang wonders, where did they go? Suddenly, a finger pokes her in the back. Hoak Sang squeals in surprise. Wu Fu, who has appeared behind her out of nowhere, asks, are you looking for us? Tin Tin points at her and demands aggressively, spit it out! Hoak Sang shrinks back and scrambles for an excuse. It's because Kim Zan is going to cause trouble for you guys. That's right, I came to protect you. Having said that, she raises her chin and proudly points to herself. An upright tree doesn't fear the wind. Tin Tin stares at her busty chest, her face turning dark. From out of nowhere, she pulls out a gleaming needle. Get those boobs over here so I can pop those silicon bags. Tin Tin grins deviously. Why are you following us? Spill it, or else. Hoak Sang backs away in fear. Her face flushes slightly. She covers her chest and confesses, honestly, I came to ask you for a favor. Seeing the three of them completely ignore her and walk away, Hoak Sang reaches out and calls after them, hey, according to the script, aren't you supposed to ask me what's wrong? Tin Tin snaps back bluntly, I don't give a damn about your games. Hoak Sang hangs her head helplessly. The Kim family is incredibly powerful, and my family has offended them this time. At this, Wu Fu stops in his tracks. Meng Meng tilts his head. Brother Fu, why did you stop? Tin Tin slaps her forehead and groans. We're doomed. Wu Fu turns to the girl behind him. What kind of power does the Kim family hold in Nodong City? Hoak Sang explains. Even though Kim Zan's cultivation isn't high, his family has an insane number of talented experts. You'd better be careful. Before she can even finish, he cuts her off. I'm in. Dazed, Hoak Sang stammers back. You. What did you agree to? Wu Fu smirks, amused as he answers her. Helping you deal with the Kim family. Hoak Sang covers her chest and steps back again. Even if you defeat the Kim family, I'm still not marrying you. Watching from the side, Meng Meng and Tin Tin are speechless at her wild imagination. Wu Fu turns to walk away. You're overthinking it. I simply want to face stronger opponents. Hoak Sang's eyes widen, her mind filled with suspicion. Is it really that simple? A black car slowly pulls up to the hotel entrance. As the glass doors slide open, Wu Fu walks inside. Luke Lin steps forward to greet him, as if she's been waiting for a long time. Wu Fu, you're just in time. Meng Meng looks around curiously. Why are there so many people here? In the distance, a crowd of people is watching them with great amusement. Luke Lin whispers to him, Wu Fu, the people from the South China Capital Martial Arts Academy are here. This is their home turf, so watch your back. The guy in the shirt leading the group scoffs. A cultivator from some third-rate university dares to make us wait all the way out here for him. A guy behind him chimes in, just watch how I beat him bloody. Wu Fu curls his fingers to provoke them. You want to fight? Come at me all at once. The guy in the shirt barks angrily. You arrogant brat. Another punk adds. You've walked right to our doorstep and you're still acting tough. The shirt guy points and orders the others. Get him! A man standing nearby, likely a hotel staff member, pulls out his phone upon seeing this. I'd better call an ambulance for that kid. Meanwhile, in a bar on the second floor, a dark silhouette is watching the scene down in the lobby. Lai Mong Jiao, wrapped tightly in a cloak, gnashes her teeth. Not enough. They're no match for him. Below, a crowd of people surrounds Wu Fu. Standing perfectly still, he looks up, a white light flashing in his wide eyes. With a massive boom, everyone surrounding Wu Fu is sent flying backward. Only the rookie leader is left, standing dazed in the distance. With a whoosh, Wu Fu's figure vanishes into thin air. Moving at lightning speed, he stops right in front of the rookie leader, raising his hand to point the tip of his blade at him. Now, you're the only one left. The guy backs away in terror. Era, who has been watching the drama, barks twice in excitement. The family guardian violently tosses Erha aside. Where did this stray dog come from? Erha is thrown hard, his head slamming straight into the wall behind Tin Tin and Luke Lin. Wu Fu glances over to see the two of them rushing anxiously to the wall to pull him out, crying, Erha! Kim Zan walks up with a crowd of lackeys, smirking deviously. Brat, I finally found you. Watching from upstairs, Meng Jiao is thrilled to see him. How did the Kim family find Wu Fu? Well, looks like a perfect opportunity. Luke Lin uses both hands to pry Erha out of the wall, while Tin Tin examines his injuries. Kim Zan points a finger at them. Even both of your girlfriends are in a miserable state now. If you want to live, get on your knees and beg for mercy. Luke Lin frowns and sighs, while Tin Tin lets out a sigh of pity. I'm only worried about you. After all, you've successfully pissed him off. The stone floor sinks under a massive force as something blasts into the air. Clutching his small sword, Wu Fu's eyes flash with a dangerous light as he charges at lightning speed toward Kim Zan. Raising two fingers, the guardian steps forward to block him. Young Master Kim, leave him to me. A bystander shouts. The Kim family guardian is stepping in. This kid is finished. A massive spherical barrier appears in front of Wu Fu, enveloping Kim Zan and his group. Standing behind the guardian, Kim Zan smirks smugly. You think having a little power gives you the right to mess with me? Suddenly, the guardian flinched as if realizing something was wrong and gasped under his breath. This is bad. Two parallel cuts suddenly appeared on the barrier protecting Kim Zan and the guardian. The barrier shattered, and Wu Fu's sword shot toward the two of them in a flash. The sword returned to Wu Fu's hand, and at that exact moment, a clean slice appeared across the guardian's neck. Kim Zan collapsed onto the ground, waving his hands in a frantic panic. Wait, wait! Wu Fu pointed the tip of his sword at him and warned, Erha isn't someone you can just bully. His eyes flared with a terrifying killing intent as he barked, Get lost! Kim Zan nodded submissively and squealed, Yes, 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 I'm leaving right now. Watching from upstairs, Meng Jiao gritted her teeth and cursed. What a bunch of useless trash. She reached out her hand, conjuring a cluster of green light. With a soft blow, she sent the light floating down to the lobby and out the door, where it seeped into the back of Kim Zan's neck. As soon as he stepped outside the hotel, Kim Zan's body went completely limp, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. His two lackeys panicked and cried out, Young Master! Young Master! Outside the high-rise hotel, the sky grew incredibly dark and gloomy, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring in waves. Hiding behind a door, Meng Jiao smiled gleefully at the scene outside. Wu Fu, let's see how you're going to survive this time. Standing behind Wu Fu, Luke Lin frowned as she recognized the approaching crowd. It's the Kim family. Luke Mao aggressively led the crowd inside, demanding to know if Wu Fu was the one who assassinated Kim Zan. Wu Fu brushed past him, contemptuously throwing back just 4 words, He isn't worthy. Luke Mao gritted his teeth and spat out every single word. You think you can just leave? It's not that simple. As Wu Fu walked toward the door cradling Erha, Luke Mao's suit-wearing lackeys blocked his path. Frowning, he glanced back and asked, What is this? Are you trying to pick a fight too? Infuriated, Luke Mao raised his fist and lunged at Wu Fu in a surprise attack, yelling, Die, kid! Wu Fu's face darkened, and he tilted his head to glare at him. Out of nowhere, a beam of red light shot straight down from the sky, slamming into the ground and blocking Luke Mao from getting any closer to Wu Fu. Amidst the thick dust, he clenched his jaw and roared. Damn it, Kim Zan was the sole heir of our Kim family. Pointing his finger at the onlookers standing nearby, Luke Mao threatened, And all of you will be buried with him. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers stood there, mouths agape in shock. But they quickly scrambled and screamed in panic as they ran for their lives, crying, Run! However, everyone who reached the door was shot in the back. Kim Nung aimed her smoking gun at the ceiling, sneering, None of you bastards are getting out of here alive today. A blazing red fire erupted around Wu Fu, wrapping him in an aura ready to explode. He lunged forward with blinding speed. Luke Mao's face turned pale, dripping with cold sweat as he gasped, Too fast! Wu Fu's eyes flashed, and he pressed a finger against the man's forehead, saying, Listen closely, I didn't kill him. Luke Mao scoffed. You don't even have the guts to admit you killed someone. Before he could even finish his sentence, Wu Fu unhesitatingly fired a beam that pierced right through the center of his forehead. Luke Mao's eyes rolled back, losing focus, as a stream of blood spurted from the hole in his forehead. His two lackeys froze in absolute shock. Kim Nung stared intently. The onlookers around them could only freeze, their mouths hanging open in sheer terror. Captain Tan hurriedly explained, "Boss, you're so amazing. I wouldn't dare cross you again, even if it killed me." Watching everything unfold from the upper floor, Meng Jiao laughed excitedly. "Wu Fu, you dug your own grave." She focused her gaze on where Wu Fu was standing, but suddenly, he glanced up, locking eyes directly with her. Her eyes widened as she froze, terrified to make a move. Quickly, Meng Jiao cast a spell to slip away. Kim Nung summoned a golden axe, yelling, "Kid, I don't care who you are. I won't tolerate your arrogance in Windong City." Wu Fu shifted his gaze down to where she stood, as Kim Nung's large, clogged foot stomped heavily onto the ground. Wu Fu closed his eyes and remarked, "She's heavy, but surprisingly quick." Kim Nung lunged into the air, aiming for the back of Wu Fu's head as she swung her axe and roared, "Hand over your life!" Suddenly, countless beams of light accompanied by butterflies poured into the room through the hotel's glass windows. The light flashed past, striking her directly and causing a small explosion. Standing to the side, Luke Lin stared wide-eyed, completely lost, while the others nearby were equally baffled by the chaotic turn of events. Captain Tan stood frozen in silence just like the rest of them. Luo Shi entered the hotel, leading two hooded, cloaked figures, and said, "Wendong City isn't a place where your Kim family can just rule the roost." Drenched in sweat, Captain Tan cried out in terror, "Oh my god, the Lack family of Mount Luke is here. Just what kind of monsters did I piss off?" Luo Shi rushed over to Wu Fu and asked anxiously, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" He calmly replied, "They can't hurt me." Clutching her wound, Kim Nung staggered to her feet, flashing a sneering grin. She sneered mockingly, "So the dual cultivation sword technique has been mastered? I guess that old nun of Mount Luke then couldn't stand the loneliness after all?" Luo Si glared at her furiously, shouting, "You!" Kim Nung growled back threateningly, "You killed my brother. If you don't pay with your lives right here, don't think you're getting away." Frustrated, Luo Shi was about to charge forward, but Wu Fu stopped her. Frowning in irritation, he said, "I didn't kill him. Just let them try to make a move." Wu Fu's eyes flashed with a deadly aura as he unleashed his pressure, uttering, "Die." Tintin's eyes sparkled, and she covered her mouth in sheer admiration, squealing, "That's so badass." Furious, she cursed, "You rotten brat." Wu Fu's sharp gaze locked onto Kim Nung. With a gentle wave of his hand, a powerful wave of energy surged straight toward her. Kim Nung's eyes widened in silent shock. Sword Chi. As the sharp sword Chi struck her directly, she began to panic, thinking, "He's clearly only at the primordial soul realm." Wu Fu raised his hand and began releasing his spiritual energy, looking coldly at Kim Nung as he said, "I am far stronger than you can ever imagine. Stellar sword art." A swirling vortex of spiritual energy formed in the palm of his hand. As the overwhelming pressure began to fill the room, Kim Nung grew visibly tense. Her henchmen in the room also kept a wary eye on Wu Fu's every move. Kim Nung waited, sweating, but nothing happened. She thought in confusion. Hiding among the crowd, Meng Jiao suddenly sensed something was off and gasped to herself, "Oh no!" She turned around to flee, thinking, "He's targeting me." But in the blink of an eye, Wu Fu appeared right behind her, blocking her escape route. He gave her a knowing look and smirked. "I noticed you a long time ago." Showing no mercy, Wu Fu threw Meng Jiao onto the middle of the floor, leaving everyone stunned. Staring at his actions, Kim Nung demanded, "What do you mean by this?" Wu Fu stepped on Meng Jiao's face, making her grit her teeth in pain. Kim Nung gave him a searching look and asked, "Are you saying someone framed you?" Too lazy to respond, he simply cradled Erha and walked away, saying, "Your Kim family isn't worth wasting my breath on. Believe what you want." Irritated by Wu Fu's attitude, Captain Tan pointed a finger at him and snapped, "You arrogant brat, do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Walking close behind him toward the exit, Luo Shi said cheerfully, "Wu Fu, come over to my place, okay? My grandmother wants to meet you." He agreed, saying, "Let's go." Tin tagged along behind them, calling out, "Wait for me, I want to go too." One of the henchmen turned to Kim Nung and asked, "My lady, what should we do now?" With a darkened face, she ordered, "Go investigate and find out who he really is." Kim Nung shot a sharp glare backward and warned, "We must report my brother's death clearly to the family, or we are dead meat." Suddenly, Meng Jiao burst out laughing. Kim Nung snapped in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Her eyes filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "That bastard, I know him." At the Lack family of Mount Luke Than, Wu Fu bowed politely and said, "My respects, senior." Luo Shi happily ran over and grabbed the old woman's hand, calling out, "Grandma!" Luo Shi's grandmother smiled warmly and praised him. "I've heard my granddaughter talk about you before. You are indeed quite handsome and polite." She shot Luo Shi a knowing look and whispered, "Not bad. That boy is really good looking," Luo Shi said shyly. "Oh." Ting Ting, however, sensed a potential threat. Facing his cluelessness, she puffed out her cheeks in a huff, turned away, and muttered, "You idiot. Do I really have to be the one to make the first move?" Luo Shi's grandmother waved her hand and ordered the servants, "Someone show our guests inside to rest." They bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, ma'am." She turned to her granddaughter and said, "Luoer, go along with them." She replied shyly, "Yes, grandmother." She explained softly, "I want to speak with Wu Fu in private." Turning around to walk away, she didn't forget to call out, "Wu Fu, follow me." The two of them slowly walked toward a private area. Shortly after entering, Luo Shi's grandmother spoke up, revealing the reason for this meeting. "I won't beat around the bush about your situation with the Jin family. I've already heard about it. You helped our Luo family improve our sword technique. We will forever remember this favor." Wu Fu replied politely. It was nothing. Taking advantage of his humble reply to distance herself, she quickly added, "As for your conflict with the Jin family, normally I couldn't just stand by and watch you die, but my Luo family is no match for them. That's why I advise you to go back immediately." Wu Fu only smiled faintly and thought, "So you're just afraid of bringing trouble upon yourselves." Luo Shi's grandmother turned her head and asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" He calmly leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and replied sarcastically, "Nothing. I'm just laughing at how the Jin family overestimates themselves." She frowned and warned him, "The Jin family's strength is no joke. Besides, Jin Kan was their eldest grandson. Now that you've touched him, my Luo family is completely powerless to help." Wu Fu's eyes grew firm as he spoke up. "I think you're misunderstood. I wasn't the one who killed him." Inside the closed room, the beating was still going on. Jin Rong lost her patience and screamed. Meng Yao stubbornly replied, "I'm not lying. He killed Jin Kan." Furious, she grabbed Meng Yao's hair, pulling her head back, and warned through gritted teeth, "Don't think you can lie to me." Meng Yao struggled to answer, "I'm really not lying." With her face bruised and battered, she explained in pain, "Wu Fu is not only cruel and cunning, but he's also a lustful lecher. I heard Jin Kan already had a grudge against him at the Huo family. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself." Jin Rong turned her head suspiciously and asked her henchman, "Is this true?" He confirmed, "Yes, ma'am, it is." Upon hearing his reply, she turned toward the door and ordered, "Bring the 10 grand protectors. We're going to the Luo family right now to find that brat. I will make him pay for this in blood." She wore a sinister smile after achieving her goal, thinking excitedly, "Wu Fu, you are dead meat." Suddenly, the study door burst open, and a servant yelled frantically, "Madam, this is bad." She bowed her head and quickly informed the two, "Jin Rong has brought the 10 grand protectors of the Jin family." Luo Shi's grandmother pointedly warned Wu Fu, "The Jin family is bent on revenge. You'd better watch out." He only sneered and said confidently, "Now that they're here, they can forget about going back." Halfway up Mount Luchen, Wu Fu casually walked toward the Jin family crowd. Jin Rong mocked him with a sneer, "Don't think the Luo family can completely shield you." Luo Shi seriously observed the number of enemies and said, much to Ting Ting's shock, "Almost all of the Jin family's protectors are void reversion experts, and there are 10 of them." She waved her hand to order her subordinates, bringing out the old master of the Huo family and Huo Shuang, who were held down by Jin Rong's men. She asked triumphantly, "You recognize them, don't you?" A flash of surprise crossed Wu Fu's eyes. Ting Ting couldn't help but cry out anxiously, "Huo Shuang!" Luo Shi asked in confusion, "Do you know them?" She answered honestly, "Yes. We visited their house not long ago." He asked in a cold voice, "What do you think you're doing?" Jin Rong screamed in rage, "A life for a life, go get him!" Two warriors from the Jin family rushed forward aggressively and said confidently, "A trash in the soul transformation realm like you dared to ambush our young master? Let me chop him into pieces," the other added. "Letting him die so quickly is too easy on him. How about I torture him first?" Wu Fu frowned, casting a cold glance at the two fools who didn't know their place, and warned, "You want to kill me? Today, every single one of you will die right here." Panicking, Ting Ting said urgently, "No, we have to help him." Luo Shi's grandmother suddenly appeared and stopped her. "Hold on." Luo Shi gasped in shock. "Grandmother?" Her eyes flashed with an enigmatic look as she said, There's no need for us to interfere. This kid has already planned ahead. From the sky, three figures appeared, flying toward the crowd at lightning speed. Sound after sound of tearing wind echoed. Right in front of Luo Shi and Ting Ting, they landed with massive force, shaking the surroundings. The sheer pressure of their landing instantly blew the Jin family's men away. Ting Ting was stunned and murmured to herself, "This aura is." Jing Song, Bai Yuan, and Ziyan all appeared at the same time, radiating immense power. Jin Rong thought tensely. The alliance? Jing Song, holding a box in his hand, handed it to Wu Fu and said, "Little brother Wu, if senior brother Bai and I hadn't come here, I'm afraid things would have ended badly for you." He took the box and calmly uttered some arrogant words. "Thank you, senior, for finding this. On another note, wanting to kill all of them sounds like it might be a bit of a challenge." Jing Song asked back in shock, You want to kill all of them?" Bai Yuan spoke up dismissively, challenging him, an arrogant brat in the soul transformation realm. "Since you're so confident, let's see what you've got." Wu Fu's eyes turned razor sharp. From the box in his hand, he summoned a sword emitting an overwhelming aura. Wu Fu said coldly, "Today, I'll test this sword on you." Jin Rong ordered her subordinates, "Capture him for me." Two Jin family guards aggressively closed in on Wu Fu. They split up to surround him from both sides, but he only gently swung the sword in his hand. The guards rushed at him, but what awaited them was only an afterimage fading into the air. Both of them glanced at each other in unspoken sync, gasping, "He's too fast!" Suddenly, the two guards noticed something unusual. He raised his hand, and a barrage of sharp, glowing swords materialized around him, raining down directly at the two of them. As 10,000 swords fell, a barrage of clashing sounds echoed continuously. Jin Rong looked at Wu Fu's move in sheer disbelief. Bai Yuan also had to view him in a new light. Luo Shi couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Incredible. He casually landed, standing between the two motionless corpses. Wu Fu swung his sword and said seriously, "My turn to attack." Like lightning, Wu Fu rushed forward to strike. He struck with his sword, clashing evenly with his opponent, forcing both sides to back up. The Jin family expert sneered at Wu Fu, gritting his teeth. A mere soul transformation realm cultivator trying to fight 1 against 10? Know your place. Ting Ting cried out anxiously, "Don't be cocky, we'll help you too." He only frowned slightly and replied, "They are no match for me." Luo Shi also chimed in to warn him, "Our opponents are all void reversion experts. You are absolutely no match for them alone." Wu Fu ignored their warnings and said confidently, "Just stand back and watch." Right after that, he vanished again. The old man standing behind Jing Song said, "Junior brother, even if you step in, I'm afraid it's too late to save him. The entire enemy force is in the void reversion realm." He looked at Bai Yuan and asked, "What do you think, senior brother?" He replied meaningfully, "This divine weapon is truly a gift from heaven. To think such a treasure exists on such a barren planet." Wu Fu continued to charge fiercely into battle. Channeling his power, he materialized a giant sword and aimed it straight at the Jin family experts. They grew highly alert under the overwhelming pressure he exerted. Wu Fu's aura soared to the heavens. With one precise strike, he effortlessly wiped out those powerful experts. Watching from the side, Luo Shi's grandmother couldn't help but think in shock. He's clearly only in the soul transformation realm. Terrified, Jin Rong hurriedly screamed her orders, "Stop him! Kill him!" One of the Jin family experts who was still standing quickly put up a defensive barrier. Even Wu Fu's sword strike couldn't break through it. As the dust settled, the defensive barrier remained intact. He silently stared at the group, trying desperately to resist. He cried out in fear, "Could it be? What's in his hand?" Then, Wu Fu threw his sword aside. He confidently held up his hands, provoking them, "Go ahead, give it your best shot." Bai Yuan was displeased with Wu Fu's attitude. He criticized him. He clearly knows how strong his opponent is, yet he's still so arrogant. He is literally asking for death. Jing Song quickly countered, "I've known little brother Wu for a long time. If he's acting like this, it actually means there is nothing to worry about." Seeing him empty-handed, a powerhouse from the Jin family smugly said, "Let's see how you win this. Without your divine weapon, you're nothing but a piece of trash." Wu Fu opened his eyes, his gaze locked forward with intense killing intent. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the man, delivering a brutal punch. "Get lost!" He looked down at the helpless man, who now had a gaping hole in his chest, and mocked him. "With your pathetic cultivation, you are nowhere near my level." The other powerhouses watched in sheer terror. One of them gasped in disbelief. "One punch, and he is dead?" Refusing to back down, they launched another attack, Supreme Sword Formation. A magic circle formed beneath his feet as Wu Fu looked toward the sky. The next second, the ground began to shake, shattering the enemy's spell. Wu Fu charged forward with immense power, wiping out the entire group in a single strike. He dismissively remarked, "You guys are still way too green." With the Jin family powerhouses scattered all over the ground, Wu Fu turned to Jin Rong and reminded her, "Now, you are the only one left." Standing tall, he looked down at her and Meng Yao, who were huddled on the ground in terror, and asked, "So, who actually killed Jin Kan?" His eyes flared with cold fury as he growled. She stammered in response, I was the one who killed Jin Kan." Jin Rong glared at Meng Yao in absolute rage, choked up and only able to stammer, You. Wu Fu looked down with utter disdain and said, "It's over." Meng Yao froze in shock at his words. Sensing danger, she quickly retreated and screamed, "100 Ghost Banner!" An evil energy enveloped Meng Yao, but the thick black smoke obscuring their vision was suddenly slashed wide open. A giant blood-red hand materialized right in front of her. Meng Yao cried out in terror, "That hand is massive." Jin Rong stammered in horror, "What on earth?" At the same time, the giant red hand began to squeeze Meng Yao. A loud crash echoed as she was crushed, and Wu Fu calmly warned, "This is the price you pay for crossing me." Meng Yao crawled out of the rubble toward Wu Fu, desperately dragging herself to his feet. Battered and bloodied, with tears streaming down her face, she begged, "No, I don't want to die yet." Wu Fu coldly kicked her away and muttered, "Get lost." Meng Yao sank into absolute despair. Her tears fell, and the game was over. Ting Ting gloated, mocking her. "You just keep coming back to look for trouble, don't you? Haven't you learned your lesson?" Ha, cradled in her arms, barked in agreement, while Luo Shi let out a sigh of relief. Meng Yao struggled to her feet and muttered deviously, "I can still handle this." She glanced over and flashed a sinister grin. A banner suddenly appeared right above Ting Ting's head. Luo Shi screamed in panic, "Watch out!" as a dark cloud began to envelope her. Ting Ting struggled in terror, calling out, "Wu Fu!" before losing consciousness and blacking out. Dragging Ting Ting over to her side, Meng Yao threatened, "Wu Fu, are you going to let me leave now, or what?" He coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." Meng Yao's eyes widened in shock, and she gritted her teeth, staring at Wu Fu. Who was still cradled in Ting Ting's arms, sniffed the dark smoke around them and suddenly let out a sharp cry. Bai Yuan, Luo Shi, and Jin Rong were all taken aback, collectively gasping in disbelief. "What?" Meng Yao thought in terror. Even his dog is some kind of monster? She quickly retreated, throwing Ting Ting out of the dark smoke. Wu Fu gently caught her in his arms. Erha sat on top of Ting Ting, barking wildly as he licked her face to wake her up. Tickled by the licking, Ting Ting complained, "Hey, stop doing that." Luo Shi ran over anxiously, calling out, "Wu Fu!" Wu Fu frowned, his sharp gaze locking onto Meng Yao. "You have nowhere left to run." He raised his sword and swung it down with absolute decision. A powerful wave of sword energy sliced through the mist, hurtling straight toward her position. Hit by the blast, Meng Yao plummeted from the sky. Covered in wounds, she dragged herself out of the crater. Just then, 4 members of the Luo family surrounded Meng Yao and Jin Rong, trapping them in a barrier array. Jin Rong hurriedly cried out, "Wait!" Jin Rong's mind was racing. Sweating profusely, she frantically thought, "What do I do now?" Watching the drama unfold from the sidelines, Ziyan speculated, "The Jin family is famous for holding grudges. After this, they will definitely come back to cause trouble for Wu Fu." He cleared his throat and said in a conciliatory tone, "Since both sides have cleared up all misunderstandings, why don't we just wipe the slate clean?" Ziyan turned to Wu Fu with a condescending tone, "You are a friend of my martial uncle. If the Jin family ever comes looking for trouble, I will definitely step in to help. Wouldn't that be for the best?" Without showing a shred of respect, Wu Fu retorted. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Bai Yuan snapped, pointing an angry finger at him. "You arrogant brat." Meng Yao refused to accept it, screaming, "No, I haven't lost." "I still haven't lost." Instead of giving up, she glanced at Jin Rong and whispered, "We have to team up right now if we want to kill him." Jin Rong's eyes filled with a sinister, smug look, thinking, "Yes, he must die, you arrogant fool." Jin Rong gripped her weapon and said to Meng Yao, "Our grudge can wait until after we kill him." She replied briefly, "Right." Seeing this, Ting Ting screamed a warning, "Wu Fu, watch out!" But he remained perfectly calm. "You're asking for death. he muttered. A powerful roar echoed through the air as both of their attacks charged straight toward Wu Fu. Meng Yao gritted her teeth and snarled, "Killing me won't be that easy. Jin Rong, now." As the strike came down, she roared, "Go to hell." Wu Fu didn't even flinch, standing almost completely still as the blow landed. But Jin Rong gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she realized he was gone. Where? Where did you go? As the white smoke cleared, only a massive crack remained on the ground. Meng Yao's terrified voice screamed, "Behind! Behind you!" Jin Rong spun around in panic, but all she saw was Wu Fu pointing his sword right at her, whispering, "Too slow." Jin Rong's blood-curdling scream echoed through the area. Meng Yao's face turned pale, unable to process what had just happened. No, no way. Jin Rong is dead? Thunder crashed, tearing through the sky. Elsewhere, Kuo Jung stood in the rain, looking up. Copper Slave City has stood for 30 years. I'm afraid its time for destruction has come. His thoughts raced. We barely know anything about that sword technique. This person might actually possess heaven-defying abilities. Kuo Jung ordered Luo Shi, "Pass down my order. If the Jin family comes, send people to protect Wu Fu." Meanwhile, Meng Yao watched Wu Fu sheathe his sword and stammer, You are not going to kill me?" He glanced back with total indifference. Meng Yao sneered, trying to mock him, before crawling closer and speaking in a sweet, dripping voice. "Wu Fu, during the time we were apart, I missed you every single second of every single day." Wu Fu let out a mocking laugh. Meng Yao's eyes widened as she demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Before she could make sense of anything, a sharp strike slashed right across her chest. Wu Fu's cold, mocking voice echoed, "I only sheathed my sword because I didn't want you dirtying it." Clutching her chest, Meng Yao grimaced and burst into a maniacal laugh. She screamed, "Wu Fu, I curse you! You will never rest in peace!" Bai Yuan's face turned completely cold, and junior brother Jing Song's face darkened as well. "Senior brother, you absolutely cannot just do whatever you want. Everyone out there is targeting little brother Wu." Bai Yuan noticed Jing Song's hesitation. Jing Song had never cared about worldly matters before. Why is he suddenly like this? Could he know something? No, I must eliminate this Wu Fu. Outside, massive bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. The Chongyang sect. A plume of black smoke rises in the main hall as a gourd gradually absorbs the dark energy. Holding the gourd, Chung Han whispers, "Ah, I'm already dead." A girl's voice echoes from outside the door. Li Mengyao is just a pawn master is using to test the waters. The vice captain's eyes sharpen. As her senior, it's only natural that I teach my junior a little lesson. The scene shifts to a hotel where Ching Ching is soaking in a hot tub. She suddenly screams in the bathroom, "This is so annoying." Erha's eyes light up as he spots something on Ching Ching and starts barking. Without another word, she throws him right out of the room. "You stupid dog." Erha is thrilled to see someone standing right in front of him. Ching Ching has no idea Yu Fu is standing right behind her and continues to complain, "Perverted dog, you're exactly like your master." Well, who knows? Hearing his name brought up, he chimes in, "Like what exactly?" Annoyed and embarrassed, Ching Ching tries to kick Yu Fu out. "Get out, you pervert," but Yu Fu looks confused as he watches her weird reaction of covering her eyes. Yu Fu turns around, scoops up Erha, and heads out, but not before tossing back a remark, "Cover something else." The next day at the gates of South Huajing Martial Arts Academy, Lu Ling calls out, "So this is the school?" Ching Ching, sobbing with frustration, complains, "Damn it, I'm still no match for that girl." Still holding the dog, Yu Fu speaks up, "Quiet down. Don't forget why we're here." Leaning against a nearby stone pillar with his arms crossed, Huize taunts them, "What's this? Back for another fight?" Yu Fu frowns. "A fight?" He points in another direction. "Take a look over there." Holding an iron rod over his shoulder, Black Cat says arrogantly, "Hey, hey, hey! Is a school this big seriously scared of me?" "Four eyes, stop right there." He points toward Huabai. "Since no one's stopping me, I'm not holding back." Lu Ling, eager to watch the drama unfold, looks at Yu Fu. "Do you think we should help him out?" Meanwhile, Yu Fu and Ching Ching are busy munching on slices of watermelon, enjoying the show. Man, this watermelon is so good. Lu Ling is completely speechless. How can those three be so chill right now? Black Cat approaches Huabai, gripping his iron rod. "You're the lucky first customer of the day." Suddenly, he turns his head as a loud boom echoes. Finishing his watermelon, Yu Fu shifts his gaze to the two. Huabai adjusts his glasses. "Are you looking for me?" Black Cat thinks to himself, "What insane power." Captain Chin speaks up. There are some guys standing right at the main gate of South Huajing. Huai's cracks his knuckles, his hands clenching into fists. Do they have no idea where the hell they are? Are they begging to get wrecked? He walks over, slapping a hand onto Yufu's shoulder in a provocative way. Listen up, brat. Turn around so I can take a good look at your face. Captain Chin's voice rings out. Same old rule, make them get on their knees and sing. Feeling insulted, Hui's points and sneers. Oh, it's just a boy toy, boss. Meanwhile, Captain Chin freezes. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he stammers. Why you? You Fu. Captain Chin clutches his stomach. My hemorrhoids are flaring up again. I'll leave things to you two. Yu Fu looks down at Erha in his arms. Erha, aren't you hungry? I bet they have plenty of spirit stones in their pockets. Still clueless, Hui sparks. Looks to me like you're the one looking for trouble. Huize grits his teeth, about to charge. Brother Chin is exaggerating. He's just A. Seeing Erha's true form as he grows massive, the two of them stammer in pure terror. A dog? Seriously? They freeze, cowering and shaking. Is this even the same puppy from earlier? This little thing looks completely different when it grows up. Erha lets out a massive roar, drool flying everywhere. The two of them bear the full brunt of it. Watching Erha try to communicate something to them, they wonder, what is it trying to do? Ching Ching kindly offers a tip. He just wants you to feed him some spirit stones. Hearing this, sweat pours down their faces. Here. Without a second thought, they frantically pull out their goods and offer them to Erha. Okay, we're giving them to you right now. Here, take them. Yufu looks on with a satisfied expression. Interesting. Lu Ling warns him. South Huajing Martial Arts Academy is full of hidden talents, so don't let your guard down. Meanwhile, Erha continues to terrorize the two. Lord Dog, we're completely cleaned out. I don't have anything left either. Having eaten his fill, Erha happily shrinks back down and runs over to Yufu. Did it taste good, Erha? The two weep and lament. Those spirit stones took me 2 years to save up. Mine took 3 whole years. Suddenly, someone else approaches. I heard someone's causing trouble at the school gates. Is it you, kid? Yufu narrows his eyes, his gaze turning wary. The commotion surrounding Yufu's group has drawn a crowd. Hey, Bumpkin, you want to throw hands? I can end you with a single kick, you know. Now get on your knees and beg for mercy. Who knows, our captain might just let you off the hook. With his peak primordial soul power, it won't even take him 1 minute, right? Without hesitating, Yufu delivers a resounding slap to one of them. Beat it. Lu Ling smirks with disdain. These guys' brains must be just for show. Shock is written all over everyone's faces. He warns the crowd. If you don't have the strength to back it up, keep your mouth shut. Darts fly whistling toward Yufu, but he notices them instantly. He casually catches all of them. Instructor Jiang claps slowly as he approaches Yufu. Not bad, not bad. You actually have the strength to show off at the gates of South Huajing. Seeing him, the guy stammers, Instructor, when did you get here? If you were any later, you'd be picking up our corpses. He immediately points a finger at Yufu. It's him. He's just in the primordial soul realm. I could take on 10 of him. Instructor Jiang sighs. If you're begging for a beating, I can't stop you. The guy refuses to back down. Just you wait. You're gonna get what's coming to you. Instructor Jiang says warmly, We received word from your school. Since you're our honored guests, please come in. Lu Ling asks skeptically, Is everyone at South Huajing this full of themselves? At this question, Instructor Jiang looks puzzled. Are you guys any different? Lu Ling doesn't know what to say. Sir, the scene shifts to the South Huajing Martial Arts Hall. They have made their way to the Martial Arts Hall to actively come here and challenge us. You're the very first. However, the Academy student challenging Yufu adds, and you will also be the last. I will fight you. As for Yufu, he shows no fear. You're still not worthy. Is there no one actually strong here? Enraged by this attitude, he swings his fist at Yufu. Kid, I was being nice. He throws a punch that seems like a direct hit, but Yufu suddenly vanishes. You can't even take a single blow from me, yet you dare to act tough at South Huajing. Shock is written all over everyone's faces. That was a clone. Yufu moves like a machine, fluidly dodging his opponent's strikes. Just as things are about to get out of hand, Instructor Jiang shouts, Stop it! But it's not enough to stop the two from clashing. Their fists collide with a heavy thud. The Academy student gasps in horror. What insane power! Smoke rises menacingly from Yufu's hand. I already told you, you're not worthy. Get someone who actually knows how to fight. Instructor Jiang rushes over to check if he's alive. Thank goodness he's still breathing. The student arrogantly declares, This is the premier martial arts institute in the city. Don't think there's no one here who can put you in your place. Yu Fu replies arrogantly without holding back. How many of you here could actually stand a chance against me? Lu Ling crosses her arms, her voice tinged with reproach. Instructor Jiang Yufu is a member of the student council at Yunhai University. Last time, your people came to Yunhai University to throw their weight around. It seems she's fed up with this disrespectful behavior. Now, it's our turn to see what exactly gives you all the right to look down on everyone else. Whispers break out as a boy sucking on a lollipop chimed in. What gives us the right? Senior Ma stands in front of Lu Ling and says, based on the fact that every other school is trash, Senior, those Yunhai guys have gone way too far. They've been bullying people since the moment they stepped through the school gates, even though those are just ordinary students. Ting Ting, already annoyed, shouts out, you guys really can't say anything nice, can you? Those bastards definitely need a good beating. Are you guys looking for a beating next? Senior Ma says mockingly. Little girl, that is highly impolite. I'll have to punish you. Ting Ting furiously grabs Wu Fu's arm. Wu Fu, kick his ass. Hearing that name, Senior Ma freezes. Wu Fu? He chuckles and barks at his lackeys. Well, talk about an uninvited guest. Pull out the wanted poster. He shoves the wanted poster right in Wu Fu's face. The entire Nuotong City is looking for you right now. If I just hand you over to the Jin family, this 10 million is all mine. Seeing his distorted face on the wanted poster, Wu Fu turns to the other two and asks, am I really that ugly? He only cares about how they ruined his looks on the poster, and seeing how ugly they drew him makes him absolutely furious. Senior Ma, annoyed by his playful and dismissive attitude, snaps, hey, I am literally about to capture you right now. Can you take this seriously? Lu Ling decides to personally teach them a lesson. No need to use a heavy blade for tiny ants. I can handle all of you by myself. One of Senior Ma's lackeys tries to egg him on. Boss. Feeling insulted by a girl's mockery, he kicks the lackey and barks, I'm not fucking deaf. Do you really need to repeat that? As he is hitting his lackey, a whip comes whooshing in. Well, now everyone has heard it. He reacts instantly. Without hesitation, he draws his weapon to clash with Lu Ling. You Yunhai trash. Open your eyes and watch closely. He dodges her attack in a single move. His lackey chimed in to heap praise on his boss. Senior Ma's spear technique is flawless. He never leaves an opening. Senior Ma leaps into the air with sharp eyes, gripping his spear to strike. Taste this. Unfazed by his power, Lu Ling blocks it entirely. Damn it. Worried, Ting Ting is about to step in. I'll help you, but Wu Fu stops her. She can handle it. Ting Ting warns. Senior Ma sneers, beg for mercy now, and I might let you go. But Lu Ling is completely unfazed. Let's see if you actually have the skills first. Annoyed by her stubbornness, he decides to show no mercy. Fine. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With a heavy strike slamming into the ground, Lu Ling is blown back. Starting to lose ground, she grunts, damn it, I didn't expect him to be this strong. Lu Ling decides to go all out against Senior Ma. Looks like I have to use my full strength. Still smug, he mocks her. With that kind of pathetic strength, you guys should just get lost. I don't waste my time fighting trash. To make matters worse, some girls from the academy cheer enthusiastically from below. Senior is so cool. Ting Ting, holding a hammer, points it at him and shouts fiercely, get down here. Let's see if I can crush you to death with this hammer. Unbothered, Senior Ma dares Ting Ting to join in. Little girl, why don't you come at me too? Lu Ling suddenly strikes. Where are you looking? Your opponent is right here. The whip in her hand creates multiple afterimages heading straight for him. Take my whip, he mutters, cheap tricks. Just like that, he loses his bearings amidst the whistling sound of the whip. Only Wu Fu, watching from below, notices how mediocre Senior Ma is. Showing off such garbage spear technique, he really doesn't know his limits. Suddenly, he appears right behind Lu Ling, but unexpectedly, she whips around, sending him flying with a single strike. Even after getting hit like this, he still doesn't understand how Lu Ling did it. Refusing to admit defeat, Senior Ma sneers. Interesting. But, he mocks, can you even see me? Wu Fu scoffs, idiot. You're walking right into a trap. Lu Ling snaps back. You idiot. She handles her whip with expert skill, the sharp cracks of the whip hitting objects in the air ringing out loudly. Senior Ma is lashed mercilessly. He immediately senses that something is wrong. Oh no. Finally, he is bound tightly by Lu Ling's whip. She smirks mockingly. Now, who's sparing whom? Who's playing with whom? Wu Fu steps forward. Let's not waste time. I still have things to do. Realizing his foolishness, Senior Ma begs for his life. Big sister, I was wrong. Spare me, I won't do it again. Seeing Erha staring at him, Wu Fu is puzzled. Erha? Being extremely sharp, he instantly spots where the sword fragment is. Are you guys looking for the sword fragment too? He probes further. Are there others? Sweating profusely, Senior Ma says nervously. Besides you guys, the ones who interrogated me about the sword fragment are two other people. The fragment is hidden in the student council room of the Martial Arts Academy. Please, spare me. Elsewhere, a quiet scene unfolds. In a dimly lit room, a figure lies on the floor with some kind of liquid pooling around them. Senior Ma pushes the door open for everyone to enter. Scratching his head nervously, he says, Sis, it's in here. I'll head out first. With a serious expression, Lu Ling walks toward the door. Just as she reaches out to push it open, a hand grips hers tightly. Instantly, Wu Fu grabs her wrist and says cautiously, Wait, something feels off. Ting Ting waves her hand to clear the air. I think I smell something metallic. At that moment, the door creaks open, and a crimson stream flows from the crack, shocking Lu Ling. Blood, she frowns, unable to hide her fear. We need to leave, fast. But Wu Fu quickly interrupts. I'm afraid it's too late. Shifting his gaze behind them, he says calculatingly, There are a lot of people outside. We're surrounded. Elsewhere, a guy wearing a hat pushes the door open and reports, I saw a group of people barging in here, and I even heard a tragic scream. One of the lackeys shouts, President, they're still inside. Let's charge in together and save him. Adjusting his glasses, Hua Bai calmly replies, No need. He is indeed in there, but old Li is already dead. Before he can finish, the door is slammed open with a loud crash. Hands on her hips. Ting Ting shouts in frustration, What the hell is wrong with your school? First you pick a fight, and now you're framing us for murder? The lackey growls. The student council room is strictly off limits to outsiders. Since you barged in here without permission, you can't be up to any good. This infuriates Ting Ting. Gritting her teeth, she slams her fist onto the board. If you guys hadn't hidden the fragment, we wouldn't have wasted our time coming here. As soon as she says this, he throws his head back and laughs mysteriously. Just as I thought. You guys came for that mysterious fragment too. His lackeys lose their cool. Pointing a sharp blade at Ting Ting, they demand, Who sent you? You guys are the killers, aren't you? She snaps back curtly. You. Wu Fu slowly steps forward, his voice calm. I came to retrieve what belongs to me. I don't need anyone's permission. However, I can no longer sense its presence. The lackeys grit their teeth and hiss. What do you mean, belongs to you? Who do you think you are? Another enraged lackey shouts, You've committed murder and now you want to run? Kill him! A heavy, suffocating atmosphere fills the room. The guy in the hat only chuckles sinisterly and steps back. Wu Fu slowly continues. Right now, the most important thing you need to do is find the real killer, not suspecting us. A hulking thug, losing his patience, steps forward threateningly. Still trying to make excuses? He looks at the situation and speaks calmly. Wu Fu, I heard you know how to use a sword, so why don't you explain why the walls are covered in all these sword marks? The big guy then pointed at the wall and yelled, I think you guys have a guilty conscience. Otherwise, why were you running away in such a hurry? This caught Wu Fu slightly off guard. Tin Tin stared at the long slash marks on the wall. She was stunned, thinking, Wait, there's no way these were here when we first entered the room. Luke Lin spoke up to defend them. Don't you dare frame us. Our coming here was pure coincidence. From the crowd, Hoa Bak stepped forward and said thoughtfully, Just for a tiny fragment, you dared to kill someone from our student council. As soon as those words left his mouth, Wu Fu's eyes turned cold and sharp. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. They had already quickly gathered, ready to summon the divine dragon. A beam of light burst out, with an aura that seemed to suppress everything around it as Captain Tan roared, And you still dare to deny it? The aura felt as if it could obliterate space itself, making Tin Tin and Luke Lin marvel silently. Such terrifying power. On the rooftop of a tall building not far away, the city was still bathed in a peaceful, pale blue light. On the rooftop, Banwin said calmly, This kid's origins are unknown, yet he is so arrogant. If we don't deal with him soon, there will be major trouble. Tu Yen politely replied, Master, the fragment has already been taken by the Trung Duong sect. He calculated that the head of the Kim family was about to emerge from seclusion. Everyone in Windong City already knew about the deaths of Kim Nung and Kim San. He won't live much longer. Banwin's brow furrowed, but a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Very good then. Before long, the spirit-gathering pill will finally be refined. Just as the lackeys prepared to charge, Tin swung her mace down, blocking their path. Resting the mace on her shoulder, she said sternly, I'm afraid you lot aren't up to the task. If any of you dares to take a single step forward, I'll crush you to death with this mace, Hoa Bak said with a sigh. Ignore her. Just force them out. As soon as they stopped, Wu Fu said calmly, My coming to Nam Hoa Kin Martial Arts Academy, besides retrieving the fragment, Tin chimed in, Are you guys really that sure? He continued, Is also to. His gaze hardened. Ignoring his unfinished words, the other man immediately shouted, What do you want to do? Wu Fu remained calm. Since everyone is here, it saves me a lot of trouble. I want to challenge all of you. Hoa Bak's group burst out laughing. The last person who said that already has grass growing over their grave. Who gave him the courage? He then ordered, Arrest them. He casually summoned a small sword, a magical blade appearing in his hand as he said in a low voice, In my past life, I entered the Tao through the sword. So this life should be a bit more brilliant, shouldn't it? A span of 10,000 years, thousands of martial books. The blade flashed and instantly vanished from sight as he spoke. Since I have the chance, I'd like to test this out. Outside, the nine heavens thunder drew in crashing lightning bolts, sending them striking down. The lightning bolts condensed around Wu Fu, emitting a blinding light that made the crowd widen their eyes in shock. What? The scene before them lit up brilliantly. A girl covered her eyes and cursed angrily. Damn it, it looks like this guy is about to become a god. Captain Tan gritted his teeth in frustration. It seems they aren't as simple as we thought. Folding sheets of white paper appeared. He spoke in a low voice, his words echoing through space. Supreme heavenly book. Stacks of paper multiplied, surrounding Wu Fu, as he said proudly. Heavenly book, manifest. Tin looked at his transformation in absolute awe, praising him endlessly. So the young master is actually this cool. Beside her, Luke Lin was utterly shocked, analyzing combat techniques. How can he understand them so thoroughly? Seeing that things were turning south, Hoa Bak barked an order. Everyone, get behind me. Books like these. The provocation didn't faze Hoa Bak. He replied calmly. Wu Fu, the Kim family is searching for you in every corner of the city. We don't want to cause any more trouble. Now, surrounded by a green shield, Captain Tan tried to defuse the situation. So, please leave the Nam Hoa Kin Martial Arts Academy immediately. We don't want anything to do with you. Hearing this, the girl asked in shock, Boss, they killed someone. Are we just going to let them leave like this? He replied calmly, They aren't the killers. The girl next to him spoke up excitedly, But I can smell something like the fragment on that kid's weapon. Let's all attack together and help avenge fifth brother. Their voices echoed through the air. Wu Fu, thoroughly amused and curious, asked, President, don't you want to test my power? Don't worry, President. I won't kill innocent people. Hoa Bak's eyes lit up as he fell into deep thought. Before she could even finish speaking, a slashing sound whooshed toward him. The lackeys snarled in contempt. Cut the nonsense. President, let's go. Wu Fu's composure didn't waver for a second. He replied coldly, Since it's a challenge, if you don't die, you must at least get hurt. Wu Fu continued coldly. Instantly, the book zipped forward in an attack. They all charged at once to strike, but were suppressed in the blink of an eye by the golden light of a Buddha statue. Luke Lin gasped in shock. Isn't he a sword cultivator? How does he also know combat techniques? Holding Erha in her arms, Tin also marveled. A single move suppressed the opponent. Luke Lin nodded. To master thousands of combat techniques like this, it would take at least 10,000 years. The ponytail girl from Hoa Bak's side grimaced, refusing to accept this, and screamed, What are you guys just standing there for? Arrest him already. Witnessing the unpredictable chain of moves, his face darkened as he wondered, how does he know this technique? The lackeys and the ponytail girl were both terrified and confused as they were pinned down by an overwhelming pressure. Drenched in sweat, the girl asked with a trembling voice, President, why are you suppressing us? Hoa Bak's cold voice rang out. Do you really take me for an idiot? Turning around with a surging pressure, he interrogated the lackeys to force a confession. Speak, who actually killed him? Terrified, the crowd scrambled to deny it. B-Boss, isn't the killer Wu Fu? Hoa Bak's eyes gleamed behind his glasses as he replied calmly. With his strength, there's no reason for him to sneak around to steal the fragment. He calmly analyzed it piece by piece, leaving the lackeys behind him dumbfounded. With that kind of power, do you think he'd sneak into a room to steal a fragment? I'm afraid that even if I went all out against him, my chances would only be 50-50. The girl stammered. I suspected it from the start too. Hoabok glanced back, his sharp eyes demanding to know the killer's identity. Speak, who on earth was it? The girl trembled. President, I don't know either. We only heard it from that disciple. He gritted his teeth in frustration, then warned her coldly. Adjusting his glasses, Hoabok continued solemnly, I will investigate this thoroughly and get back to you later, but for now, you guys cannot leave. I need to ask you some things. Wu Fu was surprised. Believing what was happening, Luke Lin turned to Tin Tin and said, the matter has been cleared up. We only fought because of the circumstances. They won't think we're behind this anymore. Hearing that, she just smiled admiringly and replied, ever since I met the young master, he has never failed in things like this. You don't need to worry. Luke Lin looked up at the two and sighed. The reason why Nam Hoa Kin Martial Arts Academy holds such an outstanding status, far surpassing even the small sects and big factions, is largely due to the indispensable Truong Tianyan Gong. Both Tin Tin and Erha turned to look at her in confusion, asking, isn't he just a student? The two stood calmly opposite each other, while Luke Lin firmly stated, he and Wu Fu are the same. The bald guy from Hoabok's side grimaced and asked, if they aren't fighting, how can we determine the winner? The hot-tempered girl snapped back. Are you blind? They are already fighting? Two surging auras erupted from them, condensing into a giant Buddha statue behind each of their backs. The entire space shook as they clashed, releasing a blinding light. Suddenly, Hoabok's glasses cracked, the fractures spreading like a spider web. Immediately after, the glasses shattered with a crisp sound. Adjusting his broken glasses, Hoabok smiled faintly. He slowly took them off and muttered, just as I thought. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy exploded from his body. I am the only heir to the ancient Buddhist fist. I have to know. Hoabok's hair stood straight up, his pupils turning blood red. His aura surged violently as he roared, how do you have it too? Wu Fu's gaze was ice cold, his entire body radiating absolute, fearless arrogance. His aura erupted, unleashing powerful waves that matched his opponent blow for blow. Their eyes locked. Hoabok swung his arm, unleashing the sigil of the ancient Buddhist fist. He roared, take this! The massive sigil surged toward Wu Fu, threatening to swallow him whole. Wu Fu's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. With a casual wave of his hand, the sigil instantly shattered into pieces, scattering through the air. The flying shards hurtled back toward Hoabok, catching him completely off guard. Before he could even react, a colossal Buddhist hand came crashing down. It tore through the air, and in that split second, his eyes widened in sheer shock. Hoabok's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Seeing this, his subordinates rushed over in a panic to help him. President, are you okay? President, what's wrong? One of them yelled in anger. What did you do to our president? Wu Fu frowned slightly and replied indifferently. Just settling who's the winner and who's the loser. The lackey snapped back. Our president definitely won. You must be suffering from severe internal injuries. But just then, their president slowly got back on his feet. Seeing that things had calmed down, Tin Tin, cradling Erha in her arms, couldn't help but wonder. Who won? Lu Ling speculated. It's hard to say, but looking at this, it seems Wu Fu won. Nearby, a girl watched in confusion as Hoabok slowly dragged himself toward Wu Fu. What is the president doing? Wu Fu also frowned and asked, you still want to fight? But the moment he said it, Hoabok dropped to his knees in front of him and said respectfully, please accept me as your disciple, leaving him completely speechless. The girl was so stunned she could barely speak. The president is actually begging some random freshman to be his master? Another guy pinched himself. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Meanwhile, Hoabok clasped his hands and pleaded, please, master, take me in. Wu Fu looked at him, thoroughly annoyed. What a pain. Just stand up first, will you? He looked up, his eyes full of hope. Does that mean you're agreeing to take me as your disciple? The air fell still as Wu Fu silently turned around and said casually, come with me to this place. I'll evaluate you along the way. Hoabok beamed with joy. Yes, master. He glanced at his lackeys and ordered, keep searching for the killer. I'm leaving. The crowd chorused, yes, president. Meanwhile, inside the quiet campus of Nam Hoa University, a loud sneeze echoed. A skinny guy asked, what's wrong, Fatty? Catching a cold? Fatty replied, I've got a bad feeling, like I'm about to lose my job. The other guy fell silent. Meanwhile, night had fallen over Wutong Ghost City. Inside the Chamber of Commerce, Kim Lu stood on the balcony and asked, are you saying Wu Fu will actually come here on his own? He probed, "How can you be so sure?" Sitting comfortably in his chair and playing with a red gem in his palm, Ziyan casually replied, "Given how arrogant he is, he'll definitely show up." After all, outside, the doors flew open, revealing a young woman, her robes fluttering in the wind. Kim Lu stared at her in shock. "The Luo family of Six Deity Mountain? How dare you come here?" The representative of the Luo family stepped inside and said calmly, "I heard the distinguished grand elder of the Kim family came all this way just to kill a mere Origin Spirit Realm student." He hissed in frustration, "You." She stepped forward, her voice soft but firm. "Our Luo family just wanted to see if the rumors were true." The two men stared down from the balcony, and the elder growled, "Are you trying to make an enemy of the Kim family?" Luo Shi replied resolutely, "I only wish to ensure the absolute safety of my student." Suddenly, the doors burst open again, and a voice echoed from outside. "And me." Huo Zheng spoke up, his eyes locked onto the people in the room. The Huo family heard the news too. "We also came to see how the mighty grand elder of the Kim family would stoop to fight a mere Origin Spirit Realm kid." The girl standing next to the elder gasped, "Even the Huo family is here!" The red-haired boy beside her chimed in, "Man, who on earth poked the Kim family's hornet's nest?" The girl sneered, "He killed Kim San, so that kid is as good as dead anyway. No way I'm missing this drama." Just then, a dog barked outside. Huo Zheng muttered, "Wu Fu is here." Kim Lu slammed his hand on the table and stood up, glaring down. "The kid you're all talking about, didn't he just wet his pants and run away, leaving a dog to take the fall for him?" He gritted his teeth. "Are the lives of my Kim family's young master and lady only worth as much as a dog's?" Huo Zheng clenched his fist so hard his knuckles cracked, terrifying his follower. "How dare you mock us?" With a single strike, the elder sent him flying into the banister. The lackey crashed to the ground, sliding a long way before stopping right in front of Ha. The dog looked at him, its mind filled with suspicious hostility. "What kind of circus act is this?" Still smarting from the kick, the guy vented his frustration on Ha. "What are you looking at, you stupid dog? It's your fault I got hit." Feeling deeply insulted, the dog began to swell in size. Ha pinned the man's head to the ground to punish him. The two watching from the balcony gulped in disbelief. That dog is actually in the Origin Spirit Realm?" Kim Lu narrowed his eyes. "Interesting." Luo Shi blinked in surprise. "So fast. Even Ha is already in the Origin Spirit Realm." Just then, a voice called out from the doorway, "Of course! All those spirit stones my Ha devoured weren't for nothing." Lu Shi gasped. "Ching ching." Tintin smiled warmly and approached her. "Long time no see, teacher Luo Shi." Luo Shi was completely speechless. The kids hanging around Wu Fu are getting more insolent by the day. The two who had just mocked Ha sighed. "You're worse than a dog. Seriously, not even as good as a dog." Up on the balcony, Kim Lu roared, "Wu Fu!" Wu Fu raised an eyebrow and looked up. Hoa Bok stepped forward to shield him without hesitation. "Wu Fu is a guest of Nam Hoa. Does the Kim family have some business with him?" Kim Lu sneered, summoning a beautiful glowing blue object. "I suggest you Nam Hoa people stay out of this, unless you want the Kim family to mark you as enemies." Ziyan stood up, giving Kim Lu a quick reminder. "Since Wu Fu is here, I'll take my leave. I'll leave this place to you." But before he could step away, Luo Shi smoothly glided down behind him. "Hold on." Her voice was ice cold, a sword already in her hand. "I recall you two know each other. Aren't you going to go down and say hello?" A smug grin spread across Ziyan's face. "Are you looking for a death wish?" The moment the words left his mouth, a sudden lethal strike lunged at Luo Shi. Thanks to her swift movements, she managed to dodge the attack. Watching them clash, Wu Fu thought to himself, "It seems quite a few people want me dead. Master's elixir should be ready soon." Huo Zheng clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Young brother, you have done the Huo family a great favor. We will ensure your absolute safety. Go on ahead, I'm going to hold them off." Huo Sang chimed in from the side. "Wu Fu, you guys need to run, now." But instead of retreating, Wu Fu took a step forward. Crackles of lightning tore through the air behind him. "If I have to hide behind a woman, then my long path of cultivation is utterly pointless." Seeing Wu Fu's fearless attitude, Kim Lu was pushed over the edge. "You dare stand against me? Kid, you must have a death wish." A sharp whistling sound tore through the air. He roared, his voice carrying a lethal threat. "My dragon snake sword has never failed. Today I will take your wretched life." Hoa Bok stood next to Luke Lin, anxious to the extreme. They were about to get killed, so why wasn't Master fighting back yet? In stark contrast to that worry, Luke Lin was incredibly confident. "No, you go ahead." Holding the dragon snake sword, Kim Lu's entire body trembled with excitement as he burst into laughter. Truly worthy of a divine weapon, it is a good thing I prepared early. Kim Lu utterly despised Wu Fu's abilities. A wet behind-the-ears brat like you dares to defy the Kim family? The old man roared furiously. Now, anyone who stands behind you, this old man will slaughter them all. Wu Fu's gaze turned ice cold. Right then, a loud boom shattered the silence. That purple-haired guy smirked. The old man of the Kim family was furious. Staying here any longer would be like inviting disaster upon himself. But the girl next to him seemed to have realized something. Oh, I just remembered my mom called me home for dinner. I'll head out first. Meanwhile, Tu Yen hid in a corner, watching the scene with utter satisfaction. Just stay there and wait to die. You fools. Wu Fu's new disciple stepped forward. Master, your disciple wishes to go into battle. Luke Lin was utterly speechless, not knowing what to say. Seriously? Taking him as master now? Why the hell are you trying to do that at a time like this? Tin Tin and Erha, standing nearby, shared the exact same expression as Luke Lin. You sure know how to pick your timing, don't you? The scene then shifted to the highway. Somewhere on the road, Uncle Tham was sitting in a car, venting his frustration at Meng Meng. Brother Fu is in extreme danger in No Long City. Can't you drive any faster than this? Meng Meng, who was behind the wheel, tried her best to stay patient. Safety first, stop nagging, buckle up, and watch the road. The humorous bickering of the two echoed out. Besides, the most important characters always make their entrance at the absolute last second. That is how we make the readers fall head over heels for us. Too true, too true. The scene returned to the battle in the room. You ignorant brat, don't let your guard down. Kim Lu placed his hands behind his back, looking smug. Since you all want to die together, I shall grant your wish. Hoa Bak charged forward with absolute confidence. Leave these goons to me, master. Focus on dealing with him. Take this. Ancien Budafist. Wu Fu let out a heavy sigh, his voice echoing. I haven't even agreed to accept you as my disciple yet. Besides, these guys are no pushovers. Seeing Hoa Bak get instantly blown away, Wu Fu could only take back his words. Actually, never mind. Hoa Bak awkwardly scratched his head. Master, could you ask the others to give me a hand? There are literally 8 guys in front of me. Luke Lin and Tin Tin were at a loss for words. This guy is incredibly thick-skinned. Wasn't he a guild leader before? Seriously? Kim Lu's lackeys charged forward. Pipsqueaks like you dare to stand against the Kim family? Wu Fu sneered upon seeing this. An attack flew toward him. However, Wu Fu probably did not expect his defensive shield to fail. With a sharp, resounding crack, the shield shattered in the air. He looked up and let out a chuckle. As expected, when there is such a massive gap in cultivation levels, even high-level martial techniques can't unleash their true power. Luke Lin now felt genuinely worried for Wu Fu. The Kim family strength is nothing to scoff at. Most of us are only in the origin soul realm. I am afraid we are no match for them. Tin Tin shared her concern but gritted her teeth. Whether we are a match or not, we will only find out after we fight. Hoa Bak spoke up. Master, tell us what to do, Wu Fu replied solemnly. You guys just need to hold them off. Leave the rest to me. Kim Lu's bloodthirsty voice rang out. How tragic! You will not have that chance. Attack with everything you have got. Wu Fu gathered energy in the palm of his hand. Did you not use that fragment to lure me here? Traveling thousands of miles just to hand it over to me. I will gladly accept this favor. Even from the outside, Tu Yen sensed that something was off. A sharp, ear-piercing metallic ring vibrated with Wu Fu's movements. Hiding in the corner, Tu Yen launched a stealth attack, flicking a fragment toward the rear. The crowd frantically yelled out, Quick! Stop that fragment! Attracted by the commotion, Kim Lu looked up in shock, gasping, The fragment! He swiftly drew his sword and slashed at it. Kim Lu desperately snarled, If we cannot have it, then you can forget about having it too. But the moment his sharp blade collided with the fragment, the sword was instantly shattered to pieces. Kim Lu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. How? How is this possible? The onlookers immediately erupted into a chaotic murmur. Kim Lu's dragon snake sword is broken. That was a treasure that took over 10 years to forge. Another voice gasped in shock. Just what kind of divine artifact is that? Infuriated, the old man unleashed his spiritual energy, roaring in denial. No, I do not believe this. The divine weapon and your life. Neither is leaving this place. All of you, get out of my way. Kim Lu stomped his foot to launch himself forward, leaving a thick cloud of dust in his wake. Hoabok summoned a protective barrier to face the old man directly, shouting a warning, "You dare lay a hand on my master?" The two massive forces clashed, creating an overwhelming shockwave. Dwarfed by the sheer difference in power, Hoabok quickly found himself overwhelmed, struggling to hold his ground as he coughed up blood. Luke Lin shouted from behind, "We are coming to help you!" Tin Tin joined the fray, calling out, "Everyone, charge together!" Kim Lu's overwhelming strength pushed the three of them back relentlessly. Realizing they were at a disadvantage, Hoabok quickly yelled, "His cultivation level is an entire realm higher than ours. We are absolutely no match. Let me cover. You get Master out of here." The two stubbornly stood their ground to fight. Tintin said with absolute faith, "That arrogant jerk has never let me down before. We just have to hold him off for as long as we can." Looking at their battered state, the old man laughed mockingly. "In that case, die along with him." Seeing the attack closing in, he desperately screamed, "Not good." In the quiet night, a massive pillar of deep blue energy shot straight into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Hit squarely by Kim Lu's attack, Luke Lin crashed to the ground, coughing. The old man jeered with cruel excitement. "And here I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you are nothing special." Tin Tin stared at the scene before her, utterly stunned. "No way, this can't be." As the dust settled, it revealed an empty space where Wu Fu had stood. Hoabok muttered in near despair, "Master only just accepted me. How could it end like this?" Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and yelled, "Everyone look up!" Kim Lu stammered in absolute shock. "No, that is impossible. He is still alive." Wu Fu looked down with a gaze full of contempt, unleashing his aura. "I simply wanted to advance my cultivation level to deal with you." Observing the overwhelming aura radiating from him, Tu Yen gasped in utter shock. Wu Fu glanced over at him with a smirk. "So you figured it out. Regardless, I must thank you for gifting me that fragment." Enraged, Kim Lu summoned a swarm of snakes, directing them straight at him as he gritted his teeth. "The divine weapon in your hand and your very life. They both belong to me," Wu Fu merely replied with cold indifference. "Know your place." With a single, effortless strike, he finished the old man off. Hobok's eyes filled with pure admiration. Master is truly incredible." Hovering in midair, a solitary figure radiating an overwhelming sword aura, Wu Fu spoke up. "Now, it is time to settle our debts." Panic began to set in as Tu Yen desperately shrieked a warning. "My master Ban Yuan and Lu Jing Song are sworn brothers. You had better remember that." Before the guy could even finish rambling, Wu Fu slashed his sword down without hesitation, striking Tu Yen down in a single blow. Coldly turning away, Wu Fu spoke with sheer impatience. "I have no interest in hearing your preaching. Tell your master to come find me himself." In another location, Ban Wen sensed a sudden disturbance, his eyes widening in shock. Lu Jing Song watched him start to leave and asked, "Senior brother, what is wrong?" Without looking back, Ban Wen flatly replied, "Focus on refining your pills. I need to step out for a moment." His face darkened as he muttered under his breath, "Wu Fu killed my disciple. I will tear him limb from limb." Before collapsing, Tu Yen stubbornly screeched his final threat, "Wu Fu, don't you dare get cocky. My master will surely avenge me." The onlookers watched in absolute shock, thinking, he really just killed him without a second thought. A few minor underlings nearby began pointing and jeering at Wu Fu. "Kid, you probably have no idea how terrifyingly powerful his master actually is, do you?" Another sneered, "You are already on the brink of death, yet you still invite disaster. A Dao integration venerable can crush you like a bug with just one finger." Suddenly, a shadow flickered past, and Erha whipped its head around, barking twice as a warning. Meng Meng appeared with a smile and said, "Big Bro Fu, I'm here." Chu Tham respectfully called out, "Master." Lu Ling turned her head, utterly shocked. Wang Meng Meng? Ting Ting had the exact same expression. Meanwhile, Meng Meng happily flew toward Wu Fu to hug him, whining, "Big Bro Fu, I've been losing sleep and skipping meals these past few days. Look at me, I've gotten so thin." A warning cough echoed, making Meng Meng freeze instantly. Standing behind him, Chu Tham cringed in embarrassment, thinking, how humiliating. The two girls could only sigh helplessly. Awkwardly scratching his head, Meng Meng laughed to change the subject. "Wow, so many people here. Looks like everything's already taken care of, huh?" Kim Lu glared at him warily, thinking, where did this damn fatso crawl out from? Is he here to play the clown? Meng Meng turned his head and met his scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, a gesture that left Kim Lu and his men completely stunned. Bowing with deep respect, Meng Meng left the old man utterly bewildered as he said, "It's getting late. Big brother, thank you for helping Big Bro Fu. I will never forget your kindness." Furious, Lu Ling yelled to correct him, "Fatty Wang! He's the enemy!" Hearing this, Meng Meng immediately turned around and scurried away, casually muttering, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gritting his teeth in anger, Kim Lu snapped, "Are you here just to play a fool? I think you're practically begging to die." Instantly, he summoned a massive snakehead and lunged it at Meng Meng. Seeing Kim Lu's sudden attack, Meng Meng cried out in panic, "Oh my god!" A loud explosion boomed, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Chu Thom dramatically burst into fake tears, wailing, "Brother man, you died such a tragic death. It's all because I arrived too early." As the dust cleared, it revealed glowing strips of paper covered in talismans floating protectively around him. Safely shielded inside a powerful sphere of energy, Meng Meng couldn't stop whining. "Are you dead yet?" Lu Ling, who had been watching all along, let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness he has the Heavenly Book's protection, or that Fatty Wang would have been turned into a pile of ash. Drawing everyone's attention, Kim Lu's face darkened as his spiritual energy erupted. He sneered confidently, "Don't think having a few divine weapons means you can look down on everyone." She earnestly warned Wu Fu, "Kim Lu's power is no joke. You must be extremely careful." Wu Fu smirked and replied, "Don't worry, he won't even be able to touch a single hair on my head." Waving his hand, Kim Lu fired energy bullets at Wu Fu, screaming in a rage, "Die!" Wu Fu casually swung his sword, easily slicing through the incoming projectiles. With a swift follow-up, he slashed his sword directly at Kim Lu. The old man gasped in shock, howling in disbelief. "This is impossible. There's no way this kind of power is coming from someone at the peak of the void stage." Wu Fu calmly stared at the massive hole in the wall where he had just blasted Kim Lu. He spoke coldly, "I never said I was at the peak of the void stage. I am the strongest existence in Dithian." Cut to the principal's office, where he expel Wu Fu from Yunhai University immediately, or face the consequences. Trembling, the principal quickly made a phone call. Meanwhile, Lu Ling's phone started ringing, showing the principal's caller ID. She picked up and said, "Hello, principal?" On the other end, the principal was breathing heavily in panic. Lu Ling asked again, "Hello, principal, what's wrong? Please, say something." Suddenly, a frantic scream from the receiver startled her, forcing her to pull the phone away from her ear. The principal roared, "The Zhongyang sect is looking for Wu Fu to cause trouble. Tell him. Tell him not to come back." Hearing the commotion, Wu Fu turned around. Lu Ling asked anxiously, "Hello, principal, what happened to you?" Holding Erha in her arms, Ting Ting asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Lu Ling hurriedly told him, "The Zhongyang sect has invaded the school. The principal might be in serious danger." Wu Fu calmly instructed, "You head back to the school first. I have to finish dealing with the Kim family." His face darkened as he added coldly, "No one in this world threatens me." With that, Wu Fu soared into the air. Luo Shi quickly cried out, "Wait for me!" Chu Thum yelled, "Master, wait up!" And both of them rushed after him. The rest of the group stood there, completely dumbfounded. Scratching his head, Meng Meng asked in confusion, what should we do now? Just head over there?" Ting Ting asked hesitantly. "So, how are we getting there?" Lu Ling commanded, "We need to get back to Yunhai immediately." The scene then shifts to the Kim family's cultivation grounds. Luo Shi whispered a warning. "The head of the Kim family is in secluded meditation here." Wu Fu sneered, "Perfect timing. Let's wrap this up quickly." Spotting them, two guards from the Kim family called out warily, "Who goes there? What are you doing here?" Wu Fu mocked them. "To think the mighty head of the Kim family would leave girls like you to guard this place." Sensing his hostility, the guard drew her sword and demanded, "Who are you to dare cause trouble for our Kim family?" Wu Fu played dumb. "Oh, I forgot. Hasn't the Kim family already deployed everyone to go on a killing spree?" She yelled furiously, "You're asking for death." Wu Fu calmly released a wave of dark sword energy and called out, "Lord Kim, aren't you going to come out and welcome your guests?" The surging sword energy easily shattered the compound's defenses. It also effortlessly blasted the guard away, accompanied by the loud, continuous clanging of clashing metal. From deep within, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent glared out as a voice threatened, "Ignorant brat." Summoning a violent gale, the head of the Kim family appeared and declared, "Since you've come all this way, you can stay here forever." Wu Fu quickly conjured a barrier to block the devastating blow. Luo Shi asked anxiously, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" Facing such an overwhelming attack, he couldn't help but gasp. This old man is incredibly strong. Wu Fu swiftly channeled his sword energy to obliterate the attack. Standing beside him, Luo Shi murmured in awe. This pressure is terrifying. It's completely different from before. Stepping out of the cave with an overwhelming aura, the Kim family head mocked them. To dare challenge my Kim family with such pathetic strength, you overestimate yourselves. He emerged, radiating immense power. Before entering secluded meditation, the Kim family head was already at the late stage of void refinement, and his current strength after breaking through was still unknown. Luo Shi warily warned, the Kim family possesses a unique secret technique. Without it, they wouldn't have been able to secure such a strong foothold in Yintung City through mere worship alone. Be careful. Wu Fu calmly replied, a secret family technique. No wonder it wasn't recorded in the heavenly book. Clenching his fist with determination, he added, but if it's not in the heavenly book, it's definitely some crooked skill. Still, Wu Fu's eyes sharpened with confidence. I have a way to deal with him. The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished like a gust of wind. In a flash, Wu Fu closed the distance. The Kim family head easily blocked his strike. Then, he coldly chanted, Great Golden Dragon Art. Instantly, Wu Fu felt a massive wave of inner energy surging toward him, followed by a violent explosion. This made Luo Shi realize, it seems the head of the Kim family has truly mastered this divine technique after all those years of meditation. As the smoke cleared, the Kim family head sneered. If you hadn't dodged that attack just now, you would have been wiped from this world. Knowing the situation was extremely dire, Luo Shi hurriedly warned, Wu Fu, the Great Golden Dragon Art is the strongest technique of the Kim family. Don't try to face it head-on. Despite her warning, Wu Fu stubbornly charged forward, muttering, the strongest, is it? Let's see about that. With that, he lunged straight at the Kim family head, who snorted in disdain. You arrogant brat! Who do you think you're looking down on? He quickly gathered his inner energy. Preparing to unleash a devastating punch upon Wu Fu, he bellowed, You dare act so cocky after killing my descendants? Seizing the opportunity, he lunged. Fearless, Wu Fu drew his sword. The Kim family head's punch rushed toward him like a raging tempest. The two massive forces collided violently. Wu Fu seemed to be at a disadvantage this time, gritting his teeth as he struggled to hold back the old man's overwhelming energy. Suddenly, the old man materialized right in front of him and sneered, You're still too green. The sudden shift instantly gave Wu Fu a bad feeling. With a deafening boom, he was blasted backward. At this moment, he realized that this old man was indeed a formidable opponent. Seeing Wu Fu still looking so unfazed, the Kim family head snapped in irritation. Faced with absolute power, how dare you still put on such a calm front? Wu Fu didn't back down either and immediately fired back. You couldn't handle it either, could you? Then, coughing a few times, he said, In fact, the more I praise it, the more I realize. He mentioned the incredible power of the sword in his hand that he had just discovered. The astral sword could actually absorb the essence of powerful experts, which was a complete surprise. This time it seemed he wanted to test it out by finishing off the head of the Kim family. I wonder how much stronger the astral sword will become once you're dead. The old head of the Kim family remained silent, only frowning as he thought to himself, He's still not dead. If I hadn't ended my seclusion early, he would have been a goner for sure. Under these circumstances, the old man had to make a quick decision. His only option now was to wound him first, then seize the opportunity to finish him off a quick, decisive strike. Instantly, the old man lunged forward and roared, You brat, die! Wu Fu didn't back down, ready to face him in one final showdown. If that's the case, then your life belongs to the astral sword. The head of the Kim family waved his hand to attack, and Wu Fu swung his sword to block. The powerful internal energy of both men exploded, blowing everything away. The Kim family head roared in anger, I want to see what makes you think you can stand against me. In response, Wu Fu smirked and said cryptically, You want to see? Then let me show you. From out of nowhere, he pulled out a sword radiating intense, murderous intent and spiritual energy. The moment the head of the Kim family saw the sword, he realized something. You are. A sudden spray of blood burst into the air. The Kim family head had been slashed right in the stomach by Wu Fu's sword. Knowing he had lost this battle, the old man wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, The bloodline of the Kim family is finished. Tribulation Azure Venerable. To face the Azure Venerable, I have no regrets in this lifetime. Standing to the side, Luo Shi watched in utter shock and thought, Is the Kim family really gone just like that? One person actually managed to completely wipe out the Kim family. Back to Wu Fu. He was currently trying to do something with his sword and the Kim family head. Watching this, Captain Qin was shocked and realized, could he be trying to fuse with the divine weapon? Now Wu Fu suddenly clenched his fists as the divine power of the two swords merged with his body, causing him to gradually transform. Luo Shi, who was staring intently at him, was startled when the sword Shi from the two weapons suddenly shredded her dress, making her scream in panic. Standing nearby, Captain Qin got a massive nosebleed from the sight. A moment later, Luo Shi anxiously asked in a loud voice, "Master, what's wrong with your cultivation? Could there be a mistake in your training?" Wu Fu calmly replied, "It's just that my cultivation is temporarily blocked by the sword Qi, but my strength has increased significantly. There's no need to worry." At this moment, even he was a bit bewildered, wondering, in my past life, I was always meticulous and never faced a situation like this. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. However, he didn't hesitate for long and turned to Luo Shi. "I'm preparing to head back to Von Hai now." Luo Shi replied, "I'm coming with you." Given the current situation, he advised, the Kim family has fallen. This is the best opportunity for everyone at Luke Thunsun to consolidate your power. I can handle the situation at Von Hai University on my own. At the same time, in a room somewhere in Von Hai, the sounds of beatings and groans of pain rang out. Damn it! I thought we could grab that bastard's parents, but I didn't expect him to be an orphan. Shifting to the front of the Von Hai sports arena, a female disciple of the Trung Dung sect hesitantly asked, "Sect master, it's almost time. If Wu Fu doesn't show up, are we really going to take lives?" The sect master of the Trung Dung sect casually replied, "Once the clock strikes 6, we will end one life every single minute until Wu Fu returns." He coldly muttered, "If they want to blame someone, they should blame Wu Fu." It seemed he had no idea that Tintin and Lu Ling were hiding in the bushes, watching him. Tintin anxiously asked, "What do we do now?" "They're really about to kill someone," Lu Ling said helplessly. "We are no match for them. All we can do is wait." Nearcap also let out a bark as if to agree. Meng Meng popped his head out and asked, "Isn't there some kind of sect rule that forbids touching ordinary people?" Lu Ling quickly explained. "Right now, they haven't actually killed anyone yet, so the sect rules have no hold over them." Faced with this critical situation, Meng Meng gritted his teeth and made a decision. Damn it, once people start dying, none of that matters. If Brother Fu doesn't show up, I'm going in. However, Chu Thom quickly held him back. "Fatty, don't do anything reckless." Suddenly, a disciple of the Trung Dung sect spotted them. He slapped a hand onto Meng Meng's shoulder and sneered, "Well, look at the big rat I just found." The moment his voice rang out, Chu Thom, Ting Tin, and Lu Ling gasped in shock. Oh no! They looked up to see a whole crowd of Trung Dung sect disciples blocking their path. At this moment, the sect master of the Trung Dung sect stepped forward and declared with a wicked laugh, "You arrived just in time. Killing you guys will make a much better statement." But before he could act, he suddenly sensed a looming danger. Something flashed past him, Ting Ting and Lu Ling. Looking in that direction, Ting Ting was shocked to see that the man they had been waiting for had arrived. "Wu Fu was here!" Hearing this, the sect master of the Trung Dung sect laughed mockingly. "Wu Fu, and here I thought a coward like you wouldn't dare to show up." Emerging from the hazy smoke, Wu Fu casually retorted, "Who would have thought the Grand Trung Dung sect could be this despicable, resorting to threatening the lives of ordinary people?" He shamelessly defended himself while looking down on Wu Fu. "The secular rules merely state that we cannot harm the lives of mortals. My Trung Dung sect won't actually kill anyone, it was just to force you out. But I never expected that you've now become a complete loser with zero cultivation." It seemed the sword Qi of the two divine weapons had indeed completely masked Wu Fu's cultivation, leaving the sect master of the Trung Dung sect completely oblivious. This brought a contemptuous smirk to Wu Fu's face. Hearing the sect master's words, Meng Meng was so shocked that he stammered, Brother Fu, your cultivation, how is this possible? Did the head of the Kim family seriously injure you?" Meanwhile, Chu Thom anxiously scratched his head and muttered, "We're doomed. We're absolutely doomed." Lin San caught a name in Meng Meng's words, the head of the Kim family. Knowing that Wu Fu had offended a major figure, Lin San cowardly said, "Anyway, this is a grudge between Wu Fu and the Trung Dung sect. If he dies, doesn't that mean we're safe?" The guy next to him chimed in, "Right, it's all his fault." Meanwhile, the sect master of the Trung Dung sect, under the illusion that Wu Fu was powerless, arrogantly demanded, "Since you've lost your strength, hand over the divine weapons." If you do, maybe we won't have to leave your corpse here. Wu Fu calmly retorted. Shouldn't you release them first? The guy who had chimed in with Lin San, completely oblivious to the danger, poked his head out and said, Awesome, we're saved. We have nothing to do with this anymore. The disciple of the Trung Dung sect obviously wasn't going to let them off so easily. He delivered a heavy punch to the guy's face and shouted, You're in no position to make demands right now. Having watched the whole thing unfold, Wu Fu said nothing, only frowning in deep displeasure. With the current situation hanging by a thread, Lu Ling thought in panic. Right now, Wu Fu has lost his strength, and there are so many powerful people in the Trung Dung sect. As the student council, what should I do? Suddenly, Nearcap fiercely charged forward, startling her into screaming, Nearcap! Seeing this, the disciple of the Trung Dung sect sneered, What can a mere dog do? Just as Nearcap was about to bite him, the disciple landed a powerful palm strike directly to its stomach, sending the dog crashing hard into a tree. This sight shocked both Wu Fu and Lu Ling, making them scream in unison, Nearcap! At this moment, the Trung Dung sect disciple smugly sneered, like a mantis trying to stop a carriage, completely overestimating yourself. Extremely furious, Lu Ling pointed a trembling finger at him and yelled. He completely ignored her warning, mocking, a useless piece of trash with no cultivation, and you actually want to avenge a dog? Then, he offered a deal to the student council members. If any of you can kill him, I'll let every single one of you go. Hearing this, those cowards eagerly agreed. They asked to make sure, Can we trust your word? The disciple of the Trung Dung sect assured them, Of course, but you have to kill him first. With that, several members of the student council lunged forward, bloodthirsty, wanting to finish off Wu Fu, shouting, You're the one who provoked these enemies. Why did you have to drag us into this? Die! As a result, one of them took a heavy punch straight to the face and was sent flying. This terrified the rest, and none of them dared to step forward anymore. Burning with rage, Wu Fu roared, You ungrateful scumbags, all of you go to hell. Watching this, the disciple from the Zhongyang sect remarked, And here I thought he had become a useless weakling. Turns out he was just playing dumb to catch a tiger. How interesting. Standing nearby, Luke Lin also quickly realized that Wu Fu hadn't lost his cultivation. She thought to herself in relief, so he hasn't lost his powers after all. Right then, she noticed that Erha's body was nowhere to be seen. Back to Wu Fu, he was now radiating pure rage and killing intent as he glared at the one who killed Erha. The foolish disciple from the Zhongyang sect, clearly having a death wish, dared to challenge him, saying, Why don't I just kill you too, so you can go reunite with that dog? The moment the words left his mouth, he lunged straight at Wu Fu. But before he could even land a hit, Wu Fu effortlessly blocked his attack. At that moment, the disciple realized in utter shock, I was that fast, and he still kept up? With a cold, dark expression, Wu Fu muttered just 2 words. Too noisy. Instantly, Wu Fu's punch tore right through him. The divine power within him erupted, fueled by his rage over Erha's death, as he roared, I will slaughter every last one of you in the Zhongyang sect to accompany Erha in death. The sect master of the Zhongyang sect quickly sensed a strange spiritual energy coming from Wu Fu and realized in sheer panic. This aura. He has fused with a divine weapon. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, several spiritual beads suddenly began to spin wildly. A woman standing nearby noticed their strange behavior. She wondered in disbelief. To think such a tiny world could produce someone who can shake heaven and earth. The white-haired woman was highly intrigued by who could cause such chaos among the spiritual beads. A tiny world with someone capable of shaking heaven and earth. I must see who this person is. With that, she quickly conjured a mirror. Looking through the divine mirror, she saw that the one causing this strange phenomenon was Wu Fu. It's him. Recognizing who Wu Fu was, she smiled with amusement and muttered, And here I thought I was just being paranoid. Who would have thought I'd find her descendant, that 3-inch forehead? I'd recognize it even if it were turned to ashes. Then, she did something that caused the sky to fill with lightning. Back on Earth, Wu Fu quickly sensed something was wrong as a bolt of lightning struck him directly. Seeing this, the sect master of the Zhongyang sect shouted gleefully, believing the lightning was filled with divine wrath. Wu Fu, even the heavens want you dead. Meanwhile, Luke Lin, deeply worried about his safety, softly whispered his name, Wu Fu. Meng Meng also cried out in terror, Brother Fu! Chu Tham was shocked, wondering, Is this divine punishment? But Wu Fu was completely unscathed. In fact, he seemed to have grown even stronger. The sect master of the Zhongyang sect finally realized what was happening. Luke Lin was also astonished by Wu Fu's state, thinking, I thought he lost his cultivation. How can he absorb heavenly lightning? Having absorbed the heavenly lightning, Wu Fu grew even more confident and sneered. Now that you've found me, did you really think you could bury me with a mere lightning bolt? Realizing the tide was turning against them, the sect master of the Zhongyang sect quickly made up his mind to think he can absorb heavenly lightning. There is something seriously wrong with this kid. I must strike first. Wasting no time, he charged at Wu Fu, roaring, Die! With an indifferent expression, Wu Fu just stood there, watching the attack approach. As it drew near, he effortlessly blocked it with a single hand. This left the sect master of the Zhongyang sect in utter disbelief. He blocked my sword energy with just one hand? Wu Fu coldly replied. Killing someone only takes a single breath. With that, his attack pierced right through the sect master's strike. This was completely beyond what he had anticipated, forcing him to scream his final words, Impossible! This can't be happening. Moments later, he was struck down and killed by Wu Fu's heavenly lightning. The remaining disciples, the Central Sun cultists, saw this and straight up panicked, stuttering, Sect Master. Having dealt with the big boss, Wu Fu turned to warn the rest of those weak-ass scrubs, Touch my crew, and you're dead. Hell, even my pup is off limits. The scrubs thought he was going to delete them next, so they scrambled like crazy, yelling, The boss is dead, let's get the hell out of here. Once those cowards cleared out, Wu Fu finally let his pain show, making Lu Ling panic call his name. Wu Fu. She rushed to hold him up, asking, Are you okay? He just gave a flat, I'm chill, just a bit wiped out. Sorry to freak you out. Right then, Meng Meng suddenly yelled, Bro Fu. Hearing this, Wu Fu and Lu Ling went to check it out. They saw Erha wrapping himself up in a giant eggshell and were like, What the hell is he doing? Suddenly, the shell started cracking, and Wu Fu felt this crazy wave of spiritual energy bursting out. When Lu Ling turned to look at him, she saw something even more mind-blowing. What's going on? Your wounds are straight up healing themselves. Before Wu Fu could even say a word, Meng Meng yelled again, Bro Fu, look at that. Looks like Erha shattered the shell. A massive surge of spiritual energy blasted out from the cracks. He realized this energy was trying to hijack his body. A little later, he woke up to everyone stressing out over him. Wu Fu, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Bro Fu, why did you pass out? He slowly opened his eyes only to see Lu Ling and Meng Meng with their backs to him, both crying out, Wu Fu, please wake up! This got him totally confused, like, what the actual hell? By now, Wu Fu was fully awake. Seeing this, Lu Ling quickly called his name, Wu Fu. Meng Meng chimed in, Bro Fu, you're back. While Lu Ling was asking, Wu Fu, how are you feeling? He suddenly pounced right at her. He started acting super weird, rubbing his head all over her chest, leaving her flustered as hell, screaming, Wu Fu, what the hell are you doing? Get off me. Seeing him being a stubborn creep, she totally snapped, You dare try to feel me up? Two earth-shattering slaps echoed. Lu Ling knocked him out cold and raged. Are you out of your damn mind trying to get handsy with me? Out of nowhere, Erha trotted over and spoke up. Yo, I'm Erha. I'm right here. This completely broke Lu Ling's brain, while Meng Meng's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he yelled, Holy crap, Erha's possessed or some shit. Wu Fu, now stuck in Erha's dog body, glared at him and snapped, Shut your damn trap, you fat ass. After pulling herself together, Lu Ling asked, Are you really Wu Fu? Meng Meng asked, totally lost, Bro Fu? Meanwhile, Erha, now in Wu Fu's body, just let out a dumb bark, but Wu Fu, inside the dog, gave a low grunt in agreement. Lu Ling, utterly confused, asked, How the hell did you end up in the dog's body? Even as a dog, Wu Fu kept his signature cold attitude and muttered, Probably from what happened earlier. Honestly, seeing this bizarre setup, Lu Ling and Meng Meng had absolutely no words. Even inside Wu Fu's body, Erha was still acting like a goofy dog, rubbing all over his dog self. Wu Fu got so annoyed he barked, Erha, quit rubbing against me, you're ruining my damn reputation. Right in the middle of this goofy-ass scene, some random Central Sun disciple popped up, laughing like a smug idiot. Well, Wu Fu, you actually managed to take out our sect master, but you're a straight-up fool. Now, the top dog of the Central Sun sect is me. Wu Fu thought this was hilarious. This clown clearly had no clue they'd swapped souls, so he just kept smirking and trash-talking. Even Wu Fu's dog can talk now. But too bad the man himself has turned into a brain-dead vegetable. Thinking Wu Fu was totally out of commission, Meng Meng rushed to shield him. Bro Fu, fall back, I've got this guy. The Central Sun Goon totally looked down on Meng Meng's weak spiritual energy and charged, aiming to take him out first. Without Wu Fu around, you think you scrubs can actually stand up to me? But before he could even land a hit, a furry paw came flying out of nowhere. Wu Fu, in Erha's body, drop-kicked the dude straight in the face, sending him flying. This had Meng Meng absolutely losing his mind, screaming, "Holy crap, Bro Fu is still a beast even as a dog?" With that loudmouth taken care of, Lu Ling turned to ask, "Wu Fu, now that you're stuck like this, what's the game plan? You really gonna live as a dog forever?" Wu Fu let out a sigh. "Hell nah. I want my body back. If I want to get back to normal fast, I gotta find some powerhouse who's broken through to the Tao integration realm." She immediately got what he meant. He nodded casually and asked for a small favor. "Yep, and I've already got someone in mind. In the meantime, look after Erha and my real body. I'll be back before you know it." Later at the academy, some Central Sun disciples looking down from a balcony saw Wu Fu's crew roll back in. They nudged each other, mocking him because they couldn't feel any spiritual energy coming from him. "Yo, check it out. Is that loser Wu Fu really only at the profound understanding realm now? Looks like he got absolutely wrecked by our sect master and lost all his power." The leader of the pack scoffed. "He's just at the profound understanding realm. We can easily take him down ourselves." The rest of the goons smirked and replied, "On it." Erha, still using Wu Fu's face, kept doing his usual dog thing by rubbing and licking Lu Ling. She got super embarrassed, pushing him away and yelling, "Erha, stop licking me!" Meng Meng watched this and thought, man, only Erha could get away with being a total creep so openly. Right then, he felt something was off. Seeing a massive energy blast flying straight at them, he panicked and screamed, "Lu Ling, watch out!" Boom! A massive explosion went off. Through the thick smoke, two Central Sun disciples swaggered out, laughing like total maniacs. "Wu Fu is dead!" "Sect Master, you can finally rest in peace." Meng Meng took the hit but managed to stand right back up. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he roared, "Cheap-shotting bastards! Lu Ling! Erha!" But Erha in Wu Fu's body didn't make a sound. Turns out, he had used Wu Fu's body as a meat shield to protect Lu Ling. Terrified he got hurt, she asked, Erha, are you all right?" But right after, Erha just gave her that same goofy, brain-dead look, making her let out a huge sigh of relief. "Okay, looks like he's totally fine." The two Central Sun cultists were straight up shook, their eyes popping out. "No way! He took that massive blast head-on and didn't even get a scratch? How?" Suddenly, Meng Meng materialized right behind them, his voice cold as ice. "They're fine, but you two are about to be very not okay." After beating the absolute crap out of them, he spat, trying to pull a cheap sneak attack. "I'm gonna beat your asses into next week." Right now, Lu Ling was stressing over Wu Fu being stuck in Erha's body. His physical strength is tied to Erha's dog body now, this soul swap. I don't even know if it's a blessing or a curse. But then she looked at Erha inside Wu Fu's body and could only sigh in defeat. But seriously, huskies are just born stupid. Meanwhile, over at another Su family mansion, a bunch of Central Sun disciples were hunting down the Shu family members, bragging, "By now, our sect master has probably already sliced off Wu Fu's head. You Shu family losers really want to keep resisting?" Jing Jing didn't back down, shouting right back, "Don't get cocky. He's gonna kick your sect master's head around like a soccer ball." Obviously, they didn't listen and kept threatening her. "If you don't play by our rules, we'll wipe you all out." Suddenly, some rustling noises came from the bushes. Wu Fu, still stuck in Erha's dog body, casually strolled out, leaving the Central Sun goons totally confused. Where the hell did this dog come from? Jing Jing saw him and yelled, "Erha!" But with no sign of Wu Fu anywhere, she was like, "Wait, where's Wu Fu?" While one of the goons was laughing his head off, thinking Wu Fu was definitely dead, Wu Fu casually spoke from Erha's mouth. "Who said I was dead, idiot?" Hearing a dog talking like a human, the cultists lost their minds, screaming, "What the actual hell? We're seeing things, a talking dog?" Wu Fu, looking through Erha's eyes, deadpanned, "You're the dog here, you absolute clown." Tin Tin obviously recognized Wu Fu's voice and was totally shook, wondering if this dude literally turned into a dog because of his massive ego. Meanwhile, that Zhang Yang sect disciple who just got clowned on by Wu Fu was straight up fuming, snarling, "I've been flexing for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've ever been pressed by some random dog." He was about to pull up with his sword and slice Wu Fu, barking, If I don't turn you into dog soup today, I'm straight up lower than a real mutt. Hua Antian was also sensing some major sus vibes and accidentally blurted out to Tin Tin, "Daughter, is that dog low-key Wu Fu?" Right then, that disciple took a swing at Wu Fu, but our boy was too fast and dodged that garbage. Tin Tin saw this and freaked out, yelling, "Watch out, he's right behind you." Looks like his reflexes lagged because he got smacked hard, crashing straight to the dirt. But even after taking that hit, he only got a little bump on his head and was totally fine. No cap, munching on all those spirit stones really paid off. His defense is straight up tanky as hell now. The Zhongyang disciple was shook that Wu Fu didn't even flinch. Seeing the dude gearing up to throw hands again, Wu Fu casually said, "How about we do this?" He smirked with pure disrespect and said, "Let's make that lower than a dog comment of yours a reality, shall we?" Wu Fu quit the yapping and immediately launched himself into the air. He bared his claws and roared, "Catch these hands and die!" The Zhongyang clown swung his sword and screamed back, "You're the one getting packed up!" Then they went absolute beast mode on each other. Tin Tin was stressing hard about Wu Fu getting hurt in Erha's body, screaming, "Erha!" The Zhongyang disciple kept spamming attacks at Wu Fu, gloating, "Erha is just a basic mutt. And you really thought you were some legendary divine beast?" Obviously, Wu Fu didn't give a single crap. He got ready to smack him into next week, saying, "Let me show you what a real dog can do." The Zhongyang sect is officially cancelled after today. A massive wave of his spiritual energy blasted forward. Just like that, he sent that Zhongyang disciple straight to the shadow realm before the dude could even process it, gasping, "What the?" He yeeted the guy into orbit, screaming, "Be gone!" while the dude lost his mind, screaming, "No!" After deleting the clown, Wu Fu looked down at Erha's chubby, fluffy body and sighed, "I'm just not used to this body yet, otherwise your ass would have been packed up way sooner." Right on cue, Tin Tin pointed behind him and yelled, "Erha, your tail is literally on fire, bro." He panicked and blurted out, "Crap, why didn't I even feel that pain?" Seeing that the dust had settled, Shang Ni told Tin Tin, "The Zhongyang sect fell right into our trap. Hua Tin Tin, take the Hua family squad to the scene to sweep up the leftovers." Shang Ni then turned to Wu Fu and asked, "Little bro no, why are you rocking this look?" Wu Fu casually answered, "I went all out to delete the Zhongyang sect master, got wrecked by heavenly lightning, and accidentally did a body swap with Erha." His answer left Shang Ni absolutely speechless, thinking, this kid is nowhere near the Hadao realm, yet he's out here pulling lightning down like it's nothing. And he didn't even stop there, asking the old man for a ridiculous favor. "Hey, if you break through to the Hadao realm, senior, could you pull some heavenly lightning down for me?" Obviously, the old man couldn't pull that off, so he helplessly replied, "This old geezer is miles away from the Hadao realm. Besides, breaking through needs all the stars to align perfectly." Realizing nobody could help him, Wu Fu decided to just do it himself, saying, "Whatever, it's just lightning. I'll summon it and handle it myself." And just like that, he actually summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down. From afar, someone saw this and went, "More lightning? Seriously?" Ban Wen had been watching this whole storm play out, wondering, pulling down heavenly lightning twice in a single day? Who the hell is breaking through? Just then, someone pulled up. Recognizing who it was, the old man quickly bowed, saying, "Wow, I didn't expect you to get here so fast." Tianyi didn't waste time on small talk, cutting straight to the chase. "Cut the yapping. How's the progress?" Ban Wen smirked with a shady look, replying, "The pill Lu Jingtong is cooking up is on its final step. Once it's done, both the dude and the pill are all yours. I don't break my promises." Knowing the old guy was just looking for a payout, Tianyi tossed something over to him. The old man caught it quickly and said, "Soon enough. I'll deliver exactly what you're looking for." Once he got his answers, Tianyi quickly dipped, warning, "This is just a down payment until you get all the spirit pills." Ban Wen bowed, saying, "Understood." Looking at the item in his hand, he smirked to himself, "With this baby, things are going to be a breeze." Then he burst into a wicked laugh. Right then, crazy lightning started tearing up the sky. The girl guarding the area was totally taken aback, wondering, wait, how did it even turn out like this? She tried to peek into Wu Fu's past and future lives, but she couldn't see Jack, murmuring, "I can't see it clearly." Suddenly, a white crystal floating in the air shattered into pieces. This left the girl feeling totally helpless as she muttered, "The white crystal broke." Looking up at the massive lightning storm raging, she sighed, "Guess the times are really changing." Back with the Hua family, with the heavenly lightning about to strike, Hua Antian panicked, calling out, "Father!" Shang Ni pushed him back and replied, "My mind is made up, son. Get back." Then he turned to Wu Fu and said, "Little Bron and Go, let's do this. Life or death is all on you now." Seeing how stressed the old man was, Wu Fu tried to chill him out. "Don't sweat it. It's just lightning. I can literally slice it in half." He pulled out a legendary sword and smirked. "Here it comes." Boom! The lightning crashed down. Facing that insane power, Shang Ni was low-key losing his mind. But lucky for him, Wu Fu was standing right there, easily slashing the lightning away with a single swing of his sword. This left Shang Ni completely stunned, asking, "Wait, that's it?" But Wu Fu casually noticed another wave of lightning charging up, warning Shang Ni coldly, "The real wrath of heaven is pulling up." This time, the heavenly lightning was playing no games, sending down an elite army to deal with Wu Fu once and for all. From afar, Tian Yi and Ban Wen could feel the crazy killing intent radiating from this squad. Tian Yi was actually impressed, saying, "A trash planet like this can actually trigger the heavens? Fascinating." Then he was like, "Come on, let's go check out the hype." Back to Wu Fu. Facing this army, he didn't give a single damn. He just casually sliced through them, mocking, "Oh, you mad? Talk about fragile egos. You guys aren't even worthy of carrying my sandals." Seemingly triggered by his massive disrespect, the lightning army immediately jumped him. He smirked and went, "Perfect timing, bring it on." Boom! The lightning hit him dead on. Gritting his teeth to take the hit, he even taunted it, saying, "Is that all you got? So weak. Did you forget to eat lunch or something?" From afar, she saw the lightning striking down and instantly realized what was happening. Wu Fu, did this idiot seriously pick a fight with the heavenly lightning? Suddenly, Erha lunged straight into the storm, making her lose her mind and scream, "Erha!" Erha rushed over to Wu Fu and barked to give him the signal. Seeing him show up, Wu Fu grinned and said, "Perfect timing, Erha." Knowing exactly what needed to be done, Erha opened its mouth to let its soul slide out. Meanwhile, Ban Wen sneaked closer to the scene, muttering in disbelief. "It is my first time ever seeing something like this." While he was still shook, he suddenly realized, wait, no way, he's absorbing the damn heavenly lightning. Seeing someone actually tanking the lightning made him ask, "Who the hell is this guy?" But when he got a clear look and saw it was Wu Fu, he absolutely lost it, stammering, "Ngo, Wu Fu?" Wu Fu noticed Ban Wen creeping around and called him out, saying, "This lightning is too weak anyway, how about I drag your old ass into this too?" He stepped closer to the old man and said, "This weak-ass lightning isn't even enough to forge half of my star sword, bro." A wicked smirk spread across his face. Knowing he stood zero chance against Wu Fu right now, Ban Wen cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" As the lightning kept crashing down, Hua Antian was scared out of his mind, crying, "What kind of breakthrough is this? This is straight-up suicide." Hearing that, Shang Yao felt a bit guilty, so he was like, "Wait, wasn't Dad the one who actually made it out alive?" The Heavenly Thunder was about to pull off a massive stunt, brewing up a giant-ass ball of lightning. One look and Ban Wen knew exactly who was behind this mess, and he couldn't help but growl in pure rage. "Wu Fu, you bastard." Wu Fu didn't give a crap, obviously. Right now, Ban Wen finally clued in that the kid was trying to drag him into this mess. "The Heavenly Wrath Purple Lightning hasn't even cleared up yet. You trying to drag this old man to hell with you?" Down below, Yin Xian saw things going south and panicked, shouting, "What the hell is Wu Fu even trying to do?" Next to him, Shang Yao quickly replied, "He's taking on the Heavenly Wrath all by himself." This absolutely blew Yin Xian's mind. Take on the Heavenly Wrath? Is that even something a human can pull off? Right now, the thunder was straight up shaking the heavens, bolts slamming down right on Wu Fu, but the guy was just chilling like it was nothing. Ban Wen was sweating, muttering to himself, "Damn it, with this crazy Heavenly Wrath pressure, I can't even go all out. Otherwise, this punk would have been history by now." Looks like the time was up. That massive lightning ball started shooting out some terrifyingly wild sparks. Every single one of them zeroed in on Wu Fu, but he didn't even flinch, taking the hits like a champ. This sight seriously creeped Ban Wen out. With the Heavenly Thunder being this insane, if things kept going like this, he was going to get sucked right in. The old geezer realized Wu Fu's power had just jumped to a whole new level, and to make things worse, his energy was still skyrocketing. Knowing the kid would absolutely wreck him once this was over, the old man made a quick call. "No way in hell am I letting him get any stronger." With that, Ban Wen got ready to wipe Wu Fu out. "If you're so desperate to get blasted by lightning, let me do you a favor." Shang Yao watched from below and gasped in panic. "Oh crap, Ban Wen is trying to make a move under the pressure of the heavenly wrath. That's only gonna make the lightning get even more psycho. Yin Xian freaked out, shouting a warning. The lightning is already insanely terrifying. Are we all gonna get fried to death here? Just then, Ban Wen launched his attack with a loud roar. Wu Fu didn't even bat an eye at the incoming hit. Instead, he just threw out a super smug sneer. And here I thought you'd jump me the second I dragged you into this mess. Who knew you were such a coward, waiting until now to finally show some teeth? Hearing this, Ban Wen put two and two together, gritting his teeth in absolute fury. You've been using me this whole time, you punk. Right now, Wu Fu was literally glowing with divine energy. This sight made Ban Wen realize he messed up big time. Instead of taking the kid out, he just helped him level up. Suddenly, waves of spiritual energy erupted from Wu Fu. Yin Xian was dead-ass shocked when he saw those waves actually helping Shang Yao break through, making him yell out in disbelief. Holy crap! The Dao integration realm? Even Shang Yao was completely dazed, muttering, "Man, I never in a million years thought I'd reach the Dao integration realm like this." At that very moment, Yin Xian bragged with total confidence. "Hell yeah, no one's gonna be able to mess with our Shu family anymore." Shang Yao looked up at Wu Fu and admitted, "Even though I hit the Dao integration realm, I still can't touch Wu Fu's level. Seriously, the sheer pressure coming off this guy is insane." His dad's words totally threw Yin Xian off. "Dad, are you telling me even a Dao integration expert can't read this guy?" The old man nodded grimly. "Compared to him, I'm still just a total nobody." Shifting back to Wu Fu, he gave Ban Wen a frosty look and said, "Ban Wen, I don't have time for your garbage right now." With that, he took off. Ban Wen realized the kid was heading straight for the exact spot he needed to go, and his heart skipped a beat as he shrieked. "Oh crap, that's heading towards." It hit him that Wu Fu might have sniffed out his shady business. Wait, does this punk already know everything? Meanwhile, Wu Fu was booking it to his destination, finally landing right outside a cabin in the woods. Sensing the raw energy pouring out from inside, he smirked and muttered, "Finally made it." Turns out inside, Jing Song had just finished whipping up the pill. But just as Wu Fu was about to head in, Tian Yi blocked him, asking coldly, "What do you think you're doing, bro?" Realizing what this guy was here for, Wu Fu did some quick mental math. Damn, he got here way faster than I thought. Once that pill is done, Master is a dead man. But with my current power, I still don't have full control over my body yet. So he put on a fake smile and acted casual. "Oh, Brother Lu and I are tight. This crack on the spirit gathering pill actually needs me to help him fix it." He knew damn well that right now, lying through his teeth was his only option. Tianyi wasn't buying it for a second and gave him a massive side-eye. Knowing the guy was skeptical, Wu Fu pulled out a pill to back up his story. "Don't believe me? Check this out." Seeing the pill in Wu Fu's hand, Tianyi finally bought it. He actually knows how to whip up a spirit gathering pill. Guess he really is the old man's disciple. He immediately stepped aside to let him through. "Fine, get in." Right then, Ban Wen burst onto the scene, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Don't let him in! Stop that punk!" That shout got Tian Yi's attention. Wu Fu just smirked playfully and went, "Too late, old man," before throwing a palm strike. Tian Yi whipped out his sword with a sneer, "Trying to flex your weak skills in front of me? You're way out of your league, kid." With that, he slashed his sword, the blade rushing straight at Wu Fu's face before suddenly stopping dead in its tracks. Who knows what kind of trick Wu Fu pulled, but Tian Yi couldn't move his blade to strike. Wu Fu even taunted him, "Go on, take a swing." But Tian Yi didn't dare to budge. Turns out, Wu Fu was holding the exact spirit pill the guy needed. Using that as leverage, Wu Fu demanded, "If you don't want me to crush this spirit gathering pill into dust, you better back the hell up." Seeing this, Ban Wen yelled out, "Don't fall for it." Jing Song was at the absolute climax of refining the spirit gathering pill, and if he got interrupted now, he'd get severely messed up. Ban Wen closed in on Wu Fu, sneering, "With your trash cultivation level, you're still no match for us anyway." Seeing how cocky the old man was, Wu Fu smirked and said, "You know the main point of this spirit gathering pill is healing, right? If I crush it, you guys can start all over again." Then, he straight up crushed the pill in his bare hand and spat, "Idiots, all of you." His move left Tian Yi completely speechless. Snapping out of his shock, Ban Wen lost his mind and screamed, "I'm gonna skin you alive to pay for this." But before he could even take a step, Wu Fu's sheer pressure completely pinned him down. Wu Fu just chuckled. "Well, looks like you're not going anywhere." Suddenly, Jing Song grabbed him, asking through gritted teeth, Wu Fu, why the hell did you destroy my spirit gathering pill? Wu Fu calmly shrugged. If you had actually finished refining that thing, you'd be dead by now. But Jing Song wouldn't listen, crying out, that pill was my entire life's work. It's gone. But out of nowhere, Wu Fu whipped out another pill that looked exactly the same. Relax, isn't it right here? Wu Fu said. This completely broke Jing Song's brain. The spirit gathering pill? Even Banwen was totally dumbfounded, wondering, that's a fully completed spirit gathering pill. How the hell is that even possible? Before the old man could even process what was happening, someone blindsided him with a heavy blow. Thinking he'd been played, Tianyi growled in pure fury. You dared to play me? You guys already finished making the spirit gathering pill ages ago. The old guy was no match for him, so he could only desperately backpedal. I didn't lie to you guys. It's gotta be that brat pulling some kind of trick. That pill is probably just some cheap, defective knockoff anyway. Hearing this, Wu Fu chuckled and said, Oh, really? Back on Earth, even the most budget, low-tier sects can whip this junk up. This absolutely wrecked Bon Win's reality. The spirit gathering pill? How? He screamed in denial. No way! I don't believe it! Suddenly, Tian Yi realized the old bastard was planning to blow himself up. It was a gorgeous morning in southern province, right in the maple leaf forest. A young girl pulled out a pill, praying to herself, please let this work. Then she popped the pill into the mouth of the guy lying on the bed. An old man walked in from outside and sighed, Ling Yi, they're running out of time. Shoving pills down their throats isn't going to change anything. Ling Yi turned around when she heard him and called out, Grandpa. Looking back at the guy on the bed, she insisted, but I feel like this guy's got a way stronger will to live than anyone else we've ever seen. Suddenly, the dude's body starts acting up, and Lin Wei's grandpa instantly spots something sketchy. Staring at the insane surge of spiritual energy radiating from the guy, the old man gasps in pure shock. No way! Is this? Realizing this guy is definitely not some random nobody, he quickly tells Lin Wei, it's spiritual energy. Damn, it's crazy thick. Lin Wei, we have zero clue where this guy came from, so we should probably go hit up the Lin Dan sect. Lin Wei bounces immediately. A bit later, over at the Lin Dan sect, Fu Deng seems to sense something off and asks, Yo, what's up? Tulan replies, Am I just tripping, or did the spiritual energy over by the maple forest just spike like crazy? Fu Deng doesn't give a crap and casually says, Let's roll. Heard the sect over there found some old geezer and wants us to go check it out. Tulan doesn't hesitate and tags along. Bet, let's go. Back at that little shack, the dude on the bed finally wakes up. He checks his body and mutters to himself in pure hype. I'm back from the dead, baby. My meridians feel brand new, like they weren't even busted in the first place. And yeah, this dude is none other than Wu Fu. He thinks back to the whole Bak Nguyen disaster and mutters, Can't believe Bak Nguyen actually blew himself up. Without wasting a second, he throws on his coat, ready to head out. Whatever, gotta go find that old geezer first. The second he steps out of the room, he sees a whole crowd gathered. Looks like Lin Wei's grandpa brought some folks over, saying, My lords, this is the guy. He's finally awake. Looking at the mob in front of him, Wu Fu is like, What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many people? Tioho, a disciple of the Lin Dan sect, takes one look at Wu Fu and scoffs. Ugh, just some brat with a tiny bit of spiritual energy. He's nothing compared to the old geezer I found this morning. Tulan, standing next to him, grumbles. What a total waste of time coming here. Let's head back. Their words instantly catch Wu Fu's attention, especially that part about the old geezer. Just as Tulan yells to the crowd, All right, wrap it up and disperse. Someone suddenly slaps a hand on his shoulder. Wu Fu had literally teleported behind his back out of nowhere and asks, Hold up, where's that old geezer? The sudden jump scare makes Tuho freak out, drawing his sword and screaming, Damn it, what the hell do you think you're doing? Tulan quickly holds his buddy back. Whoa, stop, don't attack. He then nervously answers Wu Fu. Look, the guy just wanted directions. The old man is at the Cam Thao Hall. Wu Fu turns on his heel and leaves, but not before throwing out a quick thanks. Once he's out of sight, Tuho turns to Tulan. Yo, why'd you stop me from beating him up? Tulan explains, totally spooked. The dude literally snuck up behind me without making a single sound. You really think the two of us stand a chance against him? Sensing things are about to get ugly, he rushes back to the sect to report to the elders. A bit later in some forest on the mountains of the Lin Dan sect, a guard disciple is on patrol when he suddenly spots a smooth, sexy leg sticking out from the bushes. That gorgeous leg gets him so hyped up that he charges in, yelling, "Jackpot! A hot chick! Boom!" That Lin Dan sect disciple gets knocked clean out by Wu Fu, who then strips the guy and steals his clothes. What a horny fat ass. If I weren't still recovering from my injuries, I wouldn't have to resort to this kind of cheap trick. He casually heads up to the so-called Lin Dan sect, muttering, "Lin Dan sect, never heard of it in my past life. Whatever, let's go check it out first." Just as he stands in front of the gate, wonder how many rare pills they got stashed in this place. Someone suddenly cracks a whip right in front of him as a warning. The guy barks at him. "What the hell are you doing here?" He's the gatekeeper of the Lin Dan sect. Seeing Wu Fu approach, he mistakes him for some low-level outer disciple and starts bossing him around. An outer disciple dares to stand here? Seeing Wu Fu completely ignore him, the gatekeeper loses his mind and screams, "Hold up, did I say you could leave? Outer disciples belong in mud huts. You trash are ruining our main gate. Now, get down and lick it clean." Seeing Wu Fu stay silent, the gatekeeper gets even more pissed and snaps, "What's the matter? Don't know how to lick, or are you just playing dumb?" He smirks, talking down to Wu Fu. "Your master told you to lick it clean. Do you hear me, punk?" Wu Fu glares at him, totally annoyed, and warns, "If I weren't hurt, you'd already be 6 feet under." Insulted, the gatekeeper roars and swings his whip at him. A useless piece of trash with zero cultivation dares to talk back? "I'm gonna teach you a lesson today." Just as he's about to strike, some random object flies out of nowhere. It hits the gatekeeper dead on, sending him crashing to the ground. He gets absolutely pissed and yells, "What kind of coward fights from the shadows? Show yourself, asshole." Suddenly, some guy walks up from a distance and scoffs. "Oh, are you yelling at me?" He then pretends to show some fake-ass sympathy. An inner disciple bullying an outer disciple for no reason, and you're actually bragging about it? The gatekeeper takes one look at the guy and pales. El Lam Mok, the top disciple of Cam Thao Hall. Lam Mok smirks and asks, "Well, got a problem with that?" Of course, the gatekeeper doesn't dare talk back, so he immediately switches to full suck-up mode. "Senior brother Lam, it's a misunderstanding. Just a total misunderstanding." Wu Fu stands aside, quickly analyzing the situation. "Cam Thao Hall, huh? All right, let's play it cool. Since I'm still injured, I shouldn't start any fights." At that moment, Lam Mok walks past Wu Fu and says, "I've heard rumors about inner disciples bullying outer disciples, but I never thought I'd actually catch someone in the act." He stands in front of the other disciples, playing the hero. "If I hadn't stepped in today, this poor guy would have probably been tortured to death by your dirty tricks." His heroic act obviously gets the other disciples swooning. Senior brother Lam is such a noble gentleman." The gatekeeper bows frantically, apologizing over and over. But Wu Fu sees right through Lam Mok's BS. Ha, turns out he's just a total hypocrite. Perfect, I'll use him as my meat shield. Deciding to play along, Wu Fu bows respectfully, pretending to be super grateful for the save. "Senior brother Lam, if you hadn't shown up in the nick of time, my worthless life would have been over." Lam Mok totally buys into the act and smugly replies, "Don't sweat it. As long as I'm here, he won't lay a finger on you." Standing nearby, Lin Wai takes one look and recognizes Wu Fu. She wonders, "Wait, that's Big Bro. Why the heck is he at the Lin Dan sect?" Wu Fu suddenly walks right up to the gatekeeper and says, "With those words from you, bro, I'm totally relieved." The gatekeeper sees him coming and asks, "What do you want?" Without saying a word, Wu Fu slaps him right across the face. Bam! This bold move leaves both Lam Mok and Lin Wai completely shook. Once the gatekeeper snaps out of it, he grabs Wu Fu by the collar and roars in fury. "Are you begging for death? I'm gonna skin you alive." Seeing this, Lam Mok lets out a few fake coughs. He glares at the gatekeeper and growls, "What's the matter? You really gonna throw hands right in front of me?" He acts tough, but deep down, he's incredibly pissed at Wu Fu, thinking, "This little brat dared to use me." Blocked from taking action, the gatekeeper is absolutely fuming but has to suck it up. Damn it! With Lam Mok here, I can't touch him. Just wait till I get a chance. I'll slaughter this punk. But before that chance even comes, Wu Fu kicks him straight in the nuts. Even Lam Mok's face goes pale at the sight, thinking, "Holy crap, that is brutal." After taking care of the guy, Wu Fu turns to Lam Mok and says, "Huge thanks to senior brother Lam for backing me up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to settle this score. Since he started the act, he might as well play it to the end." Lam Mok can only reply helplessly, "Oh, of course." Suddenly, Wu Fu says, "To repay your kindness, senior brother, I'm down to help you with absolutely anything. This gets a smile out of Lam Mok, who immediately plans to exploit him. Well, I actually brewed up a bottle of pills earlier and couldn't find a lab rat to test it. What do you say? Don't worry, there are no side effects. At worst, you might get a little diarrhea, but hey, there's a chance it'll boost your cultivation level. Of course, Wu Fu knows exactly what's up, but he still plays along. I'm down to test it. One look and Wu Fu could tell this guy is dripping with bloodlust. He is definitely not a good guy. A bit later, over at the Licorice Hall of the Elixir sect, two gatekeepers spot Lam Mok and quickly bow, "Yo, Senior Brother Lam." He drags Wu Fu over to them and orders, "Before you guys start testing drugs on this dude, get everything ready." The two guards reply in unison, "Got it, bro." Once they lead him inside, Wu Fu acts all timid and asks, Senior Brother, is this really the Licorice Hall?" One of the two replies, "Duh, obviously. The Licorice Hall is literally the backbone of the Elixir sect, supplying all the pills. Our status is crazy high, you know." Wu Fu's like, "No wonder this whole street reeks of medicine. But hey, where's that old geezer they brought here a few days ago?" The sect disciple shrugs. "Don't know much about that old guy, but they're taking good care of him." Wu Fu presses him, "So where exactly is he?" But the guard lowers his voice and snaps, "Mind your own business, kid. Stop asking so many damn questions." Wu Fu just goes, "Huh, okay," but in his head he's thinking, "Looks like that old man is living a way better life than me right now." A bit later, they drag him to a cauldron. The disciple points at it and demands, "Here we are. Before we start the test, swallow this." Wu Fu looks around and acts clueless. "Wait, what is this?" The guy obviously doesn't answer and snaps, "Quit asking dumb questions and just eat it." But the moment Wu Fu takes the pill, he instantly recognizes it. "Ah, so it's a detox pill to wipe out any other medicine effects in my body. Keeps other drugs from messing up the trial, huh?" He pops the pill into his mouth without hesitating. Not bad. Wonder when we actually start the test. Honestly, I'm kinda hyped for this." With that done, he casually strolls into the room. "All right, I'm heading in." The two disciples don't even bother stopping him. "Yeah, beat it. Senior Brother Lam is waiting inside. Hope you ascend to heaven soon, bro." The second the door slams shut, the two guards look at each other. "Dude, is that kid out of his mind or what? Like, all the test subjects we had the other day were screaming and begging for mercy, right? But this guy is incredibly cooperative. I thought we'd have to beat him up, but he just swallowed the pill like it was nothing." They both walk away, totally uncaring. Whatever, as long as we aren't the ones getting tested. He's probably just some delusional idiot hoping to boost his cultivation. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is checking out the refining room. The massive hoard of pills makes him grin. "Damn, this is insane. This stash is more than enough to get me back to my absolute peak." In front of him is a burning cauldron. Lam Mok is standing there holding a pill. He calls out, "Hey, junior brother, get over here. This pill right here will speed up your cultivation like crazy." Wu Fu snatches the pill and scoffs. "A trash-tier gut-wrenching pill? And you really thought you could play me with this garbage?" Lam Mok's jaw drops. "Wait, how the hell do you know the gut-wrenching pill?" Wu Fu ignores him. He starts using his own fire to re-refine the pill, smirking. "Not only do I know it, bro, but I can also turn a complete loser like you into a straight-up genius." Lam Mok stares at the flames in pure terror. He stammers, That's the heavenly thunder flame. Who the hell are you?" Wu Fu holds up the newly refined pill, looking at him like he's trash. "Trying to poison me? How about you get a taste of your own medicine?" With a wicked grin, he lunges forward, grabs Lam Mok by the collar, while the guy desperately tries to swing at him. But before the dude can even land a hit, Wu Fu slams his face straight into the ground. Holding the pill tight, he shoves it right down Lam Mok's throat. "Eat this, punk!" The second he swallows it, Lam Mok's spiritual energy goes absolutely haywire. Wu Fu smirks, muttering, "Man, if I weren't so banged up right now, you'd already be dust." Just like that, Lam Mok kicks the bucket. Seeing the dead body, Wu Fu says to himself, "All right, my roadblocks are cleared. Time for me to go wild and stir up some real trouble." Suddenly, the entire building starts shaking. The two guards are like, "Yo, why is it so damn loud in the testing room?" Even the dungeon holding Qin Tung starts trembling, leaving Tu Luong utterly confused about what's going on. Qin Tung instantly knows it's Wu Fu's doing. He gives them a smug warning. "If I were you, I'd go check on your place. Someone might be burning your house down right now." Hearing this, Tu Luong rounds up his goons. "Move it. Let's check the refining room." A moment later, a bunch of Elixir sect disciples gather outside the door. One of the idiots yells, "Yo, whoever's inside, listen up. You're totally surrounded. The others facepalm at his stupidity, and one of them kicks him out of the way, barking, "Move, you useless clown. Why the hell are you asking him to surrender? This is literally our turf." Seeing how stupid their peers are, the rest are speechless. They decide, just blast the door down. The moment they barge in, a disciple screams, "Show yourself, you thief! Prepare to get wrecked!" But Wu Fu couldn't care less. He's way too busy fusing his pills. The Elixir Sect crew sees what he's doing and loses their minds. Are you kidding me? He's merging all the pills into one massive pill. Chop him into 100 pieces. Before anyone can make a move, someone stops them. Realizing who it is, the disciple bows, "Hallmaster." Tu Luong watches calmly and says, "Stand down. Fusing that many pills is a straight-up suicide mission. Let that brat enjoy his final moments." Wu Fu spots them and looks confused. "Yo, what are you clowns whispering about down there?" As Tu Luong turns to leave, a disciple stops him. "Master, aren't we letting this punk off too easy?" Tu Luong shrugs. "Let him choke on it. Whether he eats them one by one or swallows them all at once, the result is the same, he's dead anyway." Finally, one of the goons notices Lam Mok's corpse and screams, "Hallmaster, Lam Mok is dead." The news hits Tu Luong like a truck. "Wait, he's dead?" He glares at Wu Fu, who is busy absorbing the pill's energy. Did this punk kill him? But then, his eyes go wide. Wait, he's literally healing his injuries right now. Wu Fu knows exactly what they're waiting for and mocks them. "You absolute clowns really thought I'd blow myself up from these pills?" Right then, someone suddenly coughs up blood. Turns out Tu Luong got so triggered he actually coughed up blood. His disciples freak out. "Master, Hallmaster, you okay?" Tu Luong clutches his chest, wheezing, "This brat is literally giving me a stroke." But before they can even crowd around him, a massive wave of spiritual energy blasts through the room, completely obliterating the door behind them. Tu Luong is shaken to his core. Shoot, how is this guy this freaking strong? Having fully absorbed the pills, Wu Fu looks down at them. "You know, the backlash of this energy blast is more than enough to wipe out all you void reversion losers." He glances at Lam Mok's body being carried away and smirks. "But hey, I should still thank my two dear senior brothers for the help." His flexing triggers Tu Luong so hard, he coughs up blood again. A disciple holds him up, panicking. "Hallmaster, chill, take your heart pills quick." Wu Fu almost feels bad for the old man, so he decides to make a deal. "Look, we don't have beef, and I'm not the type to just swipe all your pills for nothing. How about this? You release that old geezer, and I'll make up for your losses by sharing some top-tier pill recipes." Tu Luong instantly realizes what Wu Fu is really after. He scoffs and shuts it down. "So you're here for him? Too bad, another powerhouse already claimed him. Quit dreaming, kid." Wu Fu sighs. "Well, damn. Guess we're doing this the hard way." He glares at Tu Luong with killer eyes. "Yeah, playing nice was never my style anyway." As his massive spiritual energy starts flaring up, Tu Luong's smugness instantly vanishes. Ain't that spiritual energy way too thick? But this old geezer still tries to draw his weapon to take on Wu Fu. "I'm gonna smack you into next week. Let's see what other cheap tricks you got." Wu Fu is obviously keeping his cool facing all this garbage. Xiao Liang is screaming orders at his lackeys. "Now's the time, grab him for me." One idiot quickly lunges at Wu Fu, trying to score an easy kill to get some clout. "Poisoning your own martial brother? You're dead meat, kid." Wu Fu looks at him with pure disdain and says, "You really think I can't wipe you guys out?" Then he casually lets loose some sword energy. And just like that, the eager disciple gets sliced to pieces. After finishing him off, Wu Fu growls, "Can you let them go now?" The other lackeys instantly realize how strong he is and freak out, screaming, "It's sword energy! Even Xiao Liang is sweating bullets now. Dude is so young but packing some seriously scary power." One of his lackeys whispers to Xiao Liang, "Yo, boss, our licorice hall focuses on making pills, so combat cultivation isn't really our strong suit. We can't throw hands like them." Hearing him, Xiao Liang quickly orders a retreat, planning to get revenge later. "Let's bounce for now. I've already called for backup." "Just you wait, kid. You're gonna get it." In less than 15 minutes, a whole squad pulls up. An angry voice roars, "You ain't running anywhere." Out steps a guy from the crowd. This guy is the sect master of the Elixir sect. He yells, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Elixir sect? Do you know what the consequences are?" At the same time, Wu Fu is literally just bending down to tie his shoelaces. But the Elixir sect disciples totally misread the room. As expected of our sect master, the moment he pulls up, This kid is already on his knees, begging for mercy. Thinking the kid is bowing, the elixir sect master smugly asks, "Regretting it now?" "Too late, buddy." Instead, he gets a whole shoe slapped straight onto his face. Holding the shoe, his face turns dark with pure rage. The lackey next to him freaks out, crying, "Sect master!" As for Wu Fu, he just spits on the ground and says with pure disdain, "The person who can make me bend the knee and beg for my life hasn't even been born yet." His disrespect completely drives the sect master insane. He screams, "Kill this punk right now!" Hearing his command, Xiaoliang stands nearby, smugly bragging, "The inner disciples of the law enforcement hall are all in the void realm. With over a dozen of them, there won't even be a single shred left of him." Wu Fu just sneers. "Idiots, they've got some nerve." Next, he doesn't hesitate to teach these clowns a lesson. "Let me put you out of your misery." Then his sword energy flies towards them, scaring them out of their minds as they scream, "The astral sword art!" Before they can even run, Wu Fu's sword art sends them straight to the shadow realm. Plus, this crazy sword pressure alerts someone nearby. It's none other than Tian Yi. He immediately recognizes who this spiritual energy belongs to. "Wu Fu is here too? We didn't finish him off last time." He mutters under his breath, thinking that since the kid casually carries so many spirit-gathering pills, he might be worth way more than Liao Jingsong. Back with the elixir sect, Wu Fu's insane skills leave Xiao Liang absolutely shook. There's really not even a single shred left of them. The lackey next to him chimes in. Over a dozen guys wiped out in the blink of an eye? Where on earth did this kid come from? Now, Wu Fu walks up to the sect master. He puts a hand on his shoulder and threatens, "If you don't want your entire sect to be wiped out, you better behave and do what I say. Let them go, now." Of course, the old guy still tries to act tough. "Damn it, do you think my elixir sect has run out of people to fight?" Seeing this guy is stubborn, Wu Fu forcefully slams him down, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Wu Fu glares at him with pure murderous intent and asks, "Who said you could move, huh?" The sect master knows he can't win, so he just shuts up and accepts his fate. His disciples, seeing him get bullied like this, panic and call out, "Oh no, sect master!" Xiao Liang knows things can't get any worse, so he quickly orders the disciples, "Don't make any sudden moves. Go bring that old man over here." They hear his order and reply, "Got it." Wu Fu asks coldly, "Can you let them go now?" The sect master replies helplessly, "Let them go." Seeing him being so cooperative, Wu Fu says with satisfaction, "Now that's what I'm talking about. If you'd just done this from the start, we wouldn't have had this mess." Even at this point, one dumb disciple who has a major death wish shouts, "Sect master, he's only one guy. Why are we scared of him?" Wu Fu hears this and mutters, annoyed, "So you guys still aren't going to let them go, huh?" Just as he finishes speaking, a guy who hasn't learned his lesson tries to sneak attack him. "Kid, I ain't scared of you." The sect master sees his disciple is so incredibly stupid and tries to stop him. "Stop! Let them go, you idiot!" However, he is too late. Just as the disciple swings his mace down, Wu Fu vanishes into thin air. This completely catches him off guard. Wu Fu appears right behind his back. He straight up kicks him into the air like a shuttlecock. The guy is launched so high he completely disappears. The other disciples instantly freak out. "He's too strong! He literally kicked him into orbit!" Not stopping there, Wu Fu approaches another guy. His fate is also a free flight ticket. The remaining guys see this and back away in terror, begging, wait a minute." But in the end, several more guys get launched into the air. After hitting them, Wu Fu suddenly remembers, wait, did he want to say something? Whatever, who cares? Then he plans to kick another guy. "Now it's your turn," but he quickly raises both hands to surrender. "I surrender." The sect master, witnessing everything, feels humiliated. What a bunch of embarrassing losers. Seeing everything is resolved, Wu Fu plans to leave. No one else? All right, I'm out. He proudly walks through the crowd. As he is walking, Jingsong suddenly appears and bows to show his submission. "Your strength is getting scarier by the day, little brother." At the same time, Wu Fu senses danger approaching. Murderous intent! So without a second thought, Wu Fu pushes Jingsong aside and blocks an incoming attack. Something is coming down from the sky. It lands right at the elixir sect, causing a massive shockwave that shakes everything. The sect master wonders, what's going on? Suddenly, a massive rock blocks everyone's way out. As soon as Jingsong sees, he is terrified and recognizes the culprit. Tian Yi. Wu Fu remains totally chill. He looks at the guy with heavy, murderous intent standing on the rock and calls him the guy from Cloud Peak. In the panicked eyes of the sect, Master is the reflection of the culprit. His name is Huang Jin. His power makes the sect master terrified. Is there really someone in this world with such crazy power? Huang Jin now cold stares down below. Suddenly, Wu Fu appears next to him and asks, "Are you looking for me?" Seeing him, he says nothing. Then Huang Jin laughs and says, "I see, the missing treasure has to do with you. Who are you?" Wu Fu doesn't care about his question and casually replies, "Do you think I need to explain anything to someone like you?" His arrogance startles him. But strangely, he doesn't argue with him and just says, "You can only be arrogant right now." Before disappearing, Huang Jin doesn't forget to say, "I'll come back for you later." His appearance makes Wu Fu deduce something related to the astral sword art. With the current situation, he needs to level up quickly. "With my current power, I can't handle them. I need to get stronger." So, in front of everyone, he loudly declares, "I've decided I'll break through the Tao integration, become a venerable to prepare well." His words make the Elixir sect disciples panic and gossip. Tao integration realm? No way. How the hell does this brat have a Tao integration cultivation level? Did he start grinding while still in his mom's womb or what? The Tiandan sect leader knew he couldn't touch Wu Fu, so he just threw some weak shade to cope. Pathetic. Zero skills, but talking big like he's him. Meanwhile, Qin Tung was totally blown away by Wu Fu. The old man was mad impressed that Brother Ingo achieved so much at such a young age. Wu Fu then asked what his master's next move was. The old man kept it real and said his lifelong dream was to brew a spirit-gathering pill. But now that spirit-gathering pills aren't even rare anymore, I gotta head back and cook up a new plan. But there's one spot he's gotta hit up first. "Before I bounce, I need to make a trip to Luke Family Valley," he said. The second Wu Fu heard the destination, he immediately wanted to tag along. "Perfect, let's roll together then." Right then, he felt some serious bad vibes. Turning around, he saw some familiar faces and called them out. "Man, you guys are like annoying ghosts that just won't leave me alone." The Tiandan sect leader saw Tianui and immediately started crying like a baby, making even him facepalm. "I thought you weren't coming, my lord. My sect was about to get wiped out by this punk," he yelled, pointing straight at Wu Fu. "My lord, I already locked up the guy you wanted. But this brat killed my disciples and snatched all my pills." Seeing Tianui, Qin Tung let out a heavy sigh. "Wu Fu, I know you've got the muscle to take these clowns on. I'm just gonna back up and let you do your thing, okay?" Wu Fu replied with pure confidence. "I might not wipe all of them out, but I can easily get you out of here in one piece, master." This made the sect leader burst out laughing, mocking. "Hilarious. Planning to run away and saying it out loud? Do you seriously think we're deaf?" Wu Fu didn't even give a damn about them and tried to bounce, but Tian Wei cut him off. He lashed out instantly, screaming, "Get back here!" Seeing this, Qin Tung yelled, "Brother Ingo!" Wu Fu didn't flinch at all, scoffing. "You think this trash can stop me? In your dreams?" With a flash of his sharp sword aura, he easily wrecked the attack. Then, grabbing Qin Tung to bounce, he mocked, "Peace out, losers." The Tiandan sect leader was so shocked his eyes almost popped out. "Damn, that kid is insanely cracked," he mumbled. "Did he seriously hit the Tao integration stage?" Tian Wei calmly added, "He's actually way stronger than a regular Tao integration master." He then flashed a sneaky grin, muttering to himself, "But we already know exactly where you're heading." He muttered the place Wu Fu was aiming for, the Luke Family Valley. Over at the Luke Family Valley, Lu Ling was chilling in the hot spring, low-key stressing out. "I wonder if Wu Fu ran into any trouble after we said goodbye," she murmured. Her sister, soaking in the good vibes of the hot spring, chimed in. "Some mysterious dudes with insane power suddenly showed up in Van Hai. Honestly, his chances are probably 0 to none, but seeing how much you're simping over him, you totally dig the guy, don't you?" The question hit right home, making Lu Ling blush hard as she loudly denied it. "No way, I don't," she stammered, while her sister giggled at her reaction. Right then, a massive shockwave hit, making Lu Ling freak out. What the hell was that? "Someone's causing trouble. Let's go check it out." The others around there also scrambled to see what was going down. "Hurry, let's move." They rushed to the blast zone and yelled, "Who goes there? Have you never heard of our Luke Family Valley? You got a death wish, causing trouble on our turf?" As the dust cleared, Qin Tung stepped out and said calmly, "So this is the Luke Family Valley." Wu Fu looked around and gave his review in 4 words. "Seems pretty chill." The second the Luke family goons spotted him, they lunged forward. "Grab that random kid first." But he quickly popped up a barrier and shouted, "Hold up!" One of the guys couldn't brake in time and slammed his face straight into the shield. The other guys got low-key spooked and whispered, "Damn, is he actually that cracked?" Wu Fu just pointed at Qin Tung and explained with a polite grin, "Yo, you guys got it all wrong. I came here to introduce you to this guy." Of course, the Luke Valley squad wasn't buying any of it. One of them even snorted in disbelief. Right then, the divine sword inside Wu Fu's chest suddenly started vibrating. While he was trying to pinpoint whatever was triggering his sword, the Luke Valley goon kept barking. "Are you kidding me? You think you can just mess with our Luke family like we're some pushovers?" He totally ignored the guy, focusing only on finding out what was causing the sword to react. "The divine sword is reacting like crazy. Did it find something?" King Tung saw Wu Fu zoning out and asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Fu gave a casual reply. Before they knew it, he flew off, leaving the Luke Valley goons staring blankly. One of them yelled, "Boss!" He bolted. Another one pointed at King Tung and barked, "Boss, his partner in crime is still here." Seeing only an old man left, the mob decided to jump him. "He's with that guy. Grab him." Feeling a bit nervous under the heat, the old man stammered, If I say I have no idea who that kid is, would you guys buy it?" Suddenly, someone showed up and asked, "Found what?" The Luke Valley crew saw who it was and quickly bowed, calling out, "Second young mistress," they quickly explained. "We caught 2 intruders, but one of them took off." Qin Tung glanced at the girl they called second young mistress and recognized her. Lu Ling. She also remembered who he was and thought, "Wait, he's Wu Fu's senior. What's he doing here? Does that mean Wu Fu is around too?" She then turned to her subordinates. "I know him. You guys got the wrong guy." Meanwhile, over at the valley courtyard, Lu Ling's sister was taking a chill stroll, thinking to herself, Lu Ling went over there, so it probably isn't anything major. Just as she stopped and decided to head back inside, time to go back. Suddenly, she bumped right into someone. Turns out, she crashed into Wu Fu. Wu Fu immediately put his guard up and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Lu Ling's sister seemed terrified by him and burst into tears. She started crying her eyes out, leaving him totally flustered. While he was wondering, where did this kid come from? He suddenly noticed her massive twin peaks bouncing. Seeing that, Wu Fu got totally dizzy, quickly turned his head away, and thought, "Never mind, I gotta speedrun my main quest first." He stood before a cave and gasped in surprise. No way. An ancient seal actually exists on Earth? Right then, Lu Ling ran up, shouting to her crying sister. "Sis." Seeing her, the sister cried out, "Lu Ling!" She then whined like a little kid. "He totally freaked me out. Some creep just showed up." Knowing exactly who she was talking about, Lu Ling gently patted her head to calm her down. "It's just a misunderstanding, sis. I know that guy. He's not a bad person." She then asked, "Where did he go?" Her sister pointed ahead and said, "He was right here a second ago." "Did he go into the cave?" Hearing this, the goons present turned to Lu Ling in outrage. "Young mistress, how can you call this a misunderstanding?" They angrily muttered to each other. "Sneaking into our ancestors' tomb? That's mad, disrespectful." But Lu Ling knew Wu Fu wasn't there to cause trouble, though she thought, Wu Fu isn't reckless. Why would he go inside my ancestors' tomb? If Dad finds out, it's going to be a disaster. Suddenly, she felt a very familiar aura approaching. Feeling low-key scared, she gasped, "Dad!" Luke Long roared in a fury. "Who dares break into my ancestor's tomb? You must have a death wish." Seeing her dad so pissed, Lu Ling quickly tried to defend Wu Fu. "Dad, Wu Fu would never do something like that." But he just snapped, "We'll find out the second we get in there." With that, the whole crowd marched into the cave. As soon as they got inside, Lu Ling gasped in utter shock. "What is this?" Standing before them was a massive barrier. Hearing them enter, Wu Fu turned his head around. Seeing him, Lu Ling let out a sigh of relief and called out, "Go, Wu Fu, you look mad, tough." But Lu Long was straight up staring him down with a killer gaze, thinking this punk was shady as hell. Wu Fu knew this dude was Lu Ling's old man, so he didn't act like a total punk. He actually showed some respect, bowed, and was like, "I'm not here to mess with your ancestors. Chill. I'm just breaking the seal." Lu Long was shook for a second, but he kept his voice stern and barked, "Even if there's a barrier, the Lu family has been holding it down for 100 years. Our ancestral graves ain't some playground for random outsiders like you to roll into." The old man was tripping so hard that Lu Ling tried to step in like, "Dad, Wu Fu is actually," but before she could even finish, he shut her down and snapped, "Shut it." Wu Fu could tell this old head was a tough nut to crack, leaving Lu Ling totally stuck in the middle. Looks like they were in deep trouble now. He couldn't just throw hands and take over the place, since this was Lu Ling's crib. No way he was using brute force. Right then, Lu Long's voice slowly echoed, Our ancestral graves ain't some place for a random kid to just crash whenever he wants. But what the old man said next made both Lu Ling and Wu Fu blush hard and totally lose their minds. If you become our son-in-law, you're legally qualified to walk right in. Lu Ling's sister and the goons were completely stunned by that curveball. Lu Ling finally snapped out of it and yelled, "Dad, stop talking crazy!" But Lu Long was just chilling and said, "Hey, that way we ain't breaking any of the ancestral rules." Out of nowhere, Lu Long put his hand on her shoulder and got all sweet, saying, "My darling daughter." He used telepathy to whisper in her ear, explaining why he was saying all this wild stuff. This barrier popped up on our family's turf. No clue if it's a blessing or a curse. But if things go south, at least I won't have to worry about you as much. Hearing this, Lu Ling calmed down a bit and muttered, "Dad." But before she could even process it, the old man straight up shoved her into the barrier, yelling, "So get your butt in there." So Lu Ling got yeeted straight into the barrier. Her sister saw this and was about to protest, but Lu Long gave her the death stare and threatened, "What? You want to go next?" Being totally intimidated, her sister folded instantly and said, "Dang, nice kick, Dad." Then Lu Long turned to Wu Fu and barked, "What are you waiting for, you punk? Get in there and protect my baby girl. If she gets even a single scratch, I will literally skin you alive." Wu Fu was just face-palming at this whole dramatic show, but he decided to let it slide and stepped into the barrier anyway, thinking, "Whatever, not gonna argue with this old guy. Might as well see what's up in there." Boom. A crazy wave of energy blasted into the sky, ripping right through the clouds. People back in the city spotted this wild phenomenon and started freaking out, asking, "Yo, what the hell is that?" Tin Tin saw it too, turning to her mentor like, "Elder Thuong." He frowned and said, "That's a barrier." Meanwhile, in some shadowy spot, some sketchy dude had been watching Wu Fu's every move since he stepped inside, whispering, "Damn, this kid's got some insane luck on him." He smirked wickedly and muttered, "How about I spice things up and make this a whole lot harder for you?" Inside the pitch-black barrier, Wu Fu was looking around, keeping his guard up. Suddenly, a few candles sparked to life, putting him on high alert. Out of nowhere, a massive beast crept up behind him. It spooked him so bad he gasped, "What the?" The monster glared at him with pure bloodlust. It wound up a devastating punch and slammed it right where Wu Fu was standing. But the beast missed and only smashed a giant hole in the dirt. Wu Fu dodged to the side, thinking, "Damn, quite a welcoming party. You trying to play games with me?" But then, bam, a massive hand swiped him, sending him crashing into the wall. Rubbing his bruised jaw, Wu Fu hissed, "Damn it, I let my guard down. Didn't think there was another one of these bastards." Seeing the monster winding up for another hit, he suddenly picked up a familiar vibe. "No way. Is that the Heavenly Tao aura?" He immediately put two and two together. Someone is straight up messing with me on purpose. Right then, the beast threw another heavy fist at him. Wu Fu didn't back down. He threw a counterpunch and roared, "Shatter!" and completely pulverized its arm. Meanwhile, outside the cave, someone walked in and started yapping, totally startling Lu Long. Well, who knew this backwater planet would hide such a godly treasure? His goons had already been wrecked by Thien. They cried out, "Boss, we couldn't hold them off. They're way too strong." Thien didn't give a damn about them. He was only thinking about Wu Fu. "Looks like Wu Fu is already inside. Let's make our move." Seeing them trying to sneak into the barrier, Lu Long yelled, "Who the hell are you guys? What do you think you're doing?" He was low-key sweating, thinking, Wu Fu is just a kid. How did he piss off a bunch of monsters with this kind of insane power? Thien wasn't about to waste his breath on this old guy, so he snarled, "Get lost! We don't have time for you." Behind him, the guys from the Elixir sect were drooling over the barrier, saying, "Who knew this trashy place had a seal? We're gonna loot some seriously good stuff today." Back inside, Wu Fu was absolutely thrashing that monster. He scoffed, "Too slow. No matter how much muscle you got, you ain't touching me." But right then, a creepy voice echoed in his head, "You really think it's that easy?" The voice was dripping with pure malice. "Since I can't kill you, I'll just burn this barrier to the ground and trap you here forever." As soon as he said that, the ground outside began to split open. Insane waves of spiritual energy erupted from the cracks. Wu Fu realized he was being played and gritted his teeth. Damn it. He's trying to use the Heavenly Tao aura to burn this place down. No way in hell I'm letting that happen. Somewhere else in the barrier, Lu Ling was totally distracted by a tiny creature. The energy here is way thicker than outside. And OMG, look at this cute little bunny. The bunny just stared at her blankly. Right as she leaned in for a cuddle, cooing, "Come here, let me hug you." A rogue wave of spiritual energy shot out of nowhere. The energy slammed straight into the bunny. Lu Ling noticed something was off, and suddenly, the rabbit's eyes turned blood red. It started swelling up, making her gasp. Bunny? Little bunny? The bunny grew massive, totally freezing her in her tracks. The tiny bunny was now a giant monster. Lu Ling went pale, thinking, oh great, it mutated. Before she could even react, the giant bunny swung a massive paw and smacked her back. She staggered back, completely shocked. How the hell did it get this strong so fast? Before she could even get her bearings, she saw another attack coming and knew she couldn't dodge. I'm dead, she panicked. Right at the last second, Wu Fu flew out of nowhere, kicked the giant rabbit away, and yelled, back off! Lu Ling's eyes lit up as she cried, Wu Fu! He turned to her and asked, you good? She nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, a flock of birds went wild in the sky, making her ask, what's going on? Something was stomping through the woods. Lu Ling quickly realized, looks like a whole horde of spirit beasts is heading right for us. Wu Fu didn't even flinch. I got you, he reassured her. Then he gritted his teeth. Trying to use the heavenly Tao power to control the beasts and burn this place? In your dreams? Meanwhile, up on a cliff, a few guys were watching the chaos below. One of them asked, why are all the spirit beasts gathering like that? He guessed, maybe they found some crazy treasure and they're all rushing to get it? 3NY nodded and ordered, makes sense. Let's move. Through the trees, a figure was seen carrying a girl in his arms, leaping across ancient trunks at lightning speed. Lu Ling curled up as Wu Fu held her tight, rushing them both out of danger. He spotted a massive column of white energy blasting straight into the sky in the distance and said, we're close. That's gotta be where all the energy is coming from. Lu Ling's face went totally red as she blushed, saying, I can literally run on my own, you know. Wu Fu just stared straight ahead, cool as ice, and said, don't sweat it. You're light as a feather. Plus you're literally injured. Suddenly, he senses some shady vibes and glances over. This TNY goon flying on the left starts talking trash. We just met and you're already trying to dip? Lu Ling looks at him, totally lost, and asks, Wu Fu, who even are these guys? Wu Fu ignores her, just side-eyes the goons. You want to catch me? You don't have the skills for this. Period. He pumps his energy, stepping on the gas, and leaves those two black-cloaked losers eating his dust. The first TNY's eyes go wide, totally shook. No way, he's too fast. How did that brat gap us so easily in literally 1 second? The second TNY is like, nah, we gotta take him down now, or he's gonna be a massive pain in our backsides later. Meanwhile, Wu Fu and Lu Ling fly for who knows how long before finally touching down on the ground. Wu Fu looks around and says, we're here. This is definitely the spot. Lu Ling looks over at this giant rock sitting right between 4 pillars, totally unsure, and goes, so, this is the center of the barrier? Wu Fu nods. Yep, this crazy thick energy is definitely it. But then he gets a jump scare when he notices the giant rock in the middle literally just twitched. Wu Fu pulls out his spirit sword to test the vibes. Instantly, the sword and the barrier's core start buzzing, totally in sync. Wu Fu smirks, hyped as hell, as it finally clicks. So, the core of this whole barrier is the final piece of the puzzle. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy shoots straight into the sky, baiting a whole bunch of other cultivators to fly right over. Somewhere else, this destiny orb suddenly goes crack, crack, and shatters into a million tiny pieces. Hong Kim just stares at his empty hand, completely speechless. He thinks to himself, my destiny just cracked. Guess I have to go handle this little punk myself. Back to our main crew, some disciple suddenly gets a fan thrown straight at his face out of nowhere. This guy from the Elixir sect actually has crazy reflexes and leans back just in time to dodge. He steps back, super pissed, and barks, who the heck are you? Get lost! Lu Ling stands right in front of Wu Fu, hands on her hips, and declares, you want to get to him? You gotta go through me first, losers. The Elixir sect guy scoffs, bro, you're hilarious. You think you're that girl? He spreads his arms out, flexing his numbers, and asks, you seriously think you can take on all of us by yourself? Lu Ling grits her teeth, locking in. Wu Fu is busy sinking with the spirit sword. Even if I have to throw hands to the death, I gotta hold the line. Right then, Wu Fu, who has been quiet this whole time, finally speaks up. You guys are totally tripping. You really think she's fighting alone? Lu Ling whips her head around like, Wu Fu, you're done already? His eyes go cold as ice, staring them down. Leave these bullies who only act tough in groups to me. One of the cult guys gets cold feet, backing up and mutters, shoot, how did this guy level up his power so fast? Another guy tries to hype them up. Bro, we literally have the numbers, and we got high-tier backup outside. Why are we even scared of this kid? Suddenly, some big shot steps up from the back and waves the others off. Y'all need to back off. He's way out of your league. Wu Fu smirks at the guy. Look at that. The boss decided to show his face. Thien Wai raises his hands, charging up his power. You're done, kid. The whole area starts shaking as a giant glowing barrier traps Wu Fu inside. The two Thien Wai flying outside look down at him like, you're completely boxed in, kid. There is literally no escape. Wu Fu just looks up and chuckles. He pulls out his spirit sword and fires back. Who said I was running? You guys are literally the perfect target practice. The sword in his hand starts glowing like crazy. He swings his arm with full force, slicing through the air and sending a massive shockwave straight at them. Lu Ling is totally shook, thinking, he literally just threw a slash barehanded? Wu Fu tells her, get back. Looks like these guys are actually trying now. Lu Ling looks at him, worried. Watch your back. Thien Wai looks up, his eyes going pitch black as he gives a creepy, cocky smile. Wu Fu doesn't even blink, just smirks right back, staring him dead in the eyes. Thien Wai blasts off into the air at warp speed. He shakes his head, and his hair literally starts glowing and grows into giant tentacles. Wu Fu's blade clashes head-on with that freaky hair. Wu Fu digs his toes into the ground, spins like a top, ducks low, pulls back his sword, and starts charging up a massive attack. Thien Wai screams, launching a million sharp blades at him. You absolute trash. I'm gonna leave you too broken to even crawl. Wu Fu narrows his eyes and chants, Spirit Sword Secret Art, First Strike. A massive glowing cross slash rips through the air, flashing bright. Thien Wai is completely stunned. Wu Fu slides back a few feet and stops on a dime. Thien Wai looks down at his trembling hand and mumbles, okay, with power like that, you're legit a genius. But then he gets super pissed, grinding his teeth. Too bad you had to run into me. Suddenly, his hand grows into a giant monster claw with razor-sharp nails. Even his legs swell up, ripping his pants straight open. His whole face grows hairy, and his teeth turn into razor-sharp fangs like a wild beast. The Trung Duong sect disciples watching from the sidelines go pale and start shaking like a leaf. What the heck is that? That aura is insane. Lu Ling's face goes pale with absolute fear. She thinks, he's going berserk. The other Thien Wai guy just smirks like he's watching a movie. Well, since he's using that, this fight is pretty much over. The beast mode Thien Wai opens his mouth wide and charges straight at Wu Fu. Wu Fu just shakes his head. Trading your brain for cheap power. You really are a clown. I'm done playing around with you. In literally a split second, Wu Fu's sword flashes, and Thien Wai's arm gets sliced clean off, flying into the air. A crazy storm of lightning-fast slashes starts tearing through the sky. Wu Fu holds his sword, staring at the giant shadow of the beast form Thien Wai standing frozen. As the shadow slowly dissolves into dust, Wu Fu scoffs. And here I thought you'd actually be tough. You're literally weaker than before. What a total waste of my time. The other Thien Wai guy sees this and gets completely terrified. While Wu Fu isn't looking, he scrambles to fly up into the sky to make a run for it. Lu Ling spots him trying to slip away and yells, oh shoot, he's escaping. The Thien Wai guy looks up and suddenly sees a giant black shadow above him. He's like, wait, what's that flying towards me? Thien Wai is completely stunned, having no clue what this random black shadow is. But a second later, they both crash hard into the ground with a massive boom. White dust flies everywhere, making Lu Ling block her face. Through the thick cloud of dust, a giant silhouette appears right in front of Wu Fu and Lu Ling. Lu Ling stares wide-eyed, like, what in the world is that? As the dust settles, she recognizes the silhouette and screams, Erha. Tin, who is riding on Erha's back, pops her head up and waves. Wu Fu, are you guys okay? Luke Long also pokes his head out right next to her, worried sick. Are you all right, sweetie? Lu Ling is totally shocked to see them and shouts, Dad, Hua Tin. As she watches Tin and Luke Long jump down from Erha and walk over, she asks, how did you guys even end up together? Luke Long waves his hand, explaining, I was worried sick about you. Before I headed in here, I ran into this girl, so we decided to team up. Tin backed him up, dropping her reason. Yo, I'm just here to grind and level up. Meanwhile, Erha slowly shrank back to his normal size. Lu Long looks around, totally lost. Hold up, where'd those two high-level boss guys go? How are they suddenly gone? Lu Ling points her finger. Right over there is a pile of shredded fur, 3. Lu Long follows her gaze and spots a mess of brown fur scattered on the dirt. He asks, All right, but where's the other dude? Lu Ling shifts her finger to Erha and spills the tea. Oh, the second you guys walked in, Lil Ha totally pancaked him. Tin Tin, Lu Long, and Erha all whip their heads around to look at the crater behind them. Tin Tin smirks and roasts him. Lil Ha, damn, you've been putting on some serious weight, huh? Erha just gives an awkward-ass bark. Wu Fu looks up, getting a bad vibe. I got a feeling things aren't going to be this chill for much longer. Lu Ling is super confused and asks, Yo, what's up with that? Nah, Wu Fu says, staring down at his star sword. It's just that while we're OP in here, it's gonna be a whole different beast once we step outside. Tin Tin puts her hands on her hips, fully hyped, and declares, Relax, bro. You got the squad with you. We got your back. Wu Fu glances her way, dropping a cold, hard truth bomb. I appreciate the love, guys, but those punks outside are probably all venerable tier bosses. Tin Tin and Lu Ling are completely shook. Wu Fu turns on his heel and walks off. Let's head back and prep. A massive showdown is definitely brewing. Meanwhile, in some sketchy cave far away, a wooden board hangs from heavy metal chains. Some shady figure in a black cloak is standing right in front of a massive boulder. Huang Jin reaches out, pumping his energy straight into the stone. The troublemakers are here. It's time to wake up. He calls out a name, Mad Blade. Boom. The closed eyes snap wide open. The daytime sky is crisp and clear, with massive skyscrapers towering over the city. Cut to the Shu family headquarters. Inside one of the rooms, a lackey reports the latest news. Wu Fu eyes his loot, doing the math. With these spirit stones, I can probably upgrade my power level in no time. Tin Tin is super confused and asks, Wait, these spirit stones aren't for Lil Ha to snack on? They're actually for you to level up? In her arms, Ha lets out a whimper to show his absolute disgust. Wu Fu gives a cryptic-ass grin. I got a feeling an old friend I haven't seen in forever is coming. Tin Tin, curious as hell, asks, An enemy? Wu Fu nods. Yep, if this world was endless, I'd just let him rip me apart. But this universe is way too big for him. Meanwhile, deep in some creepy forest, a massive pillar of purple light blasts straight out of the ground into the sky. In a clearing, surrounding the ancient trees is a glowing purple orb, trapping something inside. The orb slowly fades away, white smoke swirling around, and a man's silhouette appears. Man, this place is totally dead, but the spiritual energy is crazy dense. Mad Blade smirks, loving the view. Even my power is capped at mid-level venerable tier here. Back to our boy. Wu Fu is sitting shirtless in a magic circle, with spirit stones placed at the four corners. Tin Tin blushes, looking away, and tries to sneak out. So, I set up the stones for you. If you don't need anything else, I'm gonna head out. Out of nowhere, Wu Fu commands, Yo, stay. Tin Tin's face goes completely red. She whips around, panicking and stammering, Wu Fu, what are you trying to pull? Wu Fu keeps his eyes shut, totally chill. We're going all out to train. It'll give your power a massive boost. Realizing she was totally overthinking it, Tin Tin looks down, embarrassed, and mutters, Oh, so it's just training. Damn it. Another regular day under the blue skies of Yunhai University. But down at the basketball court, some major drama is going down. You punks actually dare to show your faces here? The leader of the leftover Immortal Elixir sect, Scrubs, steps up, acting all tough. Listen up. Everyone in Yunhai knows Wu Fu pissed off some massive big shots. He's probably too busy running for his life to care about you, trash. I'm gonna make you feel the pain of our sect being wiped out. Meng Meng grits his teeth, raising his fists. You absolute suck-up losers. I'm about to show you what a real knuckle sandwich feels like. His eyes go bloodshot. He lets out a roar, putting all his weight into a wild punch. But before he can land it, another fist catches Meng Meng right in the jaw. Seeing him hit the dirt, Detective freaks out. Meng, bro Meng, don't you dare go down like this. Meng Meng pushes himself back up, snapping at him. Call me mighty, bro. Mighty as in beastly. He turns around and gives a thumbs up to the punk behind him. Kid, that weak punch felt like a freaking tickle. Then, Meng Meng whispers to Detective, Yo, I'll go left, you go right. We split up and run for it. But the leader of the leftover sect scrubs sees right through them. Nice try, kid. I know you're signaling to bounce because you can't fight. That's why I brought some of Wu Fu's old haters. Right in the middle of the court, Meng Meng and Detective find themselves completely cornered. Meng Meng pats Detective on the shoulder. Well, Detective, we're totally screwed this time. Detective, with tears streaming down his face, replies, Bro, I ain't blind. Meng Meng accepts his fate and raises a finger. All right, but seriously, not the face. The sect leader, furious at how chill he's being, grits his teeth. You think this is a joke, you punk? Beat them to a pulp! The second he says that, the mob rushes them. Suddenly, a massive spiked mace flies out of nowhere, blasting two of the disciples away. The two guys get sent flying, pancaking hard against a stone wall. The sect leader's jaw drops as he looks up, the impact of the spiked weapon completely shattering the wall. Tintin pops out of nowhere, looking smug. Hey fatty, if you need backup, you gotta ask. She rests the spiked mace on her shoulder, smirking. You guys again? You really have a death wish coming back to Yunhai? Meng Meng! Another figure drops down from the sky right behind them. I heard you guys were looking for me? The sect disciples freak out, backing away as they start to stutter. WW Wu Fu, how did you? Before they can even finish, Tin Tin steps up. Ugh, stop stuttering. It's annoying as hell. Instantly, a massive explosion rocks the court, and thick white smoke fills the air. Meanwhile, at bus stop 20, the security guard is getting super cranky. Madblade is totally confused and asks him, and what if I do hide it? The guard points a finger and challenges him. If you can actually hide a massive-ass weapon like that, I'll let you on the bus for free. The sword on Madblade's back starts to glow. He tilts his head back, opens his mouth wide, and literally sucks the giant blade right into his body. The guard's eyes literally pop out of his head. He's so shocked his jaw hits the floor, completely speechless. Madblade casually struts past him and boards the bus. I just wanted to see if you guys had anything cool going on, but turns out you're all just boring-ass normies. The guard looks up at the bus route sign from S to Yuan Tong, muttering in confusion. Wait, wasn't he trying to go to Yunhai? Back on the court, the leader of the leftover sex scrubs is on his butt, completely terrified. If we knew you were here, bro, we wouldn't have dared to show up, he stammers out. Wu Fu crosses his arms and barks, Beat it! The pathetic disciple bows his head. Thanks for not wiping us out. Once those losers scramble, Meng Meng chimed in, Yo, bro Fu, let's head back to campus. Luo Shi, who had appeared out of nowhere, walks up and calls out, Wu Fu. Wu Fu looks back at her, confused. Luo Shi nervously twiddles her fingers and asks, Are you leaving? Wu Fu stares up at the sky, his voice flat. If I stay in Yunhai, this place is never going to be safe. Luo Shi bites her lip, keeping quiet for a second. God knows what she's thinking about, but her whole face is low-key turning bright red. Then this hand reaches out and tugs his sleeve. He's confused, glancing at whoever's grabbing him out of nowhere. Luo Shi keeps her head down and spills her guts. The dual cultivation sword art has been a total roadblock in my heart from day one. If I can't break through, I'm dead-ass gonna be stuck forever. Next thing you know, the two of them head to the mountain behind the school. Inside a cave, white clothes are ripped off and tossed all over the ground. Luo Shi covers her chest with one hand, her back turned to him, whispering, So, I want to. Wu Fu just crosses his arms and plays it cool, rejecting her like, Look, I helped the Luo family, but you don't gotta pay me back like this. Luo Shi squeezes her eyes shut and shakes her head hard, totally disagreeing. She reaches her hand out to Wu Fu, crying out, But the guy in that dream was literally you. Then boom, a huge white flash of light shoots straight from the back mountain up into the sky. Outside, Meng Meng sees that light and hugs a tree, crying like a baby. No way. My goddess. She's officially gone. Ching Ching stands in front, gritting her teeth in total rage. That girl is so sneaky. I can't believe she beat me to the punch. Meanwhile, back in the cave, the whole place is covered in a thick, mysterious white mist. Cut to another scene. A pair of feet stops right in front of the gates of Fenhai University. Kwang Dao has his massive blade casually resting on his shoulder and swears, Damn, this whole school smells straight up rotten. Suddenly, two pairs of feet start sprinting down the road at lightning speed. Wu Bai, on high alert, looks at Kwang Dao standing at the gate and stammers, Hey, old-timer. Fenhai University isn't open to outsiders right now. Zhou Tan, standing right next to him, chimes in, And what's with the giant weapon? What are you even trying to do? Kwang Dao just rubs his chin, completely unbothered. Hearing the guy's excuse, Zhou Tan demands, You want to see Bro Fu? Well, you gotta get past us first. Hearing those tough words, Kwang Dao just chuckles, looking amused but not saying a single word. Out of nowhere, he swings his arm and unleashes a massive slash right in front of him. Luckily, Wu Bai dodges to the right just in time. This guy's raw power is insane. Zhou Tan sidesteps to the left, putting two and two together. Wait, are you that enemy Wu Fu was warning us about? Kwang Dao's eyes get all weird, basically admitting it. Oh, so you figured it out? The second he says that, someone dives straight from the sky, landing right in front of him. Wu Fu slams his hand on the ground and scoffs. No way. Kwang Dao, one of the 12 god lords, actually showing up in a tiny dump like this? Amused, Kwang Dao lifts his blade. Kid, you actually know who I am? Zhou Tan's entire body starts shaking like a leaf. His face goes pale as he weakly calls out, bro Fu. Is this really the power of a venerate? Wu Fu narrows his eyes, explaining, he's nowhere near his actual peak power right now, only because he's on Earth. Shivering in fear behind him, Zhou Tan worries, bro Fu, then why the heck aren't we running? Wu Fu, standing tall in front, just frowns and stays dead silent. Then, he waves his hand, summoning the astral sword, and replies, Run where? Those 12 god lords are on my hit list, and I'm gonna take them out one by one. Between us, Wu Fu's eyes flare with pure bloodlust as he roars. Only one of us leaves here alive. Kwang Dao's whole body swells into a massive, towering form as he glares down at him. Kid, you think you can take me out with that weak garbage? He sneers, completely looking down on him. But suddenly, a massive bang explodes right behind Kwang Dao, making his eyes pop in shock. Wu Fu uses lightning speed to launch himself high up into the air. He hovers right over Kwang Dao, but the guy just stands there, totally chilling. I'm about to show you what real power looks like. Wu Fu channels all his energy into a heavy strike, but Kwang Dao literally catches the blade barehanded, gripping it tight. Luo Shi screams a warning from the side. No way, he's too strong, watch out! Kwang Dao stands tall, totally flexing. If my power wasn't nerfed right now, I'd literally wipe this entire earth with a wave of my hand. If I get serious, you won't stand a single chance. Wu Fu fires back. Shut the hell up already. Kwang Dao squeezes even harder, wearing a mocking smirk. With your trash power, you're totally wasting the sword's potential. He gives a massive yank, throwing Wu Fu back with crazy force. Kwang Dao holds up the astral sword, flexing, I'm taking this sword as a nice little souvenir. Wu Fu clutches his chest and coughs. That sword, you ain't walking away with it. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Tan's mind is blown. Damn, he literally snatched the sword with his bare hands. Wu Fu holds up 2 fingers and snaps. The astral sword belongs to me, and me only. He summons another astral sword. This right here is the divine weapon I forged myself. The sharp blade is slammed straight into the ground with insane power. Boom! The ground around Kwang Dao's feet starts cracking and breaking apart. His brows furrow tight, looking dead serious as he stares ahead. Kwang Dao's eyes flash with a creepy red light as he asks, all hyped up. So if I kill you, this sword becomes mine, right? He swings his giant blade, unleashing a barrage of slashes. Then it's game over for you. The massive shockwaves fly straight at Wu Fu, shaking the whole world. He backs up, crouching low to brace himself on the ground. Wu Fu's face darkens, but he just sneers and lets out a wild roar. As the giant blade comes crashing down, Wu Fu moves like lightning, launching a counterattack. Kwang Dao laughs like a total maniac, mocking him. You really think you can go toe-to-toe with me with that weak power? Boom. A massive explosion rocks the school buildings behind them. The whole area is covered in thick, white dust, with a shadowy figure standing tall inside. As the smoke starts to clear, Kwang Dao's silhouette shows up. But damn, his clothes are completely shredded. Meanwhile, Wu Fu had already flown up into the sky. Looking down, he mocks. Your cultivation and power are heavily nerfed here. It's too early to say who's cooked. Kwang Dao looks up, smirking with pure confidence. Bro, even nerfed, I'm still a venerate. You're just a peak Dao integration kid, and you think you can take me? Wu Fu swings his sword again, chanting under his breath. Hell yeah, 7 raging waves sword. Kwang Dao grits his teeth in disbelief. How the hell do you know the sword fanatic's art? Who are you? Wu Fu points his astral sword straight to the sky. A massive vortex appears. 7 raging waves sword. Right from the center of the storm, Wu Fu charges straight at Kwang Dao, wave style. Struggling to block Wu Fu's attack, Kwang Dao asks, super curious, you even know the ultimate move of the 7 raging waves? No wonder you talk so much trash. Do I know you? Wu Fu smirked, totally trolling him. I'm your daddy. Kwang Dao goes absolutely mental. You little brat, I'm going all out now. He clenches his fists, ready to throw down. Just then, Luo Shi rushes to Wu Fu's side. Let's try the combo skill from the dual cultivation sword art. Wu Fu nods. Let's do it. Kwang Dao stomps the ground so hard it cracks open. He laughs mockingly, pulling his blade back into a stance. This is pure comedy. The gap between our cultivation levels is literally massive. Kwang Dao's eyes pop as he roars. Too cocky. On the other side, Luo Shi and Wu Fu stand side by side, getting ready. Then, they strike together, unleashing two crossing slashes. Kuang Dao throws a massive punch into the air, summoning a beast-like energy. Trying to flex your lovey-dovey crap in front of me? Go straight to hell. Two insane powers collide, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the whole space. Luo Shi stands there utterly shocked. Is this the real power of a Venerate? Out of nowhere, a massive hand comes flying straight at her. Wu Fu peeped that creepy hand out of the corner of his eye. Quick as a flash, dude yanked Luo Shi close to dodge the hit. He dragged her along as they leaped way back, landing clean on the ground. Glaring straight ahead, he warned her. Just stand back and watch, all right? I got this venerable bozo. Luo Shi's face flushed a little as she muttered, Got it. I'm watching. Crazy Blade threw his giant saber over his shoulder, resting a hand on his hip. Before I got here, some fortune teller claimed you'd wreck the world's balance. Didn't buy it at first, but damn, I'm a believer now. The wind whipped hard against Wu Fu's face as he pumped power into his spirit sword. Maybe you should have taken his advice. Don't go getting too cocky, punk. Crazy Blade watched his moves and scoffed. Oh, so you're beefing up to fight me, huh? In that case, you might as well just lay down and die. Let's be real, with a trash body like yours, you're only gonna live for 20-something years anyway. Wu Fu's whole body flared with insane power. He smirked mockingly. Only 20 years? Dude, my lifespan goes up to 1,000 years. Crazy Blade raised his weapon, curling his lip. Your sword energy is basic as hell. Gripping his saber with both hands, he swung it hard. The slash immediately swelled into a giant, monstrous blade of energy. Crazy Blade let out a wicked laugh. Power up all you want. You're still just an insect on this low-rent planet. You're nothing but a speck of dust to me. He brought his blade slamming straight down on the ground. The shockwave from that slash was absolutely brutal. Standing off to the side, Luo Shi got hit by the fierce wind, squeezing her eyes shut and crying out, "Oh crap!" When she opened them back up, she looked totally shocked. Staring at the crater, he acted all disappointed, sighing, "Man, I only wanted to put you down, but now there's not even a corpse left." Suddenly, a voice behind him made him jump out of his skin. "The real opponent I've been waiting for hasn't shown up yet, and it's sure as hell not you." Dude couldn't believe his ears, spinning around in pure shock. No freaking way. Wu Fu had already crept up from behind, driving his sword straight through the guy's chest. He told Crazy Blade exactly how he was going to end up. "Your physical body is staying here forever. I might not have the juice to wipe out your soul right now." Creepy cracks started spreading all over Crazy Blade, cracking and popping. He tilted his head back, finishing the sentence. "But it's going to happen real soon." Even with a sword right through his heart, Crazy Blade smirked and spat out, "Wu Fu, the second you leave this planet, I'm going to tear you to shreds." Out of nowhere, a massive dimensional rift ripped open right in front of them. A giant, creepy hand with razor-sharp claws reached right out of the darkness. Wu Fu saw that creepy hand zooming straight for him. He quickly leapt back to dodge, and the hand snatched Crazy Blade instead. Before getting dragged away, the guy glared at Wu Fu with a nasty laugh. "I'll be waiting for you on the outside, punk." Wu Fu ran completely out of juice, his knees giving out, but thankfully, Shang Yao showed up out of nowhere and caught him. He looked down at the kid, totally confused. "You could have easily bailed, kid. Why'd you go head-to-head with him?" Wu Fu scoffed. "Dude was already my loser. Why would I run from him?" Meanwhile, out there in the other world near the rift, some guy in a black robe was waiting. Huang Jin put a hand on his chest and complained, "I told you not to get cocky, but you didn't listen. Now I had to pay a hefty price just to save your sorry ass." Crazy Blade snapped back. "Well, you didn't tell me he was some freak who's been alive for over 1,000 years either." Hearing that, Huang Jin's face dropped a bit. He glanced back, asking, "Over 1,000 years?" Crazy Blade grunted. "That's what the dude said." Huang Jin frowned, muttering to himself, "The spirit sword. Is that how it went down?" Meanwhile, back at the hospital, someone sighed. "Man, with injuries this bad, who knows when he's going to recover?" Ting Ting desperately begged her dad. "Dad, we got to get payback for Wu Fu and trash those bastards." Yin Xian sighed. "Look, sweetie, it's not that I don't want to avenge him, we just don't have the muscle to pull it off." Shang Yao backed him up. The kid paid a crazy high price just to trash that guy's physical body and take him down. Tears welled up in Ting Ting's eyes as she asked, "But if those creeps come back, are we just going to be totally helpless?" Shang Yao turned away, putting a hand behind his back. "Look, some things are out of our hands, but if they do come back, I'll lay down my life to keep him safe." Then he glanced back at her. For now, I'm leaving Wu Fu in your care. The hospital door clicked shut with a soft thud. Now, Ting Ting was all alone in the room, her cheeks turning a little pink. She stood quietly next to the bed, watching Wu Fu as he lay there with his eyes closed tight. He was still totally out cold. Blushing like crazy, she started talking to herself. All right, let's get this medicine on you. God, I hope nobody walks in and gets the wrong idea. On the other side of the bed, Erha picked up on Wu Fu stirring and popped his head up, barking twice. Instantly, Wu Fu snapped his eyes open, giving Ting Ting a total heart attack. He glanced over at her, raising an eyebrow. What are you up to? Caught totally red-handed, Ting Ting panicked, waving her hands around. Oh, you're awake. I didn't see anything, I swear. Wu Fu stared at her and slowly sat up. This medicine is actually pretty good for my scratches, but I can handle the internal damage myself. Clasping his hands to cultivate, he muttered, I gotta power up. Fast. Suddenly, a hand came down and slapped Wu Fu on the shoulder. Feeling worried, Ting Ting nagged, Hey, how about you actually rest and heal up first? Wu Fu just kept right on cultivating, reassuring her, Relax. A tiny scratch like this is literally nothing to me. Ting Ting's cheeks flushed red as she slowly pulled her hand back, shutting her mouth. Meanwhile, Luo Shentian looked up at the girl flying through the giant ancient trees and muttered, Looks like her Asura sword art is fully mastered. Luo Shi leaped down smoothly, landing perfectly on the ground. She walked over and broke down the situation. Wu Fu is pretty banged up. Luo Shentian, you're coming with me to help him out this time. Luo Shentian gasped at the news. If even Dude couldn't handle that guy, isn't that opponent way too insane? Somewhere else, a pair of legs wrapped in glowing black leather stood still. In the pitch-black void, two assassins from TianYTN stood frozen, waiting for orders. Huang Jin grinned wickedly. Wu Fu, your lucky streak ends right here. Meanwhile, outside the Shu mansion, two guards in shades blocked the path. By order of the family head, unauthorized personnel stay out. Meng Meng pointed to the crew behind him and introduced them. I'm Wang Meng Meng, and these guys are all with the student council. We came here to back up Big Bro Fu. One of the guards scratched his head awkwardly. Fatty bro, don't make it hard on me. If it was just you, I'd let you slide, but them, suddenly, a loud voice called out from inside, let everyone in. The guards immediately stepped aside, gesturing them through. After you, guys. They walked into a long, fancy hallway with round lights glowing on the ceiling. Meng Meng tagged along in the back, whispering, Hey sis, is Big Bro Fu in there? Ting Ting nodded, explaining, Yeah, he's currently beefing up. Meng Meng looked totally lost, completely clueless as he asked, Wait, didn't Big Bro Fu just break through his cultivation level like yesterday? I know the dude's a freak of nature, but shouldn't he be resting since he's half dead? Why is he trying to power up again? The second he finished his sentence, the door in front of them burst with a bright golden light. A wave of raw energy blasted past the cutum, making Meng Meng cover his head and yell, Damn, Big Bro, Fu is getting crazy strong. Shang Yao's eyes went wide. It hasn't even been an hour and the kid already bumped his cultivation to the integration stage. Right at that moment, a massive bolt of white lightning ripped through the sky outside. Shang Yao looked up outside, totally stressed. Crap, that's heavenly lightning. We're screwed. God knows how long passed. But finally, those crazy lightning bolts in the sky completely cleared out. The locked door clicked and slowly creaked open. Ting Ting's eyes literally popped when she saw who walked out, gasping his name, Wu Fu. Wu Fu took a few steps toward them, complaining like a total drama queen. If my cultivation wasn't nerfed, I would have hit the final stage already. Shang Yao looked at his granddaughter and sighed. You two are just not on the same level. I wanted to play matchmaker at first, but now the gap between you two is just way too huge. Hearing her grandpa trash her like that, Ting Ting got so pissed she was practically blowing steam from her ears. She scoffed, totally salty. Hell no. I'm way out of his league. If anything, I'm the one downgrading. Meanwhile, a squad led by Luo Shi was hauling ass forward. Flying at top speed, she was thinking, I gotta get to him, like, right now. Back to these guys, Shang Yao clasped his hands, dead serious. Look, venerable stage big shots on Earth are a dime a dozen, but you actually have a shot at becoming the youngest venerable ever. Wu Fu stared down at his hands. Becoming a venerable is just a setup to face your first heavenly tribulation anyway. Too bad the tribulation power around here is absolute trash. Shang Yao's eyes went wide as saucers, totally losing his mind. Wait, did you just flex and throw away your chance to become a venerable? Wu Fu summoned his flashy golden spirit sword, asking him right back. Up in the sky, a thin line started floating, glowing with this creepy purple light. Suddenly, a crack ripped open in the sky, making the guards lose their minds. What the hell is that? Go tell the boss, quick, we got company. Out of nowhere, a pair of hands reached out from the crack and literally ripped the tier wide open. As the rift opened up, some creepy face showed up, and this jack dude busted out of the void, hovering in the sky like he owned the place. The second this geezer showed up, Wu Fu, Meng Meng, and Ting Ting were shook. A guard ran up to Shang Yao, totally panicking. Boss, some punk is outside starting beef. He didn't even hesitate. Let's go see what's up. Once they stepped outside, someone shrieked. Oh crap, these guys actually dragged Taoist Bei Xuan out here too. Hearing this, Meng Meng lost it. Wait, the actual Taoist Bei Xuan? Shang Yao corrected him fast. It's Bei Xuan from Mount Tianya. Hearing that, Meng Meng instantly stopped panicking. Oh, just Bei Xuan? Then we're totally fine. Seeing how clueless he was, Shang Yao snapped at him. Fine? Are you stupid? The guy is literally Earth's peak combat power, a venerable stage monster. The second he said that, Wu Fu just smirked, looking at the dude in the sky. At this point, Meng Meng got a bit nervous and muttered, Bro Fu, these guys are absolute snakes. They obviously knew off-world powerhouses would get nerfed on Earth, so they dragged Earth's own top dog to do their dirty work. But unlike his panicking buddy, Wu Fu was chill as hell. The heavenly mystery assassins really want me dead, huh? Suddenly, Ting Ting pointed and shrieked, Hold up, there's two more. Just like she said, two more shady figures stepped out of the rift right behind Bei Xuan. Wu Fu recognized them instantly. Wait, are those the assassins who can literally take out Tribulation Transcendence Masters? Hearing that, Ting Ting panicked and shoved him. Then what are you waiting for? Run, you idiot! She was super worried about him and argued, even if their powers are nerfed, there's still three of them, dummy. But Wu Fu didn't care. He pulled Ting Ting behind him. Relax, those Beyond Heaven assassins are way weaker than they look. The only annoying part is their dirty tricks. Just stand back. Seeing him play hero, she instantly blushed like a schoolgirl. So he really does care about me the most. But Wu Fu's next words shattered her fantasy instantly. Seriously, just don't go getting yourself taken hostage again. Hearing that, she totally flipped and shrieked in his ear. And here I thought you were being sweet. You just think I'm dead weight, don't you? Just to be safe, Wu Fu called out to Meng Meng, Yo, fatty, keep an eye on Shu Ting Ting for me. These guys are shady as hell. They'll definitely use some cheap trick to blackmail me. Meng Meng gave a goofy salute and replied, Got you, bro. And then, the biggest threat, Bei Xuan, finally spoke up. I haven't stepped out of retirement in forever. Is this how kids act nowadays? Are you trying to swarm me? Bro, it's the 21st century. Hearing this, Meng Meng shot back without an ounce of fear. Still beats being a cheap snake like you. Seeing some kid disrespect him, Bei Xuan fired a sharp blast at him. You've got some nerve talking to me like that, kid. Just when that sharp projectile was about to impale Meng Meng, a hand reached out and caught it out of thin air. Seeing this, Bei Xuan was slightly shocked. This fat kid didn't even blink. Is that why he's so cocky? Wu Fu crushed the arrow in his hand and said, Did you forget who the main star of the show is today? He confidently flexed, You're not qualified to kill anyone in front of me, old man. Bei Xuan wasn't rattled at all, proudly boasting, Kid, there's three of us, and our cultivation levels completely outclass yours. A little brat who just hit the Dao integration stage dares to talk so big? Wu Fu replied with a smug grin. Which eye of yours saw me standing here alone, huh? The second those words left his mouth, a weird aura suddenly gathered in the sky. And when that aura cleared, Luo Shi stepped out. Right behind her, her grandma, Shang Yao, and a whole squad of elders stepped up too. Not just them, Meng Meng and the others stepped up too. Don't forget about us. Seeing this, Bei Xuan sneered. A bunch of old crippled geezers looking to get killed? Kid, do you seriously think this pathetic clown show can actually match us? No more trash talk. Wu Fu immediately drew his sword, ready for action. Since you dared to pull up, I'm making sure you never leave. Channeling his power, he summoned this massive bear paw construct, confidently declaring, To take you guys out, I'm more than enough on my own. With that, Wu Fu charged at Bei Xuan, swinging his sword like a bear swiping its claws. Bei Xuan easily dodged the blow, scoffing, A Dao integration stage strike? Pathetic. Is that all you got? Wu Fu, backed by his bear construct, pressed the attack. I'm just getting started, old man. Suddenly, Bei Xuan froze up out of nowhere. Right after, a massive boom went off, as if something heavy had slammed right into him. Bei Xuan, clutching a fresh wound on his arm, struggled to pull himself together and yelled, There's no way, this is just Dao integration stage power. Wu Fu instantly clapped back. Who told you that? I'm just a basic Dao integration cultivator, nothing special. Right as he said that, something suddenly lunged at him. Wu Fu leaned backward, slickly dodging the sneak attack. Seeing this, Luo Shi's grandma yelled, We're backing you up. Shang Yao noticed something fishy and warned, Shoot, they're setting up a formation. Wu Fu realized it too. One of the assassins was casting a magic circle on the ground. The formation raised a massive wall, trapping Wu Fu inside. It completely cut him off from the outside, rising higher and higher. The barrier shot straight into the sky, turning into a massive pillar of light. Seeing this, Meng Meng sweated bullets and muttered, We're locked out. But refusing to believe it, he reached his hand out toward the barrier like he was possessed. Fu, bro Fu. Someone shrieked seeing what he was doing, but it was too late. The second Meng Meng touched the barrier, he got blasted away. Yo, fatty! Ting Ting refused to give up, asking her dad, Dad, is there any way to bust through this? I want to help, he sighed helplessly. We can't get in. Besides, even if we did, we'd just be dragging them down. Meanwhile, inside the array, Luo Shi's grandma is sizing up the barrier, like, Yo, the killing energy in this array is crazy strong. Countless souls got wrecked here. We gotta watch our backs, for real. And just because he got distracted replying to her for a split second, a voice suddenly screams out a warning, Watch out! Shang Yao straight up panics, his face going pale as he realizes he's about to get blindsided. The old man quickly whips his shawl like a jet-powered shield to smack those weird things back. Luo Shi's grandma realizes what's up and freaks out. Crap, it's a decoy illusion. Right as she says that, an assassin spawns right behind Shang Yao. But out of nowhere, a flashy golden streak of light zips by. Wu Fu pulls up just in time and feeds the assassin a nasty punch straight to the gut. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Bei Xuan pulls out a treasure gourd, bragging, The power of this array is spiking. It's more than enough for me to wipe you all out in one single shot. Next thing you know, he starts flexing his spiritual power, summoning this purple mist out of the gourd. Y'all ain't running away. With that, he points the gourd straight at them to suck them in. The sketchy smoke swirls and surges forward, trapping Wu Fu and Shang Yao inside. Once they're totally boxed in, Bei Xuan pulls back his gourd hand and clenches his other hand into a tight fist. Just like his gesture, Wu Fu and Shang Yao are officially locked up inside a giant sphere. Once the job is done, Bei Xuan turns to walk away, saying, My mission is done here, the rest is on you guys. Barely after he finishes speaking, the sphere starts shaking like crazy. Next thing you know, it completely shatters, blasting a pillar of raw energy straight into the sky. Bei Xuan is shook, staring in disbelief. No way! How is this possible? And then, straight from the epicenter of the barrier's power, some weird, creepy light beams start bursting out. Those light beams act like wild flames, scorching everything in their path. Wu Fu walks out of the barrier looking cool as ice, mocking them. You really thought that weak garbage could hold me? But obviously, the two assassins aren't about to let him slide. They jump him immediately, yelling, We wanted to let that old man do our dirty work, but looks like we gotta handle you ourselves. Wu Fu just stands there, not even flinching, waiting for their attack. But the moment they slash his body at the same time, his image suddenly blurs out. Seeing that, the two assassins gasp in unison. It's an afterimage. Bei Xuan is also losing his mind, yelling, Where the hell did he go? Before the old man can even blink, Wu Fu pops up right behind him, like, Sup, old man. Looking for me? Just as Bei Xuan raises his hand to throw a punch, something fast and silent slices right through his arm. The dude collapses in panic, clutching his freshly severed arm as Wu Fu drops a cold threat. You're already dead. That single strike from Wu Fu completely deleted Bei Xuan's arm. Seeing this, the two assassins instantly go on high alert, thinking, Damn, that sword energy is insane. Right after they say that, two familiar faces pull up to block them. It's Shang Yao and Luo Shi's grandma. The two assassins just laugh in their faces, talking mad trash. You think you can stop us? You ain't got the stats for this. Meanwhile, Bei Xuan is absolutely fuming over what Wu Fu just did, screaming, You actually dared to chop off my arm. His blindfold slips off, showing some creepy eyes oozing pure, murderous intent. I'm taking your head for this. Suddenly, some nasty dark aura starts leaking out of Bei Xuan's body as his power level skyrockets. Watching the show, Wu Fu just mumbles. Guess losing an arm didn't change a single thing. Still a clown. But Wu Fu doesn't even flinch, staring straight at the threat. That nasty liquid rises up like a tidal wave, trying to swallow him whole. Without wasting a second, Wu Fu swings his sword, letting loose a massive slash straight at it. But that freaky stuff easily dodges his strike. In a split second, it acts like a monster with its mouth wide open, lunging straight at him. And just like that, Wu Fu gets completely swallowed by the ooze. Shang Yao panics and screams, "Wu Fu!" But the assassin he's squaring off with snaps him back to reality. "Focus on me, old man." Before he can react, the assassin cheap shots him, sending Shang Yao flying back. The old man gets blasted back a good distance before finally catching his footing. As soon as he gets up, Shang Yao clutches his chest, coughing. "We're cooked." Luo Shi's grandma rushes over, asking, "Are you okay?" Meanwhile, Bei Xuan has Wu Fu locked down in his trap, bragging like a villain. In front of pure, absolute power, your little tricks are completely useless. Too bad for him. He has no clue that inside that trap, Wu Fu is already weaving hand signs to unleash his true power. Suddenly, a sound that Shang Yao knows all too well starts ringing through the air. Tens of thousands of swords spawn out of thin air, completely surrounding those two assassins. Seeing this epic move, Tin Tin is straight up dumbfounded. Damn, that's insane. While Meng Meng panics, crying, "We are so cooked." Right after, a whole barrage of swords spawns outside the barrier, relentlessly chipping away at it. Luo Shi looks at the chaos, totally worried, thinking, no way he's going down that easily, right? Those swords spin around the barrier faster and faster, forming a crazy tornado of metal clashing. Finally, that super strong pillar completely shatters. No way, the killing array. It got busted wide open. Once the dust starts to settle, a few figures show up through the fog. Meng Meng tries to spot his boy, shouting, "Bro Fu!" And sure enough, Wu Fu steps out of the smoke not too far away. That massive move took a serious toll on his stamina. Meanwhile, inside some sketchy cave far away, some shady figure is spectating Wu Fu through a portal. The mysterious dude's hands subconsciously clench into fists. The guy is oozing bad vibes. Back with Wu Fu's crew, Tin Tin is feeling kind of useless, whining. Every single time this happens, I can't even do anything to back him up. Luo Shi tries to comfort her, saying, "He has never let us down, has he?" Tin Tin nods like, "Yeah, true." Hearing that, Meng Meng hypes him up, screaming, "Bro Fu, pull out that 10-meter giant sword and wreck these fools." Meanwhile, the two assassins are already plotting, dreaming big. That blind geezer wasn't capping at all. That weapon is straight up broken. While everyone else is chilling, there's only one guy struggling, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Bei Xuan stumblewalks, clutching his bloody stub and cursing, "Damn it!" He grits his teeth in pure rage. "You little trash, I'm gonna end you." Bei Xuan starts charging up his energy, yelling, "I'm unleashing 10 years worth of saved up energy to blast you into actual dust." Wu Fu just looks at him, totally unfazed. "Without that array, you're free X to me now, old man." But Bei Xuan doesn't care, launching his charged blast straight at him, screaming, "Go to hell." Luo Shi panics, shouting, "Wu Fu, look out!" But while she's stressing, Wu Fu casually hops up, dodging the blast like it's nothing right as it gets close. At first, he doesn't realize anything's sus, mocking. Lots of power, but it's pretty useless if you can't even land a hit. But suddenly, Bei Xuan jerks his hand back like he's pulling strings, grinning. "You thought it was over, kid?" Suddenly, the energy beam acts like a lasso, snapping back and curving midair. The tip of the blast redirects, tracking straight toward Wu Fu. Watching it lock onto his target, Bei Xuan laughs like a maniac. "So what if I don't have the killing array?" "Catch this L." Wu Fu just smirks, whispering, "Spirit sword art, reverse." The two assassins sense something's wrong and yell, "Crap, abort." Right after, the blast gets sucked right in and merges into Wu Fu's sword. Bei Xuan sees this and his jaw straight up drops in shock. The stolen energy flows straight along the patterns of the blade, heading right for the core that glows with spiritual energy. Once it sucks up every drop of that magic, the sword glows so bright it looks like a mini sun. The assassin yells, completely shocked. "That cheat sword can actually absorb other people's attacks?" Watching the show, Meng Meng is hyped, shouting, "Bro Fu, that is absolute fire." Bei Xuan is in total denial, screaming, "No way, that's 10 whole years of my saved up energy. Are you telling me my side character plot armor only lasts a few chapters?" Right after the old geezer shut his mouth, Wu Fu got into stance, gripped his sword, and smirked, "Your precious spiritual energy? Yeah, I'm returning that trash right now." Then, with his ultimate one-blade slash, He unleashed a devastating blow to end this clown once and for all. Bo Swan stomped his foot hard, locking into a defensive stance. He channeled his spiritual energy, popping a massive shield in front of him, shouting, "Watch me block this garbage. I know your energy inside and out, kid." But out of nowhere, a sharp pain shot straight through his heart, making him freeze up. Wu Fu's strike deadass shattered Bo Xuan's shield like glass. The shockwave was so insane, it literally sliced a mountain in the distance right in half. With his shield wrecked, blood started dripping onto the dirt. The old man stumbled back, gasping for air. He was completely cooked, a massive gash ripped across his chest, and his arm was straight up gone. Damn it, I let my guard down. And with that, Bo Xuan collapsed, taking his very last breath. Wu Fu slammed his sword into the ground, panting heavily, totally exhausted. That single strike had low-key drained every ounce of his energy. Seeing this, the two outworld demons whispered to each other, "Holy crap, that's insane. The power of that sword has easily multiplied by 10 times. But look, he's totally out of gas. This is our golden chance to snatch that divine weapon." But right then, Kang Yao stepped in, shielding Wu Fu. "I don't know what beef you clowns have with Wu Fu, but you're standing on Shu family turf right now. If you want to get to him, you're gonna have to go through me." One of the outworld demons walked up and asked coldly, "Bruh, is your brain lagging or what?" With a casual flick of his wrist, he easily swatted the old man aside. "Know your place, trash. Get lost." Seeing this, Ting Ting panicked and screamed out, "Grandpa!" The outworld demon burst out laughing, reaching his hand out toward Wu Fu. "Honestly, kid, I'll give you credit for trying. But now, it's time to say bye-bye." Wu Fu smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, thanks for the compliment, bro. But don't you think it's a bit too early to say goodbye?" Without waiting another second, Wu Fu dashed backward, leaping a few paces to put some distance between himself and those outworld assassins. This sudden move had Meng Meng, Luo Shi, and Ting Ting jaw-dropping in pure shock. Meng Meng muttered, "Yo, is it just me, or is Brother Fu's running speed slower than mine?" Luo Shi squinted in that direction, realizing Wu Fu was heading straight for the mountain behind the school. The two outworld demons immediately bolted after him. Ting Ting wanted to rush in, but Luo Shi held her back. "Wait, hold up," she quickly explained. "He's running that way on purpose. He's trying to draw them away to protect us." Ting Ting's face was filled with worry. Kang Yao stepped forward and agreed. "She's right. Wu Fu planned this out. We can't let his efforts go to waste." Ting Ting looked at her grandpa. "But grandpa," the old man sighed, "we can't do anything to help him right now, girls. Going there will only make you dead weight." Luo Shi turned around. "Since we all know what Wu Fu's trying to do, we stay put." Ting Ting looked down, letting out a frustrated sigh. She clenched her fists, her mind racing. She Heike wanted to get stronger. Gritting her teeth, she swore she'd never feel this helpless again. Meanwhile, Wu Fu wasn't running at full speed, just keeping a steady pace to tease the two outworld demons behind him. They were hot on his heels, laughing and mocking. "Hey kid, what happened to all that big talk from earlier, huh?" Running ahead, Wu Fu let out a sneaky grin. "The real game is just getting started, boys." Back with Meng Meng, the guy was sweating bullets, feeling super uneasy. "Man, this ain't looking good at all." Meng Meng snapped, "If you guys want to bounce, go ahead, but I'm going after Brother Fu." Luo Shi gasped, having no clue what he was planning. But Fat Meng kept his eyes glued to the path Wu Fu took. "Look, if Brother Fu goes down, we're all cooked anyway." Meng Meng's voice cracked. "Besides, Brother Fu only lured those outworld monsters away because he didn't want us getting caught in the crossfire." Just as he said that, the ground violently shook, and a deafening, mountain-splitting explosion echoed in their ears. Luo Shi flinched. "What in the world is that shockwave?" Meng Meng, pale as a ghost, pointed to the horizon. "Yo, look over there." A massive mushroom cloud was rising into the sky. Everyone's hearts dropped when they realized that was exactly where Brother Fu had run. Watching this go down from another location, Huang Jin gritted his teeth in pure rage. "Another failure, damn it." Standing behind him, Yunbai burst out laughing. "Why are you getting your panties in a twist, bro?" Huang Jin stepped aside, letting the old man look at the scrying mirror. "See for yourself, old man." Yunbai tilted his head up, his eyes narrowing into slits. The mirror showed a tight, narrow cave. Yunbai scoffed. "That brat is slick, deadass, set up a trap in there." Right then, Wu Fu ran into the cave first, with the assassins hot on his heels. The moment they stepped inside, they started laughing like they'd already won. "It's a dead end, kid. You got nowhere to run. Just accept your fate and die." Wu Fu was already waiting for them. He spun around with a cold smirk. You got it backwards, clowns. The ones who are trapped in here are you. He was standing right in the center of a glowing yin-yang magic circle. The two assassins cracked up. You seriously think this trashy-ass magic— What? Did you just give up on fighting back? Ignoring their trash talk, Wu Fu calmly said, "This yin-yang array can easily wipe out even soul condensation realm experts. It's a gift made just for you guys." The assassins weren't buying it. They lunged at him, yelling, "Stop yapping and just die." Seeing them rush in like total idiots, Wu Fu smirked. He gripped his sword hilt, channeling his glittering spiritual energy straight into the blade. Wu Fu slammed his sword straight into the center of the array, activating the yin-yang array. Instantly, an absolutely terrifying pressure rolled out, making the assassins turn pale. The magic circle beneath them lit up, and the yin-yang symbol began to spin rapidly. Out of the array rose two massive dragons, a black dragon and a white dragon, roaring fiercely. Each dragon locked onto a target, completely trapping the two assassins. They could only scream in absolute despair, "No!" Then, boom! A sky-shaking explosion went off, sending a massive black mushroom cloud into the sky. Yunbai's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "What on earth is that?" Huang Jin, still clueless about how bad things were, asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" The old man muttered, "That's the yin-yang array." Yunbai was completely baffled. How the hell does that kid even know that technique? Only Wu Zuoni could create such a god-tier array. Huang Jin put two and two together. The kid is an Avenger. Mad Blade and Assassin both got wrecked, so you guys might be next on his hit list. Yunbai burst out laughing. Now that's what I call interesting. If this world is too cramped for him, let's just let him ascend. Huang Jin flinched, having no clue why the old man would just let such a dangerous enemy grow freely. Yunbai grinned. Think about it, didn't our guys fail because their powers were capped in this realm? Why not just wait till he ascends to our world, and then we stomp him? That actually made sense. Huang Jin thought about it for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, let's go with your plan then. We wait. When Wu Fu finally opened his eyes, everything was pitch black, and all he could hear was Meng Meng calling out, Brother Fu, and Ha barking like crazy. He slowly cracked his eyes open, barely making out two blurry figures standing in front of him. Meng Meng cheered excitedly. Yo, Brother Fu is awake. Luo Shi sighed in relief. Wu Fu. Ha literally jumped onto his chest, barking like a goofball. As Wu Fu struggled to sit up, Luo Shi asked worriedly, Wu Fu, how are you feeling right now? You've been out cold for a hot minute. Meng Meng grinned widely. Brother Fu, you have no idea how legendary you were. He started rambling. That massive explosion behind the school? You did that, bro. When we got there, the entire mountain was straight up gone. Just a giant-ass crater left. He started wilding out, waving his hands to describe it. And the best part? We found you just lying there, right in the middle of that giant hole. Right in the middle of his story, the door swung open, and Kang Yao walked in. Wu Fu, you're finally awake. The old man sighed in awe. To survive an explosion that insane with just a blackout, you're built different, kid. Kang Yao stroked his beard, checking up on him. How's the body holding up? I've got a bunch of top-tier guards posted outside. Just focus on recovering. Old geezers like us might not be able to win, but we can at least buy you some time if those thugs show up. Wu Fu calmed him down. Don't sweat it, old man. I'm the only one they're after. Once I bounce from here, they won't give a damn about this place anyway. Kang Yao caught on quickly. Wait, what do you mean by not being here? Wu Fu looked dead serious. Simple. Next up, I gotta get ready to ascend. The old man gasped. You're leaving Earth? Wu Fu explained. Yeah. With the trash energy left on Earth, I've hit a wall. If I want to level up, I gotta ascend and leave this place behind. Kang Yao felt a chill. But wait, kid. Once you leave Earth, those outworld monsters won't have their powers capped anymore. They might deadass be waiting for you to do exactly that. Meng Meng nodded. For real, bro Fu. Wu Fu knew they were just looking out for him, so he chilled them out. Y'all don't sweat it, alright? Those losers I already beat once ain't got the right to scare us. He smirked. Besides, the world out there is huge, man. I want to spread my wings and soar. Thuong Yu let out a heavy sigh. Well, if my lil bro is already over it, this old man can finally stop stressing. Luo Shi was still tripping and tried to hold him back. The outside world was straight up wild, sure. It had way more spiritual energy than Earth, but everything else was totally alien. Wu Fu nodded like I hear you, but still said, Yo, you don't need to sweat it so much. Realizing Tintin was nowhere around, he was like, Wait, where's Hua Tintin at? Meng Meng filled him in. After she brought the crew back, She said she wanted to level up her grind, so she headed straight north. The Hua family is out looking for her right now. Hearing that, Wu Fu got to thinking, leveling up? Going north? What the heck is up north that can help her level up anyway? Meanwhile, up north, this white-haired old dude was standing on a cliff. He muttered to himself, "The heavy hitters from the outside world keep popping up. Looks like the storm of 1,000 years is finally rolling in." Kin Tung stood there with his hands behind his back, mumbling, "Once we say goodbye this time, who knows when we'll ever cross paths again." Sensing someone creeping up, the old man didn't even turn around, just asked, "Yo, shouldn't you be busy taking care of Wu Fu right about now?" The chick behind him was Tin Tin. She took a few steps forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master, please take me with you to the outside world." The old man was like, "Why the heck should I?" She kept it real, replying, "Earth is just the starting line for him, so I gotta get way stronger." But out of nowhere, Kin Tung shut her down instantly. No way. Tintin was totally stunned, frozen solid, but then she pulled a fast one with a guilt trip, dropping straight to her knees, grabbing his leg, and begging, "Please let me come. I just want to get strong enough to back him up." The old man was shook, completely speechless at her shameless drama. Kin Tung finally tapped out. With a heavy sigh, the old dude said, "All right, fine, you're coming with me." It was like she was waiting for those exact words because Tin Tin immediately whipped out a massive sack of luggage and said, "Awesome! Let's hit the road." Kin Tung looked at how prepared she was and broke into a cold sweat. He waved his hand to open the portal, making sure to set some ground rules. All right, but just so you know, Wu Fu and I aren't even tight like that. Once you get a power-up, I'm sending you right back." Tin Tin thanked him for real. "Thank you so much, Master." Before stepping through, she muttered to herself, "Just you wait. Just wait till I get back." The sky was bright and blue, not giving a single crap about those two leaving. A guard from the Hua family ran in breathing hard to report to Thuong Yu. "Boss, we saw the young mistress step into a portal with some old geezer." The old man gasped. "An old geezer?" Just from that, Wu Fu already knew exactly who she was with. He chilled Thuong Yu out. "Don't sweat it, old man. Hua Tintin is totally safe right now." The old man gave a trusting smile. "Well, if you say so, then I'm relieved." Once he was fully awake, Wu Fu went straight to the study, staring at a map of Earth in deep thought. There were only 2 spots on Earth where a guy could ascend. Unlike those outside cultivators, they could hook up straight to the teleportation arrays. He drew a couple of marks on the map, one's at Mount Tian and the others at the Black Sea. Thuong Yu frowned, breaking it down. The spirit beasts near the Black Sea are absolute beasts, plus that water is super sketchy and unpredictable. Wu Fu made up his mind. "Then we're heading to Mount Tian." Thuong Yu yelled to stop him. "But that place is a straight-up death trap." Wu Fu gave a mysterious grin. "That's exactly why we gotta go." Somewhere else, 2 guys in black were on their knees reporting, "Boss, everything's set up." The main guy leaned in, staring at a magic mirror tracking Wu Fu, and whispered his orders. "Go tell the sect members." Hoang Kim scowled, totally annoyed. That planet only has 2 ascension spots. If we knew which one he's popping out of, taking him down would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, some guy in a flashy red outfit popped up behind him and spoke. "Who's this big shot that got you ordering a hit?" Hoang Kim spun around, totally shocked. "You're awake?" The dude who just showed up was the 12th god, Nu. He waved. "Yo, old scammer." Cut to the lush green woods behind the Hua family mansion. Thuong Yu begged him, "Wu Fu, please look out for Tin Tin for me." He folded his hands, looking super down. "With my weak-ass power, even if I went to the outer heavens, I'd just be dead weight." Wu Fu nodded to show he had his back. "Don't sweat it, master. I got you." He looked up at the sky. "Besides, this outer heavens is just another starting line anyway." Meanwhile, over at the snow sect on Mount Tian, snow was coming down heavy. A disciple from the snow sect rushed inside to report, "Leader, Labak Huyen got taken out by some 20-year-old kid." A voice came from behind the curtain. So young yet so beast." The disciple kept reporting as a pale hand reached out from behind the curtain. Ooh, now I'm actually getting excited. Just looking at that hand made the disciple blush like a total simp. Right after, the sect leader stepped out, licking her lips. I wonder what he tastes like. Up on Mount Thien, the blizzard was howling, and a few figures were trudging through the crazy weather. Even though Meng Meng was bundled up like a mummy, he still let out a massive sneeze from the cold. Looking at Wu Fu wearing basically nothing, he whined, "Bro Fu, how much longer? Aren't you freezing to death?" Wu Fu just replied, "We're only halfway there." He kept walking forward, explaining, The portal leading out is right at the peak, but we need the snow sect to activate it. Luo Shi walked beside them, wrapped in a cozy cloak, and warned, the snow sect leader, Tuyet Loe, is super shady. They say he's way trickier to deal with than Labak Huyen, definitely no angel. As the three of them were chatting, a figure blocked their path. Yu Wu Fu? Two female disciples folded their hands. Our sect leader sent the two of us here to personally welcome you. Wu Fu smirked. Yeah, right, like we can trust that. The disciple got pissed. Watch your mouth, kid. If our leader didn't want you alive, you'd be a corpse by now. Meng Meng wasn't about to let that slide, so he stood up for his boy. Hey, do you even know who my bro Fu is? Labak Hyan was the strongest dude on earth, and Bro Fu literally clapped him with one hit. The disciple's eyes went ice cold. Up on Mount Thien, what we say goes, period. Meng Meng got totally freaked and hid behind Wu Fu. Bro Fu, protect me. He spoke up. Look, I got no beef with your snow sect. I'm only here for the ancient portal on the peak. But then, his voice dropped and his eyes went cold, though it looks like your sect isn't planning on being very hospitable. Seeing Wu Fu get all terrifying, the two disciples took a cautious step back. Then, they instantly zipped away, vanishing like the wind. Meng Meng asked, all stressed, Bro Fu, you think they went to get backup? He turned and started walking again. Who cares? Let's keep moving. Meanwhile, that female disciple ran back to report, Leader, that guy is way too cocky. I couldn't bring him in. Tuyet Loi didn't even get mad. Instead, she looked pretty amused. Well, everyone's calling him a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. If he didn't have that big ego, I'd actually be disappointed. I'll go meet him myself. Up on the snowy mountain, three figures were struggling through the deep snow. Luo Shi couldn't take it anymore and asked, How much further? Wu Fu didn't answer. He just stopped dead in his tracks. Meng Meng was confused. Bro Fu, what's up? He calmly replied, Just a little issue. Meng Meng squinted to look ahead. What issue? But when he saw what Wu Fu called a little issue, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Through the howling blizzard, dozens of glowing red eyes were staring from the trees, slowly closing in on them. The alpha wolf let out a low growl, barking orders to the pack. Meng Meng was sweating bullets in the freezing cold as he shrieked, Wolves! Out of pure instinct, he clung to his lifeline, Bro Fu. Who knew there'd be a massive pack of wolves on a snowy mountain like this? Meng Meng snapped out of it, realizing, oh yeah, duh. But by then, the wolves were already lunging, baring their razor-sharp fangs. But Wu Fu's crew ain't no pushovers. They start throwing hands, punching the crap out of any wolf that lunges at him. Bam! Boom! Just like that, the first few wolves get sent flying. See, wolves run in packs, we talking hundreds of them. You knock one down, another jumps right in, trying to surround the crew. Meng Meng realizes this fight is never ending. She's like, Bro Fu, these snow wolves just keep spawning. What's the move? Wu Fu just gives a chill smirk and says, to take down the squad, you gotta bag the boss first. This is just a little welcome gift from the Snow Mountain. Didn't take him long to spot the big boss. So, you're the alpha, huh? The leader wolf snarls, showing its teeth all defensive-like. No time for small talk. Wu Fu unsheathes his sword and charges straight at it. But yo, this alpha ain't no joke. Its fur stands straight up like needles, so he can't just fight it bare-handed. A spirit beast with armor-like fur living out here is seriously built different. And get this, its fur ain't just hard, it can shoot out like porcupine quills. In a split second, a barrage of sharp-ass needles flies straight at Wu Fu. He twirls his sword, blocking every single quill. His sword swooshes through the air, basically begging the alpha to step up. Feeling the disrespect, the beast's eyes glow as it growls. Then, it opens its jaws and blasts a massive wave of spirit energy right at him. Through the blinding snow, Wu Fu flashes forward, dodging the blast completely. Now's his chance. Like a straight-up ghost, he suddenly appears right at the wolf's side. Wu Fu glares at the wolf like it's already dead. Catch this! He aims his sword straight for its head. But right at that moment, a finger snaps. Something small flies out from a pretty-looking hand. A pebble comes hurtling towards Wu Fu at crazy high speeds. Right as he's about to finish the wolf off, he spots the rock zooming in. Without hesitation, Wu Fu flips out of the way, and the wolf uses that split second to bolt. Luo Shi cries out his name, all worried, while Meng Meng yells, Bro Fu! A striking black dress flutters in the freezing wind as a gorgeous figure slowly walks across the cold snow. You show up to Mount Heaven without even showing respect to me, and now you're trying to waste my pet? Wu Fu looks up, totally caught off guard. Standing high up on a cliff, Shui Li looks down on him all snooty. So, you must be Wu Fu. He stares back at her. The sect master of the Snow Sect. She crosses her arms, acting all high and mighty. I know why you're here, but if you want my help, you gotta play by my rules. But Wu Fu ain't about to bow down. He pulls something out and says, to kickstart this ancient array, there are two ways. One, a venerable realm master goes all out. Or two, you use the chi of the heavenly Tao. He gives her a smug smirk, dropping a total bombshell. I mastered that heavenly Tao chi a long time ago. As for you, looks like you're still one step away from the venerable realm, huh? Shui Li is completely shook, speechless. She's thinking, how the hell does he know that? But while they're throwing shade, the whole snowy mountain starts to rumble. Wu Fu frowns, watching an avalanche rush down the peak. Shui Li uses this chaos to test him, right on time. If you guys can actually make it to the top alive, I'll let you try starting up the ancient array once. An avalanche is no joke, a massive wall of snow crashing down at crazy speeds. Within seconds, Wu Fu's crew gets completely swallowed up. The snow just obliterates everything in its path, ripping up tree roots and rocks like they're nothing. Up on a massive tree branch that's safe from the avalanche, two figures are chillin' and talking. Looking at the chaos, a female disciple casually says they're gonna get buried in no time, but Shui Li ain't buying it. If they're that weak, then I wasted my time coming out here. Right after she says that, a small vortex starts spinning in the middle of the snow. Boom! A huge blast of hot blue fire shoots right out of it. The disciple is flabbergasted. What the actual hell? Is that fire? Nearcap transforms into this massive winged beast and flies up, letting out a wild roar. Shui Li is completely stunned. Is that his spirit beast? Guess I really slept on this guy. Wu Fu's whole squad is now chillin' on Nearcap's back. Ming Ming cheers. Grandpa Cap, you're the goat! Wu Fu smirks and tells the dog, Nearcap, fly us to the peak. Just ignore those guys. Nearcap flies right past Shui Li's face. The female disciple panics. Master, they're flying away. Shui Li just looks totally obsessed. Damn, he's so strong. She licks her lips, her face flushing red. I seriously want to get a taste of him right now. In no time, Nearcap carries the crew to the peak and makes a smooth landing. As soon as they land, he turns back into a tiny pup. Luo Shi looks at this weird-looking cave at the top and asks, is this really the summit? Meng Meng, totally unfazed by the crazy avalanche, starts running around inside without a care in the world. And here I thought Mount Heaven was going to be super dangerous, but it was just some basic avalanche. Let's go, Nearcap. Just like that, the kid and the dog bolt deep inside, while Wu Fu yells after them, Hey, Fatty, hold up! The two of them run ahead and shout back, Hurry up, guys, don't be such slowpokes. Trusting her gut, Luo Shi gets a weird vibe. Bro Fu, this mountain feels kinda sketchy. Wu Fu nods in agreement and heads in. We gotta catch up to them before they get into trouble. Right on cue, a terrified scream from Meng Meng echoes from deep inside. Wu Fu sprints in, yelling, Fatty, Nearcap! The two of them dash in and suddenly freeze. The cave is totally empty, nobody's there. Luo Shi, right behind him, asks, Where did Fatty go? Wu Fu checks the ground for tracks. Look at this. They were literally just here. Luo Shi adds, Wait, did they just vanish into thin air? He guesses, could there be something lurking in here? He swears to himself, whatever did this, if they so much as touch a single hair on Nearcap, they are dead meat. Luo Shi looks around and suggests, This place is huge, maybe we should split up? Wu Fu grabs her arm saying, Hold up. He looks around suspiciously. Do not go off on your own. This place is super sketchy. He adds, Even my spirit link with Nearcap is totally cut off. Just then, Shui Li strolls in, laughing. You guys really had the guts to waltz in here without any prep? Wu Fu turns to face her. Snow Sect Master. She's holding a red string, teasing them. This place is a straight-up death trap, and you guys came in without a guide string? Hearing that, both Luo Shi and Wu Fu are thinking the same thing. Wait, what string? Shui Li explains, Mount Heaven is a legendary death trap, just like the Black Sea. You think people can just walk in and out of here whenever they want? You probably noticed your spirit energy is completely blocked here, right? Wu Fu listens and claps back. Wow, you sure seem to know a lot about this dump. Shui Li giggles. Duh, this is Snow Sect territory. Plus, I'm getting ready to ascend and leave this planet behind. But to pull that off, I gotta find the hidden array inside. For over 10 years, I've sent countless people in here, but they all got lost before they could even sniff out the array. Wu Fu just chuckles confidently. That's just because you're incompetent. Don't lump me in with your failures. She sneers at him. I've been searching for over 10 years with zero luck, and you, some 20-year-old brat, think you can? He places his hand on the wall. Yep, actually, your little story cleared up a few things. First, the array is definitely real. Second, anyone who comes in here doesn't get hurt, they just get lost. Luo Shi feels a glimmer of hope. So Fatty and Nearcap are okay? He reassures her, don't sweat it, they're definitely fine. They just took a wrong turn. Shui Li gets curious. Those 2 points you made are spot on, but I'm dying to know how you plan on actually finding this array. He keeps his hand on the wall and tilts his head, analyzing the situation. And here's point number 3. The array is literally right in front of your face. You're just too weak to activate it. Remember those conditions I mentioned earlier? Wu Fu reminds him that once you hit the Venerable Realm, you gotta use Heavenly Thunder to force start the array, or you just straight up smash the wall. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone's whimpering. Like, where the hell even is this place? Meng Meng's shivering, hugging herself tight as she wanders around. She literally looked away for a sec, and now she's straight up lost. Ha is just standing next to her, looking up and barking a couple times. Suddenly, the mountaintop starts shaking, totally creeping Meng Meng out. What the heck? Feeling the array vibrate, Shui Li's shocked. Wait, is this entire place a freaking array? Meanwhile, Wu Fu keeps pumping more power into his hands. No cap. He nicely explains that this Heaven Mountain peak is actually one massive array. As the array spins, wild spiritual energy kicks in, slamming against Earth's barrier, making the whole mountain rumble like crazy. Getting hammered by that heavy attack, the barrier quickly cracks. Tons of fragments go raining down, and spiritual energy floods out, getting sucked straight toward Heaven Mountain. Yin Xian looks up at the sky, which is basically sucked dry of energy. Yo, Dad, look at the sky. Kang Yao spots it too. He's like, damn, looks like Wu Fu actually cracked open the Ascension Gate. Then he pins all his hopes on Wu Fu. Wu Fu, my granddaughter's future is all on you, bro. Over at Lushen Mountain, right on a steep cliff, the sky is wild and out with the signs of ascension. Luo Shi's grandma squints at the array. Luo Shi and the crew are about to ascend. Down at the Lu family estate, by a rocky ledge, Lu Long asks, "Hey kiddo!" Lu Ling stares at the open ascension array and tells her dad, "He's carrying way too much on his shoulders, and I'm totally useless here. Plus," she adds, "your daughter is definitely not into guys who want a whole harem." In the outer heavens, the blinding light of the ascension array floods the viewing mirror. Huang Jin frowns, thinking, that punk is actually ascending. He barks an order, "Hurry up! Get ready to hunt down the ascenders from that tiny world." Back at Heaven Mountain, the array finishes setting up, and a massive portal of light cracks open. Shui Li looks up, totally drooling over it. She's low-key thinking, wait, why don't I just tag along too? Wu Fu stands still and takes a deep breath. A second later, he yells out, "Ha, fatty, the ascension gate is wide open. Let's move." On the other side of the peak, Meng Meng hears the shout and gasps, "Brother Fu!" She looks at the goofy dog next to her. Ha, Brother Fu's telling us to ascend right now. Back over here." Wu Fu smirks and asks, "Luo Shi, you ready for this?" She nods. "Yeah." He takes the lead and flies up, saying, "Then let's roll." Under the blinding light of the array, 3 people and 1 dog ascend, leaving Earth behind. Thank goodness, Ha carries Meng Meng and flies right behind them. "Brother Fu!" he chuckles. "Oh, you actually kept up?" Wu Fu looks ahead. "Awesome, let's keep pushing forward." Luo Shi smiles. The 3 of them slowly reach the barrier between worlds. But the very moment they cross it, Wu Fu senses something is seriously off. His mind starts fading, like his phone completely lost signal. Crap, something's wrong. Right after that, in another dimension, the sunset dies, the whole sky blood red. The wind rustles through the trees, making them whisper, and near a tree trunk, there's a shallow pit. Wu Fu is lying right inside. He blinks his eyes open and looks around. Where the hell am I? I swear I was just ascending a second ago. He slowly sits up, groaning and holding his head in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wu Fu tries to piece together what happened, but his memory is super blurry. Right, something must have gone down during the ascension, and after that, I completely blanked out. He stops overthinking and immediately sits down to regulate his breathing. No clue how Luo Shi and the others are doing, so he's got to focus his energy to heal and recover first. If something goes sideways later, I'll be in deep trouble. Just then, a short distance away, 2 sharp glints of light zoom straight toward him. Sensing the danger, he snaps his eyes open. In a split second, Wu Fu dodges those 2 deadly arrows. They thud deep into the tree trunk right behind him, but more arrows keep coming, ripping through the air, locked onto him. Wu Fu swiftly dodges by leaning to the left, even backstepping a good distance just to completely clear the attack. He scoffs, "Arrows? There are actually other people in this middle of nowhere place? Whatever, they're just basic weapons anyway." The second he finishes talking whack, Wu Fu gets hit with a club straight to the back of his head. He faceplants hard onto the ground, a massive bump swelling on his head. A shadow looms behind him. Well, that definitely knocked him out cold. The sun bids farewell to the mountains and slowly sinks below the horizon. Night falls, and a crackling fire warms up a small patch of land. A short distance from the fire, Wu Fu slowly blinks his eyes open. Dude got knocked out twice in a single day? That's actually wild. Right then, this tiny, pink-haired beastkin girl pops up like, "Oh, you're finally awake? I didn't even hit you that hard, you know." She circles around him, whispering, "Damn, you woke up fast." He's quietly sizing her up, like, "A beast girl with ears?" But out loud, he asks, "Who are you and why the heck did you tie me up?" She introduces herself. "The name's Ya Meng, and starting today, I'm your master. You're gonna be a good little pet and win tonight's beast arena for me." Hearing this nonsense, Wu Fu's not having it, so he starts struggling. "What the hell are you even talking about? Let me go right now, or else." But then, shock hits him. "Wait, what? Why can't I break free?" Ya Meng smirks. "Save your breath. This rope is made from branches of a 1,000-year-old spirit tree. It's literally made just to hold you cultivator types." Wu Fu scoffs. "A beastkin, huh? If I wasn't already half dead from my injuries, you really think you could have snuck up on me?" Ya Meng flashes a smile, looking totally innocent with her big round eyes, but her words are cold. "We beastkin can sneak up on prey like ghosts. Even you almighty cultivators can't sense us, so bagging you was a total piece of cake." Suddenly, two figures step out of the shadows. Well, if it isn't little Ya Meng, she instantly goes on guard. "Who's there?" Turns out it's two guys from her tribe. Hack Huan sneers. "Heard you bagged a cultivator. We got curious, so we came to check him out." Sai Lang looks pretty intrigued. "Yeah, let's see if this outsider cultivator is actually all that." Being so small, Ya Meng gets annoyed and reflexively swats at Wu Fu, but she accidentally smacks him right where the sun don't shine. She plays it cool, there's nothing to see. He's totally gonna destroy everyone tonight anyway. Already tied up and now getting a direct hit to his family jewels, Wu Fu's face twists in pure agony. Ya Meng realizes she messed up big time and panics, apologizing like crazy. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I totally didn't mean to do that." Hack Hyan takes one look at Wu Fu's skinny frame and bursts out laughing. "You're putting your money on this scrawny twig? We don't even know if this loser is a real cultivator." Sai Lang chimes in, acting all smug. "Come on, Yameng, you take an L every single year. Why keep embarrassing yourself? You'd be better off finding some big, strong guy to mate with instead." They keep roasting her, mocking her for being a half-breed with human blood. I mean, who would even want to get with a freak like her? Wouldn't it be totally gross? All poor Yameng can do is grit her teeth and take the heat. Wu Fu notices she's on the verge of tears. Hack Hyan sneers. "Just so you know, my beast, Bat Ho shredded your pet to pieces last year. This year's gonna be the exact same story, so you better know your place, kid." Yameng stays quiet, but her fists are clenched so tight they're shaking. She's desperately trying not to lose it. That's when Wu Fu speaks up. "Oh, is he really that tough?" Even though he's tied up like a mummy, his confidence is off the charts. "How about we make a bet?" Sai Lang stares him down. "Wait, this guy might actually be a real cultivator." Wu Fu keeps poking them. "What's the matter? You guys scared?" Hack Hyan glares at him, totally dismissing it. "Why the hell would we bet with a measly slave? Besides, if you're so tough, how'd you get caught by Ya Meng in the first place?" Ya Meng snaps at them. "Hey, what is your problem? You want to go, you bastards?" Having got under their skin, Hack Hyan and Sai Lang just smirk and walk away. "We'll see who's talking big at the arena tonight." Yameng screams after them. "You think I'm scared of you?" They just laugh. "Yameng, you better tell your little slave to enjoy whatever time he's got left." Watching those jerks walk off, Wu Fu can't help but sigh. Man, why does the author always send these brain-dead NPC losers to pick fights with me? Suddenly, Yameng asks in a quiet voice, "Hey, can you actually win?" She tilts her head, looking at him. "I mean, you talked a big game just now, but the beasts in tonight's arena are straight-up monsters. What are your actual chances?" Wu Fu doesn't answer her directly. Instead, he asks, "What's in it for me if I win?" Ya Meng sighs, looking pretty down. All the high-tier beasts I caught before, they all ended up dead in that arena. That makes him even more curious. Then why the hell did you capture me? I'm not even a beast. She replies honestly. Because you literally fell from the sky. Plus, when you crashed down, you scared off a whole pack of beasts, so I figured you had to be some kind of big deal. Wu Fu instantly realizes it was the spiritual energy radiating from his astral sword. Yameng grins, flexing her win. But hey, I still caught you in the end. Wu Fu can only sigh. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a beast fight? Why are they sending a human? Still, he has to admit, the beastkin are insanely strong. They can sneak up on you without making a single sound, and their raw strength is off the charts compared to normal humans. Since there's no going back, Wu Fu tries to strike a deal. Look, if I win, you're gonna set me free, right? Ya Meng nods. Yeah, pretty much. He grins. All right. Then it's a deal. That night, the Beast Arena is absolutely packed, with bright lights shining everywhere. Down in the prep area, Wu Fu hesitates. Hey, about this. Yameng looks at him blankly. What's up? He feels incredibly embarrassed, even asking, Look, I literally promised I wouldn't run away, so why the hell are you still doing this to me? Wu Fu sighs, feeling completely degraded. Yameng just points to the other handlers. But that's how everyone brings their beasts here. He looks over, and yep, every single trainer is leading their beast with a massive chain collar. But that just makes it even worse. Wu Fu closes his eyes, dying of embarrassment inside. Does this little brat literally think I'm a dog? Before he can overthink, Ya Meng asks worriedly, but seriously, can you actually beat these massive, terrifying beasts? You look so scrawny. Wu Fu tries to reassure her. Size isn't everything, kid. Look at you, you're tiny, but you still managed to knock me clean out. She scratches her chin, thinking it over. Huh, good point. Then she warns him. But seriously, don't let their looks fool you. Those beasts are absolute monsters. Right on cue, a massive paw slams onto the ground with a heavy thud. The impact is so loud, Wu Fu can't help but look. There's this giant wolf with blood-red eyes, staring him down. Yameng spots the creature too and gasps, a black gold wolf beast. Just then, a guy steps out from behind the wolf, calling her name, Yameng. Ao Luke glances at Wu Fu and asks, So, is this the human you're throwing into the pit tonight? Wu Fu carefully sizes up the wolf, Ban, who is radiating an intense pressure. He notes, this beast has to be at least 1,000 years old. An aura this terrifying would instantly crush any normal beast. Ya Meng scowls, totally annoyed. Ao Luke, did you seriously come over just to rub it in my face too? Ao Luke scoffs, I'm not that petty. It's just that my black gold wolf caught a weird scent and got super excited. Ban's eyes flash with a blood-red murderous glare. The wolf lets out a deafening howl, summoning a whirlwind around its body. Wu Fu just gives it a smug smirk. Oh? Are you trying to flex on me? The beast responds with a low, menacing growl. Ao Luke's face turns serious as he thinks. This guy's no joke. He didn't even flinch facing Ban's pressure. Is he really a cultivator? Sensing things are getting weird, he turns around. Ban, let's roll. You can play with him later. As the duo walks away, Yameng looks at Wu Fu in awe. Damn, you're actually pretty badass for standing up to Ban like that. He looks down at her and shrugs. Honestly, it's my first time seeing a beast with that much intelligence. Hearing this, Yameng instantly starts rambling. Well, we beastkin are basically the ultimate combo of humans and beasts. We've got the brains of humans and the raw, absolute power of wild beasts. Wu Fu raises an eyebrow. So you guys can actually fight your own battles? She puffs her chest out. Hell yeah, we can. This makes him wonder. Then why the hell do you guys even need to capture wild beasts in the first place? Ah Meng starts yapping, explaining that the beast brawl is basically just a clash between the monster beasts they've tamed. But at the same time, it's all about flexing their beast's raw intimidation, which is low-key one of their main flexes. Thinking back to some dark stuff she knows, she adds that any beastman who's actually built different will have that insane aura. A truly cracked beastman has the power to summon 100 beasts. This brawl is basically our chance to flex how we used our own power to tame some straight-up legendary monsters, she explains. Wu Fu, totally vibing with this, goes, Huh, sounds kind of hype actually. Mong gets totally triggered and snaps. Hype? Are you serious? Bro, my beast gets ripped into 1,000 pieces every single time. It pisses me off. But our boy has zero chill and just spits straight facts. Well, doesn't that just prove you're kind of trash? She completely loses it, grabs Wu Fu's collar, and screams right in his face. What did you just say, you worthless slave? Don't forget, I'm the one who captured you, bro. Where am I weak, huh? Deafened by her screeching, he can only cave. All right, my bad, but Ah Mong isn't letting him off that easy. Say it again, punk. Wufu sighs. Totally over it, I said. My bad, okay? Now let go of me. Meanwhile, some random shadow is creeping nearby, watching them. Completely oblivious, the girl keeps pressing him. You gonna run your mouth again? Owly is lurking, watching them act like absolute clowns, and just rolls his eyes in pure disgust. Wufu, still wrestling to get Ah Mong off him, groans. No, no, I'm done, I swear. Suddenly, this guy Huozi struts up, oozing shade. Well, if it isn't Aoli, come to see your little girlfriend Ah Mong? Aoli's face goes dark. Annoyed as hell, he snaps. What do you want, bro? He smirks, throwing major shade. Ah Mong was literally just bragging to us that the weak little human she dragged in is somehow going to take the crown today. Aoli frowns. Weak? Huozi gives a cocky grin. Bro, you know how trash Ah Mong is. How could her toy ever win? He's just a dummy she's using. And yet, that slave actually has the audacity to challenge us. Ao Li just scoffs. Keep talking. Honestly, you guys are the ones who look weak AF. Ao Li, completely done with this convo, turns to his beast. Ban, let's bounce. Ban grunts in agreement. Huo Zi is like, yo, where you going? You skipping the brawl? Ao Li shoots him a cold, razor-sharp look. That weak human is more than enough to wipe the floor with you clowns. I'm out. Huo Zi's face twists in anger. Who does this guy think he is, looking down on me like that? He fumes. One day, my beast, 8 tigers, is going to stomp you guys into a pancake. Sensing the bad vibes, Ban whips his head around and glares at him with pure, murderous intent. Huo Zi's spine goes cold, his hair standing on end. He quickly swallows his pride, thinking, ugh, whatever. I'll let you off the hook, just for today. Down in the arena, Ah Meng is practically vibrating with anxiety, constantly nagging him. Yo, pay attention. In a few minutes, they're letting all the wild beasts loose. Do not get yourself stomped to death, okay? Seeing Wu Fu just zoning out, she snaps, Hello? Are you even listening to me? He just sighs. Yeah, whatever. Ah Meng groans. Bro, do you even understand how cooked you are? Wu Fu just stands there, totally unbothered. You yap way too much. It's literally just beating up a bunch of overgrown pets, right? Easiest shift of my life. Suddenly, the speakers blare. All right, listen up. It's showtime. All beasts, get out here. Seeing him so ridiculously chill, Ah Meng can only sigh. Whatever, I'm heading up to the stands. Just try not to get instantly deleted. Don't make me look stupid. Wu Fu closes his eyes, getting in the zone. Since Ah Meng hooked me up with that spirit fruit, my energy is absolutely maxed out. Plus, my cultivation is finally starting to kick back in. Once this gets started, I'm gonna put it to the test. Up in the stands, Huo Zi immediately starts talking smack. Oh wow, you actually brought that absolute clown? You just want to watch him get flattened or what? Ah, Meng snaps back. Keep my name out of your mouth. Mind your own business. He just scoffs. Huo Zi smirks, feeling himself. Keep acting tough. Your little pet better pray he doesn't cross paths with my 8 tigers. Suddenly, the announcer yells through the mic, and the beast brawl begins. Right away, a massive beast smashes through the barricades with a deafening roar. Huge monsters are grabbing the smaller ones, absolutely bodying them. Up in the sky, 2 giant bird monsters are throwing down, trading crazy air attacks. A bull-like monster charges headfirst, skewering anything in its path. It's a total, chaotic free-for-all on the arena floor, and the crowd is absolutely losing their minds. Huo Zi is leaning over the railing, loving every second of the carnage, while Ah Meng is literally biting her nails. He laughs. Man, these beasts are absolutely cracked today. Honestly, my 8 tigers won't even need to lift a finger. That loser is getting packed up by the other monsters anyway. After chilling for a bit, Wu Fu finally stands up and surveys the arena. He shrugs. These guys look just as mid as the ones I fought earlier. Suddenly, he senses someone creeping up behind him and instantly goes on guard. He spins around to face the massive shadow. Oh, okay. You're kind of huge. But by the look on your face, it seems you've got a problem with me. Let me guess. You must be 8 tigers, that brainless wolf's pet. The beast just growls, giving off straight-up demonic energy. Up in the stands, the crowd starts whispering. Wait, is that human kid seriously some kind of cultivator? Another one joins the hype. Bro, he just got out there and 8 tigers is already targeting him. He's dead. Ah, Mong snaps. Shut your mouth before I kick you down the stairs. but she freezes when Huozi smirks at her. Oof. Looks like your little pet's luck just ran out. He roars down at the arena. 8 tigers! Tear him apart! Hearing its master's command, the beast swings a massive fist straight at Wu Fu's face. Wu Fu just casually leaps into the air, dodging the hit like it's nothing, a smug grin on his face. The beast's fist smashes the ground, cracking the concrete into pieces. Enraged, 8 tigers launches itself into the air, gunning straight for Wu Fu. Wu Fu silently blocks the impact, thinking, damn, he's fast. He looks like a total meathead, but his speed is actually insane. The force of the blow sends him sliding backward, giving Wu Fu zero time to breathe. 8 tigers roars and leaps back into the air. It unloads a barrage of rapid-fire punches, raining a storm of blows right onto Wu Fu. While Ah Mong is literally hyperventilating, Huo Zi is laughing his butt off. A horned beastman next to him chimes in, yeah, he's cooked. 8 tigers' punches are insanely fast and heavy. That kid's probably ground beef by now. The other guy scoffs, classic humans, bro, always weak AF. Hearing them talk all that trash, her heart sinks. She clasps her hands together, desperately praying, please, do not die on me, bro. Ah, Mong shuts her eyes, too scared to even watch, chanting, please, please, please. Suddenly, someone in the crowd gasps, yo, look, he's still standing. Huo Zi's jaw drops. No way, how is he not dead? Ah, Meng's eyes fly open. Wu Fu is suddenly standing right behind 8 tigers, completely untouched. He smirks. Honestly, for a big guy, you've got some surprisingly fast hands. Huozi panics and screams, you idiot, he's right behind you, flatten him. The beast whips around, throwing a wild punch. Wu Fu just casually dodges it, completely unfazed. You've got power, sure, but at the end of the day, you're just a brainless beast. All muscle, 0 brain cells. His eyes turn ice cold with sudden, terrifying intensity. Wu Fu decides he's done playing around. He throws a single, devastating punch that literally shakes the entire arena. 8 tigers takes the hit directly to the face and goes flying across the arena. The entire crowd froze, their jaws on the floor. Huozi's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wait, what? As the dust settles, there's 8 tigers, completely knocked out cold in a pile of rubble. Wu Fu just shrugs, playing dumb. Wait, I thought this was supposed to be a challenge? How did he fold after literally 1 punch? The horned beastman rubs his eyes in disbelief. Bro, that's literally just a human. How did he one-shot 8 tigers? The guy next to him whispers, yo, is he actually a real cultivator? Ah Meng is absolutely thrilled, thinking, oh my god, yes. But before she can even celebrate, Huo Zi jumps straight down from the stands. He storms up to Wu Fu, screaming like a lunatic, no way! There is no freaking way my 8 tigers just lost to you. He points a trembling claw right at Wu Fu's face, throwing a massive tantrum. You cheated! You had to! You're just a pathetic, weak human. How could you ever beat my beast? Wu Fu just chuckles, completely mocking him. Bro, what kind of backwards logic is that? If I win, I'm cheating, but if I lose, it's normal? Are you far right now? Still high on pure copium, he snaps back. No cap, bro. You humans are naturally just trash tier. I bet Ah Meng used some sketchy cheat codes to hand you the win. Speak of the devil! Ya Meng leaps straight down from the stands, throwing herself in front of Wu Fu to shield him. She glares at Huo Zi, snapping, yo, what's your damage? Is it really that hard for you to admit someone else is just better than you? But this dude is completely deaf to reason. He doubles down. You guys definitely cheated. I demand a full-on inspection on that prize money right now. Ya Meng loses her cool and snaps. Check what? He won fair and square right in front of everyone. We all saw it. Huo Zi locks his eyes onto him, practically radiating murder, and growls. No way in hell is it this loser. I gotta test this punk myself to see if he's actually got game. She doesn't back down for a second, flexing her own heavy aura right back at him. You want to lay a hand on my guy? You gotta go through me first, punk. Wu Fu just watches quietly, low-key impressed by her. Damn, this girl's actually got my back. Her crazy intensity actually makes Huo Zi hesitate, taking him down a notch. Still, he tries to bait them, sneering. What's the matter? Weren't you acting all tough a second ago? Now you're just a little puppy hiding behind your master? At that, Wu Fu steps up, totally chill, and says, look, think whatever you want, but I really don't feel like wasting my time fighting you. He throws him a look of pure disgust, dripping with sarcasm. Besides, I don't waste my energy on weak little scrubs who don't know their place. Ya Meng is freaking out beside him, whispering urgently, yo, can you keep your mouth shut for once? Why are you egging him on like that? Hearing that disrespect, Huo Chi's eyes go bloodshot with rage. A scrub? That totally triggers him, and he snaps, lunging straight at him. He roars, "You little trash, you're gonna pay for running your mouth." Seeing things go sideways, Yameng jumps in to block him, yelling, "Crap, get back, dude, let me hold him off." Suddenly, Wu Fu puts a hand on her shoulder. He gives a cocky grin and says, "Chill, I'm not so pathetic that I need a girl fighting my battles." Huo Chi's sharp claws slash through the air, lightning fast, aiming right for his throat. But Wu Fu just casually slips to the side, dodging it like it's nothing. A sly glint flashes in Wu Fu's eyes as he taunts him. "Man, you really are a joke. You get triggered way too easily." Before anyone can blink, he's right in the dude's face, grabbing him by the jaw with a single hand. With barely any effort, he completely shuts him down. He leans in close, sounding cold and serious. "And another thing, I can't stand annoying gnats." He slams Huo Chi face first into the dirt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Wu Fu barks, "Now sit your butt down." The guy is pinned flat to the ground, unable to budge a single inch under his grip. Wu Fu looks down at him coldly. "So, you still want to talk trash?" Huozi, with his face buried in the dirt, stares in absolute shock. "No, no freaking way. I can't even move. His power is insane." Through the settling dust cloud, a voice rings out from a distance. "It's Orly. All right, that's enough. No point in flexing on a weakling." He steps forward with his beast companion, facing them. Not bad for a cultivator. To have that kind of crazy strength. I'm not even shocked. In fact, you've got my attention. Wu Fu raises an eyebrow. "Got your attention?" Orly explains. "We beastmen only respect the absolute strongest. We're born with elite traits, so yeah, we usually look down on humans. But you? You're built different." Wu Fu lets out a dry chuckle. "So what, you challenging me?" He calmly shakes his head. "Nah, not me." Orly's face goes serious. "But my beast is itching to fight you. Ever since you showed up, it's been going wild, especially after you put down Bat Ho." Wu Fu acts mildly amused. "Huh. Never thought I'd see the day a beast takes a liking to me." Orly radiates a fierce, domineering energy. Chasing the strong and crushing them is what every species lives for, isn't it? Wu Fu raises an eyebrow. "And what about you? You don't seem to think much of me either." Orly sizes Wu Fu up, his eyes sharp. "That depends on whether you can even beat my beast first." Wu Fu shoots him a smug smirk. "And you actually think I'm gonna play along?" Just then, Yameng yells, cutting right through the tense atmosphere. "Hold on, no way, I don't agree." Her loud shout gets Wu Fu's attention. She steps right in front of him, glaring at Orly. "Why the heck should he fight you? All we need is to win this tournament and we're good. If you're so itching for a fight, go find someone else." Orly's voice drops, cold and stern. "Yameng, I know exactly what you're trying to do. That's why I'm here to stop you." She doesn't back down an inch, snapping back. "Oh yeah? Who made you the boss?" She rolls her eyes. "Besides, his win is my win. And that basically proves how strong I am, which means I can totally handle things on my own now, right?" Orly's tone gets dead serious. "You really think you can get out of here with the weak power you have now?" His face darkens as he drops a heavy threat. "Do you honestly think you're strong enough to reach the outer heavens?" That question shuts Yameng up, making her pause. Listening to them, Wu Fu's mind starts racing. The outer heavens. Seeing how stubborn she is, Orly can only back off with a final warning. "Just don't go doing anything stupid." She huffs, turning her back on him. "I'm not going to do anything stupid. What do you know anyway? Let's get out of here." Wu Fu glances at her, putting the pieces together. "So this place isn't the outer heavens. I wonder how Xian Mu and the others are doing right now." Wu Fu keeps his guard up, thinking, this guy probably knows the way to the outer heavens. Meanwhile, Yameng is already ahead, calling out cheerfully, "Yo, what are you lagging for? Get a move on." He turns back, completely unfazed. Yeah, coming." Orly glares after them as Wu Fu and Yameng walk off into the dark woods. As they walk, Wu Fu can't help but wonder, but seriously, why does she even want to go to the outer heavens? Her cultivation level is pretty low. Can she even survive there? Up ahead, she suddenly stops. "Hey, thanks for tonight." Wu Fu just chuckles, instantly reading her mind, which totally throws her off. "Wait, why are you thanking me? Didn't you kidnap me just to fight for you? Besides, wasn't our deal that if I win, you let me go? Or are you planning to backtrack on me?" Yameng turns around, laughing it off nervously. "Oh, come on. I bet you're super curious about why I wanted to enter the beast arena, huh?" Wu Fu sighs, completely exhausted. Crap, she's totally dodging the question. Is she trying to play me? Does she expect me to be her personal hired muscle forever? She says, all hyped up. Entering the arena is how I prove my strength. It's just like how you humans are always fighting to climb the social ladder. Wu Fu is completely speechless. Wow, she's really passionate about this. But what does your tournament have to do with me? Ya Meng keeps rambling on. Anyone who wins the tournament has to go to the Forest of Despair for some extreme training. He raises an eyebrow. The Forest of Despair? And so, she starts explaining, yeah, the Forest of Despair is a mandatory trial for us beastmen. You have to pass it to get recognized by the clan elders and become a true beastman warrior. It's even the only way to get a shot at becoming the chieftain. Curious, Wu Fu asks. So, what's actually in there? Ya Meng just scratches her head. Honestly, no clue. I've never even cleared the arena before. But word is, it's absolutely terrifying. An idea clicks in his head. Terrifying, huh? Guess there must be plenty of beasts in there then. But she quickly chimes in, don't sweat it, we don't have to do that trial. Wu Fu turns back. Why not? Ya Meng pouts. Because we just don't, all right? Stop asking so many questions. She steals a quick glance at him, then mutters, and hey, just make sure you stay away from Orly. Wu Fu just shrugs. I'm curious, but she's clearly not going to spill. Whatever, it's not like I'm going to go out of my way to look for trouble anyway. Ya Meng crosses her arms and continues. But I can tell you this much, Orly is the only beastman in our group who actually survived that trial. Intrigued, Wu Fu tries to picture him. The only one who passed? Is that dude really that cracked? She sighs, rolling her eyes, but she doesn't deny the guy's skills. Tell me about it. He's been an egotistical show-off ever since we were kids, always acting like a total clown with that punchable face, but somehow he cleared the trial? Make it make sense. Wu Fu was teasing her. Like, they literally grew up together, but this guy cleared it while she couldn't even pass the first round. Among totally lost her cool, bristling up like, yo, what's that supposed to mean? And just like that, their voices echoed through the dark woods. Nothing, nothing, chill. Say that again, I dare you. All right, chill, my bad. Next morning in the woods, Wu Fu was sitting by a creek, staring down at his own reflection. He chuckled to himself, thinking, sure, that chick is low-key wild, but at least she didn't leave me to freeze to death out here like the rest of those wild beasts. The creek was babbling all peaceful-like, but Wu Fu's mind was running miles a minute. But still, I gotta get the hell out of here soon, even if my wounds aren't fully healed yet. Suddenly, a voice from up above caught his attention. You bouncing today? Wu Fu looked up. Oh, it's you. Ao Li was chilling on a branch nearby. You don't belong here, so pack your bags and beat it. Wu Fu just gave him a cold look. Who asked you? Mind your own business, bro. He stared at Wu Fu, looking all deep. Among is way too naive. She has no clue how brutal the outside world is. Besides, you humans are all pretty much trash anyway. Wu Fu smirked and shot back. You make it sound like I'm some mastermind. She's the one who knocked me cold and dragged me here. I'm literally the victim. Still perched up high, Ao Li barked orders. I can set you free, but after that, get the hell back to where you came from. Wu Fu looked at him and nodded. Fine by me, but let me hit up Among first to let her know. Ao Li kept his stone-cold face and ordered, no need, just beat it. On the outside, Wu Fu played along. Sure, works for me, but how are you going to explain this to Among? But deep down, Wu Fu was cooking up something else. Actually, wait, there's no way this dude came out here alone just to kick me out. 80% chance this has to do with that heaven beyond heaven stuff they talked about yesterday. And with that, Ao Li stood on the branch and turned his back on Wu Fu. None of your business. Someone's gonna show you the way out in a bit. Just follow them. Wu Fu touched the brown thing tied around his neck and asked, so, how do I get this collar off? Ao Li didn't say a word, just tossed down a tiny bead, which Wu Fu snatched out of the air. He stared at the bead in his palm. What's this? Wu Fu barely finished his sentence before the guy vanished into thin air. Yo, at least tell me how to use it. Before he could even process what just happened, a voice behind him went, follow me. Wu Fu turned around, looking super suspicious. The guy was wearing a shady-looking cloak. I'm here to show you the way. He didn't hesitate and walked ahead of the guide. Let's bounce then. Suddenly, Wu Fu looked down at the colorful bead in his hand. Staring at it, he couldn't help but wonder, how the heck does this thing work? Wu Fu kept wondering. It's not like there's a key or anything. While he was still cluelessly staring at the bead, the guide grinned, showing off a menacing smirk. No way you're surviving this, kid. Deep in the forest, the guide pointed ahead. Just keep heading this way and you'll find the exit. I'm turning back here. Wu Fu nodded. Got it. Back near the creek where Wu Fu was chilling earlier, Among's voice echoed. Where the hell did Wu Fu go? Didn't they say he couldn't walk far? She looked all over the place for him. Damn it. When I catch him, I'm gonna beat his ass. Owlie slowly showed up and told her, Stop looking. He's already gone. She scowled at him and demanded, Oh, it's you? What are you doing here? And why the hell did you kick him out? Owlie closed his eyes, acting all calm. He's an outsider. I just sent him packing. Among lost her mind, yelling, Yo, you're doing too much. Don't think you're hot stuff just because the chief's got your back. He slowly walked up to her, reminding her, Did you seriously forget the rules regarding outsiders? Owlie frowned at her, while Among just stood there, speechless. Stop acting like a kid. Letting him leave in one piece was already a favor to you. As for the heaven beyond heaven, forget about it. And just like that, her mood totally tanked. Among hung her head, asking sadly, Why would you do this? You know me better than anyone. Owlie kept going. I know, Among, but your mom once said. Her eyes were filled with a million thoughts. Suddenly, she clenched her fist tight. And that's exactly why. Biting her lip like she was about to cry, she blurted out, I have to go to the heaven beyond heaven, no matter what. Suddenly, Huozi ran up out of nowhere to break the news. Owlie, we got a situation. Someone just trespassed into the hopeless forest. He spun around and demanded, Who? Huozi replied, No clue, but it looks like that human guy from yesterday. Under the thick forest canopy, Wu Fu's voice echoed, completely lost. Where the hell am I? I've been walking in circles for ages. Looking around anxiously, he thought. Am I freaking lost? Let's check out what's ahead. Despite the insanely tall trees, Wu Fu climbed them at a crazy speed. Standing on a dead branch, Wu Fu stared at the sight before him and realized, Wait, is this the hopeless forest? Did that guide seriously dump me here? His face turned pale with fear. I swear Among said last night that once you step foot in here, you're pretty much trapped. Then, Wu Fu scanned the horizon. Wait, that mountain over there. Something looks sketchy about it. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted, leaving him completely stunned. Wu Fu whipped his head around to see what the hell it was. A creature with long, glossy black feathers popped out. Its massive shadow hovered over his head, shedding feathers all over the ground, forcing him to look up. What the hell is that? Right before a shocked Wu Fu was a giant monster with massive wings, unleashing a devastating attack wrapped in blinding light. Locking onto its target, the beast lunged forward at insane speed. Its eyes flew wide open, glowing with a menacing green light. He felt like he was tripping, losing all touch with reality. His eyes rolled back, and his only thought was, Damn it, I can't hold it back. His eyelids grew heavy, with nothing but that monster in his sights. What the hell is this? In a flash, a swirling crimson space appeared, like some hidden vortex of energy. His body drifted helplessly in the vortex. Suddenly, Wu Fu screeched in pain, Ow, ow, ow. Where the hell am I? Didn't I just fall off a tree a second ago? Sitting up, he couldn't help but wonder, why is it so damn pitch black here? Staring into the endless void of darkness, he called out, Yo, anyone there? Even a beast would do. Wu Fu pressed his hand against the ground, touching a layer of fiery crimson energy. His eyes went wide, totally on guard. The energy began wrapping around his entire body, making him panic. What is this stuff? He thrashed around as the energy tried to consume him. Crap, this thing is trying to swallow me whole. And then it started creeping up his face. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The energy completely swallowed him up. Suddenly, a glowing sword appeared in the middle of the crimson vortex. As the vortex swirled around the light, Wu Fu watched closely, totally stunned yet curious. The spirit sword. Wait, is this my inner consciousness? At the center of that fiery vortex was a glowing orb. Back in reality, a panicked voice called out, Wu Fu, wake up! He bolted upright from the bizarre dream, then glared at the person who just shook him awake. He coldly asked, Oh, it's you? Among gave a dry laugh, her face dark with anger, cracking her knuckles for a beatdown. Yeah, it's me. You look shocked to see me, huh? Didn't expect you to try and sneak off on me like a coward. Wu Fu instantly played the injury card. Ugh, my whole body is sore. I feel like absolute trash. Seeing this, Among totally fell for it, panicking hard. Wait, where does it hurt? Still panicking, she kept asking. And why did you even pass out here anyway? He rubbed his head, acting confused. I just remember getting lost, trying to find my way out, then bumping into this massive demon beast, and then, well, Before Ngofu could even finish his sentence, the girl whipped out some fruit and shoved it at him. Yo, chill on the energy control for a sec. Just relax, eat this whole thing first, and then we'll talk. No Fu grabs the fruit and tries to remember. Oh yeah, that monster had 4 pairs of wings. Ah Morng puts her hand on her chin, thinking, 4 pairs of wings? Damn, you definitely ran into the boss of this hopeless forest. He eats the fruit and repeats, the boss of the hopeless forest? The girl starts breaking it down for Ingo Fu. Yeah, it's the beast that rules this whole damn place. And its power is off the charts, probably dead-ass infinite. That's just what I heard from the older folks, though. His face gets serious. If its cultivation is like 1,000 years old, calling it a normal monster is an understatement. It's more like a spirit beast. Amorng shoots back. Over 1,000 years? Look, ever since my beastkin tribe first showed up in history, Lai Kuk has always been here. Ingo Fu replies, so, like, a ridiculously long time ago then. He rubs his chin, thinking, but wait. Now that I think about it, why the heck are you even here? The girl snaps and smacks No Fu on the head. Are you seriously asking me that right now? Amorng points right at him and yells, why did you even listen to that jerk Aulurk anyway? If you weren't still wearing that collar, I would have never found you. No Fu rubs the bump on his head, looking totally innocent, but he literally told me he wanted me out of here. He winces in pain, but can't help thinking, damn, this chick's strength is no joke. The girl is still fuming. If he tells you to jump, do you just jump? If he told you to rob someone, would you do that too? No Fu has no choice but to admit defeat. Okay, fine, my bad, alright? I'm sorry. Amorn crosses her arms and pouts. You literally said you wouldn't leave. You just totally trashed whatever trust humans had left. He's completely speechless. Then, she just ignores him and turns away. Whatever, I was the one who dragged you here in the first place anyway. No Fu slowly gets up. But hey, thanks for coming to save me. Hearing this, Amorng's face goes totally red. Way too embarrassed, she makes up a quick excuse. I just came to get my collar back, okay? It wasn't for you. He smiles. Sure, whatever you say. Ngo Fu chuckles to himself. Classic mouth says one thing, heart says another. Pretty cute, honestly. Walking behind her, he asks, so, even though you found me, how the heck do we get out of here? His question leaves her totally speechless. Wait, you don't know? Amorng sighs in defeat. Ugh, if I knew it'd be like this, I should have just left you with Aulurk. He throws out a half-joking remark. Well, if we got in, we can definitely get out. If there's no path, we'll just blaze our own trail. As they walk and chat, Ngo Fu gets curious. So when you guys train here, aren't you scared Lai Kuk will pop out of nowhere? The girl explains. Lai Kuk hibernates for 2 months out of the year, so we only come to train during that time. He's slightly surprised. Hibernates for 2 months? Ah Morng looks back at No Fu. Yeah, but the thing is, its hibernation schedule is totally random. We can only guess based on how the other monsters in this forest are acting. He ponders and shares his thoughts. A spirit beast that's strong still needs to hibernate? Maybe it evolves or something while it sleeps. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoes through the forest. Nofu assesses the situation. What the hell is going on? The monsters are running wild. A Morn chimes in. Maybe it's him. Or maybe it's something else. He starts getting more cautious. It's getting dark. Pressing on is way too risky. Let's find a spot to crash first. Scene cuts to near the hopeless forest. Auluk asks, you're saying a Morn went in there? Houk, too, replies. She was moving too fast. I couldn't catch her. Auluk curses under his breath. Damn it. He glares at Houk too, furious. Is she trying to get herself killed along with that human punk? Houk too tries to calm him down. Let's go talk to the chief first. The chief will know what to do. As Auluk walks off, he prays, Amorng, please. You better be okay. Deep in the dark, misty forest, Nofu and Amorng huddle around a campfire to stay warm. He looks at her with concern. You good? Cold? Amorn hugs her knees and says, this is actually my first time in this forest. Honestly, I'm a little scared. Nofu pokes the fire, trying to reassure her. Don't sweat it. We're definitely getting out of here. I've got your back. Amorn glances at him. Deadpan. Well, duh. You're my slave. Of course you're supposed to protect your master. The fire keeps crackling. Nofu doesn't feel like arguing, so he just says, yeah, whatever you say, get some sleep. We'll find a way out tomorrow. The deep forest is dead silent as Nofu and Amorng sleep by the dying embers. As she sleeps, a voice whispers, Amorng, Amorn, Amorn. The calling doesn't stop, Amorng. Amorng. A long-haired woman reaches out her hand. Amorng, Amorng, Amorng. Come home with Mom. The girl's eyes snap wide open. Mom? The faceless woman keeps coaxing her. Amorng, hurry up and come home with me. Amorng runs after the woman, calling out, Mom, wait up, wait for me. Just then, No Fu catches her doing this. His eyes turn dead serious. Amorng! She keeps chasing the figure. Mom, wait for me. But when she finally looks up, she freezes in her tracks. Mom? A soul-guiding monster looms right in front of her. No Fu runs over from a distance, screaming, Amorng! Right then, the monster lunges to attack her. Its tentacles whip forward relentlessly. Ngo Fu leaps in, catches Amorng, and slices through the swarm of tentacles. He desperately shakes her. Amorng, snap out of it. She groggily opens her eyes, asking, What? What's going on? Right in front of her is the hideous soul-guiding monster. She panics. What the heck is that? Ngo Fu fires back. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He scoops her up and books it. Amorng says, I read some archives about this forest once. It mentioned something called a soul-guiding monster. Ngo Fu presses, And? What else? Amorng explains, Basically, it's a beast that absorbs tons of other monsters to turn into this giant, terrifying abomination. He grunts. No wonder my slashes didn't do jack to it earlier. She adds, Its regeneration is insane. The tentacles charge at them again. Amorng screams, It's coming. No Fu tosses her aside and yells, Go find a place to hide. Amorng yells back, pissed. How dare this stupid slave just toss his master like that? No Fu spins around, unleashing a flurry of slashes, his eyes locked on his target. But the tentacles he just chopped off instantly grow back, lunging right back at him. No Fu mutters to himself, Figures. Slicing these limbs won't do crap. I gotta aim for something else. Peeking from behind a tree, Amorng suddenly shouts, Oh, right! I think I remember it's afraid of light. That's why it only crawls out at night. Ngo Fu snaps back, annoyed. It's literally the middle of the night. Where am I supposed to get light from? She giggles sheepishly. Oh, right. He raises his sword and says, If I can't kill it by chopping the tentacles, I'll just go straight for the main body. No Fu charges ahead, dodging the monster's relentless attacks. He spots an opening and positions his blade. Ngo Fu delivers a devastating, earth-shattering slash. Panting heavily, he says, Regenerate through that, you freak. This forest is seriously messed up. He continues, But damn, that just ate up half of my recovered spiritual energy. Approaching from a distance, Amorng gasps, Yo, that was sick. No Fu teases her. You were literally seconds away from getting swallowed whole. She laughs. That was just a slip-up. I'm actually super strong, okay? He gives in, Sure, whatever you say. Suddenly, dark shadows start creeping behind the trees. Ngo Fu immediately raises his guard. He wonders, Wait, there's more than one of these things? Amorng chimes in, Looks like we just triggered the whole pack. There are so many of them. This is bad. He says calmly, Soul-guiding monsters usually live in packs but hunt solo. But this pack seems weirdly organized. Ngo Fu goes on. Then again, on their own, outside of their weird illusion and regeneration tricks, they aren't even that tough. Amorng replies, True, but compared to the other monsters in this forest, they're basically low tier anyway. All of a sudden, Wu Fu scoops the little girl up. Ya Meng shrieks in shock, Yo, what the heck do you think you're doing? He just shrugs and goes, Getting the hell out of here, obviously. I don't have the energy to deal with these punks. She's like, Hold up, didn't you brag about being super strong? Why are you suddenly acting like a total chicken? He goes, Hey, a real man knows when to flex and when to fold. Ever heard of that, kid? Ya Meng scowls, looking totally annoyed. That's just a lame cop-out for you weak-ass humans. We beastmen always charge straight ahead, no cap. Wu Fu glances down at her and goes, Oh yeah? Then why don't you stay here and do your little brave charge? Ya Meng scowls, absolutely fuming. You're my slave. How dare you leave your master behind? He fires back. Honestly, you're acting just like a bratty human kid right now. The soul-guiding monsters surge forward again, looking absolutely savage. Wu Fu keeps a sharp eye on them. The monster lunges, and he grits his teeth, channels all his power into his legs, and leaps high into the air. Wu Fu dodges the monster's attacks on the run. Holding Yameng tight, he vaults through the air and lands clean on a nearby tree branch. Wu Fu narrows his eyes to analyze them, and Yameng chimes in, Looks like their mobility is absolute trash. We should just keep tree hopping. After all, they're from the Wu Wang class. The weaker ones have to crawl around using those nasty tentacles. She frowns, realizing something's off. And then, the worst-case scenario happens. The tentacles suddenly coil up. The soul-guiding monster starts bulking up, looking bigger and more terrifying than ever. He mutters, "Okay, we're officially in deep trouble." The monster lunges to snap them up, but only ends up chewing on a mouthful of tree branch, because Wu Fu had already booked it with Ya Meng in his arms. He yells, "Tactical retreat, baby!" The girl looks back at the monster and says, "These kinds of beasts don't have crazy raw power like the high-tier ones, but they're super annoying. They'll slowly drain your stamina bit by bit until you literally can't fight back." Wu Fu adds, "So these punks are actually smart, playing the long game to wear us out." Ya Meng says, "Still, this is super weird. They barely ever take this form, and they definitely wouldn't swarm us like this just because one of their buddies got clapped." Wu Fu gets a sudden realization. He asks, "Wait, do you think they're targeting me?" She shoots back, "Well, duh. Unless you've got some crazy high-value stuff hidden on you." Wu Fu stays quiet, thinking to himself, "Is it because of the Star Spirit sword? Ever since we got here, this thing has been acting super restless. What's going on?" Suddenly, the soul-guiding monster charges. The girl yells, "Stop spacing out, they're right on us." Wu Fu slams the brakes. Ya Ming panics. "Yo, why the heck are you stopping? They're literally right there." He replies, "I'm gonna draw them away. Stay safe, kid." The soul-guiding monster lets out a furious roar, but a sword flies straight at it. Aiming right at the beast, Wu Fu waves his hand to taunt it. "Hey, dumbass, over here." Absolutely pissed off, the monster drags its massive body and charges straight at him. It lets out a deafening screech. He glances at his golden sword. If he just jumps down, he'll get caught sooner or later. The only way is to bait them into one spot and take them out with one clean, heavy-hitting strike, or at least mess them up real bad. Bring it on. Wu Fu unleashes a flurry of slashes, hacking away at the tentacles. One after another, he keeps his focus sharp, delivering heavy blows to carve out a path. With the tentacles chopped away, a part of the soul-guiding monster's main body is exposed. He swiftly aims a slash right down the center. The razor-sharp blade cuts through the air, but Wu Fu is shocked. Wait, what? There's zero impact. It's like this thing is splitting itself apart on purpose. The monster splits and backs away. Out of nowhere, it fires a purple beam right at him. Wu Fu swings his sword and swats it away. He smirks and says, "Well, look at you. Guess you're not some brainless single-cell organism after all. You actually know how to flank me." But suddenly, his sword starts getting corroded. Wu Fu looks at it, stunned. Shoot, this nasty stuff can literally eat through spiritual energy. The soul-guiding monster fires a barrage of purple beams. Wu Fu whips around in shock, frantically slashing the beams away as he backs up. Looking at his corroding blade, he thinks, "If this keeps up, I'm gonna run completely out of juice." More purple beams rip through the air, and Wu Fu grunts, "Oh, I'm screwed." Out of nowhere, a blinding blast of energy comes flying in. It completely blows away all the purple beams. Wu Fu is stunned. "What the?" Ya Meng screams from a distance. "You idiot! You can't use raw, non-attributed spiritual energy on this thing. The more energy you throw at it, the more it eats." But then, the soul-guiding monster locks onto Ya Meng, and she realizes she messed up big time. She books it, screaming her head off, "Wu Fu, take this thing out, now!" Wu Fu looks totally confused. "Wait, spiritual energy has elemental types?" She yells back. "Are you seriously that clueless?" Running for her life, Ya Ming pants. "Then how the hell have you been beating other beasts? Just raw, basic energy?" He scratches his neck awkwardly. Yeah, actually, that's always been my go-to." She practically weeps, chanting, "Shape the formless into form, create everything from nothing, gather energy to forge all, and refine your energy into the 5 elements." Wu Fu is still standing there looking completely lost. Before he can even finish his sentence, the soul-guiding monster creeps up right behind him, and just like that, it gulps him down whole. Ya Meng gasps in absolute horror. "He got swallowed? No way, are you serious?" She screams at the top of her lungs. "Wu Fu." Inside the beast, Wu Fu slowly sinks into pure darkness. Closing his eyes, he thinks to himself, "Damn, turns out this world is way bigger than I ever imagined. Even a low-tier trash beast can completely body me. If I stay this weak, how the hell am I supposed to reach the heaven beyond heaven?" Suddenly, the sword on his chest starts glowing bright. Wu Fu slowly opens his eyes, whispering, "Star Spirit Sword?" He reaches his hand out to touch the blade, thinking, Are you trying to tell me something, buddy? Suddenly, another hand reaches out toward the sword, mirroring his. He gasps, wait, who's there? The faint silhouette of a girl whispers, Fuer. Wu Fu is totally dazed. Who are you? The girl whispers, I've been waiting for you to get here. She gives a gentle smile, and her body slowly fades away like drifting feathers. Back outside, Yameng is crying out, Wu Fu! The soul-guiding monster is still trying to digest him, but suddenly, it looks like it can't handle whatever's inside. Finally, it gags and forcefully spits Wu Fu out, sending him flying. Yameng runs over, yelling, Wu Fu! She frantically shakes him, muttering, Thank goodness, you're still breathing. Wu Fu, wake up! Yameng yells, Wake up already! Wu Fu slowly blinks his eyes open, groaning, who? What's shaking in front of my face? He reaches up and touches Yameng's chest, thinking, whoa, so soft. Instantly, the girl's face turns beet red, but Wu Fu is still half asleep and totally clueless, mumbling, Seriously, what is this soft, squishy thing? She absolutely loses her mind, screaming, You absolute creep. If you hadn't just saved my life, I would have chopped your hands right off. Right then, the soul-guiding monster starts creeping back toward them. It lets out a terrifying roar and lunges straight at them. Ya Meng panics, Shoot, we don't have time to run. But Wu Fu suddenly speaks up, Chill out. I'm not something this overgrown worm can swallow. She blinks in surprise. He holds up his sword, now crackling with sparks, and says, Perfect timing to test out this new power. Wu Fu senses the monster closing in. He closes his eyes. Wu Fu strikes a badass pose and unleashes a clean slash, sending a massive wave of fire tearing right through the forest. The flames roar with insane power, and Yameng watches in awe, thinking, Holy crap, that spiritual energy is unreal. The monster takes the massive blast head on. The girl wonders to herself, Who the heck is this guy? How does he have this kind of insane power? A huge chunk of the forest is completely scorched by his single strike. Wu Fu looks down at his blade and mutters, So this is the real power of the Star Spirit Sword? I didn't even use 20% of it. Suddenly, Ao Luke steps out of the shadows, speaking up. Wu Fu turns his head. Well, look who it is. While Yameng looks totally shocked. Ao Luke! What the heck are you doing here? He cuts his eyes at her and goes, Yameng, you're straight up trippin'. She snaps back, mad as hell, and whose fault do you think that is, genius? Look, I know you hate outsiders, but I am the one who brought him here. You want to kick him out? Fine, then kick me out too. Wu Fu gets dead serious and asks Ao Luke, If you manage to get in here, that means you can get us the hell out of here too, right? Dude just goes dead silent, staring at the guy's sword. Out of nowhere, he freezes up like, Wait, this sword. Ao Luke narrows his eyes, thinking, Who the hell is this kid anyway? Whatever, forget it. We can handle all this once we make it out of here. He starts walking and calls out, Keep up, follow me. Wu Fu asks, Wait, we're heading out right now? Ao Luke looks back, scowling, and goes, Nighttime in the hopeless forest is sketchy as hell. You trying to end up as some monster's dinner? Yameng gets all defensive and huffs. Hey, he didn't know, okay? Why you gotta be such a jerk to him? He just shrugs and keeps walking like he couldn't care less. He is literally just a slave. Why are you getting so worked up? She pouts and says, Hey, you disrespect my crew. You disrespect me. If you're gonna talk trash, I am absolutely gonna stand up for him. The guy is just standing there thinking, Wait, a dog? Am I a dog to her? Oh, Luke brags. Look, only I can get you guys out of this mess. After all, I am literally the strongest warrior in my clan, and everyone knows it. Yameng rolls her eyes and goes, Here he goes again. Just ignore his annoying self. Wu Fu, let's roll. He's like, Got it. The other guy turns around, totally pissed, yelling, Yo, at least let me finish my speech before you just walk off. But Wu Fu and Yameng just straight up blow him off. Wu Fu whispers, This Ao Luke dude tries so hard to act all cold and serious around everyone. And honestly, he's not even all that. She chimes in, right? It is literally all show. He's been like this since we were kids, always pretending to be some badass handsome hero, when in reality, he is just a total narcissist. We grew up together, so I'm used to his crap. I just can't stand his constant whining. Ao Luke overhears her calling him a fake, a narcissist, and a total chatterbox, and he just stands there, completely dead inside. Meanwhile, Wu Fu mutters, Man, I really want to start cussing right now. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from above, and all three of them look up. Yameng goes, What is his deal? But Aoluk suddenly spots something. A massive black shadow is diving right at them from the sky. Boom! It slams into the ground, making the whole forest shake like crazy. Dust is flying everywhere as the three of them look down from a high ledge. Wu Fu asks, "Why did this beast suddenly crash land over here?" Aoluk replies, "Probably some monster turf war." Wu Fu shrugs, "Makes sense." Ya Meng nods. "Yeah, this kind of crazy stuff happens all the time in this forest." Suddenly, Aoluk screams, a black maned beast. Razor-sharp claws dig into a tree trunk as the beast slowly creeps out of the shadows. Aoluk is totally baffled. What the hell is a black maned beast doing in this area? Wu Fu turns to Yameng, asking, "Is this black maned beast actually that dangerous?" Aoluk cuts in. "It and my fire gold wolf are both top-tier high-level beasts, and honestly, this one right here looks even stronger than mine." He scowls and keeps talking. "Monsters have been acting crazy lately, probably because of some turf war in the other regions. We need to get out of here, as soon as possible, before things get messy." The black maned beast was busy chewing on its prey when its head suddenly snaps up. Auluk screams, "Crap! I think it knows we're here!" He can feel the beast's insane bloodlust locking onto them. He grinds his teeth, thinking, "No way, this is bad." Out of nowhere, the black maned beast lunges, snapping its massive jaws to swallow them whole, but the three of them barely dive out of the way in time. Yameng screams, "This is literally the longest night of my life." Wu Fu yells back, "Why the hell is it chasing us?" Aoluk cuts him off. "I don't think it's chasing us, bro. It's after you." "He's shocked me?" Aoluk sighs. "Look, us beastmen can mask our scent, but you're just standing there glowing like a beacon. The problem is definitely you, dude." Hearing that, Wu Fu leaps back. He nods and says, "If it's after me, I'll bait it away. You guys find a safe spot to hide now." Ya Meng looks up, terrified. "Yo, what are you doing? Are you insane?" Wu Fu smirks. "Relax, I got this." The black maned beast charges after him, and Wu Fu starts parkouring across the tree branches with the beast hot on his heels. Wu Fu thinks to himself, "Yup, it fell for it. Looks like this spirit sword inside me is a magnet for these monsters. They're all coming for me." Suddenly, the black maned beast's body glows bright, and it slams its fists into the ground with insane power. Instantly, the entire ground shatters under the beast's attack. Wu Fu barely dodges the shockwave, thinking, "An elemental skill, huh?" Out of nowhere, the black maned beast swipes its sharp claws right at his back, but it only shreds a boulder because Wu Fu already dodged the strike. The black maned beast goes absolutely wild, tearing the place apart. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is crouching behind another boulder, thinking, "Damn, high-level beasts are no joke. This thing is ridiculously strong." The beast raises its glowing claws high in the air. Wu Fu watches it and thinks, "Yep, it's definitely thirsty for this spirit sword." It slams its claws right into his shield, cracking it wide open. He grunts, "My mana is running low. I can only give this one shot." The beast's razor claws are inches from his face. It roars, building up power for one final, devastating strike. The beast glares at him, then uses its power to launch a volley of sharp rock shards. Wu Fu is shocked for a split second as the stones come flying at him, but he quickly locks in and says, "Let's end this." A massive wave of fire erupts from his spirit sword. Wu Fu swings his blade right at the flying rocks, slashing down to trigger a massive explosion. As the smoke clears, he casually says, "You really thought some rocks were going to take me out?" But suddenly, the black maned beast lunges out from the dust cloud. He's completely blown away. "Wait, you can talk?" The black maned beast growls. "Duh. All high-level beasts in this forest can talk. Now tell me, where did you get that weapon?" Wu Fu says coldly, "None of your business. But I am pretty curious why you guys are so obsessed with it." The beast laughs. "You dumb human. I have no idea why that thing chose a loser like you as its master." He chuckles. "Yeah, but it still chose me, didn't it?" The beast points a claw at him and barks. "But you're too weak to even use it properly. Right now you can barely tap into a fraction of its power," he gasps. "Wait, what?" The beast sneers. "That thing is over 10,000 years old. Its power is insane, and there's no way a punk like you can control it." It charges at him, roaring, "So I am just going to kill you and take it for myself." The beast leaps and slams its heavy paws down. It lifts its paws, totally shocked, and mutters, "Wait, where did he go?" Auluk's voice echoes, "And here I thought you were actually tough." Wu Fu gasps, "Wait, you came back?" Auluk laughs out loud. "Take a back seat and rest up, kid. Let me show you what a real boss looks like." The beast growls, Since when did you beastmen start playing nice with humans? Ow, Luke locks in. A talking monster. Don't see that every day. The beast raises its claws, snarling. Too bad it is the last thing you'll ever see. It swings a massive slash at him. Ow Luke scowls, already gripping his daggers behind his back. He unleashes a flurry of counters, blocking the beast's claws head on. He leaps right at the monster, catching it completely off guard. Ow Luke coldly rains down razor-sharp slashes on the beast. A glowing barrier wraps around the monster as it laughs. You really think you can break my shield, punk? The beast flares its energy. Ow Luke charges right back in, yelling, You might be able to bully a kid who doesn't even know how to use his mana, but me? He leaps high into the air, screaming, Don't get cocky! Ow Luke grips his daggers, diving straight down. Eat my furnace! Slash! The beast desperately blocks his relentless onslaught. Ow Luke delivers a massive X-shaped double slash, and the beast takes the hit dead on. Dust is flying everywhere. Ow Lee lands right next to him and flexes. See that? That's the straight-up difference between humans and beastmen. As Wu Fu is about to say something, Ow Lee cuts him off. And it's also the difference between you and me, bro. The black savage beast is totally wrecked, face down on the ground thanks to Ow Lee. Wu Fu asks him, But wait, why'd you suddenly play nice and come back for me? Ow Lee goes, Well, obviously because, but before he can even finish, Ah Meng leaps in out of nowhere, giving Wu Fu a massive hug and squealing, Oh, thank goodness, you're not dead. Wu Fu turns to her, totally shocked. Wait, what are you even doing here? Ao Li immediately pulls Ah Meng off him and grumbles, Get off him already. And it's literally your fault, man, who told you to run off by yourself? Wu Fu pouts and shoots back. If you actually stepped up earlier, I wouldn't have had to run in the first place. Ao Li acts all high and mighty. Real pros always make an entrance at the very last second. Wu Fu presses him. So you're saying you were just chilling on the sidelines watching the whole time? Ah Meng pipes up, nagging him. Honestly, you need to check yourself on this one too. How can a servant just ditch their master and bolt? He stammers, well, I'm not really. Meng puts her hands on her hips, lecturing. Look, you couldn't beat that thing because you literally have zero grasp on elemental spiritual chi. Ao Li chimes in, Yeah, for real, I didn't think you'd be this much of a scrub. Meng kicks him right in the shin, snapping. Shut your mouth, dude. This whole mess is low-key on you anyway. We need to get out of here right now. Wu Fu agrees. Meng's right. Oh, great warrior Ao Li, please lead the way. Ao Li turns his back, acting cool. You've drained way too much of your spiritual chi. Let's wait till you recover a bit before we hit the road. He quickly chimes in. He nods. Exactly. Beasts are crawling all over the place right now, so we should probably find a spot to crash first. The three of them head over to a nearby cave. Wu Fu closes his eyes, deep in thought. Ever since I got dragged into this place, everything has gone completely off the rails, including this whole elemental spiritual chi thing. He remembers that mysterious girl calling out his name, Wu Fu. He wonders, who even is she anyway? Why did she tell me all that? And what's the real deal with the Star Spirit Sword? Meng walks over, holding some wild berries in her hands. She asks, Only got these wild berries to eat. How are you holding up? He replies, Way better, thanks. Meng mutters, Sorry, I really thought I could get you out of here sooner. Wu Fu replies, Don't worry about it. He adds, Honestly, thanks to you I actually realized a few things. Munching on a berry, she says. Since you're from the outside, you must know about the heaven beyond heaven, right? Wu Fu questions her, Why do you even want to go there? She tells him, I'm looking for someone. He just watches her quietly as she goes on. But my tribe's got rules. If you don't get approved by the clan, you can't just bounce. Wu Fu goes, Makes sense. That's why you keep entering those beast arenas. Meng sighs. Yeah, but some people really don't want me leaving. Plus, getting to the heaven beyond heaven is no joke. She grits her teeth, but I don't care, I have to go. He pats her head with a smile. Hey, if you want to go, how about I take you? I'm heading to the heaven beyond heaven anyway. Meng blushes, totally flustered, and yells, You're literally my servant, so obviously you have to take me. And stop messing with my hair! Wu Fu quickly pacifies her. All right, my bad. Hearing them flirt low-key triggers Ao Li. He snaps. If you're good enough to talk, get up. It's almost dawn. We need to move. Meng and Wu Fu timidly mumble. All right, okay. The scene cuts to morning. Wu Fu can't help but admire. Man, who knew after 3 days? This place actually looks kinda beautiful. Ao Li adds, The forest of hopelessness on the other side is actually the sacred ground of my tribe. He glances around, but we're not here for a field trip. We only have 3 days, which is crazy short, so we need to get to a safe zone as soon as possible. Wu Fu nods in agreement. While walking through the forest, Wu Fu suddenly asks, by the way, last night you mentioned turning the invisible into form, turning nothingness into all things, gathering spiritual chi to refine everything, and turning chi back into the 5 elements. What did you actually mean by that? Ah, Meng hesitates. You really are. She summons a swirl of energy in her hand and asks, what's this? Wu Fu blinks and replies, Qi. Ah Meng clenches her fist and says, exactly. Qi flows between heaven and earth, and over time, it forms 5 types of spiritual qi: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. She continues to lecture. They balance and counter each other to create everything, and honestly, even our bodies have all 5 types of elemental spiritual qi. Ah, Meng says. In normal people, these 5 spiritual keys are totally balanced, and only a tiny handful can actually tap into them. Hearing this, Wu Fu silently thinks to himself, so both the monster and that beast from before had their own specific elements. She adds, but your body is seriously weird. Like, you shouldn't have any elements, but somehow the soul-guiding beast couldn't even digest you. In fact, you ended up completely wiping it out. He looks down and thinks, that was probably because of the Star Spirit sword. Just like that beast said, the sword actually holds some crazy mysterious power. He then looks up and asks, hey, can you teach me how to use these 5 elemental spiritual keys? Wait, what? Ah, Meng stammers. With my level, how am I supposed to teach you? Suddenly, Ao Li cuts in. Why don't I teach you instead? Both of them spin around, completely shocked, looking at him with absolute confusion written all over their faces. He smirks, provoking them. What? You don't want to? Or are you too scared? Did you really think I was some petty jerk? He says nervously, I'm just curious why you're suddenly acting so nice, that's all. He deadpans. Well, instead of having you be a massive drag, it's way better if you can at least defend your own skin. Hearing that, Wu Fu thinks to himself, man, so he's literally just looking down on me. This feeling sucks. Aoli says confidently, I got Ah Meng covered anyway, so she cuts him off, yelling, hey, I'm super strong, okay? Who needs your protection? He snaps back coldly. Don't you even know your own limits? Look, I promised your mother I'd keep you safe. Even if you hate it, you need to face reality. Ah Meng clicks her tongue, muttering, you're always like this. Wu Fu says politely, well, thanks then, I appreciate it. Aoli turns around quickly and says, don't get it twisted, I'm just making sure you don't die out here. He repeats, still, thanks for the help. While scanning the area, he says, most beasts blend their elemental spiritual qi into the surroundings to completely mask their presence. We do the same. Wu Fu chimes in. So that's how Ah Meng snuck up on me without making a single sound. Ao Li nods. Exactly. The stronger your spiritual qi, the harder it is for anyone to detect your presence. He grins. Sweet. So how long will it take me to learn this? He holds up 2 fingers. Wu Fu tries to guess. 2 hours? 2 days? Or like 2 months? Ao Li deadpans. 2 years. He gasps. No way. That's crazy long. He scoffs. Your spiritual qi is incredibly pure, which is super rare in this world. The upside is that you can smash through anything with raw, pure qi. The downside is, if you face someone with insanely strong elemental qi, you're straight up dead. Ao Li continues. The 5 elements always balance and counter each other. Your qi doesn't belong to any of them, but in the end, it still flows back into them. So you absolutely have to find the specific qi that matches you. Wu Fu rubs his chin, thinking, the qi that matches me. Ao Li summons a glow in his hand. Mine is metal, and Ah Meng's is wood. Hearing this, he wonders, but how do I even find the qi that fits me? He tells him, you feel it. Wu Fu blinks. Feel it? He nods, explaining, you have to sense the specific qi you're absorbing from the 5 elements in nature. That's your matching element. He frowns, confused. Is it really that simple? Ah, Meng chimes in. It's definitely not. Normal people take like 3 to 4 years to actually find it. Ao Li adds, and even if you do, you might not have enough raw power to actually use it, which is why most people can only use basic qi. He looks at him seriously. But last night, when you fought that black savage beast, you low-key showed a glimpse of it. That's why his armor shattered. It proves you've got the potential. You just lack the connection right now. He's thinking to himself, bruh. That's the power I borrowed from the spirit sword. Is that blade hiding some secret energy I don't even know about? Wu Fu's like, so we're starting from the basics now? But we ain't got no time for that. He blinks and goes, what am I supposed to be sensing anyway? Ao Li closes his eyes and says, there are only 5 types of energy flowing through the world. Wu Fu rubs his chin, thinking, sensing, huh? Honestly, my spirit sword doesn't really work that way. I always feel like it's trying to tell me something. Outside, it's pouring. Wu Fu is just standing there like an idiot, getting absolutely soaked. Meanwhile, Ao Li uses his energy to make a barrier. He's like, man, you are straight up weak. Can't even pop a basic shield. I was sensing energy when I was 10, and by 11 I already found my match. He keeps flexing. At 14, I passed the trials and became the youngest warrior in the tribe. The chief said I'm a once-in-a-hundred-years genius, and if I get the chance I could go to Penglai. Yameng cuts in, let's find some cover from this rain. Wu Fu nods. Yeah, let's go. Ao Li loses his mind. Hey, why are you guys just tuning me out? Meanwhile, in the forest of no hope, inside Li Qi's nest, a ball of energy is condensing. Beast form Li Qi is soaking it all up. He tenses up for a second, then bursts out, transforming into a human. A respectful voice chimes in, old man, so you finally made it back. Somewhere else, Wu Fu suddenly looks around. Ya Meng asks, what's up? Wu Fu goes, nothing. It's just weird how it got pitch black right after the rain stopped. He's thinking, why did I feel like someone was watching me just now? Ao Li explains, the environment inside the Forest of No Hope is different everywhere. There's nothing weird about it. Wu Fu asks, why is it different? He goes on, I remember reading about it in some reference book. Ao Li says in a deep voice, word is, this happened tens of thousands of years ago. Our ancestors saw it drop from the sky with their own eyes. They even carved this history onto our tribe's sacred stone. Wu Fu's confused. From the sky? Ao Li explains. Yeah. Realistically, how could there be other continents up there? So the most likely thing is Wu Fu cuts him off. You mean the heaven beyond heaven? He's like, yeah, that's the only explanation. The heaven beyond heaven has always been a mystery. Looking at his palm, Ao Li adds, the energy in this forest is way stronger than any other place. It's so strong that it can circulate and survive on its own. Energy this crazy could only come from the heaven beyond heaven. Seeing him quiet, he says, no use talking about this now. Get some rest, it's gonna be a long night. I'm gonna go look around. Wu Fu stays quiet, thinking, seems like there's still a lot I don't know. Does this spirit sword have secrets I haven't figured out yet? Putting his hand over his heart, he wonders, and who is that woman? She doesn't feel like a stranger at all. It's like I met her ages ago. What is that creepy power trying to tell me? Ya Meng stretches, yawns, and just passes out. Wu Fu looks at her and chuckles. Seriously, she's just like a cat. Suddenly, Ao Li grabs him and says, yo, what are you doing? If you can't sleep, come with me. Wu Fu's taken aback. Wait, what? Ao Li smirks. Didn't you want me to teach you how to use energy? He gets serious. It's a long night, so I found a place to test your skills. Wu Fu panics. Where are we going? Ao Li's like, to a place that's gonna scare you to death, obviously. Wu Fu asks, worried, is Ya Meng gonna be okay here? He replies, I hid her with my energy. No one's gonna find her. The two of them walk deep into another part of the forest. Wu Fu asks, where is this? He replies, this is the dead water. Ao Li explains, the safest place is also the most dangerous spot in this forest. It's a living lake. It exposes the darkness inside your heart and swallows you whole. This bottomless lake will pull you under and turn you into its lunch. He frowns. And, out of nowhere, Ao Li shoves him. Wu Fu loses his balance and goes splash straight into the lake. While Wu Fu's thrashing around, Ao Li casually says, wanna bet if you'll end up as fish food? The water pressure starts dragging him under. Ao Li smirks from the shore as Wu Fu sinks deeper. Is this jerk deadass trying to kill me? He keeps sinking, the darkness swallowing him up. But suddenly, he falls right out of the water, landing in a completely different space hidden beneath the lake. He's totally shocked. Where am I? What is this place? And how did I fall from the lake to here? Looking up at the water hovering above his head, he sighs, man, I really thought I was a goner. Suddenly, he hears footsteps. Wu Fu's like, who's there? A clone smirks wickedly. Who else? I'm you, bro. Wu Fu's stunned. Huh? Pretty sure I don't have a twin, the clone says. I'm the manifestation of your inner self. Wu Fu smirks. So since you came from me, that makes me your daddy. The clone snarls. We're at this point and you're still cracking jokes? Wu Fu doesn't even flinch. What, you think I'm gonna wet my pants over you? Looking evil as hell, the clone says. That trash attitude is exactly why you keep catching L's. All that talk about being the strongest and never losing is just straight cap. And wasting your energy on weaklings? You're a joke. Wu Fu's face goes dark. He says coldly, say that again, and your daddy's gonna get real mad. The clone laughs. Oh, I'm shaking. Let me tell you, I'm here today to take your place. Wu Fu gets serious. Take my place? Suddenly, the clone pops up right behind him. The dead water reflects your inner self. It's because you're weak and useless. Your weakness and vanity are what brought me out. I'm just the natural result. Hearing that, Wu Fu swings a punch behind him. He snarls, you're seriously asking for a beating. But he misses completely and the clone laughs. That's it. You better bring everything you've got to kill me. Clenching his fist with pure contempt, the clone says, today, either you take me out or I put you down. Wu Fu glares at him. You ain't even all that. Since you're begging to die, let me help you out. He lifts his leg and throws a brutal kick straight at the clone's face, yelling, just go die already. The clone gets thrown back. But Wu Fu feels something off, thinking, wait, this is trippin'. Why did it feel like I just kicked a bag of cotton? The fake Wu Fu pushes himself up, leaning on his knees. So you finally noticed, huh? His expression turns deadly. If you're done playing, it's my turn now, right? Wu Fu's shocked. I packed energy into that punch, and this dude's still standing? The imposter gets up, surrounded by a heavy, dark aura. He sneers. And I thought you actually had some power behind those fists. Turns out you're just a joke. You can't even tap into elemental energy, and you expect to beat me? His eyes go wide, his pupils shrinking as he growls. Keep dreaming, clown. Before Wu Fu can even process it, the dude blurs right towards him. Wu Fu takes a hard hit. He blocks with his arms, but looking at his bruised forearms, he grunts, damn, that hurt like hell. Suddenly, the imposter is already hovering right above him, winding up to stomp on his head. Wu Fu gasps. He's too fast. The crash kicks up a massive cloud of dust, but the imposter doesn't stop, already moving at high speed again. Sweating over his speed, Wu Fu panics. I can't even track him. He's way too fast for me to keep up. The cloaked boss is flickering all over the place, creeping closer while talking mad trash. Can't even see me, huh? Figures. Since you can't even sense squat. You're nothing but a straight-up loser. Wu Fu freezes up at his speed, completely helpless. Crap, too fast. Can't dodge this. Another massive crash sends dust flying everywhere, totally blocking the view. Wu Fu takes a hard hit, barely dragging himself off the ground to face the dude. The fake stands there smirking like a creep, eyes glowing blood red. I don't just use fire energy. I can handle all 5 types of elemental energy, just like you. Too bad you're a complete idiot. It's too late and you still don't get it. Even with all that trash talk, Wu Fu keeps his cool. Even without any of that fancy stuff, I can still kick your butt. The imposter's smirk turns downright wicked. Looks like you haven't had enough of a beating. Fine, I'm going all out then. Wu Fu drags himself up, putting one hand over his chest. Crap, only got the spirit sword left to rely on, but nothing shows up in his hand. The imposter rushes him, swinging his arm for the strike. No way you're summoning your spirit sword in this place, kid. Hearing this completely breaks Wu Fu's brain, his face freezing up. No way. My spirit sword is blocked? The imposter slams his attack down, kicking up a massive dust cloud as he laughs. That spirit sword of yours is temporarily locked down by this purple water. Though later on, those outer heaven folks will break the seal anyway. Wu Fu is slammed flat on the ground, groaning. How? How the heck do you know that? The imposter's face darkens, a nasty, creepy grin spreading across his face. Me? I was brought to life by that purple water. So yeah, I inherited its memories and know a bunch of stuff. Not like you, who doesn't even know where he came from. Wu Fu pushes his head up from the dirt, keeping his face totally blank. Dude, you're only this tough because of my power. Stop acting like you're hot stuff. The second those words leave his mouth, the imposter stomps his foot down, pinning Wu Fu's head into the dirt. Keeping his foot planted right on Wu Fu's head, the fake leans down, totally gloating. And besides, didn't you beg me for help a long-ass time ago? Begging for this shady dark power of mine just so you could get stronger? With Wu Fu's face shoved into the dirt, the fake opens his hand, summoning some dark energy. Looks like you totally blanked on it. Forgot that whole traumatizing memory, huh? Staring down with bloodshot eyes, he grips a sharp weapon he just conjured up. No biggie, It's not like you'll get another chance to remember anyway. He thrusts the weapon straight down at Wu Fu's head. Right after that lethal blow, an annoying voice starts shaking Wu Fu awake. Yo, yo, wake up, man, wake up! A tiny light flickers in his head as he thinks, ugh, so loud. Who the hell is screaming in my ear? I'm literally dead. Can you just let me rest in peace? Suddenly, Wu Fu snaps out of it, eyes popping open. He sits up, realizing he's completely naked. Right in front of him is this floating sword. Well, look who finally decided to wake up, you little punk. Wu Fu is totally lost. Who the heck are you? Seeing his blank face, the sword snaps. What are you staring at, kid? Wu Fu pinches his own cheek hard, rubs his chin, and sighs. I knew it. There's no way a spirit sword can actually talk. The sword snorts back, dripping with sarcasm. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but this ain't a dream. You're inside your own mind space, punk. Did that guy beat you so hard you lost your last 2 brain cells? Wu Fu still looks completely clueless, scratching his face as he stares at the sword. So, you can actually talk for real? The sword facepalms metaphorically. That is not the point, dude. But Wu Fu's stubborn ass just won't let it go. But seriously, how are you talking? And wait, didn't that evil alter ego of mine just straight up murder me? Why am I even in my mind space right now? Annoyed by the rapid-fire questions, the sword groans. How are you gonna bombard me with all these questions at once, kid? Wu Fu just flops right back down. Fine, if you don't tell me, I'm just gonna take a nap. This stubborn move leaves the sword with no choice. Wait, fine, I'll tell you everything. Looking down at him, it mutters, Man, you really haven't changed a bit, you annoying punk. Wu Fu snaps back. Give me the short version now. The sword puffs up with pride, bragging, You were literally seconds away from getting wrecked by that knockoff. I totally saved your butt, so you better show some respect to yours truly. Wu Fu looks super skeptical. So, you're a sword with a brain? But wait, how? He stands there, hand on his hip and chin. Wait, is there a catch? The sword immediately fires back. A spirit sword is just a soul weapon. There's no way it has its own mind. What catch are you talking about? At this point, the sword sighs in absolute frustration, getting straight to the point of what needs to be done to save his skin. Quit focusing on the wrong things. The real deal is, if you don't break your limits right now, you're literally gonna be dead for real. Wu Fu just lets out a weak, awkward laugh. Yeah, but I don't think I can actually beat that guy. The sword hovers over, offering a way out. Well, you can always borrow my power. But there's a catch. I'm currently locked down by that purple water energy. I need a single drop of your blood to break this seal. Seeing Wu Fu's totally unbothered reaction, the sword loses its cool. Yo, 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 don't you start acting ungrateful, you little punk. My power isn't something you can just borrow whenever you want. If I didn't feel sorry for your pathetic self, I wouldn't even bother. He stands up, trying to explain why he's hesitating. But if I borrow your power, doesn't that just prove that copycat, right? Won't I just turn into another evil, dark version of myself? The sword is completely speechless. He brings up the fake dude he was just throwing hands with. He only manifested by leeching off your energy and the purple water. He's literally the dark desires you've been hiding deep down. Yeah, he said something like that too. And then there's that girl he mentioned. He clenches his fists, eyes burning with determination. How do I get out of here right now? Seriously. The more I think about what that jerk said, the madder I get. The sword answers with another question. Didn't I literally just tell you how? Wu Fu glances away, totally suspicious. Then why do I get the feeling you're hiding another way from me? The sword immediately looks away, acting sus. Looks like Wu Fu hit the nail right on the head because the sword instantly acts defensive. Pfft, no idea what you're talking about. He shrugs, acting like he's totally fine with giving up. Fine, guess I'll just sit here and wait to die, not like I care. This attitude pisses the sword off. No way! If you kick the bucket, how the heck am I supposed to recover? Realizing it just let a major slip-up out, Wu Fu glares at it, eyes narrowing. The sword quickly tries to backpedal. I'm your soul weapon. If you go down, I go down with you. Wu Fu still isn't buying it, squinting at the sword. Really? You sure you aren't plotting some shady stuff behind my back? This totally triggers the sword, and it blows its top. How dare you suspect your own damn soul weapon? Wu Fu looks at it suspiciously. But you never used to talk before. I keep getting this vibe that you're not the same spirit sword I used to know. The sword quickly makes an excuse. That's just because you were too weak back then. Wu Fu clenches his fist a bit, speaking his mind. I don't know, feels off to me. Plus, I think there's a major question I've been totally ignoring this whole time. The sword asks, What question? You. Where the hell did this spirit sword actually come from? His eyes turn cold and sharp, and it feels like you've got some crazy powerful origin since all those magic beasts are dying to get their hands on you. The sword avoids his gaze, looking away, well, probably because I'm just that awesome. You're the one wielding me, so shouldn't you know that better than anyone? He states with absolute confidence. I used to think I did, but now? Not so sure. The sword smirks back, teasing him. Ooh, curious, are we? Wu Fu looks up, a slight smirk playing on his lips. As if you'd actually be nice enough to just tell me. The sword nudges him. Well, then you better do what I say. Give me some blood, just one single drop, and you can get out of here. Heck, you can even beat down that evil copycat of yours while you're at it. So, what do you say? This is literally the best deal you're gonna get. Despite the tempting offer, Wu Fu is still highly skeptical. So basically, if I play by your rules, there's gonna be some nasty side effects, isn't there? The sword seemed low-key awkward under his skeptical gaze. Wu Fu glared right at it and sneered. Well, what's the deal? The sword dodged his gaze, mumbling, Nah, it's nothing, you little punk. Seeing Wu Fu wasn't buying it, the sword panicked and whipped back around. Yo, are you kidding me right now? Look, this mind space is about to collapse. Keep this up and we're both straight up dead. Wu Fu didn't waste time and cut straight to the chase. Then you better spill how we get out of here, or we're both going down together. Period. The sword snapped back. You little punk. You're supposed to be negotiating with me, so why the heck are you acting like you're the boss here? Wu Fu didn't even blink at the trash talk. Cut the yap. Instead of whining, just tell me the way. You don't want to rot in here with me either, so spit it out. Now. The sword stared at him, thinking, this punk actually has that clan's bloodline flowing in him. I can't let him die here. Once we get out, I'll slowly bait him into doing what I want. Wu Fu propped himself up with one hand and gestured impatiently with his other hand, which pissed the sword off big time. Look, I want to get out of here right now and straight up beat the trash out of that clone. He clenched his fist, his eyes turning dead serious with a cocky vibe that was low-key annoying. The sword could only stare back, feeling totally helpless even though the kid's bloodline hadn't even fully awakened yet. His raw power is already insane, he just doesn't know how to channel it yet. What a massive pain in the ass. Seriously, screw you guys. Wu Fu stayed quiet, letting the sword's words sink in. And what was that about? Since when did I inherit this power? And who the hell is she? Why is my mind a total blank? Suddenly, the sword whipped around and barked, Get up, you punk. I'm only going to explain this once. There is no second time, you got it? Seeing the sword finally crack, Wu Fu couldn't help but tease. Oh, so you finally made up your mind? The sword snapped back. I'm only doing this to save my own skin, but since I'm feeling generous right now, you better listen up and behave. It started breaking it down for him. Your energy is stacked, but it's totally messy. You need to convert your basic energy into elemental energy, and that, my friend, is all about your own emotions. Wu Fu nodded along. For real, that bird guy in the avatar said the exact same thing. The sword kept analyzing. Right now, all your energy is just sitting in your core, while your elemental energy is scattered all over your body. It can't condense, so there's no way you can make it any stronger. Finally, it laid out the game plan. So, what you gotta do right now is spread that energy throughout your entire body. Wu Fu looked at his hands, trying to feel his own body. Spread it through my body? He stood there dead still, focusing on the flow inside him, while the sword watched from above, totally speechless. Damn this cheat code genius bloodline. His energy is insane. Normally, people can only control one element because keeping a strong element active drains all the energy in their body. Wu Fu closed his eyes to focus, tuning out everything except the sword's voice, but your avatar can pull it off, which means you can too. Feel it, listen to it, and use your energy to scan everything around you. Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes snapped open. I see it! But he wasn't quite there yet, so the sword kept shouting directions. Just seeing it ain't enough. Condense it, convert the energy. Wu Fu looked down, and his jaw dropped. A massive sphere of energy was floating right beneath him. The sword yelled, Use your energy to come! Hurry! Shoot! The space is starting to crack. The mind space is collapsing, and that purple water power is about to break in. Cracks were spiderwebbing everywhere, and Wu Fu could feel the danger. The sword screamed, Wu Fu! If you don't absorb this now, we are both dead meat. You can kiss your dream of becoming the God King goodbye. The cracks kept spreading. Meanwhile, in the real world, the fake Wu Fu was standing over Wu Fu's lifeless body on the ground. From now on, I'm the real deal. I'll wipe everyone out and become the ultimate God King. He looked up, a cocky smirk creeping onto his face. Now, let's see if the purple water can override and devour that spirit sword's power. If it does, I'm straight up invincible. Suddenly, Wu Fu's body twitched, and the sharp weapon the fake had stabbed into him began to warp and bend. But the copycat was completely clueless. He just stood there flexing while Wu Fu slowly pushed himself up behind him. Wu Fu's voice made the fake jump out of his skin. Damn, that was a close call. The copycat whipped around completely dumbfounded. Wait, how are you? Wu Fu smirked. Your daddy just crawled back from hell to put you in your place, you ungrateful brat. The fake stared at Wu Fu, sweating. No way. Did you actually meet him? Wu Fu just looked at him, cool as ice, and asked, Who's him? You look pretty shook. Is that why you've been trying so hard to kill me? While Wu Fu was totally chill, the fake was radiating pure rage, clenching his energy sword. Shut up. I killed you once, and I can do it again. No one is coming to save you this time. Wu Fu's eyes went ice cold. Too bad you won't get the chance. With that, they charged at each other at insane speeds. The massive shockwave from their clash sent violent ripples tearing through the lake's surface. Standing on the shore, Aoli watched the water and muttered, Damn, making this much noise? That guy is really putting his life on the line. I just hope this chaos doesn't attract other enemies. Down below, flashes of blue and red energy clashed over and over. Wu Fu and his clone were trading blows, throwing non-stop attacks along with some heavy trash talk. What's wrong? Why aren't you hitting back? I thought you were gonna kill me. You're still just a useless scrub, always crying like a little baby. As Wu Fu blocked the blows, his mind was racing. Just like... Suddenly, the spirit sword popped up, looking like a little sprite. It snapped. Hey, focus, you punk. You keep spacing out and you're dead meat. If you want to kick the bucket, fine, but don't drag me down with you. Did you already forget everything I just taught you? Wu Fu was low-key shocked to see it. Wait, how did you get out here? Their blades clashed with heavy impacts. The sword nagged. I'm just a projection fueled by your own power. Only you can see me, so stop asking stupid questions and move. Wu Fu's face went dead serious, and waves of water energy flared up around him. Who do you think you're fighting? The fake gasped. No way! Wu Fu's savage strike sent the clone flying back, making him scream in shock. Skidding backward, the fake was shaking, completely blown away by Wu Fu's raw power. How is he channeling such insane water energy? No way. Did he actually meet him? Wu Fu unleashed a massive wave of water energy, blasting it straight at him. And he wasn't done yet. He kept spamming relentless water strikes, completely overwhelming the clone. The fake suddenly realized something was off. Wait, what? A blazing trail of fiery energy was roaring straight towards him. The fake finally put the pieces together. Don't tell me. Back when he was spamming those water attacks, he was already baiting me into a trap. The energy condensed into a spear and skewered him right through. He gritted his teeth in agony, gasping, Fire energy? Wu Fu placed his hand on the clone's shoulder, mocking, You might have copied my power, but you definitely didn't inherit my brain. The fake gritted his teeth, still in denial. How the hell did you learn to do that so fast? It's impossible. Glaring down at him with pure disgust, Wu Fu scoffed, Nothing is impossible, kid. If I'm the one who created this ungrateful brat, what makes you think I can't put you down? Now, spill what you know before you fade, and I might just make it quick. The fake's body suddenly flares up with a deep purple aura that looks sketchy as hell, and the dude just sneers. Beat me? Bro, you don't even know how cooked you are right now. Suddenly, a massive burst of power explodes, forcing him to jump back to dodge. The fake roars. Even if I go down, I'm dragging you straight to hell with me. The sword spirit floating nearby spots the chaos and yells. His power is totally spiraling. How could a fake-ass illusion like him ever control the death water? Wu Fu spits back. Gross. The sword spirit immediately warns him, but you gotta watch your step. He's burning through all his energy just to take you down. Don't go dying on me again. The fake screams, his body morphing into some creepy-looking half-human, half-demon freak. Why'd you dump me? You don't want my power anymore? Didn't I do your dirty work and kill those people for you? I'm the one who saved your mom. Hearing his mother mentioned, Wu Fu freezes, murmuring, My mom. The sword spirit yells, Don't buy into his BS, just waste this clown so we can get out of here. But he just stands there frozen, as something comes charging straight at him like a freight train. Boom. A brutal collision happens in a split second. The fake stands right in front of him, looking totally warped. One of his arms has mutated into this giant clawed monster limb, and the dude's actually smirking. Can't even take one hit. No wonder your whole clan got wiped out. No wonder you couldn't save your own mom. Look at you. You really think a loser like you can inherit the sword's legacy? Wu Fu gets blasted straight into the wall, completely pinned. He looks up with a blank stare, muttering, "The sword's legacy. If I make it out of here alive, you're gonna spill everything to me." The sword spirit asks, "Spill what?" His eyes turn ice cold. Wu Fu looks down at his hands, thinking, "Right now, I can only flip my energy into two elements, water and fire. That freak is just a copy made from the death water. So why is his energy pitch black and giving off such a sketchy vibe?" The fake is going wild, swinging that giant arm of his, but Wu Fu stays totally chill. That black energy doesn't look like any of the 5 basic elements. The sword spirit beside him cuts in with a cold voice. That's because the death water has sucked up tons of different energies. Plus, this place is packed with bad vibes, so it all gets mashed together. In a flash, Wu Fu lunges forward, ripping through the air and shattering the stone floor below. The fake feels the ultimate pain, completely helpless as he just screams his lungs out. His hand summons another weapon. Wu Fu hurls it forward with everything he's got. The impact wrecks the place, leaving nothing but a massive cloud of dust and smoke. The fake tries to swipe at him, but Wu Fu easily vaults over him. Too slow, bro. The fake loses his mind. If only my energy. But before he can even react, Wu Fu is already behind his back, firing 2 more sharp blades straight into him. The blades impale the fake's body, making him scream in pure agony. But wait, it looks like the dude is squeezing the weapons inside his body with pure muscle. Wu Fu looks down, spotting the weird move. The second the weapons get spat out of the fake, Wu Fu quickly does a backflip to get some distance. Even though Wu Fu reacted fast, he still gets clipped by the blast. His side is sliced open, and blood starts gushing out. Damn, this hurts like hell. A normal cut never burned this bad. It feels like my heart is on fire. What a cheap trick! The sword spirit chimes in. I told you to watch out. Getting hit by that junk is no joke, kid. Lucky you dodged, or that crap would have dissolved you by now. Wu Fu second guesses himself. Wait, am I tripping? He's getting weaker, and that black energy is way more obvious now. Seeing him confused, the sword spirit explains, "That's because you leveled up, kid. You've got actual resolve now, so the death water can't leach off the darkness in your soul anymore, which means he gets weaker too. You totally owe me for this, you little brat." Wu Fu asks, "Can't we just wipe this garbage out for good?" The sword spirit keeps dropping knowledge. Where there's light, there's shadow, bro. Some things in this world just can't be stopped, unless the whole world goes down. The fake, lying wrecked on the ground, whimpers. It hurts. After spilling all the details, the sword spirit wraps it up. So basically, that freak is a part of you too. Wu Fu looks totally grossed out. That is nasty. Wu Fu tightens his grip on his sword and steps forward, while the spirit floats right along. If you want to survive, you gotta own your dark side. Don't go chasing some perfect fairy tale. Only clueless kids believe in that crap. Floating by his side, it nags. Finish him off, get out of here, bury this darkness deep inside and just keep moving. But secretly, the spirit thinks, well, you are their kid after all. Guess you're the only one who can actually bail me out. It's my only ticket out of this eternal curse. Not a bad deal at all. Back at the lake, bubbles start popping up on the surface. Ya Lu looks down, his lips curling into a smirk. Finally, he's out. He stands on the shore watching the bubbles get bigger as something starts breaking the surface. Out pops Wu Fu, dragging himself out of the water, looking totally beat. Once I finished that guy, the illusion shattered and the lake swallowed me whole. I almost drowned, man. Ya Lu just stands there, unfazed. Well, look at you. Guess you aren't totally useless if you actually made it back alive. Still half soaked in the lake, Wu Fu chuckles. If I didn't make it back, how are you going to explain that to Ya Meng? He looks up, asking straight out. Hey, were you actually trying to get me killed? Ya Lu looks down from the shore and fires back. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't need to play games like this. Besides, you're the one who begged for my help, remember? If you can't even handle a basic test like this, you might as well just kick the bucket. Ya Meng would have cried for maybe 2 years max, then forgotten all about you. Propping himself up on the bank while still in the water, Wu Fu smirks. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm still breathing. Ya Lu stares at him, squinting. Your energy. He can feel it, it's way stronger now, but also kinda off. What the hell did this kid do down there? Ya Lu turns on his heel and walks off, with Wu Fu trailing right behind, bickering back and forth. Since you're not dead, let's bounce. Yameng is probably losing her mind waiting. Hey, is Yameng's dad actually a human cultivator? Why do you care? None of your business, bro. She told me she wants to go to the outer heavens. Only cultivators can set foot in the outer heavens. I've been there before, so maybe I could show her the ropes. After all, she did save my life. Ya Lu scowls, totally annoyed. Listen to me, kid. The second we get out of here, you're packing your bags and leaving the beast tribe. And Yameng isn't going anywhere with you. Keep your mouth shut, or I'll personally end you. Wu Fu just grins. Yeah, whatever you say. His smug look makes Ya Lu even more suspicious. This guy is acting sketchy. He's so against Ya Meng going to the outer heavens. Is he hiding something? But seeing Wu Fu's totally clueless face, he decides to just let it go. Not my problem anyway. I should just… Suddenly, the sword spirit pops up in front of his face again. The outer heavens you're talking about isn't the same place it used to be. Wu Fu blinks in surprise. Why are you out again? The spirit snaps back. It took me forever to finally see the real world. Of course I'm gonna hang out. Besides, you've got a master right here to back you up. Wu Fu shoots back. Zip it. I never agreed to you being my master. Little do they know, Lai Kak is watching their whole chat from the shadows. He reaches a hand out, smirking. Well, if it isn't that old fossil, look at him now, totally whipped by a human. And this human kid. His energy feels way too familiar. Is he some pet project the old man is raising? A sacrifice, huh? Now I really want to mess with him. Deep in the dark, spooky woods, Ya Meng is throwing a fit. Damn it! How dare they ditch me like that? Did Ya Lu actually take Wu Fu out? Suddenly, she feels this massive wave of energy. Wait, what is that? So weird. She has no clue she's totally walked into a trap as something creepy starts creeping up right behind her. Right when that thing got super close, the little girl finally looked back. Ao Luke and Wu Fu were trekking through the woods when a blood-curdling shriek pierced the air. Ao Luke instantly recognized that voice. It was Ya Meng. He and Wu Fu wasted no time and booked it. They bolted straight toward the noise. Suddenly, Wu Fu sensed something was off. By the time they made it, Ya Meng was already hanging in the air. He was like, "What the hell is this?" A voice popped up from the figure standing right in front of them. "Sup?" Ah Luke froze instantly, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Are you? Lycac?" No way in hell. Could that puddle incident earlier have ticked her off? Wu Fu recognized the chick too. So she's Lycac, the beast he saw earlier? Her energy is straight up wild. It's actually kind of freakish. Lycac stood right next to Ya Meng, who was completely wrapped up in nasty tentacles. This cute little brat is hiding something totally freaky inside. Her face flushed as she licked her lips. Man, I really want a bite of this. Wu Fu flinched, sweat dripping down his face. Ao Luke bowed his head, throwing a hand out. Yo, Lycac, we didn't mean to mess with you. Please, just let us slide this once. Lycac squished Ya Meng tight, burying the kid's face straight into her massive chest. The girl squirmed like crazy, but the tentacles still had her on lockdown. Get off me! Your chest is huge! I can't breathe! Lycac stroked her face. Aw, don't be so scared, dummy. It's not like I'm gonna kill you guys. Wu Fu kept his mouth shut, deep in his own thoughts. Even though she's a chick, that heavy pressure she's radiating is no joke, if you just let it go. Lycac tilted her head down, her vibe turning dead serious. Still hiding in someone else's body, huh? If you won't come out. Her eyes went totally psycho, her pupils shrinking. Then I'm coming in to get you myself. She glared straight at Wu Fu, clearly trying to read him like a book. Out of nowhere, another dimension popped up with a giant swirling vortex, and Wu Fu instantly knew things just got weird. Wait, when the heck did he even get sucked into this place? Is this some kind of mental realm? But he realized right away, nope, this isn't his own mental realm. He got dragged in. A voice chilled him to the bone from right behind. Long time no see, huh? He spun around, totally freaked out. Wait, do I know you? The chick standing there was indeed Lycac, and she just scoffed. Idiot, I wasn't talking to you. In the pitch-black void, Lycac smirked. I'm talking to the freeloader riding piggyback on you. That clicked for Wu Fu, and he instantly went on high alert. Wait, all I got on me is the spirit sword. Is she talking about that? You actually know about the spirit sword? Lycac scoffed back. Listen, kid, who doesn't know the spirit sword? The guy I'm talking about is the OG owner of this blade. Back in the day, when the God King War popped off in the outer heavens, that dude used the spirit sword to seize the throne. After that, nobody dared to mess with him. Hearing this, Wu Fu's mind was racing. The original owner of the spirit sword? Was there seriously someone wielding the spirit sword before me? But a soul-bound weapon like this shouldn't only accept one master. Lai Kak stood a few steps away, facing him. But look at that. The spirit sword is back. Guess that means the God-King War is about to pop off again. You've got some skills for a kid, otherwise there's no way he'd be babysitting you like this. Wu Fu's eyes went cold as ice, and he got dead serious. The God-King War? Again? And who is he? Before he knew it, Lai Kak had snuck up right behind him. Her whisper made him freeze up completely. Who else but me, my sweet ex-lover? Suddenly, a voice cracked through the void. Lai Kak, don't you dare touch him. It was like some crazy power sensed her creeping on him, and it blasted out a massive wave of energy. The blast scorched Lai Kak's hand. She let her arm drop, sighing, "Wow, you really are heartless." She hung her head, her voice turning icy cold. "You tell me not to touch him? Well, now I'm gonna do it even more." The surging power wrapped itself all around Wu Fu, leaving him totally clueless about what was going down. The entity hidden inside the energy yelled, "What the hell does that have to do with me? Enough!" The dark void remained dead quiet, and it was honestly pretty creepy. Wu Fu just stood there feeling totally helpless. Getting dragged into some drama that had absolutely nothing to do with him? Talk about trash luck. He plopped down on the ground, and Lai Kak sat a little way off. She stared hard at him, thinking about how, even though years had passed, his body is long gone, but his power hasn't weakened at all. He's actually piggybacking on the spirit sword to hide. And this kid, being able to handle this much power means he's no ordinary scrub. I thought he was just some sacrifice, but looks like that guy has big plans for him. Lai Kak chilled on a stone ledge under a giant tree and waved him over. "Hey, get over here. Let's have a little chat." Wu Fu was totally lost. "Wait, you dragged me all the way here just for this?" She crossed her legs, looking down on him like some big boss. "Hell no. You're just a bit weird, so I wanted to see what makes you so special. Get over here and let me take a look, or I'm gonna chop your junk off." Wu Fu could only give a weak, awkward laugh. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? So, you're not actually gonna do it, right?" Lai Kak crooked her finger, signaling him to get closer. But before he could even stand up, some crazy force yanked him straight forward. Lai Kak hooked her finger under Wu Fu's chin, making his face go pale. "If I take you out, how am I supposed to figure out what that guy is planning?" Wu Fu blushed hard, his eyes going wide. "Man, this angle is way too dangerous." Her massive chest was practically squishing against him, making him super flustered and stiff as a board. She whispered, "Plus, I don't really feel like ticking him off." She leaned in close, dropping a proposal. "Hey kid, you want to get to the outer heavens? Let's make a deal." Wu Fu's face instantly dropped. "A deal? Why is everyone always trying to make a deal with me? Do I seriously look like that much of a pushover?" Lai Kak stood over him, grinning smugly as she laid out her terms. "I'll let you slide, and I'll even get you to the outer heavens, but in exchange, I want your body." The moon crept higher, casting weak light through the thick forest canopy. Somewhere else in the woods, Ao Luke was booking it with Ya Meng on his back. "Ao Luke, where are we even going? Aren't we gonna save Wu Fu? I'm getting you to the shrine first." Ao Luke didn't even turn back, keeping his eyes locked straight ahead. "Don't sweat it. If he's alive, I'll bring him back. If he's dead, I'll bring his body." Ya Meng clung tightly to his arm. "This is all my fault. I dragged him into this mess. If he dies here, I'm gonna feel guilty for the rest of my life." Ao Luke looked dead serious and assured her, "Don't worry, I won't let you cry." Meanwhile, back at the clearing, a frantic shriek echoed out. "Wait, my body?" Wu Fu shook his head frantically, stammering, I'm not that kind of guy." His reaction made Lai Kak smirk, and she teased, "Aw, looking at you, you're a total virgin, aren't you?" Wu Fu looked away, blushing red. "None of your business." He crossed his arms, huffing as his face went bright red. "I'm not agreeing to that. Just kill me if you want. There's no way I'm agreeing to such a rip-off deal. I just want to, study you." Wu Fu looked at her, totally suspicious. "Study what exactly?" he asked, pointing at himself. Lai Kak smirked. "Oh, from top to bottom, inside and out." Wu Fu immediately covered his chest, looking completely terrified. "Hell no!" He shook his head, cursing under his breath. Crap. Lai Kak just sat there with her legs crossed on the stone ledge, looking down at him huddled on the ground. "Man, you're no fun at all, but I kinda dig that. Tell you what, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll let you walk. But if you lose, you're mine." Hearing her terms, he blurted out, "A bet? On what?" He knew he was backed into a corner at this point. He didn't exactly have the luxury to say no. Lai Kak stared at her hands, laying down her terms. "I got this little toy chilling over at the shrine. Just woke up from hibernation not too long ago, and the dude's being a major pain. You take him out and bring me his head, and I'll make it worth your while. Wu Fu heard her terms and was straight up skeptical. That's it? That easy? But Lai Kak was flexing hard. If it were that easy, bro, I wouldn't even bother betting with you. Wu Fu seized the moment to get some answers. Yo, can you tell me what's up with the Star Sword? And what about that God King war? Lai Kak didn't even spare him a glance. Just hit him with, bring me that head first, then we'll talk. Plus, your crew is heading straight to the shrine right now. If you don't move your butt, they're gonna get ripped to shreds. He got dead serious and asked, where is this shrine? He parkoured through the massive trees as her warning echoed in his head. Tonight's gonna be a long-ass night. The moon was shining bright when the Star Sword finally popped up. Let's dip, I'm getting you out of here. Wu Fu looked at it like, where the hell were you earlier, dude? The Star Sword shot back. That chick is pure drama. I didn't want her clinging to me. Whatever, getting out of here is what matters right now. But Wu Fu leaped down to the ground. Hell nah. His face turned dead serious, eyes sharp. Besides, we're already locked in. No escaping now. Deep in the woods, surrounded by massive trees and thick brush, Wu Fu locked his eyes on a noise. Damn, that beast is no joke. The Star Sword was pissed. This has gotta be that Lai Kak chick's doing. She's totally gunning for you. But he immediately cut in. Nah, she's gunning for you, bro. Right then, a set of razor-sharp fangs lunged out of nowhere straight at them. He summoned his sword, gripping it tight. With a single, savage slash, he sliced the beast clean in half. But wait, there's more. It wasn't just one beast. 3 more beasts popped out. The Star Sword hyped him up. Damn, you really mastered controlling your spiritual energy. It figured he couldn't handle this crowd, but boy, was it wrong. In just a few quick slashes, Wu Fu chopped those beasts into straight-up minced meat. He let out a heavy breath, and the Star Sword warned, dude, you've been burning through your spiritual energy all day. It kept nagging him. The boss beast behind this is going to be crazy strong. I don't care how deep your tank is. Spamming your energy like this is a terrible idea. Wu Fu knew it too. He got real. Guess our only play is to bounce. Suddenly, a blazing red ring of fire flared up under his feet. It spread fast, packing some serious explosive force. In a flash, the flames blasted off, launching him and the Star Sword sky high. Yo, are we flying there? No clue, bro. A streak of light sliced through the quiet night. It slammed down in another part of the woods, causing a massive crash that kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Somewhere else, Lai Kak was spying on them with her powers, smirking. This little brat might actually wreck my whole turf. Man, if I knew he was this chaotic, I would have kept him locked down here. Smoke drifted up through the thick trees. Wu Fu had cratered into the ground, leaving a massive dent where he landed. He lay there, eyes closed, smirking while sweating buckets, glad he survived the landing. The Star Sword scolded him, safe landing, my foot. If your body wasn't built different, you'd be straight up dead by now. He pushed himself up, firing back at the sassy sword. Bro, we had a whole pack of monsters on our tail, okay? Even though he scared it half to death, the Star Sword still looked out for him. Still, you made way too much noise. What if you bait even more beasts over here? Get your butt up and find a safe spot to chill and recharge. Wu Fu threw his hands on his hips. Guess we gotta head to the shrine, but where actually is it? His words shook the Star Sword. Wait, you don't even know where it is? You've just been winging it this whole time? He pointed randomly. Let's try that way. The Star Sword screamed. Stop guessing, bro. We literally just came from that way. Things got tense. The Star Sword blocked Wu Fu, yelling, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from some razor-sharp jaws. Wu Fu stared as a massive shadow loomed over them. This dude was an absolute unit, freaking huge. The giant beast's arrival shook the whole area. It glared down and growled. You little punk? Are you the one messing with my sleep? Its sharp fangs lunged forward to bite him, and that wasn't all. The beast followed up with a heavy-ass punch. The power surged like lightning. Damn, he's strong. If I keep taking hits like this, I'm toast. Suddenly, the beast lost track of him. Wu Fu was already chilling right on top of its head, throwing it off. Yo, I'm up here, bro. You're big and bad, but why are you so slow? He smirked down at him. How does a face like yours even get a partner? You're making all the single dogs out there look bad. That straight up triggered the beast. It went ballistic, screaming, you little bastard, I'm gonna rip you apart. But his savage bite completely whiffed, and his giant fangs got stuck straight in a massive tree trunk instead. The Star Sword urged him, hurry up and drop this guy so we can get to the shrine. Totally embarrassed by his miss, the beast got even more pissed, yelling, get back here. You sneaky coward. If you got the guts, catch these hands. Stop playing hide and seek. Wu Fu wasn't even hiding. He was chilling right on his shoulder. Yo, I'm literally right here on your shoulder. The beast froze, completely dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed, totally on guard. When the hell did you get up there? Oh, I see. You're trying to sneak attack me, aren't you? I'm not falling for your tricks again. Hearing him play detective, Wu Fu cracked up. Man, you are a whole comedy show. Even the Star Sword was shocked by his growth, but it was still worried. This dude can actually suppress spiritual energy. On top of that, he can dodge the Black Dragon Beast's attacks and move around without making a single sound. He's already tapping into spiritual energy. His growth rate is honestly insane, but Wu Fu just cut to the chase. Yo, big guy. Faced with the blunt question, the beast just huffed and turned away. You know where the shrine is? No way, I'm telling you, unless you beat me first. Before he could even finish his sentence, Wu Fu socked him in the face, sending his head spinning with tears in his eyes. His painful wails echoed through the woods. In the dark, thick forest, the voice of the new boss rang out. You ready to lead the way now? Pretty sure you don't have a say in this anymore. Wu Fu sat right in front of the beast, who was face down on the ground, nudging him. Get up, bro. I didn't even hit you that hard. Stop playing dead. The Star Sword was low-key shocked by his raw power. It didn't say anything, but inside it was like, is this some crazy family bloodline power? The massive forest and endless mountains were still pitch black. With only the full moon shining down from above, the beast whimpered, Why do you even want to go to the shrine? It's super dangerous right now. There's one crazy strong dude in there. By now, the beast just let him stand on his head. He asked, Why are you even looking for him anyway? To kill him. Wu Fu didn't BS, his face dead serious. Wait, really? The Star Sword was caught off guard. You're actually going through with this? He glanced at it, reminding, If we don't, Yameng is toast. Plus, you think Lai Kak is just gonna let me slide? If she goes on a rampage and takes it out on everyone else, the Beastman clan is doomed. The Spirit Sword immediately sounds the alarm, warning that she is a total fake who says one thing but does another, and she is straight up about to throw hands right now. He glares at it with icy eyes. Honestly, looks to me like she is coming for your head, and you are the one who dragged me into this mess. Sensing his attitude, the Spirit Sword immediately starts begging, Come on, bro, don't do me like that. We are literally one and the same now. My business is your business. We are basically family. He turns his head away, sounding completely unconvinced. Oh, for real? Then he confronts the sword with a bunch of questions. Yo, back when Lai Kak dragged me away, why didn't you back me up? If you did, maybe I wouldn't have had to run around like a headless chicken. Wu Fu is still standing on top of the beast's head when a blinding golden light flashes. Spotting that glow, he instantly recognizes it as Aoluk's aura. Standing tall on the monster's head, he barks out an order. Let's go, we need to get over there right now. Somewhere else, Aoluk asks anxiously. Emong, you all right? He glances around with a tense look on his face. There is a sacred stone inside the temple that is supposed to keep monsters away. No beast should even dare come close. So why are there so many of them swarming the place right now? No way. This can't be happening. Ammong is completely frozen in fear, sweating bullets. Hurry, we need to leave. Now, Aoluk is totally confused. Ammong, what is it? The girl's face is getting more and more panicked by the second. Deep inside the temple entrance, a pair of blood-red eyes glares out as a threatening voice rumbles. Submit to me! Aoluk's face goes completely dark as he realizes what he is looking at. No way. A dragon? His eyes go wide with shock, his pupils shrinking as cold sweat pours down his face. How on earth could there be a dragon in the hopeless forest? The thing lurking inside the temple looks absolutely terrifying, glaring out with 4 deep, blood-red eyes. Terrified, Emong cowers behind Aoluk, clutching his shirt tightly. Its aura, it has already completely overtaken the temple. All the beasts around here are drawn by its aura, too. Damn it! Aoluk grits his teeth in frustration, his eyes glued to the temple. If that is true, then trying to run now is a lost cause. The monster inside looks like some freakish mix of a dragon and a snake, radiating a terrifying, crushing pressure. A massive roar echoes once again from the depths of the forest. The beast that Wu Fu just beat down suddenly senses that something is seriously off. He suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Nope, I am not going any further. Wu Fu is like, wait, what? The beast hangs his head, explaining his absolute terror. There is a straight-up nightmare monster living over there. Others of my kind tried to challenge him to gain more power, and they got absolutely pulverized. On top of that, any beast without enough energy gets completely brainwashed by him. He already took over the temple, probably because he siphoned the power of that sacred stone. Wu Fu crosses his arms, looking lost in thought. A monster that even you beasts call a monster. Just how insane is this guy? Hearing this, the beast screams, "That is why you gotta let me off the hook. I am too young to die. I haven't even gotten hitched yet." He covers his face as tears stream down. "I am literally so strong, yet I am still single and lonely. This is tragic." "Oh, my bad," Wu Fu says, suddenly jumping off the beast's head. "All right, you are free to go. You got us this far anyway, so I won't stand in the way of you carrying on your family line." The second Wu Fu lets him go, the beast bolts into the distance, yelling, "I will be cheering you guys on from way back here." He can only watch in disbelief, thinking, wow, this guy is fast as hell. Standing on a branch of a massive tree with the spirit sword hovering close, the sword says, "That is probably just animal instinct, sensing danger that regular humans could never pick up on." Hearing that, he immediately shoots it down. "Well, I am no regular human. Let's go check out what kind of monster we are dealing with first." In another part of the forest, Luke and Mong are hiding out on a thick branch. Luke checks in on her. "Mong, you feeling any better?" The girl tiredly props herself up with both hands and replies, "A bit better. Seriously, earlier I felt like my heart was straight up about to explode." Luke stares toward the temple, deeply puzzled. How on earth did a beast like that even end up here? Mong looks in the same direction. No idea, and he does not even care about the power of the sacred stone. Could Lai Kak have set him loose here? She shares her thoughts as she watches. The temple is only safe because of the sacred stone's power, but this monster's power lets him control all other beasts. Can he seriously just shrug off the sacred stone's energy? Luke jumps in to brainstorm. Who knows? But the real question right now is, how do we get the hell out of here? "Look," Mong says, sensing a shift in the air. She closes her eyes. "I think he is using some kind of telepathy to broadcast a message to the other beasts. Let me tune in real quick." A booming voice echoes through the mindscape. "My subjects, I shall rule the hopeless forest. Submit to me. As for the intruders, slaughter them." But before Mong can dig deeper, the monster in the temple spots her. How dare you? Its booming, threatening voice makes her flinch hard. The psychic backlash hit her hard, making the poor girl cough up a mouthful of blood. Luke panics. "Mong!" Just as a massive shadow starts scaling the tree towards them, she gasps out, "We're busted!" Luke grabs her tight and leaps high into the air, barely dodging the giant beast slithering up the trunk. Crap! In the blink of an eye, the beast catches up to them, staring down at the tiny humans with its glowing eyes. "You pesky intruders, you're not getting away." Luke looks back in horror as a crushing wave of spiritual energy blasts from the beast's deep, creepy eyes. The pain is so intense, his face goes completely pale, his arms going limp as he starts free-falling. "Damn it, I'm blacking out." Mong, whom he was holding onto so tightly, slowly slips out of his grasp and fades from his sight. Mong. As she plummets through the air, something moves at lightning speed toward her. A hand reaches out and catches her shoulder just as she completely loses consciousness. Wu Fu catches Mong in his arms, looking down at Luke with a smug, teasing grin. "Long time no see, buddy. You're not about to bite the dust on me, are you?" Hearing that, Luke's eyes light up with pure determination. "Let's make a bet, then. Let's see who takes down that beast first." Wu Fu spins around and gently leans, Mong against a tree trunk. "Funny, I was thinking the exact same thing. But how about you sweep up the minions first and leave the big boss to me?" Luke immediately objects. "Wait, why do you get to take the big guy?" Wu Fu doesn't waste any more words, immediately letting his actions do the talking as a blazing layer of fire energy erupts all around his body. Luke instantly recognizes that insane power, the fire element. Seeing that Luke is properly impressed, Wu Fu glances back over his shoulder. "All right, I'm leaving this side to you then." With that, he bolts off, leaving Luke standing there blinking. "Hey, wait!" Then Luke lowers his head, his hair casting a shadow over his face, but a smirk creeps onto his lips. Seriously, why is everyone always acting just like Mong? Mumbling to himself, he looks up just as a beast lunges right at them, opening its massive jaws to bite. But before it can even touch them, it gets absolutely wrecked by Luke's counterattack. He stops sweating over Wu Fu and actually feels a bit relieved. Honestly, this works out. Mong is safest when she's right next to me anyway. By now, Mong is completely knocked out, her pale face showing just how exhausted she is. Luke looks down at her, then glares at the approaching monsters. "All right, let's clean up you annoying pests while we're at it." Meanwhile, Wu Fu is staring down the massive beast at the temple, looking like a literal speck of dust compared to it. The spirit sword gasps in shock. Yo, this beast. Wu Fu raises an eyebrow. What? You actually recognize this guy? Just looking at it, the thing is clearly on another level. It is nothing like the other fodder beasts in the hopeless forest, and its crushing pressure is absolutely no joke. The spirit sword quickly explains its theory. Never seen it before. But the dragon-type beasts went extinct ages ago. They shouldn't even exist anymore. I bet Lai Kak used some shady fusion technique on other beasts to create this monstrosity. He looks confused. Fused? The spirit sword continues. Yep, back when the dragon types got wiped out, humans were obsessed with power. So they started making hybrid beasts, hunting down dragon horns and bones to fuse and rebuild a monster like this one. He asks to double check. So this guy is basically a Frankenstein hybrid monster? The spirit sword doesn't deny it, but quickly warns him not to underestimate its sheer power. Even though they call this thing a fusion monster, it's still got that dragon-type beast DNA left in it, straight up inheriting its OP skills. Staring at this massive, terrifying beast, Bro couldn't even believe his eyes. No way Li Kei actually cooked up this monstrosity. Wu Fu draws his blade, gripping it tight. Bet, this is getting interesting. Never seen a beast like this in my life. He stands tall, staring right down at the giant beast and yells, "Bring it on, let's go!" The beast lunges, and Wu Fu charges right back with his sword. Their insane power collides, sending a massive shockwave everywhere. The beast's 4 eyes start glowing like crazy. The monster backs up, charging up for a killer strike. A straight beam of light shoots out from it, literally tearing through the air. Wu Fu gets blasted back, but Bro takes 0 damage, landing with a glowing circle of light shielding him. Damn, that was close. If my spiritual shield didn't clutch up, I would have been shredded to pieces. The spirit sword gasps. Wait, is this? It's totally shook by his skills. Wait, you can already control spiritual energy? Bro just casually shrugs. Yeah, whatever. I know a thing or two, but my spirit sword is totally busted now. Hearing him complain, the spirit sword softly suggests a backup plan, like his soul weapon. Yo, where is your soul weapon anyway? Wu Fu just stares at it like, duh. Aren't you looking at it? Somewhere else in the woods, Ya Meng loses her balance and stumbles. She slowly opens her eyes, whispering, "Ow, Luke." Before she can even figure out where she is, some giant monster jump scares her. Ya Meng immediately looks up, panic-stricken. What is that thing? There's this creepy creature hovering right over her head with like a dozen eyes, and she straight up loses it and screams. Just then, Ao Luke drops down out of nowhere. Ya Meng, you're awake. Hearing his voice, she turns around. Ao Luke. Meanwhile, the beast bares its sharp-ass fangs, opening its mouth wide, and goes absolutely wild charging at them. Even with the beast going wild, Wu Fu stays cool as ice. You want to eat me? Bruh, you're not that guy. He spins around and lets loose a crazy, powerful slash. The beast ain't backing down either, hitting right back. It slams its head into the dirt, making the whole ground shake. It keeps spamming attacks, but Bro dodges them like a pro. He's got 0 fear in his eyes, totally chill like he already knows he's got this dub secured. The monster lunges again, jaws wide open, trying to swallow him whole. But Bro easily hops out of the way. The second his feet hit the ground, he spins and lands a heavy-ass strike. The beast gets hit clean because it couldn't block in time, but it doesn't even have a scratch on it, Frar. Wu Fu takes the opening and jumps right onto its back. He grips his sword tight, pointing the blade straight down. The monster thrashes in pure agony, its long snake-like body launching straight up. Wu Fu keeps the blade buried deep inside it. Seeing the beast squirming like that only proves his theory. Gotcha. No cap. Only a soul weapon can actually hurt this thing. Ao Luke and Ya Meng are watching the whole showdown from a safe distance. Damn, his moves are cracked. That beast is literally a toy to Wu Fu. He's just playing with his food at this point. Even though Wu Fu is dominating, Ya Meng still feels super uneasy. Her face falls as she mutters, "Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen?" The monster keeps thrashing in pain, and Wu Fu uses the momentum to leap off. Bro is totally hyped now. Oh, so you want to go all out, huh? The beast throws another wild attack, but he just sidesteps it like it's nothing. The monster whiffs its attack, slamming the dirt and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Wu Fu lands back down, smooth as butter. He stands back, analyzing the situation. Yep, looks like only spiritual energy does the trick. Ao Luke walks up from behind, throwing shade like always. You've been at it for this long and still haven't finished? You're kinda trash, Fur. Wu Fu doesn't even get mad, just side-eyes him. Relax. It's just a slippery little worm. Just stand there and watch me cook. The spirit sword warns him. Yo, kid, this beast figured out that your sword is dangerous. It's just gonna keep dodging your attacks. Wu Fu isn't sweating it at all, sounding super confident. Chill, I got a plan. Right as he says that, the beast suddenly charges him at high speed. Wu Fu instantly catches on to its game plan. Oh, I see you. Trying to bait me and drain my energy? You really think you can pull that off? Next thing you know, dust is flying everywhere, getting so thick you can't even see what the hell is going on. Wu Fu grips his sword with both hands, raising it high above his head as he dives down from midair. The dust cloud is like a giant smoke screen, hiding the whole fight, only showing a glimpse of the beast's massive body. Meanwhile, Yameng rushes down to where Ah Luke is standing and yells, Ah Luke, why are you just standing there? Go help Wu Fu. This monster is mad weird. Wu Fu can't solo this. Ah Luke doesn't even budge. What's so weird about it? It's just a glorified mutt. If you're that worried, I'll go save it. Why you have to be so damn arrogant all the time? I'm telling you, that beast is sketchy. No cap, something is seriously wrong with it. Ah Luke keeps his eyes on the fight, totally confused by Wu Fu's moves. What is this guy even doing? The beast is obviously gonna dodge. Why is he just swinging blindly? I knew letting him handle this was a mistake. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts in midair. It lights up the entire monster, beaming down to the ground. Ah Luke completely freezes up at the sight. No way. Did he actually beat it? As the dust clears, Wu Fu is seen slamming his sword straight into the ground. The beast whips its head around in shock, and Bro just smirks at it. You really thought you were the target? Think again. The sword suddenly glows up, bursting with insane spiritual energy. Instantly, tons of massive tree roots erupt from the ground, wrapping around the beast and locking it down tight. Even the spirit sword is shook. Yo, kid, how did you even pull that off? Wu Fu doesn't have time for this. He just casually says, let me secure this kill first, then I'll tell you. Somewhere else, Li Qi is spectating the whole fight using his powers, finding Wu Fu's playstyle pretty interesting. Well, it is a fusion monster after all. Its IQ is kinda low, but this kid actually knows how to leech spiritual energy from the forest. This guy is actually smart, channeling that much spiritual energy. No wonder that dude is hiding inside him. Who is this kid? For real. Back at the battle scene, those massive roots are still squeezing the life out of the beast. Ah Luke is watching, completely mind-blown by Wu Fu's skill set. He scowls. First he's using fire and water spiritual energy. Now he's casually pulling out wood element too. He mastered all of this in like 2 seconds flat. Maybe this guy actually has what it takes to help Yameng find that person. Yameng's jaw straight up drops. Yes. Now I'm 100% sure I'm making it to the outer heaven. Wu Fu stands back and declares, all right, good game, game over. He stares it down, full of confidence. Trying to squirm before you die, coping is useless. But suddenly, the beast's eyes open wide, and some crazy energy starts wrapping around its body. Yameng and Ah Luke look up and see a whole swarm of bats flying overhead. Ah Luke yells out, Wu Fu, back off, get away from that thing. It's literally absorbing the energy of every single beast around here. Bro grips his sword even tighter, locked in. No way I'm backing down now. Take this. But even those massive roots can't hold the beast anymore now that it's gotten a massive power buff. Smoke and dust kick up again, spreading everywhere. Wu Fu lands right next to those two. He's like, wait, is there seriously a round two? Meanwhile, that beast goes full-on savage, and a pair of wings literally sprouts out of its back. Yameng gets all stressed and warns them, Wu Fu, Ao Li, that beast just got a major buff. Watch out. But unlike her getting worried, these two dudes straight up do not care. Wu Fu speaks up. Buffed? Dude, all I see is a new pair of wings. Ao Li chimed in. What a coincidence, bro. I was thinking the exact same thing. Wu Fu lays down a challenge. Yo, Ao Li, let's race to see who's faster. Ao Li smirks, acting all smug. You're dead ass gonna lose. Meanwhile, Derek is getting super hyped, her dangerous eyes sparkling with pure excitement. All right, kiddos, how are you gonna play this? She's thinking about the beast she cooked up herself, and she knows it inside out. That's a fusion beast I made using tons of top-tier materials. Round 1 was just whatever. But now, it's sucked up the energy of every single beast, right on a full moon. You really think you can just pull up and delete it? Talk about clueless. Wu Fu and Ao Li jump right in to attack the giant raging beast. Ao Li dashes in with dual swords, sending a long streak of light wrapping around the beast's lanky body. Ao Li yells, this beast's armor is way too tanky. I can't break through. Right after he says that, Wufu flies out of nowhere. Then just sit back and watch, bro. Let me handle the rest. The beast unleashes its move, firing green energy orbs. Wufu uses his sword to quickly slice those orbs to pieces. He lets loose a super powerful, blinding golden slash. The attack aims straight for the beast's wing, but its wing instantly shatters the slash. Wufu props one hand on the ground and looks up, not surprised at all. Fast regeneration, huh? You monsters really are obsessed with this kind of hack. Ao Li walks up from behind. You ain't killing it with that weak sauce. Wufu hears him and snaps his head back. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stay put? Ao Li suddenly claps a hand on his shoulder and mocks him with a smirk. You're too slow, bro, so I came to carry you. Before Ao Li can even finish his sentence, Wufu zooms off, not giving him a chance to say another word. He delivers a massive slash straight at the beast, cleanly severing a part of its body, making it roar in pure agony. Wufu instantly spots its weak point. Ah, so if I chop it completely off, it can't regenerate. Bet. And he lands another clean strike right on the beast. It thrashes in pain before crashing hard to the ground. Wufu lands smoothly, much better, looks way easier on the eyes now. Yameng is shocked to see Ao Li walking back. Ao Li, why are you over here? Hurry up and help Wufu. Ao Li sighs heavily. Fine, you win this round, but only this once. The giant beast is finally defeated, collapsing right in front of him. Right now, Wufu is practically glowing with main character energy. Sucks to be you, but I'm just built different. Alright, got it. Right after that, a quick slash finishes the job. Over at Derek's place, she watches the whole thing go down through her energy orb. So a fused dragon beast is only mid at best. She rests her chin on her hand, smirking playfully. What do you think? Should we tell that kid some juicy secrets? Suddenly, the sword in Wufu's hand starts vibrating. He feels it instantly, holding it up and asking, What's wrong? You're shaking like crazy. Weird. Why do I feel this creepy vibe? Could it be Derek? Yameng runs up from behind, cutting off his thoughts. Wufu, you're not hurt, are you? Let me check. He calmly replies. Chill, that beast was all talk. It couldn't scratch me. He glances at Ao Li, who's standing a few steps away. You got something to ask? Ao Li immediately speaks up. How did you even damage that beast? And what was up with that massive surge of energy? Yameng is also super curious. Yeah, Wufu, were those vines grown from that energy you're doing? Wufu shows them his sword to explain. This sword is my soul weapon, which is why it could hurt that beast. As for the vines, he looks at his sword and says, Didn't you say the Forest of Despair is packed with energy? Ao Li has an realization. Wait, could it be? He quickly tries to confirm. But there's no way just that alone could spawn so many vines. He shows a glowing seed in his hand. Look at this. The tiny glowing seed quickly grows, making Yameng gasp. Wufu, how did you do that? He raises the glowing seed to his face. Actually, I owe this to you. Do you remember what you told me? Turn the formless into form, make the void into everything, gather energy to forge all things, and transform spiritual energy into the 5 elements. Ao Li stands there and instantly thinks, maybe it's time. Wufu stands next to the massive beast head he just chopped off, wondering, how the heck do I carry a head this big back to Derek? The Star Sword immediately screams at him, Carry what? We already saved everyone, let's get the hell out of here. He rests his chin on his hand, squinting suspiciously at the Star Sword. Ever since we ran into Derek, why do I feel like you've been constantly nagging me to leave? You really don't want anything to do with her. Wait, are you scared of Derek? The Star Sword immediately denies it. What are you talking about? How could I be scared of Derek? As he still stands there frozen next to the beast's head, the Star Sword quickly explains, She's just a crazy psycho who's lived for tens of thousands of years. Nothing good comes from getting mixed up with her. I'm only looking out for you, so stop wasting time. Just grab your squad and let's go. Yameng and Ao Li are also standing there with him. Wufu glares at the Star Sword again, showing his resolve. The more you talk like that, the more curious I get. I'm definitely going. With that, he turns to the 2 behind him, pointing a finger at the beast's head. I gotta deliver this thing to Derek in a bit. What are you guys planning to do? Yameng quickly replies, Duh, obviously we're tagging along with you. He pouts and waves his hand to reject her idea. Why would you even go? Just head back with Ao Li. Hearing that, Yameng snaps at him. You're my slave. You think you can just ditch your master and run off? Dream on. Realizing there's no stopping Yameng, he helplessly turns to Ao Li. What about you? Coming with? Or? Before he can even finish his sentence, Ao Li quickly cuts in. I can't let Ya Meng put herself in danger. He can only force a helpless chuckle. I get it. I get it. Guess we're all going together then. The three of them set off, and in no time they're standing right in front of Derek. She's still sitting proudly on her massive stone throne. Not bad. I thought it'd take you guys a few days to handle this little toy. Wu Fu steps in front of the other two to shield them and replies, "Surprised I took it down that fast, huh?" Derek waves her hand and blows a gust of wind, instantly vaporizing the massive beast head behind them. Wu Fu's eyes widen, completely shocked by her raw power. That's insane. Just a light breeze and that giant head is completely wiped out. Aoli frowns, his eyes growing even more guarded. No wonder. She's a monster who's survived for tens of thousands of years. Ya Meng is also shaking with fear beside him. This is terrifying. If I knew, I would have just let Aoli take me home. Derek rests her chin on her hand, leaning back slightly with a smirk. All right, spill whatever questions you got, and I'll answer them within what I know. Ya Meng hides behind Wu Fu. Showing zero fear, he fires off a barrage of questions. What exactly is the Star Sword? What was the God King War all about? And who the hell is trapped inside the Star Sword? Derek squints slightly at his questions. Damn, that's a lot of questions. You're greedy as hell, but honestly, I dig it. She stretches her hand out and begins answering his questions. The Star Sword is a crazy, powerful relic. Ever since I was born, this sword has been circulating in the mortal realm. I don't know the exact details, but some say the Star Sword holds the power of the entire cosmos. If you get your hands on it, you literally become the ruler of the universe. He asks back seriously, is that why so many people are desperate to get their hands on it? His mind starts racing with thoughts. But before I got reincarnated, how did I low-key miss the insane power inside this thing? Bruh, I deadass didn't expect the sword in his hand to be. Aoli was standing right behind him, hearing everything Wu Fu was muttering, and started deep thinking. Looks like it's finally time to spill the tea about Ya Meng. So you're saying the God King War was literally just a massive beef over the astral sword? He kept it totally straight-faced, though his mouth twitched a bit. Well, that's only like a small part of it. The God King War was basically a bunch of high-tier cultivators throwing hands in a pointless war just to flex and grab the title of the absolute strongest, Li kept explaining. And the astral sword showing up? That just made the beef way more toxic. He glanced at the astral sword chilling next to him, which immediately tried to make some lame excuse to dodge. So, hurry up and break the seal already, so I can teach you how to become the God King. Y'all keep yapping. I'm gonna go take a nap. The astral sword suddenly flinched, like it just realized something. It spun around only to see Li Kei's smug, sus-looking face. Wu Fu watched it stammering, that. Before it could even finish its sentence, the astral sword dipped. Wu Fu asked, Yo, why is he so low-key terrified of you? Hearing the question, Li Kei's eyes went totally dead, because back in the day, even after hearing her answer, Wu Fu was still kinda skeptical. Still, there's no way he's that scared of you. Even if we're looking at this from a basic average dude's perspective, Lady Li Qi is still a total baddie. Could it be because you're a demonic beast? Li Qi tilted her head with a smirk. How could it be for some basic-ass reason like that? The main reason is, with that, she lifted her leg high, exposing her lower half, her eyes shifting downward. I'm just like you. Li Kei's wild move and words hit Wu Fu and Aoli like a massive lightning bolt out of nowhere. Ya Meng innocently asked Aoli, like, what? Aoli was totally helpless. You're still a kid. Don't worry about this kind of stuff, all right? He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. So this chick is actually? Wu Fu thought. Li Kei, last question. Where's the heavens beyond heavens? Li Kei reached out her hand and smiled at him. Aren't you literally in the heavens beyond heavens right now? He was super confused. What do you mean by that? Li Kei snapped her fingers. The space around Wu Fu instantly warped, giving him a quick jump scare. What is this? Li Kei leaned back against the massive tree behind her. Oh, it's just a cheap trick, but it's super useful for explaining things to you guys. The globe floating under Li Kei's hand slowly drifted toward Wu Fu. Seeing the globe, Ya Meng gasped. Whoa, that orb is so pretty. Li Kei started explaining, this planet is called Earth. It's a tiny, restricted world with barely any spiritual energy. Wu Fu stared at her, thinking, she actually figured it out. Li Kei crossed her arms and kept talking. This universe is insanely massive. Besides that tiny world, there are 9 other planets that have life and spiritual energy. She stared straight at him. The one right in front of you is the planet we're on right now, called Fo Shui. Hearing Li Kei's explanation, Ya Meng's eyes went wide. Wait, we're literally inside this ball right now? That is so cool. In contrast to her hyped curiosity, Wu Fu was just straight up facepalming. What's so cool about that? This is literally the most basic-ass knowledge ever. Ao Li, who had been quiet the whole time, finally spoke up. So, those other worlds are what people call the heavens beyond heavens. Li Kei didn't deny it. Not bad, you're pretty smart. Ya Meng suddenly blurted out, then how the heck am I supposed to find that person? Wu Fu glanced at her, realizing Ya Meng's whole goal in coming to the heavens beyond heavens was to find someone. Li Kei replied, right now, the heavens beyond heavens isn't just one specific place. Finding one person across so many different worlds is honestly harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Ao Li took a step forward and bowed respectfully. Lady Li Kei, could you please tell me where Lian Lai is? Li Kei pointed toward a planet close to her. This one is Lian Lai. It's basically the closest planet to Fo Shui. Ao Li kept asking, so, how do we get there? Lady Li Kei. Seeing Ao Li acting like this, Ya Meng immediately yelled in frustration, Yo Ao Li, what are you doing? Wu Fu stayed quiet, but it seemed like everything finally clicked for him. Ah, so that's how it is. Li Kei reached out and pointed in a direction through the forest. Head north of the Wuwang forest, and you'll find a snowy mountain that literally scrapes the sky. There's a portal there, Wu Fu wondered. Is there some kind of catch with that portal? Li Kei replied casually, no clue. From what I remember, any cultivator who goes through that portal gets randomly sent to another world. Wu Fu flinched at her answer. He started piecing it all together, so that's why. No wonder Luo Shi, Fatty, and Ha got separated from me last time, even though we entered together. Looks like the Ascension Array is basically the portal to these other worlds. He looked up at the starry sky, feeling low-key worried. Which world did Luo Shi and the others end up in? Meanwhile, in another world, the head of a demonic beast rolled onto the ground, blood gushing everywhere. Meng Meng ran over from behind, looking worried. Sis Shi, are you all right? Luo Shi turned her head slightly. It's just a weak-ass beast, nothing to stress about. Still no word on Wu Fu? Meng Meng quickly replied, nope. He gave her a cheerful thumbs up to hype her up, but don't worry about it. Brother Fu is super lucky and cracked as hell. Even without us around, he's gonna be totally fine. Luo Shi clenched her fist. Yeah, stressing out is useless. What I'm actually worried about is whether I can even stand by his side anymore. Her words left Meng Meng completely speechless. She clenched her fist tight. Back on Earth, every time Wu Fu faced danger or some OP enemy, I could only stand by and watch, completely useless. Now that we're in this new world, I finally get what they mean by there's always a bigger fish. Even the Soul Realm cultivators here are way better at manipulating spiritual energy than us. Meng Meng was lost. Wait, what do you mean, sis? Luo Shi looked down at her clenched fist. This is our golden opportunity to level up, isn't it? We gotta low-key have Wu Fu's back. Without him around during this absolute shitstorm, we have to level up. We need to get so strong that when we finally see him again, we'll actually be his main squad, not some useless dead weight. Meng Meng threw up a fist to show she was down. Sis Jiao ain't lying. I'm finna grind like crazy from now on. I'm gonna blow Brother Fu's mind when the time comes. Just then, Van Fuang walked up from afar, holding a little beast. Damn, sis, I didn't expect you to master water element chi in just a few days. No one would guess you're a cultivator from some backwater miner world. Luo Shi pointed to herself. Honestly, it's all thanks to Sis Van Fuang hooking me up. If your family elders hadn't coached me so hard, no way I'd level up this fast. Van Fuang shrugged. Nah, sis, you earned this yourself. Stop being so humble. A mentor only shows you the way, but you're the one putting in the work. She flashed a polite smile and asked curiously, You're my sworn sister. Of course I've got your back. But yo, I noticed your vibes changed. Did you guys finally make some big decision or what? Luo Shi mumbled with a bright red face, making Van Fuang giggle. Is this about that boy you're low-key obsessed with day and night? Luo Shi's face went totally red and she just shut up. Van Fuang turned to Meng Meng. By the way, Fatty Vuong, how's your grind going lately? She scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Van Fuang stared off into the distance, thinking, Wu Fu, huh? I definitely gotta meet this guy sometime. Meanwhile, deep in the dark, creepy forest, the thick trees made even the tiniest noises sound insanely loud. Wu Fu sniffed, frowning. Wait, can cultivators actually catch a cold? That's cap. He and Ya Meng were chilling by the campfire, and she asked, worried, Yo, what's up? You sick or something? He shook his head fast. Ya Meng stared at him and asked, "Are those things Lord Li Ke said for real?" Wu Fu gave her a solid look. I mean, she's a magic beast who's been around for 10,000 years, so her words are legit. Then he spaced out again, thinking back on everything since he got reincarnated. Aside from Earth and his memories, his whole ascension vibe was totally off. Did I mess up the standard process or something? Or did 30,000 years of living wipe out my brain? Did I lose my memories when I ascended? He glanced back at Ao Luke, who was chilling against a tree. He didn't play games and went straight to the point. "Why were you asking about Lian Lai? Is this about Ya Meng?" Ya Meng whipped her head around to face Ao Luke. "Wait, Ao Luke, is that person actually in Lian Lai?" Ao Luke just gave a short, "Yeah." Hearing that, Ya Meng lost it and screamed, "You knew this whole time and didn't tell me." Wu Fu stepped in to back him up. "Chill out, sis." Ao Luke definitely had a reason to keep it on the low. In that massive, pitch-black forest, there were just the three of them. Wu Fu asked, "Let me ask you something. Is this guy Ya Meng's dad?" Ao Luke didn't play shy and spilled the tea. "Yeah, the guy she's looking for is her dad." His face went dead serious as he added, "And he was also my master, the guy who raised me." Wu Fu was shook, finally putting the pieces together. He put his hand to his chin, connecting the dots. "No wonder you go wild whenever anything involves Ya Meng. Turns out she's your adoptive sister." Ya Meng crossed her arms, looking salty. "I'm not calling him my bro. No shot." She looked away, dodging their stares. "When people picked on me, he didn't do jack. He even hid my dad's whereabouts from me." Wu Fu saw what was going on and suggested, "If you want to clear the air, you gotta spill the real truth, man." Flashback to the past. In a massive, dense forest, some dude was screaming, "Watch where you're going, you filthy beggar." Ao Luke was just a little kid back then, covered in nasty cuts and bruises. He was so beat he just slumped against a tree, waiting for whatever awful stuff was gonna happen next. "My body's so heavy. I'm starving and so tired. Am I gonna die?" Tears welled up in his exhausted eyes. Honestly, wouldn't dying be better anyway? Just as he was passing out, two figures showed up. "Hey, Anne, this kid's in bad shape. We gotta help him fast." Then everything went black, and Ao Luke completely passed out. When he finally came to, the first thing he saw was a pair of animal ears. He sat up with a start and realized there was a little girl staring at him. A voice called out from the back, "Ya Meng, don't bug your big brother while he's resting." The woman standing there was Ya Meng's mom. She walked over and asked softly, "Hey, sweetie, you awake?" Her face was super warm and kind. Since he hadn't eaten in days, his stomach made a loud growl. Little Ya Meng, totally clueless, asked, "Mom, what's that weird noise coming from the big brother?" The mom laughed. "Ya Meng, that's just his tummy growling." She held her hand out to Ao Luke. "Come on, you're just in time for dinner." Ao Luke felt so much warmth from her that he just started crying. Ya Meng was like, "Mom, why is the big brother crying?" The mom gently asked, "What's your name, sweetie? Where are your parents?" He looked down, mumbling, "I'm Ao Luke. I'm an orphan. I don't know where they are." The woman turned to her husband. Uh, Anne, you mind if we set another plate?" The guy was chopping up food like a pro. Nah, but that was Ya Meng's dad. He turned around, holding the knife. "When we're not around, you gotta protect Ya Meng." Just like that, Ao Luke finally had a real family. That day, laughter filled the little shack in the forest. "Ya Meng, you gotta listen to your big bro from now on. Go on, call him big brother. This is awesome. You have a big bro now." Back to the present, Ao Luke was still telling his story. "After that, my adoptive parents raised me, so I didn't have to live on the streets anymore." Hearing the whole story, Wu Fu nodded. "Ah, I get it now." Ao Luke sighed. But life's crazy, and everything went downhill fast. He remembered the day disaster hit. Dad went to Lian Lai to save Mom, but Mom couldn't hang on until he got back. Ao Luke's face hardened with determination. "I had to carry out Mom's last wish, and with the clan chief's help, we managed to survive." Hearing this, Wu Fu felt for them. "Damn, I didn't know you guys went through all that heavy shit." Ya Meng spoke up, her face shadowed, hiding her expression. "That's why I've been dying to go to Thien Nguyen Thien to find my dad. I want to ask him why he didn't show up when it mattered most. Did he just dump us? But wait, how do you even know he's in Lian Lai?" Ao Luke leaned against the tree and said, "Honestly, it's pretty weird. It's like there's some connection between me and him. It's telling me he's probably in Lian Lai." Hearing this, Ya Meng was practically fuming with anger. "That old fox. Why did he lie and tell me Dad went to Thien Nguyen Thien?" Ao Luke quickly explained. because going to Lian Lai with our weak-ass strength is a suicide mission. Plus, you're the only family I got left. I couldn't let you get hurt. Yameng looked suspicious. So you guys basically made up some fake Thien Ngoi Thien place? Ao Luke sighed. Exactly. That's why I did everything I could to block you from joining the beast fighting tournament. I wanted you to see how impossible it was and just give up. Wu Fu glanced at Yameng, then asked him, So what made you change your mind then? Ao Li's still standing there, but now his eyes are glued right on our boy. Nu Fu's totally lost. The dude explains why, calling him a natural-born prodigy. Like, he just escaped the dead water, and in no time at all, he can already control 4 types of spiritual energy. He can even control every single element, plus he's got a soul weapon. With you watching her back, Yameng is going to be totally safe. Ngu Fu crosses his arms, super annoyed, and snaps. You think I'm just some shield for Yameng? His attitude gets Yameng mad triggered. Excuse me? You're literally my servant. Helping your master is, like, a given, okay? Ao Li steps closer, like, Look, I'm literally begging you. Yameng's gonna find out the truth sooner or later. The road to Lian Lai is sketchy as hell. Even a powerful cultivator like my dad got locked up there. I can't protect her by myself. He grabs him by the shoulders, looking like he's begging, but his face is radiating pure killer energy. So, I'm begging you, Ngu Fu. We need your cheat code power. His vibe actually creeps our boy out a little. Nu Fu finally caves and lets out a big sigh. Whatever. Having 2 heavy hitters rolling with me to Lian Lai isn't a bad deal anyway. Yameng squeals. I knew Ngu Fu cared about his master. He turns around, his mind totally racing. Everything happening right now is going in a completely unpredictable direction. Plus, ever since escaping the dead water, his own body is getting harder and harder to control. Helping them is basically helping himself. If things go south, that Ali dude might not even have his back anyway. Meanwhile, at the sacred temple, the beastmen are already on the scene. One of them speaks up. Chief, is the sacred stone okay? The old chief, leaning on his cane, replies. The sacred stone is totally fine. Did you guys find anything? The rest of the beasts start reporting in. Right in front of them is the carcass of that giant monster Ngu Fu wrecked. The cut on the body is insanely clean. One single slash took it down. But the leftover spiritual energy clearly smells like Ao Li's work. This beast is super sketchy. Whether it's its own energy or the residue on the slash, it's gotta be the work of that intruder the werewolf mentioned. Somewhere else in the forest, Ngu Fu is taking a quick nap on the ground. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, Fuer! The ground right under where he's sleeping suddenly turns into a swirling vortex. Ngu Fu snaps awake, looking around to see what's going on. What the hell? That voice just now. Right then, he realizes he's in a space that looks exactly like the dead water. He can channel his spiritual energy, but his spirit sword is totally locked. No way. Could it be? A shadowy figure walks up from behind. You guessed it. Exactly what you're thinking. He instantly recognizes the imposter from the dead water, who is now standing right in front of him. We meet again, Nu Fu. He keeps his cool facing him, but one thought instantly flashes in his mind: this dude is still alive. The fake looks at him with a creepy vibe. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see an old friend? He gets right in his face. Let me guess. You're wondering how the hell I'm still breathing. Our boy fires back. What's your game this time? Planning to take my place again? The copycat sneers. Don't forget, we're linked. We're codependent, helping and controlling each other. Taking your place is bound to happen, but not today. Right now, I'm just here to clear up some of your confusion. Ngu Fu is lost. Clear up what? I don't remember asking you a single thing. The imposter smirks, his eyes glowing. Are you sure you don't need my help? Don't you want to know why everything's totally different from your memories of your past life? Ngu Fu fires back instantly. Hell no. And honestly, who cares if it matches my past life or not? My goal is never gonna change. The clone's smirk gets even wider. Spunky. I like it. Too bad you wasted your whole past life. Ngu Fu shoots him a death stare. What the hell do you mean by that? The imposter snaps. What do I mean? He gnashes his teeth in rage, rushing forward and grabbing our boy by the collar. You got reincarnated just to remember becoming the God King? That person is still waiting for you to save them. Did you seriously forget? Ngu Fu is totally annoyed. What are you even talking about? I haven't forgotten a thing. Becoming the God King and getting my revenge has always been my #1 goal. The fake lets go of his collar. Oh, really? Looks like you actually forgot. He shoves him back. Now get lost. Ngu Fu gets sucked backward from the force. The fake coldly says, You're not welcome here. Our boy gets dragged away, screaming his head off. Wait, tell me what you mean. Before the space closes up, the copycat turns his back on him. Before you go, let me give you a little friendly warning. Suddenly, a hand drops on his shoulder from behind. Fuer. The woman behind wraps her arms around the clone's shoulders. He replies with a totally blank face. Don't worry. Mom, I will definitely save you, and then I'll tear down the God King's palace. Ngufu sits up with a start, sweat dripping down his face. What did that freak even mean? Did I actually forget something? Damn it, next time I see him, I'm gonna force everything out of him. He's startled out of his thoughts by Ya Meng's voice. Ngufu, what are you mumbling about over there? Aoli is already packed and ready to roll, urging him, now that you're awake, let's get a move on. Step 1 to Lian Lai is getting out of this hopeless forest so Ya Meng can get recognized by the tribe. The three of them get ready for the trip. Ngufu's like, wait, didn't I already help Ya Meng out back then? Wasn't that enough? Aoli responds, that time was flagged as cheating, so it doesn't count for her tribal recognition. Our boy rolls his eyes at her, like, man, I can't believe it's been this long and you're still not even a certified Beast Tribe member. Ya Meng glares at him, eyes glowing red. So what? Got a problem with that? He immediately backs down. Fine, fine, let's just go. He still can't shake what the copycat said. Even if he doesn't get it now, one day he's gonna uncover the truth. Meanwhile, outside the forest, someone shouts, Chief! We spotted Ah Li and the others. The old chief walks over. They made it out? The chief urges, let's go, let's see what's up. Ngufu, Yameng, and Ao Li walk out of the woods. Yameng cheers happily. Yes, finally out of that dump. Your girl Yameng finally beat the hopeless forest trial all on her own through pure hard work. Ngufu keeps quiet but is silently judging her so hard. Your hard work? Didn't Ao Li and I literally carry you the whole way? Ao Li looks at him, totally amused, thinking, Yameng really scored herself a top-tier sidekick/servant. Yameng puts her hands on her hips, super hyped. Man, I can't wait to find him and flex my epic achievement. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her bragging. Then how about you tell me all about this epic achievement of yours? Ingu Fu is a bit surprised, but Ya Meng is totally shook. The old chief greets her. Long time no see, little lion. Ya Meng runs up to the old chief with open arms, but instead of a warm hug, she grabs him by the collar, totally pissed. You old fox! You lied to me again! The heavens beyond heavens isn't even a place. The old man, completely caught off guard, can only beg, easy, easy. Ali sees this and chimes in. Ya Meng, don't be rude. The chief only wanted what's best for you. Ya Meng lets go of him, turning away with a pout. Fine, whatever, let's just pretend he did. The second the chief gets free, he immediately questions. So, is this the outsider who broke into the hopeless forest? Ya Meng suddenly screams, making him jump. Nuku is not an outsider. The chief then orders Ao Li, take Ya Meng to the back. I need to have a quick chat with this young man. Now it's just him and the old chief. Nu Fu stands before him and says, Look, I don't think we have anything to talk about. I just got lost by accident. I wasn't trying to break into your hopeless forest. The chief doesn't deny it, but he keeps digging. Sure. But then why did I hear that your Yameng's slave cheated in the beast tournament and beat people up? The old head slowly cracked his eyes open. Finally, someone managed to lead this clueless dude out of here, the same guy who didn't know left from right and still had the nerve to barge straight into the hopeless forest. Yameng nervously looked back, but Ao Li was like, chill, the chief isn't gonna give Wu Fu a hard time. Meanwhile, Wu Fu didn't even bother arguing with the chief's accusations. Like, say whatever you want, old man. You guys are all in on this together anyway. The old man just snickered. Man, you've got a seriously chill attitude. Then, he called up another beast man. Yo, wolf boy, spit the truth. Is this the guy who helped Ya Meng cheat at the beast tournament, beat some dudes up, and then went rogue in the hopeless forest? Yes or no? The beastman smirked. Yeah, that's him. Huo Si, flexing behind the chief, chimed in. This is the outsider who rigged the whole beast arena. He helped Yameng beat my white tiger. And when I asked to check him, he literally threw hands. He was straight up framing Wu Fu. And then, when I tried to lead him out of here, he completely ignored my warning, went rogue, and snuck into the hopeless forest, forcing Yameng and Ao Li to go in and bail him out. The chief looked at Wu Fu and asked, You got anything to say for yourself? Wu Fu just stood there, giving him the silent treatment. The chief smirked. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Wu Fu cracked his knuckles, totally ready to throw down. Guess I gotta throw hands first. then figure out how to bust out of here. But then, Ao Li stepped up and literally slammed Huoxi's face straight into the dirt. Wu Fu was legit shocked by this move. Huoxi, pinned to the ground, groaned. Chief. The chief looked down at him with pure disgust. You stupid wolf. You think I'm some kind of clown? You really thought I'd buy your crappy story? Before he knew it, everyone else was gone, leaving just Wu Fu and the chief standing a few feet apart, the old man with his hands behind his back. That weird beast at the temple? You're the one who iced it, aren't you? Wu Fu just shrugged. And what if I did? What if I didn't? The chief turned his head to look at him, this insane aura suddenly blasting off his body. No biggie, just thought I'd acknowledge that you've got some decent skills, but still, you might want to show a little respect around here. Wu Fu was shook. This insane pressure, this old fox was actually a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Once their little chat wrapped up, Ao Li finally walked over to him. Yo, what did the chief say to you? Wu Fu didn't even look at him. Nothing. Just didn't expect your boss to be a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Ao Li looked clueless. Supreme Realm powerhouse? Bro, what are you even talking about? Wu Fu finally gave him some eye contact. Wait, you seriously don't know? He immediately started breaking down the whole system for Ao Li, basically explaining how cultivation power realms work. If we're going by cultivator standards. While the old fox was over there laughing and chatting with Ya Meng, Ao Li nodded along. I've lived with the beastmen my whole life and never heard of classifying strength by realms. That's actually pretty cool. Wu Fu kept going with his breakdown. For cultivators, the tiers go Qi refining, profound opening, soul transformation, primordial soul, void return, and Dao integration. Then you got venerable, spirit condensation, deity transformation, tribulation transcendence, divine venerable, supreme, saint venerable, and finally, God King. Right now, I'm only at venerable, so I'm miles behind that old fox. They both turned to look the same way as Ao Li asked. Damn, I didn't know power levels were that deep. So, where do you think I stack up? Wu Fu didn't sugarcoat it, making Ao Li give him a major side-eye. Who knows, man? You beastmen have that crazy spirit-hiding trick, so I can't read your level at all. His eyes stayed glued to what was ahead. But that old fox? He's on a whole different level. Right in front of him, he could see the backs of the chief and Ya Meng walking away. Meanwhile, in another world, a door swung open in a small room as someone stepped inside. Wanfeng walked in and sighed, Girl, why are you always buried in your training? Staying cooped up in this perfect weather is a total crime. Luo Shi looked up, startled. Sister Wanfeng, what brings you here? Wanfeng leaned down and pinched Luo Xi's cheek, making her instantly blush. I get it. You don't want to be dead weight to your little boyfriend later, but you gotta know when to take a break from training. Look at that chubby guy. He actually knows how to live life. Luo Shi dodged her hand, blushing red as a beet. I'm fine, Sister Wanfeng. Wanfeng teased. Training like a maniac is gonna mess with your head, you know? Then, Wanfeng finally spilled why she came over. Anyway, I came here to drop some hype news. Luo Shi blinked. Hype news? Wanfeng brought up a special spot in Penglai called the Secret Realm. My dad said the secret realms all over Penglai are opening in a few months, and tons of cultivators are gonna show up for the trials. She excitedly added, and Dad actually told me to take you and the chubby guy along. But seeing Luo Shi's face, she got suspicious. Wait, what's with that look? You're not down? Luo Shi said shyly. Sister Wanfeng, ever since we got here, the big guy and I have been freeloading off everyone's kindness. We haven't even paid you guys back, so getting a golden ticket like this, I'd honestly feel way too guilty taking it. But Wanfeng didn't care about that at all and grabbed her arm to drag her out. Dude, don't you want to give your little boyfriend a massive surprise? Quit overthinking and come touch some grass with me. As they stepped outside, Luo Shi made a silent promise to herself. Wu Fu, the next time we meet, I swear I won't be that helpless girl who can only watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, back at the Beast Tribe, the chief was getting the crowd hyped up. All right, y'all. To celebrate Ya Meng becoming our tribe's strongest beast warrior, let's get wasted. Bottoms up. The whole crowd immediately went wild. Then, the chief turned to Ya Meng with a proud smile. From today on, Ya Meng, you're officially our tribe's warrior. Watching from the sidelines, Ao Li noticed something was off and asked, Yo, Wu Fu, you good? Wu Fu sighed. Honestly, this whole party vibe isn't really my thing. Ao Li patted his shoulder. Come on, don't be like that. Ya Meng made it this far because of you. Just grab a drink, man. But even with Ao Li pushing him, Wu Fu shut it down immediately. Nah, I'm good. Getting kinda tired, so I'm gonna head out. Soon, the moon was high in the pitch-black sky. Wu Fu's treehouse was perched way up on a branch in the middle of the massive forest. Inside, he was lying on his back, talking to himself. Now that I think about it, that spirit hiding technique of theirs is actually busted. You can sneak up on anyone totally silent, and it completely masks your power level. I gotta find a way to copy that cheat code. The second he said that, the chief spawned out of nowhere and said, "I can teach you if you want." Wu Fu jumped out of his skin and yelled, "Dude, when did you even get here?" The chief just smiled. "I've been here since you were lost in thought. If you seriously want to learn our stealth trick, I'm down to teach you." Wu Fu immediately got suspicious. "Yeah, right. There's no way you're giving me a freebie. What's the catch?" "Chill. I'm not trying to set you up. Aoli and Yameng told me everything about what went down in the hopeless forest. Honestly, I didn't expect you to help them search for their dad. Teaching you stealth is just my way of saying thanks." Still, Wu Fu wasn't buying it. "Yeah, sure. I don't trust this sudden nice guy act." The chief burst out laughing at his paranoia. "Man, you're hella paranoid. Someone must have scammed you real bad in the past, huh?" Wu Fu scoffed, completely annoyed. "Yo, old fox. What's so funny?" The chief finally got serious. "Look, I'm legit coming in peace here. But if you want a reason, let's just say I'm hella curious." Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, catching the keyword. Curious? Exactly. I'm dying to see how fast someone with a god-tier soul weapon and mastery over all 5 elemental elements can crack the code on our spirit-hiding technique. Listening to the old geezer's spiel, Wu Fu thought, how the hell did this old fox know I've got a soul weapon inside me? Was it when he patted my shoulder earlier? A second later, the Beastman chief casually chimed in, "Since you're so cocky, I'm gonna start teaching you right now. First up, unleash all your spiritual energy." While Wu Fu was locked in, letting out his heavy-ass spiritual energy, the old man added, "Chill, I've got this place masked. Nobody's gonna sniff you out." Watching closely, the Beastman chief gasped, "No way. Is this the Star Sword? I've lived this long and finally got the luck to see this bad boy with my own eyes." Cutting him off, Wu Fu asked, "Yo, old fox, what's next?" The Beastman chief got right to coaching. "Bring it all together. Slowly condense your spiritual energy and soul weapon into a single point. Don't leave anything out." He jumped right to it. But damn, this was way too much for Wu Fu, making him break out in a painful cold sweat. Wu Fu's rush made the Beastman chief snap. "You little punk, didn't I tell you to take it slow?" Ignoring the old man's nagging, he kept pushing through the pain. Suddenly, a familiar voice popped into his head. "The old fox literally told you to chill, but you rushed to condense it in a second. You think focusing your spirit and hiding your energy is just some basic-ass training?" The voice caught him totally off guard. What the hell? Turns out, his inner demon had shown up. If that old fox hadn't saved your butt in time, you'd be dead by now, blown to pieces from rushing that energy condense. "Honestly though, I'd love to watch you go boom," Wu Fu snorted. "If I go down, you go down with me, idiot." The inner demon didn't even hesitate. True. I'd totally bite the dust too." He smirked and continued, "That's why I'm here helping you, duh. If this was back in the day, you'd be on your own." Meanwhile, the Beastman chief standing by Wu Fu's bed sighed. "Kids these days, man. I literally told him to take it easy. Good thing I jumped in and controlled the energy flowing into him, or things would have gone south fast." He slowly added, "If he doesn't wake up now and starts messing with that energy again, it's gonna go wild inside him and end up killing him sooner or later." Right as the chief finished talking, a pure flow of energy wrapped around Wu Fu's hand. The next second, the chief gasped, "Wait, what the heck? Why is his energy leaking out? Did he wake up already?" Staring at Wu Fu, the chief's mind raced. Nah, he's still out cold. And it's not even because of his soul weapon. How on earth is this kid releasing his energy like this? Turns out, inside Wu Fu's consciousness, the inner demon was calmly coaching him. "Unleash all that energy inside you again. Now we need to find a new spot." Suddenly, the inner demon got curious. "You want to pack your energy into your consciousness space?" Wu Fu answered, "Cool as a cucumber. Any problem with that?" He got even more suspicious. "Aren't you scared I'll use this energy to take over your body?" Wu Fu didn't say a word, he just casually snapped his fingers. Right away, Wu Fu's inner consciousness shook like crazy. Then, with mad confidence, he replied, "Scared of what? This is my territory. Plus, if you wanted to take over, you would have done it when I was knocked out." Seeing this attitude, the inner demon snorted, "Aren't you a smooth talker? But what's the point of this? Just flexing your energy control?" Before Wu Fu could answer, he kept going, Now that you got the energy in here, why not switch it up? Besides, the 5 elements of energy play off each other anyway. I'm just piggybacking on this elemental energy to boost my power. Guess that spirit hiding seems like a piece of cake anyway. Suddenly, Wu Fu realized, oh right, the Star Sword's power isn't fully set yet. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he got suspicious. Wait, what's going on? Something's off with the Star Sword. Seems like the inner demon already knew, since he had siphoned some of its power while condensing the energy. Crossing his arms, he explained, to the outsiders, the Star Sword just looks like a totally average soul weapon right now. Is this going to be another mess like in the Hopeless Forest? Wu Fu then focused and pulled out a fraction of the Star Sword's power. He demanded, how did you pull that off? Still, he kept it vague. You'll figure it out later. For now, all I'm saying is, unless you go all out with the Star Sword, you won't have to worry about people eyeing it anymore. This pissed Wu Fu off. He couldn't help but grab the inner demon by his collar and yell, cut the crap. Tell me right now, what is the Star Sword's big secret? What is that purple water for? And who the hell is that woman's voice I keep hearing? The inner demon's voice stayed completely flat. I used that purple water to seal that guy up. Otherwise, why do you think he hasn't shown his face in forever? With an annoyed look, Wu Fu snapped. And what about my other question? He acted all mysterious. Once you track down the owner of that voice, you'll get all your answers. Now, I'm heading back. As the inner demon started fading away, Wu Fu glared and cursed. You bastard, just you wait. Next time I come back, if you don't give me a straight answer, you're dead meat. His figure dissolved into a puff of smoke. Even though he was gone, a smirk played on his face as he muttered, looks like he didn't forget you, mother. We'll be seeing each other soon. Noticing Wu Fu opening his eyes, the Beastman chief said, looks like you finally figured out how to hide your energy. He gave a gentle scolding, you're too damn impatient, kid. You can't just cram it all together at once. If I hadn't stepped in, you'd have blown yourself to pieces by now. Wu Fu thought, yeah, I really rushed it this time. Shrugging off the chief's words, he stared at the thick energy in his hand and asked, but is this really what hiding energy is about? Hearing this, the old man guided him. Now, slowly spread all that energy you gathered throughout your entire body. Then, connect it with the natural energy around you. Remember, do not absorb it, just connect with it. Use your heart, and try to blend with nature's energy to become one. While the Beastman chief was giving instructions, Wu Fu was already on it. In the myriad beast range, energy is everything. It's not just the core of the beastmen, but it's also packed into the trees, flowers, rivers, and mountains. Fueled by this energy, everything connects and boosts one another, creating the ultimate training ground. The vibe created between them is what they call natural energy. Feeling the power surging through his body, he thought, is this the real deal of spirit hiding? If he had this shot in his past life, he probably would have become the God King a long-ass time ago. Realizing the kid actually got what he was saying, the Beastman chief was secretly blown away. It wasn't just a fluke that Wu Fu learned this while knocked out, and now the chief had barely given him a hint before Wu Fu's pure energy started flooding the whole room. The chief curiously asked, so, how's it feel, kid? He quickly replied, I feel insanely good. Why is that? Instantly, the old man explained, everything is part of nature. Energy was never meant to belong to cultivators in the first place. Now, you're taking something that wasn't yours and making it totally yours. In other words, it's now a part of who you are. Wu Fu nodded. No cap, using energy now feels just like breathing. If I want to, I can change its element on the spot. A moment later, the chief showered him with praise. Guess you weren't hyping yourself up before. I can't believe you mastered this in literally one day. Even Orly, our biggest prodigy, took a whole day just to connect with the natural energy. Once he totally mastered spirit concealment, the dude was like, yo, thanks. The Beastman chief just turned around and said, hey, you earned this yourself, bro. All right, it's getting late, so I'm gonna head out. Your cultivation journey is still long as hell, so don't rush it. Then, the old man dropped a solid hint for Wu Fu. Oh right, if you want to make it to the heaven beyond heaven, I got a dope spot for you. Head to the northern snowy mountains. You might get lucky and find some good stuff. Like he was worried Wu Fu wouldn't buy it, the chief slowly added, I'm getting way too old for this. As Ya Meng's grandpa and chief, I just can't help her track down her old man anymore. His voice echoed through the house. You didn't just get Ya Meng through the hopeless forest. You're also Aoli's homie. That's why I trust you to take her somewhere far away. After the chief dipped, Wu Fu muttered to himself, that old fox is surprisingly straight up. But damn, who knew his advice would actually help me break through to the spirit realm? He thought to himself, yo, breaking through from the venerable realm to the spirit realm only took me a few days. That is way faster than my past life. Could spirit concealment literally be the cheat code to break through? But right away, he shut himself down. Nah, deadass, no way. If spirit concealment was all it took to break through to the spirit realm, then the whole Beastman tribe would be high-tier powerhouses, or even a level above that. That would be absolutely nuts. Wufu kept overthinking it. Either way, there's no way Yameng is at the spirit realm. But Aoli? Yeah, he might be. Then, he muttered to himself, well, looks like this trip wasn't a waste of time, even though I'm still way behind my past life's prime. Breaking through to the spirit realm ahead of schedule and bagging spirit concealment is a major win. This definitely boosts my chances of claiming the God King title and getting my revenge. But damn, I have to bounce tomorrow already, and I have zero clue where Shu Ting Ting and the squad are at. Cut to a forest where Ting Ting pops up. Turns out, she just clapped some monster. And here I thought it was actually tough. That was low-key way too easy. Right after, Jing Song busted out laughing. Well, isn't that just because Miss Shu has gotten crazy strong? Hearing that, Ting Ting played it humble again. I gotta thank Grandpa Lu for coaching me. Without his pills and training, there's no way I'd be this cracked. The old man suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Why are you thanking me, though? If you want to thank anyone, you should be thanking Dr. Lee. Right then, Dr. Lee spoke up. Miss Shu, you got this far all on your own. I can't take any credit for this. Still, Ting Ting respectfully bowed to thank him. Even so, I still gotta thank you, Dr. Lee. If you hadn't saved my life back then, I would have been dead meat after accidentally eating that beast spirit fruit. Jing Song sounded super helpless. Yeah, that was totally on me. I had no idea that fruit was meant for beasts. If Dr. Lee hadn't clutched up and saved you, I wouldn't even know how to face Wufu. Dr. Lee kept playing it down. Nah, don't mention it. Miss Shu just has insane luck. I only played a tiny part. It was mostly thanks to Taoist Lu's pills anyway. Without them, there's no way I could have saved you. After talking with Jing Song and Dr. Lee, Ting Ting's eyes filled with pure confidence. Just you wait, Wufu. I'm definitely gonna blow your mind. Right then, up in the freezing northern snowy mountains, Ao Li's voice echoed through the vast cold. Holy crap! You actually learned spirit concealment. Wufu instantly replied, Hey, all thanks to that old fox. He said in a low voice, Your aura is literally one with nature now. It's like spiritual energy can't even touch you. You look like a regular dude, but you're low-key a beast hiding in the dark. Even I might take an L to you now. Hearing this, he smirked and teased. Damn, who knew I'm actually stronger than the beast tribe's strongest warrior? Ao Li immediately caught that. Stronger than me? Stop capping, I said might, and that's only if I'm holding back. If I go all out, I'd drop you in 5 hits tops. Wu Fu clapped back, not backing down. 5 hits to drop me? Ao Li, stop flexing so hard, bro. Totally triggered, he growled and provoked. If you don't believe me, we can throw hands right now. Without a second thought, he agreed. Ready for smoke. Bet, let's go. Just as things were heating up between them, Ya Meng snapped at them. What the hell are you two doing first thing in the morning? Did you guys seriously forget why we came here today? I was actually in a good mood, and you two completely ruined my vibe. Ao Li quickly tried to save face. You got it wrong. I'm not fighting with Wu Fu. We're just having a friendly chat, you know? Hearing that, Wu Fu chimed in, For real, just a friendly chat, no beef here. Right after he finished talking, she suddenly noticed the collar on his neck. The next second, Yameng demanded, Ao Li, didn't I tell you to take off Wu Fu's collar? Why is it still on him? Ao Li shrugged like it was no big deal. My bad, forgot. Without missing a beat, Wu Fu snorted. Yeah, right, you totally forgot on purpose, bro. A bit later, Ao Li changed the subject. Alright, let's stop bickering. I heard from the chief that going through here leads to the gate Lord Li Kei talked about. Ah, so it's just like back on Earth, Wu Fu thought. This random change of topic left Wu Fu completely speechless. Right then, Li Kei suddenly popped up and said, Are you guys about to leave Feilai? Her sudden appearance startled him. Li Kei, what the hell are you doing here? Just from Wu Fu's question, Li Kei immediately knew. Looks like you totally forgot about our promise. He went dead silent. Before Wu Fu could stay quiet for too long, she tossed something down. Catch. While he was checking out the object, Ya Meng asked curiously, Lord Li Kei, what is this? Li Kei replied like it was obvious. Duh. It's obviously what you need to get to Penglei. Or did you think you could just walk there? Wu Fu got curious. Wait, didn't you say you didn't know? In a flash, she got right up to his face. I was just capping. I was testing you back then, and hey, you actually kept your end of the deal. Consider this a gift. Don't think I'm always playing games with you. I actually take this deal seriously. Wu Fu calmly replied, Ah, so that's how it is. Didn't expect you to actually remember our deal. Hearing this, Li Kei snorted. You smooth-talking brat. Well, I'm not going to see you off. The gate is right here. If you want to soar up, do it now before I change my mind. From behind, Ao Li respectfully thanked her. Thank you, Lord Li Kei. Teasing him, she added. Wu Fu, if you got time, learn from Ao Li and show some respect to your elders. The next second, a thick wave of spiritual energy burst from where Li Kei pointed. Ya Meng was instantly drawn to it. Wu Fu, look! Then, he gently grabbed her hand. This totally shocked Ya Meng, making her eyes go wide. Seeing this, Ao Li smiled warmly. Spotting his smile, she turned around and beamed right back at him. In the middle of the blizzard, Ya Meng softly said, Goodbye, Felai. Dad, we're coming for you. Meanwhile, in Penglai, Ya Meng's loud scream suddenly echoed through the vast sky. Even though Ao Li was also in a freefall, he still tried his best to reach out and grab her. Ya Meng. On the flip side, Wu Fu was completely chill. Look at you guys in panic mode. Ignoring his attitude, Ya Meng yelled, Wu Fu, look at that thing. Following where she pointed, Wu Fu's eyes went wide with shock. Unable to believe his eyes, he thought, Is that? Wu Fu dashed straight toward it and summoned Astral Sword. As soon as it popped up, the Astral Sword started whining. You little brat, you just ruined my dope dream. You owe me for this. Hearing that, the Spirit Sword was peeping ahead too. After eyeballing the place for a sec, it started breaking it down. Honestly, everything looked chill on the surface, but this whole spot was straight up loaded with bad vibes. Wu Fu locked onto that real quick bad vibes, no cap. While he was still floating around, Among suddenly screamed, Wu Fu, watch out! Before she could even finish, the two of them slammed right into each other mid-air. Caught completely off guard, Wu Fu got yeeted hard and ate dirt face first. While Ameng was giggling her head off, he growled, You did that on purpose, didn't you? The next second, as he pushed himself up, Wu Fu realized this place was straight up Penglai. He wondered if Xu Xing and Luo Shi were around here. The girl got real serious all of a sudden and said, Yup, this is where my old man crashes. Behind him, Ao Li was inspecting a leaf in his hand, looking curious as hell. These plants, they're packing some serious spiritual energy. Next thing you know, he started cooking up some theories. This whole place is covered in woods, and my energy feels kinda nerfed. Must be the trees messing with it. But honestly, with a forest this massive, we might end up getting trapped here. Wu Fu chimed in to break down the situation. We still don't even know where the hell we are in Penglai, but looking at this setup, we're probably miles away from that giant vine. Hearing how unsure he sounded, Ameng turned to him, curious. Wait, even Wu Fu doesn't know? Wu Fu, totally done with her, snapped back. Who do you think I am? Some kind of walking encyclopedia? Then her mood crashed and she mumbled sadly, I wonder where my old man is. Noticing Ameng was feeling down, Ao Li quickly tried to cheer her up. Don't sweat it. We're gonna find him for sure. Right then, Wu Fu's chest suddenly tightened with a sharp pain. The weirdness of it threw him off this feeling. Clutching his chest in pure agony, he thought, what the hell is going on? His heart was straight up pounding out of his chest. Seeing him look like that, Ameng asked, super worried. Yo, Wu Fu, you good? He didn't say a word, but his mind was racing. He'd never felt anything this freaky before. Not on Earth, and definitely not in Penglai. Was he trippin', or was this real? He was pretty damn sure now there was definitely something sketchy here. A moment later, Ameng called out to him, instantly snapping him out of it. He spun around and screamed, panic in his voice. Ameng, Ao Li, get back! It's dangerous! Out of nowhere, some wild-ass beast had snuck up right behind him. With zero time to think, Ao Li jumped in front of Ameng, tanking the beast's attack. Wu Fu's face went pale. Without hesitating for a single sec, he dashed straight at the monster. The next second, he charged up his power and roared, Damn it! His strike sliced clean through the beast's chest. Right after, Ameng shrieked in a panic. Ao Li! Wu Fu! Get over here and check on Ao Li! Quick! Even though he was hurt bad, Ao Li still tried to chill her out. Don't freak out, Ameng. I'm good. Ameng, crying, snapped back. How are you good? Stop talking. Wu Fu is gonna save you. Just let him look at it. Wu Fu realized the beast's nasty energy was already seeping into Ao Li's veins. Hearing that, Ameng's eyes welled up with tears and she said, Got it. I'll stay back and give you guys some space. A little later, deep in the woods where they were hiding out, It looked like Ao Li was out of the woods. He let out a massive sigh of relief. Just like that, Ao Li looked at Wu Fu, totally grateful, and said, "I'm feeling way better, man, thanks." Wu Fu thought to himself, if he hadn't mastered that spirit condensation trick to keep his energy low-key, transferring his power while absorbing the wild vibes around him would have probably blown both of them up. Right after, the three of them got ready to hit the road again, but out of nowhere, Wu Fu caught some weird noise and said, "Yo, let's go check that out." All three of them rushed over to where the noise was coming from. Within seconds, they touched down right where Zai Lang was flat on his butt. Turns out, some massive-ass beast was looming right over him. Zilang was straight up screaming for his life. "Help! Someone save me! I'm too young to die." Even in a crazy moment like this, Wu Fu was still chill enough to bet Ao Li. "Yo, Ao Li, how about we race to see who slays this monster first? Let's see if you're actually fully recovered or just flexin'." He was down immediately. "Bet, but don't go crying to me when you lose." Before Ao Li could even finish his sentence, both of them blasted forward at insane speeds. The beast wasn't about to back down either, letting out a deafening roar. It swung a punch so insanely powerful it literally shattered the ground. Seeing this, Wu Fu was kinda impressed. Damn, this beast has some crazy reflexes. Even with my spirit condensation on, it still caught me. But whatever. That's all it's got. While Wu Fu was mid-thought, the beast was already winding up for its next hit. It lunged straight at him, but luckily Wu Fu juked it just in time. He started trash-talking. "You think that weak-ass hit is gonna kill me? In your dreams, buddy?" The next second, Wu Fu closed the gap, leaping right onto the beast's head without flinching, but his face immediately fell. Crap, this guy's head is hard as rock. Right then, Ao Li flew in from behind to cover him. "Yo, Wu Fu! You're slipping! You can't handle this!" His shouting instantly drew the beast's eyes. As Ao Li lunged in to strike, the beast reacted with crazy speed, blocking his attack. Ao Li's face fell. He wasn't expecting it to be that quick. Luckily, Wu Fu spotted a blind spot. "Aha, I see you now." In a split second, he gripped the spirit sword tight and yelled, "Take this." He delivered a clean, buttery smooth slash before the beast could even blink. Landing on a nearby branch, Wu Fu thought, "This forest is sketchy as hell. The beasts are wildin' out. At this level, they shouldn't be completely losing their minds like this." The spirit sword chimed in. "Maybe something is straight up brainwashing them." The moment those words left its mouth, weird noises started echoing all around him. With the beast's massive arms swinging right at his face, Wu Fu muttered like he already saw it coming. "Told ya it wouldn't be that easy." Without hesitation, Wu Fu swung his sword and sliced it clean. The beast got blasted back, crashing with a massive boom. But Wu Fu stayed on high alert, thinking, this thing is beefy as hell, and there's definitely more of them around. Right as the words left his mouth, the ground under his tree started shaking crazy. Before he knew it, another beast burst out and yeeted him into the air. Wu Fu grit his teeth, thinking, "Gotcha, you sneaky bastard." But before he could make a move, the beast burrowed straight back into the dirt. Wu Fu rushed over to the hole it just dove into, mocking it. "You really think you can hide down there?" He slammed his hand onto the ground, calling on his power. "Wood energy, go!" Right on cue, a surge of spiritual energy snaked its way straight down the massive hole. In a flash, the beast popped up right behind him for a cheap shot. Smiling because his bait worked perfectly, Wu Fu smirked. He spun around and sliced that monster up like absolute butter. Even after pulling off that brutal move, Wu Fu kept his cool, not even blinking. Meanwhile, Ameng was worried sick, asking, "Hey, Ao Li, do you think Wu Fu's in trouble?" Ao Li tried to keep her calm. "Chill, he's fine." But right as he said that, some creepy-ass sound echoed. Ao Li immediately jumped in front of Ameng, dead serious. "Ameng, heads up. Something's coming." In the dead silence, the noise kept getting louder and louder. Sure enough, another ugly-ass monster showed its face, looking ready to fight. Looking at this thing, Ao Li's eyes flashed with pure, terrifying killer instinct. Instantly, Ao Li unleashed a storm of slashes at speed so fast it was straight up illegal. By the time he stepped back into position, the beast was already sliced into 100 pieces. It didn't even know what hit it before getting absolutely erased. A bit later, Wu Fu walked up casual as hell. "Looks like you guys cleaned up over here too." Ao Li shrugged, not filtering his words at all. "Yup, and you're late, bro." Wu Fu didn't even bother to argue. He just casually pointed out how sketchy those beasts were, saying the monsters in this Penglay forest are built way different and are way tougher than the ones anywhere else. Ao Luke immediately backed him up on that. This creepy-ass vibe like we're being hunted. Bro, I haven't felt this since the Forest of Despair, Ao Luke muttered. The second he finished, Wu Fu warned them. Keep your guard up, for real. Standing next to them, Yameng asked curiously, so you guys are saying this forest is like super dangerous? Worried she'd freak out, he softened up and assured her, I got you, okay? As long as I'm around, nobody's touching a single hair on your head. Hearing that made Yameng feel all warm inside. Sure, back in Fo City, Ao Luke was always her bodyguard, but that was her home turf. Seeing him act just as protective here in Ponglai, man, it really hit different and made her feel super safe. Right then, Tu Lang let out a painful groan. The noise instantly got Yameng curious. Oh, he's awake. Maybe he knows the inside scoop on this creepy forest. Her sudden hype seemed kind of sus to Ao Luke. She didn't act like this back in Fo City. Was she changing, or was he just tripping? Once he cleared his head, Tu Lang looked at them with pure gratitude and said, Man, thank you guys so much for saving my life. It's getting dark, and we really shouldn't linger here. If you guys don't mind, you're welcome to crash at my place for the night. Wu Fu stared him down, squinting suspiciously. You don't look like a cultivator at all. What are you doing out here all by yourself, bro? Tu Lang quickly explained. I'm just a normal villager from Penglai Manor down the mountain. I was out hunting and accidentally wandered into this zone. Next thing I knew, that hungry-ass wolf cornered me. I have no clue where that beast even spawned from. Thank God you guys came in clutch and saved me. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he added, You guys clearly have that main character energy, so you're definitely not local. What brings you to these parts anyway? Ao Luke instantly got annoyed, scowling at him. None of your business, bro. Mind your own damn lane. Terrified of a misunderstanding, Tu Lang quickly waved his hands. Yo, don't get me wrong. My dad is the village chief of Penglai Manor. If you guys are looking for something, he might actually be able to hook you up. But look, it's getting late. Safety first? Let's get the hell out of here first. His frantic vibe made Yameng curious. Are you like totally terrified of this forest? Hearing that, Tu Lang broke a sweat and stuttered. You guys have no idea. The monsters here aren't just the few we ran into. There are literally hundreds of thousands of them lurking in the dark. Tu Lang lowered his voice and said, I don't know the exact details, but it's probably connected to the Sky Tree. Long story short, this place is straight up death. Listening closely, Wu Fu immediately locked onto the main clue. Wait, what the hell is the Sky Tree? He immediately spilled what little info he had. I've only heard my dad talk about it. He said it's basically the portal to another world. Every cultivator is desperate to reach it, but seriously, we need to get down the mountain. Once night hits, staying here means we all get clapped. Wu Fu seemed to have a game plan forming in his head. He nodded, agreeing to leave. All right, let's roll. Following Tu Lang's lead, Wu Fu thought to himself, maybe this village chief actually knows some real tea. The heavy silence of the forest was broken only by the sound of their 4 sets of footsteps. As the fog got super thick, Ao Luke whispered suspiciously, This kid isn't trying to pull a fast one on us, is he? This fog is so bad I can't even tell which way is up. Hearing that, Yameng got anxious and chimed in, Wu Fu, you better watch my back if things go south, okay? Hey, Tu Lang, are you sure you're taking us to your village? We aren't lost, right? Her nervous question made Tu Lang burst out laughing. Oh, totally forgot to mention. His sudden laugh caught Yameng off guard. Is this guy losing his mind from fear or what? Sensing her panic, Tu Lang assured her gently, Don't sweat it. This is our village's defense barrier, our biggest flex. Just stick with me, we'll be home in a minute. Honestly, once we're inside this barrier, we're totally safe. Our village only survived the monster attacks because we have this setup. Look, we're almost there. A few moments later, following his lead, they finally reached Penglai Manor. Yameng looked around, nose turned up slightly, and commented, Wow, compared to our village, this place looks straight up broke. Her blunt words made Tu Lang let out a heavy sigh. Man, don't even get me started. Before all this place used to be glowing at night like it was broad daylight. Shops along the street were bustling 24/7. But ever since the head honcho of the Zhao family went absolute psycho, nobody's had a moment of peace, and the whole place just went downhill. Before Yameng could respond, he shouted toward a house. Dad, I'm back! Hearing Tu Lang's voice, when Shu rushed out, sounding super relieved. Thank God you're back. I was just about to send a search party for you. Then, eyeing Wu Fu, Ao Luke, and Yameng, the old man asked curiously, Who are they? Tu Lang immediately hyped them up. They're my lifesavers, Dad. If it weren't for them, I'd probably be Wolf Chow by now. In an instant, Wen Shu bowed respectfully and said, "Please, take a seat. I don't even know how to repay you for saving my boy. Our village is so poor right now, we can't offer you much." Before the old man could finish his sob story, Wu Fu cut him off. "Save it. We only came to ask a few questions." Suddenly, Yameng cut in, whining, "I'm literally starving. Can we eat first?" Panicked that Wu Fu might just bounce, the old man quickly jumped on the chance. Of course, of course. I'll have someone whip up some food right away. Why don't you VIP guests crash here for the night, and we can sort everything out tomorrow?" Finally, Wu Fu relented. "Fine by me." After a while, Wu Fu got straight to the point. "So, what's the deal with this sky tree anyway?" Inside the cozy house, Wen Shu explained calmly, "The sky tree, rumor has it sprouted at the exact same time as Penglai. It's ridiculously massive. They say immortals live inside it, and cultivators have to beat the trial of the secret realm before they can ascend through the sky tree. But as you can see, the whole area around it is totally lethal. Normal humans like us can't even get close to it." Listening to the old man, Wu Fu started connecting the dots. The second he set foot in Penglai, he already felt something was majorly off about that tree, and it wasn't just the danger. It actually felt kind of familiar, which was super weird. But then, Wu Fu locked onto another key detail. "Hold up. Did you say secret realm?" The old man's face fell as he replied sadly. "The secret realm is a training ground controlled entirely by the Zhao family. Cultivators who train inside can double their leveling speed, but basically, only those who suck up to the Zhao family get access." Hearing the Zhao family's name come up yet again, Yameng was confused. The Zhao family again? Are these guys really that big of a deal? Tulang immediately blurted out, totally fed up. "They aren't just powerful, they're straight up ruthless. In 3 days, they're coming to squeeze us for taxes again. That makes it 6 times this month alone." The moment the words left his mouth, Wen Shu snapped at him. "Shut up. That's village business. Don't go whining and make our guests feel awkward." Watching the father-son duo put on this little act, Wu Fu smirked inside. This village chief is low-key playing us. It was totally obvious they wanted to bait them into fighting the Zhao family. But whatever, he actually wanted to see what kind of trash-talking bullies this Zhao family really had. A second later, Wen Shu played the nice guy. "We appreciate your good intentions, truly, but the Zhao family is the absolute top dog in Penglai. If you pick a fight with them, you guys will get dragged into some serious trouble." Knowing exactly what the old man was fishing for, Wu Fu just smirked. "Cut the talk. If wiping out the Zhao family gets us into the secret realm, then we'll just wipe them out." The second he said that, Gafei kicked the door open and barged in, shouting, "You got some nerve. Let me see which clown is talking about wiping out the Zhao family." His trash entrance made Wu Fu and Ao Luke scowl with annoyance. Suddenly, Wen Shu broke out in a cold sweat and cried out, "Oh God, the Grim Reaper is here. You guys need to get out of here right now. I'll take the fall for this." Even in this crazy situation, Yameng was still totally confused. "Wait, he's the one who literally kicked down your door. Why are you the one apologizing?" The old man explained frantically. "You don't understand. He's the local thug of Penglai Manor. Ever since he became the adopted son of Zhao Tianlong from the Zhao family, he's been acting like he owns the place. Nobody in this village can touch him." Right then, Tu Lang stepped up and yelled, "Wang Gafei, stop pushing us around." Gafei smirked with pure disgust. "Shut your dog mouth, boy. My last name is Zhao now, so show some respect to your daddy." In a split second, Ji Fei's fist was flying right at his face. But luckily, Wu Fu didn't even flinch. He just calmly taunted him. "Where did this stray dog come from, barking and trying to bite people the second it shows up? Looks like this dude straight up lost his cool over Wu Fu's trash talk. Yo, kid, you got some decent moves, but you're still a total rookie." Right then, Wen Shu panics and warns him, "Yo, savior, watch out. This punk just tapped into his secret realm." But Wu Fu's just like, so what?" The old man yells back, "Dude, once someone taps into that realm, their attacks get boosted like crazy. Plus, that place is packed with insane loot and weird techniques." Hearing this just hypes Wu Fu up even more. Dope. Now I definitely gotta hit that place up. Ji Fei gets even more triggered by his ID gaff attitude. "You wanna hit the secret realm? Try surviving this first, clown." A massive explosion rocks Wen Shu's yard from this wild brawl between Wu Fu and Ji Fei. The noise completely crushes the old man's hopes. "We're doomed. Guess I hyped them up way too much. No way they're making it to that secret realm now." But before the old man can drown in his own tears, Wu Fu walks out of the smoke looking completely fine. Turns out Jifei's hit didn't do jack. Still, the guy smirks like a cocky prick. Well, damn. Didn't think anyone could take my Hellfist head on. Not bad, kid, not bad. But that's all you got. You're still too weak to even scratch me. This dude's crazy ego just leaves Wu-Fu scratching his head. Bro, you look like a giant red lobster, but whatever, you already lost. Jifei's standing there like a dummy, completely clueless, until he notices his own arm is drenched in blood. Wait, what? Are you trippin'? Next thing you know, Jifei's blood-curdling scream echoes all over Penglai Villa. Wu-Fu doesn't hold back his trash talk at all. Straight up trash. Honestly, if you weren't already a cripple, you wouldn't even be worthy of throwing a punch at me. The guy grits his teeth, trying to sound tough. You messed with the Zhao family today, punk. Get ready to lose your life. But this weak threat doesn't scare our boy one bit. Oh, is that so? Then why don't I just put you down right now? Hearing that, Jifei's face goes completely pale, shivering at how cold-blooded Wu-Fu looks. Seeing him shake, Wu-Fu just gives a smug smirk. Relax, I won't kill you. Just run back and tell the Zhao family this for me. Send someone actually strong next time. Meanwhile, Wen Shu is low-key freaking out. He wanted Wu-Fu's help, but now they are in deep trouble. Then, Yameng tries to cheer him up. Hey, old man, you good? You look super down. Is it because your house got wrecked? Don't sweat it, we broke it, we fix it. We'll totally rebuild this place for you. The old man politely waves his hands. I appreciate the love, guys, but to fix this place up, we gotta head deep into the forest to get the right materials. And you guys know how sketchy that forest is. My savior has already done way too much for me. I can't ask you guys to risk your necks again. But the girl just rolls her eyes. Pfft, please, just some baby monsters. To us, cultivators, that's literally nothing. It's like Wen Shu was practically waiting for her to say that, because he immediately whips out an amulet. Bet, take this protective charm then. It'll let you guys bypass the giant barrier easily. A bit later, the three of them hit the road. Let's go. Walking into the woods, Yameng can't help but flex. Yo, this charm is legit magic. This thick fog ain't doing crap to us. Out of nowhere, Ao Li stops. Yo, did y'all hear that? The girl just shrugs. Nah, bro, are you just paranoid or what? Right as the words leave her mouth, a creepy sound echoes through the thick fog. Looks like Wu-Fu hears it too. Hold up, no, something's definitely heading our way. And just like they said, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly pops out of the mist. Back at Penglai Villa, Wen Shu is stroking his beard, totally lost in thought. Wait, I feel like I forgot to tell them something. Shoot, I can't remember. Man, I'm getting old and useless. Si Lang chimes in. Dad, you don't think they ran into that beastly rhino, do you? Wen Shu flinches but tries to play it cool. No way. That rhino normally shouldn't even be in that area. But the guy is still low-key worried. But there was a massive racket in the woods last night. What if it wandered over there? As Si Lang keeps overthinking, the sky starts getting dark. That rhino has been chilling there since we built the barrier. We should have kicked it out back then. Who knew it'd turn into such a massive headache? Man, I hope our savior has some crazy luck. Back in the woods, Wu-Fu, Ao Li, and Yameng are in the middle of a scrap. Ao Li flexes his power, yelling, Metal Spiritual Energy. Seeing this, Wu-Fu isn't about to get outshined. Earth Spiritual Energy. Turns out Si Lang was deadass right. That giant rhino actually blocked their path. But Wu-Fu's face just lights up with pure excitement seeing this beast. From a distance, the rhino charges up and rushes straight at him. It lunges with some insanely fast speed. Wu-Fu moves like lightning, dodging the hit and throwing a counter. With just one simple tap, the giant rhino gets completely wrecked. After the easy win, Ao Li's voice gets serious. Damn, didn't think the fog would hide something that sketchy. We gotta stay on high alert from here on out. A moment later, he adds, this forest is crawling with danger, but hey, danger means high-tier loot. I wonder what's actually hidden in here. Wu-Fu's grin gets wider, totally hyped. Maybe some mind-blowing, world-shaking secret. No cap. Suddenly, an absolutely terrifying roar echoes from the distance. The blast is so loud it shakes the entire quiet forest. Ting Ting immediately snaps her head toward the noise. What the hell was that? She starts getting anxious. Did a beast attack the folks from Penglai Villa? Right away, Ting Ting flies up into the air to scout. A second later, she spots something. Gotcha. The next second, Ting Ting straight up screams, You weak-ass monster! Lucky for her, the little girl dodges Ting Ting's strike just in time. But Ting Ting ain't letting up, whipping out even more weapons. Yameng quickly backsteps to keep an eye on her moves. They both move fast as lightning, trading blows, until Ao Li suddenly steps in to block for the kid. Feeling his crazy power, Ting Ting thinks, damn, this dude can actually trade blows with me. He's definitely not from around here. Owly is also trying to read her. She actually blocked my metal energy. Is she with the Zhao family? Ao Li's sudden interruption triggers Ting Ting. Hey, 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 you think you're cool just because you got backup? Stop acting so fake, dude. But his face goes dead serious, oozing killer vibes. Who we are doesn't matter. You laid a hand on my Yameng, so you're gonna pay. Ignoring his threat, she swings her massive mace right at him. But suddenly, Ting Ting realizes something, her eyes going wide in shock. Out of nowhere, a dark shadow looms right behind Ting Ting. She spins around, shocked to find Ao Li already got behind her. Just as things are about to get ugly, Wu Fu steps in and yells, "Shoo Ting Ting!" Ting Ting is totally stunned. Wu Fu? Ao Li pulls back his fist just in time. Wait, you guys know each other? Seeing him gets her super hyped. Wu Fu! She throws her arms around him, which instantly triggers Ya Meng. Who the hell is she? Ao Li, being a troll, stirs the pot. No idea, probably Wu Fu's ex. Wu Fu doesn't even have time to explain to the kid as he gasps for air. Yo, wait. I can't breathe. Can you let me go, please? Once they get each other up to speed, Wu Fu wraps it up. Yeah, so that's basically the whole story. Ting Ting tries to process it. So you're saying during your ascension, some weird glitch happened and you lost contact with Ha and Guluo Shi, and you ended up alone in some place called Free, which is where you met these guys? But Yameng couldn't care less about the backstory. She's just glaring at Ting Ting, squinting her eyes. Wait, is this seriously Wu Fu's type? A second later, she reaches a conclusion. A lowly with massive assets, she thinks to herself. Brew, Wu Fu, since when were you into lowlies? Meanwhile, Wu Fu asks, wait, is Master not with you? Ting Ting replies casually, nah, I just came here to grab some herbs, so he didn't tag along. She pauses for like 2 seconds, then sighs. Man, I honestly thought I'd never see you again. When I first landed here, I almost died. I had zero clue what was going on, just trees everywhere. Luckily, a doctor was out foraging for herbs and saved us, or else Master and I would have been history. The second Jing Jing stopped talking, Wu Fu was low-key wondering where the heck Luo Shi and Fat Wang had drifted off to. Hearing him, she was totally shook and asked, wait, you seriously don't know where Luo Shi and Fat Wang are either? Wu Fu let out a heavy sigh and muttered, we were literally flying together at first, but somehow only I landed in Futrui. No clue where those two got lost. Ao Li, who was standing right next to them, got nosy and asked, is that Luo Shi chick also one of Wu Fu's teammates? He cleared things up for him real quick, saying, yeah, just like Shu Jingjing, she's an earthling too. The next second, Unmeng giggled and went, damn, didn't expect you to have such a big crew. Wu Fu answered like it was no big deal, while throwing some major shade. Duh, way better than a certain someone, that's for sure. Ao Li immediately lost his mind. Wu Fu, who the hell are you talking about? Sensing the drama about to pop off, the little girl rushed to stop them. All right, you two break it up. A bit later, Wu Fu started digging for info from Jing Jing. Hey, Su Jingjing, judging by your vibe, you probably haven't been here for very long, right? Can you fill me in on what's going on around here? She didn't bother hiding anything and spilled the tea. You mean Penglai? Honestly, even though my master and I live here, we only know a few things. We're pretty clueless about the rest of Penglai. He got even more curious. Well, what about that tree over there? After thinking back for a moment, Jing Jing calmly speculated. Oh, I've actually heard the villagers talk about that a lot. Apparently, it has a crazy long history. I'm guessing it's basically a part of Penglai itself. That's probably why the monsters nearby have gotten so freaking strong. As soon as she finished, Ao Li had an epiphany. Ah, so that's it. Guess we had it all wrong, Jing Jing added. Even though it looks massive, it low-key gives me the creeps. But it seems like only cultivators can feel it. The villagers act like it's just a normal thing. Once he got the rundown on the forest, Wu Fu threw another question. So, what about that Zhao family the village chief mentioned? Turns out she didn't know much either. I don't really know the Zhao family, but to the locals, they're basically the filthy rich elites of Penglai. They own a massive chunk of land, and they seem to have some connection to Penglai Manor. Lately, they've been constantly drifting in and out of the village. At this point, Jing Jing didn't hold back her hate. Even though my master and I live here, we've only seen the Zhao family show up 1 or 2 times. I bet they're just here to extort money. Basically, they're a bunch of scumbags. Hearing this, and Meng couldn't agree more. For real, when we were there, some Zhao dude showed up, but Wu Fu beat him so hard he ran off with his tail between his legs. Since that clown trashed the chief's house, we had to go into the forest to get wood. but it looks like Wu Fu sucked up all the spiritual wood here, so we'll just have to use spiritual energy to fix it later. Wu Fu was still curious, though. Where's your master anyway? Walking slowly, she replied. Honestly, no idea what his deal is. He's probably plotting with some rich dude in Penglai Manor. He spends all day making pills. Looks like he found himself a partner in crime. While he was still processing that, Jing Jing raised her voice. But hey, Wu Fu, you scored a massive treasure yourself, didn't you? The next second, she stared at Anmeng with sparkling eyes. A little spirit. Jing Jing's pushy affection made the little girl snap. Hey, back off. Stop touching my ears. But she just grinned and teased. Oh, come on. What's the big deal? Just let Big Sis get a little touch. This totally triggered Anmeng, making her blow her top. Who the hell is your little sister? Their loud bickering left Aoli speechless. All right, quit playing around. There's fog ahead. Cut to Penglai Manor, where aggressive footsteps were echoing all over the village. Turns out Ji Fei had made a comeback. Is this all you got? The terrified village chief fell to his knees, begging, My lord, please, let's talk this out, calm down. But he refused to listen to reason and barked an order. You ungrateful brat! Men, drag this old geezer out. Ji Fei was clearly using this chance to get his revenge. You actually dared to hurt me? Today I'll show you what happens when you mess with the Zhao family. The second he finished talking, Wu Fu's mocking voice rang out. Are you talking about me, clown? Luckily, he made it back just in time. What's wrong? Did your wounds heal so fast you already forgot how badly you got beaten? Even though he was stuttering in fear, Ji Fei tried to act tough. You little punk, I'm not scared of you. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson and show you that the Zhao family and I are not to be messed with. Besides, I figured out why I lost last time. Like he had cracked the code, he confidently declared, It's because you have that divine weapon, isn't it? Without that weapon, you wouldn't stand a chance against my defense. Ji Fei's sheer stupidity actually amused Wu Fu. Fine, I won't use it. Let's see how tough you really are. His face was dripping with greed. If Ji Fei could get his hands on that sword, both the Zhao family and this little punk would have to bow down to him. Without a second thought, Ji Fei charged with pure malice. I'm gonna rip you apart. Wu Fu didn't even flinch and scoffed. You're way too weak. The next second, he aggressively swung his arm forward. It seemed like Ji Fei still didn't realize who he was messing with. You better check yourself, kid. This is Zhao family turf. You'd better hand over that sword if you know what's good for you. Wu Fu calmly warned him. Don't get too greedy, bro. The moment he said that, he closed the distance with lightning speed. Right after, he quickly backed away as if he had it all planned out. He taunted Ji Fei, saying, I'll give you one last chance. Beat it. Hearing this, he suddenly smirked with utter disdain. That weird look immediately caught Wu Fu's attention. Turns out Ji Fei had prepared a bottle of power-boosting pills. The second he downed it, veins started popping all over his face. He watched the guy's sudden outburst from a distance, feeling curious. After staring for a bit, Wu Fu realized it was a pill that temporarily boosts spiritual energy. Sure, it gives an instant power spike, but the side effects are absolutely brutal. In the blink of an eye, the energy swirling around him turned into a terrifying vortex. Before he knew it, Ji Fei was right in his face, making Wu Fu's eyes widen in shock. Right after, he threw a direct punch at Wu Fu. Yet Wu Fu calmly muttered, Well, color me impressed. You actually pushed me back. Ji Fei fiercely launched another attack. But suddenly, he froze mid-air, as if blocked by some invisible force. Drenched in sweat, he stuttered, When did you? Since he had already predicted this, Wu Fu calmly replied, Like I said, you're too weak. Turns out Wu Fu's energy threads had completely locked down Ji Fei's body. He grit his teeth and cursed, Damn it. Wu Fu scoffed again. Serves you right. Imagine falling for such a basic trap. Jing Jing's surprised voice rang out. Master, what are you doing here? Jing Song softly replied, I came looking for you. Then, the old man calmly greeted Wu Fu. Young man, we finally meet again. The moment he saw Jing Song, he thought to himself, Master. Wu Fu's chill attitude made Ji Fei absolutely lose his mind. Don't get cocky. He erupted with power, shattering the spiritual threads binding him. Die, you little brat. Ji Fei's noisy screaming was getting on his last nerve. Wu Fu looked completely fed up with his showing off. He smirked and went, Is that so? In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu dealt Ji Fei a massive blow without hesitation. Despite taking the hit, the guy only got more fired up. Suddenly, Ji Fei's body began to swell to a massive size. With just a single punch, he sent Wu Fu flying. Seeing this, Jing Song offered to step in. Wu Fu, let me help you. But Wu Fu calmly turned down his offer. No need. This is a one-on-one. Immediately, Ji Fei charged again. With lightning speed, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Wu Fu. Luckily, he dodged just in time, and Wu Fu straight up sliced Ji Fei a bunch of times. But suddenly, his eyes went wide, like he'd just seen something totally wild. Turns out, the dude didn't even flinch from Wu Fu's attacks. No cap, Ji Fei got some crazy buff and started growing freaking massive. While dripping with this creepy dark aura, Ji Fei kept trash-talking. You trash! Didn't see that coming, did ya? Today, you're dead meat. But the second he finished, Wu Fu already figured him out. A healing buff, huh? Fine. I'll just make sure you can't heal ever again. He immediately slashed Ji Fei again, totally losing his mind. The guy stammered, You have zero morals. Wu Fu replied like it was no big deal. You popped a pill, so why can't I use a weapon? Even though he was literally sliced in half, Ji Fei still tried to act tough. Let me tell you, the Zhu family won't let you get away with this. They're gonna avenge me. Exactly like he wanted, Wu Fu turned and ordered the two Zhu family goons, go back and tell your bosses. The guy who killed him is Wu Fu. If they want revenge, tell them to come find me. Don't drag anyone else into this. They scrambled to run away, but still tried to act tough, shouting back, Just you wait. Our master and young master will come settle the score with you. Wu Fu's chill voice echoed. It's getting late. Let me fix up the house for you guys. He immediately touched the ground to check the damage. A moment later, Wu Fu started summoning his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, thick waves of his energy burst out, quickly wrapping around the house and patching it up. The sight left Ao Li totally shook. This kid. Beside him, Xing Xing was also lost in her own thoughts. Is this cocky jerk getting even stronger? Her face went totally serious. She wanted to get stronger so she could stand by Wu Fu's side, but it looked like they were still worlds apart. But then, Xing Xing tried to comfort herself. Well, duh, he's Wu Fu, the one and only Wu Fu, who literally nobody on Earth could ever beat. After a while, the house was completely fixed. Wu Fu let out a sigh of relief. All right, all done. Like he was waiting for this exact moment, Ao Li rushed over to grill him. Wu Fu, how the heck did you do that? That's a triple S class witch's creation spell. Without missing a beat, he gave a totally smug reply. Oh, really? I just happened to see it once back in the Wu Wang forest, thought it looked handy, and memorized it. Just as expected, the guy was secretly fuming. Kid, you make it sound so easy. It took Ao Li literally 2 years to learn that. Over in Ponglai town, night was falling, and the moon was already high in the sky. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was sitting there, lost in thought. Questions kept popping up in his head. Is the reason I can't feel any emotions in this life because of what happened tens of thousands of years ago? Probably. He tried searching through whatever memories he had left. But other than his obsession with revenge, he realized all his painful memories had been completely wiped and replaced by that single-minded drive for vengeance. The next second, Xing Xing suddenly walked over and tapped Wu Fu's shoulder. Hey, quit sitting here all by yourself. Get up and dance. Hearing that, he shut her down immediately. No thanks. You guys go ahead and have fun. Ignoring his answer, she excitedly dragged him up anyway. Come on, everyone is waiting for you. Cut to the Zhu family estate, where Tianlong was absolutely losing it, throwing a massive tantrum. Dark aura was constantly pouring out of him. Die! Just die already! Just then, a Zhu family lackey spoke up. Master, I have a report. Hearing his voice, Tianlong snapped his head around in a rage. Like he was embarrassed to be seen losing his cool, he blasted the lackey back with a powerful blow. Then, Tianlong slowly walked out. What is it? Speak! Shaking in his boots, the guy reported, We just got word. Ji Fei went to Penglai Manor to collect money and got killed. This shocking news made the old man scream. Killed? By who? The lackey was sweating buckets. Apparently, it's some guy named Wu Fu. According to the scouts who made it back, he's traveling with 2 beastmen with ears. They all showed up in Penglai a few days ago. After calming down, Tianlong questioned, Beastmen with ears? A sly look flashed in his eyes. Interesting. Without hesitation, Tianlong ordered, Go tell them I want to meet Wu Fu. The lackey quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He turned pale, thinking to himself, What is up with Master? Ever since Madam passed away, he's been acting so weird, like he's a completely different person. From a distance, Tu Lang's frantic voice echoed, This is bad, really bad. Hearing this, Wen Shu scolded him. What now? You're always in such a panic. Can't you chill out for once? Ignoring him, He hurriedly yelled, "Brother Wu, look at this!" Seeing the box in Tu Lang's hands, Wen Shu also stammered in absolute terror, "This, this is." His face had already turned pale. "Our saviors, we are in deep trouble." Wu Fu was still totally clueless. "What even is this? Isn't it just a box? What's there to be scared of?" A moment later, Wen Shu sadly explained, "You don't understand, savior. In Penglai Manor, anyone who gets this token is invited to the Zhu family, and they never return. We used to have another savior, just like you guys, a kind, long-eared person who went to the Zhu family by themselves, but they were never seen again." Aoli immediately locked onto his words. "Did you say they had ears like ours?" A theory quickly flashed through his mind. Could this Zhu family be connected to Yameng's father? Right then, 3 hidden weapons shot out of the box, aiming straight at Wu Fu. Just as he was about to counter them, something else caught his eye. A blinding flash of light burst from the box. Luckily, Ali spotted it just in time, shouting, "Watch out!" It was a sneak attack from the Zhu family hidden in the box. Next, Wu Fu walked over, picked up the letter, and said, "Looks like the Zhu family has a pretty massive misunderstanding with us." Hearing this, Xing Xing chimed in, "No kidding." The letter read, "Tomorrow at 7 p.m., meet at the zoo estate. I have what you want." After reading it, she asked curiously, "You down to go, Wu Fu?" He didn't even hesitate. "They sent a letter and some treasure, so if we don't go, they probably won't let it slide." The second Wu Fu finished his sentence, Ao Li chimed in, "I'm coming with you." Ya Meng also rushed to say, "Me too." Worried she might get hurt, he told her with a serious face, "Ya Meng, you're staying in the village." But she was totally determined. "No way! Didn't the village chief just say that the other long-eared person was also invited to the Zhu estate?" She tried to convince Aoli, saying, "I'm a beastman who passed the trial too. If you can go, why can't I?" A moment later, Wu Fu said to Wen Shu, "Chief, do you know the way to the Zhu estate? Lead the way." The old man quickly replied, "Of course, of course." Scene changes to the Zhu family's gorgeous mansion. A gorgeous girl named Luo Shi was chilling and soaking in the bath. Suddenly, some handsy hands started creeping up on her. Startled, Luo Shi shrieked, "Sis, what are you doing?" Turns out it was Wen Feng, who answered like it was totally normal. "What do you think I'm doing?" Obviously checking if our little Luo Shi has been eating well lately. Wen Feng's hands kept wandering all over. Unable to stand the groping, Luo Shi gave her a hard shove. Since she panicked, she ended up pushing Wen Feng straight into the water. Luo Shi watched nervously. When there was no sound for a while, she quickly called out, "Sister Wen Feng, are you okay?" Like she was waiting for this exact moment, Wen Feng pounced on her and teased, "I can't breathe. I need mouth to mouth." Luo Shi blushed even harder. "Sister Wen Feng, if you keep this up, I'm totally ignoring you." But Wen Feng was still fully committed to playing the local rich bully. "Hey there, gorgeous. Would I have the honor of taking you out for a walk tomorrow? Let's go check out those handsome hunks at our Zhu family estate." Inside the city, it's hella crowded and buzzing. Looking at Luo Shi in her outfit, Wen Feng gets totally starry-eyed like some creep and showers her with compliments. "Damn, you're gorgeous!" That brat hit the freaking jackpot. "No way. I gotta steal you for myself before he does." Her pushy attitude leaves Luo Ji super embarrassed and low-key pissed. "Wen Feng, sis, you're doing it again. Seriously, if you keep this up, I'm gonna straight up ignore you." Then she switches back to her normal voice. "Wen Feng, sis, about the cash for that lipstick earlier." Hearing this, Wen Feng instantly starts faking tears and whines. "Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Do you not want to hang out with me either?" Seeing her like this, Luo Shi panics and explains, "No, it's not like that. It's just..." She sighs to herself, feeling bad because she actually cares about Wen Feng and doesn't want her to get ripped off. The next second, Wen Feng opens up for real. "Because of my status, everyone's too scared to get close to me. Ever since my old man's rule got more and more brutal, nobody wants anything to do with me. My brother does nothing but grind his cultivation from morning till night. I had literally nobody. But then you showed up. God must have felt sorry for me to send you my way. But you're always busy training. We finally got a chance to hang out today, so I'm gonna spoil you with the best stuff in this entire city." Luo Shi feels even more guilty. "Wen Feng, sis, I'm so sorry." Before she can even finish, Wen Feng cuts her off. "Let me take you to the most famous tavern in town. The chef there has skills that are straight up legendary. That's why everyone wants a piece of it." Luo Shi seems to notice something. "Wen Feng, sis, is something bothering you?" Right then, the sky looks incredibly peaceful. Before they know it, Luo Shi and Wen Feng are up on the balcony of an ancient building. At the same time, Ching Ching's voice rings out, "That place over there must be the Zhao family home Xiao Zilang was talking about." Wu Fu strolls along and replies, "Probably." She doesn't hold back at all and disses the place. "What a joke! I thought it'd be some badass, intimidating estate. Turns out it's just some old-ass building. Is Xiao Zilang seriously that much of a wuss? Dude was too chicken to even step foot in the city with us." Just as Ching Ching finishes talking, Yameng lets out a painful yelp. Turns out the little girl bumped into an old lady who gently asks, "Are you okay, young lady?" The next second, the old lady gets curious and grabs Yameng's ears. "Oh, what's this? So cute." The girl angrily shoves her away. "Hey, keep your hands to yourself." But it looks like Yameng couldn't control her strength, causing a massive crash. The townspeople panic and start gossiping. How is that little girl so freakishly strong? Is she some kind of demon beast? A demon beast? Then they start running like crazy. "Help! A demon beast is here! Run for your lives! The killer beast is gonna get us!" The commotion catches Luo Shi's attention. What's going on? As they both look down, they spot Yameng's figure. Wenfeng immediately dives down to attack. "How dare you! A tiny little demon beast trying to cause trouble on Zhao family turf." Caught completely off guard, Yameng's eyes go wide with shock. Luckily, Aoli jumps in just in time to block the blow. Realizing things are going south, Luo Shi gears up to help. "Wenfeng, sis, I'll back you up." The moment she says that, Wufu and Ching Ching yell out her name in unison. Luo Shi is totally stunned by the familiar voices. It's like their sudden appearance completely freezes her in her tracks. In a split second, Wu Fu catches Luo Shi. She can't believe her eyes. "Wu Fu, is that really you?" Luo Shi throws her arms around him, crying out, "Wu Fu, do you have any idea how worried sick I was when you didn't come to Penglai with me? I was terrified that something awful happened to you, but I kept telling myself you'd be fine. Where on earth did you go?" His voice softens as he apologizes. "My bad, some crazy stuff went down back then." Hearing this, she gets even more clingy. "Promise me you'll never leave my side again, okay?" This whole scene makes Yameng low-key jealous. Wu Fu has so many people who adore him. Must be nice to have him around, while she only has Ao Li. Suddenly, Ching Ching yells out, totally embarrassed, "Hey, that's enough hugging already." Luo Shi just sighs happily. "Ching Ching, you're here too. This is awesome." Even though she's blushing, Ching Ching stammers, Yeah, whatever." A moment later, Wenfeng walks over with a serious face. "Luo Shi, who are these guys?" Right after Luo Shi explains, she gives Wu Fu a massive side-eye. "So, you're the dude who's been keeping her on pins and needles." Without holding back, Wenfeng whips out her dual whips and provokes him. "Let me see what kind of guy has her so whipped. Show me what you got." The next second, a massive explosion blows up right where Wu Fu is standing. Luckily, he deploys a barrier just in time to block the hit. Wenfeng sneers, "Draw your weapon, you brat." Doing this is straight up insulting me. That last attack used at least 30 to 40% of her power, yet Wu Fu blocked it head on. Looks like his power is no joke, so she needs to be way more careful from here on out. Treating her like a kid, Wu Fu chuckles, "I'm just worried I'll break those pretty whips of yours." His chill attitude makes Wenfeng absolutely furious. "You've got a big mouth. Is talking trash your only skill?" Before her whips can even get close, Wenfeng's eyes go wide with shock. Out of nowhere, Wu Fu's star sword is already at her throat. She mutters, "I lost." He quickly sheathes his sword and says, "It's getting late. We need to head to the Zhao estate right now." Hearing that familiar name, Wenfeng gets curious. "Wait, you guys are heading to the Zhao estate?" Wu Fu glances over. "Yeah. Do you know where it is?" Luo Shi immediately introduces her. "Wu Fu, this is Zhao Wenfeng. She's the eldest young mistress of the Zhao family." Suddenly, Wenfeng realizes something. "Wait, are you guys the guests my dad invited to tonight's banquet?" He nods. "Yeah. You know the way?" Like a pro at flipping the script, she instantly changes her attitude. "Right. My bad for being rude. Honorable guests, please follow me." Yameng whispers to Ao Li. "If this rich chick knew we came here to settle a score, do you think she'd regret playing tour guide?" A moment later, Wenfeng leads them to the massive Zhao family mansion. She calmly orders the guard, "Go tell my dad that the VIP guests have arrived." Following his orders, the guard quickly replies, "The master is busy right now. Please wait in the guest room." The second they step inside, Urha's familiar barking rings out. The next second, Meng Meng cries out emotionally, "Brother Fu!" His appearance catches Wu Fu off guard. "Chubby!" Even Ching Ching gasps. "Xiao Ha?" After a brief reunion, Meng Meng whines. We said we'd ascend together. Where did you run off to? Luckily, the Zhao family lady kept me and Luo Shi here. Holding Ha, Wu Fu thinks to himself, Luo Shi and Xiao Ha's cultivation levels have shot up like crazy. This Zhao estate is getting interesting. When Feng cuts off his thoughts. All right, let's not stand around. You guys must be beat from the trip. Let me show you to your rooms to rest. While following her, Meng Meng keeps blabbering, Brother Fu, how did you even know we were at the Zhao estate, or did you? Before Wu Fu can even answer, he dramatizes, Bro, you totally chose hoes over bros. My heart is literally shattered. This is too much for Luo Shi, who snaps, Wang Meng Meng, shut your mouth. Wu Fu and I just bumped into each other by pure chance. Meanwhile, Wen Feng leads Yameng to her room. Yameng, you're in here. Aoli will take the room next door. Aoli immediately agrees. Got it. Suddenly, the little girl demands, I want to share a room with Aoli. Hearing this, Aoli looks at Wen Feng. Is that cool? She replies super thoughtfully. She's new here, so it makes sense she's anxious. You're a big deal to her, and she really wants to lean on you. Without hesitation, he says with a straight face, she's the most important person to me. Aoli's boss energy suddenly makes Wen Feng feel some type of way, reminding her of someone super important. Over there, Fei Long is standing solo, towering in front of a beat-up old wall, eyes shut tight and totally locked in. Next thing you know, a tiny little leaf drifts right in front of his face. Sensing that subtle movement, his eyes snap wide open. Then, caught in the breeze, it drops to the dirt right under his watch. Still, he lets out a heavy sigh, totally bummed. Damn. Still nothing. How much longer is this gonna take? Then Wen Feng's polite voice chimes in. Lord Dean, grub's ready. Fei Long quickly replies. Wen Feng? He then presses her. Wen Feng, has my old man been up to anything new lately? She slowly replies, same old, same old. That was totally expected. And he's just like, I see. His eyes flare up with pure resolve. Mother, I'm gonna make it happen, no matter what. Once he plops down, he asks, hey, that chick from the outside world, is she called Luo Si? Wen Feng pouts and complains. Seriously, Lord Dean, quit talking about other girls right in front of me. Her acting like a kid makes him crack up. You're too much. Aren't you guys supposed to be besties? Wen Feng huffs. Even if we are, quit teasing me. Cut to some high-end, lavish room. Luo Shi wanders over, curious. What's got you so deep in thought? Wen Feng quickly brushes it off. Oh, nothing. But is it really cool for you guys to skip that banquet? Luo Shi sounds hella confident. If it's Wu Fu, he's totally got this. Wen Feng gets even more curious. Damn, you really trust that guy, huh? Hearing this, Meng Meng quickly cuts in. Big sis Wen Feng, Luo Shi is spittin' facts. Back on Earth, Wu Fu was so OP, he literally had no rivals. With our weak-ass level, tagging along would just make us dead weight. Meanwhile at the banquet, Yameng is looking around all curious. What are those maids bringing out? Dang, that looks scrumptious. Tianlong is lost in thought. So that kid is the Wu Fu who took out Zhao Jifei? How can I not read his power level at all? Even Ching Ching is sizing him up, thinking, this old man Zhao looks hella shady. Amidst the awkward silence, a maid brings in the food and pitches it. This is a Zhao estate specialty. Please enjoy. Ching Ching isn't falling for it, keeping her guard way up, thinking, sure, it looks pretty, but then, playing nice, she compliments him. I've heard of the Zhao clan master's legendary name for a long time. Meeting you today, you're indeed built different. Built different food, and even the maid is built different. Hey, Wu Fu, how long are you going to keep staring at her chest? Tianlong flashes a warm smile and replies, Miss Xu, you're too kind. If you dig our estate's cooking, you're always welcome here. This old man's words make Wu Fu smirk, thinking, damn, his guard is hella high. Tianlong gets suspicious. Why aren't you guys eating? Is the food not hitting the spot? He eagerly urges, Miss Xu, go on and take a bite. It's fire. Tianlong's pushy hospitality leaves Ching Ching speechless. She was just playing nice earlier, plus she didn't mean the food was actually bussin'. While Ching Ching is still being sus, seeing Yameng wolfing down the food makes her salivate. Is it really that good? Fine, I'll dig in too. Realizing his plan is halfway there, Tianlong smirks. The two girls took the bait, but these two guys look like tough nuts to crack. Well, I've got away. Next second, he claps his hands to give the signal. Turns out, the old geezer called in two more maids to serve them. One maid sweet-talks Wu Fu. Master, let me feed you, okay? Suddenly, Ching Ching yells out, Wu Fu. Wu Fu stares suspiciously at the maid next to him. This vibe is identical to Zhao Jifei's aura. This estate is definitely sketchy. Meanwhile, right behind Ao Li, a gorgeous maid is getting all up in his space, pretending to serve him. Dropping the act, he demands point blank, "Does the Zhao estate always treat their guests like this?" Tian Long stops faking too. "Just some minor punks and you dare mess with my people? Let's see how I wreck you today." Next thing you know, he taps the small table in front of him. Instantly, Ching Ching goes totally wild like she's being mind-controlled, and Ya Meng is no exception. Seeing her act so weird makes Ao Li freak out. "Ya Meng." He grits his teeth, demanding, "What the hell did you do to her?" Losing his cool, Ao Li immediately charges at Tian Long. Anyone who touches Ya Meng is dead meat. Right then, that maid jumps out to block him. This sudden cockblock makes his eyes widen in shock. In a flash, she sends Ao Li flying with a single punch. Both of those maids are acting just like Ching Ching and Ya Meng now. It's like they're totally jacked up on some crazy power enhancers. As one of them lunges, Ao Li warns, "Wu Fu, watch out. These chicks are definitely not normal." He furrows his brows, getting ready to unleash his power. Next thing you know, thick spiritual energy wraps around Ao Li Metal Chi. Not to be outdone, Wu Fu drops a move too. Ao Li's power surge traps one of the maids just in time. The other maid gets locked down by Wu Fu's water chi. He quickly stacks another attack, Earth Chi. Their insane power levels leave Tian Long absolutely shook. While the old man is still spacing out, Ao Li appears right behind his back. Now, it's payback time. Tian Long totally didn't see this coming. Since when? Not just Ao Li, Wu Fu is also breathing down his neck. Tian Long's eyes pop out in disbelief. In a split second, both of them are on him. Still, the old man flares his power to push back. "Who the hell are you guys anyway?" Covered in his aura, Tian Long says in a low voice, "Listen here, kids. A 2-on-1 fight is a bit cheap, don't you think? Let this old man see what you punks are made of today." His blast of energy is so wild it literally blows the room apart, pushing both Wu Fu and Ao Li way back. Confident as ever, Wu Fu smirks. "Don't tell me you think you can take us one-on-one?" Tian Long snaps back. "Test me and see." Even though he's plotting, Wu Fu keeps talking smack. The old man is probably at the tribulation stage, while he's only at the spirit condensation stage. He's 2 realms behind, but with the astral sword, he can still beat him. "All right, let's have some fun." Ao Li yells, annoyed, "Wu Fu, this is Zhao Clan turf. Quit flexing." Wu Fu just chillax, relax. You're just getting some practice in. Next second, Tian Long flares some heavy-duty spiritual energy. Not to be outdone, Wu Fu quickly summons his own. Right after, Tian Long calls forth a massive fire dragon. Wu Fu immediately counters with a water dragon. Their clash causes a massive scary-ass explosion. After trading blows, Tian Long bursts out laughing like he's actually pleased. "You're really something for your age, kid." Sensing that testing them this much is enough, he eagerly asks, "I see you guys have crazy power. Are you here for the Zhao clan's secret realm?" Ao Li's tone doesn't soften up at all. "So what if we are?" Tian Long laughs, explaining what he wants. "You got it twisted, kid. This old man just wants to cut a deal with you guys." He repeats, totally lost, "A deal?" Next second, Tian Long lays it out. "Exactly. There are tons of vultures eyeballing our secret realm day and night, but barely anyone ever makes it out alive." Ao Li gets even more confused. "What's that supposed to mean?" Finally, the old man spits it out. "Simply put, my people will smuggle you into the secret realm, and you grab something for me in return." Just from hearing that, Wu Fu instantly catches the catch. Tian Long doesn't hesitate to praise him. "Damn, you're pretty sharp, kid." His eyes show pure annoyance at the old man's scheme. "Bullcrap. If it were that easy, why couldn't a tribulation stage boss like you get it? And what do we even get out of this?" This question straight up left Tian Long speechless. Wu Fu kept pressing him. "Or what, you expect us to do your dirty work for free?" Then the old guy couldn't help but bust out laughing. "Kid, you're hilarious. You guys have zero clue. The reason so many cultivators are dying to get into the Trio family's secret realm is because once you step inside, your training speed goes absolutely wild compared to the outside world. If you've got high potential, you can literally level up in less than 2 days." With that, Tian Long lowered his voice, trying to sweet-talk them. "Plus, just stepping into the realm gets you a free power-up. How's that sound?" Ao Luke, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly cut in. "So you're saying there are a ton of cultivators in there?" Instantly, the old man confirmed. "Exactly." Before Wu Fu could even react, he agreed. "Bet. I'm in." A thought flashed through Auluk's head. Ever since they got to Bong Lai, that energy vibe had been getting closer and closer. Maybe Yameng's dad is low-key in that secret realm right now. His impatience made Wu Fu snap back sarcastically. Yo, dude, do you even know how negotiating works? Right now, the old guy needed them, so they had to make sure they'd survive before agreeing to anything. He calmly brought up some major points. I can agree to this, but you gotta tell me what's actually inside that secret realm. And how do we even get out of there? After a moment, Van Fuang calmly announced, Let me take you guys to the secret realm. Worried, she warned. It's super dangerous this time. Maybe we should just let a servant take us instead? Seeing how clearly she cared, Van Fuang gently replied, You'd literally do all this for the one you love. I'm just going in to boost my power, so my deal is nothing compared to yours. We're getting nowhere here, so I'm done talking to you. On the way to the realm, Meng Meng asked out of pure curiosity, Sister Van Fuang, your dad is so insanely strong. Why didn't he just go in and grab the stuff himself? She immediately replied, Did my dad not tell you guys? You can only enter the secret realm once in your entire life. That seemed to answer the question on Wu Fu's mind. So that was it. The old man literally couldn't go back in. Recalling the scene inside the secret realm, Van Fuang gave them a serious warning. Don't buy everything my dad said. That place is definitely not as simple as he makes it out to be. She started listing the rules. First off, you can literally eat anything in there. A little bite can level up your power, but if you overdo it, the realm's energy will take you over, and you'll be trapped inside forever. Second, the so-called core is located at the absolute deepest part. Plus, the paths in there are incredibly messy and dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll easily lose your way. Even someone as ridiculously strong as my dad couldn't guarantee finding the core and getting it out. With that, Van Fuang calmly wrapped it up. Bottom line, that place is not peaceful at all. It's constantly changing and super sketchy. The moment she finished, Meng Meng angrily yelled, It feels like your dad is totally scamming us. Van Fuang's eyes flashed. It's not a scam, it's straight up exploitation. You guys are going in there for a reason, right? You'll get what you want, but danger is going to be breathing down your necks. Wu Fu stepped closer, his voice ringing out. Got it. If you're too freaked out, you can stay back at the trio estate with Erha and that other dog while they enjoy their little love fest. Voices from the room echoed down the empty hallway. The candle flickered in the wind. Thien Long walked down the stairs to the basement. His footsteps echoed, then stopped at a room. Thien Long sat closer to Ngok Fan. No, stop. I'll go, all right? I just said the wrong thing. Njok Fan leaned back against the bed, her eyes locked onto him, filled with affection. My time is running out. Is Phi Long doing okay? He's working way harder than before. And Njok Fan softly replied, Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Thien Long looked back on the past. That day I lied to Phi Long. Was it really the right call? Phi Long held onto someone's body tightly, screaming, Mother, what's wrong with you? Mother, please don't fall asleep. Furious, he gritted his teeth. No matter who you are, I'm gonna kill you. A vision of a younger Thien Long appeared. The weak can never protect the people beside them. With regret in his eyes, Thien Long murmured, This is a custom passed down from generation to generation. It's something we absolutely have to finish. While I'm still in my right mind and haven't been completely consumed by the realm's energy, Njok Fan placed her hand over his. If Phi Long ever found out about this custom, he'd definitely refuse to take over the family. Thien Long whispered softly, I'm sorry for making you lie along with me. Her voice was calm. No need to apologize. I chose this. Ending up like this was entirely my own doing. Phi Long. Only with hatred for you can he. Cut to Van Fuang and Phi Long chatting under the moonlight. Big brother. Tomorrow I'm going to the secret realm with them. Do you have anything to say to me? Phi Long said softly. My little Van Fuang. Looking sad about parting ways, she replied. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Phi Long gave her a reassuring smile. I got this. I haven't avenged Mother yet, so I can't afford to fall. This is the protective amulet Mother gave me. Take it with you, and come back safe. Somewhere else, a scream echoed from a room. Don't leave, Father. Seeing Yameng looking super anxious, Auluk called out, Yameng. Lost in deep thought, he murmured. Another nightmare. Is Father really in the secret realm? The scene shifted to the group questioning everything. The entrance is right here. We'll use the key in a bit to get inside. Don't worry, everyone. Suddenly, a cloud of golden energy exploded with light. A mysterious black door wrapped in glowing gold light swung open, radiating a weird vibe. The door slammed shut with a whoosh. Someone yelled angrily, What is this? This sucks. A fire blazed in their hand. What on earth is this? Voices echoed through the cave as everyone started murmuring, "Stay away from that dirt, it's flesh soil. What even is flesh soil?" Van Phuong's cold voice cut in. To put it simply, the Triu family's secret realm is actually inside the stomach of a colossal monster. Suspecting the worst, Wu Fu asked, "Wait, is this like its stomach acid?" There were some super weird-looking objects scattered on the ground, and Wu Fu locked his eyes right on them. Before he could look closer, eyeballs suddenly popped out from the ground. Wu Fu's face went pale. "Guys, look out, there's something in the dirt." Ao Luke channeled his gold spirit energy. A loud explosion went off, leaving a thick cloud of white smoke. The objects started spreading like wildfire. Tin Tin couldn't hide her disgust. "What are these things? They look absolutely gross." Wu Fu widened his eyes. "These eyeballs are literally part of the realm itself. Even if you smash them, they just quickly fuse back together to make a new one." Suddenly, they started swelling up wildly until they reached a breaking point, exploded, and vanished. Almost all of these creatures blew up at the same time, turning into mushy liquid. Wu Fu glared at them on high alert. "These things are way too dangerous. Something this sus is definitely a bad sign. Everyone stay sharp." Then he realized the space in here was shifting. Once those eyes shattered, the whole place started shaking violently, losing its balance. Wait, were those eyes low-key keeping this space stable? Screams echoed as everything literally began crumbling. "Watch out!" In the chaos, someone frantically called his name. "Wu Fu!" Wu Fu shouted to the group. "Let's get out of here first. We'll regroup later." Just then, noticing something, someone yelled, "Wu Fu, look over there!" The quake split the path into two. Those round creatures were creeping toward the group. Panic filled the voices of three of them. "They're heading down that path. So what about Vuong Meng Meng and Hua Tin Tin? Let's go, follow them now." Cut to the other side where Ao Luke unleashed his ultimate earth spirit energy, but he was sinking deeper, totally helpless. Damn it, why is it not working? Wu Fu can easily use every single type of spirit energy, and here I am, unable to even control a tiny bit of earth energy to freeze this swamp. Ah Meng stands way up high and yells, "Ao Li." He spots her and immediately asks, "Ah Meng, you good?" Ah Meng is freaking out. "Hold on a sec, I'll figure out a way to get you out of there." Ao Li warns her, "This cave-in is low-key targeted at us, so watch your step, don't fall down here." But in his head, he's like, "Man, never thought I'd actually have to rely on Ah Meng." Suddenly, a massive crash echoes, and Ao Li definitely hears it. Ah Meng yells out, "Ao Li, I'm coming to save you." But then her foot catches on a random rock. She loses her balance and goes face first with a massive crash, dropping whatever she was holding. That thing zooms straight down to where Ao Li is standing, and his eyes light up. Turns out it is a huge boulder, and thanks to that, he manages to launch himself out of there. Ah, Meng scratches her head, totally embarrassed. "Dang, this dude is way too heavy." She hesitatingly asks, "Ao Li, you okay?" He nods and goes, "How could I not be?" Now that he is out, he wants to head straight to Wu Fu. This secret realm is sketchy as hell. We need to regroup with Wu Fu right now. Footsteps clack through the cave as they move along, and suddenly, all three of them stop dead in their tracks. Luo Shi is like, "Looks like the right path connects to some light." Wen Feng chimes in, "Yeah, the left path looks super sketchy, all dark and damp." Wu Fu runs his fingers along the cave wall, and Luo Shi has no clue what he is up to, asking, "What are you even doing?" Wu Fu clears it up. The dirt on the right path doesn't look like the swamp dirt we saw in the main hall. Luo Shi feels a vibe. "Wait, I've definitely seen this somewhere, but I can't put my finger on it right now." Just then, Wu Fu spots something. Wen Feng sees how familiar he is with the place and asks, totally confused, "Have you been here before? It's like this place knows you." But he shuts it down. "Nope, first time." They realize those creepy eyes aren't hostile, they're literally guiding them. Looks like those eyes don't mean any harm, it's like they want us to follow. Then, when the three of them hit a fork in the road with two paths, Wen Feng asks, "Are we taking the left one?" Luo Shi replies, "I'm rolling with Wu Fu." In the end, Wu Fu calls the shots. "Let's go left." He's got some doubts though, he can't feel any spiritual energy on either of these two paths, but the dirt on the right doesn't match the left. If he were solo, he'd definitely take the right path. Who knows, maybe he'd hit the jackpot in the middle of some danger. But with Luo Shi and Zhao Wenfeng in tow, he has to keep them safe under these conditions. Wu Fu asks Luo Shi and Wenfeng, "You guys hear that?" They're like, "Is that running water? No way there's a river in this secret realm, right?" Since it's pitch black, he lights up a small flame to see. And then, all three of them are completely shook. No way this secret realm has a view like this. Inside the mystical cave, the glowing light from those sparkly eyes makes the whole place look like a straight-up fantasy world. Yeah, it's only this gorgeous because it's hidden. If it were outside, it'd probably be dead by now. Wu Fu looks around. Why did those creepy eyes even bring us here anyway? Somewhere else, Ao Li's voice echoes in the cave. We've been walking forever and still haven't found Wu Fu. You think we're lost? Don't sweat it, I got your back. I won't let anything happen to you. He frowns. That Wu Fu dude ditched us the second we entered and didn't even leave any clues. Totally unreliable. I was actually hoping he could help Ah Meng find her dad. Ah Meng asks, is my dad seriously here? Ao Li has been thinking about this since they got here. He pats Ah Meng's head and says, even if your dad's not here, we gotta grind to get stronger. You're literally recognized as the strongest beast man in the tribe. The little girl nods, looking sad. Suddenly, there's a weird noise in the distance. Ao Li whips out his blade to shield Ah Meng. The girl is confused. Sounds like it's coming from inside there. Ao Li slashes like crazy at the crack ahead. The crack opens up into a path, and his eyes go wide. The little girl looks up. Wait, are we outside? Suddenly, a voice screams, help me! Ah, Meng asks, could my dad be behind this wasteland? Meanwhile, in a cherry blossom forest, Ting Ting looks around, totally lost. Where the hell are we? Mai Meng, who she's literally sitting on, groans. Looks like some random path in the secret realm. Ting Ting realizes and gets super flustered. My bad, sorry. He brushes off his hands and teases her. Hey, being your cushion is an absolute honor, but have you put on some weight lately? Cut to Wu Fu, Wen Feng, and Luo Shi cruising down the river inside the cave. Luo Shi says, Wen Feng, I didn't know you could pull off this kind of magic. She laughs. Nah, it's just some parlor tricks. Back in the day, my ancestors traveled all over. They always ran into huge lakes or oceans, so to save time, they learned this paper boat ride trick from some big shot master. Suddenly, Wu Fu senses something sus under the water. He frowns and yells, heads up, guys! Something's in the water! Bubbles pop up on the surface, and a bony hand reaches out to grab Luo Shi's leg. Wen Feng spots a bone spirit popping up to snatch Luo Shi. Luckily, Wen Feng whips it, smashing the bone spirit to pieces. She checks on Luo Shi. You good? She shakes her head. I'm fine, but watch your back. More bone spirits are trying to climb onto the boat. Two of them pounce right at Wu Fu. He immediately unleashes Water Spirit Chi, Form 1, wiping out the bone spirits. Wu Fu clasps his hands and chants, turn the invisible into visible. Turn nothingness into everything. The rough river suddenly goes dead silent, but a second later, the water starts churning and shaking like crazy. A massive transparent hand rises from the river, shielding the boat. Wen Feng rests her hand on her chin and teases, damn, your boy is really putting in the work to keep you safe. Luo Shi blushes and playfully slaps her. Wen Feng, seriously? Not the time for jokes. Huge rocks pop up all over the river, and as the boat drifts down, it crashes right into one. The impact makes Luo Shi slip and fall. He doesn't even hesitate, he jumps straight into the river, reaches out, and tells her, grab my hand! She reaches back, but she can't quite touch him. Suddenly, he yells, Luo Shi, watch out for the rock behind you. But she's too slow and cracks her head right against it. Luo Shi blacks out and starts sinking, but Wu Fu reaches out and grabs her hand. He pulls her close, swimming and yelling, Luo Shi, wake up! Wu Fu thinks to himself, damn, that hit definitely messed up her meridians. He keeps calling her name. On the shore, Wen Feng swings her whip and goes, Wu Fu, grab the rope! He grabs it instantly. She pulls with all her might, but suddenly Wu Fu feels a freezing chill. He looks down, and there are these glowing red eyes watching them from underwater. Wu Fu screams, get Luo Shi up first! Wen Feng pulls with everything she's got to get Luo Shi ashore. Surrounded by creepy monster fish, Wu Fu growls, I don't have time to play around with you guys. Get the hell out of my face. Wen Feng hears him, and he instantly leaps out of the river onto the shore, ordering, get Luo Shi's clothes off right now. Once Luo Shi's clothes are off, Wu Fu tells Wen Feng, leave the rest to me. He adds, whatever's down in that lake, I'm leaving it to you. She frowns, giving him a death stare. If anything happens to Luo Shi, I'm literally going to end you. With that, she turns around. Wu Fu places his hand on Luo Shi, and instantly, a glowing burst of energy flows into her body. A second later, Luo Shi coughs up water and snaps awake, struggling to even speak. Wu Fu gently asks her, hey, you awake? Luo Shi drags herself up, wincing as she rubs her head. Ugh, What the heck happened to me? Wu Fu quickly catches her. Yo, don't move. He goes on. You slammed hard into a rock back there. The impact totally messed up your inner energy, and your back is pretty trashed too. Hold still, let me patch you up. Wu Fu channels this glowing energy from his hands. The second he touches her waist, Luo Shi jumps, her face turning bright red. Out of nowhere, she hears Yunfeng in the distance. Luo Shi's totally confused and blurs out, Wait, big sis Yunfeng? Meanwhile, Yunfeng is busy kicking some serious monster fish butt. Worried sick, she yells out, Sis, I'm coming! But Wu Fu grabs her arm to stop her. That sudden jerk makes her instantly feel her chest pop out, and it hits her she's only wearing a super thin shirt. Blushing like crazy, she ducks down and covers herself up. She glances over and asks, Wu Fu, did you see everything? But dude was already gone. Over on the other side, Yunfeng is in the middle of a brutal fight when suddenly a wild sword slash cuts right through. She looks up, totally shocked to see Wu Fu. He steps up all badass and says, Time to settle our score once and for all. Meanwhile, over at the Peach Blossom grassland, Meng Meng asks, Yo, you think we just got warped to another planet or what? He rubs his chin. Think about it. The exit to that hidden realm was super wet, sketchy, and just plain weird. Plus, there were all those creepy eyeballs staring at us. But here, flowers and grass? It's like two totally different vibes. Xing Xing rolls her eyes and snaps, Shut up! As they stroll down the cherry blossom path, Meng Meng chuckles, Look, we're already here. What's the point of complaining? Since you've got so much free time, why don't you figure out where and what we're eating tonight? Annoyed, she fires back, Food, food, food. Is that all you ever think about? You've been hanging around Wu Fu for so long, how have you not picked up a single cool thing from him? He suddenly goes dead silent. Xing Xing yells, Hey, you got no manners? I'm talking to you here. Suddenly, a creepy vine whips out of nowhere. Meng Meng shoves Xing Xing out of the way, screaming, Watch out! His eyes are wide with sheer panic. It's not just one vine, 4 of them slash forward, wrapping tight around his arms, legs, and neck. The vines yank him tight, pulling him in 4 different directions. Meng Meng screams in agony, Ow, 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 hurts like hell. Xing Xing grabs her hammer and charges, yelling, Hold on, I got you. She swings hard, but the hammerhead slams right into Meng Meng's stomach. He shrieks in terror, Watch your aim, for real. Right then, another vine wraps around the handle of her hammer. It rips the hammer straight out of her grip, spins it around, and swings it right back at her. Xing Xing dodges just in time, but she doesn't notice another vine creeping up right behind her. Luckily, Meng Meng reaches out and grabs that sneaky vine. He steps up like a total boss in front of Xing Xing, holding a ripped piece of vine in one hand while gripping the other one tight. Her face blushes as she stammers, How did you? He smirks. Even though I haven't leveled up since coming to Penglay, hanging with Big Sis, Yunfeng taught me some crazy magic. I'm not a total weakling anymore. Scene change. Tiny drops of blood drip from a sword. Luo Shi asks, What are you staring at? Wu Fu looks dead serious. Luo Shi looks back in horror under the river. Every single one of those monster fish has been wiped out by Wu Fu. Wu Fu and Yunfeng step out of the cave together. Seeing the view ahead, Yunfeng instantly lights up with a massive smile. Outside the cave is this massive open sky, with a mountain ledge jutting out opposite them. She gasps, No way, my Zhao family's hidden realm is this gorgeous. But the peaks are so damn far apart. How the hell are we supposed to jump across? Wu Fu steps up. Maybe we can use some earth spiritual energy. He taps the ground, summoning these glowing earth energy pebbles, and chucks them forward. The energy just floats there in midair. Luo Shi gasps, Wait, is there like an invisible bridge here or something? Yunfeng adds, Well, only one way to find out. She tosses her hairpin over the cliff, and it plummets straight down. Luo Shi is totally baffled. Wait, what's going on? Wu Fu goes, Let me try. He steps right off the ledge. Instantly, his foot lands solid on thin air, like there's an invisible screen holding him up. Wu Fu thinks to himself, Called it. He walks out further and says, Looks like this bridge has some kind of sentience. It's safe. This must be a spatial bridge. Yunfeng tilts her head. A spatial bridge with a mind of its own? What's that even mean? He explains. Everything has space. If it can take this shape to let us cross, there must be other ways it holds up other stuff. Luo Shi blinks. So you're saying what we see isn't the actual reality, but just one form of a different space? A moment later, Yunfeng looks a bit overwhelmed. The 3 of them are walking on this invisible bridge to get to the other peak. Luo Shi asks, worried, Sis Yunfeng, "You good?" She goes, "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little freaked out by heights." Once they make it across, she lets out a huge sigh of relief. "Oh, thank God, we made it." Suddenly, Yunfeng spots her hairpin from earlier. She picks it up, totally shocked. "No way! My hairpin!" Luo Shi thinks about it and says, "Wu Fu, so this is that spatial bridge you were talking about? I get it now. So my hairpin didn't actually fall down the cliff, it just took some invisible form to cross over here, right?" He nods. "Pretty much. But honestly, this might not be good news for us." Suddenly, a loud screech echoes from above. A flock of flying bird beasts swoops down, diving straight for them. Wu Fu yells out a warning, "Heads up, flying beasts!" The three of them instantly jump into fighting stances and quickly tear them all to shreds. Yunfeng gets suspicious. "Weird, those bird things weren't even that tough." Luo Shi says, "Wait, are we actually heading toward the edge of this hidden realm?" Wu Fu asks, "What do you mean?" Yunfeng chimes in, "My brother said the closer you get to the center of the realm, the crazier the monsters get, but these flying beasts are total jokes compared to those freaks we fought in the lake." Hearing that, he asks, "What else did your brother say?" She thinks for a second. "He said even though there's only one way in, there are tons of exits. We just need to find structures that look like the portal we came through to get out." Luo Shi asks, "So you're saying we can bounce whenever we want?" Yunfeng nods. "Basically, yeah." Suddenly, one of those beasts plummets from the sky. Then, a whole swarm of them start falling down, landing all around Luo Shi, Yunfeng, and Wu Fu. Yunfeng asks, "Wait, are these the same flying beasts we just took out?" He's totally baffled too. "No way, is it?" Suddenly, a flash of a long-haired dude in a white robe standing proudly right here pops into Wu Fu's head. He frowns, utterly confused. "Was that me? Is that a memory from my past life?" He looks down, spotting a dark, creepy forest stretching out below the cliff. Wu Fu points down. "Hey, look down there, below the cliff." Luo Si looks at him like he's crazy. "Forest? What forest? There's nothing there, dude. You're trippin'." Wu Fu thinks to himself, "Wait, they can't see it?" Out of nowhere, a dark shadow shoves him from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Yunfeng and Luo Shi scream at the top of their lungs as he falls off the cliff. "Wu Fu!" As he falls, he can literally feel that dark shadow smirking at him. Plunging down the abyss, Wu Fu sees these weird glowing bubbles floating all around. Inside them, he can see glimpses of someone's face. He thinks to himself, "What the heck is this?" Wu Fu reaches out to touch a bubble. He shakes his head violently, trying to snap out of it. There's some super bizarre stuff inside those bubbles. He clutches his head as that same agonizing feeling hits him all over again. Out of nowhere, this ugly monster pops up, opening its massive trap to swallow Wu Fu whole. But Bro wasn't having it and unleashed a nasty slash, slicing straight into the beast's skull. He keeps spamming stabs right into its eyes, letting loose a relentless barrage of slashes. Bro keeps carving up every ugly creep in his way like Thanksgiving turkey. Then, some giant spider tries to block him with its webs. Wu Fu just gives it one clean slice, and boom, the whole spider squad comes raining down. Quick thinking! Bro instantly manipulates the rocks around him to form a tight cocoon. He sparks up a fire in his palm and yells, "Fire Chi, you're up, baby!" Just like that, the flames blow up, roasting the entire spider army outside his shield to a crisp. But hold up, a pair of creepy eyes glows in the dark. One sneaky spider managed to slip into the cocoon unnoticed and leaps straight at him, sinking its fangs right into his shoulder. Wu Fu winces in pain. Cut to the outside, lightning is cracking and thunder is roaring like crazy. Meng Meng's like, "Man, I got a bad feeling. Wu Fu is definitely in deep trouble." Suddenly, some random voice barks, "You think you can just dip? Not unless I say so, punk." Meanwhile, Wu Fu is levitating in the air, holding his sword high with lightning raging all around him, and screams, "Astral sword art." Wu Fu keeps going. Void 10,000 slashes. A massive bolt of lightning rips through the clouds, striking down with insane force, looking to vaporize everything in sight. Then, a voice sneers, "Catching an L from me was always your destiny, kid. Since we're here, I'll hook you up with some cultivation power. You've still got a long way to go, so stay alive, homie." Wu Fu's like, "Damn, this energy is cracked. I gotta absorb and refine this as soon as possible." But out of nowhere, he realizes things are going south. His own energy is getting sucked right out of him. He's like, "This thing is literally leeching my chi." Wu Fu locks in and chants to himself, "Formless manifestation, 5 elements refinement, rise and fall, open and close, gather the chi." He shuts his eyes, trying to focus. After a minute, Wu Fu slowly opens his eyes. He lets his chi flare up through his whole body and mutters, "Let's see what you got." Bro looks at his surging energy, and boom, he throws a punch that cracks the ground, leaving a massive crater. Wu Fu looks at his hands, totally hyped. Not bad at all. The five elements chi actually fused into one. Cut to another scene. Van Fuang says, "Luo Shi, this abyss is sketchy as hell. Watch your step, sis." Luo Shi replies, "I know, Van Fuang, but there's gotta be another secret passage down there. Otherwise, how does any of this make sense? I jumped all the way down and couldn't find Wu Fu anywhere. Just wait here. Once I find him, we'll meet back up." Van Fuang looks at her warmly and says, "Look, Luo Shi, I get you're stressing over him, but Wu Fu is a beast. Forget about even finding him. Even if you do, we'd just be holding him back. We're better off waiting right here." Luo Shi grips the rope tight, snapping. "Save it, Van Fuang. I know you mean well, but I'd literally rather die down there than just stand around doing nothing while Wu Fu is falling." "No way." With that, she grabs the rope and swings right down the cliff. Van Fuang just smiles and shakes her head. "Dang, you got it bad for him. Wonder what your bro would say about this." Cut to Fai Long and Thien Long squaring up against each other. Fai Long is sweating, thinking, "I gotta shut this down before Van Fuang gets here. No way in hell can I let her see this." Meanwhile, Thien Long is plotting, "It's go time." Meanwhile, down at the cliff, Wu Fu is leaping his way back up, cool as a cucumber, moving like a shadow. He thinks to himself, "My cultivation level got a nice buff, and this five elements chi has 0 limits. But my energy is draining way faster. I gotta get back to the top before I run completely dry." Suddenly, a loud scream cuts through the air, and Luo Shi comes free-falling from the sky. Wu Fu spots her instantly, dives in, and catches her right in his arms. She gasps, "Wu Fu!" And he's like, "Luo Shi, what the hell are you doing here?" Bro leaps upward, adding, "Thank God you're safe. Let's get to high ground first, then we talk." Wu Fu casually springs up the cliffside and lands perfectly on the peak. Seeing them both in one piece, Van Fuang is so relieved. "Oh, thank God, you guys are actually alive." Luo Shi looks at him and asks, "Wait, how did you even fall down there in the first place?" Van Fuang chimes in, "Yeah, how did you even end up down there?" He grunts, "Honestly, no clue. Felt like someone pushed me." Luo Shi's suspicious. "Wait, so we aren't the only ones who sneaked into the Chu family's secret realm?" Van Fuang nods, "For real. This place is packed with people grinding their cultivation. Some tryhards literally live in here and never leave." She's shocked. "Wait, you're telling me some folks just camp inside this secret realm forever?" Wu Fu rubs his chin, thinking, "Doesn't add up. If they're just grinding, why was I the only one who got pushed?" Suddenly, a voice echoes from the shadows. "Damn, you've got some serious plot armor, kid. Still alive, huh?" Van Fuang snaps, "Who's there? Show yourself." Wu Fu freezes. Out of nowhere, a massive blade comes flying straight at his head. Luo Shi screams, "Wu Fu, watch out!" But Bro already whipped out his astral sword and parries it clean. Wu Fu's eyes go wide. "Crazy blade!" The dude steps out carrying his giant sword on his shoulder, flexing, "Your daddy's been waiting for you here all day." Luo Shi's jaw drops. Crazy Blade smirks. "Back on Earth, my power was heavily nerfed, so you got lucky and trashed my physical body. But now, no nerfs, baby. Let's see you run from me now." Wu Fu locks eyes with him, cold as ice. Pushing someone off a cliff, then hiding in the dark? Bro, you're literally acting like a rat in a sewer, and you aren't even that smart. Crazy Blade charges in, swinging his blade like a maniac. "You're just a trash. He Dao Realm, who do you think you're talking to?" Bro blocks the hit with his sword, thinking, "Okay, without that earth nerf, this dude actually hits like a truck. Can't catch him lacking." Crazy Blade puts all his weight into another heavy slash, but Wu Fu casually parries the blade, deflecting it away. He smirks, thinking, "Bet. Just got a sweet power-up. You're the perfect test dummy for this." Crazy Blade spots his smirk and gets weirded out. This kid is tweaking. How is he literally laughing right now? Wu Fu swings his astral sword, letting loose a flurry of razor-sharp slashes. Dude is forced to block and back up, but then Wu Fu unleashes a blinding, glowing slash loaded with raw energy. Crazy Blade is losing his mind. What the actual hell? He figured out how to absorb nearby chi to buff his sword strikes? Back on Earth, Bro had to ruin his own body just to move that sword. He screams in a rage. "Yo, how long are you gonna sit there and watch me struggle?" Suddenly, Yao drops down from above. Yao just laughs, roasting him. "Can't even take down a trash-tier human kid? Crazy Blade, you are low-key garbage, bro." Van Fuang looks up, gasping. He brought backup. Yao just chuckles, hurling his weapon straight at Wu Fu. Bro locks in, looks at it coldly, and casually catches the supersonic throwing star barehanded. Bro smirks and disses him. Is that it? You're weak as hell. Yao grins. All right, I love the cockiness. Let's see if you can back it up. He grabs his weapon and lunges straight at him. Yao spams quick stabs, but Wu Fu is dodging everything like he's in the Matrix. Out of nowhere, Crazy Blade tries to cheap shot him from behind. Luckily, Luo Shi dashes in and parries the hit with her sword, screaming, "Watch your back!" Luo Shi immediately realizes she's out of her league. Crazy Blade barks, "Get out of the way, annoying brat." Before he can swing, Wu Fu uses his chi to yank Luo Shi back. The second she's pulled away, Crazy Blade's massive sword slams down right where she stood. Van Fuang catches her, stressing out, "Are you okay?" Luo Shi pants, "Yeah, I'm good." Luo Shi is super frustrated, thinking, is this really how strong he is? Last time I was just dead weight for Wu Fu. Am I really about to drag him down again? Suddenly, Yao throws a shuriken her way, yelling, "Get this weak-ass chick off the battlefield." Van Fuang gets pissed, barking, the Chu family girls aren't some useless pretty face. Meanwhile, Luo Shi closes her eyes, channeling her energy, Asura Sword Art, 7th form. Endless rebirth. She looks down, thinking, I am. Then snaps her eyes open. The ride or die girl standing right next to Wu Fu. The throwing star spins like crazy, ripping through the air like a rocket, flying straight at them. That throwing star kept clanking around, then suddenly it speed boosted and flew straight at Luo Shi like a whole-ass missile. But this time, girl aimed like a pro and swatted that junk right into the dirt. Wen Feng hyped her up, screaming, you actually did it, Luo Shi." But they had zero clue that Rao was already creeping up behind him, reaching out his hand and growling like a straight-up menace. "You deadweight chicks are so annoying." The girls spun around, totally spooked. Wu Fu panicked and whipped his head toward Wen Feng and Luo Shi. Crazy Blade saw him slipping and rushed him, mocking. "Nobody ever teach you to stay focused when you're throwing hands with a beast?" He swung his blade straight down and trash-talked. "Want to save your girls? You gotta go through me first, punk." Wu Fu just gave him the coldest side-eye. Meanwhile, Luo Shi tried to block with her sword, but Rao literally stopped it with a single finger. Talk about a flex. He unleashed this massive wave of energy to crush her. Luo Shi, barely holding on, thought, this dude's body is built like a tank. If I keep stalling, I'm toast. Rao balled up his fist, charging up his energy. Out of nowhere, Wen Feng whipped her whip, binding his hands. She shrieked, "Luo Shi!" Meanwhile, Luo Shi was stressing, trying to cook up a plan. She locked in, channeling her energy into a blazing fire dragon around her fist and yelled, "Secret art!" Rao was shook as she threw that punch right at his face. On the other side, Crazy Blade slammed his sword down, causing a mini explosion. But when the smoke cleared, Wu Fu was gone. He stood there like a clown. Where the hell did he go? Out of nowhere, Wu Fu spawned right behind him and growled, "If I could bury your physical body back on Earth, I can wipe your soul out of existence right here." He reached out and snatched Crazy Blade's head. With a cold smirk, Wu Fu exploded with a crazy amount of energy, and boom, Crazy Blade's head just turned to dust. Right then, Luo Shi collapsed, coughing up blood. Right next to them was Rao, completely roasted from that fiery punch. Wen Feng gasped out, "Luo Shi." But Luo Shi just calmed her down. "I'm good. Looks like Wu Fu handled his business over there too." Wen Feng felt terrible, saying, "This is on me. If I didn't hype you up to fight those guys, you wouldn't have had to pull that dangerous move." Luo Shi shook her head. "Nah, I know if it were you, sis, you'd do the exact same thing. Besides, if I can't level up and get strong while staying by Wu Fu's side, I'll just be deadweight dragging him down." Wen Feng stared at her, thinking, damn, didn't see that coming. She was low-key amazed. She actually took out a revered god. Luo Shi pushed herself up, letting out a heavy sigh. "Let's move." Wu Fu walked ahead and said, "This spot is surrounded by mountains and pretty flat. You should refine your cultivation here. I'll back you up." Wen Feng nodded. "All right." But as they started moving, a bunch of creepy eyeballs on the ground began tailing them. Wu Fu noticed and whipped his head around, totally creeped out. Wen Feng thought, these eyeballs have been stalking us since we got into this realm, almost like they're leading us somewhere. And Wu Fu was thinking the exact same thing. These eyes are low-key trying to show me something, and there's only one way in. Luo Shi's gonna take some time to refine her cultivation anyway, so I'm gonna go scout and see what's up. I left a trace of my divine sense in my starry sword. If that blade gets drawn, I'll feel it instantly. If things go sideways, the starry sword will keep you girls safe. He added, I masked your energy, so as long as you stay inside the barrier, nobody can sniff you out. I'll be back in a flash. Luo Shi nodded. Thanks, young master. Wenfeng heard this but stared at the weapon in her hand, feeling low-key pressed. He knows damn well the road ahead is sketchy, yet he still gave his divine weapon and energy to Luo Shi. Does he think having me around is just a chore? Is loving someone always this stressful and overprotective? Cut to somewhere else. A voice popped up. Yo, Aoli, this castle looks sketchy as hell. He nodded. Yeah, it's pretty weird, but if we want to keep moving, we gotta go straight through it. Then Aoli said, So let's get it. She asked all nervous. Aren't you scared? I had another dream about my dad last night, and his voice is getting fainter and fainter. Aoli was thinking, wait, Among can actually remember her dreams now? Is that why he hasn't been able to feel his dad's vibe lately? While he was spacing out, a loud voice jumped him. Hold up! But another guy said, They're just low-life peasants. Let 'em pass. Once they cleared the gate, Amang whispered, Aoli, I think those two guys weren't wearing any pants. He just went, Yeah. So they walked on in. Inside, Amang was shook to see women wearing next to nothing, and some were literally naked. And the guys were doing the same thing. Amang was like, Aoli, is it just me or is everyone here freaking weird? Like, why is everyone butt naked? Right as she said that, some hand snatched at them. But Aoli blocked it real quick. He barked, What do you think you're doing? The dude snapped back. How dare a low-class peasant touch this king? Amang hid behind Aoli and yelled, Yo, what is your deal calling us low-class peasants? And seriously, can you guys put on some actual clothes? Xiao San burst out laughing. Trash is trash. We're elite citizens. We don't need clothes. Only you peasants who do dirty work need rags to hide your ugly bodies. Amang whispered to Aoli, Are these guys off their meds? Aoli whispered back, Honestly, probably. Let's just hightail it out of here. The girl nodded. Let's go. Xiao Bao grinned like a creep. You think you can just walk away? Not a chance. Suddenly, a bunch of dudes in loincloths surrounded them. What happened next was a total beatdown, definitely not PG-13. A few minutes later, Aoli had completely wrecked those clowns, leaving them face down on the dirt. He realized, these castle folks are definitely under some weird spell. Let's get through this place fast before we get into more drama. They kept walking deeper into the ancient castle. Suddenly, some angry voice boomed. Who goes there? Who dares break into the castle? The sudden shout made Aoli glance over, caught off guard. It was Luo Ji, looking hyped. Looks like we got some cultivators from the Penglai realm. Right after, Luo Mang chimed in, Hell yeah, looks like we're eating good tonight. Among got scared and whispered, Aoli, cut to Wu Fu slowly stepping into the water, shivering. Dang, this water is freezing. Feeling the icy lake, he guessed, Is there something sus in here? It's draining my body heat way faster than normal. Suddenly, the water around Wu Fu started acting weird. He definitely noticed the change. The next second, a silhouette appeared right in front of him, floating in the middle of the huge lake. The girl's face became clearer and clearer. Wu Fu turned to those creepy eyeballs and asked, So, is this where you wanted to lead me? Without waiting for them to reply, he smirked, Damn, didn't expect this realm to have so many secrets. This is low-key getting interesting. Then, Wu Fu chucked those eyeballs straight ahead. They slammed hard against a thick-ass barrier right in front of him. He definitely didn't expect a barrier here because his eyes went wide with shock. Suddenly, the barrier started shaking like crazy. Then, a soft voice spoke right behind him. Who are you to Wu Ling? You have her vibe all over you. Hearing that name, Wu Fu's mind was blown. Wu Ling? Wait, could that be my mom? He whipped around and snapped, None of your business. But I'm low-key curious, what's your deal with these creepy eyeballs? Ever since I got into this realm, they've been trying to bait me here. He stayed on guard, saying, Well, spit it out. What's the real reason you went through all this trouble to drag me here? She ignored his question and just asked softly, Are they doing okay? His face went dead cold. Shouldn't you be worrying about yourself right now? That massive spell array? You didn't exactly put that up yourself, did you? Bug Lady keeps pressing, Yo, those eyeballs. They doing good? They didn't get straight up devoured, did they? Her spamming questions forced Wu Fu to reluctantly spit out an answer. They're totally fine, all right? Now, can you finally answer my question? You went through all this trouble dragging me here. What's the real play? Bug Lady finally decided to clear things up for him. Hundreds of years ago, we were the straight-up guardians of this secret realm. We were living our best life, totally peaceful and happy, until one day, the space-time tree went haywire and absolute hell broke loose on this place. Then the God King Palace straight up massacred us. They refined my kids into mindless death soldiers just to feed this secret realm, keeping them locked up here 24/7. Feeding on the spiritual energy of cultivators and their own lingering wills, they slowly mutated into what they are now, while I'm stuck rotting forever in this dead water. Hearing her out, Wu Fu immediately locked onto the main point. Wait, so you're telling me those creepy eyeballs are actually your kids? Bug Lady slowly nodded. Yup, exactly. Hearing this, he broke into a guilty sweat, thinking, man, so those eyeballs. Too embarrassed to even look her in the eye, he mumbled. They, brought me here to save you, Bug Lady casually explained. That's because you've got Wu Ling's energy on you. My kids mistook you for her, so they dragged you here on purpose. Right as she finished, Inner Demon crashed the party out of nowhere, catching both Bug Lady and Wu Fu off guard. Yo, you actually know Wu Ling? Inner Demon popping up left Bug Lady totally clueless. Wu Fu calmly explained. Relax, he's just a piece of my consciousness. Inner Demon scoffed. Don't get too cocky, kid. One day this body is going to be straight up mine. Ignoring his trash talk, he slowly questioned, what's your connection to Wu Ling anyway? Right then, the barrier Bug Lady set up started to flicker and weaken. Seeing this, she panicked. Shoot, I've been locked up for so long that my cultivation is totally trashed. This mind space won't hold much longer, so I'll make it quick. Bug Lady started to explain, I'm Zhong Chong Nu. Wu Ling basically saved my life back then. My kids thought you were her, so they dragged you here hoping you'd break me out. But this array is no joke. If you don't have a solid game plan, just save your own skin. Wu Fu locked onto the point again. Cut to the chase. How do I save you? His response totally threw her off. Wait, you're actually down to save me? He asked in a deep voice. Just tell me what I gotta do. Getting serious, she laid out the brutal risks. I'm locked down by the soul-snatching Grand Array. It's designed to straight up shackle your soul. To bust it, you gotta strengthen your heart, refine your soul, and merge them to shatter the seal. But it's risky as hell. One slip-up, and your soul is toast. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Bug Lady asked again, so, you still want to put your life on the line for me? Even with the warning, he didn't hesitate. I'm saving you. Inner Demon jumped in. Yo, you cannot be serious right now. If you want to die, that's on you, but don't drag me down with you. The soul-snatching array is not something you can just bust open. Ignoring his warning, Wu Fu stubbornly began. First form of the Nine Abyss spirit, Chi Art. Guide the energy back to the source. To master the body, master desire. To live forever, restrain the fire. Second form, go with the flow. Everything in heaven and earth moves on the same wavelength, riding together, aligned with the heavenly way. Third form, all paths return to the source. Fourth form, unity of heaven and man. Chi is the root of the body. If the root isn't solid, then all that power is just a joke. Suck in the essence of the sun, moon, heaven, and earth, pulling it down to the dantian. Let the pure rise and the toxic fall. Only by training inside and out can you hit peak form. The moment he finished, Wu Fu snapped his eyes open. He gasped in shock. Luo Shi, what are you doing here? Suddenly, golden spiritual energy started sparking like crazy all over the place. It was creeping in quietly. Turns out the evil witch was playing dirty tricks. She immediately swung her arm to strike, but right as she pulled back, Luo Shi's voice echoed. Wu Fu! In a split second, Wu Fu blurted out. Luo Shi, what are you doing here? But he snapped out of it fast, realizing, wait, no, you're not Luo Shi. Without wasting a single second, Wu Fu summoned a razor-sharp sword. He straight up slashed the fake Luo Shi in half with a clean cut. Totally done with these cheap tricks, Wu Fu scoffed. Cheap illusion. The moment his strike landed, the fake Luo Shi dissolved into smoke. But then, the witch morphed into Wen Feng, whispering creepily, Wu Fu, how could you do that to her? Trying to guilt-trip him, she kept spamming, Wu Fu, you're so cold-hearted. Wu Fu, how could you straight up kill Luo Shi? Wu Fu. The annoying voices in his head made Wu Fu clutch his temples in pain. Wu Fu, you actually killed Luo Shi. You killed her. Killed Luo Shi. Killed Luo Shi. Still, he kept telling himself that the real Luo Shi was resting safely outside. He gathered his energy to clear his mind, chanting, to master the body, master desire, to live forever, restrain the fire. A second later, his eyes cleared up, sharp as ever. Wu Fu spat at the witch, pathetic cheap tricks, and you're flexing them? The next instant, he unleashed a massive strike right at her. But suddenly, the witch morphed into Wu Ling, crying out, "Fuer!" Seeing his mom's face, Inner Demon rushed in to block Wu Fu's attack. He yelled angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Inner Demon's stupidity pissed Wu Fu off, and he snapped, "Get the hell out of my way, or I'll slash you too." Gritting his teeth, the demon snarled, "Do you even know what you're doing? Wu Ling is your mom, dude." Knowing it was just the witch playing mind games, he coldly shot back, "Get lost! That is not my mother." She was still fully acting. "It's fine, Fure. If your mom is in your way, just go ahead and kill me." In a flash, Wu Fu lunged forward, chanting, "Bend and stretch, move with the heavenly way." The demon panicked and threw a heavy punch at him. Luckily, Wu Fu ducked it just in time. Exploiting the demon's opening, he quickly launched a counterattack right at him. Looks like Inner Demon did caught totally off guard. Dude's eyes went wide. Right after, that raggedy witch flew in fast, trying to catch Wu Fu slipping. Too bad for her, he snatched her straight by the throat before she could even try. Even while getting choked out, the old hag kept wheezing. "Fuer! Fuer!" Wu Fu dropped his voice, pressing the Inner Demon. "Look at this." The Inner Demon's face completely fell. No way. That whole thing was a straight-up illusion. Then, another major detail hit him. This kid Wu Fu actually mastered that old hag's 9 underworlds chi refining art in record time. Wu Fu coolly summoned a blue stone in his hand. Then, he slowly asked, "Yo, what else do you know?" The Inner Demon shut him down instantly, saying, "Can't tell you, bro." Wu Fu instantly pressed him. "What's with the attitude? I'm literally your host." The Inner Demon clapped back, smooth as hell, more like just a meat suit, honestly. Hearing that, Wu Fu kept his cool and threw out a trade. "Look, you tell me what you know about my mom and I'll slide you this 9 underworlds chi refining art. How about that?" The Inner Demon didn't give a damn. "You better figure out how to stay alive first, kid." Dude looked hyped as he said, "This soul-devouring array has 9 levels of heaven, and each one gets crazier. You only broke through 7 and you're already completely wiped. If you still had the astral sword, you might have had a tiny sliver of hope, but you left it with that girl. How are you going to throw down without it?" The Inner Demon's yapping pissed Wu Fu off, making him lunge forward with a threat. "You're just a parasite leeching off someone else's body. What's there to be so cocky about? Just wait, I'm going to refine your ass one day." While they were locked in a standoff, a massive blaze suddenly erupted in the distance, snatching both of their attention. A second later, they both took off. Turns out, the ancient beast Jueying had pulled up to start a riot. Wu Fu recognized it immediately, the ancient beast. Jueying, why the hell was it here? Before he could even process, he was already blocking its attacks. Calculating, Jueying has 9 heads and 9 lives. If I chop off one, it'll just grow right back. Luckily, he remembered how to beat this thing. To take down Zhou Ying, you have to kill all 9 heads at the exact same time. Wu Fu quickly pulled out a sharp sword. In a flash, he unleashed a killer slash. The insane pressure from his attack made Zhou Ying screech in pain, and it furiously opened its maw to spit fire straight at him. The impact of Zhou Ying's attack was massive, but Wu Fu didn't lose his cool, keeping his eyes locked on it. Moving like lightning, he dashed around to throw off its focus. Then, Wu Fu unleashed a jaw-dropping strike that sent all 9 of Zhou Ying's heads flying. He bragged, "Too easy." But right as the words left his mouth, his eyes went wide. Out of nowhere, a creepy surge of power had snuck up right next to him. This aura quickly started fusing with Wu Fu. Feeling the rush, he thought, "Am I actually absorbing Zhou Ying's power? But this is way too much. Is my body about to give out under this pressure?" Meanwhile, the Inner Demon scoffed nearby. "You really are a magnet for trouble, kid." Seeing Wu Fu struggle, he added, "If it weren't for your mom, I would have possessed your ass by now." The Inner Demon quickly tapped 2 fingers on Wu Fu's head, guiding him on how to absorb Zhou Ying's power. With just that simple hint, he got it instantly. Suddenly, the old hag's voice echoed right behind him. "For a low-tier planetary life form, you sure can handle a lot of power. Honestly, I'm impressed." Right as she said it, he realized with a shock, "What the hell? My body's totally locked up." While Wu Fu was losing his mind, the old hag leaned in and purred. "This pure bloodline, it's making me so excited." Then she crudely spat. "Man, I just want to devour you whole right now." The old hag sounded more hyped than ever. "But before I eat you up, let me have some fun first." Wu Fu was still plotting. "All my energy gates are locked down. I gotta find a way out of this." Then, his eyes flew wide. An insane surge of power boiled up inside him, literally cracking her seal. The next second, Wu Fu broke away from her like lightning, panting heavily. The old hag looked intrigued. Well, breaking my seal? Let's see what else you've got under the hood. Before Wu Fu could even answer, she attacked, testing his cultivation. Luckily, he kept his cool just in time. He quickly swung his hand, summoning spiritual energy to counter. The old hag saw right through his move. Being too greedy isn't good for a kid. You haven't even finished absorbing Ju Yuing's power, and now you want to swallow my treasures too? The next second, he smirked. Wu Fu's cocky attitude only made her more curious. So young, yet talking so big. Let's see if you can back up those words. In a flash, the old hag summoned 3 goons. Go get him. On her command, they rushed Wu Fu, but he didn't give a damn, mocking. Is this seriously all you've got? Right as Wu Fu said that, the goons were already on him, but with just one clean slash, he wiped out all 3 of them at once. His insane power actually made the old hag nervous. No one has broken through these 9 heavens in hundreds of years. Is some random nobody really about to shatter it today? Her eyes went wide and she hissed through her teeth. Damn it, looks like I low-key slept on you. A second later, she screamed and reverted to her true form. Wu Fu was totally used to this cliché. He roasted her without hesitation. No way. This again? Do you guys have any other moves besides summoning wind and lightning? Get some new material. FR. Once she finished transforming, she hissed, Now I'm gonna crush you to death. Right then, her tentacles lashed out, swarming Wu Fu. He sliced hard at them, but weirdly, his strike didn't do a thing to the tentacles. She laughed. Useless. There isn't a weapon in this world that can pierce my master armor. Right after saying that, she went all in to finish Wu Fu off. Even though he dodged, her tentacles kept chasing him down relentlessly. The next second, Wu Fu fired back. He unleashed a quick palm strike, ancient Buddha palm. Right as the move landed, his whole body was coated in a golden spiritual aura. The blinding light left her totally confused. What the hell? Using her distraction, he leaped high into the air to keep his momentum going. In a flash, Wu Fu shouted the incantation, 9 Underworld's Qi refining art. The heavy pressure from that hit forced the old hag to grit her teeth just to survive it. Seeing her struggle, he smirked. How's that taste, huh? Even though she was barely holding on, the old hag still talked big. You little brat, an attack at this level won't even scratch me. Wu Fu smirked. Oh, really? Right after saying that, he brought down an even heavier blow. This relentless onslaught left her jaw on the floor. What the hell? She shrieked in absolute terror. No way! What is this? Turns out Wu Fu was ready to drop the final blow. 100,000 worlds, above and below the void, everywhere. 10 plus 100,000 demon sovereigns descend. A majestic light broke through the sky, lighting up the entire area. Seeing this, the old hag struggled hard, screaming in absolute agony. But Wu Fu wasn't trying to hear any more of her noise. His move completely locked her down from all sides. At the same time, Wu Fu's eyes popped wide open, totally shocked. He got pissed and demanded his inner demon, Yo, what the hell do you think you're doing? But from behind him, the demon growled back, Shut your trap if you don't want to die. A second later, Wu Fu realized what the inner demon was trying to do, straight up body snatching. In a flash, the dude took over his body. No hesitation, the demon started trash-talking Wu Fu like crazy, mockingly saying, So, your god-summoning trick is just running to mommy when you're getting wrecked? Is that it? Then, he casually threw a single devastating blow straight at the evil witch. That strike went right through her, scaring the absolute crap out of the witch. She shrieked, No freaking way! Before she could even squeak out another word, she literally dissolved into thin air. Seeing that, the demon sneered, feeling himself even more. Trash is trash. No matter how much you cultivate, you can't change the fact that you're garbage. Luckily, it looked like Wu Fu finally got back into his own body. Right then, a surprised voice cut in as the eldest daughter bowed respectfully. Eldest daughter greets our savior. Wu Fu quickly replied, Chill. No need for the formal stuff. I actually have a few things to ask you, and my buddies are waiting outside the cave. How about we talk on the way? Hearing this, she curiously asked, Outside the cave? Where did you come from, Savior? Before he could even say a word, some creepy eyes signaled the eldest daughter, making her go, Ah, so that's how it is. I get it now. Once she figured it out, she quickly guided Wu Fu. In that case, please follow me, Savior. This secret realm is hella unpredictable. If you try going back the way you came, you're bound to end up lost in another dimension. He got even more curious at her words, questioning, another dimension? Noticing his confusion, she slowly explained, this secret realm has tons of portals leading to different worlds. If cultivators wander off, best case they never find their way back. Worst case their souls get completely obliterated. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered what just happened and wondered why his mind was tripping so hard earlier. Why did that inner demon suddenly hijack Wu Fu's body? And why did this underground place feel so freaking familiar? Along the way, the eldest daughter shyly asked, "How is your mother doing?" He asked back, totally clueless, "My mother?" In a calm voice, Wu Fu slowly said, "My mom? I haven't seen her since the day I was born. What kind of person was she anyway?" Looks like the eldest daughter didn't expect that answer at all. She stammered apologetically, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Pausing for like 2 seconds, she gently continued, "She was an incredibly warm and kind-hearted woman. She loved you so much too. After all, no mother would ever hate her own kid." Cut to another part of the secret realm where Meng Meng and Tin Tin were taking shelter. Right then, Meng Meng unleashed a heavy strike, obliterating all the obstacles in front of them. After a bit, Tin Tin whined exhaustedly, "What's up with this sketchy-ass place? Why is it packed with nothing but these ugly-looking freaks?" Once she finished venting, Meng Meng calmly told her, "You're hurt, just chill and rest here for a bit." Suddenly, a creepy, weird energy wrapped right around Tin Tin's arm. In the blink of an eye, it locked her down tight. Tin Tin's scream instantly caught Meng Meng's attention as she kept yelling for help. "Save me! Help! I'm trapped in here!" Seeing that, he screamed out, "Hua Ting Tin!" Meng Meng threw a heavy hit, but the crack healed up almost instantly, making him curse angrily, "Damn it!" After trying for a bit, he started thinking, "I'm totally gassed. With my energy right now, there's no way I can break this open." Right after, he made up his mind. No other choice. Looks like I gotta go with this. Holding the weird-ass fruit in his hand, Meng Meng stuffed it straight into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes went wide with shock. Turns out, after eating that fruit, Meng Meng got fully recharged and felt way more jacked than before. The very next second, he channeled all his power straight into his fist. Without wasting a single second, Meng Meng threw a brutal punch at the tree that was swallowing Tin Tin. The tree got absolutely wrecked and crashed down effortlessly. Then, Meng Meng reached out his hand and told her, "Get out of there." His insane strength left her totally dumbfounded. She asked, "Wang Meng Meng, you?" Before she could even finish her sentence, his face went completely pale, and he told her, "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. You probably can't even walk right now, so you gotta get out of here. I saw an exit over there earlier, so just move." Hearing this, she worriedly asked back, "Wait up, what about you?" Seeing Tin Tin stubborn as hell, he tried to explain, "I ate that damn fruit, which means I'm gonna go totally berserk in a minute." Both worried and pissed off, she yelled, "Didn't I tell you not to eat that freaking garbage?" As dark, creepy patterns started spreading across his face, Meng Meng sadly muttered, "It's too late now." Meng Meng hurriedly dragged Tintin forward, making her panic and scream. "Wang Meng Meng, what the hell are you losing your mind for?" Without pausing, he snapped back. "While I still have some control left, I'm getting you out of here first." Turns out Meng Meng actually found the way out. Cutting back to the eldest daughter and Wu Fu on their way out, he calmly asked, "So you're saying the folks from the God King Palace sealed you here?" She slowly nodded. "That's right." Wu Fu got even more curious. "Why the hell would they seal you up like that?" The eldest daughter suddenly guessed, "I don't really know, but it seems like it was to wait for someone." Hearing that, Wu Fu caught on to the key words immediately. "Wait for someone?" She didn't answer him directly, only letting out a soft sigh. But it has only been 100 years. Who would have thought the world would change so completely in such a short time? Inside Wu Fu's consciousness, the inner demon was aggressively threatening the Star Saber. "You better play nice with me. One day, he's gonna find out the truth." The Saber wasn't about to back down either, mocking him right back. "Dude, we're both 1,000-year-old foxes here. Who are you trying to play innocent with?" He thought to himself, "Wu Fu, you better not let this demon down." Cut to a quiet forest, where Tintin's shaky figure was stumbling along. From a high branch, a strange girl was watching her closely. It was Zioen, deep in thought, looking at her injuries. She leaped down and spoke, "A cultivator fresh out of the secret realm. If I leave you here, you're definitely going to be monster bait. Whatever, meeting me is straight up your lucky day." In a flash, Zioan checked out Tintin's injuries. Aside from some surface-level cuts, she didn't seem to have any fatal wounds. She muttered to herself, "Probably bumped her head when she passed out and fell. Well, I saved your life, but waking up is totally up to your own luck. Meanwhile, Meng Meng was panting heavily, thinking, Hua Tin Tin, you should be safe by now, right? Is Meng Meng really gonna die here? Sorry, Mom and Dad, but I'd rather make you guys lose face than live as a total coward. After a bit, Meng Meng slowly closed his eyes, totally giving up. Suddenly, a super familiar scene of his home flashed right before his eyes. Not believing his own eyes, Meng Meng thought in shock. Wait, wasn't I just in that secret realm? How the hell did I end up back home? Right after, Meng Meng opened the door and walked in. Mom, Dad, I'm back. At the same time, his mom's complaining voice rang out. Meng Meng, you little brat, you've been out for so long and didn't even bother to call me once. Hearing this, Meng Meng urgently called, Mom, I'm really back. But she kept nagging. They always say you can't keep kids once they grow up. Now that Meng Meng is all big, he doesn't even care about his family anymore. This bizarre scene left him completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, a sudden flash of light sparked inside Wu Fu's head. He clutched his head in confusion, totally clueless about what was happening. Seeing this, the eldest daughter worriedly asked, Savior, what's wrong? Wu Fu didn't answer her, but instead asked a different question. What exactly happened in this secret realm in the past? Pausing for like 2 seconds, the eldest daughter gently asked back, Savior, when you say the past, what time do you mean? Thousands of years ago? Or maybe even tens of thousands of years ago? After a bit, she spoke up to explain. If it was thousands of years ago, something indeed went down here, but those were all just grudges between the ancestors. Why do you bring that up, Savior? Wu Fu replied with a serious face. I just felt a super heavy vibe of slaughter here. Just curious, that's all. The eldest daughter slowly recounted what she had heard. I only heard rumors, but apparently, there was once a god king who slaughtered the entire cultivation world. But then that guy got wiped out when the Vo Tri-clan teamed up with other squads. Wu Fu was seriously left hanging, totally lost in thought over all this crazy info. He started overthinking it. Like, is Wu Fu seriously seeing the memories of that first-generation God King dude? But how on earth did he get his hands on them? Or maybe the big boss of this secret realm is playing mind games and wanted Wu Fu to see it on purpose? So Wu Fu got super curious and asked her, and she dropped the name, the Vo Tri-clan. Before she could even finish, Wu Fu lost his mind and gasped, Wait, what? A second later, he hesitated and was like, That massive war? Can you tell me about it? The bug lady looked super bummed and replied, Sorry, kid, I only heard about it through the grapevine. Realizing she couldn't give him any more useful deets, Wu Fu was like, Let's bounce. My friends are still waiting. As they walked, he kept talking to himself in his head. One of these days, Wu Fu is going to solve all these crazy mysteries around him. Whether it's that spirit sword, his inner demon, or these random memories popping up out of nowhere. After a while, they finally made it out of that creepy cave. Wu Fu casually asked Luo Shi, How you holding up? Right after, Luo Shi softly replied, Much better. Honestly, it feels like my cultivation level just got a major upgrade. Wu Fu, thank you so much. Seeing she was doing fine, he got all serious and warned her, As long as you're okay, but seriously, don't pull a risky stunt like that again. Luo Shi looked down, feeling super guilty. I'm sorry, Before she could even finish, Wu Fu cut her off. This butterfly can create illusions and majorly buff your sword skills. It's yours now, take it. Following his lead, Luo Shi immediately fused with its power, growing a pair of absolutely gorgeous butterfly wings. Wu Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. With these wings, even if I'm not around, you'll definitely be safe. The second Luo Shi walked over, Wu Fu asked, How's it feel? She was totally hyped and cheered. Oh my gosh, this is so sick. Where did you even get this? But then Luo Shi started stressing out. Wait, if you gave all of this to me, what about you? Not wanting her to overthink it, he waved his hand and explained, This stuff doesn't do much for me anyway, honestly. It just holds me back. Once they finished their chat, the bug lady calmly spoke up. I should probably get you guys out of here first. If you try heading toward the center of the secret realm from here, these tunnels are only going to get you way more lost. Wu Fu politely replied, Thanks, appreciate it. A few minutes later, the bug lady guided Wu Fu, Luo Shi, and Van Fuang all the way up to a high cliff. Van Fuang's voice sounded totally confused. Wait, isn't this the same cliff we passed by earlier? Hearing that, she slowly replied, Spot on. Right after, Van Fuang put two and two together. Wait, so you're saying the real passage is actually down there? Pausing for about 2 seconds, the bug lady asked, Then what do you think this is? Before she could even say a word, the lady quickly explained, this is something that can shatter space barriers. Van Fuang was even more clueless now, but Wu Fu and Luo Shi totally got it. Just hearing this was enough for Wu Fu to catch the vibe. So, you want us to mark the thing that breaks the space barrier so we won't be affected anymore, right? Just as the bug lady gave the word, all four of them leaped off the cliff. Let's move. While everyone was midair, Van Fuang suddenly felt something weird. At that exact moment, the mark on her forehead started glowing brighter than ever. A second later, Van Fuang landed smoothly on the ground. Realizing there was literally no one around, she yelled out for Luo Si, "Hey, where is everyone?" Meanwhile, Wu Fu, Luo Si, and the bug lady, all three of them, had also touched down. Within seconds, Luo Xi panicked and screamed, Sis Van Fuang is totally gone." After looking around carefully, the bug lady said with total confidence, she must have slipped into a different dimension. Her words made her panic even harder. Oh no, what do we do? How are we supposed to save Sis Van Fuang? But acting like she'd seen this a million times, the bug lady calmly explained, space dimensions are completely unpredictable. Even if you go back right now, there's no guarantee you'll land in the same space where Van Fuang vanished. After Van Fuang got sucked into that alternate dimension all by her lonesome, she finally snapped out of it, stared at the wall in front of her, and wondered, what is this? She gently touched it, and right away, a door started creaking open. The door led Van Fuang out to a high cliff deep in the forest, and she was absolutely blown away. Wait, isn't this the forest behind the True family estate? Did I seriously just escape? It was that easy? Van Fuang kept walking deeper into the woods, but then she heard a weird noise. Something had just jumped down to the ground incredibly fast. Super curious, she stopped in her tracks and squinted to get a closer look. A guy's back came into view, and she instantly recognized him as Dr. Lai. What on earth is he doing here? Van Fuang had a million questions running through her head. Where is he even going? That's not the way to Bong Lai Villa, and it's definitely not heading toward the True residence either. Dying of curiosity, Van Fuang decided to tail Dr. Lai all the way to a tiny cottage. Who is he traveling this far to treat? She waited until he finally left before sneaking inside, carefully creaking the door open. The second she opened the door, a woman's voice called out, Dr. Lai, why are you back so soon? Did you forget something? The sight in front of her caught Van Fuang completely off guard, and she gasped, Mom? Jacques Van's eyes went wide when she realized it was her daughter Van Fuang, and she gasped in shock, Fuang Ni! She couldn't help herself and threw herself into her mom's arms. Van Fuang cried out with joy, Mom, oh my God, you're alive! Jacques Van looked super flustered and quickly asked, Fuang Ni, why are you here? Don't tell me. Did something happen to your father? Van Fuang quickly explained, Dad and brother are both fine. I just saw Dr. Lai by chance, so I followed him and ended up here. But Mom, I literally saw Dad kill you with my own eyes. How are you? She cut her off immediately and quickly warned, Fuang Ni, this is a secret between your father and me. Promise me you won't tell a soul, okay? Then, Ngok Van reluctantly spilled the tea. If Phi Long was going to be recognized as the family leader, he had to take down his own father. But Phi Long was born too soft-hearted and kind, and both she and Thien Long were running out of time. Tears streamed down Van Fuang's face as she finally connected the dots. So, you and Dad staged this entire drama just so my brother would hate him, kill him, and become the heir? But wait, what's wrong with Dad? Seeing she couldn't hide it anymore, Ngok Van dropped the truth. Your father ignored all warnings and used the secret realm's forbidden technique. Now, his cultivation has completely backfired, and he doesn't have much time left. Van Fuang totally lost her cool and bolted out the door. I have to stop them right now. The moment she made it back, she froze for a split second, then rushed forward to block Phi Long. Hearing his sister's voice, he got totally distracted and whipped around. Van Fuang, why are you back? Because of that split second of distraction, Phi Long got blasted by Thien Long, caught completely off guard. Seeing this, Van Fuang screamed, Brother! She threw herself in front of him to shield him, yelling at Thien Long, Dad, what do you think you're doing? Phi Long desperately tried to pull her back. Van Fuang, get out of the way. He's not our father anymore. Before he could even finish his sentence, the old man lunged forward and slashed Van Fuang right across the shoulder. Seeing the whole thing unfold, with her blood splattering everywhere, Phi Long completely lost it and screamed, Van Fuang! Phi Long rushed over to catch her. In a blind rage, he summoned a sword and hurled it straight into Thien Long, sending the old man flying backward. The sword sank deep into Tianlong's chest. The fatal blow made him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood, but it also snapped him back to his senses. Clutching his wound, Tianlong could hear Filong desperately crying out, "Van Fuang! Van Fuang!" He stared at his trembling hands in absolute horror and muttered, Did I just kill Van Fuang?" Phi Long's rage hit absolute peak. He roared in fury, "True Tianlong, you and I are completely done. You are no father of mine, and I am no longer your son. I'm dragging you straight to hell to rot with my mother and sister." Phi Long locked in, put all his strength into it, and straight up ended his own old man. Before kicking the bucket, the old man tried to say his final words but choked up. Tianlong could only stare at the two siblings with pure agony in his eyes. "Fuang, my bad. Dad, let you down." Phi Long scooped Van Fuang up and got the hell out of there. "Van Fuang, hold on. I'm taking you to Dr. Lai right now. He's the best doc in Penglai. He's gonna clutch this and save you. No cap." By now, Van Fuang was leaking blood crazy. She knew she was cooked, so she squeezed out her last words. "Bro, I'm good. Just being held by you like this is enough for me. You gotta stay safe, all right? Become the heir that makes me and the whole Chu family proud." He hugged her tight, tears streaming down his face. Phi Long sobbed, "I don't give a damn about being the heir. I just want you and Mom by my side." But Van Fuang scolded him. "You stupid bro. You're gonna get married and have kids one day. I can't cling to you forever." Phi Long was drowning in pure regret. He finally realized how badly he messed up and begged, "Stop talking, Fuang. This is all on me. If I hadn't been so obsessed with avenging Mom and ignoring you all this time, I shouldn't have stayed stuck in the past and neglected the one right in front of me." Van Fuang, weak as hell in his arms, whispered, "Every single second with you was the happiest moment of my life." He tried to keep her awake. "Fuang, just hang in there a little longer. We're almost at Dr. Lai's place." Van Fuang gave him one last wish before she went completely limp. "Promise me, no more tears, okay? You gotta live your best life and be happy." Phi Long finally dashed into Dr. Lee's clinic. He screamed hysterically, "Doc, Doc, help Van Fuang, she's bleeding out." They threw her onto the bed, and Phi Long was losing his mind. "Well, how is she, Doc?" The doc took one look at her and gasped, "How did Lady Chu get wrecked like this?" Clenching his fists in pure rage, he spat. It was Chu Tianlong. That bastard ruined Fuang. The doc was baffled. How did things go sideways like this? But inside, he was scheming. All this blood. I bet Chu Fai Long actually secured the air spot. The Chu family paid way too high a price just for this damn Penglai manor. Then the doc faked a sigh and said, "Lady Chu lost too much blood. She's beyond saving." Fai Long instantly grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Fix her right now, or I will end you too." The doc had to drop the truth bomb. Lady Chu is dead. Pull yourself together, man. The family sacrificed too many lives for Penglai Manor. You gotta step up and honor her and the old man's wishes and become the real deal heir. You're not just Van Fuang's brother anymore. You're the head of this whole damn Penglai clan now. Gritting his teeth, Phi Long's mind was racing. Why does everyone keep pushing me to be the heir? Mom did. My sister did. And now even you, Doc? Why does nobody care about what I actually want? Just because I was born a Chu, I have to accept this BS fate? The grief of losing his sister completely broke him, and he couldn't think straight. If that was how it was, he didn't give a crap about being the heir anymore. He made up his mind right then and there to follow his sister. "Fuang, I'm coming to the afterlife with you. I'll make sure nobody messes with you there." Dr. Lai couldn't stop him, so he ran outside, yelling, "This is insane, absolutely insane. If Chu Fi Long dies, this whole manor is going to go into chaos. I gotta find Van Thu and figure something out, fast." Cut to Wu Fu, who grabbed the star sword and sliced the air right in half. Wu Fu, Chung Nu, and Luo Shi got totally surrounded by ghost soldiers. He freaked out. "What are these things? My attacks are doing 0 damage." Chung Nu chimed in as the creepy ghost soldiers crowded them, blocking any escape. Chung Nu knew her stuff, explaining that these ghost soldiers don't vanish or die no matter how much you slash them. If they kept fighting, they'd run out of juice before even putting a dent in them. Luo Shi asked, "Is there any way to counter these freaks?" Wu Fu just shook his head. "My bad. I'm clueless too." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the Star Sword, talking smack. "Killing these ghost soldiers is a walk in the park, honestly." Wu Fu got curious and asked, "You got a plan?" But the sword didn't just spill the tea right away. Instead, it made a deal. "Break my seal first." It explained, "My power is locked up in Zishui. Free me first, and I'll instantly wipe these ghost soldiers out for you." Wu Fu, highly suspicious, asked, "What do I have to do?" The sword dropped its demand. Just a single drop of your blood will do. Out of nowhere, another Wu Fu appeared tied up in a different dimension, screaming to stop the real him from doing something stupid. Wu Fu was still iffy about the sword's words. Just breaking the seal is really gonna fix this? The sword was hype. Heck yeah, break it and I'll slice these ghost soldiers to pieces. Just then, the other Wu Fu shrieked, Wu Fu, don't do it, stop! Luckily, right as he was about to drop his blood onto the blade, a voice hit him, Fu, don't do it! Wu Fu yanked his hand back just in time. His blood dripped onto the ground instead. The star sword flared up, pissed, thinking, damn it, I was literally this close. Wu Fu was tripping, looking around for who saved him. What was that? No way. Right then, the ghost soldiers rushed him, ready to tear him apart. Thank God Luo Shi jumped in to back him up, yelling, Wu Fu, heads up! He gritted his teeth and swung his sword at the ghost soldiers, shouting, go to hell! But the freaks just smirked back. They swarmed them. Seeing more and more of them spawning without taking any damage, Luo Shi screamed, this is bad! Our attacks aren't doing crap! Wu Fu lost his patience. Damn it, we can't keep fighting forever, we gotta bounce right now. Sensing they were in deep trouble, Chung Nu thought, looks like I've got no choice but to pull out my trump card. She yelled out, you two, buy me some time. She closed her eyes and began chanting, moon in the water, void of quiet tides, shadows of blooming fog. A blinding light flooded the entire area. She roared, water spirits of heaven and earth, lend me your power. With a final scream, she blasted the ghost soldiers, obliterating them completely. Get wrecked. Wu Fu's jaw dropped. Yo, what even is this? Luo Shi was in awe. That is some scary-ass power. But the spell drained her, and she coughed up blood. Luo Shi rushed over, worried sick. Chung, you okay? She just wiped her mouth and replied, I'm good. This move literally cost my own lifespan to wipe out 80% of the enemy. Just coughing up blood is nothing. I'll be fine after a quick break. Wu Fu felt terrible and said, my bad, Chung. You shouldn't have to sacrifice so much for us. But she didn't mind. She smiled gently. Don't sweat it, Savior. You saved my life. Suffering a little for you is nothing. I'd literally die for you. Suddenly, a screeching noise echoed everywhere. A massive rift in space tore open right in front of them. She gasped, Yo, look over there, there's light. Chung Nu explained, that's a portal leading straight to the core. Wu Fu put two and two together, so we can slip into the core space through there? She nodded. Yeah, but the core is dangerous as hell. You really shouldn't go in there. But Wu Fu wasn't trying to hear it. He stubbornly replied, no way. Only by going in there can I get stronger. I gotta level up for real to protect the people I love and crack this secret open. Lady Chung stops holding him back and just goes with Wu Fu's flow. I get it, Savior. I'm going in with you. Luo Shi stands right there and chimes in. Me too. Wu Fu's like, bet, let's roll together. The three of them keep pushing forward until they hit the core zone. She gasps, is this seriously the core zone? Wu Fu's dead serious. Yep. Lady Chung looks around and says, man, this murderous aura everywhere is giving me major bad vibes. She breaks it down. The core holds some seriously wicked power, and its mere presence is messing up the whole secret realm. This place is totally corrupted, and those monsters we fought on the way, yeah, they came straight from this. Wu Fu stands there dead quiet for a second, thinking to himself, if I absorb all of this, I'll get insanely strong, but what's this evil energy gonna do to me? While he's still overthinking, the purple mist around them starts swirling into one spot, and boom, out of that thick fog, the core's avatar spawns right in front of them. The core's avatar takes a deep breath and says, ah, the scent of the living smells delicious. Time to be my snack. Just as it lunges at Lady Chung, Wu Fu leaps right in front of her. He talks back and slices right through the thing. We'll see who's eating who, punk. The core's avatar doesn't even flinch after taking his hit. It laughs in Wu Fu's face. Your attacks can't touch me, boy. Luo Shi rushes in to back him up, shouting, Wu Fu, I got your back. Seeing her rush in, the core's avatar loses its mind and yells, you annoying pest, you got a death wish or what? He screams a warning. Luo Shi, watch out. It fires a direct shot at her. Wu Fu sees this, dives to grab Luo Shi, and dodges out of the way, both landing nearby. She scrambles over, super worried. Wu Fu, are you okay? He clutches his chest, straining to speak. I'm fine. But this thing is no joke. Keep yourself safe and stay out of the fight. Luo Shi hesitates, but the second she stops talking, something crazy happens behind them. Just as Luo Shi and Wu Fu stand frozen, clueless on what to do next, they see four energy spheres floating up and instantly realize what's happening, whipping around. She confusedly calls out, "Lady Chung?" Wu Fu's worried sick about her too. "Lady Chung," she calmly explains. "Savior, don't worry about me. Just listen closely." She spills the tea real quick. This thing is the core's avatar. Its core is its weak spot. If you grab the chance to rip the core right out of its body, it'll lose all its power and turn to dust. My attack is enough to set you up. I'm at my absolute limit, and I can only use this power one more time. Savior, you gotta make this shot count. Hearing those words, Wu Fu grips his astral sword tight and replies, "Got it." Wu Fu frowns, then charges straight ahead. "All right, let's do this." He gets a running start and jumps straight into the core's avatar, totally throwing it off. Once he's inside, Wu Fu quickly looks around. "Where's the core? Where is it?" A purple light flickers ahead. He yells, "Found it!" Wu Fu reaches out and grabs the core. It starts panicking and begs him, "No, please let me go." Wu Fu glares at it with cold eyes and says, "You're mine now, pray." Scene cuts to the ground underneath, cracking into huge pieces. Yameng and Aoluk fall straight down. Aoluk quickly pulls Yameng into his arms to shield her. Hugging each other, they plunge down. After they land, Yameng's head is spinning, but she's still worried about Aoluk. "Ouch. Aoluk, you okay?" Yameng is accidentally sitting right on top of him, making Aoluk super awkward. He mutters, "I'm fine, but, you're crushing me." She finally realizes how embarrassing this looks, and they both just stare at each other, blushing hard. Right as things get totally awkward, Luo Shi pops out of nowhere and cuts in. "Yameng, Aoluk, what are you two doing here?" She jumps and screams, "Luo Shi." Aoluk is pretty shocked. "Luo Shi? Wait, does that mean Wu Fu is here too?" She nods. "Yeah, Wu Fu is inside." Just as she turns around, she notices the core is growing bigger. Luo Shi gasps. "What in the world?" Feels like there's some crazy powerful energy inside. Aoluk looks around but can't find him. Where'd Wu Fu go? He was literally just there. Meanwhile, Yameng is hypnotized by the core's weird pull, staring at it blankly. "This gives me such a bad feeling." Lady Chung suddenly screams a warning. "Don't go near it, get back." The core keeps blowing up to an abnormal size, creeping everyone out. Aoluk stares at it and grunts, "We're doomed." Purple light starts leaking from the cracks of the core, and she shrieks in panic. "Oh no, that core is literally ripping open a whole pocket dimension." Wu Fu and those other two must have been sucked right into that space. Luo Shi asks, terrified, "What's gonna happen to them?" Lady Chung breaks it down real quick. The core is basically a breeding ground for pure evil. The space inside is completely corrupted. They went in with zero defense, so they're in deep trouble. She looks up at the core, totally spaced out for a second, whispering, "Wu Fu." Cut to Wu Fu, lost in a different space created by the core. He groggily wakes up. Where? Where am I? I remember grabbing the core, then a flash of light, and I passed out. Could it be? As Wu Fu stands up and looks up, he flinches at the blinding purple light. Wu Fu realizes, did I get sucked inside the core's space? He quickly keeps his cool. No wonder I feel that familiar wicked aura. I'm literally inside the core dimension. The shape of the light suddenly starts acting weird, warping and shifting around. Wu Fu squints, trying to guess what's up. A blurry figure of a girl slowly appears in front of him, shocking him. You. That mysterious figure just stands there, staring at him without saying a single word. Wu Fu stands frozen, wondering, who on earth is that? Cut to Yameng and Aoluk, who also got split up from Luo Shi and Lady Chung. The girl is lost. Where is this? Where'd Luo Shi go? He scans the area and answers, this place is sketchy. Seems like we got sucked into some weird dimension, too. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name, Yameng! Hearing it, she shivers and screams, Who's there? Who's calling my name? Aoluk looks at her crazy. Yameng, what are you tripping about? I didn't hear anyone call you. She stammers. I swear I heard it. Clear as day. I think it came from over there. Cut back to Wu Fu, still trapped inside the core. He's standing alone in a field of flowers with the wind howling around him. Wu Fu looks around, wondering, what is this place? Wasn't I just inside the core's space? While he's racking his brain, the figures of a mother and son suddenly appear nearby. The mom gently calls out, Fu, come to mommy. The little kid joyfully cries out, Mother! Watching them from afar, Wu Fu thinks to himself, Wait, Wu Fu? He stares hard at the mother and son, totally confused about who that woman is. He has no idea who they are, but there's this weird feeling in his chest. And that little boy, why does he look so familiar? Tears start rolling down his face before he even realizes it. Suddenly, the woman reaches her hand out toward him and says, "Wu Fu, come to mother." Wu Fu, thinking it's his actual mom, cries out, "Mother!" He runs right over to her to get his head patted. But sadly, the one patting his head isn't his mom, it's that creepy figure from earlier. Wu Fu completely passes out under her touch. The inner demon smirks, having got exactly what it wanted. "Wu Fu, you finally gave me the chance to take you over. Just hand your body over to me." Yo, scene cut. Back to Ya Meng and Ao Li, the two of them are still wandering deep into the woods. The girl spots something up ahead and is like, "Yo, Ao Li, looks like there's something up ahead." He agrees. "Yeah, I see it too." "What even is that?" Getting closer, this massive ancient tree looms into view. Ya Meng goes, "Is that a tree?" Right then, that creepy-ass voice echoes in her ear again. "Xiao Meng." Ao Li sees her spacing out and asks, "Ya Meng, what's wrong with you?" She plays it cool and says, "I heard that voice again. Someone. Someone straight up calling me Xiao Meng." After that, the two of them rush over to the ancient tree. They get to the ancient tree only to find Ya Yin hanging by a thread, just sitting there. The girl freaks out and screams, "Dad!" Ao Li worriedly kneels next to him, asking, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Ya Yin thinks he's straight up dreaming. Xiao Meng and Ao Li too. "Is that really you guys?" Ya Meng nods and goes, "Yes, it's us. Dad, are you okay?" By now, his skin has already turned blue. Ya Yin smiles and says, "Thank goodness. I only prayed I'd see you again before I kicked the bucket. Now I can pass away in peace." The heartbroken girl cries, "Dad, stop talking like that. Don't say such awful things." Ya Yin reaches out to hand her a pill. "That doesn't matter now. What matters is your dad finally got the cure for your mom." Ya Meng takes it, totally thrilled. The medicine, mom is finally saved. Ao Li chimes in, "Dad, hang in there. We're taking you out of here right now." He immediately shuts it down. "My power is completely drained. I'm going to fade away soon." Ya Meng refuses to accept it and screams, "No. Why? This can't be happening. Dad, please don't leave me." Ya Yin stares at Ao Li and says, "Ao Li, you grew up in the blink of an eye. I'm leaving Xiao Meng in your hands now." He can't even hold back his tears anymore, crying, "Dad!" His body slowly starts to dissolve. Before he's gone, Ya Yin squeezes out his last bit of strength to tell them both, "Xiao Meng, Ao Li, you guys have to live well and look after each other." As soon as he says that, his body turns to dust, dissolving into thin air. Ya Meng screams, absolutely devastated, "No, Dad." Yo, scene cut. A purple triangular crystal is floating in midair. The inner demon is sitting there, cultivating with it. Once he's done, his eyes glow like crazy. The inner demon lets out an evil laugh. "Ha ha ha," he roars with sheer satisfaction from stealing Wu Fu's power. "Finally, this body is mine." The inner demon smirks, looking at his palm. "Not just that, the core's wicked power straight up boosted me to the deity transformation realm." Suddenly, massive cracks start ripping through the space right in front of him. He looks around and figures, "Looks like since I sucked up the core, this whole dimension is about to crash." He mutters to himself, "Time to bounce." Then the inner demon smugly walks over to the cracks and goes, "Wu Fu, just lie down and rest in peace, buddy. I'll take it from here." Meanwhile, Ao Li and Ya Meng are running like absolute maniacs to escape. He looks ahead and shouts, "Ya Meng, speed up. Looks like there's light ahead. We gotta get out." The girl nods. "Yeah, I'm already going full throttle." The two of them successfully leap out of the core. Ao Li asks worriedly, "Ya Meng, you good?" She breathes a sigh of relief and goes, "Yeah, I'm fine, just got a little spooked back there." Luo Shi sees them escape and rushes over, quickly asking, "Ya Meng, Ao Li, are you guys hurt?" Luo Shi anxiously asks about Wu Fu. "Where's Wu Fu? Why didn't he come out with you guys?" He looks back at Ya Meng and replies, "No, we didn't see him in there. Maybe he got teleported to another dimension." Her voice drops. "Oh, I see." In her heart, Luo Shi prays, "Wu Fu, please don't let anything happen to you." Right after, the core starts cracking like crazy. Wu Fu, who is now totally possessed by the inner demon, calmly strolls out. Luo Shi sees him and instantly screams, "Wu Fu, are you okay? Are you hurt?" The inner demon just gives her a cold stare. Luo Shi senses something is seriously off. "Wu Fu!" Seeing the cracks spreading, the elder daughter frantically warns everyone, "Shoot! This place is about to collapse. We gotta get out of here right now." Suddenly, a wicked laugh comes from behind them. "Ha ha ha! You guys aren't escaping!" Hearing that voice, everyone shivers. The guy who made that sound is Yao, smirking at them like a creep. The elder daughter immediately warns everyone, "Watch out. This guy is under the influence of the secret realm's evil power. His strength is off the charts." Right after, he charges straight at the inner demon, unleashing an attack. "Die, all of you!" The attack misses the inner demon, hitting the space beside him with a deafening blast. Yao gloats, "Haha. This blow is enough to grind you guys to dust." Just as he thinks he's going to easily take down the inner demon, something leaves him completely shocked. What? How? The inner demon effortlessly blocks his attack with one hand. Yao panics, "My attack." How did he block it? The inner demon looks at Yao with pure disgust. "You worthless trash." Everyone is left speechless. Luo Shi worriedly calls out, "Wu Fu!" Aoli can't believe his eyes at that terrifying power, thinking, "No way." He blocked an attack from a Tribulation Transcendence Master with just one hand? With a casual flick of his hand, the inner demon sends Yao flying. He wonders, how is this even possible? Why is he suddenly so strong? Yameng asks in disbelief, how did Wu Fu get so insanely powerful all of a sudden? Luo Shi stands beside her, wide-eyed with shock. Yao angrily grips his sword and charges. "Damn you! Die!" The inner demon just sneers. He instantly draws the astral sword. He's so fast you can only see the afterimages of the slashes. Before Yao can even touch him, his body gets sliced twice. Yao collapses in agonizing pain. How? How is this possible? Aoli's jaw drops as Yao drops dead instantly. Dead. Just like that. He one-shot a top expert. Ya Meng is still totally confused, wondering, how is Wu Fu so strong all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Luo Shi is sweating bullets but decides to keep her mouth shut. The elder daughter explains, it's because of the core. He must have refined its power, boosting his strength to a whole new level. Still, Luo Shi senses something is off and voices her doubts. I feel like Wu Fu has turned into a completely different person. Is that really just from absorbing the core? The elder daughter ponders for a moment. Maybe. The core's evil power is super chaotic. Perhaps our savior hasn't fully tamed it yet. Luo Shi remains skeptical, slowly replying, is that really all it is? The cracks in the space multiply, looking like they're about to blow. Aoli warns, shoot, the tremors are getting way worse than before. We gotta bounce, everyone. Everyone scrambles to get out, and he urges the girl, Yameng, hurry up. Yameng grumbles tiredly. Why does it feel like we're always running for our lives lately? Finally, the five of them make it out of that collapsing space, and a clear blue sky opens up before them. Aoli stands there, catching his breath. Luo Shi suddenly points and shouts, look over there, guys, what's that? Yameng recognizes it instantly and blurted out, the Iron Void Tree. She's shocked. It's really the Iron Void Tree. Who knew it was this close to us? Seeing the Iron Void Tree, the inner demon flashes a wicked smile. The Iron Void Tree. That guy's heart is hidden right there. As soon as I destroy it, this body will be mine forever. The eldest daughter was huffing and puffing, totally wiped out from the fight. Luo Shi rushed over to prop her up, asking all worried, yo, you good? She wheezes back, I'm fine, just pushed my limits a bit too hard there. Looking over at the inner demon, she realizes she's completely out of steam and says, my bad, benefactor. I'm clean out of juice. Can't back you up no more. Everything goes dead, silent all of a sudden. The only sound left is the flapping wings of birds chilling up in the sky. Luo Shi stares dead at the inner demon, frowning hard, thinking to herself, did the core seriously mess with Wu Fu's head? He's acting hella sus right now. Yameng spots Luo Shi's face and asks, all curious, Luo Shi, what's up? You look hella pale. Hearing that, Luo Shi snaps out of it, forces a smile, and goes, oh, it's nothing. Yameng, sweet as ever, says, well, stick close to me then. I'll protect everyone, no cap. She chuckles and replies, thanks, Yameng. The four of them head out again, making a straight line for the sky tree. Yameng warns, we're almost there, y'all. Get ready to rumble. Just a few minutes later, they pull up right in front of the sky tree. Yameng spots something weird on the trunk and points at it, curious as hell. Yo, looks like there's something on the tree. The inner demon looks up and spots a weird-looking magic sigil right there. He lets out a smug smirk. Finally, we made it. He takes a running leap, flying straight up, but as he circles the trunk, something suddenly lunges out to jump him. Luckily, his reflexes are fast as hell and he spots it instantly. Boom! The inner demon swings his astral sword, slashing right at the incoming projectile. The clash between his sword and the sneak attack triggers a massive explosion. Luo Shi panics, and Ya Meng gets totally freaked out by that insane power, crying out, "Who the heck is that?" Luo Shi's jaw literally drops. Damn, that spiritual energy is freaking insane. Turns out, that blast came from Zi Ying, who's guarding the sky tree. She yells out, "Pissed off! Who goes there, you thieves? How dare you trespass near the sky tree?" As the smoke clears, the inner demon's face is finally revealed. The second Zi Ying locks eyes on him, she's completely shook. The inner demon just glares back with absolute murder in his eyes. Recognizing his face, Zi Ying loses her mind and charges at him, screaming, "You bold-faced punk, wearing the face of an old friend. How dare you trespass here?" A high-speed chase kicks off between them, but it doesn't last long before Luo Shi rushes in to back him up, shouting, "Wu Fu, I got your back!" Right then, the inner demon slickly dodges Zi Ying's strike. He ain't no pushover, so he immediately fires back. But to her, his counters are like nothing but annoying mosquitoes buzzing in her ear. Meanwhile, Luo Shi is zooming in fast. Even though Zi Ying is getting double-teamed, she doesn't back down. She stands her ground, ready to take on both of them at once. The inner demon snaps, barking at Luo Shi, "Beat it! Stop getting in my way." Her eyes go wide, totally hurt by his harsh words. Before Luo Shi can even process it, Zi Ying quickly separates them, blasting them in opposite directions. With Luo Shi blown away, the inner demon and Zi Ying go straight back to tearing each other apart. He spams moves with his astral sword, throwing everything he's got at her. Zi Ying drops down from the trunk, landing smoothly on the ground. Without missing a beat, she fires off 2 more deadly strikes. Ao Li clutches up just in time, raising a shield to block her attacks. Thanks to the shield, Zi Ying's blasts reflect right back at her, blowing her back. Luo Shi, who got thrown earlier, is still sitting on the ground, completely dazed. Seeing this, Ya Meng dashes over to her side. "Luo Shi, you good? You hurt?" She groans. I'm all right." Luo Shi says, shaking, "I swear." Wu Fu is acting hella weird. Ya Meng is confused. "Hella weird?" Luo Shi nods. "Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like he's a completely different person." Sweating bullets, she keeps her eyes glued to the inner demon. "Man, I hope I'm just tripping." Meanwhile, Zi Ying is caught in a tight spot, forced to fight off both the inner demon and Ao Li at the same time. Both of them sync up, slashing their swords to unleash a massive combo straight at Zi Ying. The inner demon, with pure murder in his eyes, roars, "Go to hell!" Overwhelmed by his insane power, Zi Ying can't hold her ground and gets sent flying. She grits her teeth. Damn it. How the hell is this guy so strong? Gripping his sword tight, the inner demon leaps high into the air, aiming to put her down for good. This is the end. Right at that split second, Ting Ting out of nowhere jumps right in front of Zi Ying, screaming, "Stop!" Ting Ting yells, terrified, "Wu Fu, stand down. This senior literally saved my life." Seeing her blocking his way, the inner demon actually halts his strike. Luo Shi rushes over. "Ting Ting, is that really you? What are you even doing here?" Ting Ting brushes it off. "Luo Shi, it's a long story. I'll fill you in later." Ting Ting quickly introduces her to the crew. "Listen, this is Senior Zi Ying. I was knocked out cold and badly hurt earlier, and she saved my butt and brought me here." But just as Ting Ting turns to introduce the gang, Zi Ying's eyes go wide. "Senior, who even are these guys?" The inner demon doesn't give a damn, immediately lunging at them. Zi Ying barely reacts in time, pulling Ting Ting out of harm's way. Ting Ting snaps, yelling, "Wu Fu, have you lost your mind?" The inner demon keeps spamming attacks, roaring even louder. "Shut the hell up, you trash." Clang! A sudden metallic crash rings out as Luo Shi steps in, parrying his strike with her sword. Ting Ting screams, "Luo Shi." Even Ya Meng, watching from the sidelines, is totally shocked. She shouts, "Wu Fu!" Ao Li chimed in next, demanding, "Wu Fu, what the hell is your problem?" Luo Shi states, "Dead serious. Ain't no way that's Wu Fu." Ting Ting is shook. "Luo Shi? What did you just say?" Luo Shi narrows her eyes, studying the inner demon carefully before saying, "The Wu Fu I know would never turn on his own crew." Glaring straight at him, she barks, "Who the hell are you?" Now that he's busted, the inner demon stops playing dumb and charges straight ahead. "Exposed already? Fine then, I'll drag you straight to hell." Ao Li instantly spots his move. He leaps in front of Ting Ting and Zi Ying, warning, "Watch out." The inner demon, absolutely feral, spins around as soon as he sees Ao Li blocking his path. The inner demon kicks him right in the chest, hard as hell. Taking the full force of the blow, Ao Li is sent flying backward a whole 100 meters. Ao Li goes into a free fall down the cliffside. Ya Meng screams, Ao Li. Since this jerk dared to touch her family, Ya Meng's rage hits the absolute ceiling. She shrieks, "You dare kill my Ao Li!" Right then, Ya Meng undergoes a total transformation. Her eyes turn blood red as she lets out a monstrous roar. The inner demon just smirks at the sight. Ya Meng morphs into a straight-up terrifying beast, locking eyes with the inner demon. Seconds later, Zi Ying calls out, worried, "Ya Meng, we're on our way to help." Luo Shi charges in alongside Ting Ting and Zi Ying, shouting, "Seven Sword Art, eternal life, give Wu Fu back to me." The inner demon just chuckles. Gullible girls like you, hopelessly in love, are rare these days. Since you care so damn much about that useless loser, I'll happily put you out of your misery. He raises the astral sword high, prepping for the blow. He calmly swings it right at her. Luo Shi barely dodges the slash, but unfortunately, Ya Meng is standing right behind her. The sword stabs straight into the little girl's shoulder. Ya Meng screams in agony. Luo Shi panics. Ya Meng! The clash is so intense that the ground itself starts collapsing. She yells out, "The ground's shaking, run for it!" Over on the other side, the eldest daughter hears the massive uproar. Closing her eyes, she sighs to herself. It's all over now. Luo Shi goes absolutely feral, trading blows with the inner demon. But she's running on fumes, and her body is right at its breaking point. Zi Ying suddenly spawns right behind Wu Fu, pouring every ounce of her energy into him. She goes, "My bad, I'm just a ghost. I can't do much." Then, she blasts all her power straight into that inner demon dude. The guy screams in pure agony as Zi Ying's attack hits him dead on. Finally, that inner demon gets yeeted out of Wu Fu's body. She stumbles forward, totally wiped out. Luo Shi rushes over to catch Wu Fu, shaking as she screams his name, "Wu Fu!" Ting Ting rushes over, panicking. "Yo, what did you do to them?" Zi Ying just shrugs it off, cold as ice. "It is what it is. Karma and fate, baby." She glances at the two of them and says, "If this girl is actually pure-hearted, Wu Fu might pull through. If not, they are both history." Suddenly, a glowing barrier pops up, wrapping Luo Shi and Wu Fu in a giant bubble. Ting Ting and Zi Ying watch over them all night. Ting Ting turns to Zi Ying and asks, "It's been a whole day and night. Why are they still knocked out?" Wu Fu shows zero signs of waking up, just chilling with his head resting in Luo Shi's lap. She wakes up before Wu Fu. Seeing him leaning on her, Luo Shi gets all teary-eyed and whispers, "This is the very first time you actually leaned on me." Just then, Ting Ting notices and runs over, asking, "Oh, you're awake. You feeling all right anywhere?" Luo Shi nods and says, "I'm fine." "Ting Ting, how are your injuries?" Ting Ting sighs heavily and says, "I'm good, but Ya Meng and Ao Li, they're gone for good. They aren't coming back." Hearing this, Luo Shi drops her head, completely heartbroken. Meanwhile, Wu Fu slowly starts to regain consciousness. He sits up, clutching his head. Seeing everyone staring at him, Wu Fu gets totally freaked out and starts throwing out a million questions. "Why is everyone staring at me? Where are Ya Meng and Ao Li? Where's Fatty Wang? Why am I here? Who is she? And where's the Zerg Queen? What the hell is going on?" His memories start rushing back. A flashback of Zi Ying from back in the day pops up. "Wu Fu, carry on the mission of the spirit child and live your best life." Wu Fu flinches, his eyes going wide with pure shock. Her voice rings in his ears. "Little Fu, call me Auntie Ying." Even his dad, Yun Jian, appears in his mind. "The Star Sword is mine. Ying Ying, my little Fu, I'm counting on you. For the sake of the world, I've got to keep fighting." Broken fragments of memories keep flashing in Wu Fu's mind. Some faceless woman screams, "You shameless old geezer, I will use your blood to avenge my child." Dad, mom, brother, third uncle, did you all see that? Justice finally crushed evil. We won. After remembering everything, Wu Fu's eyes instantly turn red, and tears start spilling out. "So, it was you all along." Wu Fu starts sobbing like a little kid, his grip on the Star Sword slipping. Luo Shi walks over to comfort him. "Are you okay, Wu Fu?" He lets out a painful scream, loud enough to tear the sky apart. Wu Fu drops his head, completely devastated. The truth I busted my tail looking for turned out to be nothing but a perfect lie. I was living like a total clown, just letting fate push me around. Luo Shi gently pulls him into a hug. "It's okay, Wu Fu. It's all right now. I've got your back. No matter what happens, I'm right here with you. Wu Fu stays silent, just burying his face in her chest. Luo Shi tries her best to hype him up. We still got a ton of stuff to do. We can't just sit here. You're our leader, our anchor. If you fall apart, what are we supposed to do? Wu Fu slowly starts to realize, am I really the one they're leaning on? Ting Ting chimes in, Fatty Wang is still waiting for us to save him. Time flies, and one day later, Meng Meng is finally rescued by Ting Ting and Wu Fu. He tells Ting Ting and Luo Shi, you two take Fatty Wang back to Penglai Manor first. I'll be right back. Wu Fu flies off solo, searching everywhere for Ao Li. After flying around the sky for a bit, Wu Fu finally spots him. Found him, right there. He lands and sits by Ao Li's side for a while. Wu Fu says softly, rest in peace, man. Then, he carefully buries Ao Li. Scene cuts to a house slowly appearing through the fog. Jing Song is giving Meng Meng some medicine. Ting Ting stands nearby, super anxious, asking, Master, is he gonna be okay? The old man smirks. Oh? You actually care? She stammers and looks away. Who says I care? Whether he lives or dies is none of my business. Jing Song glances at Ting Ting, playing dumb. Well, that's too bad then. This big guy might not make it. She instantly panics. Master, what did you say? He laughs out loud. Just pulling your leg, kiddo. Ting Ting glares at him, pissed off. Jing Song raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself, and you said you didn't care about him. Scene cuts to another room. Wu Fu takes Luo Shi's hand, dead serious. Thank you, for real. She blushes hard and asks, where is this coming from all of a sudden? He looks down at his hand and says, if you hadn't volunteered to be the vessel for that heart, I'd have kicked the bucket a long time ago. You saved my life, so my life belongs to you. Wu Fu is about to say more, but Luo Shi quickly puts a finger on his lips. She blushes and says, don't thank me, seriously. You've always had my back. Being able to do something for you makes me so happy, so please, no more thank yous. Wu Fu smiles and gently pulls Luo Shi into his arms. All right then. Cut to an empty clearing deep in the woods. Suddenly, the dirt and rocks on Ao Li's grave start moving. A hand bursts right out of the ground. That hand belongs to Ya Meng, and she slowly crawls her way out. Meanwhile, Meng Meng is chatting with Ting Ting. She asks, worried, are you sure you're good? You need to lie down and rest. Meng Meng is stubborn. Let me walk a bit. I've been bedridden for over a month and my body is totally rusted. Somewhere else, Wu Fu is sparring with Luo Shi, easily disarming her and sending her sword flying. She looks down, shyly saying, I lost again. Wu Fu comforts her. You just broke through to the master level, so this is perfect practice. Just then, Ting Ting helps Meng Meng limp over. He clicks his tongue. Man, this is so boring. Ting Ting agrees. For real, you're being way too harsh on Luo Shi. Wu Fu says coldly, we don't have much time. We're racing against the clock. He panics. What do you mean not much time? Where are you guys heading? Luo Shi replies calmly, we're ready to ascend. Meng Meng asks, curious, when? She replies, in a week. Hearing this, Meng Meng stammers, but, my leg isn't even healed yet. Are you guys seriously dumping me? Besides, you already found out the truth about your past, so why go? Wu Fu slowly looks up at the sky and explains, I want to go to the planet where my mother lived, the place she loved and fought for, where I grew up. And ever since the inner demon got destroyed, this sword has been taking over my mind more and more. I need to find a way to get rid of him for good. Jing Song suddenly pops up and cuts in, explaining, you and that sword became one a long time ago. Unless you kick the bucket, your link with that sword is permanent. Unless. Luo Shi turns around, confused. Unless what? He continues. Unless Wu Fu lifts the seal on the star sword. She tilts her head. Lift the seal? Jing Song nods. Yep. Lift the seal, split the star sword's mind from Wu Fu's, and then kill him. Wu Fu looks at his palm and says, if that or mana. If that actually works, then I definitely have to ascend. There's no way to kill the former God King with my current power level. He thinks it over for a second and makes up his mind. I'm in. Meng Meng stammers. Then. I guess I'll wait here for you guys to come back. Ting Ting agrees with him. Yeah, I'll stay at Penglai Manor and wait for you two as well. Hearing this, Meng Meng looks pretty shocked and sneaks a glance at her. Tin Tin immediately explains, Hu Yan, stop tripping. I didn't stay behind because of you, okay? Wu Fu and Luo Shi are literally in beast mode. If I tag along, I'd just drag them down. Jing Song strokes his chin. Totally sus. For real? Scene change. They head down below the sky tree. After the sky tree gets purified, Mai Meng and Tin Tin come out to see Wu Fu and Luo Shi off. Before the two take off, he tells Wu Fu, Yo bro, Wait till I'm fully recovered, and I'm finna come find you. Hearing that, the two immediately set off, hovering high up in midair. She looks ahead, totally shook. Is this actually the Ming Yuan realm? Wu Fu patiently breaks it down. This is a world with zero land, just floating in endless space, surrounded by massive white clouds high in the sky. Two suns shine down together. With thick fog wrapping through the clouds, it is literally a graveyard for the living and the final pit stop for the dead. Then Luo Shi replies, the Ming Yuan realm sounds totally sketchy, but now that we're here, this place is actually insanely epic. He shakes his head to warn her. Below the bottomless clouds of this world lies a power that devours souls and dark matter. It is absolutely no joke. She looks down, totally sus, and gasps. This sea of clouds is low-key terrifying. Suddenly, a voice echoes, mocking Luo Shi's words. This sea of clouds is low-key terrifying. Wu Fu instantly goes on high alert, the two backing up against each other, scanning the area. He says, too late to dip now. Looks like some haters have been tailing us for a minute. The two of them are completely surrounded by the Shala gang. Luo Shi grips her sword tight and demands, who the hell are you guys? State your names right now. The Shala crowd suddenly loses their minds, screaming like crazy, Star Sword, Wu Fu, Wu Fu. Confused, she turns to Wu Fu. What are they even doing? Is this some kind of weird cult ritual? With zero hesitation, he leaps up, slashing at the Shala mob, roaring, I don't care who the hell you are. Boom. Two Shala monsters closest to him instantly bite the dust. But the rest of the mob doesn't stop, rushing Wu Fu like crazy while chanting, Long live Rao! Long live Yaksha! Long live Kwang Dao! Hearing their chanting, Wu Fu gets the picture. So they're connected to Rao and Kwang Dao? No wonder. His face instantly darkens, and he summons countless swords to fly into the air. As soon as he unleashes his move, those swords instantly rain down, wiping out the Shala mob with zero survivors left. He flexes. Your boy Wu Fu has officially arrived in the Ming Yuan realm. Then he adds confidently, if you got a problem with that, I'll beat you until you submit. Suddenly, a wild zealot appears out of nowhere, laughing out loud, haha, what a cocky brat. The zealot, dripping with pure bloodlust, glares at him and says, first you take out my homies Rao and Kwang Dao, and today you just kill my cult followers without saying a word. And now you're talking mad trash here? You really think you're some god king and everyone else is just trash? Wu Fu doesn't back down for a second, firing back. Rao and Kwang Dao wanted me dead, so I had to take them out. As for your cultists, they literally had a death wish. They're already dead anyway. As for you, talking all this nonsense, you're annoying as hell. The guy goes absolutely ballistic. Ha ha ha. Let's see if your fists are as tough as your trash-talking mouth. The zealot's eyes instantly turn glowing red. Far from scared, Wu Fu just casually challenges him. If you want to catch these hands, be my guest. The zealot charges forward, and Wu Fu dives right in, throwing them into a wild, explosive clash. The zealot smirks, no wonder you're flexing so hard, kid. Turns out you're already in the deity transformation realm. Too bad for you. This old man is already a half-step to tribulation transcendence. Today, you're catching a one-way ticket to the grave. Just as the guy is about to grab Wu Fu's arm, Wu Fu quickly blows the zealot back and fires back. Even if you were full tribulation transcendence, I'd still wipe you out. You're just a weak-ass clown. Standing below, Luo Shi is watching the fight when another guy suddenly appears and catches her off guard. Xuan Shi stands right in front of her, warning her, look, lady, you'd better stand aside. Luo Shi frowns, thinking to herself that his crazy aura is completely locking her down, making it impossible to even throw a punch. This guy is at least a beast in the tribulation transcendence realm. She tests the waters, asking, who are you? Why are you meddling in this? Xuan Shi smirks and introduces himself. I'm Xuan Shi from the TNG Pavilion. No bad vibes, I just hate when people interfere in a clean one-on-one duel, nothing more. Luo Shi snaps. Yeah, right, like I'd ever believe your cap. Meanwhile, the other two are still trading blows like crazy, with the zealot throwing a massive punch straight at Wu Fu. He quickly dodges to the side, cleanly evading the strike. Gripping his star sword tight, Wu Fu instantly drives his blade straight through the zealot's chest. Wu Fu's attack is so lightning fast that the guy couldn't even react. By the time he realizes what's happening, Wu Fu has already taken his head off in a blink of an eye. Xuan Shi watches the whole showdown from the sidelines, and seeing the zealot get wrecked, he just smirks. Wu Fu barks at him, get the hell away from her! Xuan Shi just smiles and explains, my bad, we at Tianji Pavilion don't want any smoke. Stopping this lovely lady was just me sticking to my own principles. Hope you two can understand. With that, Xuanxi turns to the remaining cult members. All right, guys, since the beef between Wu Fu and the cult is officially over, then there's no need to keep lurking here. Do me a solid and scatter, okay? After clearing them out, he bids farewell to Wu Fu's side. Well, I won't keep you two from enjoying your trip in the Ming Yuan realm. Hope we cross paths again. TNG Pavilion is always down to host you guys. Peace. With that, he instantly dips without a trace. Only then does Wu Fu speak up, analyzing. That guy is cracked, at least in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He acts all chill, but he's actually shady as hell. Luo Shi agrees, advising. Before we level up our strength, we'd better not start any beef with the TNG Pavilion. As she says this, Wu Fu reaches up to touch the blood on the corner of his mouth. He quickly wipes it away and admits, right now, my control over this power still can't beat the demon inside me. Throwing down with that half-step guy still gave me some internal damage. Hearing this, Luo Shi asks with worry, are you okay? Where are you hurt? Wu Fu gently reassures her, don't sweat it, babe, I'm good. Just a little internal damage, nothing serious. He quickly changes the subject, saying, let's not waste time. We gotta find a spot to crash and gather some intel. The two continue their journey until they spot a city in the distance. As they head deeper inside, the vibes are pretty eerie and cold. Wu Fu cautiously assigns the plan. Let's see if there are any locals around here so we can get the lowdown on where we actually are. Just as he finishes his sentence, a loud scream echoes, help! Luo Shi is startled by the noise. Not far away, a monster with its jaws wide open is chasing down an old lady. With zero hesitation, Wu Fu and Luo Shi dash straight toward them. With just one smooth slash, the monster's head rolls on the ground. Saved in the nick of time, the old lady frantically bows down to thank them. Oh heavens, thank you, immortal masters, thank you so much. If not for you, my old bones would have been toast right here. Luo Shi quickly helps her up, saying politely, ma'am, please don't do this. We just happened to help out. It's really no big deal. But we do have a few questions for you. The old lady replies with total respect, just say the word immortals, I'll spill everything, no cap. Luo Shi gently reassures her. Take it easy, ma'am. You've just been hurt, so let's find a spot to sit down and chat. She immediately nods. Yes, of course. How did I not think of that? If you two immortals don't mind, please come to my rundown shack. Getting the invite right on time, they were super grateful, so they thanked the old lady. A bit later, the old lady led Wu Fu and Luo Shi back to her place. My bad for the sketchy setup, you two immortals. An old lady like me only has this janky shack to live in. Wu Fu looked around and was like, nah, actually, it gives off super familiar vibes. Having a roof like this over your head is honestly a major win, right? Hearing that, the old lady lit up and hyped him up. Oh, Holy One, you're seriously too kind. In that case, this old woman won't say another word. You two go on inside and chill. I'll go boil some water and brew some tea for you. The second the old lady walked away, Luo Shi immediately spilled her doubts. This old lady is acting mad sus with us. And it wasn't just her Wu Fu was feeling the exact same sketchy vibes. No cap, she's being way too respectful. It ain't normal. A bit later, they headed inside, and the old lady brought out the tea. Sorry to keep you holy ones waiting. Seeing her carry the tray, Luo Shi was like, chill with the formal stuff. Grandma, take a seat. Sensing their confusion, the old lady quickly cleared things up. You two can do actual magic. So aren't you literally gods? Only the chosen ones who get into the 3-tier pure land can learn that crazy magic. Everyone there is basically a god. Wu Fu didn't really care about all that hype and cut straight to the chase. Hey, Grandma, we're trying to find someone who can do that same magic to ask some questions. Hearing his question, the old lady didn't take long to drop the answer. Then you gotta check out our Buddhist Holy Land, which is that 3-tier pure land I just told you guys about. Hearing her answer, both Wu Fu and Luo Shi had the exact same thought popping in their heads. The 3-tier pure land. The old lady quickly cleared up their confusion. Yup, the Buddha split our world into 3 tiers. The first tier is where us regular folks live, the second tier is for the elders, and the third tier is the actual pure land. She then proudly flexed. We all live under the protection of the Buddha's holy light. It even welcomes the beliefs of outsiders, so the absolute best spot for you two gods is definitely that 3rd-tier pure land. After rambling for a bit, the old lady realized how late it was and went, oh shoot, we've been talking so much it's already pitch black outside. You two holy ones hang tight, I'm gonna go whip up some veggie food. The moment she left, Wu Fu took a sip of tea. He then turned to Luo Shi and said, Now, her weird vibe makes sense. This place is basically ruled by religion. The class divide is crazy harsh. The cultivators and regular folks basically never hang out. It looks like other places are probably dealing with the same garbage. She nodded in agreement. No kidding. Looks like we're gonna have massive targets on our backs. Since this whole continent is controlled by the same squad, even trying to lay low and heal up is gonna be a major pain in the ass. But Wu Fu quickly found a loophole. Actually, we might be fine. These low-level regular folks don't have any fast ways to send messages. Even if they spot us, they can't easily spread the word. Luo Shi frowned, thinking it over. True, but this means if we want to dig up info, we have to crash their actual headquarters. If they're chill with us, fine. But if they're enemies, we're gonna get totally cornered. Wu Fu sighed, putting his cup down. No choice then. We gotta make a move on that Pure Land, but we need to prep like crazy first. Just then, the old lady came back carrying a tray. Sorry to keep you waiting, it's just some super basic food, but it'll definitely fill you up. Luo Shi politely replied. You're too kind, Grandma. But hey, where is everyone? Do you live here all by yourself? She didn't hide anything and gave it to her straight. My husband went to the market 2 days ago to sell some stuff, so he'll probably be back in a day. And my son? The Buddha blessed him, so he got into the Pure Land 1 year ago. He's gonna be a god too. She got more and more excited as she spoke and didn't miss the chance to ask for a favor. You two are planning to head to the Pure Land, right? If you happen to run into my boy, could you check on him for me? If he's living the good life, tell him to just forget about us two old folks and focus on serving the Buddha. That's what matters most. Luo Shi gave her word. For sure. What's his name? She beamed and replied, thank you, dear immortals. My son's name is Pei En. He's got a scar on the corner of his mouth from hunting, so you guys will spot him instantly. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. She then offered, it's super late now. If you don't mind this basic place, why don't you crash here after dinner? Seeing how warm she was being, Wu Fu and Luo Shi couldn't really say no. All right, thanks a ton, Grandma. Come on, sit down and eat with us. Time flew by, and the next day, Luo Shi politely said goodbye. Thanks for having us, Grandma. We gotta hit the road now. Before they left, the old lady made sure to bless them. Don't mention it. If it weren't for you two, holy ones, I'd literally be dead by now. You guys are real ones, and the Buddha's light is definitely gonna shine on you. After saying their goodbyes, Wu Fu and Luo Shi kept moving, using their light body technique to dash through the creepy woods. She kept her eyes locked ahead and guessed, heading towards that town over there. There should be a path leading up to the 3rd tier. Luo Shi then warned Wu Fu, once we enter the Buddhist province, we can't just fly around freely anymore. Yeah, that's facts. He nodded. I can vaguely feel some weird restriction on flying, but trying to fly is just a waste of energy anyway. After walking for a bit, they touched down at their destination. Carved on the bright red city wall was the name of the place. Looking inside, Luo Shi was amazed. Whoa, this city is buzzing. Wu Fu instantly suggested, let's go check it out. And with that, they headed into the city. Staring at the peaceful scene, Wu Fu analyzed it carefully. Even though it's ruled by religion, I can see why they're so devoted. I don't even see any homeless folks or drifters around here. But Luo Shi didn't really care about all that and changed the subject. You know, since we met, we barely ever get to just hang out and wander around the mortal world like this. She shyly opened up her heart. I really wish we could spend more time just walking around like this, regardless of what's coming next. But all she got back was Wu Fu's deadpan face. For sure. Suddenly, there was a sharp whoosh cutting through the air. An arrow flew out of nowhere, aiming straight for Wu Fu. He calmly swiped his hand and blocked it. The sneak attack arrow was instantly sliced in half and dropped to the ground. Staring at it, Wu Fu frowned. A dark iron mystery arrow. Only cultivators can get their hands on this kind of gear. It hides the user's spiritual energy. It's literally made for assassinations. Hearing this, Luo Shi was totally puzzled. Who the hell tries to assassinate someone in a crowded market? That's sketchy as hell. I bet you know who did this, right? Wu Fu's eyes went cold as he confirmed. Most likely the God King Temple. Regular people can't get their hands on a dark iron mystery arrow. He then cursed in pure disgust. These creeps seriously won't leave us the hell alone. Suddenly feeling something, he slowly turned around with a cold stare. Before they even realized it, they were completely surrounded by the God King Temple's goons. Wu Fu and Luo Shi quickly split up and leaped aside to dodge their attacks. As she dodged, she grumbled in frustration. These 5 guys are working together way too well. And there are still civilians around, so we can't just go all out. This is a total pain, Wu Fu tried to reassure her. No sweat. Without real power, teamwork doesn't mean crap. With that, he lunged into the air and roared his move name, Ancient Buddha Fist. As he struck, a massive palm manifested and slammed down on the God King Temple goons. But luckily, Wu Fu managed to throw his body back just in time to dodge that arrow. Right after, he swiped his hand and smashed that dark iron mystery arrow. But our boy had no clue another one was already flying straight at his back. And because he was caught slipping for just a split second, that stupid dark iron mystery arrow slammed right into Wu Fu's back. Dude looked back, utterly shocked, unable to believe what just happened. Seeing him get cheap-shotted, Luo Shi panicked and screamed, "Wu Fu!" Seeing him hurt, she dropped straight to her knees, blaming herself. "I totally messed up. I didn't think these guys would come this packed." Luo Shi rushed over and smacked the arrow away, but out of nowhere, something made her eyes go wide. Right in front of them, 3 thugs from the Divine King Temple were rushing in to jump them. Right then, a voice echoed out of nowhere along with some trippy magic chants. "The nerve! How dare you commit murder on Buddhist soil? Does the Divine King Temple really think we Buddhists are just a bunch of pushovers?" That guy shielded Wu Fu and Luo Shi inside his own barrier and blasted those Divine King Temple goons away. After kicking their butts, the monk folded his hands. He walked up to Wu Fu to apologize. "Benefactor Wu Fu, I am Manhwa. I am so sorry you had to go through this on our Buddhist continent. I truly apologize. I hope you can come to the Pure Land to chat. Our Grand Master will apologize to you face to face." Our boy frowned, super suspicious, and replied, "The Divine King Temple came for me, so you guys don't owe me any apology. But actually, I was already looking for the Buddhist to ask about a few things. Now that this chance popped up, I'm definitely not going to pass it up." Hearing that, Anba quickly bowed and invited them. "Amitabha, Amitabha." A bit later, he led Wu Fu and Luo Shi up the stairs. As they walked, our boy asked, "Ever since we got to the Buddhist continent, we found it super hard to fly. Is there some kind of restriction here?" And Ba explained, "Exactly. It's because of the special nature of the Abyss realm. If we didn't ban flying in crowded areas, then buildings basically couldn't be built, and trees and dirt would literally float off the ground. As for how we just flew over here, we were only using a tiny bit of restricted power because it was an emergency." "Ah, I see. Thanks for rushing to back us up, though." Anba blamed himself, telling him, "It's our fault for letting the Divine King Temple sneak in. No need to be so polite, Benefactor Wu Fu." "Benefactor Wu Fu, please step inside. This is our teleportation array. It can take us straight to the 3 layers of the Pure Land." This dude was like a broken record, yapping nonstop the entire way. "Benefactor Wu Fu, we did you dirty today. To make it up to you, please stay in the Pure Land for a bit. I'll take care of all your food and clothes. If you're interested, feel free to hit up the Library of Scriptures to read and look up whatever you want." Once they almost reached the top, Anba said, "Benefactor Wu Fu, please follow me. I'll take you 2 to your rooms." Once they got to their rooms, it was already getting late outside. Under the soft candlelight in the room, a suspicious voice murmured, "We can't fully trust these Buddhists. There's too much shady stuff going on." Luo Shi frowned, thinking out loud, "I find it sus too. You clearly didn't even mention what you wanted to ask. Yet that Grand Master acted like he knew everything, telling you to go straight to the Library of Scriptures. He's totally trying to lock us down." Wu Fu agreed, quickly adding, "And that's not even all of it." He started brainstorming theories about what went down. "When they saved us, I didn't feel any spiritual energy coming from a distance. And since the teleportation array is right in the middle of town, it's way more likely they were already camping nearby." Hearing that, Luo Shi hesitated. "Are you saying the Buddhists might have set this whole thing up and then pinned it on the Divine King Temple?" Wu Fu stroked his chin, guessing, "Nah, the risk is too high and they have no motive. It's more likely they secretly allowed their plan to go through." The more she listened, the harder she frowned, murmuring, "It really is too perfect. Just when your left shoulder gets hurt, and I couldn't handle them on my own, they suddenly locate the exact sniper hiding in the shadows? No way." Wu Fu, still skeptical, said firmly, "They're pulling this stunt because they probably want to demand something from us. They'll probably ask to speak with us in private later." After talking for a bit, Luo Shi had to let it go. "Whatever, let's drop it for now. Let me heal your wound first." Right then, a knock came from the door. Wu Fu quickly called out, "Come in." A moment later, the scene shifted to another room. A gentle voice said, "Sorry to bother you two. Please make yourselves comfortable. No need to be on guard." Wu Fu looked at the monk in front of him and went straight to the point. "Cut the crap. You went through all this trouble because you want something from us. So what's in it for us? That monk was the Buddhist Grand Master. He chuckled in amusement. Amitabha, benefactor Ngo, is indeed sharp as a tack. Even this little trick couldn't get past you. But before I answer your question, I hope you can answer one for me first. Our boy calmly shot back. Hope it's not some question that wastes my time. Skipping the BS, Bodhi went straight to the point. Just a simple question. Benefactor Enjo, how do you see the Divine King Temple? His answer seemed to please the old man. Excellent. With that, Bodhi stared at him with deep eyes and proposed, would you be interested in teaming up with me to wipe out the Divine King Temple of the Abyss Realm? Hearing this offer, Wufu smirked. I'm listening. Getting the green light, Bodhi laid out his terms. Amitabha, our Buddhist sect is willing to act as your sanctuary and provide backup logistics, giving you all the support you need to crush the Divine King Temple. Hearing this, our boy asked, then why don't you guys just handle them yourselves instead of using me? The old man didn't sugarcoat it, replying, the enemy isn't just one group. War brings misery to the people and drains our wealth. But you, my young friend, have both the skills and the motive. And with those words, our boy didn't even hesitate to agree. All right, I accept your request. So, Grand Master, when it comes to taking down the Divine King Temple, I assume you already have a solid plan worked out. With Wu Fu on board, Bodhi revealed his plan. The Divine King Temple is strong, but its structure is loose. 3 shrines sit on the Divine King continent. You can tear them down one by one, young friend. But wait, our boy still had more questions. The Divine King continent is a long way from the Buddhist continent. How are you guys going to back me up? Bodhi quickly answered, we've already set up secret guards there. I will have them assist you guys. After a while, Wu Fu finally hit him with the last question. So when are you sending us off? Old Bodhi, fully locked in and ready for this for a long time, said, tomorrow, we have a merchant ship heading to the King continent. You guys can hitch a ride in secret. Cutscene. Soon, the setting shifted to a gloomy forest. After chatting with Bodhi and leaving his place, on their way, Luo Shi couldn't help but ask, you just accepted his offer like that? Wu Fu nodded and said, because he already knew I wouldn't say no. He kept explaining, between the 4 continents Buddhist, Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, and the Wild Sect, I can't afford to turn down the Buddhist goodwill right now. I'm not strong enough to be invincible in this world yet. And as for revenge, he already brought it up from the very start. Saying that, Wu Fu paused for a second, then muttered, the Library of Scriptures. Hearing this, Luo Shi was impressed, saying, this Grand Master is playing some serious chess. Wu Fu quickly told her, go hit the Library of Scriptures to dig up info. I need to prep for this crusade. In a flash, the scene changed to another place called the Library of Scriptures. And inside this library, there were high shelves packed with legendary manuals everyone would kill for. Luo Shi searched around for ages, complaining, I've been looking all night and still got absolutely nothing. Just as she finished talking, a book on the shelf caught her eye. Luo Shi reached out and grabbed it, thinking to herself, the Supreme Elixir. Could this be info about the Wuji clan? So girl doesn't even hesitate and flips that book open. But the page is totally blurred out with some sketchy pixelated code covering up whatever wild stuff is inside. The second she reads it, her face goes full-on tomato mode. She's literally screaming on the inside, yo, why the heck is there a dual cultivation guide in here? This is crazy. But low-key, Luo Shi can't resist being nosy, so she's like, man, this is sketchy, let me peek just a bit more. Right then, Wu Fu sneaks in out of nowhere, scaring the absolute crap out of her with, find anything useful? Luo Shi panics, shoves the book up her sleeve, and stutters like a total clown. Bro, what are you even doing here? But dude doesn't even care about her acting sus, he just hits her with the same question again. So, did you find anything or what? She quickly locks her feelings down and plays it cool, saying, honestly, there's barely anything about the Wuji clan in here. Hearing this, Wu Fu just nods and passes her this weird-looking jade. He goes, figures. We're done playing pretend here, time to bounce. Luo Shi takes the jade and is totally confused. Wait, what is this thing? Dude just lazily closes his eyes and says, if things go sideways and I get wrecked, this jade will teleport you out of here. Luo Shi's heart skips a beat hearing that, and she silently prays, man, I hope I never have to use this thing. Cut to a bit later, we're somewhere else. Up on some weird floating platform, a guy yells out, yo, the 2 bosses have finally reached Wangzhou. The second Wu Fu and Luo Shi touch down, some kid starts waving them down from a distance, shouting, over here, bro, over here. He quickly bows to show some respect and says, what's up, bosses? Hyped to be helping you guys out. With that, this Shu Luo guy leads the way while spilling the game plan. Alright, so we're heading to a hideout that's super close to one of those temples, and when we get there, we'll help you smash that place to pieces. Wu Fu raises an eyebrow and asks, "How many fighters you got?" Shu Luo shrugs and replies, "We got 13 fighters in total, but only one of us is at the soul transformation stage." Smash cut to another spot. It's absolute chaos with explosions going off everywhere and guys screaming, "Yo, we're getting raided! We're under attack!" The guards up on the high walls are losing their minds, yelling, "It's not just one guy. Call backup, fast. Don't let these punks slip away." Right nearby, a familiar figure is chillin' on a small boat, slowly drifting closer to the madness. Wu Fu just stares at the absolute clown show going on in front of him with cold, unreadable eyes. Meanwhile, inside a flashy palace, this big boss is totally losing his temper at his henchmen. The lackey stammers out, "Our report, boss. We're getting hit." The temple master goes ballistic, yelling, "It's gotta be those rival clowns. How did my useless trash squad let these idiots sneak in?" Before he can even finish, he senses something sketchy and whips his head around. Boom! Out of nowhere, Wu Fu rushes in and throws a massive palm strike right at Huang Huo, but the guy barely manages to react and block it in time. Once he sees who's crashing the party, he grits his teeth in pure rage. "Wu Fu, you gotta be kidding me, not you again." Next thing you know, a beat-up Huang Huo is eating dirt, crying out, "You dirty coward! I can't believe you played so dirty." But Wu Fu doesn't give a crap, just putting his cold, razor-sharp sword right against the guy's neck. He just casually tells him, "Hey, a win is a win. I'm not here to take stupid risks. Now, I got some questions for you." Stubborn as always, Huang Wo spits back, "I ain't telling you jack squat." Wu Fu just looks down on him like he's trash, saying with absolute confidence, "Oh, trust me, buddy, I'll make you squeal." Some time passes, and the bright moonlight is chillin' behind the clouds, lighting up the harbor. Before sending Wu Fu and Luo Shi off, Shu Luo thanks them, saying, "Yo, appreciate the backup, bosses. We locked up all the guys who gave up." Wu Fu gets a bit curious and asks, "Yo, what do you Buddhist guys even want with these prisoners anyway?" Shu Luo just shakes his head. "Honestly, bro, I got no clue. I'm just doing what the big bosses tell me to do." Seeing how vague the guy is, Wu Fu quickly changes the subject. "All right, whatever. You still gonna be our main plug for info from now on?" "Yep, I'm your guy for everything while you're here in Guangzhou." Not wanting to waste any more time, Wu Fu cuts straight to the chase. "Cool. Where's the next branch temple at?" Shu Luo cracks a smirk. "It's up on the high plains of the wasteland. The terrain is super tight and wide open, so sneaking up on them like we did today is going to be a massive pain." Wu Fu's brow furrows, and his voice gets low-key terrifying. "So what? You saying you guys are going to ditch us and not help?" This completely freaks Shu Luo out. Sweating bullets, he stammers, "No way, bro. Absolutely not." Wu Fu lets him off the hook. "Whatever. We'll talk details when we get there. Let's hit the sack for now." Seeing his chance to run, Shu Luo quickly excuses himself. "Right, I'm gonna go deal with some stuff then. See ya." Once the guy bounces, Wu Fu turns to Luo Shi. "What's your take on this girl?" She rubs her chin, looking super lost in thought. "Honestly, if this is a Buddhist thing, it's low-key sus." She sounds a bit annoyed as she spills what she knows. In all their beefs with other factions, these Buddhist guys seem obsessed with taking prisoners. No clue what they're cooking up. Out of nowhere, Wu Fu pulls out this weird little bell and adds, "That ain't even all. Every single temple master carries a straight-up OP treasure, and those guys didn't say a single word about that." He stares at the trinket in his hand and mumbles, "The soul-bewildering bell." This dude's gear is going to be clutch for our next big fight. He walks past Luo Shi, adding, "As for what those Buddhist guys are up to, we'll deal with it later. They're not a threat to us right now anyway." She nods along. "For real. But man, who would have thought a top-tier boss from the God King Temple would be carrying that?" Wu Fu looks up at the sky, thinking out loud, "Guess we got no choice but to keep teaming up with these Buddhist guys for now. Once we smash the God King Temple, the truth will come out anyway." A few days pass, and a familiar pair of leather boots lands softly on the dry, cracked dirt. Out in the middle of this massive, empty desert, the three of them are chatting away. "Yo, how is there a straight-up wasteland like this inside Guangzhou?" Because the freak running this place has a cultivation technique that literally requires him to bathe in buckets of demon beast blood from this desert. Luo Shi looks completely disgusted. Right as she finishes speaking, a guy pops up to meet them. "Welcome, bosses. I'm a Zhong." I've been hiding out in this area, and I'm here to show you around. He gets straight to the point and spills some juicy intel. Word on the street is the temple master isn't even at the branch right now. It's the perfect time to strike. Wu Fu's like, all right, so what's the plan? A Zhang quickly breaks it down. We can tunnel in from underground, wipe out all his lackeys, and then jump him when he's all by himself. Meanwhile, inside the God King temple branch at night, 3 young guards are getting wasted together, complaining about how much their lives suck. Man, I swear even the grass on the street tastes better than this trash. We're literally eating demon beast meat every single day. I'm sick to my stomach. Dude, deal with it. The boss is about to break through to the God realm soon anyway. Just suck it up for a few more days. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from the demon beast pens, scaring the crap out of the beasts. Right after, Wu Fu's squad bursts in, making direct eye contact with the 3 guards. But these drunk clowns literally do not give a single crap and just turn back to their drinks, shouting, "Hey, drink up, boys!" Luo Shi is completely speechless at the absolute state of this. Wait, did they seriously just ignore us? Wu Fu is low-key at a loss for words, mumbling, well, smart people know when to stay out of trouble, I guess. He turns around to leave those 3 drunk clowns to their lonely buzz, saying, let's move. Just when you think Wu Fu is actually leaving, he literally backtracks right up to one of the drunk guards to ask for directions. Yo, big bros, which way to the main hall? The guard just points his finger in a direction without saying a word, and Wu Fu looks that way, casually saying, appreciate it, bro. They follow the path for a while and actually make it right to the desolate temple of the God King Temple in Wangju. Inside the temple, a straight-up bloodbath is going down, and Wu Fu just absolutely bodies one of the guys. Watching this whole scene from his knees, Wang Qiang is completely frozen in shock. Dude totally panics and blurts out, who the hell even are you? Wu Fu just glares down at him cold as ice and drops his name, the Wu Ji clan, Wu Fu. Hearing that, Wang Qiang looks dumbfounded like, no way. You. Aren't you dead? How the hell are you here? Wu Fu just smirks, all mysterious, and goes, the king of hell didn't want my soul, so here I am, back from the dead. Wang Qiang's heart literally drops. He's so terrified he's crying actual tears, begging, please bro, please don't kill me. Wu Fu doesn't waste any time, gets straight to the point and demands, where's Madonna? But this clown tries to bargain, like, spare me first, then I'll talk. To get the tea, Wu Fu has to agree. Once he gets the green light, Wang Qiang spills. She's hiding in the cave behind the mountain. Wu Fu's kinda confused, so he asks, wait, then why did I hear she already left the temple of the God King? Wang Qiang quickly explains, that was fake news she put out, man. She was scared her enemies would jump her while she was leveling up, so she lied about leaving the temple of the God King. Wu Fu rubs his chin like, damn, okay, that Madonna chick is pretty sly. But Wang Qiang keeps whining, bro, I gave you her location, can you let me go now? But before the dude can even finish his sentence, 2 sword slashes rip right through him. Wu Fu looks down at his lifeless body and cold shoulders him. Let you go? And risk you stabbing me in the back? Not a chance. He makes an absolute vow. Anyone who messes with the Wu Ji clan gets 0 mercy. Right then, Luo Shi walks up and asks, how'd it go? Did you find where she's hiding? Wu Fu fills her in. Yep, Madonna never left. She's just doing some secret training behind the temple of the God King. Luo Shi gets super suspicious. Wait, so the info Zhang gave us earlier was straight up cap? Wu Fu doesn't say a word. He just frowns and stares straight ahead. He's looking right at Zhang, who just took out one of the temple of the God King's goons right in front of them. After a beat, Wu Fu finally speaks up. Madonna definitely leaked that fake news, but we can't rule out that the Buddhist faction knew it was a lie and covered it up. He glares her way and warns, Luo Shi, we gotta keep an eye on these Buddhist guys. They're acting sus. She nods, totally on guard. Got it. So what's the play now? Wu Fu looks over at the mountain behind them and says, first we go eliminate Madonna. With that, they both head straight for the mountain. Luo Shi says, I'm coming with. Wu Fu's not about to say no, so he just goes, bet, let's move. The second they reach the peak, Wu Fu unleashes his spiritual swordplay skill, the ultimate defense breaker. He slams his blade straight into a massive boulder ahead, causing a huge explosion of noise. The blast totally disrupts Madonna's meditation inside, and she screams, who the hell dares disrupt my training? Right as she finishes shouting, Wu Fu and Luo Shi bust into the place. Seeing them, Madonna just mocks them with a smirk. Well, look what we have here. A couple of lovebirds? Kids these days have 0 manners. Just barging in like the temple of the God King is their personal playground. Wu Fu doesn't waste words and fires back. "We're not here to play." Hearing that, Madonna pulls her half-snake body out of the water and chuckles. "Oh, so you're here to kill me. Cute." Ignoring her trash talk, Luo Shi and Wu Fu charge straight in, unleashing their spiritual swordplay. Seeing them charge, Madonna's face goes fully demonic. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you even have the guts." Instantly, her body starts shifting, her Medusa eyes glow, and her hair turns into a nest of writhing snakes. She lunges straight at Wu Fu, casting her petrification spell. "That's what you get for interrupting my grind." Such a waste of a pretty face, too. Meanwhile, Luo Shi is just standing in the corner watching, totally confused. Wait, what is she doing? Out of nowhere, Wu Fu, who was supposed to be a solid block of stone, is standing right next to her, explaining, "The soul-bewildering bell completely scrambled her brain. She's trapped in a hallucination." Luo Shi draws her blade, hyped up. "Sweet, let's take her out while she's spaced out." Wu Fu nods instantly. On it. They waste no time, lunging together straight for her head. But suddenly, her giant snake tail whips around, ready to crush them. Madonna slams them with her Medusa's tail, blasting Wu Fu back into a huge rock. Right when they think they've got her cornered, that tail whips back and targets Luo Shi, sending her flying backward from the impact. Wu Fu rushes over, panicking. "Luo Shi." He catches her in his arms and checks on her. "Hey, talk to me. Are you hurt?" She replies weakly, "I'm okay." Madonna cuts in, laughing at them. "My Medusa's eye literally breaks illusions for breakfast. Did you really think that cheap trick would work on me?" Wu Fu gently puts Luo Shi down and steps up, ready to throw hands. "Damn, I underestimated her. Didn't expect her to break out of the illusion that fast." Luo Shi's getting anxious. "Wu Fu, what's the plan?" He thinks fast and tells her, "I'll draw her aggro. You flank her from the side and back me up." Luo Shi nods, locking in. "Got it." Wu Fu charges straight in, splitting into multiple clones to strike Madonna from all angles. She calmly spams her petrification attack, yelling with pure arrogance, "Weak! You're celebrating way too early, kid. Even if you take me down, your little girlfriend is going to die anyway." But while she's gloating, Wu Fu suddenly appears out of nowhere and slashes his blade right across her throat. Caught off guard, she screams in shock, "No way! I literally turned you into stone." Wu Fu looks down at her with cold eyes and breaks it down. "You said your Medusa's eye breaks illusions. That just means you still get caught in them, even if it's only for a split second. The moment you tried to use your petrification on me, I rang the soul-bewildering bell to trap you in another trip. Then Luo Shi struck before you could even snap out of it. It's called being smart, lady. All's fair in war." As he speaks, Madonna's body starts to fade away. Right before she turns to dust, she screams in total denial, "No, this can't be happening. How could I lose to you kids?" Once she's fully gone, Wu Fu picks up her severed head and mutters, "These eyes can turn living things to stone. Might come in handy later." After finishing off Madonna, Wu Fu and Luo Shi head back to the Buddhist squad. Seeing them busy doing some weird ritual, Luo Shi asks, "Wait, what are they up to?" A Zhang walks over to explain, "It's salvation, sister. We're taking the bodies back to the Pure Land to cleanse their karma from this life, send them through the 6 paths of reincarnation, and bring them back into the world." Wu Fu finds it hilarious and mocks them. "So you kill them just to save their souls? Man, you Buddhists really love doing the most." A Zhang quickly tries to cover, "Don't mock us, benefactor Wu Fu. Sect wars are inevitable, and the Pure Land never wanted this conflict anyway." Luo Shi cuts in to change the subject. "Whatever, we only have one last branch temple left to clear." Wu Fu gets back to business. "Where's this last temple, and how strong is the boss there?" A Zhang replies, "The last temple is out on the open ocean, and actually, the master there has some history with you, benefactor Wu Fu." Wu Fu's eyebrows furrow. "History with me? Like what?" He nods, dropping the bomb. "The boss's name is Gu Ming. He used to be a guest of the Wuji clan, but he betrayed them, joined the temple of the God King, and climbed the ranks to become the top temple master." Hearing that name, Wu Fu's face twists with rage as he grits his teeth. "So it's that traitor!" Seeing him blow his top, a Zhang and the other Buddhist guy exchange a shady look. Next up, this dude spills the tea. Turns out, the target is still grinding in the middle stage of the sovereign god realm. He is the ultimate big boss, the acting master of the God King temple, and his power is straight up wild and unpredictable. "Yo, Wu Fu, you sure you can take this monster down?" Hearing that, Luo Shi gets super anxious and rushes over to talk some sense into him. "Wu Fu, bro, you just leveled up to a new realm. Plus, you just went through 2 massive back-to-back wars. Fighting him now is straight up suicide." but with his stubborn-ass attitude, there is no way he is listening to her. Hell no, this clown is a traitor to my mom's Wu-Ji clan. They might low-key have some clues about my mom. To get her out of there as soon as possible, I can't drag my feet on this fight. To hype him up, a Chung and his fellow monk respectfully chime in, "We're going all in to help Wu Fu destroy the God King temple." But watching all this go down, Luo Shi's gut is telling her something is seriously off. Cut to the next scene. Deep under the ocean, Wu Fu and the monks are speed swimming through the water like absolute beasts. After a long-ass swim, they finally spot the shore. The second they step onto the beach, they see some dude standing there, already waiting for them. The moment the stranger sees Wu Fu, he drops to his knees to pay respects. "Young master, I finally found you." Wu Fu is totally clueless, like, what the hell is going on? But before he can even process it, the guy jumps up and starts blabbering like crazy. "Young master, did you forget me? I'm the bodyguard of your mother, Lady Nolin. Back when Nam Kung Dong Fong wiped out the Wu-Ji clan, Ko Min betrayed us and tried to destroy your body. I risked my life to smuggle you out of the Abyss Realm, just praying you'd come back to life one day and make a return. I swear, I never thought I'd actually see you again." Hearing this, Wu Fu's BS detector goes off. "You're the one who took my body? Then how did you end up hanging out with the monks?" Truong Da quickly explains. "When I went back and saw our clan was wiped out, I tried to get revenge on Ko Min, but he completely wrecked me and left me for dead. Luckily, some monks saved my life. Once I healed up, I joined them to lie low and recover. After that, I sneaked into Ko Min's branch temple. I was just waiting for the day to take that traitor out. Once I heard you were heading to the God King temple for payback, I begged to join this raid." After hearing him out, Wu Fu drops his guard and makes a promise. "Don't sweat it. I'm personally going to make that traitor pay." Trong Da gets super hyped and cheers him on. "Young master, the traitor Ko Min is inside. You got to avenge our family." Meanwhile, in a dark, creepy temple, some dude is depressing, drinking, and blaming himself. "Ko Van Kiem, Ko Min, failed you so bad. You are out there at the border, fighting for 3,000 worlds. And yet, I'm supposed to be your ride-or-die brother." While the old man is getting wasted with wine jars scattered all over the floor, his henchman bursts in screaming, "Master, we got a huge problem." Ko Min looks down from his throne, totally annoyed, and barks, "Spit it out, what is it?" The henchman drops to his knees, trembling, and panics. "Boss, Wu Fu just crashed the gates. He's fighting his way in." Hearing that, Ko Min instantly snaps out of his drunken stupor. "You said Wu Fu? Which Wu Fu?" Before the guard can even answer, Wu Fu walks in, casually carrying the severed head of some guard he just deleted. The moment Ko Min sees him, he jumps up and runs down the stairs. "It's you! It's actually you! I can't believe you came back from the dead." Wu Fu doesn't waste any time and gets straight to the point. "Ko Min, you ready to confess to what you did back then? Or what?" With that, he tosses a heavy sack right at the old man's feet. Ko Min doesn't even flinch and straight up confesses. "I confess. Of course I do." Hearing this, Wu Fu is low-key confused, but he quickly shakes it off. "You're confessing just like that? Fine, then don't blame me for what's next." He has no idea what's actually going on in Ko Min's head, though. Wu Fu immediately swings his sword, slashing the old man across the chest. Ko Min doesn't even try to dodge, taking the hit like a champ and letting out a painful groan. Seeing him just stand there, Wu Fu is totally baffled. "Why didn't you dodge that?" Ko Min calmly explains. "When the Wu-Ji clan was wiped out, a huge chunk of that was on me. Forget about one sword slash even if you killed me. I deserve it." Hearing this, Wu Fu raises his sword again, getting ready to finish him off. "Bet. Now I'm gonna put you down to avenge my mom and everyone else you took from my clan." But out of nowhere, his sword stops dead in midair, just a few centimeters away from Ko Min's head. Wu Fu clutches his head, totally confused. "Wait, was that my mom's voice? Does she not want me to kill this dude?" He quickly grills Ko Min. "Who was backing you up?" The old man just stays on his knees, drowned in guilt, just a useless clown, a sinner who let his brother down. Right then, a familiar voice echoes down the temple hallway, calling Wu Fu. He turns around and is shocked to see who it is. Right behind her is Truong Da, who looks at the scene completely baffled. Wait, what? Why the hell is Ko Min still breathing? He thought that since Ko Min is such a loyal idiot, Wu Fu would have easily ended him the second he attacked. But this old man is still kicking. If my cover gets blown, I gotta strike first to get the upper hand. He quickly weaves hand signs to break the seal on his own body. Without warning, Truong Da lunges straight at Ko Min. "Ko Min, you snake-ass villain! You betrayed the Wuji clan to join the God King Temple. Because of you, our clan was wiped out. Today, I'm taking your worthless life for all the souls we lost. Even though he's injured, the old man easily dodges Truongda's attack like it's nothing. Komin immediately summons thousands of blades to counterattack. Wu Fu has every right to take my life, but who the hell do you think you are to touch me? Truongda quickly powers up, summoning a massive Fudo Mayu avatar to block the attack. Watching from the sidelines, Wu Fu is low-key blown away. Damn, his swordplay is absolutely insane. I didn't know Komin's sword skills were on this level. If he actually tried to fight back earlier, I wouldn't have even scratched him. Then Komin takes it up a notch, merging all his swords into one massive blade, talking trash, a tiny spark trying to compete with the sun. He slams the blade down, making Truongda spit blood under this single blow. He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he's heavily injured and still this jacked? Is this really the power of the sovereign god realm? Realizing he's outclassed, Truongda cancels his spell and bolts. Hell no, I gotta get out of here. Seeing him run, Komin gives chase. Where do you think you're going? As the old man closes the gap, Truongda starts panicking. Crap, he's way too fast. He's a whole realm above me. I can't beat him. While desperately trying to find an exit, his eyes lock onto Wu Fu and Luo Shi. Bingo! Truongda immediately pulls a sharp turn and charges straight at Luo Shi. He grabs her, pulls out a dagger, and holds it to her throat. Wu Fu, kill Komin right now, or she gets it. Seeing this bitch-ass move, Wu Fu draws his sword, furious. Truongda, you really threatening me right now? Hearing that name, Komin grits his teeth, racking his brain. Now I remember. I knew your bald head looked sus. Wu Fu gets even more suspicious. Wait, what traitor is he talking about? Truongda starts sweating bullets and screams. Lies, you're the real traitor of the Wuji clan. Young master, just kill Komin and I'll hand the girl right back. But before he can finish, Komin charges, summoning thousands of blades. Quit twisting the facts. You're the one who tried to steal Wu Fu's body back then, and I caught you red-handed. And now you're using an innocent girl to blackmail Wu Fu? Seeing how fast the old man is charging, Truongda's eyes go wide. Crap, he's too fast. I can't dodge. Right then, another sword spawns out of nowhere and completely blocks Guming's blade. Wu Fu grips his sword tight, pushing the guy's attack back. Seeing the opening, Zhang Tuo straight up screams, Young master, do him dirty right now, take him out. Thought he only pushed Guming back with that swing, but damn, it actually wounded the old man. Right then, Guming tries to get through to him. Wu Fu, kill me if you want. But Zhang Tuo instantly cuts him off. Yo, young master, don't buy into his BS. He's just trying to tear us apart. End him already. Hearing both sides, Wu Fu gets lost in his thoughts for a second. Suddenly, Guming notices the energy on Wu Fu's sword is running dry. Wu Fu glares back at Zhang Tuo and drops a wild question. Both of you are calling each other a snake, and claiming you're the one who saved me from the Mingyuan realm, so let me ask you this, where did you take me? This totally catches Zhang Tuo off guard and he starts stuttering, but Guming doesn't even flinch and says Earth instantly. Hearing both answers, Wu Fu mumbles something to himself, then out of nowhere, he lunges forward and drives his sword straight into Guming's gut. After taking that massive hit, the old man collapses. Seeing Guming get taken out, Zhang Tuo lets go of Luo Shi and starts glazing him. Yo, young master, you're a beast. You actually clapped Guming, and that guy was a high-tier deity realm master. But before he can even finish glazing him, Wu Fu's blade pierces him. Zhang Tuo grabs the sword, slowly falling down in total disbelief. Young master, why? Wu Fu steps up close and says, Because Guming actually got the answer right, dummy. With that, Zhang Tuo faceplants, bleeding out like a faucet. After taking care of the trash, Wu Fu turns to his girl, super worried. Luo Shi, you good? She nods gently. I'm okay. While they're having their sweet moment, Guming suddenly clutches his wound and stands right back up. Damn kid, you hit pretty savage. Luo Shi is shook and asks him, Wu Fu, what is even going on? Wu Fu, totally clueless too, frowns and goes, honestly, I want to know what's going on too. Guming looks at him, totally roasting him. Man, you were so sharp as a kid. How did you grow up to be this clueless? You couldn't even see through the Buddhists trying to divide us? Wu Fu gets triggered and snaps back. I don't give a damn if it's a trap. Right now, I just want to know one thing. Why did you join the Divine King Palace? Guming doesn't even cap. If I didn't pretend to play nice with them, how else was I supposed to bust your mom out? Hearing about his mom, Wu Fu starts sweating, narrowing his eyes. So you actually know where she's locked up? The old man doesn't miss a beat. Yeah. Hearing that, Wu Fu instantly panics and urges, "Tell me right now." Just then, a bunch of Buddhist disciples barge in and cut them off. "Lord Wu Fu, the Divine King Palace guys are too cracked. Our squad is getting wrecked." But mid-sentence, they freeze, spotting a body slumped behind him. Hu Luo realizes who it is and Loki panics inside. Guming looks at them and finally pieces it together. "Ah, so that's why Zhang Tuo was lurking here. Turns out the whole monk squad pulled up. Did you bring your 18R hats along too?" A Zhang steps up to press him. "Gu Ming, you were supposed to protect the Wuji clan, but you sold them out for personal gain, got them wiped out, ruined the whole Mingyuan realm, and now you just clapped our follower Zhang Tuo. Today, us Buddhists are teaming up with young Master Wu Fu of the Wuji clan to put down a snake like you." Hearing that, the old man gets pissed, gets ready to draw his blade, and barks, "A bunch of bald monks calling me a snake? Hilarious?" In a blink of an eye, Gu Ming straight up vanishes from right in front of Azong. He dashes past him, trying to jump him from behind. Azong's reflexes are quick, instantly summoning a Buddha statue, but knowing he can't tank the hit, he leaps backward to dodge Gu Ming's slash. The old man isn't letting him off that easy and chases him down, screaming, "Hey, monk, get over here and die!" Getting cornered, Azong screams, "Lord Wu Fu, save me!" In a flash, Wu Fu lunges forward and blocks Gu Ming's heavy swing. The old man is confused and gets close, whispering, "What's the play here? You still doubt me?" Wu Fu keeps it on the down low and whispers back, "I still need these Buddhist guys for now." Gu Ming gets it and nods. Bet. As soon as they back off from each other, Wu Fu starts playing his part and explains to the monks. This guy was the actual snake of the Wuji clan back then. He literally just threatened Luo Shi's life to blackmail me. He played us all. A Zhang's mind is blown. "Wait, what? Zhang Tuo was the snake?" Wu Fu nods and explains, "Yeah, his real name is Zhang Tuo. He was a bodyguard for the Wuji clan, and back then, he wanted to destroy my body, but Gu Ming stopped him. That's how I was able to revive. Gu Ming only hid in the Divine King Palace to look for my mom. He's not a traitor." Meanwhile, Hu Luo, who has been keeping quiet, looks down, scheming, "Damn, didn't expect Zhang Tuo's cover to get blown this fast. I can't lose Wu Fu's trust right now, or everything goes down the drain." He quickly puts on a worried face and acts shocked. "Lord Wu Fu, I swear I had absolutely no idea about this. This Zhang Tuo guy just joined our group out of nowhere, and he was the one begging to come on this mission. We didn't set this up at all. No cap." A Zhong catches on to Hu Luo's vibe and quickly backs him up. "Yeah, for real, Lord Wu Fu. We only want to help you wreck the Divine King Palace. Why would we ever team up with a Wuji traitor?" They both point at Zhang Tuo's body on the floor, throwing him under the bus. This sneaky little rat hid his identity so well, he even fooled our Buddha. Watching them put on this show, Wu Fu scoffed internally. These guys deserve an Oscar for this acting. But he keeps his cool and pretends to buy it to ease their minds. "Yeah," I figured. "Don't sweat it, guys. I'm not going to doubt my homies just because of one snake." Hearing this, Hu Luo is super relieved and thanks him. "Appreciate the trust, Lord Wu Fu. We're going to look into this and get you a proper explanation. Yo, someone pack up Zhang Tuo's body and get it out of here." Then he bows to Wu Fu. Super respectful. Our Buddha actually said many times that Hallmaster Gu Ming is loyal to the Wuji clan and would never betray you guys. Now we finally know the real deal. In a few days, I'll have our disciples spread the word to all the factions in the Mingyuan realm to clear the Hallmaster's name. With Zhang Tuo out of the picture, a Zhang quickly changes the subject. "By the way, did the Hallmaster ever find out where Divine Mother Wu Ling is?" Gu Ming speaks up, dropping some intel. Shortly after the battle at the Divine King Palace back then, Nangong Dongfeng suddenly got amnesia, so the trail on Wu Ling went completely cold. Hearing this, Wu Fu is skeptical. "So you're saying you have no clue where my mom is either?" The old man nods. "Nope, nothing." Hearing that, a Zhang chimes in. "Looks like we gotta take out the trash once and for all." Wu Fu frowns and asks Gu Ming, "Where the hell is the main hall of the Divine King Palace?" "I'm gonna go clap that dog Nangong Dongfeng and save my mom right now." The old man calmly replies, "The main hall is built on a floating rock. You can only get up there using a special teleportation circle, and those circles are out of the Buddhist's reach. And that's not even all." Gu Ming confidently plots it out, saying it's no big deal, no biggie, bro. I can teleport you guys up there. All those years playing undercover weren't for nothing. Hearing the old head's offer, Wu Fu politely says, "Thanks, Uncle Gu." Guming chuckles at his hesitant thanks, like, this kid? For real. Feeling hella guilty, Wu Fu quickly speaks up. Uncle Gu, back then you literally risked your life to get me to Earth so I could get a second chance. I'll never forget you saving my life. For near just now, that snake Jiang Tuo set me up, and I ended up seriously hurting you. Please forgive me, Uncle. The old head walks over, pats his shoulder to chill him out. Honestly, I couldn't protect the Wu clan back then, so taking this hit is totally fair. Plus, a tiny scratch like this ain't gonna kill your Uncle Gu. Besides, what happened back then was all on Nangong Dongfeng, not you, Uncle. With a dead serious look, the old man warns him. Our main mission right now is saving your mom. Nangong Dongfeng is hella sneaky and has mastered the Saint Sovereign Realm, so we can't just charge in. We need a solid plan. Hearing that, Wu Fu is hella confused, asking, wait, didn't he master the God King Realm? Guming immediately shuts him down. What do you mean, God King Realm? That's total cap. He only gets called God King because he's sitting on the throne of the God King Palace Master. His actual power is only at the Saint Sovereign Realm. Wu Fu finally gets it and mumbles. Ah, so that's how it is. Later that night, the scene cuts to Gu Ming's room as Wu Fu and Luo Shi walk in. Wu Fu nervously steps up to ask, is Uncle Gu badly hurt? Hearing this, Gu Yao gets hella salty and snaps. You literally tried to put him in a t-shirt. Of course it's bad. Seeing her furious face, Gu Ming tries to stop her from his bed. Xiao Yao, stop trippin'. Wu Fu was just manipulated by someone else. He didn't know the truth, which is why he hurt me. But instead of calming Gu Yao down, the old head gets dragged into it too. Dad, you're no better. You're supposed to be a badass God Sovereign Realm Master, but you let some soul transformation kid beat you to a pulp? How are you not embarrassed? Gu Ming tries to laugh it off, explaining, look, I failed to protect your Aunt Wu back then, so I felt guilty and went easy on him, okay? Not letting him ramble, Gu Yao immediately cuts him off. That still doesn't mean you had to go on a suicide mission. Seeing her so mad, Gu Ming backs down to appease her. All right, my sweet girl, my bad. I was wrong. Once the old head apologizes, Gu Yao leaves, but as she passes Wu Fu, she doesn't forget to give him a massive side eye. Seeing the weird vibe between those two, Luo Shi's face goes dark as she cross-examines him. Wu Fu, why are you staring so hard at that Gu Yao girl? He replies, totally clueless. Man, she's got some serious beef with me. Is it because I hurt Gu Ming? Hearing his confusion, the old head chimes in to calm things down. Wu Fu, don't hold a grudge against Xiao Yao. Feeling guilty, Wu Fu quickly replies, no way, it was my fault for misunderstanding and hurting you, uncle. I could never blame her. At his words, Gu Ming cracks a mischievous grin, dropping a total bombshell. Good, glad you don't blame her. Actually, you and Xiao Yao are basically childhood friends. Back when your mom was pregnant with you, we even set up an arranged marriage for you two. Hearing this, Wu Fu and Luo Shi are so shook they scream in unison, an arranged marriage? Immediately, she turns her head away in a huff, muttering, oh, so someone already had a fiancé this whole time. Seeing her react like that, Wu Fu lets out a miserable sigh. Man, I'm so cooked. Trying to dodge the awkwardness, he quickly changes the subject. Uncle Gu, tell me about what happened back in the day. Obliging his curiosity, the old head starts spilling the tea. Well, back then, your father, Gu Yunjian, and I. Hearing this, Wu Fu gasps, completely shook. Wait, my father? I actually have a dad? Gu Ming blinks, a bit stunned, and goes, well, obviously. Realizing he overreacted, the kid quickly composes himself. Sorry, please go on, uncle. So Gu Ming goes back to storytelling mode. Your dad and I were brothers from the same clan. Before we even hit 20, we had already broken through to the soul transformation realm, and everyone hyped us up as the twin stars. Flashback time. The scene rewinds to Gu Ming's training spot behind the mountains. Back then, he was still a young kid, waving at the guy in front of him. Congrats, Brother Yun. You're officially the first in our clan to break through to the soul transformation realm. Hearing his name, Yunjian turns around and replies, hey, you broke through too, bro. Gu Ming scratches his head, playing it humble. Well, I only broke through right after you finished your training. Plus, you're younger than me, so you're technically faster. You're still number one, bro. Yunjian chuckles modestly. There's always a bigger fish out there. I might be hyped as number one in our clan, but in the 3,000 great worlds, who actually knows who Gu Yunjian is? Mid-conversation, he suddenly pivots. I've decided I'm going to travel the 3,000 great worlds to build my own legacy. As he speaks, Yunjian reaches out to Gu Ming. Without a second thought, Gu Ming instantly agrees. Bro, with big dreams like that, there's no way I'm letting you leave me behind. I'm rolling with you to explore the 3,000 great worlds. Gu Ming crushes the prodigy Ming Fei of the Sumi world, ranking 13,722 on the 3,000 great worlds genius list. Gu Yunjian crushes the prodigy Zhao Long of the beaming world, ranking 5,956 on the 3,000 great worlds genius list. Gu Ming crushes the prodigy Xu Zhe of the Kanglin world, ranking 3,630 on the 3,000 great worlds genius list. Gu Yunjian crushes the prodigy Yun Chao of the Yungkong world, ranking 1,627 on the 3,000 great worlds genius list. The twin stars of the Jianlin world, Gu Yunjian and Gu Ming, both break into the top 100 genius list of the 3,000 great worlds. After spending days adventuring through the 3,000 great worlds, the two of them stroll through the woods, chatting, with Gu Ming starting the conversation. Brother Yun, now that we've both broken through to the tribulation transmutation realm and made it into the top 100, what's your next move? Yunjian strokes his chin and says, My next goal is to build my own faction and lead our clan straight to the top. But as they're talking, a panicked voice suddenly screams, Help! Somebody help me! Yunjian and Gu Ming immediately sprint toward the sound. The one screaming for help is a young Wu Ling, currently sitting flat on the ground, staring in pure terror at the creep closing in behind her. The sketchy-looking creep reaches out, sneering, Stop running, baby girl! Just be a good little cultivation vessel for me. Just as he's about to grab Wu Ling, gloating, No more running, huh? Out of nowhere, a sword flies in at lightning speed from behind. The demon sect elder spins around instantly, catching the blade barehanded. Right after, the sword's owner arrives just in time, recalling the blade back to his hand. Gu Ming, standing right behind him, starts roasting the guy. Bro, you're practically ancient and you're out here chasing young girls? You really thought you did something, huh? Watching them show up like that, Wu Ling is totally starstruck by one of them, blushing as she thinks, Wow, he's hella fine. The demon sect elder sneers. And here I thought it was someone important, just two little punks playing hero for a pretty girl. Furious at being disrespected, Gu Ming points his sword and barks, Who are you calling a punk? I'm your daddy, Gu. The demon sect elder, getting annoyed, mocks him. Kid, didn't your parents ever teach you to respect the strong? But a young Gu Ming is completely unfazed. He playfully looks around, trolling, The strong? Where? I don't see them. Then, pointing at himself, Gu Ming says, I'm the strong one here. I respect myself, which is called self-respect. Absolutely triggered by his trolling, the demon sect elder yells, Kid, you've officially crossed the line. I'm finna end you. But Gu Ming has absolutely zero chill. From a distance, he can be seen slapping his own butt to mock the elder, yelling, Come get some, you old geezer. Your daddy Gu ain't scared of you. The second those words leave Gu Ming's mouth, a mysterious purple glow suddenly lights up the quiet space. The demon sect elder unleashes his dark magic, creating a force field that blows them both away. Gu Ming quickly digs his heels into the dirt, sliding for a bit before finally coming to a halt. Not even caring about his own scratches, he immediately checks on Yunjian. Brother Yun, you good? He wiped the dirt off his face and muttered, Ain't dead yet, bro. Van Kiem looked at the guy in front of him, low-key stressing. This immortal geezer is way too cracked. If we keep going like this, we're straight up gonna get wiped out. Right then, the demon cult elder was totally lost in his own hype, repeating, Anyone in my way gets smoked, ha ha ha. Then, the old man charged right in, building up his power to jump Van Kiem. Out of nowhere, a wild sword came flying in. The old dude sensed the danger and swerved just in time, letting it graze his face. The second that fire sword hit the dirt, it straight up vanished. Seeing that, the demon cult elder's brows furrowed as he went on high alert, yelling, Yo, there's someone else here. He whipped around, demanding, Who's there? Show yourself. The guy who just pulled up was Nam Kung, looking smooth as hell as he called the guy out. For a big-shot demon cult elder, you've got some nerve trying to force yourself on the holy maiden in broad daylight. Ain't you embarrassed that people are gonna clown you for this? But his cool vibe was immediately ruined when Ko Min interrupted him. Bro, it's literally nighttime right now, not broad daylight. The vibe instantly went dead silent, like total crickets. Nam Kung, feeling super awkward, muttered, Well, it's still not cool at night either. Hearing that, Ko Min immediately flipped his attitude and agreed, Oh yeah, facts, not even at night. Right then, some sketchy smoke started oozing out of the elder's whole body. The old guy transformed into a raging demon, gritting his teeth. You little punks keep ruining my plans. Watching this go down, Nam Kung, Van Kiem, and Ko Min were all shook. The next second, the demon cult elder lost his mind and charged right at them. The moment Ko Min swung his sword to slice him, the old man dodged it easily and taunted, "Can't touch this, huh?" He didn't just play Ko Min, he was straight up clowning Nam Kung too, teasing, missed me, now you gotta kiss me. LOL. The three of them were completely trapped, getting played like absolute fools. Loving every second of it, the old dude spat, "You guys are straight trash." This got on Ko Min's nerves big time, and he grumbled, "This shadow dude is annoying as hell." Nam Kung, looking low-key worried, added, "Yeah, we can't keep doing this forever, bro." While everyone was stressing, Van Kiem just stood there quiet. Suddenly, a soft voice whispered, "The whisper of the gods." It was Nu Lin, summoning a fairy that whipped chains straight at the demon cult elder. With that judgment chain move, the old man was officially locked down. The second the old man got tied up, Nam Kung and Ko Min smirked. They rushed him and started throwing hands like crazy, yelling, "Run now, boy! Mess with us again! Stop faking!" The elder got absolutely jumped, screaming, "Help! They're trying to kill me!" While the boys were beating the dude up, Van Kiem walked over to Nu Lin and asked smoothly, "You okay, girl? Did that scare you?" She blushed and quickly muttered, "No, I'm good." Suddenly, the vibe between them turned totally pink and romantic, hearts racing like crazy, and Gulin was screaming in her head, "Oh my god, he is so fine." After staring at each other for way too long, she looked away blushing and said, Thank you so much for saving me." Van Kiem shyly turned away, trying to act cool, and replied, "Ah, don't sweat it, girl. I didn't even do much." Watching them flirt, Nam Kung got salty and asked, "Yo, is that guy really your bro? Why are we out here doing the dirty work while he's pulling girls?" Ko Min, looking clueless, muttered, "Man, don't ask me. I don't know, Jack." Flashback over, back to reality. After hearing the story, Wu Fu was like, "Wait, so that's actually how my mom and dad met?" Ko Min chuckled, "Duh. If your dad didn't make his move fast, who knows who your mom would have ended up with?" Hearing that, he let out a dry laugh and groaned, "Bruh, that is the most cliché love story ever." "But wait," he added, realizing something else. "Does that mean my dad and Nam Kung Dong Fong were actually tight back then?" Ko Min nodded. "Yep. After that day, the four of us teamed up and traveled the 3,000 great worlds for years. We were ride or die bros." Hearing this, Wu Fu already knew how it ended and cut in, but then he wiped out the Fu Chi clan and locked up my mom. Ko Min let out a heavy sigh. "Yeah, maybe we should have never gone to that place. Wu Fu, you've got to watch your back around the demon cult." Hearing that, his brows furrowed even deeper, eyes burning with anger. "I know, Uncle Ko." Fast forward to the main hall of the God King Temple at Sky Cliff 2 weeks later. Down on the ground, a squad of people was staring up at the temple like they'd been waiting for this moment forever. Someone pointed and said, "That's the main hall of the God King Temple. That Sky Cliff is Nam Kung Dong Fong's main base." The crowd waiting below was a bunch of mysterious random fighters, and Wu Fu was right there in the mix. The moment he stopped talking, Ko Min unsheathed his sword and roared, "Let's ride! Revenge for the Fu Chi clan!" As they cheered, a magic circle instantly glowed beneath their feet, chanting, "Kill! Kill!" The second the circle popped up, Ko Min pumped his spiritual energy straight into it. Suddenly, a massive beam of light shot straight up into the sky. Cut to the top of Sky Cliff, right outside the temple. A familiar beam of light flashed in the empty courtyard. Ko Min and the crew teleported in and started creeping into the dead silent building. Luo Shi looked around, totally confused, and asked Ko Min, "Is this seriously the main hall? Why is there literally zero security here?" He felt the sketchy vibe too and said, "Yeah, this place shouldn't be this dead. Let's move up and check it out." His guys immediately fanned out to search every corner. After a quick sweep, Ko Min muttered, "This is wild. There were tons of people here last time." Wu Fu patted his shoulder to calm him down. "Forget it, Uncle Ko. Let's just focus on finding Nam Kung, Dong Fong, and my mom." Hearing that, Ko Min calmed down. "Facts, you're right." He started splitting them into squads. Squad 1, head to the main hall. After sorting Squad 1, he pointed to the second group. Squad 2, head to the back of the mountain. When he got to Squad 3, he hesitated. "As for you guys." While he was bossing everyone around, Wu Fu whispered to Luo Shi, "Let's go look on our own." She nodded instantly, down. But right then, the other girl ran up and said, "Hey, I'm coming with you guys." Luo Shi was not having it. She grabbed Wu Fu's arm and snapped, No, just the two of us is fine. But the other girl wasn't about to back down, firing back confidently. Excuse me? I'm literally his fiancée, of course I'm going with him. But Luo Shi held on to him even tighter. Poor Wu Fu was stuck right in the middle of these two girls fighting over him. Both of them grabbed his hands at the same time, demanding, Wu Fu, who are you choosing? He was sweating bullets, totally trapped. Looking for a way out, he grabbed Uncle Ko. Actually, I'm going with Uncle Ko. Seeing right through his escape plan, the old man scoffed, You little brat. Without another word, Uncle Ko straight up flew away, leaving him in the dust. He sped off to catch up with the others, yelling back, I'm going with the boys, peace out. Just like that, Wu Fu got dragged away by the two girls again. Come on, let's go. Wu Fu tried to wiggle out of their grip, begging, Come on, you two, give me a break. He sighed, crying inside. These two girls are absolutely terrifying. But they weren't even looking at him. The fiancé glared at Luo Shi. Why are you even tagging along? Luo Shi raised an eyebrow. I've been with Wu Fu this whole time. Why are you tag-alongs with us? She scoffed back. I'm with my fiancé. Duh. You don't even have a title, so who do you think you are following him? That totally triggered Luo Shi, and she snapped. Bro, the old dynasty is long dead. That forced marriage stuff is so last century. We're about that free love now. Hearing that, the other chick got even more hyped to steal Wu Fu from her. Like, sure, we got dating freedom now, but he ain't yours, sis. Wu Fu's gonna be mine sooner or later, bet. Cornered and totally helpless, Luo Shi could only low-key lose her mind and scream in her head, this absolute trashy clout chaser. Then she turned her glare back to Wu Fu, pouting like crazy. Tell that chick to scram right now. But the other girl wouldn't let go, acting all weak and pathetic. Wu Fu, I've been waiting on you for so many years. You wouldn't play me like this, right? Caught in the middle of these two chicks, the dude just collapsed, holding his head and crying, Man, what do I even do? Whichever side I choose, I'm dead meat. Someone save my life, please. Right then, Wu Fu's face dropped as he felt a weird vibe. His sword literally popped out on its own without him even calling it, flexing a crazy amount of power that totally caught him off guard. It was the Star Spirit's sword. Without warning, the blade took off and flew in another direction. Wu Fu freaked out and yelled, Oh crap, this is bad. Instantly, he, Luo Shi, and the other girl leaped up to chase after it. Hurry up, catch it. The Star Spirit sword was heading straight for some ancient temple. Once they got there, the three of them hesitated for a hot second before stepping inside to check things out. The moment they stepped inside, Wu Fu, Luo Shi, and the other chick spotted some dude sitting right under a tombstone. Wu Fu stared at him, totally sus, wondering, Wait, is that Nam Kung Dong Fong? Hearing that name, the other girl's eyebrows furrowed hard. Luo Shi watched him, breaking into a nervous sweat. The guy was practically dripping with dark energy, just like when Wu Fu got possessed. No way. Could there be some kind of connection here? She worried. Sensing a familiar energy, Nam Kung looked up, showing off a nasty burn scar right across his face. Spotting his old relic, he smirked and yelled, Star Spirit Sword, you finally come back to me. It was like the Star Spirit Sword actually heard him because it started shaking like crazy. Seeing this, Wu Fu panicked and yelled, Star Spirit Sword, get back here right now. Luckily, at his command, the sword flew straight back into his hands. Clutching the hilt, Wu Fu's face went tense with worry. Shoot, I can't believe that after all this time, he can still low-key control the Star Spirit Sword. Spotting the kid, Nam Kung casually brushed back his hair and gave a disgusted smirk. And here I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just the bastard brat of Ko Van Kiem and Ngo Lin. Leaning against a nearby boulder, he sneered with a questioning look. Yo, kid, aren't you supposed to be dead? Wu Fu gripped the Star Spirit Sword tight and shot back instantly. Yeah, I was. But the universe decided you've done way too much messed up stuff to let me stay dead. Hearing that, Nam Kung burst out laughing. His laugh got more and more unhinged as he spat. Kid, in this world, power is God. And I'm the strongest monster in this entire Yanming realm. The crystal on Nam Kung's forehead started glowing brightly with every word he flexed. I am the god of the Yanming realm. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the desolate god King Pillar was floating high above the back mountain. Ko Min was bossing his crew around to search the area. Search every single inch. Look out for those Wu Yi clan members and those two Buddhist dudes as well. Watching everyone hustle, Trung asked, Yo, do we need to help them look? Thulok checked out the scene and replied, Let's see how things play out first. Right then, someone suddenly screamed out, Hallmaster, we got something over here! Seeing the crowd swarm to one spot, Thulok nudged, "A Trung, come on, let's go check it out." Meanwhile, Komin pushed his way through the crowd, muttering, "Move it, let me see." Pushing past them, he saw a cave blocked off by a massive sealing spell. Komin's brow furrowed as he muttered, "That's a crazy huge seal. No way. Could this be where they locked up Ngolin?" Thinking this might be it, he quickly turned around and waved back the crowd. "Back off, all of you. I'm breaking this barrier." On his command, everyone instantly scrambled back. Komin took a deep breath, raised his blade, and channeled his spiritual energy straight into it. Right away, his sword started glowing with a ridiculously massive aura of invisible blade energy. With his sword fully charged, Komin gripped the hilt tight, spun around, and unleashed a massive swing. The strike slammed straight into the seal. Komin quickly repositioned himself, getting ready to throw down another swing. "Shatter, damn it!" he roared, pouring every drop of energy he had left into the blade. Once again, another layer of massive, invisible sword energy stacked onto the blade. He swung with everything he had, screaming, "Break!" The moment his attack clashed with the seal, it triggered a massive explosion like a freaking volcano. His eyes stayed locked on the barrier, watching the seal slowly crack and crumble before him. But Komin's impact didn't stop there. The blast sent a crazy shockwave ripping through the area, blowing everything away. A Trung and Thulok quickly cast a spell to summon a protective Buddha statue, yelling to the others, "The energy is blowing back. Everyone, get behind me and a Trung, fast." It took a hot minute for the dust and smoke to clear, finally revealing the bright blue sky again. After barely holding the line, a Trung and Thulok gasped in shock. "Is this really the power of a god venerate? That's insane." Right then, Komin stood at the cave entrance and ordered them to wait. He was the first to head inside, where a figure was chained up in the dark. Seeing her, Komin choked up with joy, yelling, "Shaolin, I finally found you." Ngolin raised her head to look at him, her eyes wide with shock. "Brother Ko!" she gasped. Komin instantly swung his sword, slashing through the chains that held her. He quickly caught her as Gu Ming reassured her, "It's me. You've suffered so much these past few years." After a tearful, happy reunion, Gu Ming helped her up and said, "Come on, big brother is getting you out of here." Right then, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance, followed by a thick pillar of smoke rising into the sky. Shielding herself from the powerful gust of wind, Wu Ling asked in confusion, "Brother Gu, is there someone else here?" Gu Ming thought for a moment and replied, "It's probably Wu Fu, Xiao Ya, and the others." Hearing this, she gasped in shock. "Four is here too?" Realizing he had let it slip, he offered a sheepish, embarrassed smile and explained, "He's all grown up now. He even inherited his father's astral sword." Hearing this, Wu Ling's face filled with worry. Gu Ming, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nodded and reassured her. "Yes, though I don't know how he got it, the astral sword is finally back with its rightful owner. With that sword, he should be safe for now, so don't worry too much." It was then that she dropped a bombshell on him. Half of Nangong Dongfeng's soul essence was still inside the astral sword. Shock and disbelief washed over Gu Ming's face as he gasped, "What? Half of Nangong Dongfeng's soul essence is inside the astral sword? Then what's going to happen to Wu Fu and Xiao Ya?" Wasting no time, he quickly helped her along and urged, "Xiaoling, we have to get over there right now." The scene then shifts back to the main hall a few minutes earlier. Nangong declared with an overwhelming, terrifying aura, "I am the god of the Yanming realm." Hearing his boast, Wu Fu sneered in disdain, "You're way too arrogant. I'll give you two choices. Either release my mother and I'll leave your corpse intact, or I will tear this place to pieces." Of course, Nangong wasn't about to back down. He fired back with smug confidence. "If it were your father, Gu Yunjian, standing here, I might actually consider it. But a pathetic brat in the tribulation transcendence realm like you? You think you have the right to talk to me like that?" Right after, the burn marks on his face began to crawl and spread across both sides of his cheeks, and from behind, Nangong, amorphous spirits materialized. Without hesitation, they lunged straight at Wu Fu. He quickly swung the astral sword, instantly destroying one of them. But as Wu Fu's guard was down, a spirit tried to ambush him. Seeing this, Luo Shi panicked and cried out, "Wu Fu, watch out!" Just in time, Gu Ya leaped in, destroying the spirit and coming to his rescue. Wu Fu politely said, "Thanks, I appreciate it." Gu Ya replied nonchalantly, "Protecting those weaker than me is only natural." Amused, he shot back, "Are you saying I'm weaker than you?" Gu Ya stood back to back with Wu Fu and retorted, "I'm already in the revered god realm. If you aren't weaker than me, Does that make me weaker than you? Hearing this, Wu Fu was puzzled. Wait, isn't your father the one in the revered god realm? Guya seized the chance to smugly boast. This lady here is a natural-born genius. How could an ordinary guy like you ever comprehend that? Watching the two of them whisper back and forth, Luo Shi felt a pang of anxiety. Since when did Wu Fu and that woman get so close? Gripping her sword tightly, she channeled her spiritual energy into the blade, silently resolving, I can't let Wu Fu take his eyes off me. Unleashing her sword technique, Luo Shi suddenly charged alone toward Nangong, screaming, Die! Seeing her overestimating her own strength, he sneered in disgust. You want my life? Who do you think you are? With that, Nangong raised his hand, summoning a sphere of crackling lightning. He hurled the massive sphere directly at Luo Shi. Nangong's power was so overwhelming that the moment she took the full force of the blow, she was severely injured and spat out blood. Witnessing this, Wu Fu cried out in sheer panic, Luo Shi! Completely drained of energy, she fell unconscious from Nangong's devastating attack. Wu Fu watched her get blown away, desperately screaming her name, Luo Shi! The force of Nangong's single strike sent her flying right out of the temple. Wu Fu rushed after her, catching her in his arms. Guya also quickly ran over, taking Luo Shi's wrist to check her vitals. Wu Fu asked frantically, How is she? Can she be saved? Guya replied grimly, Her internal organs are completely shattered. I'm afraid she won't make it. Even without her finishing the sentence, he knew exactly what it meant. Suddenly, a flood of memories of his time with Luo Shi rushed through Wu Fu's mind. Looking down at her, he muttered in self-reproach, If I had known this would happen, I never would have let you come. Just as he spoke, Nangong drifted down, landing right in front of them with a look of utter contempt. He smugly laid out his terms. Wu Fu, out of respect for your father, if you get down on your knees and beg for mercy right now, I might consider sparing your life. But how could he ever submit so easily? Wu Fu's face darkened with rage as he spat. You slaughtered the Wuji clan, and now you've hurt Luo Shi. Clutching the astral sword, he roared, You want me to beg? In your dreams! Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through as Wu Ling and Gu Ming appeared in the distance, walking toward them. The moment Wu Fu saw her, he called out softly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wu Ling cried out, Are you? Fuer? Gu Ming nodded and quickly chimed in. That's right, Xiao Ling. That's Wu Fu, the son you had with Yunjian. Only then did he notice the injured girl, turning to Gu Ya to ask, What happened to Lady Luo Shi? How did she get hurt this badly? Gu Ya quickly explained the situation. She was struck by Nangong Dongfeng's mystic divine lightning. Her internal organs are severely damaged, and I'm afraid she won't make it. Hearing this, Gu Ming cut her off reassuringly. Don't worry, Xiaoling is here. As long as there's a breath left in her, she can be saved, right, Xiaoling? When asked, she hesitated slightly. I've been locked up for too long. My spiritual energy was only just unsealed, and it hasn't recovered yet. Amidst this calm moment, only Gu Ya sensed something was off, thinking to herself, Wu Ling is clearly pushing her limits. Right after, Wu Ling approached Wu Fu. Seeing his mother, he choked up with self-blame. Your useless son let you suffer for so long. Wu Ling gently stroked his head to comfort him. Mother doesn't blame you. Just seeing you safe and sound is all I could ever wish for. Watching this unfold, Nangong finally spoke up. What a touching mother-son reunion, and Gu Ming too. He paused for a moment, his expression darkening as he demanded, Didn't you join my Divine King Palace? Bringing so many people here. Are you planning a rebellion? Hearing his name mentioned, Gu Ming immediately snorted in disgust. Rebellion, you say? Who was the one who wiped out the Wuji clan to join the Divine King Palace back then? And who was the one who imprisoned Xiao Ling? Nangong found his words amusing and mocked. No wonder you could never measure up to Gu Yunjian. You don't even understand the basic truth. The winner takes all. With that, he began to ramble on about his philosophy of survival. This world belongs to the strong. Xiao Ling's maternal clan never had the power to control the Divine King Palace. They were bound to become targets sooner or later. Nangong lectured them self-righteously. I was simply playing by the rules of this world, replacing the weak Wuji clan. Besides, I was never loyal to the Wuji clan to begin with, so how can you call it rebellion? Once he finished speaking, Gu Ming chimed in to remind him. Well said, but don't forget, you personally promised Yunjian that you would protect Xiaoling. In response, he casually retorted, And isn't Xiaoling standing right next to you, safe and sound? This reply left Gu Ming trembling with rage, unable to squeeze out a single word. Guya pointed straight at Nangong and suggested, "Just kill him already." Seeing her action, Guming drew his sword in agreement. Yar is right. Let's just kill him. Nangong was no pushover, immediately stepping into a battle stance. Defeated dogs, today I will wipe all of you out once and for all, so I don't have to deal with any future trouble. Before his words even faded, Gu Ming charged forward to strike first, roaring, "Die!" Nangong sneered in disdain as he slipped to the side, dodging the blade. Then, he reached out and locked onto Gu Ming's sword wrist. Instantly, Nangong delivered a heavy kick, snatching the sword right out of his hand. He mocked Gu Ming with sheer contempt. "Without your sword, you're nothing but a toothless dog. You can't even bite anymore." Right then, another sword lunged at him, accompanied by a familiar voice. "You celebrated too soon." Nangong quickly leaped aside to dodge the blade, humming with immense spiritual energy. And his attacker was none other than Gu Jia. Spinning gracefully, she lunged at Nam Gung once more. This time, her blade successfully pressed right up against him. Then, Gu Jia slipped right past Nam Gung, slashing him across the back. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Ming cheered in proud delight. "Way to go, Jier!" Watching this play out, Wu Fu felt a wave of doubt. Is that it? Wasn't he supposed to have the cultivation level of a saint ancestor? The strongest warrior in the Ming Yan realm? Is he really dead just like that? No, wait, that's not right. He's not dead. At that moment, Gu Ming still hadn't noticed anything off and started walking toward Nam Gung's body. Seeing this, Wu Fu panicked and yelled, "Uncle Gu, get back! He's not dead yet!" The moment the words left his mouth, Nam Gung's eyes snapped open. He reached out instantly and grabbed the sword in Gu Ming's hand. Everything happened so fast that the old man didn't even have time to defend himself, staring blankly as the blade lunged toward him. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Fortunately, another sword clashed in just in time, blocking Nam Gung's blade. Right after blocking the strike, Wu Fu grabbed Gu Ming and pulled him back to safety. Clutching his chest, Nam Gung muttered obsessively, "The Star Sword is mine." Hearing his boast met with such cold dismissal, Nam Gung gritted his teeth in sheer rage. But Gu Ming couldn't care less about him. He was too busy complaining, "If someone hadn't stolen my sword, I wouldn't be afraid of you." While they were locked in combat, Gu Jia suddenly drew another sword from behind her back. Dual-wielding with both hands, she stepped forward, her eyes burning with determination. Instantly, she kicked off the ground and lunged forward with explosive speed. She let out a fierce battle cry, letting the enemy know she was charging right at him with overwhelming force. Hearing her approach, Nam Gung shifted his attention and quickly dodged her blade. Seeing him constantly evading, Gu Jia taunted, "Let's see how long you can keep dodging." With that, she leapt forward, wielding both swords as she charged. Striking with both hands simultaneously, her blades grazed right past Nam Gung. After dodging continuously, he was growing exhausted and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why does it have to be the female lead's swordplay? Suddenly, Nam Gung's eyes widened in utter shock at her technique. Before he could recover, Gu Jia unleashed a devastatingly powerful slash right at him. As the villain, Nam Gung had to dodge her attacks while desperately racking his brain for a way to counter her. Too dangerous. As expected of the female lead's sword art, this is incredibly tough to handle. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. Spurring a plan, Nam Gung immediately leaped back. Gu Jia assumed he was just trying to avoid getting hurt and scoffed. "Do you honestly think keeping your distance will save you?" But to her surprise, a thick cloud of purple smoke erupted right where he stood. Nam Gung used a clone technique, instantly creating 3 duplicates of himself. 2 of them rushed straight at Gu Jia. She gave a cool nod of approval. Not bad, before spinning around and putting her full strength into striking the 2 clones down. Her sword slashed down decisively toward him, but the clone suddenly caught her blade bare-handed. She gasped in shock. "What?" Wielding a sword in each hand, Gu Jia slashed at both clones, but unfortunately, both attacks were blocked solid. She glanced in panic at the remaining clone. Another one? Seeing that Gu Jia was pinned down, Nam Gung instantly summoned another sword. He smugly hurled the sword straight at her. "Let's see how you block this one," Gu Jia grimaced. Oh no! Right at that critical moment, Wu Fu leaped in front of her, shielding her. He easily blocked Nam Gung's sword with his star sword, yelling, "Don't forget, I'm still here!" Immediately after, Nam Gung summoned and controlled countless other swords, launching them straight at Wu Fu. Swiftly blocking the onslaught of attacks coming from all directions, Wu Fu shouted a warning to Gu Jia. "Don't just stand there dazed. Hurry up and take out those 2 clones next to you. He's way out of my league. I can't hold him off for long." Gujia immediately released one hand, focusing all her energy on striking one clone first, retorting, "Even if you can't hold out, your big sis has to." She threw a devastating punch straight into the face of Namgung's clone. Her strike was so fast that he couldn't react in time, sending him flying backward. The other clone prepared to charge, but Gujia already had a plan. Right on time, she thought as she leaped high into the air. The clone scrambled underneath her while she flipped mid-air. Gujia used his shoulder as a stepping stone. Upon landing gracefully, she swiftly drove her sword right into his head. The clone took the full force of her fatal blow. Within moments, his body began to disintegrate. Gujia quickly leaped backward to keep the dissolving clone from touching her. As that one dissolved, the last remaining clone moved quickly, immediately rushing to control her sword that had fallen to the ground. The blade flew back at lightning speed, aiming straight for Gujia as she took a defensive stance, ready to counter. The sword suddenly accelerated, aiming right for her head, but she managed to lean back just in time to dodge it. Gujia frowned, glaring at him with cold eyes. She struck decisively, driving her sword right through his head, just like she did with the previous one. As the final clone began to fade away, he grumbled in disbelief. "How did you know?" "Having taken care of all the clones," Gujia muttered solemnly. "Father is absolutely no help. Guess I really have to rely on myself." Meanwhile, the old man was frantically looking around, muttering, "Where did my sword get thrown to?" Scene change, back to the front line. Looking down on Wu Fu, Namgung taunted him mercilessly. "Kid, you're pathetic. I've barely used a fraction of my power and you're already failing to keep up." "Not backing down," Wu Fu retorted. "What a coincidence. I've only used a fraction of mine too." Namgung grew irritated at his response. "A fraction, you say? Then let me add another fraction." As soon as he spoke, red streaks of energy enveloped his hands. Namgung raised his hands high, channeling all his power into one spot. Wu Fu scoffed with a frown. "Hey, old fossil. I'd advise against pushing yourself so hard. You just lost two of your clones. Don't go bringing bad karma upon yourself." Just seconds later, countless more clones materialized behind Namgung. He replied arrogantly, "Two clones mean nothing to me. I can summon as many of these clones as I want." Wu Fu grimaced in annoyance. "Damn it, is this old geezer a professional cloner or what? All he has to do is wave his hand to get this many clones." He turned to warn Gujia. "I can't handle my side anymore." Gujia replied impatiently, "I don't need you to remind me. These clones are much easier to deal with than the real deal right in front of you. So you're the one who needs to be careful, stop complaining." Wu Fu glared at Namgung with deep hatred. "I know, but don't worry, I've already figured out how to deal with him." Namgung casually taunted him. Such shameless boasting. "Today, even if your father, Gu Yunjian, shows up, it'll still be useless." Namgung successfully provoked Wu Fu. Suddenly, a snake's eye emerged right in the center of Wu Fu's palm. Unsurprisingly, it was the eye of Medusa. The Medusa snake immediately locked its petrifying gaze right into Namgung's eyes. Sharp as ever, he quickly recognized it. This is the eye of Medusa. How on earth did you get your hands on it?" As soon as he spoke, both of his hands began to turn to stone. Wu Fu smirked triumphantly and said, "A little trophy from my raid on the God King's palace. Doesn't feel too good, does it?" Within seconds, his entire body was completely petrified into a stone statue. Namgung could only let out a final, desperate cry. "Damn it!" Wu Fu approached the frozen Namgung, admiring his work. "Wow, I didn't expect this Eye of Medusa to be so powerful." It only took a few seconds to finish off this old fossil. Standing behind him, Gujia chimed in, "That's no ordinary Eye of Medusa." She figured that to petrify a powerful figure like a holy venerable in such a short time, it had to belong to at least the Medusa King. Hearing this, Wu Fu pondered for a moment and wondered aloud, could this really be the eye of the Medusa King? Drawing on her own knowledge, Gujia scoffed, "Keep dreaming. Since ancient times, the Medusa race has only ever had one God King. If the divine eyes can turn millions of living souls into solid stone, how could they be controlled by a cheap illusion? Namgong Dongfang has been taken care of. Hurry up and leave with Aunt Ling and your wife. What if something happens to her? Don't say I didn't warn you." Wu Fu didn't reply. He silently walked over to where Luo Shi was lying, sat down, and helped her up. "Luo Shi, I'm taking you to get treated." Wu Fu picked Luo Shi up in his arms and called out, "Mother, let's go." He found it strange that she didn't reply, so he turned around and called out again, "Mother?" Gujia also called out, "Aunt Ling?" But that wasn't his mother, it was actually a puppet created by Namgong. When the two turned around, they saw her breaking the seal to free him. Confused, Wu Fu shouted, "Mother, what are you doing?" Despite his repeated cries, she paid him no attention. Gujia frowned and said, "There's definitely something wrong with her." Just as she drew her sword to attack, Wu Fu blocked her. He angrily stopped her, shouting, "What are you doing? That's my mother." Gujia argued, "Something is clearly wrong with her. Can't you see that?" Wu Fu stubbornly stood his ground. "Even if something is wrong, she is still my mother. I won't let you hurt her." Frustrated by his stubbornness, Gujia yelled, "Have you lost your mind? Get out of the way." Wu Fu refused to budge, shielding the puppet. "Never, not unless you promise not to hurt my mother." Annoyed, Gujia had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I promise not to hurt Aunt Ling. Now move." But as they bickered, Namgong was successfully restored by the puppet. He let out a sinister laugh. Too late. Namgong then sank his teeth straight into her neck. Terrified, Wu Fu screamed, "Mother!" Gujia quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. "Don't go! That's not Aunt Ling!" The puppet's life force was completely drained by him, and in an instant, her body withered into a dry husk. Namgong tossed the lifeless puppet aside, not forgetting to mockingly praise Gujia's sharp wits. "Gu Ming actually raised a clever daughter. You're right, she isn't Wu Ling. She's just a clone I crafted using Wu Ling's blood. I originally prepared her to ambush the God King. Who would have thought you'd possess the eyes of Medusa, costing me such an obedient puppet?" Drawing a massive sword, he roared, "Now, the only way to make up for my loss is to turn you all into my new puppets." With a flick of his hand, Namgong sent the giant sword flying toward them at lightning speed. Just then, Gu Ming arrived, letting out a sigh of relief that he had made it back in time. He asked anxiously, "Are you kids all right?" Gujia replied, "We're fine, but Aunt Ling, she..." Gu Ming, already aware of what was happening, glared furiously at Namgong. "I know everything. Namgong Dongfeng, you've dabbled in some truly vile arts over the years, haven't you?" Namgong remained completely unfazed. "In this world, there is only one path, the path of the strong. Everything I've learned was solely to make myself more powerful." Gu Ming's face darkened with regret. "You never used to touch such dark magic. I should never have spared your life back then." Dismissing his words, Namgong cut him off. "It seems you're still eager to reclaim this sword." Gu Ming looked at the sword in his hand and said, "This is the sword destined for me by fate. It cannot be taken by anyone else." Namgong grinned maliciously. "A destined sword might be impossible to steal, but it sure can be destroyed." With those words, he raised his hand, gathering a massive surge of energy. Namgong's arm instantly mutated into a beastly claw, and he lunged to grab Gu Ming's sword. With a cold squeeze of his claw, the sword snapped in half. The moment the sword shattered, the backlash severely injured Gu Ming. Gujia screamed in panic, "Father!" and Wu Fu cried out in worry, "Uncle Gu!" She rushed to his side, desperately calling out, "Father! Father!" Wu Fu stared at Gu Ming, trembling all over as guilt consumed him. "Uncle Gu, I'm so sorry. I brought this upon you and Luo Shi. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this." Gu Ming merely shook his head, looking down sadly. "No, the one who should apologize is me. Back then, I failed to protect your mother. I was too ashamed to face the task your father entrusted to me." Gu Ming suddenly grabbed Wu Fu's arm tightly and warned, "Wu Fu, you must beware of the Buddhist sect." "The Buddhist sect?" Gu Ming's voice faded to a whisper. The hand gripping Wu Fu's arm lost its strength and slipped away. Gujia shrieked in agonizing pain, "Father! Father!" Standing behind them, Namgong gloated, mockingly sneering, "Gu Ming, oh Gu Ming! I told you from the start not to cross me, but you just wouldn't listen. Look at you now." Gujia glared back at him, her eyes burning with pure hatred. "I'll kill you." Gujia charged at him with her sword, but instead of dodging, he effortlessly caught her wrist. "Anyone who stands in the way of me getting the Star Spirit sword must die." Wu Fu immediately lunged forward, brandishing the Star Spirit sword. "Let go of Gujia!" With Gujia trapped in Namgong's grip, Wu Fu roared, "Release her!" Struggling in his grasp, she spat, "You cowardly snake!" Seeing that Wu Fu had fallen right into his trap, Namgong smirked. While Wu Fu was distracted, Namgong stealthily telekinetically guided a sword to strike him from behind. Seeing this, Gujia screamed a warning, "Wu Fu, watch out!" But her warning was too slow. The flying sword pierced straight through Wu Fu's chest. He collapsed in agony. Seeing that his goal was finally within reach, Namgong shouted triumphantly, "The Star Spirit sword is mine!" The sword was ripped from Wu Fu's body, and the Star Spirit sword slipped from his grasp. Suddenly, another version of Namgong, who had been sealed inside the sword, was summoned and materialized before them. Despite taking a fatal blow, Wu Fu held on to consciousness. He looked up in sheer shock at the newly appeared Namgong. With a simple flick of his finger, this new Namgong instantly shattered the sword that had just pierced Wu Fu. The evil Namgong glared at this counterpart, gritting his teeth in fury. You, aren't you supposed to be dead? How are you still alive? The good Namgong replied calmly. You and I are one. As long as you draw breath, how could I possibly die? The evil Namgong sneered. Are you playing with me? Dream on. Unwilling to waste any more words, the good Namgong declared. Today, I will destroy you. Don't think you can freeload on my power any longer, you demon. Gripping the Star Spirit sword, the good Namgong called out, Wu Fu, watch closely. This is the true power of the Star Spirit sword. Raising the Star Spirit sword high, he closed his eyes and chanted a spell. Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy tore through the clouds, descending upon them. From that swirling vortex of power, countless massive swords materialized, all pointing directly at the evil Namgong. The evil Namgong was bombarded by the storm of blades. Barely managing to raise a defensive shield in time to save his skin, he roared in fury. Damn it! The good Namgong had no intention of showing mercy. It's useless. My Star Spirit sword is now complete. You cannot withstand this. Right on cue, another sword pierced through his barrier. Defeated, the evil Namgong crumbled as a dark purple mist seeped out of his body. The soul of the evil Namgong barked out one last threat. Don't celebrate too soon. My race will invade this world sooner or later. Refusing to let the demon finish, the good Namgong slashed the Star Spirit sword through the lingering spirit. How noisy! As his body healed, Wu Fu slowly got to his feet, utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Tossing the Star Spirit sword back to Wu Fu, the good Namgong said, Wu Fu, I know you have many questions, but right now, our top priority is to find your mother. I just peeked into his memories and located where she is being held captive. Curious, he asked, where is it? After giving directions, he turned and vanished. Meanwhile, Wu Ling, Wu Fu's mother, remained bound deep underground. Guided by the flying Star Spirit sword, Wu Fu rushed to find her. The moment he saw her, he cried out, Mother! Hearing a familiar voice calling her, Wu Ling slowly opened her eyes. The Star Spirit sword quickly sliced through the chains binding her. Wu Ling recognized it and gasped in surprise this was the Spirit sword. In no time, the Spirit sword successfully cut her free. Worried, she rushed over to her son and called out, Fuer! Wu Ling asked, curious, who is this young lady? Wu Fu shyly replied, She is my friend. Understanding immediately, Wu Ling smiled softly and said, I see. Mother understands. She then began healing Luo Shi. Thanks to Wu Ling's help, the girl slowly recovered. The moment Luo Shi opened her eyes, she searched for him first, calling, Wu Fu! He held her close in his arms and replied, I'm right here. Wu Ling gently advised them, her wounds have been healed. With a few more days of rest, she will make a full recovery. Wu Fu said happily, Thank you so much, Mother. Luo Shi asked curiously, Are you Wu Fu's mother? She nodded warmly and replied, Yes, it must have been a long, hard journey for you two. Wu Fu then said with a heavy heart, Mother, Uncle Gu was killed by Nangong Dongfeng while trying to save me. Hearing this, Wu Ling could only let out a heavy sigh and said, I know. She looked up at Nangong and asked, You ended up in this state because you went to that place, didn't you? He replied in a low voice, Yes. She sighed, trying to comfort him. If you had known this day would come, why did you have to go that far? Overhearing their conversation, Wu Fu immediately realized that Nangong Dongfeng had been completely taken over by a remnant spirit. Mother seems to know quite a lot. I was also possessed by a remnant spirit before. Could there be a connection between them? Driven by curiosity and a desire to find the truth, Wu Fu decided to tell Wu Ling everything. Mother, I was once possessed by a remnant spirit too. She gasped in shock. What? He explained with confidence. But don't worry, I have already destroyed it. Nangong's face grew serious as he interjected, No, it is still inside your body. Hit by a bolt from the blue, Wu Fu raised his voice. What did you just say? It's still inside me? Nangong replied calmly, You and that spirit are one. If it dies, you won't survive either. Wu Fu was completely baffled. But you killed your own remnant spirit, and you are still alive, aren't you? He explained slowly. I don't have much time left. I'm afraid I won't even survive the night. Wu Ling stood to the side, lost in thought. She then asked in a soft, probing voice, Nangong, what on earth did you encounter all those years ago? Why did you end up like this? He shook his head and said, It is a long story. Do you still remember when we traveled to the Tiandai world and accidentally ended up at the border? Wu Ling remembered that day clearly 14. She recounted, Of course I remember. We joined the military together, and Yun Jian went off to battle. He had a chance encounter, made a massive contribution, broke through to the holy venerable realm, and was promoted to captain. Nangong silently stared up at the crescent moon and replied, And that is exactly where it all began. He then began to look back at the past, back to the border town of Lugong. It was a place where martial arts were highly revered. Everyone was praising and congratulating Yun Jian, saying, Brother Yun, you broke through to the holy venerable realm and have been promoted to commander of 1,000 men. This is truly a double blessing. We will have to rely on your guidance from now on. He laughed heartily and replied, You are too kind, brothers. I was just extremely lucky this time. Gu Ming, standing to the side, grumbled angrily. That kid Yun Jian must have hit a stroke of pure luck, getting promotion after promotion. When will something like that finally happen to me? Standing beside him, Nangong clenched his fists and replied, Yes, indeed. He was extremely lucky. Time flew by, and 3 days later, an enemy race attacked once again. Gu Yunjian ordered his army to prepare for battle. Nangong tried his best to persuade him, saying, It is precisely because my cultivation level is low that I need to train. Besides, don't I have you to watch my back? Yunjian asked him once more. Brother Nangong, do you really want to join me? Your cultivation level is only at the divine venerable realm. I'm afraid this expedition will be very dangerous. Worried about Nangong's safety, he gave him a strict warning after they left the city gates. You must not stay more than 10 steps away from me. He pretended to agree, saying, Don't worry, I will definitely stay right beside you. In the heat of battle, Yunjian showed the true charisma of a great leader. He commanded his troops, shouting, Wipe out all of these foreign beasts. By this time, jealousy had already taken root deep within Nangong's heart. Gu Yunjian, our cultivation levels have always been equal. Who could have guessed you would break through to the holy venerable realm in one go and even become the captain? Feeling absolute hatred for Yun Jian, he thought, Do you think that just because you didn't say a word, I wouldn't know where you got your lucky break? I heard every single word of your conversation with Wu Ling. In a dimly lit room, Wu Ling and Yun Jian were talking. Suddenly, she gasped, What? Are you saying there is still a sword manual left in that place? The two of them had no idea that their conversation was being overheard by Nangong, who was eavesdropping outside. Yun Jian explained, At that moment, I suddenly ran into a strange phenomenon. The inheritance process was cut short, so I didn't have time to retrieve it. I'll go back for it in a few days. Worried, Wu Ling tried to persuade him, It is best not to go to such a dangerous place. It's just a sword manual, why don't we just let it go? But he stubbornly refused to listen. No, that is the secret manual of the spirit sword. It is connected to both the Wuji clan and the Gu clan. No matter what, I must go back and get it. She hesitated. But, at that time, Wu Ling was already pregnant with Wu Fu. Yun Jian did his best to reassure her, saying, Just wait until our child is born in the future. I will pass the spirit sword and the secret manual down to our child as a gift to welcome them into this world. Wu Ling was still uneasy and called out, Yun Jian. Eavesdropping from outside, Nangong thought to himself, the secret manual of the spirit sword. While everyone else was busy fighting for their lives, he set off alone to find the manual. With a determined look in his eyes, Nangong was resolved to take the secret manual all for himself. Go ahead and take your sweet time fighting. The spirit sword manual is mine. In the dead of night, Nangong went alone to the east of Shanhai Pass, straight into the realm of death. He walked through the pitch-black darkness, with only the eerie cries of crows echoing around him. Nangong kept walking until he found a tombstone engraved with the name Yuan Shenshi. He reached out and grabbed a corner of the tombstone. Nangong stood there, watching exhaustedly. Suddenly, the skulls buried beneath the ground began emitting a strange mist. Right after, the crows that had been resting quietly suddenly panicked, screeching and flying wildly across the night sky. Nangong looked up and was immediately frozen with fear by the terrifying sight. A horde of the undead had surrounded him without him even noticing. Nangong gasped, Are these living corpses? Seeing Nangong intrude upon their territory, they immediately let out furious growls. One of them led the horde, lunging straight at him. Right after, the rest of the horde followed in unison. The undead howled maniacally, lunging at Nangong as if trying to tear him apart and swallow him whole. Sensing the danger, Nangong immediately turned around and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. The number of living corpses kept growing. As he ran, he looked back over his shoulder, cursing. Damn it! How are there so many of these things? Distracted by the horde chasing him, Nangong failed to notice the roots shifting under his feet. By the time he finally noticed, both of his legs were already tightly bound. Damn it, I'm screwed. The creepy old tree wrapped its roots around him. He quickly controlled his sword to slice through the roots. Once freed from its grip, Nangong bolted. But the demonic tree had no intention of letting him escape, and its roots immediately began slithering after him. He screamed in sheer panic, "You've got to be kidding me!" Nangong was backed into a corner. He thought anxiously, "Damn it, there's no way out!" Just as Nangong was completely trapped, a giant bird which was actually Li Qi in disguise flew past. Seeing a lifeline, Nangong seized the opportunity and grabbed onto Li Kei's leg, successfully escaping the undead. Sitting on her back, he asked, "Hey, big bird, do you know where the tomb of the Spirit King is?" Li Kei shook her head and replied, "I don't know." Hearing her voice, Nangong was taken aback and said, "A bird can talk, and it's a woman's voice. Are you a female?" Furious, Li Kei tilted her body to let him slide off and fall. Nangong teased her, "What a temper. You know, if a woman is too fierce, no man will ever want her." Hovering in the air, Li Kei yelled back angrily, "I don't need any man to want me. As long as another bird does, that's enough." Nam Kung asked curiously, "So, which bird are you talking about?" She didn't seem to care and simply replied, "Pointless. If this path is broken, would you still walk it?" As Lai Kak flew away, Nam Kung muttered regretfully, "Why is she leaving already?" Then, he pulled himself together, focusing on his original goal. "Forget it. I need to keep looking for the God King's tomb." Overhearing his muttering, she wondered, "Since when was there a God King's tomb around here? Let's follow him and find out." On his quest to find the God King's tomb, Nam Kung faced countless challenges. First, he was chased by a snake-like monster, and then he ran straight into a giant spider demon. Next, he was chased by a four-eyed wolf, running for his dear life, while Lai Kak just leisurely flew behind him. She figured the guy was going to end up dead. Finally escaping danger, Nam Kung leaned against a tree, panting heavily. "Why are there so many monsters around here?" Out of nowhere, he called out to Lai Kak, "Hey, gorgeous, how about a lift?" Startled, she wondered, when on earth did this kid notice me? Even in a tight spot, he didn't miss a chance to flirt. "We're heading the same way anyway, so give me a ride, will you? Besides, if no other man wants you in the future, I'll take you." Lai Kak snapped in anger. "Watch your mouth. Who would ever want you? Even if everyone else on earth died, you would still be the absolute last option." While teasing her, Nam Kung suddenly sensed something off. Wait, something's not right. Before he could finish, he was instantly teleported high into the air, falling straight down. After hitting the ground, Nam Kung blacked out for a moment. Lai Kak stood beside him, repeatedly calling out, "Hey, wake up, wake up!" Not long after, Nam Kung finally regained consciousness. By this time, Lai Kak had transformed back into her human form. She spoke up, "You're awake." He was a bit dazed seeing her new appearance. Who? Who are you?" Blushing, she scolded him. "You rode me all this way and you still don't know who I am? Let me formally introduce myself. I am Doc Lai Kak, the Beast King of the Land of Death, the dragon-bodied bird, and also your master." Nam Kung stared blankly at Lai Kak, thinking to himself, "Are female monsters nowadays always this bold?" Looking around, he asked in confusion, "Where on earth are we?" She glanced to the side and replied, "This is the God King's tomb you were talking about." He followed her gaze and indeed saw a tombstone there. Engraved on it were the words, "The Tomb of Star King Ko Tin Than." Nam Kung pondered for a moment. The Star King. Why is his last name Ko? Lai Kak, highly curious, began to probe him. "I've lived here for hundreds of years. This is the first time I'm hearing about a God King's tomb being here. How did you find out about it?" He cleared his throat, pretending to cough. "Oh, I just happened to find out by chance." With that, Nam Kung stopped talking and headed straight inside the tomb. "Cut the chatter and come take a look. A God King's tomb is bound to have some good loot." The inside was a total mess, with skeletal remains scattered everywhere. Lai Kak gasped in shock. What on earth happened here? Why are there so many corpses? Nam Kung explained that back then, to protect the 3,000 worlds, the Star King led his disciples to fight against invading evil spirits, eventually dying alongside an emperor from another land. He frantically searched around. "Where on earth is it?" She watched him curiously from behind. "What is he looking for?" Lai Kak walked up to a dragon horn sealed by thousands of swords. She gasped in delight. It really is a dragon horn, she thought to herself. If I can get my hands on this, I'll be able to evolve my bloodline once again. Just as she reached out to touch it, Nam Kung yelled to stop her. Don't touch it! But it was too late. A surge of power from the dragon horn instantly grabbed Lai Kak's arm. He rushed over with his sword to save her, yelling, "Get out of the way!" Unfortunately, Nam Kung wasn't strong enough, and the shockwave blasted him away. An arm materialized from the dark energy and instantly choked Nam Kung. Noticing a nearby sword vibrating, Nam Kung desperately cried out for help. "Senior, please, help me!" Hearing Nam Kung's voice, the sword seemed to gain renewed power, suddenly glowing with brilliant light. The dark energy sneered. "Ko Fong is already dead. What can you possibly do with just a sword?" But in the blink of an eye, the sword flew forward, piercing through the dark arm and freeing Nam Kung. The dark entity flew into a rage. "Damn it, you're all dead, yet a single sword still manages to trap me here. Every single soul in the 3,000 worlds will die." Nam Kung rushed over to support Lai Kak, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" She stubbornly replied, "I'm fine. Having lived east of Sunhai Pass for so long, a tiny evil spirit like this can't hurt me." As he held her, her chest accidentally brushed against his arm. He stared lecherously at her chest, completely blown away. "Damn, they're huge." Noticing his stare, Lai Kak snapped, "What's your problem?" Nam Kung, unable to take his eyes off her, quickly stammered to cover it up. "Nothing, it's nothing." Lai Kak looked back at the dark energy and asked, "But seriously, what is going on here?" The dark energy was still hovering nearby, refusing to disperse. Nam Kung explained, "These swords are here to contain the demon corpses." Confused, she asked, "They're already dead, so what is there to contain?" Nam Kung replied seriously, "There's something you don't know. The life force of these demons is incredibly stubborn. There's simply no way to truly kill them. The only option is to seal them away step by step." Realizing this, Lai Kak said, "So all these swords are—" He cut her off. "They're meant to slowly wipe out whatever residual consciousness is left in these demon corpses." Nam Kung looked around, speaking as if he knew everything. "Swords have souls. Even if their masters are dead, they must carry out their final wish to destroy these demons. They're willing to be buried in this lonely tomb, forgotten by all, for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years." The moment he finished speaking, a mysterious power seemed to surge through the swords, causing them to plunge repeatedly into the scattered skeletal remains nearby. Even though the bodies had long turned to bone, the swords showed no mercy. Lai Kak quickly spotted something. "Is that the body of the Star King?" Nam Kung nodded. "Most likely. To think the Star King has been dead for so many years, yet his body is still standing tall. It's truly tragic but majestic." He paced back and forth around the body for a moment, thinking to himself, "Wait, how is this possible?" Suddenly, the Star King snapped awake and grabbed him instantly. Roaring like a madman, he screamed, "Ko Tin Than, how dare you plot against me?" Nam Kung thought to himself, "The life force of these outsiders is incredibly resilient. Despite all these years, they still haven't been wiped out. I can't believe it even possessed the Star King's body." He was completely oblivious that behind him, Lai Kak was struggling to fend off the attacking undead, shouting, "Get away from me!" Seeing her trying to rush over, the Star King barked, "Insolent brat." He then unleashed a crushing force to pin Lai Kak down. He scrutinized Nam Kung, asking, "Are you a descendant of the Ko family?" Nam Kung remained silent. Seeing his silence, the Star King realized his goal. "Were you looking for the Star Sword scripture just now?" Nam Kung nodded in response. "Yes." The Star King then explained, "I know where the Star Sword scripture is. Just help me undo the seal that Ko Ting then cast, and I'll tell you exactly where to find it. How about it?" Hearing this, Lai Kak protested from afar. "Don't agree to his deal. If he's released, he will definitely bring disaster to the 3,000 worlds." The Star King exerted even more pressure, pinning her down harder. "Who told you to run your mouth?" Nam Kung fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with calculations. First, he asked if I was a descendant of the Ko family before requesting my help to break the seal. It seems the seal placed by the Star King can only be undone by the blood of the Ko family. I might as well play along and agree first. Once I get my hands on the Star Sword scripture, I'll figure out a way to get out of here. Growing impatient, the Star King demanded, "Well, have you made up your mind?" Smirking, Nam Kung replied, "All right, I accept your terms, senior. Once I have the Star Sword scripture, I will definitely help you break the seal. Please, tell me where it is." Without a moment's hesitation, the Star King pointed directly to himself. The Star Sword scripture is right here, where my heart is. Drip your blood onto the wound on my chest, and you will be able to obtain the Star Sword manual. Nam Kung quickly followed the instructions. In his heart, he was still filled with deep, scheming plots. The Star Sword knew how to recognize its master. With just a single drop of the Gu family's blood, my seal will be broken. When that time comes, I will slaughter both of them. Shortly after, that manual appeared, clearly labeled Star Sword Manual. Nam Kung was also a bit surprised. It was obtained so easily. He then asked, "I've got it. Am I supposed to help you break the seal now?" He immediately pointed out, the seal is right on the Star Sword manual itself. As long as the Gu family's blood drips onto it, the seal will automatically break, and I will finally be free. He wondered, could it be that Gu Yunjian couldn't obtain the Star Sword manual because of this? Nam Kung walked over to help Lai Kak up, quickly trying to find a way to escape. Now that Senior's seal is broken, this junior will take his leave. She refused, saying, "I'm not leaving. I must kill this foreign demon." Nam Kung whispered an explanation. "I'm not from the Gu family, so the seal wasn't actually broken. We need to leave, now, otherwise he'll find out." Surprised, she asked again, "Really?" Winking at Lai Kak, he replied, "Why would I lie to you? If we don't go now, it'll be too late." Still suspicious, Tin Thon called out to stop Nam Kung. "Stop right there." He pushed Lai Kak away and shouted, "Hurry, run!" Instead of leaving, she spread the wings behind her back. Lai Kak transformed into a giant condor, carrying Nam Kung as they escaped together. Tin Than swiftly unleashed a burst of power at Lai Kak, sneering, "Where do you think you're going?" Ignoring him, she kept flapping her wings to fly away. Tin Han gave chase right behind them, but just as he was about to catch up, the seal beneath his feet held him back. Staring at the chains binding him, Tin Than looked completely bewildered. "This is the seal?" Then, Tin Tan turned to Nam Kung and roared, "How dare you trick me?" He calmly replied, "Didn't you also plot to kill me? We were both just playing each other. We're even now. Duke Lai Kak, let's go." Having achieved his goal, Nam Kung finally revealed the truth. "I'm not a descendant of the Gu family, so of course I couldn't help you break the seal." Countless vines nearby wrapped around Tin Than's limbs. He shrieked in fury, "Do you really think you can escape?" Flying away with Nam Kung, Lai Kak looked ahead, about to say something, when Nam Kung suddenly spoke up. "Duke, Lai Kak, do you want to go to the 3,000 Great Worlds with me?" Because he had a female appearance but was actually a male, Lai Kak thought to himself, "Should I tell him that I'm actually a man?" While he was still hesitating, a voice suddenly cut in, interrupting them. "Dongfang." Nam Kung turned around and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Guming cheerfully replied, "We noticed you left the army, so we came looking for you. Where are you heading?" He pretended to make up an excuse. "I spotted a scout from another country and followed them to see what they were up to. I accidentally wandered too far and made you all worry. I'm so sorry." Curious, Yoonjian looked at Lai Kak. "And who is this young lady?" Nam Kung continued to lie. "Her name is Duke Lai Kak. She's an immigrant from the 3,000 Great Worlds, living beyond the pass." Lai Kak was speechless upon hearing the introduction, thinking, "Why is he calling me an immigrant?" Concerned, Yoonjian suggested, "If you're an immigrant, you should come back with us, miss. It's too dangerous out here. It's no place for a lady." Lai Kak nodded in agreement. "All right." The scene shifts, showing the Wild God King's ship hovering in midair. Back in the present, Nam Kung continued his story. After returning, Yoonjian was worried about Tu Lin, who was injured down below. So he asked me and Gu Ming to take Tu Lin back to the Mingyuan realm, instructing us to take good care of you and your mother. Unbeknownst to me, I had been infected by the demonic energy at the God King's tomb. When it merged with my lingering thoughts, it birthed an inner demon. Wu Fu slowly came to a realization. "Are you saying that wiping out the Wu Yi clan, stealing the Star Sword, and committing that massacre in Tianwai Tian were all caused by your lingering thoughts?" He frowned and continued, "Yes. Later on, it even tried to devour my primordial soul. Left with no other choice, I could only temporarily seal my primordial soul inside the Star Sword to bide my time. Through all the twists and turns, the Star Sword still ended up in your hands. It seems it was all heaven's will," Wu Fu asked, puzzled. "I have a question. I've never been to the God King's tomb," Nam Kung speculated. "Perhaps you've been there before but forgot." Frowning, he thought for a moment. Been there before but forgot. Could it be talking about my past life? Right then, a voice echoed in his mind, praising him. Aren't you a sharp one? Wu Fu and his inner demon faced each other in his subconscious. He glared at it. You dare show yourself? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The inner demon remained completely unfazed, even mocking Wu Fu. What a terrible memory. Didn't Nam Kung Dongfeng just say it? You and I are one. Wu Fu had always wondered, what on earth happened to me in my past life that created a thing like you? Shrugging, the demon replied, how should I know? I wasn't born yet. But don't worry, sooner or later, you'll encounter it again. Wu Fu thought to himself, encounter it again. What on earth is it? His inner demon smirked triumphantly before gradually fading into thin air. By this time, Nam Kung had grown weak. Reaching his hand out toward Wu Fu, he called, my time is running out. Wu Fu, come here. I have something to give you. Wu Fu looked hesitantly at Ngu Lin. She immediately pointed toward Nam Kung, urging him, go on. Wu Fu obeyed and slowly walked over to Nam Kung. Then, a blinding light appeared in Nam Kung's palm. The light transformed into a book, on which was written, the Star Sword Technique. Wu Fu gasped in surprise. This is the Star Sword Technique! Nam Kung nodded. That's right. This is the very Star Sword Technique that even your father never possessed. He barked angrily. Don't think doing this means I'll forgive you, Nam Kung softly replied. I know you won't forgive me. This Star Sword Technique and the Star Sword originally belonged to your father. I'm simply returning them to their rightful owner. Right after, he raised his hand toward Wu Fu. Nam Kung gently touched his head, focusing all his energy to transfer his entire cultivation to Wu Fu. He was shocked. Is Nam Kung trying to pass his cultivation to me? Panicked and fearing Wu Fu might get hurt, Lok Hai rushed over and screamed, Wu Fu! Nu Lin immediately stepped in to stop her, explaining, Nam Kung is transferring his cultivation to Fuer. If you disturb them, Nu Lin snapped in anger, Wu Fu's cultivation will be completely ruined. Realizing her mistake, Lok Hai hung her head. I almost ended up hurting Wu Fu. Once Nam Kung finished transferring his entire cultivation to Wu Fu, his time to depart had come. He felt deeply remorseful for his past actions. My time is up. Tu Lin, I have failed you and your child in this life. Forgive me, Yunjian, if there is a next life. Before he could finish his sentence, his body dissolved into thin air. Swallowing her grief, Ngu Lin wiped away her tears and said, Fuer, let's go. Just as Nu Lin turned around, she saw Gu Ya walking toward them. She asked, are you Aunt Lin? She praised, little Ya, you've grown up so much. You're as beautiful as your mother. Suddenly, Gu Ya fell to her knees right in front of Ngu Lin. Startled, she rushed to help her up. Child, what are you doing? Please, stand up. Gu Ya earnestly pleaded. Aunt Lin, please reveal the truth to the Mingyuan realm and clear his name. Ngu Lin nodded and replied, I will definitely clear Brother Gu's name. She bowed and said, thank you so much, Aunt Lin. Then she quickly left. Lok Hai was about to call her back. Gu Ya. But Ngu Lin stopped her. Let her go. If it's meant to be, you will cross paths again. Lok Hai immediately turned to Wu Fu and asked seriously, Wu Fu, what are your plans now? He replied, I want to head back to Penglai to visit Meng Meng and the others. She agreed. All right, I'll go back with you. Wu Fu turned to ask Wu Ling if she wanted to come along with them. She nodded and agreed. Let's go together. It's been a long time since I've seen the outside world. Everyone left immediately. Right after they departed, two young men appeared. Qing Yun was puzzled, never expecting that Nangong Dongfeng would end up passing his entire lifetime's cultivation to Wu Fu. Bai Feng speculated, Wu Fu's current cultivation has probably reached the Azure Venerable Realm. Should we make a move? Qing Yun reassured him, it's just the Azure Venerable Realm, nothing to worry about. Let's bring Nangong Dongfeng's body back first. He explained that with Nangong Dongfeng's body, the cult leader could refine it into a puppet. This way, their trip wouldn't be in vain. Bai Feng was curious, what about Wu Fu? Qing Yun smiled faintly and replied, let him live for 2 more days. Cut to the Penglai Tavern. Ting Ting, Meng Meng, and Jing Song were still anxiously waiting for Wu Fu. She asked petulantly, when can we go find Wu Fu and Luo Shi? Jing Song answered patiently, Meng Meng is only a few days away from breaking through to the Divine Venerable Realm. Let's wait until he's done before we go. Although Ting Ting was reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. She looked up at the sky and wondered, all right, I wonder how Wu Fu and Luo Shi are doing right now. Meng Meng stood beside her, looking confused. Ting Ting, what are you looking at? Ting Ting spotted something and replied, there seem to be some people in the sky. It was Wu Fu returning with Luo Shi and Wu Ling. She joyfully exclaimed, Wu Fu and Luo Shi are back, and Wu Fu is even bringing another girl with him. He gasped in shock. What? The moment Wu Fu touched down, Ting Ting couldn't wait. She bombarded him with questions. Wu Fu, how did you guys get back so soon? He nodded and replied, they've been wiped out. Senior Lu, long time no see. Jing Song chuckled, it's good that you're back safe and sound. Ting Ting was just talking about you two. Ting Ting shyly denied it. No, I wasn't. She then turned her attention to Wu Ling. Misunderstanding the situation, Ting Ting immediately scolded Wu Fu. Is this the new girl you're playing around with? You already have Luo Shi, so why are you fooling around with other girls? You scumbag! Panicked, he quickly explained. No, she's my mother. Wu Fu anxiously turned to Wu Ling and said, Mother, please don't mind her. Realizing her mistake, Ting Ting awkwardly cupped her hands to apologize. Auntie, I'm so sorry. You look so incredibly young and beautiful that I thought you were his girlfriend. I'm truly sorry. Wu Ling smiled cheerfully and let it go. It's all right. It's all because I'm just too young and beautiful, which made you misunderstand. Four, isn't that right? Wu Fu thought helplessly to himself that his mother was being narcissistic again, but it was the truth, so he nodded and replied, yes. Spotting Meng Meng, Wu Fu immediately asked about his condition. Meng Meng, is your injury feeling any better? He happily replied, the injury is completely healed. Getting hurt this time actually cleared all of my meridians, making my cultivation speed 3 times faster than before. Meng Meng confidently flexed his muscles. Now I've reached the Great Perfection Realm, and I'm about to break through to the Divine Venerable Realm. It really is a blessing in disguise. Speaking of cultivation, Ting Ting also curiously stepped forward to ask, Wu Fu, what's your cultivation level now? Wu Fu slowly replied, I've broken through. Hearing his answer, both Meng Meng and Ting Ting's jaws dropped in sheer shock. Mid-stage Azure Venerable Realm? Unable to believe it, she immediately ran over to inspect Wu Fu's entire body. Did you practice some kind of evil art? Helplessly, he raised his voice. No, I didn't. Meng Meng patted Wu Fu's shoulder and shouted, You brat, did you eat some heavenly treasure or something to cultivate this fast? Seeing Ting Ting and Wu Fu so close, Wu Ling smiled gently and said, This young girl and Fuer seem to get along really well. Luo Shi stole a glance at them. Wu Fu said seriously, This experience made me realize how important strength is. If it weren't for the medical arts that my mother devoted herself to researching, Luo Shi might have been in grave danger. Meng Meng replied in surprise, I had no idea you guys went through so much. Thank goodness you and Luo Shi are safe and sound. He immediately shifted the topic. All right, don't blame yourself anymore. Now that you've reached the Azure Venerable Realm, you're at the very top of all. 3,000 great worlds. Do you have any plans for what's next? Wu Fu pondered. Luo Shi has suffered so much alongside me. Next, I want to marry her. Meng Meng chuckled. Genuinely happy for Luo Shi. I thought a dense blockhead like you would never realize how Luo Shi feels about you. Great. If you want to hold a wedding, we'll make it incredibly grand and lively. Tomorrow I'll go prepare everything needed for the ceremony. Wu Fu calmly replied, There's no rush. I still need to ask my mother's opinion, as well as my parents back on Earth. Even though they aren't my biological parents, they raised me for many years. We also need to get the opinion of Luo Shi's family. Meng Meng immediately pointed at Ting Ting and said, Wu Fu, make sure to remind them to keep it a secret. Don't let the people of the Mad Sect find out. After all, they are just ordinary people, not cultivators. He confidently replied, No problem. You can rest easy when I'm handling things. Cut to Wu Ling's room. Wu Fu gently knocked on the door and asked, Mother, are you asleep yet? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. She called out, Come in. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, Wu Ling was already sitting there waiting for him. She asked curiously, Go ahead. What's on your mind? Wu Ling slowly gestured. Sit down. Wu Fu seriously asked for her opinion. I want to marry Luo Si. She has gone through so much with me. She didn't object, simply nodding. He was surprised. You agree? Wu Ling suddenly grew serious and asked, Fuer, do you know what I regret the most over all these years? Wu Fu shook his head. I don't, Mother. Wu Ling looked at Wu Fu gently and shared her innermost thoughts. It's that back then, I wasn't determined enough to stay by your father's side. I haven't seen your father in so long. I'm almost starting to forget what he looks like. He is down there all by himself, and I don't even know if he's doing well. I don't want my son to be like your father, losing the companionship of his loved ones. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you didn't like Luo Shi. She playfully teased him. Actually, I don't really like her that much. How about you go to the Mingquan realm to bring Gu Yao back instead? Hearing Gu Yao's name, Wu Fu became instantly flustered. Wu Ling pretended to be angry. I didn't expect my son to be such a playboy, holding so many women in his heart. He immediately explained, Mother, please stop teasing me. There's nothing going on between Gu Yao and me. Teased to the point of turning red-faced and speechless, he whined, Mother, only then did Wu Ling get serious again. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Marriage is a lifetime commitment, not a joke. Have you really thought this through? Wu Fu replied, I have. But I still need you to do me a favor, Mother. She was curious. What is it? He leaned in close to her ear and whispered. Upon hearing it, she smiled softly. A gentle breeze began to weave through the falling cherry blossoms. Dressed in a gorgeous gown, Luo Shi stood alone under the night sky in the peach blossom forest by the river, anxiously wondering, where on earth is Wu Fu? Just as Luo Ji was at a loss, Meng Meng appeared holding a sign with a right turn arrow. She asked in confusion, Do you want me to go to the right? Meng Meng merely offered a smile without saying a word. Luo Shi followed the direction of the arrow for a bit, only to see Ting Ting holding a sign with a left turn arrow. Just like Meng Meng, Ting Ting only responded with a bright, radiant smile. Standing at the end of the path was Wu Ling. Luo Shi asked in wonder, Auntie Ling, why are you here too? She patted her shoulder encouragingly and said, Go on, Fu is waiting for you. Luo Shi obediently walked forward. Wu Fu had already been waiting there for quite some time. She looked at him shyly and asked, Wu Fu, where did you get this outfit? Dressed in a sharp suit and holding a fresh bouquet of flowers, Wu Fu smiled and asked, Do I look handsome? Right then, he got down on one knee, held out the flowers to propose. So, would you agree to marry such a handsome man? Realizing what was happening, she said joyfully, Wu Fu, are you proposing to me? And she finally nodded, I do. Hearing her say yes, everyone who was there, Ting Ting, Meng Meng, Jing Song, Wu Ling, and even Luo Shi's parents all shouted in unison, Congratulations! Time flew by, and 3 days later, Ching Ching was helping Luo Shi style her hair for her wedding. Ching Ching teased, Back on Earth, we all called you an unreachable flower on a high mountain. I never thought you'd be won over by Wu Fu. Applying her lipstick, Luo Shi humbly explained, Wu Fu is always so kind to everyone, and he's incredibly responsible. That's what I love about him. She suddenly asked, Ching Ching, do you? Like Wu Fu? Taken aback, Ching Ching asked, Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Luo Shi explained, Back on Earth, you two were so close and always teasing each other. You look just like a couple. Ching Ching immediately protested. What? No way! Luo Shi explained, I don't mean to blame you. Honestly, you met Wu Fu before I did. If you really liked him, then I'm the one who stole him from you. Then she asked again, Do you really not like him? Slightly annoyed. Ching Ching replied, I don't. Luo Shi smiled gently. Then I can rest easy. Thank you for entrusting your soulmate to me. Hearing this, Ching Ching immediately ran over and flicked her forehead. She said playfully, Don't worry so much. Let's go out now. We shouldn't keep Wu Fu waiting. Surrounded by the blessings of the crowd, Luo Shi rode in a carriage toward the wedding hall. Seeing her walk and looking absolutely stunning, Wu Fu couldn't help but think to himself, Luo Shi is so beautiful today. Luo Shi's father took her hand and placed it in Wu Fu's. He gently advised, I'm entrusting Luo Shi to you. Please take good care of her for me. Nodding confidently, he replied, I will, uncle. Wu Fu felt a bit apologetic. There are no cars here. I'm sorry to make you go through this. Luo Shi replied instead. Actually, I think it feels like an ancient European wedding. It's very romantic. He saw her smile. With Jingzong officiating, the wedding ceremony began. He looked at Wu Fu and asked, Wu Fu, do you take Luo Shi to be your wife? In wealth or in poverty, in sickness and in health? Never to part? Wu Fu nodded and replied, I do. Jingzong turned to Luo Shi and repeated the question, Luo Shi, do you take Wu Fu to be your husband? In wealth or in poverty, in sickness and in health, never to part? She nodded and replied, I do. He declared, Bride and groom, please exchange rings. But just as they were placing the rings on each other's fingers, a loud crash echoed through the hall. Both of them turned around to find Ya Meng standing there. Anxiously, Wu Fu said, Ya Meng, where have you been? We've been looking for you for so long. Her hands trembled with pure hatred. You looked for me? Ya Meng shrieked in anger. Back in Fashi, all you wanted to do was kill me. And in the secret realm, you murdered Aoli and threw me off the cliff. Looking for me? Stop pretending to be so innocent. Luo Shi stepped in to explain. Ya Meng, Wu Fu was possessed by evil thoughts back then. He didn't do those things. Misunderstanding Wu Fu. Yameng refused to believe Luo Shi's explanation. Possessed? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? She continued to lash out in anger. Or are you guys just trying to protect the murderer who killed your own friend? Wu Fu finally spoke up. What do I have to say to make you believe me? Deep down, he knew that this misunderstanding couldn't be easily cleared up. Sobbing bitterly, the young girl cried out, I won't believe a single word you say. I want you to join Aoli in the grave. Wu Ling stepped in to stop her. Now listen here, little girl. I don't know what grudge you have against Wu Fu, but today is his wedding day with Luo Shi. You will not touch him. Realizing what was happening, Yameng sneered, no wonder there are so many people here, so it's a wedding. Still holding on to a shred of humanity, Yameng shouted before leaving, Wu Fu, don't think I'm letting you off the hook for the past. She wasn't completely heartless after all. Out of respect for your wedding day, I'll spare you for now. 3 days from now, I will come back for your life. Helplessly watching her walk away, Wu Fu thought, Yameng, I never imagined our relationship would end up like this. What do I have to do to make you believe me? Luo Shi walked over to comfort him. Wu Fu, don't mind what Yameng said. We both know what the situation was like back then. Clenching his fists, Wu Fu blamed himself. But no matter what, Aoli's death was still caused by my hands. And I almost killed Yameng before. It's only natural that she hates me. Luo Shi continued to comfort him gently. Don't talk like that. Yameng is still young and naive. She calmly added, once she calms down, we will explain everything to her. I'm sure she'll understand. Wu Fu finally relented and nodded. I hope so. I'm so sorry, Luo Shi. Today was supposed to be our wedding, and it turned out like this. Afterward, they went into their bridal chamber. Luo Shi gently comforted him. You can't blame yourself for this. There's no need to feel so guilty. She lay down and looked at Wu Fu shyly. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, Luo Shi, it's late. We should get some sleep. Becoming impatient, Wu Fu asked, so, can we start? After their wedding night, the morning sun finally rose, and a gentle breeze drifted through the window. Luo Shi woke up, sat up, and looked around. So early. Has Wu Fu already gone over there? Luo Shi suddenly recalled the events of last night. She quickly changed and went to find him. Just as she stepped out of the hallway, she bumped into Ching Ching. Luo Shi asked, Ching Ching, what are you doing here? She broke the news. Just now, an incredibly beautiful spirit came to see Wu Fu. Luo Shi muttered, Is it Yameng? I'll go explain to her. Ching Ching quickly pulled her back and said, It's not Yameng, it's a different spirit. Luo Shi was confused. Another spirit? Could it be Gujia? Ching Ching warned her anxiously. Luo Shi, you and Wu Fu just got married, and already a beautiful spirit is looking for him. You'd better be careful. That spirit was actually Li Ke, who was currently discussing an important matter with Wu Ling and Wu Fu. He found it hard to believe. Li Ke, are you sure the distress signal from below is real? Li Ke took out a letter and said, This is an official document from below. See for yourself. Wu Fu took it. The letter read, An army of 1 million outlanders is approaching the border. The border is about to fall. Come quickly. Shocked, he muttered. An army of 1 million? That many? How many troops do we have at the border right now? Holding up 3 fingers, she replied. Less than 300,000. Wu Fu frowned. That's 700,000 fewer than the enemy. Standing beside them, Wu Ling analyzed the situation carefully. We can't just look at the numbers. The Outlanders are naturally warlike. At the same level, a single Outlander can take on 3 of our soldiers. This was a real eye-opener for him. He hadn't expected them to be so powerful. In other words, the enemy army was 3 times stronger. Wu Fu turned to Li Ke and asked, The Outlanders have 3 million troops, and we only have 300,000. How can we possibly hold them off? She immediately replied, The border has already notified the powerhouses of the minor realms. They are currently on their way to the border. Confused, Wu Fu turned to Wu Ling and asked, What exactly are these Outlanders? Why are they so powerful? She calmly asked back, Fur, do you still remember Nangong Dongfeng's evil thoughts? He nodded, remembering. Wu Ling explained, In a way, he was one of them. Wu Fu gasped in shock. What? Nangong Dongfeng's evil thoughts? Then isn't my own evil thoughts also? His inner demon suddenly interrupted him. My evil thoughts and that guy's are not the same. Wu Fu was confused. What do you mean? He explained. That guy only developed evil thoughts after being contaminated by demonic energy. But I have been in your body ever since you were born. I am another side of your personality, a stronger version of you. He frowned, thinking, another side of me. At this point, Li Ke chimed in to ask, you guys saw Nengong Dongfeng? Where is he now? Wu Fu immediately cut her off. He's dead. She analyzed seriously. The cycle of karma. This is his retribution. So, Wu Fu, you are currently the strongest person in Penglai. According to our agreement, you must come to the border with me to hold off the enemy. Right at that moment, Luo Shi came in carrying drinks. Her heart skipped a beat when she heard those words, and the tea set in her hand slipped, shattering all over the floor. Surprised, Wu Fu asked, Luo Shi, what are you doing here? Her voice trembled as she asked, Wu Fu, do you really have to go to the border? He explained, my father is still at the border. I have to go. Lakay threw herself into Wu Fu's arms, insisting on following him. Then I will go with you, dear. We just got married yesterday. I do not want to be away from you. Wu Fu objected. You cannot go. It is far too dangerous. Fighting is a man's duty. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. If you do not want to stay in Penglai, then go back to Earth and wait for me there. Tintin's voice interrupted their conversation. Who says fighting is only a man's job? I want to go to the border too. Wu Fu barked angrily. What are you shouting about? No one is allowed to go. Just me going is enough. She stubbornly retorted. No way. Tintin turned to Lai Kak and asked, Hey, she-devil, what are the requirements to go to the border? She replied, There are no restrictions on fighting, but to join the army, you must be at the tribulation stage or higher. She said resolutely, Did you hear that? Anyone who reaches the tribulation stage can join. Right now, I am in the mid-tribulation stage, so I perfectly meet the requirements. Meng Meng excitedly chimed in, I meet the standards too. I want to go as well. Li Kak looked at Nogolin curiously. Nolin, what about you? She smiled and replied, I haven't been out in a long time. Hearing this, Wu Fu immediately tried to stop her. Mother, your cultivation hasn't recovered yet. You cannot go. Enjo Lin was determined. Your mother is worried about both your father and you. How could a mother not care for her own son? I am going too. Lai Kak was losing her patience and asked, Are you guys done discussing? Wu Fu replied, We are done. We will set off for the border in 3 days. Lai Kak wondered to herself, Why 3 days? Lucky realized, Wu Fu, are you waiting for Ya Meng? He explained. This time we are heading to the border, and we do not know if we will live or die. There are some things I want to settle before we go. Lai Kak overheard the conversation and could not help but mock Ya Meng. Isn't she that beast-eared girl who used to be by your side? Did she leave you because she found out you already had another woman? Lake stepped in to explain. Ya Meng holds a grudge against Wu Fu because his body was possessed by a remnant soul, which killed Ao Luke. It is absolutely nothing like what you think. Lai Kak smirked. So you killed her childhood sweetheart. That girl has no parents and only had that one childhood friend left, yet you killed him too. If I were her, I would tear you into 1,000 pieces, she said helplessly. At that time, Wu Fu's body was possessed. He had no control over himself, which is why he attacked Ao Luke. She asked, Is there a difference? Lakay firmly replied, Of course there is. Lai Kak slowly questioned Lakay. Do you honestly think that girl would listen to a word you say? Even if she did, do you really think she would believe it? If it was Wu Fu who had been killed instead, would you be able to remain this calm? Shaking slightly, Lakay gritted her teeth and replied, If it were Wu Fu, I would probably be even more furious than Ya Meng, but I cannot let Ya Meng hurt him. Absolutely not. Wu Fu suddenly interrupted, I have my own plans for this matter. There is no need for you two to argue anymore. Anyway, Lai Kak, will the powerful experts from other worlds show up? Lai Kak slowly replied, Every expert above the Saint Venerable realm in the 3,000 great worlds has already been notified. Unless they intend to betray us, they will all come to support us. Why do you ask? Resting his chin on his hand, Wu Fu replied with a faint smile, Nothing. I'm just looking forward to it a bit. His words made her curious. Looking forward to it, time flew by, and 2 days later, Ya Meng appeared in front of the Zhao family gates. She repeatedly shouted at the top of her lungs, Wu Fu, you murderer, come out and face me. Facing Wu Fu, Ya Meng was furious, screaming at him, You murderer, give Ao Luke back to me. Lakay spoke up to clear Wu Fu's name, Ya Meng. This is all a misunderstanding. Wu Fu's body was possessed at the time, and he had no control over himself. He did not kill Ao Luke. Of course, Ya Meng did not believe a word she said. Don't think you can fool me. I saw him kill Ao Luke with my own eyes. I must kill him to avenge Ao Luke. As soon as she finished speaking, Ya Meng transformed into her beast form and lunged wildly at Wu Fu. Lakay frowned, swearing in her heart that she would not let anyone harm him. Asura sword art. Her sword flew out, aiming straight at Ya Meng. At the critical moment, Wu Fu quickly pushed Ya Meng aside and used his own body to take the blow for her. Lakay panicked at the sight. Wu Fu, why did you do that? Gritting his teeth through the pain, Wu Fu replied, I am fine. He looked up at Ya Meng and asked, Are you all right? She was confused as to why he would shield her from the blade. Wu Fu explained, You are my master. Isn't it only natural for a servant to protect his master? Ya Meng remained stubborn. But you killed Ao Luke, didn't you? I saw it with my own eyes. He felt utterly helpless because no matter what he said, Ya Meng refused to believe him. So, Wu Fu explained while taking the blame, It was me, yet it wasn't me. The remnant soul and I are ultimately one. He is me, and I am him. What he did is no different from what I did. Him killing Ao Luke is no different from me killing Ao Luke myself. Ya Meng could not take it anymore. She gritted her teeth and asked, Why? Why did you kill Ao Luke? She then burst into tears, crying, Mother passed away, and Ao Luke and I went through so much pain to find father, but right when we finally found him, he died too. Ao Luke was my last remaining family. Overwhelmed by grief, she blamed Wu Fu. Now that you killed him, I am completely alone. I do not want to be alone. He reached out to gently pat her head and whispered, I am sorry. Wu Fu had blamed himself deeply. It was because he was too weak to protect them. But there is one thing you got wrong. Ya Meng finally stopped crying, looking at him blankly. He gently stroked her head to comfort her, and she quickly wiped away her tears. Wu Fu smiled and said, You are not alone. You still have me. I am your most loyal servant. Hearing this, Ya Meng's eyes widened. She stared at him with sparkling eyes. My most loyal servant? The scene shifted, and everyone had already gathered at the transport ship. The place was incredibly crowded. Looking around, Wu Fu marveled. I did not expect there to be so many people. Lai Kak replied, The border is about to fall, so experts from all over are gathering here. She did not forget to remind him about Ya Meng. That girl is staring intently at you. She emitted a chilling aura of anger that would make anyone shiver as she glared at Wu Fu. When Ya Meng saw him look back, she immediately turned around to walk away. Wu Fu tried to call out, Ya Meng! She completely ignored him and walked away. Lai Kak scolded, What were you thinking, letting this girl tag along? Wu Fu replied sadly, After all, I am the one who wronged her. She comforted him. Honestly, you do not need to take it to heart. I have seen what Nam Kung Dong Fong was like when he was possessed by a remnant soul. Wu Fu still blamed himself. In the end, it is because I am not strong enough. If I had been stronger, I would not have been possessed, and Ao Luke would not have died. Lai Kak smirked and said, At that time, you also pushed this girl off the cliff. With her cultivation being so low, I wonder how she managed to survive all this time. Wu Fu recalled and immediately explained. Ya Meng actually told me about that. At that time, she and Ao Luke fell down the cliff, barely hanging on to life. Ao Luke gave her a sacred elixir he found in a secret realm. After taking it, her body rapidly shrank. When I found Ao Luke's body back then, I did not realize Ya Meng had shrunk, so I mistakenly buried them both. Fortunately, Ya Meng managed to survive. She rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. I have never heard of such an elixir. Wu Fu quickly changed the subject. Whatever the case, at least Ya Meng is still alive. The most urgent task right now is to resolve the crisis at the border. We can talk about other things later. You have been to the border before. Tell me what it is like. She glanced at the wall beside them and began to explain. It is an endless, massive wall that stretches across 3,000 great worlds and 20,000 alternate worlds are a barrier, a source of dignity, and a symbol of glory. Li Kei spoke solemnly about the past, a place where people built legacies and where others left their blood and bones. Your ancestors and mine once fought bloody battles against invading evil spirits there. He said that your father is still fighting the enemy on the front lines, and that land is soaked in their blood to protect our people back home. Wu Fu pondered for a long time. Dignity and glory, huh? He clenched his fist tightly. In this life, I don't just want to become the strongest god standing above all others. I also want to protect this world from foreign invasions. Wu Fu asked curiously, How long will it take us to get there? Li Kei thought for a moment and replied, At our current speed, we can reach the border in 1 month. Wu Fu kept his eyes glued to the star sword in his hand. Once we reach the border, I will meet my father. It turns out the Star Sword was a gift from him. It seems my obtaining the Star Sword in my past life was no coincidence. He suddenly wondered, hey, did I ever meet my father in my past life? The inner demon appeared and answered, are you calling me? Wu Fu chuckled and replied, who else but you would know about my past life? The demon fell silent. After searching through his memories for a moment, the inner demon finally spoke. You did. Wu Fu was surprised. Really? When? He said. The day after he died in battle, you saw his body. Wu Fu questioned, are you saying, my father is going to die? The inner demon calmly replied, everyone dies eventually. Wu Fu continued to ask, how much time is left before my father dies in battle? The corner of the demon's mouth curled up slightly. More than 20,000 years. Wu Fu was a bit puzzled. That long? The inner demon explained. The war at the border has started early. In your past life, the border emergency didn't happen until 20,000 years later. Wu Fu thought to himself, the war broke out so early. Could my rebirth have altered the timeline? Because he was so absorbed in the conversation, he had no idea someone else was watching him from afar. Without a second thought, the man already wanted to cause trouble. I didn't expect that brat to be on this ship. I'll kill him right now. He was none other than Zhen Long of the Mad Cult. Seeing him in such a rush, Xuan Shi, also known as Satyanji, immediately stopped him. Don't be so hasty. It's a long journey to the border, and there will be plenty of opportunities. Suddenly, the captain's announcement echoed. The flying ship is about to enter the void tunnel. All passengers, please return to your rooms immediately. Everyone on board began to panic and shout, go, 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 get back quickly, the void tunnel is no joke. Xuanxi flashed a sinister smile. See, hasn't our chance arrived? We just need to throw Wu Fu into the void rift. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't survive it. Not long after everyone returned to their rooms, the ship entered the void tunnel. Ching Ching placed her hand on the glass inside the ship and wondered, with all the defensive arrays activated, is this void tunnel really that dangerous? Wu Fu appeared to answer her question. It's not that dangerous, except if you're not careful and fall into a rift, your soul and body will be torn to shreds. Hearing this, Ching Ching backed away in fear. That's terrifying. In that case, I'd better stay far away from it. Luo Shi smiled and said, you're teasing Ching Ching again. Wu Fu replied very seriously, I'm not teasing her. The void is highly mysterious and terrifying. He warned them carefully. Before we pass through the void tunnel, no one should leave their rooms. Ching Ching and Meng Meng both nodded in agreement, but Ya Meng remained completely still. She kept her glaring, hostile eyes locked onto Wu Fu. Cut to another scene. Zhen Long slammed his hand on the table in anger, saying impatiently, it's been 3 days since Wu Fu locked himself in. Even those around him are staying in their rooms. The room has a barrier, so our men have no chance to strike. Zhen Long suddenly had a thought. Could they have realized something and are intentionally avoiding us? They were talking privately in Satyanji's room. Xuanxi calmly replied, our location hasn't been exposed yet. Wu Fu couldn't possibly have figured out our plan. He elegantly set his teacup down on the table. With Wu Fu's personality, if he knew our whereabouts, Xuanxi knew Wu Fu's character inside out, arrogant, conceited, uncompromising, believing he is invincible, and looking down on everyone. A person like him simply wouldn't hide. Zhen Long was puzzled. Then why hasn't he come out yet? He answered, because of the void tunnel. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening interrupted their conversation. Zhen Long became alert. Who's there? It was Ya Meng, appearing covered from head to toe. Ya Meng silently walked right in. Xuanxi stepped forward to ask, who might you be? The girl coldly replied, just like you, someone with a blood feud against Wu Fu. Zhen Long immediately approached Ya Meng. If we're on the same side, why hide your face? He reached out to pull back her hood. Ya Meng only chuckled softly. Then, she suddenly unleashed a burst of power that pushed him back. Shocked by Ya Meng, Zhen Long instinctively retreated, shouting, the Saint Venerable Realm. He immediately drew his weapon, thinking to himself, this person is dangerous. I need to restrain her first. Xuanxi suddenly stepped in to stop him. To reach the Saint Venerable Realm at such a young age, you truly possess extraordinary talent. May I ask what brings you here, young lady? Zhen Long was surprised. A woman? Xuanxi quickly diffused the tension. If we've been rude in any way, please forgive us. Ya Meng smiled slightly and said, I can help you lure Wu Fu out. He was a bit skeptical. Since you've already reached the Saint Venerable Realm, revenge should be easy for you. Why cooperate with us? The girl lowered her head and replied, Both Wu Fu and I are in the Saint Venerable realm. At the same time, Yameng added, besides, he has the Star Sword, so I might not be a match for him. Furthermore, Yameng shouted in anger, killing him would only dirty my hands. Xuanxi just listened to her in silence, and even Zhenlong standing beside him didn't dare to utter a word to interrupt. He confirmed seriously once more. You're saying Wu Fu is already in the Saint Venerable realm? Yameng whispered something, and her words made Xuanxi look a bit uneasy. A secret conversation took place between them, and Zhenlong chimed in too. Xuanxi smiled softly. After they finished planning, Yameng just glanced at the two of them and instructed, when the time comes, I'll leave it to you. Before leaving, Yameng gave them the time and place. Tonight, at 3/4 past the hour of the pig, I will lure Wu Fu onto the deck. Having said that, she dissolved into white smoke and vanished completely. Zhenlong asked suspiciously, can we trust this person? Xuanxi thought for a moment and replied, it doesn't matter. As long as she can lure Wu Fu out, we don't need to worry about anything else. He sneered sinisterly. Worst comes to worst, we'll just kill her too. Zhenlong smirked, as expected of a mastermind. Xuanxi instructed, go make some preparations. Someone in the Saint Venerable realm is no easy opponent. Zhenlong nodded in agreement. I'll immediately order my subordinates to lie in wait. Cut to Wu Fu's room. At this moment, Wu Fu was getting intimate with Luo Shi. Honey, it's time to sleep. She was still shy. Wu Fu. Right at the critical moment, a knock on the door interrupted them, and Ching Ching's voice echoed. Wu Fu, are you asleep yet? She slowly opened the door while announcing, I'm coming in. Seeing this, Luo Shi quickly pushed him away. Ching Ching teased, are you two? Both of them blushed furiously and yelled in unison. No, we're not, she thought to herself. It's late at night and you're newlyweds. If you weren't planning to do anything, I wouldn't believe it for a second. Luo Shi asked, Ching Ching, is there a reason you're looking for Wu Fu in the middle of the night? Ching Ching only then remembered. If you hadn't asked, I would have forgotten. Wu Fu, Yameng is missing. He gasped in shock. What? Yameng is missing? The three of them stared at each other in silence for a long time in the dimly candlelit room. Wu Fu tried to stay calm and asked, Tin Tin, tell me exactly why Yameng went missing. Tin Tin replied sadly, after dinner, I was going to ask her to go back to our room to rest. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find her. I asked Dingo and Meng Meng, but they both said they haven't seen her. She was deeply worried about Yameng. Tin Tin speculated, Wu Fu, do you think Yameng ran outside? We haven't even traveled through the void yet. Could she be in some kind of danger? Wu Fu reassured her, don't panic. Try to remember, where was the last place you saw her? Tin Tin searched her memory and replied, I think it was in the East Corridor. They split into pairs to search. The first pair was Meng Meng and Tin Tin, and the second was Luo Shi and Wu Fu. After searching for a while, the four of them gathered back together. Wu Fu anxiously asked, did you find her? Meng Meng shook his head. No. Luo Shi spoke up, we need to split up and search immediately. Let's regroup every 2 hours. Tin Tin nodded. All right. Time passed, and when it was time to regroup, Meng Meng returned and said, nothing yet. He turned and asked, Tin Tin, how about on your end? She shook her head helplessly. Nothing on my end either. Wu Fu completely lost his cool, punching the wall in frustration. Yameng has the lowest cultivation level among us. There are all kinds of shady people on this airship. What if she caught the attention of the fanatic cult or the heaven-slaying pavilion? Wu Fu blamed himself once again. It's all my fault. I should never have brought her with us. Luo Shi comforted him. Wu Fu, please don't blame yourself. Yameng is a good person, and good people are always watched over by heaven. I'm sure she'll be fine. Seeing Wu Fu so worried, Meng Meng told Ting Ting, let us know the moment you hear anything. The two of them nodded and quickly dispersed to search. Got it. He suggested to Luo Shi, let's go search together again. She agreed. Okay. Shortly after they split up to search, Luo Shi suddenly spotted something. In front of her was Yameng's back. Luo Shi called out loudly to the girl, Yameng, where are you going? Wait for me. Yameng acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, continuing forward, while Luo Shi tried to run as fast as she could to catch up. Suddenly, Yameng turned left. By the time Luo Shi caught up, she had already lost track of the girl. Instead, she crashed hard into Ting Tin. The sudden collision sent Ting Ting tumbling to the ground. She asked in confusion, Luo Shi, why are you running so fast? Luo Shi quickly helped her up and urged, Tin Tin, I found Yameng. Go tell Wu Fu right away. Tin Tin was taken aback. Really? She turned her head. looking around. Where is Ya Meng? Luo Shi pointed and said. She went toward the airship's deck. Go notify Wu Fu first. I'll chase after her. Scene change, the airship deck. Trung Long was already waiting there. He looked incredibly annoyed. It is nearly the third quarter of the hour of the pig. Why isn't Wu Fu here yet? Could we have been tricked? Right at that moment, Ya Meng suddenly appeared, completely cloaked, just like before. The young girl ordered, Wu Fu's woman is coming. Capture her, and Wu Fu will naturally show himself. Ya Meng's sudden appearance startled Trung Long. Girl, why are you being so mysterious? Who did you say Wu Fu's woman is? Just as he finished speaking, Luo Shi ran up, her voice ringing out. Having reached the deck, she looked around anxiously. Ya Meng, you're here, aren't you? It's dangerous out here. Come back with me right now. Ya Meng pointed at Luo Shi and said, That is her. He asked, Is that woman looking for you? However, as fierce as he was, he still showed a shred of humanity, saying, I, Trung Long, have never laid a hand on a woman. Can't you just bring Wu Fu directly to me? Just as he said that, Trung Long turned to ask her, but Ya Meng had already vanished without a trace. He was bewildered. Where is she? She was just here a second ago. Trung Long's henchman stepped forward to ask for orders. Boss, do we attack or not? He hesitated for a moment, then growled. This is the first time I'm ever laying a hand on a woman. Attack! Luo Shi stood all alone, wondering. That's strange. I clearly saw Yameng come up here. How did she disappear so suddenly? Immediately after, she was surrounded by Trung Long's henchmen, who barked out orders. Stop right there! Don't move! Luo Shi warily demanded. Who are you people? Trung Long approached, his sword resting on his shoulder, and demanded, Are you Wu Fu's woman? She carefully observed the crowd, thinking to herself, These people are wearing the attire of the fanatic cult. It seems they really are cultists. A wave of panic washed over Luo Shi as she recalled Wu Fu's warning. To think Wu Fu was actually right. There really are cult members on this ship. With so many of them, there's no way I can escape. Luo Shi spoke up. What of it? Trung Long lowered the sword in his hand and said, It seems you are the woman who helped Wu Fu slaughter our cult disciples back in the Minyan realm. Luo Shi shouted, boldly admitting, That's right, I'm the one who killed them. Still showing a bit of mercy, he tried to bargain, I, Trung Long, have never laid a hand on a woman in my life. Just call Wu Fu here, and I will let you go. What do you say? Naturally, she refused. Dream on. Enraged, Trung Long decided to eliminate her. So you choose the hard way. Kill her. We will use her head to lure Wu Fu out. The henchmen roared in unison. Luo Shi leaped into the air, chanting a spell to unleash her attack. The eighth form of the 2D sword art, Milky Way. Countless swords materialized behind her. Luo Shi ordered them, strike. Scene change, the east corridor. The three of them gathered. Wu Fu pressed for details. How is it? Have you found Ya Meng yet? Meng Meng waved his hands and said, We've searched everywhere we possibly could. Nothing. Tin Tin nodded in agreement. Same here. Sweating profusely, Wu Fu tried to think. This airship is massive. Where could she have gone? What if she gets dragged into the void? While his mind was in a frenzy, a voice suddenly rang out. Wu Fu! He gasped in surprise. Ya Meng? Pretending to have run a long distance, Ya Meng stood there panting. Tin Tin scolded her. Ya Meng, where on earth did you go? We've been looking for you for so long. Ya Meng immediately delivered the bad news to lure him into the trap according to plan. Wu Fu, oh no, this is bad. Luo Shi is fighting the fanatic cult. The news struck them like a bolt from the blue. Tin Tin gasped in shock. What did you say? Luo Shi is fighting the fanatic cult? The girl put on a distressed face and said she had seen a massive crowd with her own eyes. Wu Fu panicked instantly and shouted, Where are they? Ya Meng turned and pointed in a direction, urgently pressing him. Over on the airship's deck. Wu Fu, you have to hurry. Luo Shi can't hold out much longer. Wu Fu quickly instructed. Tin Tin, take Ya Meng back to the room. Meng Meng, come with me to save Luo Shi. Tin Tin agreed immediately. She supported Ya Meng and warned them. Got it. You two be careful. Wu Fu prayed in his heart. Luo Shi, please hold on. I'm on my way. Scene change. The airship deck. One of the henchmen had already been defeated by Luo Shi. Seeing this, another rushed forward to ambush her from behind, shouting, Die! Luo Shi immediately turned around, fully alert. With a simple, elegant sweep of her sword, he was eliminated before he could even make a move. The remaining henchmen immediately shifted their formation, surrounding her to deploy a tactical array. 5 henchmen joined together to cast a formation called the 5-pointed sword formation. Luo Shi calmly prepared to counter with the ninth form of the 2D sword art. Gripping her sword tightly, she bellowed, Tien Kuyet! Instantly, a colossal sword blade descended from the sky. Trung Long charged forward in anger, roaring, Useless trash! You can't even handle a single woman? Out of my way, I'll deal with her myself. He rapidly lunged toward Luo Shi. The two of them clashed in a fierce battle. This time, Trung Long held the upper hand, forcing Luo Shi to use all her strength just to push him back. She thought to herself, this man's swordplay is incredibly domineering. Even though I blocked his strike, my internal organs feel like they're being shattered. Trung Long stood to the side, sneering. Little lady, you haven't even crossed into the tribulation realm yet. Why risk your life for a man? Smirking, he offered his advice. You should know there are plenty of men in this world. If he dies, you can always just find another. Luo Shi refused to back down. She immediately snapped back. In this life, I will only ever love Wu Fu. He said nothing, simply gripping his sword as he stepped closer to her. With fury burning in his eyes, Zhang Long raised his sword high, intending to finish her off in one single blow. Right at that critical moment, a sudden blast of power shot through the air and struck the sword in his hand. Zhang Long's sword was instantly knocked backward. Startled, he shrieked, Who's there? Glancing around, he realized that Wu Fu had finally arrived, with Meng Meng right by his side. Wu Fu mocked him. Since when has the mad cult fallen so low that you only know how to bully defenseless women? Smirking with satisfaction, he replied, Wu Fu, you finally come. Just then, Wu Ling appeared. She asked with deep concern, Qing Qing, what's the situation? Why did Luo Shi suddenly cross paths with the mad cult? Qing Qing quickly explained, I'm not entirely sure either. Ya Meng had suddenly vanished, so the four of us split up to search for her. By the time we found her, she said Luo Shi and the mad cult were fighting, so Fatty and Wu Fu had already rushed over. Wu Ling frowned, deeply worried about his safety. While the mad cult's power couldn't compare to the God King Palace, they still had over a dozen experts in the Saint Venerable realm, and they are heading to the border right now. Even if they didn't deploy all their top fighters, most of them are there. My poor son. 2 hands are no match for 4. Wu Ling immediately turned to her and pleaded, Li Ke, aside from Wu Fu, you have the highest cultivation level here. I beg you, please go and help him. Li Ke nodded. All right, I'll go. Great. Li Ke turned to Qing Qing and asked, Little girl, where are Wu Fu and Luo Shi? She quickly replied, On the deck. The scene shifts to the deck of the airship, where Wu Fu is currently locked in a fierce sword duel with Zhang Long. He unleashed a deadly technique called the Heaven-Swallowing Mad Blade. But Wu Fu was no pushover. He immediately struck back with the 5th form of the Star Sword. His technique materialized as a powerful warrior who effortlessly swung his sword, slicing Zhang Long's giant serpent right in half. Next, the warrior turned his blade toward Zhang Long. Gasping, Zhang Long leaped backward, thinking, Oh no! Zhang Long barely managed to block the strike, but Wu Fu was still completely overwhelming him. Wu Fu lunged forward, aiming his blade straight at Zhang Long's head, but Zhang Long managed to dodge yet again. Seizing a split-second opening, he instantly launched a counterattack. Meng Meng rushed over to support Luo Shi. Smiling warmly, he said, Luo Shi, let me get you out of here first. Seeing them try to escape, the lackeys immediately swarmed and surrounded them, shouting, You think you can just leave? Not without our permission. Meng Meng decided to stay behind to buy her some time. Luo Shi, run, I'll hold them off. Luo Shi refused. Gripping her sword tightly, she insisted, Fatty, you can't take them all on your own. We fight together. The commander burst out laughing and ordered, Neither of you is leaving here alive. Kill them. The mob of lackeys instantly charged at them. He calmly clenched his hand into a tight fist. The moment a lackey lunged at him, he delivered a single devastating punch that sent the guy flying over 100 meters away. The commander gasped in disbelief, murmuring, How brutal. Standing tall in a fighting stance, Meng Meng warned fiercely, You dared to hurt Luo Shi. You brought this on yourselves. The commander replied coolly, Let's see what you've got then. Meng Meng gestured with his hand, mocking, Bring it on. The two instantly clashed in a fierce duel. Easily knocking him back, Meng Meng mocked, You're not all that, are you? But the commander had already lured him into a trap. He smiled coldly and replied, You're pretty good indeed, but that woman of yours isn't going to be so lucky. Realizing Luo Shi was left unprotected, Meng Meng whipped around and screamed, Luo Shi! Seizing the moment he let his guard down, the commander lunged and drove his sword straight through Meng Meng's body. Coughing up blood, he barked, You dirty coward. You cheap-shotted me. The commander casually withdrew his bloody sword and replied, You got distracted in the middle of a fight. You have no one but yourself to blame. Luo Shi was pushed to her limit, her internal organs severely damaged. As the commander turned to walk away, he suddenly felt something grabbing his ankle. Gasping, he looked down to see Meng Meng using every ounce of his remaining strength to hold him back, wheezing, I won't let you near her. The commander burst out laughing, then raised his sword high, growling, What a persistent pest! With a ruthless slash, he chopped off both of Meng Meng's hands, sending the poor guy screaming in agonizing pain. Meng Meng gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently as he tried to bear the excruciating pain. Witnessing the horrific scene, Wu Fu cried out in sheer panic, Fatty! Watching from the side, Zhang Long sneered, I must admit, your brother is incredibly loyal, to sacrifice himself like this for your woman. But too bad, tonight, every single one of you dies. Wu Fu's face darkened with pure rage as he roared. Shut your mouth! Luo Shi was on the verge of collapsing, clutching her bleeding wound and coughing violently, sobbing, Even Fatty. Seizing their chance, the lackeys lunged forward to finish her off once and for all, yelling, Die! Wu Fu screamed in sheer terror, No! Stop! Tears streaming down her face, Luo Shi completely gave up. Wu Fu, let's find each other again in our next life. She closed her eyes, bracing for the final blow. But instead of the cold blade, sharp, agonizing screams echoed through the air. Startled, she snapped her eyes open to see the lackey's body completely pinned with glowing feathers. The man shrieked, Who did this? Li Kei glared at him with icy eyes, her massive wings spreading wide behind her back. Wu Fu gasped with sheer relief. Li Kei, standing right in the middle of the surrounding mob, she spat out with cold contempt, You scum of the mad cult. It's been a while. The scene changes to Wu Ling's private room on the airship. As Wu Ling patiently questioned her, Qing Qing carefully went over everything she knew, saying, I'm not entirely sure either. Back when we were on Earth, we were attacked by the mad cult. Then Wu Fu crossed paths with them twice. This is already the third time. Ya Meng suddenly spoke up, the Star Sword. Hearing those words, a light bulb went off in Qing Qing's head. Yes, that's exactly it. It's because of the Star Sword. It seems they want to kill him to steal it. Wu Ling fell silent, lost in thought. To think the sword we accidentally found would bring so much danger upon us. Qing Qing gently squeezed her hand, trying to comfort her. Aunt Ling, please don't worry too much. Wu Fu is already a powerful Saint Venerable Realm expert, and Senior Li Kei is with him. I'm sure they will both return safely. Suddenly remembering something, Qing Qing turned to Ya Meng and asked, Oh, by the way, Ya Meng, why did you run out on your own earlier? The girl quickly made up a fake excuse on the spot, saying, Oh, I was just hungry, so I went to the kitchen to grab a bite. But since it was a lie, it was full of holes. Qing Qing frowned, puzzled. But I passed by the kitchen several times and didn't see you at all. Ya Meng broke into a cold sweat, stammering nervously, Oh, after I finished eating, I decided to go for a stroll. We must have just missed each other. Quickly changing the subject to escape further questioning, Ya Meng yawned. Anyway, I'm getting really sleepy. I'm going to head back to bed now. Surprisingly, Qing Qing didn't doubt her words at all. Gently patting her head, she smiled and said, Go ahead, and don't worry too much about Wu Fu. He's incredibly strong. Ya Meng's eyes widened slightly as she nodded, murmuring, Yeah. But Ya Meng's sketchy behavior didn't slip past Wu Ling. She stared intensely at the girl's retreating figure, her expression turning dark with suspicion. Xuanqi boldly kicked the door open and barged in. The manager immediately shrieked, Who are you people? How dare you break into the formation control room? Two lackeys quickly pinned him down as he struggled, shouting, Get off me! Let me go! The manager yelled right in his face, Su Tianji, how dare you attack our warship? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the border authorities? Xuanqi declared confidently, I am the greatest deduction master of this era, capable of divining both the past and the future. I am heading to the border to predict the outcome of the war. A tiny, insignificant airship like this is nothing compared to me. Besides, I'm not killing you. I'm just asking for a little cooperation. What crime is there in that? Just as he finished speaking, a lackey rushed into the room. He quickly reported the situation to Xuanqi. My lord, Lord Zhonglong has captured and bound Wu Fu. Xuanqi smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. He cast a cold glance at the manager and ordered, Let's go. Yes, sir, the two lackeys replied in unison. Behind them, the manager cried out in protest. No, you can't. He tried his best to stop the dangerous actions of Hyen Thik, the Saktien Ko. Do you know the consequences of doing this? If someone gets sucked into the void rift, will you be able to take responsibility for that? Shrugging with a sneer, he replied. But getting someone sucked into the void is exactly what I want. Helplessly, he cursed. Saktien Ko, you're insane, Hyen Thik smirked. As long as I can throw Wu Fu into the void rift, who cares if I'm crazy? Who can stop me now? Hearing his command, his two subordinates immediately moved into action. The moment Hyen Thik tampered with the array control room, the ship's protective barrier began to malfunction. Shortly after, the array vanished completely. Tin Tin noticed it immediately and panicked. What's going on? Why did the defensive array suddenly shut down? Ngolin knew that something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, Yameng stood alone on the roof of the ship. Seeing that the defensive array had vanished, she let out a satisfied smile. Time to go check on those true dragons. Lai Kak noticed something was off. This is bad. Someone shut down the defensive array. We need to get back to the cabin now. Before they could leave, a group of people appeared in the distance. Hyen Thik laughed out loud and feigned curiosity. Where is everyone heading in such a hurry? The moment Wu Fu saw Hyen Thik, he quickly drew his sword. Angrily, Wu Fu demanded, Who shut down the defensive array? He didn't deny it. Instead, he casually admitted, That's right. I've realized you're quite a tough one to kill, kid. Normal methods won't do the trick, but inside a void rift, even if you had 100 lives, you wouldn't survive. Hyen Thik brought a massive crowd to surround Wu Fu and Luo Shi. Looking around, he casually replied, Well, it's only because you're so slippery. Having more people around ensures you won't escape. Wu Fu's face darkened as he retorted, Going through all this trouble must be hard on you. Hyen Thik instantly denied it. No, it's no trouble at all, he added. As long as I can throw you into a void rift, I'd gladly do it, even if it were 100 or 1,000 times more troublesome. Wu Fu, still confident in his cultivation level, replied, Even if you brought a crowd, let me be frank, their cultivation levels are pathetic. You have absolutely no chance of catching me. Hyen Thik didn't deny it. His eyes darted to Luo Shi. True, catching you is a bit tricky, but catching the beauty right next to you is a whole lot easier. The moment he finished speaking, Ku Thuk swept past like a gust of wind, rushing forward to grab Luo Shi. Caught off guard, Wu Fu could only shout her name, Luo Shi. Ku Thuk instantly moved Luo Shi to the side. He was stunned, thinking to himself, He's incredibly fast. Pointing toward Ku Thuk, Hyen Thik said, Allow me to introduce my protector, Taoist Ku Thuk, who is cultivated for 12,300 years. Wu Fu gritted his teeth in anger. Instant teleportation. Quite a neat trick. Hyen Thik held his sword against Luo Shi, looking disappointed. I heard that not too long ago. You two were just wed. Since we're old acquaintances, why didn't you invite me for a celebratory drink? Seeing Hyen Thik's filthy hands repeatedly touching her, Wu Fu roared a warning. Keep your hands off her. He immediately let go of Luo Shi and replied, Fine, I won't touch her. Hyen Thik then drew his sword and said, How about I just kill her instead? Unable to hold back any longer, Wu Fu charged forward with his sword. I'll kill you first. Hyen Thik smirked as Ku Thuk, standing beside him, cast a teleportation spell. Realizing he couldn't reach them, Wu Fu quickly halted his steps. Wu Fu cursed Hyen Thik relentlessly, You underhanded, shameless bastard. He turned and pointed toward the void, replying, Oh, I can be much more underhanded than this. See those void rifts over there? Jump in yourself, and I'll let your woman go. Luo Shi cried out to stop him. Wu Fu, don't! But she was immediately suppressed by Ku Thuk. He called out to Luo Shi in distress. Hyen Thik asked patiently, Wu Fu, have you made up your mind? Wu Fu clenched his fists, carefully questioning him to confirm, How can you guarantee that you'll release Luo Shi once I jump? To make Wu Fu believe him, he swore an oath to the heavens. Hyen Thik raised his hand high and declared loudly, I, Saktien Ko, hereby swear an oath by the heavenly Tao. As long as you jump into the void rift, I, Saktien Ko, will release your woman. If I break this oath, may the heavens destroy me. Thunder rumbled across the sky as he said solemnly, The heavenly thunder has spoken, and the oath is sealed. Now, you can put your mind at ease. Wu Fu was slightly impressed. To actually swear an oath by the heavenly Tao. I didn't expect you to have such courage. Hyen Thik confidently replied, This much courage I certainly have. Wu Fu fell silent, pondering for a moment. Since he swore an oath by the heavenly Tao, he wouldn't dare break it. Turning around, he handed the star sword to Lai Kak and instructed her, "Please, deliver this sword to my father. Tell him, I won't be able to fight by his side anymore." She replied, "Don't worry, I will." Once everything was settled, Wu Fu looked down at the void rift below. Before leaping in, one question still lingered in his mind. "Before I go, I want to know, why have you always been so obsessed with opposing me?" He remembered clearly that in his past life, Sakthien Ko was also the one who had targeted him first. Huan Thiech didn't answer his question, simply replying, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." Wu Fu sighed. "Forget it. Even if I knew, it wouldn't matter anymore." With that, he decisively jumped into the void rift. After Wu Fu leaped into the rift, dark clouds rolled across the sky, bringing a torrential downpour. Luo Shi sat helplessly in the pouring rain, crying out his name in sheer agony. "Wu Fu!" Meng Meng, enduring both physical and emotional torment, screamed, "Wu Fu!" Meng Meng burst into desperate, heavy sobs. The true dragon sneered in contempt. A victory without even fighting, huh? Huyen Thick took it as a matter of course, calmly replying, "You don't need to dwell on it. Wu Fu's fate in this lifetime was already decreed by heaven. We are merely carrying out heaven's will." Disagreeing, the true dragon bellowed, "Heaven's will, my ass! I've never believed in that crap. If you ask me, using a woman to threaten Wu Fu is pathetic and cowardly. It's the act of a lowlife." Huyen Thick remained quiet for a moment before replying, "Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with minor details." He silently wished, "Wu Fu, I hope you're also someone who doesn't care about such trifles, because if not..." Before he could finish his thought, Ya Meng suddenly appeared and interrupted, "Wu Fu, you're finally dead!" Huyen Thick remained silent, merely furrowing his brow as he stared at Ya Meng. She stared right back, and the two of them locked eyes in silence. After a moment, Huyen Thick looked away from Ya Meng and focused on the hazy mist rising from the void rift. He thought to himself, "This person resembles Wu Fu." Confused, he tried to analyze the situation. There are two completely different soul auras. Just who on earth is this person? Scene change. The spirit race's garden, daytime. Wu Fu was awoken by the surrounding noise, with Lin Ko's voice ringing in his ears. "Wake up! Wake up!" she shouted. "Wake up right now!" Startled, Wu Fu opened his eyes. Lin Ko let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're finally awake." He stood up, looked around, and asked, "Where am I?" She quickly replied, "This is my garden." Lin Ko suddenly realized something. "Wait, are you the flower thief my dad was talking about?" Puffing out her cheeks in anger, she snapped, "Oh, wonderful. How dare you sneak into my garden to steal flowers? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into growing and nurturing them?" Helplessly, Wu Fu denied it. "I didn't do that." He thought to himself, "Even if I were a flower thief, I wouldn't have the heart to pick these. This girl is way too naive." Seeing him deny it, she asked in confusion, "Then how did you end up in my garden?" Wu Fu was speechless, not knowing how to explain himself. But then, a flash of realization struck him, as if some memories were rushing back. Wu Fu instantly sank to the ground, clutching his head and pulling at his hair. Huyen Thick's mocking face flashed before his eyes, followed by Luo Shi's desperate screams. Finally, he remembered everything that he had jumped into the void rift. He let go of his head and stood up immediately. At this moment, the one controlling Wu Fu's body was his inner demon. His face was filled with sheer excitement as he thought to himself, "Wu Fu jumped into the void crack, sending his soul into a deep sleep, and now I'm the one in control of this body." Wu Fu only knew that the void crack kills, but he had no idea that the void connects all worlds. Anyone who falls into the void has a tiny chance of being transported to another world. The inner demon looked all over the body and realized one thing: there wasn't a single scratch on it, meaning he had indeed been transported to another world. Right after that, he threatened her, "If you don't talk, I'll kill you right now." Lin Ko struggled and warned him, "I'm warning you, let me go right now. Otherwise, my father won't let you off." The inner demon gritted his teeth in anger. "It seems you'd rather die than talk." Just then, a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere on Lin Ko's shoulder, moving up to cover her eyes. It was Lin Ko's own inner demon. She giggled and said, "Why beg him? Give me the body, and I'll take care of him for you." Immediately, Lin Ko was taken over by her inner demon. As soon as she took control, she lunged forward. He quickly backed away, and though he managed to dodge a few strikes, the inner demon was still wounded. He wondered to himself, a spiritual attack? The inner demon frowned and glanced at Lin Ko, carefully analyzing her as his eyes glowed blood red. Her aura was like a completely different person now. Just like Wu Fu, Her body had been taken over by her own dark thoughts. Radiating intense bloodlust, she praised him. Not a bad move. The inner demon calmly replied. Right back at you. I thought you were just a sick cat, but it turns out you're a fierce tiger. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ko closed the distance, her sword almost piercing the inner demon's eye. He quickly swung his sword, but Lin Ko just chuckled, easily dodging the blow. Right after that, Lin Ko suddenly vanished from the inner demon's sight. She then reappeared right behind him and even split into two clones. Lin Ko tried to ambush him with a bow and arrow. The inner demon quickly brought his spiritual sword behind him to block the incoming arrow. She didn't just fire one arrow. Unleashing his power, he frantically sliced at the incoming arrows. In no time, countless arrows were cut in half by the inner demon. Next, he launched consecutive attacks at Lin Ko's clones. Once he destroyed all of them, leaving only the real one, the inner demon thought he was about to win. Found you. The spiritual sword in his hand flew straight toward her eye. Unfortunately, it was just another clone. He gasped in surprise. Another fake? Just then, Lin Ko quietly appeared behind him and said smugly, You lose. Instantly, the inner demon left a clone in his place while his real self teleported behind Lin Ko, saying, What are you talking about? She gasped in shock. Since when? Gripping her bow tightly, Lin Ko realized she was no match for Wu Fu's inner demon, so she tried to reason with him. You sneaked into my garden and attacked me. Is this how you treat your host? He mocked her with a question. Is this your garden or the garden of that girl from earlier? Backing away in fear, Lin Ko said, I am her, and she is me. I'm warning you. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, you won't make it out alive either. The inner demon sneered. Why are you just as childish as that girl? Do you really think I'll die just because I can't beat you, instead of dying alone? I might as well drag a beautiful lady down with me to cushion my fall. That way, I won't be lonely on my way to the underworld, don't you think? Lin Ko immediately shot back. Other flower thieves steal flowers, but you want to torture me first and then kill me. Feeling helpless, he still patiently explained, Have you misunderstood something? I'm not a flower thief, and I have no desire to torture and kill you. Lin Ko stuck to her previous question, Then why are you in this garden? The inner demon spoke the truth, even though he knew she wouldn't believe him. If I told you I jumped into a void crack and got transported here, would you believe me? As expected, Lin Ko shook her head and replied, No way. No one who enters a void crack survives. Stop trying to bully someone younger than you. Wu Fu's inner demon agreed. On that point, you're just poorly informed. Most people who enter the void crack do die, but a very tiny fraction get transported somewhere else. Lin Ko argued, My father said humans are the most cunning of all. I don't believe a single word you say. Shocked, he blurted out, Wait, this isn't human territory? Lin Ko snapped back. Stop pretending. This is the Western 13 provinces, the spirit race capital, Wanling City. It's 9,730,000 miles away from the southern human territory. The inner demon tried to recall, muttering, Spirit race, Wanling City. In Wu Fu's memory, Li Ke had once mentioned that the decaying foreign realm was divided into 5 regions, east, south, west, north, and center. Li Ke was very knowledgeable and had carefully explained this to Wu Fu in the past. The east was the origin of the foreign realm, and supported by ancient gods and inhabited by 10,000 demons. The south is the human territory, while the frozen north is home to the bear folk and snow women. Among them, the central plains are ruled by the most powerful demon race. Although the west has the smallest population, it is home to the most troublesome race in the foreign realm, the spirit race, because they possess the ability to predict the future and see into the past. Only then did Wu Fu's inner demon realize he had been transported to the foreign realm again. Just then, soldiers from Lin Ko's tribe suddenly arrived and surrounded him. Lai Long shouted angrily, How dare you, flower thief! You've harassed many noble ladies in the royal capital, and today you broke into the imperial capital with intentions to harm the princess. You have committed a grave crime, so yield and surrender immediately. Lin Ko drew her bow but accidentally let go. The moment the arrow flew, she realized something was wrong. Another arrow was instantly fired, piercing right through Lin Ko's arrow with terrifying power, splitting it in half. Another arrow was shot at the same time, blocking his spiritual sword, which was about to attack. The inner demon was impressed. Double shot. One arrow shot down the tigress's arrow, and another knocked away my spiritual sword. His archery skills are incredibly precise. His cultivation must be at least the peak of the divine venerable realm. He shouted a loud command, Seize him! The subordinate escorted Wu Fu's inner demon, snapping, Behave! He immediately realized what they were putting on him. These handcuffs could seal a person's spiritual energy. Once the inner demon was restrained, Lai Long immediately knelt to beg Lin Ko's forgiveness. Bowing his head, he said, "Your Highness, we were late to save you." Lin Ko had returned to normal by now. She opened her eyes and replied, "I'm fine. I don't blame you, if anyone is to blame." Lin Ko angrily ran over and gave Wu Fu's inner demon a painful kick. "Then blame this despicable human. Weren't you acting all high and mighty earlier? Why are you so pathetic now? Come on, kill me then." He endured it, plotting in his mind, "A fallen tiger gets bullied by dogs. I will remember this grudge." Lai Long stepped forward to stop her. "Your Highness, whether this man came to steal flowers still needs my investigation. Please do not take the law into your own hands. If you do, it will make things very difficult for me." Lin Ko was surprised. "I can't punish him myself?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Highness, you cannot." She didn't seem to care at all. Lin Ko lifted her foot and kicked Wu Fu's inner demon once more, saying, "I'm just kicking him a few times to vent my anger, not torturing him." She was so furious that steam was practically coming out of her ears. Lai Long stood in front of the inner demon to shield him, patiently reminding her, "Princess, I already told you that private punishment is forbidden. Why won't you listen?" Lin Ko crossed her arms stubbornly and replied, "It's just a few kicks. It's not like he's going to die." Lai Long turned to order his soldiers, "Take this man away and lock him in cell number 137. At the same time, Lin Ko quickly walked away. Seeing this, he called out to her, "Princess, please wait for me." The two soldiers looked at each other and gossiped. Cell number 137 is the prison for mass murderers. The general must be furious that this guy hit on the princess. The inner demon interrupted them. "I didn't harass your princess, and I'm not a flower thief." Despite his denials, the two guards act as if he isn't even there, continuing their chatter. The general and the princess are childhood sweethearts. They've known each other since they were kids. With the princess being assaulted by this guy, the general is bound to be absolutely furious. After that, the two guards continue chatting as they escort the inner demon to the dungeon. On the surface, the general is just protecting the princess, but behind the scenes, he ordered this guy to be thrown into that godforsaken place. Isn't it obvious he wants him dead? Is the general using his position to settle a personal grudge? Watch your mouth. What the general is doing is called abusing his power for a personal vendetta. Scene change. On the main street of Wanling City, we meet Wu Hen, also known as the royal capital's flower thief. Over the past month, he has targeted over 10 noblewomen, earning him another nickname, the Noblewoman Slayer. He stands off to the side, quietly observing the women of the royal capital. That figure, that face, that charm. She's absolutely exquisite. Tonight, I'll pay her a visit. Right then, a paperboy shouts out the news. "Extra! Extra! The flower thief of the royal capital has assaulted Princess Lingji. Caught red-handed in the princess's garden by General Lai Long, he is now locked up in the imperial prison." Wu Hen is stunned. "Wait, isn't the flower thief of the royal capital me?" He calls out to the boy, "Hey kid, give me a paper." The boy hands over the paper and says, "1 copper coin." Wu Hen immediately tosses a coin into the boy's hand. "Here." He carefully reads the headline. "Royal Capital's flower thief's failed attempt to assault Princess Lingji, captured alive by General Lai Long." Wu Hen can't help but marvel. Going straight for the princess? Now that is bold. Even I can't compare to that. Having grasped the situation, he folds the newspaper. Wu Hen sneers in disdain. But getting caught on his very first try? How pathetic. It's obvious he didn't do his homework. Then, something suddenly dawns on him. Wait, haven't I also paid a visit to the beauties listed here? I remember they were my first targets too. Wait, could it be? Wu Hen is shocked to realize, does this brother have the exact same taste as me? A true kindred spirit. He feels a sense of urgency. No, I have to go rescue my soulmate. Scene change. In the royal capital's dungeon, the two guards escorting the inner demon, Wu Fu, are still gossiping as they walk along. The dungeon of the Wanling clan is divided into 5 levels from highest to lowest: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and Wu. From Bing and below, they are all Tribulation Transcendence Realm criminals. From Bing and above, they are criminals at or above the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Jia is the highest tier, holding the most heinous criminals, each and every one of them at the Supreme Realm or higher. Among their chatter, they mention a crucial piece of information: a half-step God King realm powerhouse who once slaughtered 4 tribes, 13 provinces, and 26 cities, tens of millions of lives ended by his blade. As he speaks, the guard's face pales. That man is terrifyingly strong. The other guard, equally trembling with fear, replies, "The guy they locked up with him before was eaten alive." The two of them quickly pull out the keys to open the cell door. They push the inner demon, Wu Fu, inside, and before leaving, they don't forget to warn him, "You're on your own now." He sits silently in the dark cell. The moment they lock the inner demon in, the two guards scramble to get away. "Hurry, let's go, let's go." The inner demon is left utterly bewildered. Is he really that terrifying? He has only been locked up for a moment, when a voice suddenly echoes from the shadows. "Another newcomer?" The inner demon is surprised. This is the aura of a human. Scene change. Outside the dungeon, the sky is crystal clear. Taking advantage of the empty streets, Wu Hen quickly leaps across the rooftops. With his face covered like a ninja, he wonders, where did they lock up my soulmate? Several hours pass, and Wu Hen keeps watch over the prison until late into the night. Just then, a guard looks up. Wu Hen gasps in shock and quickly hides. Breaking into a cold sweat, Wu Hen sighs in relief. "That was close. I almost got caught." He observes for a moment longer before jumping down from the roof. Just then, Lord Su makes an unexpected visit to the dungeon. Upon seeing him, the guards greet him warmly. "Greetings, Lord Su." He waves back cheerfully. "Hello, hello." Seeing Lord Su leave, Wu Hen gets an idea. Disguising himself as Lord Su, he heads back into the prison. The two guards ask curiously, "Lord Su, why are you back?" Wu Hen makes up an excuse. "Didn't General Lai Long capture that flower thief today? He ordered me to interrogate him tonight." The guard, completely unsuspecting, replies, "Ah, I see. You've been working so hard, Lord Su." Though they don't suspect him, the two guards find it a bit odd. Did this fat guy offend General Lai Long or something? Interrogating the flower thief might mean running into that guy. Sweating slightly, Wu Hen continues to probe. "It's no trouble at all, just doing my duty. By the way, where is that flower thief locked up again? I seem to have forgotten." The guard secretly grumbles in frustration. "Forgotten? More like you just didn't want to remember." He then answers aloud, "Tell Yi, number 137. Hearing this, Wu Hen gasps in shock. "What did you say? The flower thief is in cell Yi, number 137? The guard nods. "Yes, General Lai Long personally arranged it. Since you want to interrogate him now, Lord Su, let me go get the keys for you." He waves his hand. "No need, no need." Wu Hen then invents another excuse to get out of there. "I just remembered my mother is braising meat for me. I have to get back before the pot dries up. Interrogating him tomorrow will be fine." The guard agrees. "Ah, in that case, you should definitely head back quickly." The moment he finishes speaking, he bolts. "I'll be off now," the guard calls out. "Lord Su, please come early tomorrow. I'll have the keys ready for you." Wu Hen doesn't even bother to reply, keeping on running. The guard watches his retreating figure helplessly and thinks, "Wow, he sure runs fast." Sweeping out of the building like a gust of wind, Wu Hen quickly slips into a deserted area. He sheds Lord Su's clothes and tosses them aside. Wu Hen rests his chin in his hand, deep in thought. "Are you kidding me? My soulmate is in the same cell as that mass murderer, Bai Qi?" He leaps out, accidentally stepping on the discarded clothes. Wu Hen grumbles angrily. That brat Lai Long is definitely abusing his power for a personal vendetta. I mean, was teasing the princess really that big of a deal? Feeling the injustice on Wu Fu's behalf, he shouts to himself, and he didn't even get what he wanted. Is this really fair? Looking utterly heartbroken, Wu Hen continues to wail under the full moon. "My poor soulmate, you won't even live to see tomorrow's sun. Is this the fate of a rare kindred spirit?" Meanwhile, inside the cell, the inner demon, Wu Fu, is facing the bloodthirsty monster, Bai Qi. With glowing red eyes, Bai Qi lets out a continuous spine-chilling laugh. Looking at the chains binding Bai Qi, the inner demon quickly realizes that while they look different, they serve the same purpose as his own cuffs. They both suppress spiritual energy, which is actually good news for me. Bai Qi suddenly lunges at the inner demon like a madman, roaring, "Blood, I want blood!" The inner demon, Wu Fu, knows full well he is no match for Bai Qi. This murderous aura is terrifying. His combat experience far exceeds mine. With my current strength, can I really defeat him? With a sinister grin, Bai Qi raises his fist, ready to strike. He pours all his strength into a punch aimed at the inner demon, but the inner demon swiftly dodges the blow. As a result, Bai Qi's missed punch slams hard into the cell wall, sending a loud explosion echoing through the dungeon. Without missing a beat, Bai Qi bursts into wild laughter. Next, he pivots and delivers a brutal kick to the inner demon. The sudden impact is so devastating that it makes him cough up blood on the spot. Wu Fu's blood splatters across Bai Chi's face, and the monster licks it off with a satisfied grin. Doubled over in agonizing pain on the floor, the inner demon can't help but wonder, how is he this strong? Bai Chi grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up. You're too weak. Call out your other primordial spirit. Wu Fu's inner demon gasped in shock. How did you know I have another primordial spirit? Standing not far away, Wu Hen casually admired the light radiating from the great prison. It's been so long since I've seen a light like this. My dear friend, you must hold on. Cut to the princess's balcony. Lingji was watching from another city. The moment she noticed the faint, flickering light, she gasped. The defensive barrier of the great prison has been triggered again, Lai Long explained. As long as someone is locked inside Class B cell number 137, it will provoke that guy. He asked in confusion, Your Highness, I don't understand. You saved him, so why did you lock him up? Her eyes sparkled. Do you remember the first time we met him? Flashback to 1 month ago in the royal garden. A void rift opened right in front of them. Lai Long warned loudly, Your Highness, watch out, it's a void rift. Wu Fu had teleported into their world through that void rift. Ling Ji walked over to inspect him. Lai Long asked in confusion, Who is this guy? Why did he suddenly appear in the royal palace, covered in wounds? Ling Ji looked him over and replied, He has gone through a heavenly awakening and awakened his dark side. He's probably some genius from the southern human race, she speculated. The human race is highly skilled in teleportation arrays. He was likely being pursued by enemies and, in a state of panic, accidentally teleported here. Ling Ji probed inside Wu Fu's body. But unfortunately, both of his primordial spirits were severely wounded. His light side had almost collapsed, and his dark side had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, she noticed something. Wait, this power! Ling Ji immediately snapped back to reality and continued, I detected void energy deep within his primordial spirit. The Grand Priest's final prophecy said that whoever possesses void energy will become the greatest wild card in the future war between our realm and the 3,000 worlds. Lai Long was puzzled. If that's the case, why did you save him, Your Highness? Wouldn't it have saved a lot of trouble to just kill him right then and there? Ling Ji simply asked, Did the Grand Priest ever say whether this wild card would be good or bad? He shook his head and replied, No, Your Highness, never. Even though the Grand Priest could foresee heavenly secrets and secure victory from thousands of miles away while he was alive, each time he could only see a vague outline, and his words were highly cryptic. We, your servants, could never pierce through the mystery. Ling Ji casually swirled the wine glass in her hand. Since the outcome is still unclear, what's the rush? Right now, the 5 divisions and 100 clans are in constant conflict. We must prepare ourselves early. Lai Long continued to question, Then why did you lock him in Class B cell number 137? Ling Ji calmly replied, Don't you find that sword of his very familiar? He realized, It does indeed look very familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. She suddenly turned around and looked up. Is it in this painting? Lai Long gasped in realization. This is the Star Sword. Cut to the royal capital's great prison, Class B cell number 316. Late at night, Wu Fu's inner demon was completely suppressed by Bai Qi. He quickly recognized the weapon. The Star Sword! You are a descendant of Gu Xingqian, the inner demon sneered. It seems you're an old acquaintance of my ancestor. He immediately unleashed a technique, sending the Star Sword flying straight at Bai Qi's back. Turning around, he caught it with his bare hands as Bai Qi sneered, Too weak. An attack like this has absolutely no effect on me. The inner demon asked seriously, Are you sure? He had only used the Star Sword as a decoy. His true technique was called the Star Sword Art. Bai Qi began to grow excited. The Star Sword Art. It's been a long time since I last saw it. But did you really think you could trouble me with just a technique like this? Cut to the spirit race's royal palace, inside the princess's bedchamber, at night. Ling Ji was still chatting with Lai Long, cheerfully responding to him. That's right. It is indeed the Star Sword. If I'm not mistaken, that man is likely a descendant of the Star God King, Gu Xingqian. Lai Long was slow to understand. But what does this have to do with Bai Qi? Ling Ji carefully explained. Bai Qi was once an awakener of the dark side, who rose to fame in a single battle at the age of 15. Throughout his life, he fought in 1,732 battles and was defeated only once, earning him the title of the 1,000-Victory War God. She retold the events of the past, explaining that after his defeat to Gu Xingqian back then, his downfall began. Lingji knew exactly why Baichi had changed. His light side fell into a deep sleep while his dark side took control of his body. Over time, as his light and dark became unbalanced, Baichi transformed from a war god into a merciless butcher. Lingji looked at the wineglass in her hand, plotting, "If we can awaken him." She firmly stated, "To awaken Baichi's light side, we must eliminate his inner demon." Baichi only lost one battle in his entire life. His greatest inner demon is Gu Xingqian, but Gu Xingqian died in battle long ago. To summon Baichi's light side, there is only one way. By this time, Lai Long had caught on, only by letting Baichi defeat the descendant of Gu Xingqian. He said apprehensively, "But right now, Baichi cannot use spiritual energy, whereas that man can use the star sword. I am somewhat worried." Lingji gently set her wineglass down and reassured him, "There's no need to worry. Light and dark, good and evil, exist in mutual restriction. Without the light, the dark only grows stronger." Lingji explained, "Even though Baichi cannot use spiritual energy right now, he can channel an endless amount of killing intent." Returning to the royal capital's great prison, Class B cell number 317, at night, Baichi unleashed a terrifying burst of power, snapping the inner demon's swords in half. Baichi summoned a massive hand. It rushed toward the inner demon, but the prison floor took the blow instead, leaving 5 clear finger marks. That earth-shattering strike even disrupted the magic barrier surrounding the outside of the great prison. 2 guards trembled in fear. "That guy is at it again. This is absolutely terrifying." One of them marveled, even with his spiritual energy sealed, he can still deploy such a massive array. As expected of our war god, Wu Hen, blending in with the guards, thought to himself, "My dear friend, this time next year, I'll burn some incense for you. Just rest in peace." Returning to the royal capital's great prison, Class B cell number 317. Wu Fu's inner demon was dodging constantly, desperately trying to evade Bai Chi's brutal attacks. Breaking into a sweat, he had to admit his opponent's power. Even without spiritual energy, he can materialize his killing intent into physical form. No wonder those guards are so terrified of him. Bai Chi grabbed an arrow and laughed out loud. "You run pretty fast, kid." Bai Chi slowly advanced, standing majestic and imposing like a true war god. His aura completely overwhelmed Wu Fu's inner demon. Is this the avatar of heaven and earth? Without spiritual energy, to manifest it using only killing intent. How is that possible? Immediately after, Bai Chi decisively released his grip. Countless arrows shot toward Wu Fu's inner demon. Fortunately, he managed to raise a shield in time to block most of the barrage, but a stray arrow was still hurtling straight toward him. He quickly used the star sword to slice the arrow in half. Wu Fu's inner demon panicked. "Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm dead." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, "Leave it to me." The inner demon gasped in surprise. "Is that you?" Cut to the spirit race's royal palace, inside the princess's bedchamber, at night. Lai Long rested his chin in his hand, murmuring, "So that's how it is." But even so, Bai Chi's killing intent forged from slaughtering tens of millions of people is absolutely not something a person who doesn't know how to use their spiritual energy can withstand. I'm afraid that before Bai Chi's righteous consciousness can awaken, that man will already be dead under his barrage of arrows. Lingji had already planned everything, and she reassured him there is no need to worry about that either. She walked over to the balcony, gazing up at the starry sky. When subjected to the trial of death, if the light does not fade, it will only emerge from the crisis infinitely stronger. Shifting her gaze back to the great prison, Lingji continued her analysis. Bai Chi. Light naturally restrains darkness. Now that the righteous consciousness of Gu Xingqian's descendant has become incredibly strong, if you want to defeat him, your only option is to awaken your other, slumbering side. Scene change. The Imperial Prison, Cell Block A, Cell number 137, Night. Bai Chi gives Yu Fu's inner demon a dark smile. "If you can't resist anymore, get down on your knees and beg for mercy. Out of respect for your ancestors, I'll leave your body in one piece." The inner demon calmly speaks up. "Are you finished? If you're done talking, it's my turn." The inner demon stabs his spirit sword straight into the ground. He quickly switches to a different primordial spirit to battle Bai Chi. The inner demon's gaze shifts instantly, staring at Bai Chi with eyes as sharp as blades. "Bai Chi me." "No." "Oh, did you switch back?" The inner demon is shocked. He actually saw through my spirit switch. Panicked, he wonders, how did Yu Fu's primordial spirit turn into this? Bai Chi draws his bow again. "So what if you switched? I'll kill you all the same." 3 arrows are shot at once, but Yu Fu's inner demon only offers a faint smile. Gripping the spirit sword in his hand, the inner demon swings 3 times to deflect the 3 arrows. At the same time, he quickly leaps forward to build momentum. In the blink of an eye, Yu Fu's inner demon closes the distance to Bai Qi. He uses his bow to deflect the spirit sword. Bai Qi draws his bow while retreating. The inner demon, now with a different primordial spirit, is much stronger, confidently slicing the arrow in half. Then he quickly gives chase. The inner demon aims to deliver a finishing blow. At that critical moment, a third eye suddenly opens right in the middle of Bai Qi's forehead. He sneers as an arrow quickly forms from that eye. Shot at blistering speed, it easily knocks back the spirit sword. Yu Fu's inner demon quickly retreats to keep a safe distance. Having escaped a close call, Bai Qi observes, now that he's switched to his righteous mind, his speed is several times faster than before. If my heavenly eye hadn't predicted his moves, I would have been severely injured by now. Yu Fu's inner demon looks at the glowing arrow on the ground and remarks, "You've got plenty of tricks up your sleeve, don't you?" Bai Qi slowly replies, "The same goes for you. I thought your righteous mind had been completely destroyed, but to think it was restored." Suddenly, Yu Fu's body begins to undergo strange changes. In his memory, his inner demon had confidently declared, "I won't let you die." Before that, when Yu Fu was teleported here, he was fortunate enough to be nourished with precious herbs by Ling Ji. Back then, she had exclaimed, "100 spirit herb this precious." This kid really scored big. Yu Fu's primordial spirit, which had been nearly half shattered just moments ago, is suddenly fully restored. The inner demon asks, "What do you mean by righteous mind?" Bai Qi aims his bow at him again and says, "If you want to know, beat me first and then I'll tell you." The inner demon is overflowing with energy. At this moment, remembering Ling Ji's words, Lai Long ponders for a moment. "Your Highness, Bai Qi is the strongest warrior our race has ever seen. Back then, when he fought Gu Xingshan, both were in the early stage of the God King realm. They were evenly matched. Why did he lose?" She explains, "My imperial brother had immense pride. Back then, he was the legendary war god of the spirit race with glorious achievements, while Gu Xingshan was just a rookie stepping onto the battlefield for the first time." Sitting down, Lingji carefully explains the reason. He completely underestimated Gu Xingchen. Before the battle, he swapped his god-slaying arrow for a sword, which wasn't his strongest suit. Fighting someone in the same realm, using your weakness against the enemy's strength, it's no wonder he lost. Lai Long finally understands. So that was it. Curious, he asks, but what if Bai Qi had used his god-slaying arrow? Lingji's face instantly darkens as she replies, "The name speaks for itself. If a god stands in the way, it slays the god. If a Buddha stands in the way, it slays the Buddha." Back in the dungeon, the battle between Bai Qi and Yu Fu's inner demon is far from over. The inner demon leaps into the air and vanishes, leaving Bai Qi stunned. Where did he go? Just as the words leave his mouth, Yu Fu's inner demon suddenly appears behind him. "Looking for me?" He charges with his spirit sword. Drawing on his years of combat experience, Bai Qi instantly predicts the inner demon's angle of attack. But even with the heads up, he can't escape without a few scratches. He calmly mutters, "Injured by this kid again." Meanwhile, the other primordial spirit inside him mocks, "You're too weak." Incensed by the mockery, Bai Qi listens as the other spirit inside him continues to jeer. "You lost to Gu Xingchen back then, and now you're about to lose to his descendant." Furious, Bai Qi punches the air and screams, "I told you to shut up!" The inner demon looks at Bai Qi in surprise, wondering, has he lost his mind? Inside Yu Fu, the other primordial spirit warns, "No, he's talking to his other spirit." Panicked, the inner demon realizes, this is bad, we can't let him switch spirits. The inner demon immediately grips his spirit sword, aiming to end this in one blow. Right then, Bai Qi's hair begins to turn a brilliant gold, shining like the sun. His light side has been successfully awakened by Yu Fu's inner demon, and the bow in his hands undergoes a massive transformation. Smiling, he lifts his bow, while the inner demon frowns, raising his guard. Outside, the guards are buzzing with excitement. They've been fighting for 2 hours already. This new kid is pretty tough, but no matter how hard he fights back, he's bound to lose. Is that really our undefeated war god? From behind them, Wu Hen suddenly chimes in, "What?" The two guards flare up, glaring at Wu Hen as they snap. "What do you know?" Back then, before the battle, the war god swapped his divine weapon, the god-slaying arrow. That's why he lost to Gu Xingchen. If the war god had used the god-slaying arrow back then, victory would have definitely been his. Unfazed, Wu Hen stubbornly argues back. Gu Xingchen used a sword, which is meant for close quarters combat. The god-slaying arrow can only attack from a distance. Once Gu Xingchen got close, it would have only made Bai Qi lose even faster. Thoroughly provoked, the guards shout in unison, "That's it, let's beat him up!" But as they rush forward, they end up brawling among themselves. Little do they know, Wu Hen has already slipped away. He shakes his head with a sigh. Kids these days are so uncouth. They start throwing punches at the slightest provocation. Right then, Wu Hen is spotted by a guard outside. The guard yells, "There he is! Get him!" Wu Hen immediately bolts, his legs moving like a blur, but he still has the nerve to taunt them. "Come on, catch me if you can!" The guards chase closely behind, screaming, "Stop right there, you brat!" Running for his life, Wu Hen looks ahead in panic. The main gate is right there. Realizing he's cornered, Wu Hen ducks inside to escape the chasing guards. As soon as he steps in, he sees Yu Fu's inner demon being smashed into a wall. He gasps in shock. "Is this my soulmate? Look at those injuries." He looks absolutely battered. The inner demon silently pulls himself up, while Bai Qi firmly grips his bow and arrow. Hovering in midair, Bai Qi looks down and confidently declares, "Wanling City, your war god has returned." Scene change. Lai Long asks curiously, "Your Highness, if Gu Xingchen's descendant survives tonight, how should we handle him?" Ling Ji reflects for a moment before deciding, "When dealing with an unpredictable factor, the best way is to keep him working right under our noses forever." Misunderstanding her words, Lai Long's face pales instantly. "Does your Highness mean you want Gu Xingchen's descendant to be your prince consort?" Ling Ji turns around, utterly confused. "Huh?" He flusteredly explains, "Well, isn't the person closest to a princess her consort?" Still puzzled, she remarks, "But aren't you also standing very close to me?" Realizing what she just said, Ling Ji blushes and quickly clarifies, "I meant I plan to have Gu Xingchen's descendant join our army." Still uneasy, he voices his concern. "Gu Xingchen's descendant is not of our race. I worry he might harbor hidden ambitions." Ling Ji chuckles softly. "That ambition is exactly what this princess wants." Meanwhile, the battle inside the dungeon is still raging. Countless swords rain down from above. Bai Qi immediately retreats, gracefully dodging the relentless barrage. He draws his bow and aims at Yu Fu's inner demon, who casually deflects the arrow with his spirit sword. After that arrow was deflected, it slammed directly into the adjacent wall. With terrifying force, the wall instantly cracked into massive pieces. The inner demon was astonished and thought to himself, "That arrow is insanely overpowered. First Lai Long, and now Bai Qi. Could the Spirit Clan actually specialize in archery? Why did Li Kei never mention this to me?" Bai Qi drew his bow again and called out loudly, "Hey kid, don't get distracted now." Inner demon Wu Fu looked up to examine the room, and an idea came to him. "This cell is too small. As long as I flood the entire room with my sword Qi, his arrows won't be able to hurt me." With his plan set, the inner demon drove his blade straight into the ground right where he stood, unleashing a technique called the astral sword art, one strike to pierce the heavens. Bai Qi stood to the side, relentlessly drawing his bow and firing arrow after arrow at inner demon Wu Fu. He thought to himself in frustration, "With this kid's sword Qi in the way, my arrows can't hit him at all." Bai Qi suddenly realized the surrounding space had warped. "It's so cramped in here, my movements are restricted. If this keeps up, I'll have no choice but to awaken that person." The inner demon smugly sneered, "Your bow and arrows are useless now. With this next move, you're finished." But suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked ahead and cried out, "Oh no!" Right then, a colossal sword crashed straight down toward his position. The inner demon stood not far away, watching the whole scene unfold. He sneered, "You lose." Bai Qi was completely unharmed. He laughed out loud and replied, "Hey kid, who did you say lost?" Bai Qi praised, "That is an impressive sword. It actually shattered the iron chains that have bound me for tens of thousands of years." As expected of an ancient astral descendant. Only then did inner demon Wu Fu notice the chain beneath his feet. The inner demon recalled how Bai Qi had moved just before, dodging the instant the giant sword struck down. He analyzed it carefully, dodging the blade while using the astral sword to shatter his chains. What a brilliant scheme. He quickly realized something was off. But there is still one strange thing. Shifting his gaze to the chain at Bai Qi's feet, he deduced, it seems the thing actually sealing his spiritual power is the chain on his ankle, not the ones on his body. Inner demon Wu Fu smirked. If he can't channel his spiritual power, what is there to fear? Meanwhile, Ling Ji stared into the distance, sensing something. Ling Ji said joyfully, Royal brother, you finally returned. She quickly rushed off, calling out, Lai Long, come with me to the dungeons. He immediately replied, Yes, your highness. Outside the capital's prison, the soldiers below fell to their knees to welcome Bai Qi, shouting, Welcome back to the mortal realm, god of war. He stepped out of the dungeon, calling out, My sweet little sister. Bai Qi teased her playfully. Since you're already here, why aren't you coming out to see me? Are you scared? Lingji quickly protested. What are you talking about, brother? You and I are flesh and blood, bound by the same lineage. Why on earth would a sister be afraid of her own brother? Looking down from above, he replied, You locked me up in that dungeon for tens of thousands of years. Now that I'm out, of course you'd be afraid I'd seek revenge. Annoyed, Lingji immediately ordered, Why are you standing up so high? Get down here right now. Breaking a sweat, Baichi meekly replied, Ah, okay, I'm coming down. The moment he came down, Lingji pinched his ear and scolded him. You slaughtered 2 whole clans, the Merfolk and the Medusas, 26 cities, 2,823,000 lives. Do you have any idea how much compensation I had to pay? She barked in anger. And you still dare to act tough with me? Are you begging for a beating? Bai Chi whimpered in fear. Little Linner, I was wrong. Can you please let go? There are so many people watching. Lingji couldn't care less about the onlookers, dragging Bai Chi away by his ear. The 2 guards were quick-witted, immediately changing the subject. Wow, the moon is so round tonight, and there are barely any clouds. Wu Hen sighed. Who would have thought the legendary undefeated god of war would be so afraid of his little sister? Another voice echoed from out of nowhere. I never expected Bai Lingji to be an old hag who's lived for tens of thousands of years. Without thinking, he blurted out, It's not tens of thousands of years, more like millions of years, right? Right after saying it, Wu Hen realized something was off. He spun around and asked, Who's talking? He ran over and grabbed inner demon Wu Fu's hand, crying, Soulmate, you're not dead? The inner demon pulled away immediately, but Wu Hen pulled out a list full of pictures of the girls he had courted, saying, Look, the flowers we pluck are exactly the same. He chuckled and said, Though I've never gone after a princess. In short, we have the exact same taste. You are definitely my soulmate. Hearing this, the inner demon fumed. No wonder I ended up branded as a flower thief. The inner demon shouted right in Wu Hen's face, So I was taking the fall for you all along. Watching from the side, Bai Chi thought, Did this kid switch souls